Just after transmigrating, I was accused of plagiarism, faced a complete online ban, and received an exorbitant legal notice demanding 5 million. In dire straits, I activated the National Style Entertainment System, and was directly rewarded with the divine grade script, The Bad Kids, and directing skills. Time is running out, the system demands activation within 72 hours, with failure resulting in elimination. I teamed up with the equally down and out fat director, using a smartphone as a camera, and filmed a breathtaking opening scene in the desolate wilderness that shocked the entire internet. When that top-tier ex-girlfriend who stole my script and slandered me was still gloating on the show, the bombs I had prepared were already armed. This industry-disrupting series will make all my enemies tremble. But the system's next task actually demands I create an even more terrifying classic of Chinese style? Chapter 1, starting off banned across the internet. His head throbbed painfully. Chen Mo suddenly opened his eyes. The first thing that met his eyes was a yellowed ceiling and a spider's web in the corner. An unfamiliar environment. Hiss. He sucked in a cold breath, trying to sit up. Sharp pain accompanied countless chaotic fragments of memories, rushing into his mind like a breached flood. His name was Chen Mo, a soul from Earth. Just a few minutes ago, he was burning the midnight oil at his computer, working hard on a marketing proposal. How did he blink and suddenly find himself in this godforsaken place? Memories were merging. The original owner of this body was also named Chen Mo, a 22-year-old fresh graduate, young and full of dreams of becoming a screenwriter. Unfortunately, he had bad luck. Or perhaps, poor judgment. He once had a girlfriend named Zhou Yuan, a somewhat famous C-list actress who was on her way up in the industry. The original owner poured heart and soul into it, handing over the script The Prime Suspect, a work painstakingly created, to Zhou Yuan, hoping she could pass it along to a director she knew well. It was his masterpiece, intended to make his mark in the screenwriting industry. Zhou Yuan agreed enthusiastically at the time, appearing kind and considerate. But then Zhou Yuan took the script, turned around, and under her own name, partnered with a film company to invest in its production. It's gone viral, and now they're actually turning around to bite back. She publicly accused the original author, claiming that The Prime Suspect plagiarized her unpublished ideas. In an instant, public opinion erupted. Zhou Yuan leveraged her popularity and hired trolls to create massive waves across the internet. Hashtag Zhou Yuan accuses new screenwriter of plagiarism. Hashtag Chen Mo get out of the screenwriting circle. Hashtag heartache for Zhou Yuan. Hashtag terms like these dominated the headlines across major entertainment sections. The original party was just a newcomer with no background whatsoever. Faced with Zhou Yuan and the joint suppression from the capital behind her, he found himself speechless and unable to defend himself. All his explanations were drowned out by the overwhelming flood of curses and accusations. The industry association spoke out, adding him to the blacklist. Major film and television companies also silently boycotted him in unison. The original owner couldn't withstand the immense blow and slander, overwhelmed by resentment, despair, and unwillingness. Amidst this whirlwind of emotions, they took their last breath and suddenly dropped dead. This unexpected turn of events became a stroke of luck for Chen Mo from Earth. After piecing together the whole sequence of events, Chen Mo couldn't help but let out a curse. This original protagonist is way too tragic. This year's biggest sucker, without a doubt. Got sold out yet still helping others count their money. No, got stabbed to death and still has to bear the blame. Chen Mo looked around. It was a small, shabby rental room. The walls were peeling, revealing the gray-black concrete underneath. The only furniture included a single bed, a desk whose original color was no longer discernible, and a creaky, broken chair. On the desk, an old laptop screen remained lit. Chen Mo struggled to get up and shuffled over to the desk. On the computer screen, a striking window suddenly popped up. It was an electronic version of a lawyer's letter. Lawyer's letter to Mr. Chen Mo. Subject, regarding Ms. Zhou Yuan's lawsuit against you for copyright infringement. You are hereby formally notified to pay Ms. Zhou Yuan a total compensation for infringement damages and emotional distress in the amount of 5 million yuan only, 5 million yuan, within 3 months from the date of receipt of this letter. Failure to pay on time will result in our company reserving the right to take further legal action. Signed by, Kyoto XX Law Firm. Time, just sent. 5 million? Chen Mo's eyes widened with fury burning through the top of his head. Zhou Yuan, are you even human? He slammed his fist onto the table with such force that the rickety piece of furniture let out a groan of protest. Drained him of his talent, stole his life's work, drove him to ruin, and now you're squeezing the last drops from the bone, saddling him with 5 million in debt? You venomous, black-hearted snake, gold-digging bitch, ungrateful wretch. Chen Mo trembled with fury. He had inherited the original owner's memories, along with that overwhelming resentment and unwillingness. This wasn't just about 5 million. This was pushing someone to their absolute limit. Disgraced and ruined, blacklisted from the industry, and burdened with massive debt. Even if the original owner hadn't died suddenly, facing such dire circumstances, the only way out would probably be jumping off a building. Damn it, you despicable couple, I won't let you get away with this. Chen Mo gnashed his teeth in fury. He is not that weak and easily bullied original protagonist. Having come from Earth, he understands deeply the wickedness of human nature and knows even better how to fight back. But how to fight back? No money, no connections, no fame, and still carrying the black mark of plagiarism. No matter how you look at it, it's a hopeless deadlock. Just transmigrated here, and already thrown into a hellish difficulty setup? Just as Chen Mo's heart turned icy cold, almost being consumed by this despair. Ding! A crisp electronic notification sound abruptly rang out in his mind. Chen Mo froze. Hearing things? Detecting host's intense emotional fluctuations. Detected that the host's environment meets activation conditions. National Style Entertainment System, activating now. Activation successful. A series of mechanical beeps clearly transmitted into Chen Mo's consciousness. Next, a pale blue virtual screen, like something out of a sci-fi movie, appeared before his eyes. Only he could see it. Host, Chen Mo. Identity, unverified screenwriter/director. Skill, none works, none reputation, -10,000, infamous. System function, locked. System? Sure enough, the standard benefit for transmigrators. In desperate situations, there must be a golden finger. National Style Entertainment System? Chen Mo muttered to himself, judging by the name, is it about entertainment related to Chinese culture? System mission, promote the essence of national style, create classic entertainment. Let the light of Chinese culture shine in the parallel world. The system's response confirmed his guess. The world Chen Mo was in had a historical progression similar to Earth, but there seemed to be differences in terms of culture and entertainment. Especially when it comes to outstanding works related to traditional Chinese culture, they are incredibly scarce. This system seems tailor-made for him. Newcomer's gift pack is being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Divine Level Script The Bad Kids, complete version. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Basic Directing Skills, passive. As the notification sound faded, Chen Mo felt as if a gap had opened in his mind. Countless details about the plot of The Bad Kids, character settings, storyboard concepts, as well as various basic directing knowledge, filming techniques, and visual language surged in like a data stream, wildly flooding in and being rapidly digested and absorbed by him. That masterpiece from the past life that blew up the entire internet and elevated suspense dramas to new heights. From script to shooting techniques, everything is covered. Hidden corners. Chen Mo's eyes grew brighter, and his breathing became rapid. With this script, coupled with directing skills, a turnaround, he saw hope for a comeback. As long as he could get this drama filmed, it would undoubtedly make a stunning debut, washing away the stains clinging to the original owner's reputation. Zhou Yuan, just wait. Not only will I trample you underfoot, but I'll also ruin your reputation and make you pay the price. Chen Mo's fists clenched involuntarily. At that moment, in the corner of the rental room, the screen of the shabby phone lit up, popping up an entertainment news alert. The headline is eye-catching. Zhou Yuan guest stars on Starlight Face to Face, opens up about creative philosophy, hinting at satirizing someone. Chapter 2, Trust Me. Chen Mo clicked on it almost unconsciously. A clip from a variety show began playing on the screen. Inside the brilliantly lit studio, Zhou Yuan, dressed in a haute couture gown with impeccable makeup, sat gracefully on the sofa across from the host, smiling elegantly. The host opportunely posed a question. Teacher Zhou Yuan, as a rising star currently in the limelight, who has demonstrated extraordinary creative talent, what advice would you give to many young people wanting to enter the screenwriting industry? Zhou Yuan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and faced the camera, the corners of her lips curling into a faint, almost imperceptible smirk. That smile concealed a barely detectable trace of disdain. Advice is hardly the word. Her voice was gentle, yet her words were like needles dipped in poison. Some people just can't resist forcing out trash when they've got nothing meaningful to write. In this circle, after all, what truly matters is the work you produce. She paused deliberately before continuing, her tone laced with implication. Stealing others' hard work for fame and glory, dreaming of instant success? How laughable. By the end, her voice carried a hint of coldness, her gaze sharpening. Such people should have been kicked out of the screenwriting circle long ago. As the words fell, a wave of applause echoed through the studio. The camera panned across the audience, capturing many faces wearing expressions that seemed to say, I get it. Though no names were mentioned. But who among those present didn't know exactly who she meant by certain people? It was none other than Chen Mo, her ex-boyfriend, whom she had just personally pushed into the abyss. Poof! Chen Mo let out a cold laugh as he gazed at the woman on his phone screen, her charming smile so at odds with the venomous words she spoke. What a fine get out of the screenwriting circle. What a fine plagiarizing others' hard work. This woman, not content with stealing everything, had to perch on her moral high ground and nail him permanently to the pillar of shame. Kill the body, and kill the soul too. The chilling Chen Mo's eyes almost seemed to freeze into ice. At this very moment, in his mind, that icy system prompt tone rang out once more. This time, however, it carried an unprecedented urgency and warning tone. Warning, warning, newbie mission triggered, survival in desperate situation. Mission requirement, host's first work, The Hidden Corner, must officially commence filming within 72 hours. Countdown begins, 71 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Task failure penalty, the system will forcibly unbind, and the host will be deemed as anomalous data by the world's rules, resulting in humane erasure. What the hell? Chen Mo's pupils abruptly constricted. Boot up within 72 hours? What kind of international joke is this? He's penniless now, banned across the entire internet, and can't even find actors or a filming crew. Forget 72 hours, even if you gave him 72 days, there's no guarantee he could pull it off. And, the penalty for failure is erasure? Playing so big? Chen Mo felt a chill shooting straight from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. This system, the hope it offers, is matched only by the terror of its pressure. 3 days, from scratch to assembling a production crew and officially starting filming for a web drama? This is an absolutely impossible mission. 72 hours, power on, wipe out. 3 words weighed heavily on Chen Mo's heart like 3 towering mountains. He could barely breathe. No money, no staff, no equipment, no venue. Most crucially, he was branded with the infamous label of plagiarist. His reputation plummeted to a disgraceful negative 10,000. Who would collaborate with someone who was universally banned and utterly discredited? Are you crazy? Time is ticking away minute by second. The countdown in the upper right corner of the screen, what the hell? Chen Mo actually started sweating. 71 hours 58 minutes and 45 seconds. 71 hours 58 minutes and 44 seconds. Chen Mo violently shook his head. Don't panic, the system provided the script and directing skills. But you can't make bricks without straw. He needed a team, even the most basic ragtag crew. The director. He currently possesses basic directing skills, but has 0 experience. It would be best to find someone experienced to assist him. But who would help him? Suddenly, a name emerged from the depths of the original owner's memories. Wang He, nicknamed Fatty Wang. A director who's somewhat famous within the circle but has achieved remarkably little success. Rumor has it that she offended a certain investment tycoon's mistress and was immediately fired from the film crew, left idle at home for over half a year now. The original owner and this fatso Wang had crossed paths a few times. Not exactly close, but from what I remember, this fat guy was quite decent and somewhat idealistic, just not the sharpest tool in the shed, with low EQ and a knack for rubbing people the wrong way. A classic case of having talent but no luck. Most importantly, in the original host's memory, Fat Wang seemed to have shown a hint of sympathy when discussing the theft of the first suspect. Although it was just a casual remark made while drinking and venting with others, saying, "That young guy surnamed Chen, what a shame." But in these times when everyone is calling for his head, even this tiny bit of what a shame is like an oasis in the desert. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Chen Mo grabbed the shabby smartphone on the table, its screen cracked in several places. He searched for Fatty Wang's phone number. Dialed it. Beep, beep. It rang for a long time before being answered. A muffled voice with a heavy nasal tone came from the other end of the line. "Hello, who is this? So early in the morning, can't you let people sleep?" The voice was full of post-hangover laziness and impatience. Chen Mo glanced at the time. 2 p.m. Still early morning? Seems this Fatty Wang is truly living a decadent life. "Director Wang, it's me, Chen Mo." Chen Mo tried his best to keep his voice calm. There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds. Then came a somewhat more alert voice. "Chen Mo? Which Chen Mo?" "The Chen Mo who wrote The Primary Suspect." "Oh." Wang Pangzi's voice was drawn out, carrying a hint of amusement. "So it's you, the genius scholar. What? Looking for me? Want me to help pass along your script too?" His tone concealed a barely detectable trace of mockery. Clearly, he'd also heard about those unpleasant matters. Chen Mo paid it no mind and came straight to the point. "I want to ask you to come out of retirement and direct a drama." Pfft, cough cough. A fit of violent coughing came through the phone, as if someone had choked on something. "What did you say? Acting? You? Me?" Wang Pangzi's voice was filled with disbelief. "Are you out of your mind, kid? Do you even realize what kind of reputation you have now? Who dares to hire you? Who dares to be associated with you? And besides, do you have money? Do you have investments? Do you have a team?" A series of accusatory questions fired off like a machine gun. "None of those," Chen Mo answered honestly. "Then what the hell are you filming for?" Fatty Wang snapped impatiently. "Stop fucking messing with me. Sure, I'm down on my luck, but I'm not so desperate I'd stoop to working with a rat like you. I'm hanging up." "Wait," Chen Mo urgently called out. "Director Wang, I know my current situation, but hear me out first. I've got a script here, a god-tier screenplay. If it gets made, it'll absolutely blow up." "God-tier screenplay?" Fatty Wang scoffed. "Kid, do you have some kind of delusion about yourself? The first suspect was decent, but it's far from god-tier. Besides, even if it were a god-tier script, in your hands it would just gather dust." "I know you don't believe me." Chen Mo took a deep breath. "Give me an hour, I'll come to you. Read the script first, then decide. If you think it's no good, I'll leave immediately and won't bother you again." The other end of the phone fell silent again. After a moment, Fat Wang seemed to let out a sigh. Damn it, I must have pissed off the gods in my past 8 lives. I'll send you the address, hurry the hell up. The call ended. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. First step, done. Chapter 3, Divine Script. Shattering Wang Fatso. He quickly transferred the outline and first 3 episodes of the script for Hidden Corner into his old laptop, then grabbed the computer and rushed out of the rental apartment. Fat Wang's place wasn't much better than Chen Mo's rented room. A village within the city, a handshake building. Dim lighting filled the air with a damp, musty odor mixed with strange smells from various foods. Chen Mo located the door number according to the address and knocked. The door opened. A short but impressively wide man, clad in a greasy tank top and floral boxers, peered at him sleepily from behind a messy mop of hair. It was Wang Fatso, Wang He. You're Chen Mo? Wang Fat eyed him up and down, his gaze scrutinizing yet tinged with curiosity. Director Wang, it's me. Chen Mo nodded. Wang Fatso stepped aside to let him in. The room was even more chaotic. Takeout boxes, beer cans, and piles of dirty clothes were scattered everywhere. The only hints of his director profession were a few dust-covered cameras in the corner and several yellowed, curled movie posters plastered on the wall. Sit down, Wang Fatso gestured toward the only somewhat clean stool. So, what's this god-tier script? Pull it out and let me see. His tone was casual, clearly holding little hope. He was just killing time, and perhaps a bit curious about this unlucky guy named Chen Mo. Chen Mo wasted no words. He opened his laptop and pulled up the script file for Hidden Corner. Director Wang, take a look at this opening first. Fat Wang shifted his bulky frame closer. His gaze fixed on the screen. Scene 1. Time, day. Location, mountain summit of scenic area. Characters, Zhang Dongsheng, early 30s, scholarly appearance, wears glasses, father-in-law, mother-in-law. Plot, Zhang Dongsheng takes his in-laws hiking. While taking a group photo at the summit, he pretends to adjust the camera and suddenly pushes them off the cliff. Just a few lines. The casual expression on Wang Fatso's face vanished instantly. He snapped his head up, fixing Chen Mo with a piercing stare. Is this a suspense film? Yes. Fat Wang said nothing more. He lowered his head, his fingers scrolling down the page with the mouse wheel. His scrolling grew faster and faster, his breathing increasingly heavy. His sleepy eyes widened into wide circles. Fine beads of sweat even began to form on his forehead. In the dimly lit room, only the sound of the mouse wheel scrolling and Wang Fatso's increasingly heavy breathing filled the air. Chen Mo didn't disturb him, waiting quietly. He knew the magic of this script. It was enough to drive any true connoisseur utterly mad. He had no idea how long it had been. Perhaps 10 minutes, perhaps half an hour. Shot. So sharp. So ethical. So piercing. Wang Fatso's gut told him. Even if he were a pig, this script would still be a hit. Wang Fatty slapped his thigh hard. Smack. The sound was loud. It startled Chen Mo. Impressive. Wang Fatso sprang to his feet, his bulky frame trembling slightly with excitement. He stared intently at Chen Mo, his eyes gleaming like a starving wolf spotting its prey. This script, it's ing genius. Zhang Dongsheng. This character is absolutely brilliant. That opening scene where he pushes someone off the cliff. Holy. The impact is too intense. And those 3 kids? Zhu Chaoyang. Pu Pu. Yan Liang. He rambled incoherently, pacing excitedly back and forth in the cramped space. The pacing. The suspense. The character arcs. Damn it. If this gets filmed, it'll be a smash hit. Absolutely. He abruptly stopped, grabbed Chen Mo's shoulders, and shook him hard. Kid. Spill it. Where'd you get this script? Did you really write it? Chen Mo felt dizzy from the shaking. Cough. Director Wang, let go first. I wrote it. That was all he could say. Fat Wang released his grip, but his eyes remained fiery. The first suspect was decent, but compared to this? It's like a kid's homework. You kid, you've been hiding your talent pretty well. He looked at Chen Mo, his expression complex. No, it was more like the ecstatic joy of finding a kindred spirit, of discovering hope for a comeback. I'm taking this script. Wang Fat declared with unwavering resolve. Even if I have to sell everything I own, I'll get this thing made. Chen Mo's heart leapt with joy. It was settled. But Wang Fatso's tone shifted abruptly. The excitement faded from his face, replaced by a hint of bitterness. We have no money. No money, no equipment, no crew. Just a script. How are we supposed to film it? Chen Mo, we can shoot a demo reel first. A demo reel? Exactly. Just shoot the opening scene, Zhang Dongsheng pushing his in-laws off the cliff. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled. With minimal costs, we'll create the most stunning effect. Then we'll pitch the demo to investors. Wang Fatso frowned. It's a good idea. But what about time? How much time do you have? Chen Mo held up 3 fingers. Counting today, less than 3 days. What? Wang Fat's eyes nearly popped out of his head. 3 days? Are you kidding me? Money. I'll figure it out. Equipment. I've got a few old relics lying around that'll do. Actors. I'll find some cheap extras. But 3 days is way too tight. Even if we shoot a demo reel, we won't have enough time to secure funding. Chen Mo, forget the investment for now. We'll shoot it on our phones. Phones? Wang Fatso was stunned again. Are you serious? Shooting with phones? Yes. Chen Mo nodded. Flagship phones have powerful cameras now. With some color grading in post, the results won't be bad. Most importantly, it's fast. Wang Fatty stared at Chen Mo, convinced the kid had lost his mind. But somehow, that long dormant fire within him flared up. Damn it, it's burning. Fine. Let's use the phone. Wang Fat stomped his foot. I'll go crazy with you this one time. I've got some savings stashed away. I'll pawn them. How much do you have? Chen Mo searched his pockets thoroughly but only found a few crumpled bills. Seeing his awkwardness, Fat Wang waved his hand dismissively. Alright, I get it. I'll figure out the money. You just focus on getting the storyboards done. I'll find the actors. As for the location, we'll shoot in the wild mountains out in the suburbs. It's cheap. The two men sprang into action. Wang Fat rummaged through his belongings, pulling out a few usable camera accessories. He then made a phone call and, using some unknown method, managed to borrow a small sum of money. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, drawing on the directing techniques instilled by the system and his deep understanding of the script, swiftly sketched out the storyboard. A washed-up director and a disgraced screenwriter. Two industry outcasts, deemed useless, embarked on a desperate dash toward an impossible goal within this dilapidated rental. They recruited 3 extras. One played Zhang Dongsheng. With glasses on, he actually had a certain air of a refined scoundrel. The other 2, older actors, played the father-in-law and mother-in-law. One of them, Shaoli, fresh out of film school, looked green but had a sparkle in his eyes. The next day, before dawn, the group crammed into a beat-up van, hauling their basic equipment straight to a remote mountain in the Beijing suburbs. Without a professional light panel, use a white cloth as a reflector. Without a dolly track, rely on Wang Fat's years of training and his iron-strong arms for handheld camera movement. Chen Mo guided the actors' emotions and controlled the visual language of the shots. Fat Wang drew on his experience to solve all sorts of practical challenges during filming. These 2 useless guys unleashed astonishing energy at that moment. Darker. Yes. Make that smile more insincere. Lower the camera angle. Make it an upward shot. Emphasize the cliff's steepness. The shove has to be sudden. Resolute. Ing. Again. Ing. One more time. Chapter 4, Qin Zhenchuan, Old Master Qin. Sweat soaked everyone's clothes. The mountain wind was fierce, sending shivers down their spines. But not a single person complained. All were captivated by the script's intensity and the dedication of Chen Mo and Wang Fatty. Extra Shaoli stared wide-eyed at the monitor's playback. Brother Chen. Director Wang. Can you really capture this kind of texture with a phone? On screen, Zhang Dongsheng's seemingly gentle yet murderous gaze, the unsuspecting smiles of his in-laws, and finally that heart-stopping shove. The composition, lighting, pacing. It didn't look like it was shot on a phone at all. It even surpassed some of the small productions he'd worked on before, shot with professional equipment. Wang Fat wiped the sweat from his forehead, watched the replay, and grinned. Damn it, I'm a genius. He knew this wasn't just his doing. The storyboards Chen Mo provided, his understanding of lighting and character emotions, it was terrifyingly precise. This kid is a freaking monster. The rough cut was assembled in no time. Just 10 minutes. Not a single wasted word, pure intensity from start to finish. Beneath that everyday warmth, the sudden eruption of malevolence and horror sent chills down your spine. Upload it. Chen Mo ordered. They chose a second-tier video platform called Spark Video. It had no major backing, average user numbers, but relatively lenient review standards. Shocking. New director's mobile shot thriller short film The Corner starts with a bang. Clickbait, but somewhat accurate. The video uploaded successfully. Chen Mo and Wang Fat stared intently at the back-end analytics. 10. 58. 132. The view count was rising slowly but steadily. Comments began appearing in the discussion section. Holy crap! What kind of short film is this? It's got something. Pushing someone off a cliff right at the start? Thrilling. This quality seriously shot on a phone? I don't buy it. Please update. We want the full version. The director's amazing. The actors' performances are great too. Reading these comments, Wang Fatty's eyes welled up with excitement. It worked. It worked. We're getting a response. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief, though the tension in his heart hadn't fully eased. Sure enough. The good times didn't last. When the view count struggled to climb to 999, it froze in place as if under a spell. Not a single movement. Refresh. Still 999. Refresh again. Still 999. The refresh rate of comments in the discussion section also noticeably slowed down. Some praise-filled comments that had just appeared vanished in an instant. What's going on? Wang Fatso panicked. Chen Mo suddenly realized something. The account he was using. It belonged to the original owner. It's Zhou Yuan. She's made her move. Besides her, Chen Mo couldn't think of anyone else who could target him so swiftly and precisely. Wang Fat slumped into his chair. Damn it! I knew it. I knew this would happen. The glimmer of hope that had just lit up his face was instantly extinguished. We can't beat them. How could we possibly beat them? He grabbed the half-empty bottle of cheap liquor on the table, twisted off the cap, and started chugging. It's over. Everything's over. Despair once again enveloped the cramped rental room. Chen Mo watched Wang Fat, who was drowning his sorrows in alcohol, looking utterly lost. He said nothing. He walked over to the computer. His fingers tapped on the keyboard. Since you've blocked the broad path, then I'll have no choice but to cross the plank bridge. He opened a new webpage. National College Student Film Festival call for entries. This was a relatively niche yet highly authoritative and influential film festival. The judges are mostly veteran professors and artists from academic circles. The influence of commercial capital is relatively limited here. The festival places greater emphasis on the inherent quality and innovation of the work itself. Chen Mo's eyes flashed with resolve as he submitted the 10-minute sample footage along with the script outline. After completing everything, he glanced at the countdown. Less than 20 hours remained. Success or failure hinged on this very moment. Night deepened. Fat Wang had already passed out drunk on the table, snoring loudly. Chen Mo leaned back in his chair, sleepless all night. Anxiety, exhaustion, and a faint glimmer of hope gnawed relentlessly at his nerves. 3 in the morning. In the silent rental apartment, a shrill ringtone suddenly pierced the silence. It was Wang Fatso's phone. Wang Pangzi was jolted awake, groggily reaching for the phone and answering. Hello? Who is this? Looking for trouble. On the other end, a voice rang out, utterly agitated and even slightly hoarse. Is this Wang and Director Wang? This is the Grand Film Festival Organizing Committee. Your short film. The Corner. It was singled out by Mr. Qin. He personally called to say your film is excellent. It has tremendous potential. He wants us to keep a close eye on it. Master Qin? Which Master Qin? Wang Fatso sobered instantly, all traces of drunkenness gone, leaping up from his chair. Who else could it be? Master Qin Zhenchuan, of course. Qin Zhenchuan. The towering figure of China's film industry. The rock-solid pillar of the academic school. A legendary figure whose words alone could shape the destinies of countless professionals. Wang Fatso's hand holding the phone began to tremble uncontrollably. He looked at Chen Mo, who had also risen to his feet in shock. In both their eyes, an unmistakable light of disbelief flared. Meanwhile, in a lavishly decorated penthouse apartment in downtown Beijing, Zhou Yuan, clad in a silk nightgown, held a glass of red wine as she gazed at the night view outside the window. Her agent rushed in, his face grim. Sis Yuan, it's bad news. That short film by Chen Mo, it's gone viral at the College Student Film Festival. Clink. The stemmed glass in Zhou Yuan's hand shattered on the floor. The crimson wine, like fresh blood, splattered across the expensive carpet. The gentle grace she displayed before the camera vanished from her face. Instead, it was twisted with jealousy and snarling fury. How could they notice this trash? Did someone help him? Investigate. Investigate this for me. Zhou Yuan's voice was shrill and piercing. Qin. Qin Zhenchuan? Old Master Qin? Wang Fatty clutched his phone, his bulky frame frozen in place as if struck by lightning. He even wondered if he was still hungover in hearing things. That name. In China's film industry, he was an insurmountable mountain. The leader of the academic school. The standard bearer of art cinema. How many directors spent their entire careers striving for just one word of his approval? And now, this legendary figure personally called the organizing committee of the College Student Film Festival to single out and praise their 10-minute demo shot on a phone? This is more surreal than winning the lottery. Wang Fatty whipped his head around to stare at Chen Mo, who was equally speechless. Their eyes met mid-air, both seeing the wild joy and utter disbelief in each other's gaze. Was this really happening? Hello? Hello? Director Wang? Are you still there? The urgent voice of the organizing committee staff came through on the other end of the line. Yes. Yes. I'm listening. Wang Fatso snapped back to reality, his voice cracking with excitement. What exactly did old Master Qin say? Mr. Qin said your short film Corner nailed it, the opening suspense, the cinematography, the actor's emotional depth. Especially that scene where someone gets pushed off the mountain, it packs a punch. The narrative structure is brilliantly crafted. He also mentioned. The staff member paused, seemingly still processing the shock of the call. He also said he hasn't seen such a spirited and bold newcomer's work in a long time. He told us to keep a close eye on you and provide whatever support is needed. Support! Those two words carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Wang Fatty felt his heart pounding so hard it threatened to leap out of his throat. He wanted to kowtow right there on the spot. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Qin. He stammered his thanks before hanging up. The cramped rental room fell into dead silence. Only the heavy breathing of two men could be heard. Several seconds passed. Smack! Fat Wang slapped himself hard across the face. Ouch, that stings. He grimaced, yet his face broke into a wide grin. It's real. I'm not dreaming. He lunged toward Chen Mo, wrapping his arms around him, his flap jiggling wildly. Chen Mo. Did you hear that? Qin Zhenchuan. Old Master Qin. He liked our film. We're going to make it big. Chapter 5, 5 million? I'm going public with the bid. Chen Mo nearly couldn't breathe under the crushing embrace. Director Wang, calm down, calm down. Though he was equally thrilled, the pressure of the system's countdown remained. He had to stay level-headed. Calm my ass. Wang Fatso released him and spun excitedly around the room. Do you know the weight of old Qin's words? Now, who dares call us trash? Who dares blacklist us? Now we'll definitely secure the investment. Equipment. Studio space. Professional actors. We can have it all. Wang Fatso's eyes blazed with renewed fervor. It was the burning desire for filmmaking, for success. Just as Wang Fatso had predicted. The name Qin Zhenchuan exploded like a bombshell within the small college film festival, sending shockwaves rippling through the entire event. Soon after, this wave swept across the entire internet at an astonishing speed. Someone leaked the news that Corner had won Best New Director for a mobile short film at the National College Student Film Festival. Overnight, everything changed. That short film, previously stuck at a measly 999 views on Spark Video, suddenly exploded. Clips, screenshots, and discussions spread like wildfire. Every major social media platform and film forum was buzzing with the topic. Hashtag National College Film Festival celebrates new director. Hashtag mobile phone films with theater quality hashtag. Hashtag pushing someone off a cliff right from the start hashtag. One trending topic after another shot to the top of the charts. The hottest one of all is hashtag this is true suspense hashtag. Countless netizens flooded the topic, expressing their shock and admiration. Holy crap! I watched this short film. It's incredible. That opening shot gave me goosebumps. 10 minutes, not a single dull moment. 100 times better than those watered-down suspense dramas nowadays. Unbelievable it was shot on a phone. The director's got some serious skills. Who's that actor playing Zhang Dongsheng? His gaze is spot on. He nails that cultured scumbag vibe. Please release the full version. Hurry up. I'm willing to pay to watch it. This is the kind of thriller we want to see. All those romance masquerading as thrillers can go to hell. Heard the director is Chen Mo? The same screenwriter Zhou Yuan accused of plagiarism? Is that true? Holy crap. A twist? Creepy when you think about it. Public opinion completely flipped. The earlier skepticism and mockery directed at Chen Mo were drowned out by a tidal wave of praise. Some even began re-examining the plagiarism scandal surrounding the first suspect, suggesting there might be more to the story. Backstage at Spark Video. Technical staff watched the view count rocket past 1 million and continue to surge wildly, cold sweat pouring down their backs. The manually locked 999 limit now seemed utterly ironic. They even received an urgent order from higher-ups, lift all restrictions immediately. And give the Corner the best recommendation spot. Too bad it was too late. This overwhelming traffic no longer belonged to their small platform. The next morning, Chen Mo and Wang Fatso were crammed in their rented room, glued to the online buzz, absolutely thrilled. Wang Fatso's phone rang again. This time, it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who's this? Wang Pangzi now sounded much more confident. May I speak with Mr. Wang He, director of the Corner? Came a polite yet slightly formulaic voice from the other end. This is he. Director Wang, hello. I'm Su, director of content at Star C Video. Star C Video. One of China's top 3 video platforms. A true industry giant. Wang's eyes lit up. He quickly covered the microphone and mouthed excitedly to Chen Mo, big platform. Chen Mo nodded, signaling him to continue. Oh, Director Su, hello. What brings you here? Wang Pangzi tried to make his voice sound steady. Well, Director Wang. Our platform is very interested in the short film Corner created by you and Mr. Chen Mo. We believe it's a work with tremendous potential. Director Su's voice carried a standard business smile. Would you two be interested in exploring deeper collaboration with our platform? For instance, an outright purchase of the rights? Here it comes. Wang Fatso's heart pounded wildly. Just as expected. Master Qin's reputation is too formidable. Even Shanghai Video came knocking on their own. Well, Director Su, we're certainly interested. Excellent. Director Su immediately chimed in. We're very serious about this. Regarding the buyout price, we've tentatively set a figure, 5 million. This would secure all rights to the corner IP, including future development rights. What do you think? 5 million. Boom. Fat Wang felt like his head had been smashed. 5 million. That was a string of zeros he'd only ever counted in his dreams. With this money, forget finishing Hidden Corner, he could buy a bigger house right away, get a nice car, and reclaim all the dignity he'd lost. His breathing instantly grew ragged, and a greedy gleam flashed in his eyes. He was about to blurt out, "Fine. Deal." But just as the words were about to leave his lips, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. It was Chen Mo. Speaking calmly into the phone, Chen Mo's voice carried an undeniable authority. "Director Su, hello. This is Chen Mo." Director Su on the other end paused, clearly not expecting Chen Mo to be present. "Oh, Mr. Chen Mo, hello." His tone seemed to grow slightly colder. 5 million yuan to buy out all rights to Hidden Corner? Chen Mo repeated. "Yes, our platform is very serious about this," Director Su emphasized. "Sincerity?" Chen Mo chuckled softly. "Director Su, at this price, it probably wouldn't even be enough to earn a thumbs up from old Qin, would it?" Director Su's voice dropped sharply. "Mr. Chen Mo, don't be too greedy. 5 million is already an astronomical sum for an unfinished student project. Though your reputation is rising now, your foundation remains unstable. Seizing this opportunity with Star C Video is the wisest choice." A hint of threat now tinged his words. He was hinting that refusal might prompt Star C Video to deploy its resources to suppress them. The fatso fidgeted nervously beside him, frantically signaling to Chen Mo. 5 million. Just take it first. Why doesn't this kid know when to quit while he's ahead? Chen Mo seemed oblivious to Wang Fatso's agitation. His tone remained calm yet resolute. "Director Su, thank you for your confidence in our project. But the value of Hidden Corner exceeds 5 million. I want open bidding." 4 words. Like a thunderclap. They exploded in the tiny rented room, and echoed in Director Su's ears on the other end of the line. Fat Wang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chen Mo. Open bidding? Has this kid lost his mind? Did he even know what this meant? It meant he was putting Hidden Corner out on the open market, inviting every interested platform and production company to bid. This was nothing short of trampling Star C Video and Director Su's reputation underfoot. More importantly, it amounts to a complete breakdown of relations. If the bidding fails or the price falls short of expectations, they'll face Star C Video's furious retaliation. Silence hung heavy on the line for over 10 seconds. Then came Director Su's voice, cold as ice and gritted with fury. "Chen Mo. Very well. You've got some guts. I hope you don't regret today's decision." Oomph. Snap. The phone was slammed down. The busy tone echoed. Fat Wang grabbed Chen Mo's arm, pacing frantically. "You idiot. Are you out of your mind? 5 million. 5 million right there for the taking. Why did you refuse it? What's this nonsense about a public bidding process? You've pissed off Shanghai. You've pissed off Director Su. He'll come after us for sure." Chen Mo looked at him, his eyes clear and resolute. "Director Wang, do you think 5 million could buy out a script that even old Qin favors?" Fat Wang froze. Can it buy the exclusive rights to a work that might reshape the landscape of Chinese suspense dramas? Chapter 6. What the hell are you yapping about? Wang Fat opened his mouth but couldn't speak. Why is Star C Video so desperate to buy it out? And only offering 5 million? Chen Mo pressed on. "Do you think someone might be pulling the strings behind Director Su?" Fat Wang's pupils contracted sharply. That name flashed through his mind. Zhou Yuan. Given Zhou Yuan's influence in the industry and her hatred for Chen Mo, it was entirely possible she'd orchestrated Star C Video to snap up the exclusive rights to Hidden Corner at a price that seemed astronomical but was actually far below its true value, only to shelve it. Or butcher it. To make this work, which could threaten her position, vanish completely. Realizing this, Wang Fatty instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Staring at the young man before him, youthful yet meticulously thoughtful and exceptionally bold, he suddenly realized how ridiculous his earlier worries had been. "I see." Wang Fatso murmured. "You want to leverage old Qin's reputation to maximize its value?" "Not just that," Chen Mo shook his head. "I want everyone to see exactly how much Hidden Corner is worth. And I want certain people to understand just how laughable her methods of suppressing me truly are." Wang Fat took a deep breath, looked at Chen Mo, and nodded firmly. "All right. Damn it. I'll go crazy with you one more time. Public bidding. Let's do it." Shanghai Video, Director's Office. Director Su slammed his phone onto the desk, his face ashen. Useless. Absolutely useless. Before him stood a trembling subordinate. "You can't even handle this minor task. I told you to make contact early and shower them with money to win them over. What happened? You turned it into an open bidding war. How am I supposed to explain this to Sister Yuan?" Director Su grew angrier the more he thought about it. He had assumed that throwing 5 million at two newcomers with no real connections would have them grateful and compliant. But that kid Chen Mo? Utterly ungrateful. And he had the nerve to publicly humiliate his star C video company. Just then, his personal phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Director Su took a deep breath, his face instantly plastered with a fawning smile. "Hello, Sister Yuan." On the other end of the line, Zhou Yuan's voice came through cold and impatient. "Director Su, how's the matter progressing? Did you secure that trash script?" "Sis Yuan, well, there's been a complication." Director Su replied cautiously. "That kid Chen Mo, he turned down 5 million, saying he wants an open bidding process." "What?" Zhou Yuan's voice shot up, filled with disbelieving fury. "Open bidding? Who does he think he is? A piece of trash I've trampled underfoot. And he dares to demand open bidding? What the hell is this National College Student Film Festival? They're promoting this trash film?" Zhou Yuan trembled with rage. She had thought that by blocking Spark Video's view counts and having Director Su step in to buy out the rights at a low price and shelve it, she could crush Chen Mo completely. But then this National College Student Film Festival came out of nowhere? No problem. Now, Chen Mo was going public with a bidding war to make a huge spectacle of the whole thing. This was a direct slap in her face. "Sis Yuan, please don't get angry." Director Su hurriedly tried to placate her. "An open bidding isn't a big deal. When the time comes, our star C." "Shut up." Zhou Yuan snapped, cutting him off. "Bidding? I won't even give him the chance to bid." A flash of ruthlessness flickered in her eyes. After hanging up, Zhou Yuan immediately posted a Weibo update from her verified account. Zhou Yuan v. So now the film industry is copying fan club tactics? Can data manipulation really be this blatant? A 10-minute short filmed on a phone gets hyped as a masterpiece? Marketing has no limits these days. Keep your eyes open, everyone, don't be fooled by fake metrics and paid commenters. The post didn't name names. But when paired with the trending hashtag this is true suspense, the short film corner, and news of Qin Zhenchuan's endorsement, everyone could tell exactly who she was taking a dig at. Who is Zhou Yuan? She skyrocketed to fame by slandering Chen Mo, becoming a top-tier superstar with tens of millions of fans. The moment she posted this Weibo, it instantly exploded across the internet. Countless fans flooded Chen Mo and Wang Pangzi's Weibo accounts, as well as every discussion about the corner. Yuan is absolutely right. Nowadays, even nobodies can buy their way onto trending topics. How good could a plagiarist's work possibly be? It's definitely fake data. My heart aches for Yuan. First she gets plagiarized by this scum, now she has to endure his paid trolls. Boycott data manipulation. Boycott disgraced artist Chen Mo. Get corner out of the entertainment industry. Vile language, curses, and insults flooded the internet. The public opinion that had just shifted seemed poised to be violently reversed. Wang Fatty trembled with rage as he stared at the vile comments on his phone. These brainless fans. And that venomous Zhou Yuan. It's disgusting. He turned to Chen Mo. What should we do? Should we respond? Chen Mo's expression remained calm, though his eyes grew cold. He hadn't expected Zhou Yuan to resort to such underhanded tactics, directly inciting her fans to launch a cyberbullying campaign. Just then, something utterly jaw-dropping happened online. Qin Zhenchuan, the industry titan who rarely used social media, his account managed year-round by assistants, only occasionally reposting official film festival updates. What actually? Personally. Shared the 10-minute teaser link for the corner. And paired it with a comment that was extremely brief, yet carried the weight of a mountain. Qin Zhenchuan v. A narrative structure worthy of study by all screenwriters. No heated rebuttal. No angry retorts. Only a single, authoritative, indisputable assessment from a professional perspective. In an instant, the entire Weibo platform seemed to hit pause. All the Zhou Yuan fans who had been viciously attacking Chen Mo in the corner were left speechless. All the bystanders watching the drama unfold were stunned. Everyone in the entertainment industry sucked in a sharp breath. Qin Zhenchuan. Who is this big shot? He actually stepped in personally to endorse this short film. In such a direct manner, he reaffirmed his endorsement of the corner. And what's more, he's doing it from the most core professional perspective of screenwriting, the narrative structure. This is no ordinary endorsement. It's an official stamp of approval. This is an authoritative endorsement. Zhou Yuan's Weibo post insinuating data fabrication and marketing hype pales in comparison to this retweeted looks utterly feeble and laughable. This is what true dimension-lowering strike. A slap in the face. A blatant slap in the face. Zhou Yuan's face is swollen from the blow. Her fans fell silent. Online, all the previous doubts and insults vanished without a trace. Instead, an even more intense wave of praise for the corner and mockery for Zhou Yuan swept through. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. The real deal came down to slap herself in the face. Sis Yuan's move just slapped her own face raw. All screenwriters should study this. The weight of Mr. Qin's words, wow. So who's really doing the marketing and who's the trash? Chen Mo is awesome. The corner is awesome. Inside the rental apartment, Wang Fatso stared at his phone screen, tears of excitement welling up in his eyes. Well done. Old Master Qin is awesome. That's so damn satisfying. Chen Mo exhaled deeply, a faint smile finally curving his lips. This battle. A complete and utter victory. And just then, that cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have garnered widespread attention, shifted public opinion, and completed the phased objective. System reward, brain enhancement potion, boosts neural cell vitality. Main quest unlocked. Mission name, make a splash. Objective, within 1 week, create a work that surpasses 10 million views on a mainstream platform system approved. Reward, green skill card. 1 week. 10 million views. This green skill card. It's clearly no ordinary item. Chapter 7, is this ever going to end? Don't come begging me later. In the rented room, Wang Fat rubbed his hands together. The excitement hadn't fully faded from his face, but his eyes now held a new layer of uncertainty about the future. Chen Mo, this public bidding, it's blown way out of proportion. My heart's racing. Chen Mo gazed out the window at the city's relentless clamor. The system's voice still echoed in his mind. 1 week, 10 million views. It wasn't just pressure, it was fuel. Director Wang, once the arrow leaves the bow, there's no turning back. Chen Mo's voice was soft, yet it carried an unwavering resolve. We have no way out. It's either soar to the heavens or plunge into eternal ruin. Fat Wang took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Damn it, let's do it. I've never felt this exhilarated in my life. But how exactly do we pull off this public bidding thing you mentioned? We don't have a company or any formal procedures. Chen Mo smiled faintly. I've already figured that out. I'll announce the public bidding under the name Chen Mo Studio simultaneously on my Weibo account and through the College Student Film Festival Organizing Committee. The notice will specify the bidding time and location, along with our preliminary concepts and requirements for the sequel development of Hidden Corner. The date is set for 3 days from now. The location will use the temporary meeting room provided by the College Student Film Festival. It'll be a way to ride their coattails. Wang Fat smacked his lips. Alright, you're full of ideas, kid. So we'll just sit back and wait for all the big shots to come knocking? Chen Mo nodded. Exactly. Wait for them to make their offers. His gaze grew deep. The public auction wasn't just about the money. It was about reputation. To completely wash away the stigma from the original creator, to let Hidden Corner stand before the world in its proudest form. After Qin Zhenchuan reposted it, Chen Mo's Weibo account saw a surge in followers. When he formally announced the open bidding for the Hidden Corner project under the name Chen Mo Studio, the entire internet erupted once more. Holy crap! An open bidding? This guy means business. Impressive. A recent college grad daring to challenge major platforms? The 10-minute teaser for Hidden Corner was stunning, but whether it can maintain that quality remains to be seen. Isn't he afraid of crashing and burning with such high-profile moves? What the hell do you know, upstairs? Even old Qin gave it a thumbs up. How could this film be bad? I'll bet 50 cents it's an absolute smash hit. Ha, looks like he's gone mad for money. Think he's some big shot now? Exactly. A newcomer should be scrambling to latch onto a major platform instead of holding an open bidding war. Just waiting to get screwed over. Sitting tight for the auction to fail. Let's see how they clean this up. Mockery, skepticism, anticipation, all these voices intertwined. The topic Chen Mo's public bidding rapidly climbed to the top of trending charts across major platforms. Traffic surged once more. Countless eyes turned to this obscure Chen Mo studio, fixated on the bidding event 3 days hence. Inside Zhou Yuan's luxurious apartment, Zhou Yuan slammed her tablet onto the plush wool carpet. Public bidding? How dare he? What gives him the right? Her chest heaved violently, her flawless makeup unable to conceal the twisted expression on her face. Qin Zhenchuan's personal intervention had already caught her off guard, leaving her utterly humiliated. Now, Chen Mo, whom she had regarded as insignificant, was actually using this method to expose the true value of Hidden Corner to the world. Wasn't this like repeatedly slapping her in the face? Director Su stood beside her, holding her breath, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Sis Yuan, please calm down. This Chen Mo is indeed a bit strange. Uncanny? Zhou Yuan scoffed coldly. He's just riding on the coattails of that old fool Qin Zhenchuan. And that university film festival? What a piece of junk. How dare they oppose me? A flash of viciousness flickered in her eyes. An open bidding process, huh? Fine. I'll make sure he starts in style and ends in disgrace. Zhou Yuan turned to Director Su, her voice icy. Director Su, Star C Video will be participating in this bidding as well. Director Su froze. Sister Yuan, what do you mean? I want you to do whatever it takes to drive the price up until it collapses. Zhou Yuan gritted her teeth. I'm not telling you to bid high. I want everyone to believe that this hidden corner isn't worth a dime. That it's a huge risk. I want to scare off any platform hoping to snatch it up cheap. Director Su immediately grasped Zhou Yuan's plan. This was about using capital power to smear Chen Mo in the hidden corner at the bidding conference, creating negative publicity to drive down everyone's expectations. Sis Yuan, rest assured. I know exactly what to do. Director Su hastily pledged his loyalty. We at Starcy can casually leak so-called internal assessments highlighting massive risks in this project's development like content sensitivity, an unstable new team, and questionable market acceptance. Zhou Yuan nodded with satisfaction. That's not all. I want you to leverage all your connections and reach out to several other major platforms. Give them a friendly heads up. Tell them this Chen Mo is ungrateful, demanding exorbitant terms, and has questionable character. Partnering with someone like him could backfire. At the same time, the negative online buzz must not stop. Hire trolls to bash him relentlessly. Say Corner's demo is a flash in the pan, the sequel will definitely be a flop. Claim Chen Mo has run out of ideas, he thinks one short film will catapult him to stardom? Pure delusion. In short, I want everyone to believe that investing in Hidden Corner is like jumping into a pit of fire. Director Su listened with his heart pounding, yet his face betrayed not a hint of hesitation. Yes, Sister Yuan. I'll handle it immediately. Zhou Yuan stared out the window at the nightscape, her eyes dark and menacing. Chen Mo, you think an open bidding war will save you? I'll make sure you crash and burn. You're still too green to take me on. Over the next 3 days, online discussions about Hidden Corner in Chen Mo began to quietly shift. Although Qin Zhenchuan's strong endorsement kept many optimistic, skepticism and pessimistic voices also emerged in droves. Let's be rational. While the teaser for the Hidden Corner is stunning, the limitations of mobile phone filming are too great. Can the visual quality be maintained when it's expanded into a full-length series? I heard Chen Mo cross Star C video. Will other platforms hesitate to pick it up? Isn't the script's subject matter a bit too dark? Passing censorship is already a question. A new director and a new screenwriter? Too risky. I'll wait and see. Various so-called industry analyses and insider leaks began circulating online. Anyone with eyes could see this was deliberate behind-the-scenes manipulation to suppress Hidden Corner's value. Wang Fatty watched the news with growing anxiety. Chen Mo, these bastards are too vicious. It's definitely that poisonous Zhou Yuan stirring up trouble. So many platforms that showed interest before are now holding back. Chen Mo's expression darkened, but he remained composed. We'll meet force with force and water with earth. The more they act like this, the more it shows they're nervous. We just need to focus on our own work and wait for the bidding session to begin. He knew this would be another tough battle. Chapter 8, trying to suppress me? Sorry, it won't work. 3 days later. The atmosphere in the small meeting room provided by the National College Student Film Festival Organizing Committee was tense and oppressive. Chen Mo and Wang Fatty sat at the head table. Below the stage, representatives from a handful of film companies and video platforms sat sparsely. Their numbers were far fewer than anticipated. Moreover, several major platforms that had explicitly promised to send high-level executives either dispatched low-level staff as a token gesture or simply failed to show up. Director Su from Star C Video did show up, but he sat in the corner, wearing a faintly mocking smile, clearly there to watch the spectacle. Wang Fatty's palms were drenched in sweat. He could feel the representatives scrutinizing, skeptical, and even slightly contemptuous gazes. Zhou Yuan's tactics had worked. The negative publicity had successfully lowered the bidding expectations of major platforms for Hidden Corner. Chen Mo cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend Chen Mo Studios' public bidding session for the project The Hidden Corner. His voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly throughout the conference room. Regarding the potential of Hidden Corner, I believe everyone has seen the sample footage and Professor Qin Zhenchuan's evaluation, so you all have your own judgments. Today, we won't discuss abstractions. We'll focus solely on collaboration and pricing. For the Hidden Corner project, we are offering the subsequent film and television adaptation rights, including web series, feature films, and more. Our studio will serve as the primary creative team involved in production. Starting bid, 1 million. Chen Mo stated the floor price directly. For a project endorsed by Mr. Qin, this price was actually quite low. Yet the atmosphere in the room remained somewhat subdued. Representatives from several smaller companies whispered among themselves, their eyes darting as they weighed the pros and cons. 1,100,000. A middle-aged man wearing glasses raised his bid card. He represented a small to medium-sized film production company. 1,200,000. Another company immediately followed suit. The bidding began to rise slowly. 1,500,000. 1,800,000. 2 million. Wang Fatty's heart eased slightly, at least it hadn't gone unsold. But this price was still far below their expectations. Director Su's lips curled into a mocking smile as he shook his head lightly. The bidding continued to climb steadily. 3 million. 3,200,000. 3,500,000. When the price reached 4 million, the room suddenly fell silent. The companies that had been bidding earlier hesitated, no longer raising their paddles. 4 million. This seemed to become a hurdle. The negative publicity lingered like a thorn in the side of every potential investor. Risk. The unknown. Chen Mo's heart sank. Fat Wang was sweating profusely, his lips trembling. Could it be that Zhou Yuan would truly succeed? In the corner of the conference room, Director Su witnessed the scene and wore an unabashedly satisfied grin. Heh, Chen Mo, see this? This is what happens to those who don't know a good thing when it comes alone. Director Su sneered inwardly. 4 million? That's not even close to the 5 million we at Star C offered back then. And you still want to go public with the bidding? What a humiliating move. At this moment, Zhou Yuan was probably watching Chen Mo's embarrassment on the other end of the screen. She must have felt certain of her victory. Chen Mo's fist clenched silently. Could this truly be the end of the road? Just then, a clear voice, yet carrying an undeniable authority, rang out from the conference room door. 10 million. Whoosh. Every pair of eyes turned toward the doorway in unison. A young woman dressed impeccably and radiating efficiency glided in, surrounded by a group of people. A professional smile graced her face. 10 million. That figure stunned everyone present. From 4 million to 10 million in one leap? Who is this? Are they out of their minds? Fat Wan's eyes widened in shock. He rubbed his ears hard, doubting his own ears. Director Su's smile froze instantly. The phone in his hand clattered to the floor. He stared at the woman by the door in utter disbelief, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. The entire internet erupted in an instant, completely boiling over because of this suddenly inserted livestream. Holy! 10 million! Did I hear that right? Jumping straight from 4 million to 10 million. That's so bold. What a twist! Love it! Zhou Yuan and Xinghai's faces are probably about to swell up. Chen Mo was stunned too. He watched the woman stride toward him, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He didn't recognize her. But this 10 million yuan bid was undoubtedly a godsend and a decisive move. In that instant, all the gloom seemed to vanish completely at the sound of that bid. Ma'am, are you certain you're bidding 10 million? The festival staff member conducting the auction could barely contain the tremor in his voice. In his years of experience, he had never witnessed such a dramatic turn of events. The woman nodded slightly, her voice clear and resolute. I confirm it. 10 million yuan for the exclusive rights to all future film and television adaptations of Hidden Corner, to be co-produced with Chen Mo Studio. Her gaze swept lightly over Chen Mo. Wang Fatso's jaw dropped. He pinched his thigh hard. Ouch, that hurts. This wasn't a dream. It was real. 10 million. He trembled with excitement, his face flushed crimson. In the corner, Director Su's face turned deathly pale. The shattering sound of the phone screen echoed jarringly in the silent conference room. He froze, unable to decide whether to pick it up or not. How could this be? How could someone offer such a high price? And jumped straight from 4 million to 10 million. This made no sense whatsoever. What about all the negative publicity? What about the risk assessments? Could this woman be Little Cutie? Representatives from the other companies exchanged stunned glances, their faces frozen in disbelief. They had assumed 4 million was the absolute ceiling, only to have a complete dark horse emerge out of nowhere and shatter all expectations. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Aha! 10 million. I'm bowing down to you, streamer. What kind of divine twist is this? Who is this sister? So badass. Her aura is 2 meters 8. From 4 million to 10 million. Zhou Baopi and Xinghai's faces must be as red as pigs' heads now. I declare this the most thrilling livestream I've seen this year. Hands down. Chen Mo is amazing. The Hidden Corner is amazing. Give me this lady's contact info. I want to have her babies. Chen Mo was a bit taken aback. He glanced at the woman by the door, her gaze calm and unruffled. He had never seen this person before. But this 10 million yuan had undoubtedly pulled him and Hidden Corner back from the brink of disaster. It was also a resounding slap in the face to Zhou Yuan and all those who had written him off. He took a deep breath, calming his slightly agitated emotions. Alright, 10 million. Any higher bids? Chen Mo's voice had regained its calm, yet it carried a hint of excitement he couldn't quite hide. The room fell deathly silent. The 10 million price tag had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Director Su's lips trembled, wanting to speak but unable to utter a single word. He knew the game was up. Zhou Yuan's plan had utterly failed. 10 million, going once. 10 million for the second time. The festival staff called out loudly, scanning the entire room. No response. 10 million for the third time. Sold. Chapter 9. Hey, kid, when did you hook up with the Oscar winner? Congratulations to this lady and the company she represents for successfully winning the bid for the project The Hidden Corner. Bang! The auction hammer fell, sealing the deal. After a brief silence in the conference room, sparse applause erupted. More eyes, however, fixed on Chen Mo and the mysterious woman with complex expressions. In Zhou Yuan's luxurious apartment. Crash. Another expensive antique vase crashed to the floor, smashed to pieces by Zhou Yuan's furious blow. 10 million. How dare she? Who does she think she is? Zhou Yuan's hair was disheveled, her face contorted in fury. Her eyes locked onto the screen, fixated on the woman smiling as she shook hands with Chen Mo. Find out. Find out immediately who this woman is. Which company is backing her? I'll make her understand what happens when you cross Zhou Yuan. Director Su's call came through, trembling with fear. Yuan. Sister Yuan, the bidding has ended. Of course. I'm not blind. Zhou Yuan roared. Who the hell is that woman who bid 10 million? Director Su wiped cold sweat from his brow, his voice trembling. Sis Yuan, we've found some leads. It's a new company called Qinghua Film Television, registered just last month. Its registered capital is only 1 million. What? Zhou Yuan shrieked, her voice piercing. A new company with a registered capital of just 1 million dares to splash out 10 million for the adaptation rights to a web series? Do you take me for a fool? Where did they get the money? There's definitely someone backing them. Keep digging. Turn their entire background upside down. Some Thai little company dares to compete with me? I'll make them lose every penny. They'll pay back every cent with interest. Madness and venom flashed in Zhou Yuan's eyes. She would never tolerate anyone challenging her authority, let alone that bastard Chen Mo stepping over her to climb the ladder. Chen Mo, and that foolhardy woman, you two just wait. This show has only just begun. The bidding session concluded. Fat Wang slung his arm around Chen Mo's shoulder and slapped it hard. Chen Mo. You bastard. You're a ing genius. 10 million. A full 10 million. In my entire life, old Wang here never even dreamed of such a figure. Ha 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 ha. That's so satisfying. That Zhou Yuan and those bastards from Shanghai must be green with envy. Fat Wang laughed until tears nearly streamed from his eyes. From being ignored to getting blacklisted, then staging a comeback from the brink, and finally pulling off an upset victory. This thrill was more exhilarating than riding a roller coaster. Chen Mo's face also wore a relaxed smile. 10 million yuan not only solved the immediate crisis, but more importantly, it fired the first shot for Chen Mo's studio. It was also a powerful counterpunch against Zhou Yuan's slander and suppression. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Chen Mo's mind once more. Ding! Phased mission public bidding, sensational debut completed. Task evaluation S rank far exceeding expectations. Green skill card reward being issued. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill card, Insight into Human Hearts Basic. Insight into Human Hearts Basic, host can preliminarily perceive subtle shifts in others' emotional fluctuations and true intentions, possessing some ability to discern lies. Chen Mo's heart stirred. Insight into human hearts? This skill is remarkably practical. Whether crafting scripts or navigating interpersonal dynamics, it would prove invaluable. It seemed the system acknowledged his daring move in the public bidding. Fat Wang was still gesticulating wildly beside him. Chen Mo, what do you think that female boss is after? Spending 10 million on our... Sure, our film is good, but this price is just too. Wang Fat calmed down a bit, then started muttering to himself again. Could she be just rich and clueless? Chen Mo shook his head. Someone who can pull out that kind of money can't be a naive little thing. She must have her reasons. Just then, Wang Fatso's phone rang. He fumbled for it, only to see an unfamiliar number. Hello? Who is this? A crisp female voice came from the other end. It was the woman from the bidding session earlier. Is this Director Wang Yi? I'm the representative from Qinghua Film and Television. My surname is Qin. Upon hearing this, Wang Pangzi immediately stood up straight, his face breaking into a smile. Ah! Ms. Qin. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for your company's support earlier. It was truly a lifesaver. Ms. Qin's voice remained professional. Director Wang, you're too kind. Just call me Secretary Qin. We truly believe in the potential of Hidden Corner. Our CEO Lin would like to invite you and Mr. Chen Mo to a casual lunch to discuss future collaboration in detail. Would either of you be available? We're free. We're free. Absolutely free. Fat One eagerly agreed. Mr. Lin? Wang Fat paused, taken aback. Is that your company's boss? Yes. Secretary Qin replied. Our CEO's full name is Lin Wanqiu. Lin Wanqiu? Wang Fatty repeated the name, suddenly feeling it sounded familiar. Shanghai Pictures? Lin Wanqiu. A flash of recognition lit up his mind. His eyes widened abruptly as he exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Wanqiu. That's the Academy Award-winning actress Lin Wanqiu. Secretary Qin chuckled softly on the other end of the line. It seems Director Wang is also acquainted with our CEO Lin. I'll send the address to your phone. See you in half an hour, no exceptions. With that, the other party hung up decisively. Fat Wang clutched his phone, completely dumbfounded. Chen Mo. He stammered, turning to Chen Mo with a look more shocked than if he'd seen a ghost. That Secretary Qin just said, their boss, is Lin Wanqiu. The Academy Award-winning actress Lin Wanqiu. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Lin Wanqiu? He knew that name, of course. The youngest triple award-winning actress in the Chinese film industry, a top-tier star with immense popularity, renowned for both her acting prowess and beauty. Why would she suddenly establish a film company and invest heavily in acquiring the rights to Hidden Corner? Wang Fatty snapped back to reality, only to be overcome by worry once more. Holy crap, it's Lin Wanqiu. She's such a big shot, why would she even look at our little crappy project? Qinghua Pictures? Never heard of it. Could it be some fly-by-night operation she set up on a whim? A small production company run by an Academy Award-winning actress. Is this even legitimate? They're spending so much money, will we have any say in future collaborations? What if they just want to ride the wave of Hidden Corner's popularity and then kick us to the curb? Wang Pangzi's joy was significantly dampened by the sudden turn of events, replaced by a deep sense of unease. Collaborating with big stars sounded glamorous, but the waters ran deep. Chen Mo patted his shoulder. Director Wang, don't scare yourself. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. If it's not, there's no escaping it. Since she's already made an offer and specifically requested to meet us, we should go see her. Let's see what this Oscar-winning actress is really up to. Chapter 10, Lin Wanqiu. Chen Mo's gaze grew intense. He couldn't shake the feeling that things weren't as straightforward as they seemed. This Lin Wanqiu was definitely not acting on a whim. Half an hour later. Jinjian Hotel. A venerable five-star hotel renowned throughout Shanghai for its classical elegance and top-tier private dining. Only the wealthy or influential could secure a private room here. Wang Fat stood in the gilded lobby, feeling somewhat at a loss. This was his first time ever stepping foot in such an upscale establishment. Goodness, this carpet feels like walking on cotton. And that chandelier must be worth a fortune, huh? Fat Wan looked around in awe. Chen Mo, however, appeared far more composed. He surveyed the surroundings, silently nodding to himself. It seemed this Lin Wanqiu truly possessed considerable wealth. Secretary Qin had been waiting at the door. Spotting the two men, she approached with a smile. Director Wang, Mr. Chen, this way please. President Lin is already waiting in the private room. Guided by Secretary Qin, they traversed an elegant corridor and arrived at the door of a private room named Peony Pavilion. Secretary Qin knocked lightly before opening the door. Mr. Lin, Director Wang and Mr. Chen have arrived. Inside the private room, soft lighting bathed the space. Seated alone at a large round rosewood table was a woman. She wore a simple white dress, her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders. Her face, free of makeup, remained breathtakingly beautiful. It was none other than the reigning leading lady, Lin Wanqiu. At this moment, she shed the dazzling radiance of the silver screen, instead radiating a gentle, neighborly charm reminiscent of an older sister. Yet her innate star power remained undeniable, commanding respect. The moment Wang Fatty laid eyes on Lin Wanqiu, he froze solid. His eyes widened to the size of saucers, his mouth hanging slightly open. Lin. He stammered Lin repeatedly, unable to form a complete sentence. That was Lin Wanqiu. In the flesh. She was 10,000 times more stunning in person than on TV. He never dreamed he'd one day share a meal with a goddess of this caliber. Thrilled. Absolutely thrilled. Chen Mo's gaze lingered on Lin Wanqiu for a moment too. She was truly beautiful. Moreover, her gaze was pure and clear, devoid of the restlessness and calculation often seen in the entertainment industry. This surprised him somewhat. Director Wang, Chen Mo, please have a seat. Lin Wanqiu stood up and spoke proactively. Her gaze first politely swept over the portly Wang before settling on Chen Mo. When she met Chen Mo's calm, unruffled gaze even tinged with a hint of inquiry, a fleeting, barely perceptible surprise flickered in Lin Wanqiu's beautiful eyes. She had seen countless men. Some lusted after her beauty, others fawned over her fame, and still others revered her status. But a young man like Chen Mo, who remained so composed and neither servile nor arrogant in her presence, was rare indeed. Especially considering he was merely a recent college graduate. This Chen Mo was intriguing. Wang Fatty finally snapped out of his daze, scrambling to pull out a chair and nearly tripping over himself in the process. Teacher Lin. Hello? He stammered excitedly, his face flushed red like a boiled shrimp. Chen Mo spoke calmly. Miss Lin, hello. He didn't address her as Teacher Lin or the leading actress, but simply as Miss Lin. It conveyed respect without sounding overly familiar or fawning. This address made Lin Wanqiu glance at Chen Mo once more. A barely perceptible curve lifted the corners of her mouth. This young man was indeed extraordinary. His character alone far surpassed that of his peers. It seemed the 10 million yuan had been well spent. Lin Wanqiu raised her hand lightly, signaling for the two to relax. Director Wang, screenwriter Chen, no need to be so formal. Sit down. Her voice was gentle, carrying an innate soothing power. Only then did Fat Wang snap out of his daze, hastily sitting down in the chair beside Chen Mo. He sat up straight, hands resting neatly on his knees. Chen Mo, meanwhile, settled into his seat with ease, his gaze calmly meeting Lin Wanqiu's. Secretary Qin approached at just the right moment, skillfully and gracefully pouring fragrant tea for all three, clearly a well-trained professional. The fragrance of tea wafted through the air, filling the antique-style private room. Lin Wanqiu lifted her teacup and took a small sip. Setting the cup down, she fixed her gaze on Chen Mo and got straight to the point. Mr. Chen, I know you must have many questions right now. Why me? Why Qinghe Pictures? Why 10 million? Her speech was measured, yet every word rang clear in Chen Mo and Wang Pangzi's ears. Chen Mo remained silent, simply watching Lin Wanqiu as he waited for her to continue. He knew what the Academy Award-winning actress was about to say would be the crucial part. Lin Wanqiu smiled faintly and continued. To be honest, before the bidding meeting, I knew nothing about you or Hidden Corner. It was Mr. Qin who recommended your sample footage to me. Wang Fatso's eyes lit up. Mr. Qin? Could it be Mr. Qin Zhenchuan? The industry heavyweight who championed their pilot and spoke up for them on Weibo? Lin Wanqiu nodded, confirming his guess. That's right, it was Mr. Qin Zhenchuan. It's rare for Mr. Qin to recommend a newcomer's project to me with such solemnity. He said your script has soul. He said your demo reel, though rough, is bursting with vitality. He also said this young man has boundless potential. Qin Zhenchuan. Qin Zhenchuan again. Wang Fatso's heart surged with excitement. This big shot was truly their benefactor. Chen Mo felt a stir within him too. Though they had never met, Qin Zhenchuan had gone out of his way to assist him. He took note of this favor. Lin Wanqiu continued, so, I reviewed your sample footage. Once, twice, 3 times. I have to admit, old Qin didn't misjudge you. Those 10 minutes were shot with such simplicity, one might even say extreme simplicity. But the cinematography, the actor direction, and especially the tension inherent in the story itself, all of it surprised me in the best way. Especially that meaningful pause at the end of your rough cut. It sends chills down your spine, yet compels you to uncover the truth. This is a good story, a truly good story. Lin Wanqiu's tone carried admiration. As for why I offered 10 million. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Chen Mo once more, tinged with a hint of inquiry. Partly, it's because I trust old Qin's judgment. The other part is because I see the potential in this drama, and... She didn't finish her sentence, but the implication in her eyes was unmistakable. Wang Fatso listened beside her, his blood boiling. Being praised by the Academy Award-winning actress herself. This was the pinnacle of life. He looked at Chen Mo, his eyes brimming with admiration. Chen Mo knew Lin Wanqiu hadn't finished speaking. A top-tier actress, someone bold enough to invest tens of millions into a new company, would never make such a monumental decision based solely on someone's recommendation and a 10-minute sample reel. She must have deeper considerations. The atmosphere in the private room eased slightly thanks to Lin Wanqiu's candor. Yet an intangible tension still hung in the air. Lin Wanqiu lifted her teacup and took another sip. Her profile was sharply defined under the soft lighting. As the youngest triple award-winning actress in the Chinese film industry, Lin Wanqiu's name was already household. Her acting prowess was unquestionable, having brought countless iconic characters to life. Whether playing an innocent, charming girl next door or a cunning, manipulative villain, she commanded each role with effortless ease. Her popularity was immense, and her commercial value remained firmly at the top tier. Yet, what few know is that beneath the glory lies hidden anxiety. After reaching the pinnacle, breaking through becomes an uphill battle. In recent years, while her roles continue to receive acclaim, they have largely remained within her comfort zone. She lacks a truly groundbreaking work that could once again astonish audiences and cement her artistic legacy. The halo of an Academy Award winner shines brightly, yet it may also be an invisible shackle. She needs a new challenge. An opportunity to shatter her established image and showcase the full spectrum of her acting potential. Establishing Qinghe Pictures and personally stepping into investment is precisely her first step toward breaking through. Chapter 11, What the hell is going through your mind? And then came the Hidden Corner, a work tackling sensitive themes, steeped in dark tones, and brimming with profound explorations of human nature which happened to catch your eye. Beneath Lin Wanqiu's seemingly calm gaze, currents swirled beneath the surface. At that moment, the peculiar sensation belonging to insight into human heart's basic resurfaced in Chen Mo's mind. It wasn't some mystical vision, but rather an intuition amplified to its limit. He could clearly sense that beneath the gentle smile of the actress across from him lay a fierce ambition and a burning desire to break through in her career. Her choice of the Hidden Corner stemmed from more than just the story's appeal. She saw the potential it held to elevate her career. This was not merely a commercial investment. It was a gamble, a personal challenge, staking her reputation as an Academy Award-winning actress. Chen Mo understood this fully. He lifted his eyes to meet Lin Wanqiu's gaze. This time, his gaze held more than just calmness, it carried a newfound understanding and unwavering certainty.
Miss Lin.
Chen Mo spoke, his voice not loud but clear and forceful.
What you need isn't just a good story. What you need is a role, or rather, a work that allows you to shed your preconceived labels and prove the depth and breadth of your acting talent. The darkness, complexity, and profound exploration of human nature in Hidden Corner perfectly meet your needs. This 10 million isn't just for the script, it's an investment in elevating your career to new heights. So this isn't an impulse buy, it's a carefully considered, high-risk, high-reward investment. Every word Chen Mo spoke struck a chord deep within Lin Wanqiu's heart. Wang Pangzi stood beside them, his eyes wide with astonishment. His mouth hung open as he glanced between Chen Mo and Lin Wanqiu, his mind going completely blank. That kid Chen Mo. Had he lost his mind? How dare he say such things in front of the leading actress? This wasn't mere speculation, it was outright dissection. He'd laid bare the deepest thoughts in the Academy Award winner's heart. This was practically suicide. Fat Wang had already begun imagining the next moment, Lin Wanqiu exploding in fury, storming out, and their 10 million yuan going down the drain. Secretary Qin, standing nearby, maintained her professional smile throughout, but for the first time, a noticeable crack appeared on her face. Her grip on the water jug tightened unconsciously. Having worked alongside Lin Wanqiu for years, she knew this Oscar-winning actress, though gentle in appearance, possessed an immense pride and fiercely guarded her privacy. Chen Mo's words had undoubtedly struck at the very core of her sensitivities. How reckless. Too precise. The air inside the private room froze solid at that moment. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Wanqiu didn't get angry. Her eyes merely widened slightly, her clear gaze brimming with unmasked astonishment. She stared intently at Chen Mo for several full seconds. The tension in Lin Wanqiu's expression suddenly relaxed. Then, a smile far more genuine and radiant than before blossomed across her face. Put. She couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Chen Mo. She uttered the name again, her tone brimming with the delight of discovering a new toy. You're quite interesting, aren't you? She shook her head. I've met many intelligent people, and I've met many talented people. But you're the first one who could see through my thoughts so clearly on our very first meeting. Her smile held admiration, astonishment, and even a hint of the thrill of meeting a worthy opponent. Wang the Fatso was dumbfounded. Secretary Qin was also stunned. What was going on? Not angry? She's actually smiling? The way the leading actress thinks is truly beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. Lin Wanqiu gazed at Chen Mo with a warm smile. Fine. She replied crisply. Based on your discernment and your courage. I believe in you. I believe you can make Hidden Corner a success. I believe you can bring surprises to me and to Qinghe Pictures. Her tone brimmed with unquestionable trust. This sudden trust made Wang Fei feel like he was dreaming. Happiness had come too suddenly. Chen Mo's heart also relaxed slightly. He had made the right bet. This Academy Award-winning actress was truly extraordinary. She possessed ambition and the poise to match it. Lin Wanqiu leaned forward slightly, observing Chen Mo with keen interest. Since you understand my needs so well, then, Mr. Chen, the great screenwriter. She deliberately emphasized the word great with a hint of teasing. What specific ideas do you have for this drama? How do you plan to shoot it? What's the core concept? Especially, if you were casting, what kind of actors do you think could truly embody the soul of this show? Her questions came one after another. Seemingly casual, they were actually probing Chen Mo's professional competence and grasp of the project. After all, 10 million yuan was no small sum. Trust is one thing, but ultimately, it comes down to proven ability. Wang Fatty stood nearby, silently sweating bullets. This was the Academy Award-winning actress personally posing the questions. If he didn't answer well, the goodwill he just built up could collapse in an instant. He nervously glanced at Chen Mo. But Chen Mo remained as calm and composed as ever. After a moment's thought, Chen Mo spoke without hesitation. Miss Lin, since you've asked, I'll be straightforward. The core of Hidden Corner lies in authenticity and detail. It's not merely a simple suspense drama, but a realist work that explores the subtleties of human nature, delving into issues of family origins and societal problems. Therefore, in terms of filming techniques, we must discard all flashy, superficial showmanship. We pursued a documentary-like feel, a slice-of-life approach. The camera must remain cool and restrained, like a silent observer documenting each character's struggles and choices. Chen Mo's voice was not loud, yet it carried an unquestionable professionalism and confidence. As for casting, he paused, his gaze shifting to Lin Wanqiu, his eyes sharp. This drama doesn't need popular stars. What it needs are genuine actors who can truly immerse themselves, delve into the character, and become one with it. Take the central role of Zhang Dongsheng, for example. He appears refined and scholarly, a model teacher and husband in others' eyes. But deep inside, years of suppression and humiliation have sown seeds of darkness. He isn't a one-dimensional villain. He has his pitiable aspects, and in certain moments, he can even evoke empathy from the audience. Yet his evil is so shocking, so bone-chillingly cold. This complexity and layered nature demand an extraordinary level of skill from the actor. Every glance, every micro-expression, even the rhythm of a single breath must be precisely executed. Chen Mo spoke eloquently, laying bare his understanding of the script and the character without reservation. His speech was measured, yet his logic was clear and his reasoning well-structured. Each point he made cut straight to the heart of the matter. Wang Pangzi listened beside him, utterly dumbfounded. Though he was a director, his role was more focused on the execution side. This was the first time he'd ever seen someone like Chen Mo analyze everything so thoroughly and deeply, from the script's concept and filming style to character psychology and actor selection. This kid, just how much knowledge is crammed into his head? Chapter 12, Boycotting the Hidden Corner? Secretary Qin's expression grew even more astonished. Her initial wariness had evolved into astonishment, and now her eyes held clear admiration and approval. As Lin Wanqiu's agent, she had encountered countless screenwriters and directors. Some were all talk, some pretended to be profound, and some were exceptionally talented. But someone like Chen Mo, so young yet possessing such seasoned insight and profound understanding, was utterly unique. He wasn't merely discussing a script. He was building a world. A world of light and shadow, real, brutal, yet utterly captivating. Lin Wanqiu listened quietly the entire time, never interrupting. Her eyes grew brighter and brighter. From initial admiration to later focus, and now it could almost be described as awe-inspiring. What Chen Mo described was precisely the vision she had cherished deep within her heart, the very essence of what she hoped this drama would be. Authentic. Profound. Straight to the heart. This young man not only saw through her thoughts, he truly understood the soul of this drama. He knew how to transform words into the most powerful visuals. When Chen Mo uttered the final word, the private room fell into a brief silence. Only the steam continued to rise gently from the teacups. Lin Wanqiu gazed at Chen Mo, her beautiful eyes sparkling with an indescribable light. She knew this time, she might have truly struck gold. This young man named Chen Mo might just be the breakthrough she's been longing for. 10 million. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. The next day, the Hidden Corner production team officially commenced filming in a slightly dilapidated neighborhood garden. No grand ceremony. No media. Not even a proper production sign. Everything was kept simple. But that didn't mean it was half-hearted. Wang Pangzi, aka Director Wang Yi, had shed his usual goofy grin, his expression now intensely focused. He wore a faded old t-shirt, a towel draped around his neck, and held a polished megaphone in his hand. All departments, attention. Ready. Move the lights a bit more to the left. Yes. Right there. Props department. Shoot Xiaoyang's backpack. Make it look older. It needs to show signs of wear. Actors, take your positions. Young actor, remember what I said, your eyes. Your eyes need to tell the story. Wang Pangzi's voice echoed through the modestly sized filming space. He darted behind the monitor, staring intently at the screen. Then he dashed to the actor's side, personally demonstrating movements and expressions. Sweat drenched his back, but he was oblivious. This was the opportunity he'd dreamed of. He had to seize it. Not far away, under an old banyan tree, a nondescript black sedan was parked. Its windows were tinted dark, making it difficult to see inside from the outside. In the back seat, Lin Wanqiu wore a baseball cap and oversized sunglasses that obscured most of her face. She watched the bustling film crew nearby with a calm expression. Beside her, Secretary Qin remained dressed in her usual sharp business attire. Ms. Lin, is this really okay? Secretary Qin peered through the car window, watching Wang Yi darting around the set in that. Chen Mo standing in the corner, almost invisible. A barely perceptible curve lifted at the corner of Lin Wanqiu's mouth. What's wrong with it? I'm an investor. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to check how my money is being spent? Besides, I don't want my presence to put unnecessary pressure on them. Let them work at their own pace. Secretary Qin nodded and said no more. She knew that once Lin Wanqiu made a decision, it was nearly impossible to change. Moreover, she had to admit that this seemingly makeshift crew, despite its rough edges, was operating surprisingly well organized. Especially that Chen Mo. Today he wore a simple white shirt and jeans. Unlike Wang Yi, he didn't bark orders loudly. Most of the time, he stood quietly behind the monitor or looked down at the script. Occasionally, he'd walk over to Wang Yi, exchange a few quiet words. He'd approach actors and offer a gentle reminder or two. He didn't say much. But every time he spoke, he hit the nail on the head. The lighting technician adjusted the angle based on his suggestion, and the scene instantly gained a somber, atmospheric quality. The prop master replaced items as he requested, instantly infusing the scene with a sense of lived-in authenticity. Even the young actors, after his guidance, shed some of the confusion in their eyes, gaining a hint of complexity that matched their characters. The entire crew functioned like a precision instrument. Wang Yi was the high-speed engine driving it all. And Chen Mo was the cool-headed central processor, meticulously programming everything to ensure flawless precision. Secretary Qin watched Chen Mo's profile and thought to himself. This young man was truly extraordinary. He possessed a composure and certainty beyond his years. His meticulous approach to work and mastery of detail were even sharper than many seasoned veteran directors. Lin Wanqiu clearly noticed this too. Her gaze lingered longer on Chen Mo. Secretary Qin. What do you think of him? Lin Wanqiu suddenly spoke up. Secretary Qin paused, carefully choosing her words. Very professional. He's diligent and reliable. His grasp of the script and control over the set exceeded my expectations. At least for now, he's worth the investment. Lin Wanqiu smiled softly upon hearing this. Yeah. After hearing him speak so eloquently yesterday, I was worried it might be all talk and no action. Turns out I was overthinking it. He not only understands theater, but he knows how to bring it to life on screen. That kind of execution is rare. As the two spoke in hushed tones, a small commotion suddenly erupted from the production crew. The assistant director, clutching his phone, approached Wang He and Chen Mo with a grim expression and whispered something to them. Wang He's face instantly drained of color. He snatched the phone and swiped through the screen with lightning-fast fingers. The more he looked, the more grim his expression grew. Beads of sweat even formed on his forehead. Damn it! Fat Wang couldn't help but growl under his breath, his eyes turning red. Those bastards! Chen Mo frowned and leaned in to glance at the phone screen. It was the Weibo interface. At that moment, a hashtag named #BoycottHiddenCorners had quietly climbed to the bottom of the trending topics list. Clicking in to check, it was flooded with all sorts of disgusting comments. What kind of trashy production team? Buying trending topics right after filming starts? They must be desperate for fame. The Hidden Corner? The title alone tells you it's no good. Such a dark theme it'll corrupt the kids. Qinghe Pictures? Never heard of them. Only $1 million yuan in registered capital? Must be a shell company. Scamming investors. That screenwriter Chen Mo, wasn't he banned for plagiarism? How's he back in the game? Is the entertainment industry's bar that low? Vile language, malicious speculation, baseless accusations. Flooding the internet. Clearly, this was an organized, premeditated attack by paid trolls. Moreover, the attacks were precise and vicious. Directly targeting the script's risks, the new company's credentials, and Chen Mo's past blemishes. Even investor Lin Wanqiu was dragged into the fray. Chapter 13, Why did he do this? Wang Pangzi's hands were trembling. M.O. Mosey. What are we going to do now? We've only just started filming. And it's already been hacked like this. Those damned bastards. It must be that Zhou Yuan's doing. Fat Wang cursed furiously, though his voice betrayed more anxiety and panic than anger. Other crew members noticed the commotion and gathered around. Seeing the content on the phone, their expressions turned grim. Morale plummeted instantly. Negative online buzz was a devastating blow to a drama that hadn't even finished filming, let alone begun promotion. It would severely impact future distribution and sponsorship deals. It could even kill the project before it was born. It's over. Wang Fatso muttered to himself, utterly dejected. The subject matter was already sensitive, and now the reputation's been ruined like this. Even if we painstakingly finish filming it, who would dare buy it? Who would dare air it? 10 million yuan. Lin Ningho's money, it can't just go down the drain like this, can it? His voice trembled with the edge of tears. He cared too much about this opportunity. And he was terrified of letting down the trust placed in him by Chen Mo and Lin Wanqiu. The surrounding crew members were also in a state of panic, murmuring among themselves. How could this happen? Can we even keep filming this show? Who did we offend? Inside the car, Secretary Qin's expression darkened. She pulled out her phone and quickly scanned the online updates. Mr. Lin, the situation isn't looking good. The online troll army is massive and highly organized, clearly targeting us. Moreover, they're exploiting the script's controversial points to stir up strong emotions. Many unaware netizens are now being led astray. Lin Wanqiu's sunglasses hid her expression. But her knuckles turned slightly white as she gripped the armrest. She hadn't expected the attack to come so swiftly, so ruthlessly. She wasn't afraid of business competition. But such underhanded tactics filled her with disgust. A surge of anger welled up within her. But she didn't react immediately. She wanted to see. How would he handle this situation? Chen Mo, what will you do? Chen Mo's face showed little panic. He merely frowned deeply, staring intently at the phone screen. A moment later, he lifted his head. His gaze had regained its calm. In fact, they even held a hint of a cold smile. Director Wang. Chen Mo spoke, his voice soft yet exceptionally clear. What's the rush? Wang Fatso froze. Mosey? How could we not panic? They're cursing? Chen Mo cut him off, his tone calm. Let them curse. They say our script is dark? That our company lacks capability? That I, Chen Mo, am a plagiarist? Let them talk. Wang Fatso panicked. No, Mo. This will affect. Affect what? Chen Mo retorted. It'll affect whether we can make this show well, won't it? Wang Fatso was at a loss for words. Chen Mo took a deep breath. Director Wang, remember this, our only priority right now is to make the hidden corner the best it can be. Make it 100 times better than they ever imagined. Our work is our most powerful weapon. His words rang out with conviction. The previously flustered crew instinctively fell silent. Wang Fatso looked into Chen Mo's resolute eyes, and his own anxiety inexplicably eased. But just shooting it well won't cut it. Our reputation's already ruined. No one will watch it. What then? Even the finest wine fears an obscure alley. Wang Fatso remained deeply troubled. Chen Mo's lips curved into a faint smile. Who says no one's watching? He picked up the assistant director's phone. Don't they love to rant online? Then let's just move the battlefield online. Wang Fatso looked puzzled. What do you mean? Chen Mo looked at him, a peculiar gleam in his eyes. Director Wang, let's change the game. Starting today, we'll launch an official Douyin account for Hidden Corner. Every day, we'll edit the most thrilling, most gripping, most tantalizing clip and post it. Aren't they going to criticize us? We'll shut them up with solid, compelling content. Use suspense, use thrills, use high-quality clips to get everyone hooked. Make them curse while they can't help but keep watching. Let them see for themselves what kind of trash show we're actually making. Wang Fatso's eyes widened instantly. Douyin? Upload edited clips? But, is that okay? But we haven't even finished filming yet. Won't that leak the content? Chen Mo chuckled. Leak? No, Director Wang. This is what you call building anticipation. This is what you call precision marketing. We don't have a marketing budget, so we'll create our own buzz. If they want to crush us at launch, we'll detonate early. Chen Mo's tone carried a ruthless determination, as if burning his boats, and a confidence that commanded the entire situation. Wang Fatso felt his blood boil at his words. Exactly. What the hell are we afraid of? They had the best script. And the most dedicated team. Still scared of those keyboard warriors? Hell yeah. Alright. Fat Wang slapped his thigh. Mosey. I'm all yours. I'll get someone to edit it right away. Today. We'll release the first one today. Chen Mo nodded. Use yesterday's footage, the part where Zhang Dongsheng pushes his in-laws off the cliff. Remember, cut it at the most crucial moment. Wang Fatso's eyes lit up. Got it. That afternoon, a Douyin account named Web Series Hidden Corner Official was quietly registered. It posted its first short video. The video was a mere 15 seconds long. The visuals were somber and gloomy. It opened with 3 people in hiking gear standing at the edge of a cliff taking photos. A bespectacled, refined man smiles gently as he adjusts the poses of 2 elderly individuals. Dad, Mom, stand over there. Yes, that's perfect. The man's voice is gentle. But the next second, his gaze shifts abruptly. The warmth vanished, replaced by cold, resolute determination. He thrust both hands forward and shoved them hard. The terrified expressions of the 2 elders froze in place. Their bodies plummeted like kites with severed strings, plunging toward the abyss. The scene abruptly ended at that moment. Only the man remained standing at the cliff's edge, his glasses reflecting a cold glint. And in the background, that eerie, heart-stopping soundtrack. This video contained no additional text. Only a title, Why Did He Do This? Upon release. At first, it didn't make much of a splash. After all, the account was new and had no existing following. But the sheer impact of the video itself was undeniable. That sudden twist. The cold stare of that refined man. The scene of the fall. Instantly grabbed the attention of every user who happened to stumble upon this video. Holy! What the hell is this? Chapter 14, Black and Red Still Red. Scared the crap out of me. Who is this guy? He's so ruthless. He pushed him? Did he really push him? Holy crap. What kind of show is this? It's pretty intense. The comments section instantly flooded with genuine reactions. Likes and shares began skyrocketing at a visible pace. The paid commenters who had been celebrating under the hashtag boycott hidden corner hashtag quickly spotted this official account. They flooded the comments section, continuing their tirade. Trash production team. All they know how to do is pull stunts like this. The visuals are so dark, what the hell are they even filming? Deliberately creating violence and gore. I'm reporting this. Boycott. We firmly oppose shows that poison our youth. But this time, their curses had far less impact. Because the impact of the video clips was undeniably real. Many passers-by drawn in by the clips began spontaneously countering the paid trolls. Hold up, I don't know the full story, but this clip is shot with real cinematic quality. Trolls, get lost. This cinematography, this acting, how is it trash? Curious what happens next. Hurry up. The subject matter might be a bit dark, but the suspense is off the charts. I want to see more. The paid trolls' insults stood in stark contrast to the genuine curiosity and discussions among real viewers. Negative buzz is still buzz. Viewership began exploding. In just a few short hours, this 15-second short video racked up over 100,000 likes. Tens of thousands of comments. It even made it onto Douyin's trending charts. Wang Pangzi held his phone, watching the soaring numbers, his face flushed with excitement. Mosey, look. It's gone viral. It's really gone viral. Ha ha ha. Let them rant. These numbers. They're all real. This is what ing popularity looks like. Wang Pangzi danced around in sheer excitement, all traces of his earlier anxiety and panic swept away. Chen Mo watched the intense discussions in the bullet comments and reviews on his phone screen, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Step 1, secured. Inside the car. Secretary Qin stared at the numbers on her phone, her face etched with astonishment. Mr. Lin, this. Lin Wanqiu set down her phone, her eyes behind the sunglasses flashing with an unusual gleam. This Chen Mo. He truly never ceases to surprise her. Defeating magic with magic? No. He crushed the doubters with sheer power. What a stunning counterattack. Fat Wang held his phone, his hands trembling. On the screen, the data for the official Douyin account of the web series Hidden Corner kept surging wildly. It's broken 1 million. Mosey. Look. The likes have hit 1 million. Wang Pangzi's voice cracked with excitement. How long had it been? From release to now, it's only been 5 or 6 short hours. A 15-second short video, with zero promotional buildup, had somehow surged past 1 million likes. The comments section was absolutely exploding. Tens of thousands of comments packed the space. Though paid trolls tirelessly spammed comments like boycott, trash, and report. Their voices were quickly drowned out by the overwhelming tide of genuine user comments. Holy crap! What kind of insane clip is this? It scared the hell out of me, I almost dropped my phone. Who played the guy with glasses? His eyes were insane. So gentle at first, then so twisted afterward. Did they really push it? Will it pass censorship? I'm so excited. Please. Hurry up. Next episode. Where can I watch the next episode? This texture. This cinematography. This soundtrack. 100 times better than those idol dramas where they airbrush the actors so much even their moms wouldn't recognize them. I came here expecting to mock it, but, well, it's actually pretty good. Get lost, you paid trolls. If your eyesight's bad, donate them to someone who needs them. You call this trash TV? Wang Fatty grinned like a 300-pound kid as he read the comments. So satisfying. ING awesome. This is what it feels like to let your skills do the talking. He turned to look at Chen Mo, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Mo. That move was absolutely killer. You just rubbed those haters in the dirt. Let them rant. The more they rant, the more fired up we get. Ha 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 ha. Drive them crazy. The rest of the crew gathered around, staring at the astonishing numbers on the phone screen. Their faces lit up with excitement and disbelief. All the gloom and worry vanished in an instant. Morale skyrocketed instantly. It turned out that what they were filming could actually be seen by people. Could be loved by people. And even create such a huge sensation. In the corner. Chen Mo stared at his phone screen. 1 million likes was just the beginning. Douyin's algorithmic recommendation system would make this snowball grow bigger and bigger. This was precisely the effect he wanted. Using the most direct, most brutal, yet most effective method to bring the tipping point of Hidden Corner to everyone's attention ahead of schedule. Inside the car. Secretary Qin took a deep breath and put down her phone. Mr. Lin, it's hit 1 million views. Her tone carried an unmistakable note of astonishment. This figure was something even many top-tier celebrities, with meticulously planned promotions, couldn't easily achieve. And Chen Mo had achieved it with just a 15-second rough cut. And that was while being universally bashed online. This young man was downright terrifying. Lin Wanqiu removed her sunglasses. Streetlight glowed through the car window, illuminating her exquisite features. Her eyes shone with astonishing brilliance. I truly didn't misjudge him. She murmured to herself. This ability to turn rotten into magic, to turn the tables against all odds, was far more than just understanding scripts or filming techniques. It was a precise grasp of the market, human psychology, and the laws of communication. He's like a... Lin Wanqiu paused. A master strategist at the very pinnacle of his craft. Who always finds that one decisive breakthrough at the most perilous moment. Secretary Qin nodded in agreement. Indeed. That counterattack was brilliant. Not only did it defuse the PR crisis, but it also turned that wave of negative traffic into fuel, completely igniting the show's popularity. Now, the entire internet likely knows about a show called Hidden Corner, edgy and bold in its execution. Lin Wanqiu's lips curved into a faint smile. Let's go. We've seen enough for today. Let them focus on filming. Yes, Mr. Lin. The black sedan slipped silently away from the dilapidated neighborhood. Meanwhile, in a lavishly decorated penthouse apartment downtown. Smash! An expensive enameled smartphone was violently smashed onto the polished marble floor, its screen shattering instantly. Zhou Yuan, clad in a seductive silk nightgown, her chest heaving violently, her beautiful face twisted into a hideous grimace of jealousy and rage. 1 million. How dare he? That bastard. That plagiarist. What gives him the right? Chapter 15, Shadows in the Sunlight? She stared fixedly at the glaring Douyin video interface on her tablet. She'd spent so much money, hired so many trolls. She'd woven an inescapable net, determined to crush Chen Mo and his lousy production crew on opening day. But what was the result? Not only did they not get crushed, but instead, they rode this tailwind to soar to new heights? This was a slap in the face. A brutal slap. Chen Mo. I won't let you off the hook. Never. Zhou Yuan gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with venom. She refused to accept it. How dare that man, the one she trampled underfoot and kicked out of the entertainment industry like a dog, rise again? How could he secure a 10 million yuan investment? How dare his crappy web series gain such massive popularity? The flames of jealousy threatened to consume her. No. He absolutely cannot be allowed to gloat like this. Zhou Yuan abruptly grabbed another phone and dialed a number. The call connected quickly. She immediately adopted a tearful, aggrieved tone. Hello? Mr. Zhao. A slightly lazy voice of a middle-aged man came from the other end. Yuan, what's wrong? Who's upset, my little darling? Mr. Zhao, sniffle sniffle. Zhou Yuan instantly squeezed out a few tears, her voice choked with emotion. Someone's bullying me. It's that guy I told you about last time, that Chen Mo. He made some crappy web series, and now he's paying trolls online to smear me everywhere. He deliberately edited disgusting clips to grab attention and ruin my reputation. Wha? Mr. Zhao, you have to stand up for me. She twisted the truth, pinning all her own dirty deeds on Chen Mo. Mr. Zhao fell silent on the other end of the line for a moment. Oh? That guy named Chen Mo? Is his show really popular now? Zhou Yuan's heart skipped a beat at those words. She hurriedly replied. Not popular. Not popular at all. It's all fake data. All bot. But it's disgusting. He deliberately shoots those dark, twisted things just to ride the hype wave. Mr. Zhao, haven't you always said you wanted to invest in a truly high-quality drama? Zhou Yuan shifted her tone, her voice tinged with coaxing and seduction. This is the perfect opportunity. We'll find the best director. Book the biggest stars. Make a show 100 times better than his crappy drama. For the theme, let's go with something brighter, more uplifting. Urban romance. Or corporate elite drama. Then, with our sheer strength, we'll completely crush his trashy show. Let everyone see who truly represents the mainstream. Who is the real winner? Mr. Zhao. I beg you, please help me. I'll do anything you ask, as long as we can crush Chen Mo. Her voice grew increasingly sweet and suggestive. On the other end of the line, Mr. Zhao let out a low chuckle. Heh, you little vixen. Fine. It's just a TV show, right? If you want to make it, go ahead. Money's no object. Go find the best production team in the country and the biggest name actors. I'll make sure everyone knows what happens to those who cross me, Zhao Jinfu, or anyone on my team. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's face instantly lit up with a wild smile. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. You've been so kind to me. I promise. This time, I'll make sure that Chen Mo has nowhere to hide. After hanging up, the hurt expression vanished from Zhou Yuan's face, replaced by a sickening excitement and venomous hatred. Chen Mo. Just you wait. My backer can crush you with money. I'll show you what a real dimensional strike looks like. Just 2 days later, the entertainment industry was rocked by another bombshell. Breaking. Huading Entertainment splashes out 300 million to produce years S+ urban suspense drama Shadows Under the Sun. Academy Award-winning actor Zhao Yu and TV queen Sun Feifei lead the cast. Directed by renowned filmmaker Li Guozhang. Golden Medal screenwriter Wang Hao joins the project. Shadows Under the Sun officially announced. Promoting positive energy suspense, is it targeting a certain dark corner? A deluge of press releases instantly flooded major entertainment media platforms. Weibo's trending topics list was completely dominated by hashtag Shadows Under the Sun related hashtags. Hashtag Zhao Yu Sun Feifei new collaboration. Hashtag Director Li Guozhang returns hashtag. Number 200 million investment for sunny suspense hashtag. Hashtag Shadows Under the Sun outshines hidden corners. This cast. This investment. This promotional push. It's absolutely top tier. All eyes instantly shifted from the low-budget, new teen web series Hidden Corner to this star-studded, clearly no-holds-barred production, Shadows Under the Sun. Netizens who had previously been intrigued by Douyin clips of Hidden Corner began to waver. Holy crap! Zhao Yu and Sun Feifei. This cast is insane. Director Li Guozhang? That's the big shot who's made several classic dramas. A 200 million yuan budget? Wow, now that's a real big budget production. Shadows Under the Sun? Just the title sounds way more wholesome than that Hidden Corner. Forget the plot, this cast alone makes it worth watching. Forget that Hidden Corner nonsense. It feels like they're just riding the hype train. It's not even in the same league as Shadows Under the Sun. Public opinion shifted instantly. On the set, Wang Fatty stared at the news on his phone, trembling with rage, his face turning green. Zhou Yuan. Zhang Dongsheng. He knew that Zhao Boss, a notorious coal tycoon in the industry, loaded, capricious, and lecherous. That Zhou Yuan had indeed latched onto this powerful patron. Damn it! 300 million. Hiring the best actor and actress. Hiring Li Guozhang. They're trying to put us out of business. This is clearly aimed at us. He's trying to crush us with money. Fat Wang cursed so furiously his voice cracked. The crew's morale, which had barely begun to lift, took another crushing blow. Everyone felt the suffocating pressure emanating from the capital. Compared to the other side's lineup, their makeshift crew looked like a joke. How are we supposed to compete like this? They're the real army, and we're just guerrillas. It's over. We're completely screwed now. Pessimism spread once more. Chen Mo stood to the side, silently reading the news on his phone. Zhou Yu, the leading figure among China's mid-career male actors, possessed exceptional acting skills and immense box office appeal. Sun Feifei, the ratings queen of television dramas, enjoyed immense popularity nationwide. Li Guozhang, a veteran director behind countless hit dramas. Add to that a 300 million yuan investment. Zhou Yuan and her backers had gone all out this time, determined to destroy him. A profound sense of helplessness washed over Chen Mo. Yes, he possessed an outstanding script, precise vision, and systematic support. But in the face of overwhelming capital, all of that seemed rather futile. Angry? Of course he was furious. Resentful? Absolutely not. But what prevails is a sense of helplessness. This is reality. He was still too weak. Just then. Ding. Chapter 16, A Clash of Capital and Talent? A crisp notification sounded in his mind. Detected, post facing severe challenge. Douyin promotional effect continues to escalate, total views surpassing 10 million. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the hidden accomplishment 10 million views and received a special reward, Green Skill Card Brain Potion X1. Brain Potion, upon use, significantly boosts brain activity for a short period, enhancing cognitive abilities, memory, analytical skills, and creativity. Note, single-use consumable. Chen Mo's eyes lit up instantly. Brain Potion. This was nothing short of a godsend. What he needed most right now was a way to break the deadlock. A strategy to counter the crushing pressure of capital. Without a moment's hesitation. System, activate, Brain Enhancement Potion, immediately. Command received. Brain Enhancement Potion, activated. An indescribable coolness surged instantly from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. The entire world became crystal clear in that instant. His brain's processing speed increased several-fold. The previously chaotic thoughts instantly became organized and coherent. Countless fragments of information collided and reassembled at breakneck speed within his mind. The other party had money? Celebrities? Famous directors? Is there overwhelming publicity? Want to use sunshine to contrast our darkness? Want to use big-budget productions to highlight our low-budget approach? Fine. Very well. Since you've kindly set the stage and turned on the spotlight, then why not ride this wave of attention? A cold, sharp curve lifted at the corner of Chen Mo's mouth. He swiftly pulled out his phone, his fingers flying across the screen. A few minutes later, a post quietly appeared in the discussion forum of Douyin, China's largest film and television platform. The provocative headline read, Shadows Under the Sun vs. Hidden Corner, A Clash of Capital vs. Talent? A traffic feast versus a critical masterpiece. Which side are you on? In the post, the author, obviously Chen Mo's alternate account, began by seemingly objectively listing the star-studded cast and substantial investment behind Shadows Under the Sun, acknowledging its glittering lineup and high expectations. Then, the tone shifts abruptly. They begin a deep dive into the bad kids' hideout. Yet on the very day Shadows Under the Sun was officially announced, another obscure web series, The Hidden Corner, sparked a viral sensation on Douyin with just a 15-second teaser clip, racking up tens of millions of views. No award-winning actors, no renowned director backing it, not even a major production company, just a newly registered startup. Yet this 3-no product conquered countless viewers with its visually jarring imagery, suffocating suspense, and explosive performances. On one side, a capital-driven spectacle chasing views; on the other, a sincere work brimming with talent. On one side, the mainstream narrative of sunshine and positivity; on the other, the marginal exploration that confronts the darkest corners of human nature. While Shadows Under the Sun certainly holds promise, isn't the raw, authentic vitality and the thunderous artistic tension that emerges from silence and The Hidden Corner more worthy of our attention? When we discuss a film or TV work, what are we truly discussing? The fame of its actors? The scale of its investment? Or the power of the story itself and the reflections it provokes? This showdown, perhaps from the very start, wasn't even on the same level. I stand with Hidden Corner. Because it showed me another possibility for domestic suspense dramas. This post is crafted with remarkable skill. It avoids direct attacks on shadows under the sun, instead employing a strategy of praise followed by critique. It cleverly positions the two dramas as opposites, defining shadows as capital and traffic, while defining the bad kids as talent, reputation, and art. This tactic of elevating one while disparaging the other, implicitly suggesting the rival is all style, no substance, instantly hit the sweet spot for many self-proclaimed rational netizens and artsy youth. The post immediately sparked a massive uproar. Damn! That's a sharp angle. Well said. Why constantly bring up investment and star power? What's the point? The real question is whether the show is good. I watched that hidden corner clip, it's seriously impressive. Way more compelling than that glossy Sunshine poster. Exactly. Go hidden corner. So what if it's big budget? We want good stories. Don't get swept up in the hype, guys. Sunshine hasn't even aired yet, how can you say it's bad? Aren't Zhou Yuan and Sun Feifei's acting skills way better than some newbies? Exactly. It's obvious the hidden corner team sees their own show flopping and is deliberately trying to ride the hype train. What dirty tactics? Plagiarizing? Ha, the clips from Hidden went viral first, didn't they? Who's plagiarizing whom? Enough. Can't we just look forward to both? Let the reviews speak for themselves. The comments section instantly erupted into chaos. Supporters of Hidden and supporters of Sunshine, along with the curious onlookers, clashed fiercely. But there was no doubt about it. Chen Mo achieved his goal. The title Hidden Corner was thrust back into the spotlight. Moreover, through the clever comparison in this post, it was imbued with an aura of talent, depth, and resistance against capital. The buzz that had been completely overshadowed by Shadows Under the Sun has been forcibly pulled back by Chen Mo's masterful manipulation of public opinion. In fact, it now shows signs of overtaking its rival. Inside Lin Wanqiu's chauffeured vehicle, Secretary Qin stared at the viral post on Douyin and the chaotic comments below, a complex expression crossing her face. She turned to Lin Wanqiu beside her. Ms. Lin, this post. Lin Wanqiu set down the script she was holding and took the tablet. She carefully read through the entire post and the highly upvoted comments below. After a long moment, she exhaled softly. This Chen Mo. Her voice carried a hint of inexpressible admiration. He's a true genius. Secretary Qin, that move of his was indeed brilliant. Instead of forcing a direct confrontation, he leveraged his opponent's strengths to create momentum for himself. He turned a seemingly unwinnable situation into a viable one. Now many online are anticipating that Hidden Corner might pull off an upset against Shadows Under the Sun. Lin Wanqiu nodded. He knows exactly where his strengths lie and where his opponent's weaknesses are. More importantly, he understands how to steer public opinion and tap into the audience's psychology. Such tactics don't seem like something a 22-year-old should possess. Secretary Qin noticed the unmistakable admiration in Lin Wanqiu's eyes. A thought struck him, and he couldn't help but ask tentatively. Mr. Lin, have you developed a bit of a crush on him? Lin Wanqiu paused slightly at the question. The air inside the car seemed to grow quieter. She turned to look at Secretary Qin, her gaze clear and calm. Secretary Qin, you're overthinking it. Her tone betrayed no hint of emotion. I'm just an investor. I admire his talent and recognize his capabilities. He minimizes my investment risks and even delivers exceptional returns, of course I'm pleased. As for the rest. Lin Wanqiu paused, her gaze drifting back to the window, watching the distant figure bustling about on the film set. Nothing else. Her reply was crisp and decisive. Secretary Qin observed her boss's serene, expressionless profile, yet a flicker of doubt stirred within her. Really nothing? Chapter 17, then how am I supposed to find that feeling? The online firestorm had temporarily subsided. After a brief dip in morale, the Hidden Corner crew rallied once more thanks to Chen Mo's masterful counterattack. Though the 200 million yuan investment in star-studded cast of Shadows Under the Sun still loomed like a mountain over their hearts. At least they were no longer fighting alone, no longer ignored by the world. Online, countless eyes have begun to genuinely focus on this low-budget project, hoping it will stage a compelling underdog triumph over capital. The atmosphere on set grew more focused. Director Wang Pangzi no longer sighed in frustration, instead pouring all his energy into the filming. He knows that the only thing he can do now is make sure the film turns out well. Make it good enough. So good it would silence all the doubters. Several outdoor scenes wrapped up smoothly. Today, it was finally time for Lin Wanqiu's pivotal scene. The scene was set in the temporary Zhou Chunhan residence constructed by the production crew. Cramped and cluttered, it radiated the warmth of daily life while also exuding a sense of oppression. Zhou Chunhan, portrayed by Lin Wanqiu, is the mother of the protagonist Zhu Chaiyang. A single mother working at a scenic spot, she possesses a complex personality and exhibits intense control over her son, making her a pivotal character in the series. According to the script, today's scene depicts Zhou Chunhan discovering her son's forged diary entries. Overcome with both worry and anger, she attempts to educate him in her own way. This scene demands exceptionally high emotional depth from the actors. It requires conveying the intricate tension between love and resentment, control and counter-control. Lin Wanqiu changed into a slightly worn work uniform, her hair simply pulled back. She deliberately toned down the former leading lady's glamour to blend into the role of this ordinary working-class woman. All departments, prepare. Wang Fatty sat behind the monitor, grabbing his walkie-talkie to call out. Actors in position. Action. The clapperboard fell. The camera focused on Lin Wanqiu. She sat at the edge of the table, holding an open diary in her hands. Her gaze swept over the diary's text, carrying a hint of subtle scrutiny. Then she lifted her head and looked at the young actor playing Zhu Chaoyang. A slightly stiff smile forms on her face. Chaoyang, Mom was just looking. Her voice was gentle. But her eyes lacked the complex emotions one would expect from Zhou Chunhong. That disappointment, the sting of betrayal, and the suppressed anger. She played the part perfectly. Her lines, expressions, and movements all matched the image of a mother worried about her son. But something just didn't feel right. It was too acted. Too stiff. The shadow of Academy Award-winning actress Lin Wanqiu constantly overshadows the character Zhou Chunhong. She portrayed a mother's worry but failed to capture the soul of the specific character Zhou Chunhong. Behind the monitor, Wang the fat man's brow furrowed slightly. But he quickly relaxed again. After all, it's Ms. Lin. Investor. Big boss. And a former best actress who'd been out of the spotlight for years. Getting this far was already quite impressive. Besides, her acting foundation is solid. Even if it's a bit lacking, she's still leagues ahead of those. Can't expect too much, can't expect too much. Wang Fatso silently repeated to himself. The camera rolled on. Following the script, Lin Wanqiu began confronting her son. Her tone grew harsher, her emotions rising. Tell your mother the truth. Are you hiding something from me? Her performance remained textbook perfect. Anger, accusation, heartbreak. Every emotion was laid bare. But there was a barrier. As if she were completing a task, not truly becoming that person. Cut. A calm and decisive voice suddenly rang out. It shattered the quiet on set. All eyes instantly snapped toward the source of the voice. Chen Mo. Frowning, Chen Mo rose from beside the monitor. His face bore no expression. Fat Wang's smile froze instantly, his heart skipping a beat. Oh no! This kid's up to something again. He frantically signaled to Chen Mo, desperately hinting. Boss. That's Mr. Lin. Our big shot. Cut it out. Give him some face. Chen Mo, however, seemed oblivious, striding straight up to Lin Wanqiu. The surrounding staff held their breath, not daring to make a sound. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Lin Wanqiu froze in surprise. How long had it been since someone had called cut so directly on set? Especially by a young screenwriter more than a decade her junior? A flicker of displeasure stirred within her. But her professional integrity prevented her from reacting immediately. She looked at Chen Mo, her tone remaining relatively calm. Mr. Chen, is there a problem? Seeing this, Wang the Fat quickly stepped in to smooth things over, plastering a fawning smile on his face. No problem at all. Ms. Lin, your performance just now was absolutely brilliant. Seriously. Your emotional delivery was spot on. That look in your eyes, that tone of voice absolutely perfect. I think we can wrap it in one take. No. Chen Mo cut Fat Wang off coldly. His gaze fixed directly on Lin Wanqiu. Not a trace of fear, nor any deliberate flattery. It was pure, unadulterated demand for the work. Ms. Lin, it doesn't feel right. His words were direct. One might even say he was ruthlessly blunt. Fat Wang was so flustered he kept slapping his thigh, desperate to rush over and cover Chen Mo's mouth. Oh my goodness. Please stop talking. Lin Wanqiu's composure finally cracked. Her brows furrowed slightly. What's wrong? Her voice carried a hint of the authority befitting a leading actress. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see how Chen Mo would handle this. Fat Wang was ready to rush forward and apologize at any moment. Chen Mo, however, remained unflappable. He looked at Lin Wanqiu and spoke slowly. You're playing a mother, that's true. But you're not playing Zhou Chunhong. Zhou Chunhong, she's not just worried, not just angry. She lived under a weight of chronic oppression and anxiety. Her husband cheated and divorced her. She raised her son alone, working a lowly job at the scenic area, always having to put up with others' attitudes. Her son is her only hope, her sole source of solace, and her entire pride. So when she discovers her son might be going astray, might slip beyond her control, her first reaction wasn't simple anger, it was terror. A fear as if the sky were falling. I'm afraid of losing my only support, afraid that all my years of effort will be wasted. Chen Mo's voice was soft, yet it reached every ear with crystal clarity. His words dissected the character's inner turmoil with precision. Wang Fatso froze. The flattering words stuck in his throat, unable to escape. He suddenly realized Chen Mo wasn't deliberately picking a fight. He truly understood this character. He understood it even more deeply than the director himself. The displeasure on Lin Wanqiu's face gradually faded. In its place came a solemn, contemplative expression. Chen Mo's words had awakened her. Yes, she had been too focused on acting. Too much emphasis on technical expression. She had neglected the character's life background and inner motivations. She looked at Chen Mo, a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Fear? She murmured the word softly. Then how do I find that feeling? Chapter 18, You. Could you help me like you did for Sister Wanqiu earlier? She set aside her diva persona and humbly sought guidance. Chen Mo looked at her, his mind racing. The effects of the brain enhancement potion remained potent. Countless details, emotions, and images related to Zhou Chunhan surfaced vividly in his mind. He took a deep breath and carefully chose his words. This time, he didn't lecture her directly. Instead, he adopted a guiding approach. Mr. Lin, close your eyes and imagine. Lin Wanqiu complied, gently closing her eyes. Picture yourself walking through that narrow, dim hallway every day after work. The air thick with a mix of dampness and cooking fumes. Neighbors pointing fingers behind your back, gossiping about your past. You return home to see your son, your pride and joy, yet the constant source of your worry. He is the only thing you can hold on to in this world. You want him to excel, to rise above, to prove himself for you. So you demand perfection from him, sometimes even harshly. You check his homework, interrogate him about his whereabouts, sneak peeks at his diary. It's not distrust, it's fear. Afraid he'll go down the wrong path, afraid he'll become like his irresponsible father. And you're even more afraid that he'll no longer need you, no longer be under your control. Now you've seen his diary. That unfamiliar handwriting, those things you never knew. Like a needle, stabbing deep into your heart. You feel the world you've painstakingly built crumbling piece by piece. That feeling isn't mere anger, it's a hollowed-out panic. You want to grab him and demand answers. But you're afraid the answers you uncover will be more than you can bear. So your questioning carries hesitation, unease, and a near neurotic tension. Your tenderness is a disguise. Your smile is a mask. Beneath the mask lies a soul on the brink of collapse. Chen Mo's voice held a peculiar magic. Neither hurried nor slow, yet each word pierced the heart. He didn't mention any acting techniques. Yet with words alone, he constructed a real and cruel world for Lin Wanqiu. A world belonging to Zhou Chunhan. Lin Wanqiu's body began to tremble slightly. Her breathing grew slightly ragged. Her brows furrowed tightly as she endured immense pain. The set fell deathly silent. Everyone was drawn into that oppressive atmosphere by Chen Mo's description. Wang Fatso's mouth hung open, his eyes wide with shock. Is this guy even a screenwriter? This guy's a psychological genius. A few minutes later, Chen Mo stopped describing. He looked at Lin Wanqiu. Ms. Lin, are you ready? Lin Wanqiu slowly opened her eyes. In that instant, everyone felt she was different. Her gaze. Her eyes had changed. No longer the clear, confident gaze of the Oscar-winning actress Lin Wanqiu. Instead, they were filled with exhaustion, anxiety, doubt, and a deeply hidden streak of paranoia. That gaze made people's skin crawl. That's enough. Lin Wanqiu's voice carried a barely perceptible hoarseness. Let's start over. Wang Fat snapped out of his daze and hurriedly exclaimed. Yes. Yes. All departments, prepare. Action. The clapperboard fell once more. The camera refocused on Lin Wanqiu. This time, it was completely different. She remained seated, holding her diary. But her entire aura had sunk. The exhaustion of a woman from the lower classes, the neurotic tension forged by years of suppression, flowed out of her naturally. When she lifted her head to look at her son, a smile still graced her face. But that smile sent a chill down one's spine. Her eyes brimmed with scrutiny and suspicion. Xiaoyan, Mom was just looking. Her voice remained gentle. Yet it carried a suffocating sense of control. When she began to interrogate, there was no raised voice. Instead, her voice grew lower, deeper. Each word seemed to be squeezed through clenched teeth. Bearing the restraint of someone on the verge of exploding. Tell Mom the truth. Are you hiding something from me? That gaze, fixed intently on her son. It was filled with disappointment, heartbreak, and the bone-deep terror Chen Mo had described. As if the mere utterance of a single yes from her son would send her reeling into utter collapse. Cut. Wang Fatso leapt to his feet, his voice cracking with excitement. It's done. It's done. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Staring at the monitor replay, he rambled incoherently with excitement. Holy. This is ing Zhou Chunhan. She looks like she stepped right out of the script. Mr. Lin. Brilliant. You're incredible. The surrounding crew erupted into enthusiastic applause. Everyone was utterly captivated by Lin Wanqiu's performance. That wasn't acting. It was real. Lin Wanqiu sat there, still feeling a bit dazed. The feeling of being completely immersed in the role had been so intense. Even she struggled to tell whether it had been Lin Wanqiu or Zhou Chunhan. She walked over to the monitor and watched the replay. The woman on the screen wore a complex gaze and subtle expressions. Every subtle movement seemed to tell a story. Even she felt a moment of awe. Was that really Ni acting? She turned her head to look at Chen Mo standing beside her. Her eyes brimmed with complex emotions. Shock, admiration, and a hint of curiosity. How did this young man manage it? He seemed to truly see through people's hearts. Just then, a crisp, sweet voice rang out at the entrance of the set. Sister Wanqiu. I'm here to visit the set. Everyone turned to look. There stood a girl in a white dress, sunglasses, and a hat, looking absolutely adorable. Though heavily covered, her slender figure and sweet demeanor made her instantly recognizable. The popular sweet-voiced pop princess Su Xiaoro. She was Lin Wanqiu's close friend and a renowned talented singer in the industry. Su Xiaoro removed her sunglasses, revealing a delicate, adorable baby face. She hurried over to Lin Wanqiu and affectionately hooked her arm through hers. Wanqiu, you were absolutely amazing just now. I was mesmerized watching from the doorway. You were like a completely different person. Her gaze quickly shifted to Chen Mo standing nearby. She had witnessed the scene where Chen Mo had been coaching Lin Wanqiu earlier, though she was too far away to hear the exact words. But the dramatic transformation in Lin Wanqiu like night and day was plain for all to see. Curiosity sparkled in Su Xiaoro's large eyes. She walked up to Chen Mo, tilting her head as she studied him. Her voice was as sweet as honey. You must be Chen Mo, the screenwriter? You're so talented. I was completely mesmerized just now. Chen Mo was taken aback by this sudden outpouring of enthusiasm. Hello. Su Xiaoro blinked her eyes and flashed a toothy grin, revealing two adorable dimples. Mr. Chen, I've hit a wall with my songwriting lately. I just can't seem to find the right vibe. Could you help me find inspiration like you did for Sister Wanqiu earlier? Chapter 19, come with me, let's go over the details again. Su Xiaoro grinned, her sweet, doll-like face leaning closer. Her voice took on a deliberately coquettish tone. Director Chen. Her tone was intimate and natural. As if they were already old friends. I'm stuck on a song I'm writing. Watching you guide Sister Wanqiu earlier was pure genius. Could you give me a try too? She blinked her big eyes, filled with anticipation and a hint of mischief. Those big, watery eyes and adorable face. That look was impossible for anyone to resist. Lin Wanqiu stood nearby, her expression which had relaxed slightly after the successful performance froze instantly. Her gaze turned icy the moment Su Xiaoro uttered Director Chen. Like a calm lake suddenly struck by a chunk of ice. She said nothing. She simply watched silently. Watching Su Xiaoro's posture, practically pressed against Chen Mo. Watching Chen Mo's slightly flustered expression. Su Xiaoro seemed utterly oblivious to the chill in Lin Wanqiu's gaze. She remained enthusiastic as she addressed Chen Mo. Mr. Chen, you're truly amazing. I was completely mesmerized watching you outside just now. After you spoke to Sister Wanqiu, it felt like her whole soul had been transformed. Do you have some kind of magic? Her words brimmed with admiration and curiosity toward Chen Mo. Each word felt like a sugar-coated bullet, sweet to the point of cloying. Lin Wanqiu's hand, resting at her side, tightened unconsciously. A sudden, inexplicable tension gripped her. This Su Xiaoro was known for being quirky and sweetly charming. Countless men in their circle had been utterly captivated by her charm. Chen Mo. Could he also be drawn to this type of girl? After all, he was still young. The moment that thought crossed her mind, Lin Wanqiu felt a sharp pang in her heart. She picked up the empty mineral water bottle she'd just finished drinking from the table beside her. With a thud, she set it back down on the table a bit too hard. The sound wasn't loud, but it successfully drew the attention of Su Xiaoro and Chen Mo. Lin Wanqiu's lips stretched into a perfectly executed smile, the signature grin of President Lin. But the warmth didn't reach her eyes. She looked at Su Xiaoro. Xiaoro, Chen Mo is now our production screenwriter and my personal acting coach. His primary focus remains on the hidden corner. She emphasized the word exclusive with deliberate clarity. That subtle possessiveness characteristic of the adult world instantly filled the air. Su Xiaoro's smile faltered slightly. How perceptive she was, she naturally caught the deeper meaning in Lin Wanqiu's words. But she merely blinked, as if she hadn't understood. Instead, she took an even more proactive step forward. Her exquisitely lovely face came so close it nearly brushed Chen Mo's nose. A faint jasmine fragrance lingered at Chen Mo's nostrils. Oh my, Sister Wanqiu, you're being so stingy. Su Xiaoro pouted her lips, a hint of petulance in her tone. Mr. Chen, the screenwriter, is so talented, just spare me a little bit of your time. Who knows? If I get inspired, I might even write a theme song for your show, Hidden Corner. Her voice was soft and sweet as she looked at Lin Wanqiu. A classic green tea tactic. Seemingly innocent, yet calculated every step of the way. Caught between two women, Chen Mo felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He'd never been good at handling situations like this. His insight into human hearts still allowed him to sense the sudden alertness and displeasure rising in Lin Wanqiu, as well as the deliberate calculation lurking beneath Su Xiaoro's seemingly innocent facade. But knowing was one thing, handling it was another. He took a half step back, creating a slight distance from Su Xiaoro. A faint, helpless smile touched his lips. Miss Su, I'm not particularly well versed in music. He attempted a polite refusal. Sushiro persisted relentlessly. Oh, come on. Just say whatever comes to mind. It might just be useful. Chen Mo looked into her large eyes, which were filled with determination to get her way. Then he glanced at Lin Wanqiu beside him, whose expression was growing colder by the second. He knew that if he didn't give some kind of explanation today, this matter wouldn't be easily resolved. In his mind, the clarity brought by the brain enhancement potion kicked in again. He recalled Sushiro's singing style. Sweet, lively, with a wide vocal range and solid technique. I've heard some of Miss Su's songs. Chen Mo spoke slowly. Your vocal range is impressive, and your voice is exceptionally well suited for singing. Sushiro's eyes lit up. Really? Sushiro felt delighted by Chen Mo's praise. However, Chen Mo shifted his tone. The emotional depth seems somewhat lacking. Many of your high notes and technical displays are dazzling, yet they don't fully serve the emotions the song itself aims to convey. For instance, have you been trying out some love songs lately? Sushiro's smile faltered. Chen Mo continued, his tone calm yet carrying an unquestionable professionalism. If you're singing love songs, especially those with melancholic elements, try not to force the high notes with such a full-bodied voice. Try wrapping your voice in a sense of regret. That helpless feeling of something you could have grasped, yet ultimately let slip away. Let your voice carry a sigh, a hint of reluctance, and a touch of self-mockery. Sometimes, imperfect vocal delivery can convey these complex emotions more effectively. Regret isn't a desperate scream, but a quiet sigh in the dead of night. After speaking, Chen Mo felt his own words sounded rather mystical. Half of what he said stemmed from his impression of Sushiro's songs, while the other half was a flash of insight sparked by the combination of the brain potion and insight into human hearts. He offered this guidance casually, hoping she'd back down. Subtle pretentiousness is the most lethal kind. At that moment, he hadn't yet grasped the weight of his own words. Sushiro was utterly stunned. Her eyes widened as she stared at Chen Mo in disbelief. Her lips parted slightly, unable to utter a word for a long while. Inside, a storm had already erupted. How did he know I've been recording love songs lately? And ones with melancholy elements at that. The company kept it strictly confidential, promotion hadn't even started yet. What's more, the mood of regret. These past few days, the producer kept telling her singing sounded too artificial, lacking soul. She herself felt she couldn't capture that yearning for something unattainable, tossing and turning flavor the producer wanted. Regret. Yes. It's regret. That word was like a key, instantly unlocking the tightly shut door in her heart. This Chen Mo. Not only does he understand acting, but he understands music too? And to this level? He's practically a monster. Sushiro's gaze toward Chen Mo had completely transformed. Lin Wanqiu stood nearby, taking in every detail of their interaction. When Chen Mo mentioned Sushiro recording a love song and pointed out the lingering regret in it, she too froze for a moment. Then, that inexplicable sense of tension welled up inside her once more. This Chen Mo, he knows far too much. He could even pinpoint Sushiro's creative block with a single remark? She deliberately let out a soft hum. The sound was faint, yet it was enough to interrupt Sushiro's deep thought. Then, she stepped forward and reached out her hand not to pull Sushiro, but to rest it directly on Chen Mo's arm. The gesture carried an unquestionable intimacy and firmness. Chen Mo, for the next scene, I think I still need to make some adjustments. Her voice regained its usual calm and authority. Yet it carried a hint of urgency only she herself could detect. Come with me. We need to go over the details again. She practically half-dragged, half-pulled Chen Mo deeper into the set. Her posture resembled someone guarding their most precious treasure. The declaration of ownership could not have been more obvious. Sushiro watched their retreating figures walk side by side. Lin Wanqiu tilted her head slightly, whispering something to Chen Mo. Chen Mo wore an expression of helpless resignation, yet he had no choice but to follow her. Chapter 20, Director Chen, please help me. Under the sunlight, their shadows stretched long behind them. The shock slowly faded from Sushiro's face. She narrowed her eyes, a sly smile playing on her lips. Interesting. This is truly fascinating. Late Autumn, who always held herself aloof and never showed the slightest warmth toward men, could actually place such importance on and feel so anxious about someone? This Chen Mo seems he's far more extraordinary than I imagined. She licked her lips, a flicker of excitement dancing in her eyes. As if she discovered some new, intriguing prey. In a corner not far away, Lee from the props department stood holding a pile of random props, his eyes wide with astonishment. His mouth gaped open, the wrench in his hand nearly slipping to the floor. Prop Master Lee's inner monologue, holy, holy, holy. What the hell did I just see? Sushiro. That's Sushiro. The hottest young diva right now. And she's actually trying to cozy up to Writer Chen? Only to get snatched away by Boss Lin? This is some kind of divine battlefield. Writer Chen is way too good. He's got it going on with both men and women. Director Wang just popped his head up from behind the monitor, ready to call the next scene. When he witnessed this scene straight out of a movie plot, he rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. Director Wang's inner monologue, holy moly. What a scene. Su Xiaoro, that little minx, she always seemed so sweet and harmless, but who knew she was such a sly fox? And President Lin. TSK, the jealousy is practically filling the entire set. What kind of love potion did Chen Mo slip him? His charm is off the charts. Looks like from now on, if you want to suck up to someone, you better suck up to two. Lin Wanqiu's agent, Qin Mish, had been observing from a distance. She was seasoned and had seen it all. But right now, the eyes behind her glasses were filled with surprise and a hint of worry. Was Lin Wanqiu getting serious? To actually go head-to-head with Su Xiaoro over a junior screenwriter? This wasn't like her usual style. This Chen Mo certainly had some talent, his skills were undeniable. But the entertainment industry was treacherous waters. She hoped Wanqiu wouldn't get too deeply entangled and jeopardize her career. Then again, if this kid could genuinely help Wanqiu achieve new heights, it wouldn't be so bad. The air on set instantly thickened with gossip. Su Xiaoro returned to her private trailer, a hint of resentment lingering after Lin Wanqiu's claim of ownership. The door slammed shut. Her agent, Sister Wang, sat on the sofa handling work on her tablet. Hearing the noise, she didn't even look up. Back already? Finished your business? Sister Wang's voice carried a detached, businesslike tone. She had already disapproved of Su Xiaoro's earlier decision to seek advice from that junior screenwriter. Su Xiaoro ignored Sister Wang's coldness. She plopped down onto the plush sofa, her mind still echoing Chen Mo's regret, not a desperate cry, but a soft sigh in the dead of night. She picked up the sheet music beside her, a new song she'd been polishing lately. A ballad the company had pinned high hopes on, aiming to storm the major music charts. The producer demanded perfection, repeatedly stressing the need to convey the agony of unrequited love and restless longing. But no matter how she sang it, she felt a disconnect. Su Xiaoro closed her eyes and began to hum softly. The melody was familiar, the lyrics ingrained in her memory. Yet the sound that emerged remained her usual polished technique, clear, sweet, and technically flawless. Gorgeous, yet hollow. Like an exquisitely crafted doll, devoid of soul. Sister Wang finally looked up from her tablet, her brow furrowing imperceptibly. Ruru, what's gotten into you today? You were talking to that Chen Mo for ages outside earlier, and now you're back here completely distracted. The producer has been pushing us several times about this song. I say just leave it as is. Your vocal skills are widely recognized, stop fussing over it. Sister Wang's tone carried obvious impatience. In her view, Su Xiaoro was already a rising star, no need to waste time on some junior scriptwriter. Besides, that young screenwriter looked so inexperienced, what could he possibly know about music? It was nothing but a trivial trick, good only for fooling someone like Lin Wanqiu who didn't know any better. Su Xiaoro's eyes snapped open. No way. Her voice carried a hint of stubbornness. Sister Wang, you don't understand. What Chen Mo said just now, it made me see clearly. She closed her eyes again and took a deep breath. In her mind, Chen Mo's calm yet resolute voice echoed once more. Try to wrap your voice in the emotion of regret. That helpless feeling of something you could have grasped, yet ultimately let slip away. Let your voice carry a sigh, a hint of reluctance, and a touch of self-mockery. Regret. Helplessness. Sighs. Su Xiaoro's brows furrowed slightly, as if struggling to grasp an elusive emotion. She began humming again. This time, her voice no longer pursued the utmost smoothness and high pitch. Instead, it carried a hint of deliberate hoarseness, a touch of breathiness. For the high notes, she didn't surge upward with her usual full force. Instead, she released the notes gently, almost like a sigh. The trailing notes carried an almost imperceptible tremor, as if she were holding back tears. That year, the wind blew through your hair. I thought, if I reached out, I could hold on tight. These few lines, sung haltingly, were imbued with profound narrative weight. That profound sense of loss after a missed opportunity, the lingering melancholy of midnight dreams, was portrayed by her with consummate skill. Sister Wang's initially dismissive expression stiffened slightly. She stared at Su Xiaoro in surprise. Was this still the Su Xiaoro she knew? What was this new quality in her voice, something she'd never heard before? She used to sing sweet songs. Su Xiaoro sang a few lines before stopping. She opened her eyes, her gaze both dazed and excited. It feels like I'm starting to get it. But it's still not quite there. The lyrics. Yes, the lyrics. She abruptly stood up. Sister Wang, wait for me. Without waiting for Sister Wang's response, she yanked open the car door and dashed out. On the set break area, Chen Mo had just finished discussing the next scene with director Wang the Fat and was now holding a cup of water, watching the actors nearby adjust their states with the help of the props team. The sunlight was perfect, and the breeze was gentle. Everything seemed orderly and well organized. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed through the air. Director Chen. Director Chen. It was Su Xiaoro's voice. Chen Mo turned his head and saw Su Xiaoro bouncing toward him like a little rabbit. Her sweet, doll-like face bore a mix of urgency and anticipation. Lin Wanqiu, who was in the midst of instructing Secretary Qin, heard the commotion and glanced over, her brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. Su Xiaoro reached Chen Mo in a few strides, her breath still uneven from the rush. Director Chen, you were absolutely right just now. She gasped for breath, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at Chen Mo. I went back and tried it out, it feels completely different now. But I think the lyrics could be a bit more precise. You know so much, could you help me tweak a couple lines? Or just give me some inspiration? She pressed her palms together, her expression earnest and pleading. Compared to her earlier demeanor deep within the studio, this expression held less calculation in testing and more genuine earnestness in seeking guidance. Chen Mo looked at her. Mind insight told him that Su Xiaoro was genuinely stuck right now, and she truly understood the meaning behind his earlier words. He pondered for a moment. The drama Hidden Corner itself required a theme song that could both heighten the suspenseful atmosphere and touch the hearts of the audience. Su Xiaoro's star power and vocal prowess would undoubtedly be the icing on the cake if she could perform. Moreover, while her green tea-style advances had given him a headache earlier, he wouldn't deliberately turn away such a resource that came knocking on his door. After all, the more friends you have, the more paths open up. What kind of lyrics? Chen Mo asked, his tone still unreadable. Su Xiaoro's eyes lit up, the kind that carries a hint of despair, a touch of reluctance, and a bit of something indescribable, a questioning of fate. She struggled to articulate the feeling she envisioned. Chapter 21, I don't care, I want it free, I'll even pay you. Chen Mo nodded. He casually grabbed the back of a discarded call sheet from the prop master's toolbox nearby and pulled a pen from his pocket. The paper was rough, but he didn't care. He bent his head, the pen scratching softly across the paper. Those around him, including the recently arrived Fat Wang and several crew members, watched the scene with curiosity. Su Xiaoro held her breath, her eyes fixed intently on the tip of Chen Mo's pen. Lin Wanqiu also paused her conversation with Secretary Qin, her gaze deepening as she watched the side. She was determined to see what tricks this Chen Mo could pull next. Just over 10 seconds passed. Chen Mo stopped writing. He handed the paper to Su Xiaoro. Take a look at this. See how it feels. His gesture was so casual, as if he'd merely scribbled a few strokes on a whim. Su Xiaoro quickly took it with both hands and looked down. On the paper was only a short sentence, or rather, a line of lyrics. The handwriting wasn't neat, yet it radiated an unrestrained force. Do you think I still have a chance? Such a simple sentence. Su Xiaoro murmured softly. Do you think there's still a chance for us? The first time she read it, she felt little emotion. But when she infused it with the emotion of her new song, with the suffocating, hopeless atmosphere of Hidden Corner. Boom! An indescribable electric current shot instantly from her tailbone to the top of her head. Goosebumps erupted all over her body. This line felt like a sharp key, piercing straight into the most hidden, tender, and painful corner of her heart. Yes. Opportunity. The characters in the play, struggling in the vortex of fate, didn't they too silently ask themselves this question in countless moments? She herself, facing a bottleneck in her singing career, was she also lost in confusion, wondering if she still had a chance to break through? Even just now, facing Lin Wanqiu's assertiveness, had she wondered if she still had a chance to get the help she needed from Chen Mo? One line of lyrics, 1,000 flavors. It pierced straight to the heart. Su Xiaoro snapped her head up, her gaze fixed on Chen Mo with utter disbelief. This man. What kind of monster is he? How could he so effortlessly pen lyrics that seemed to pierce straight through the soul? What do you think? Chen Mo asked casually, seemingly unfazed by what he'd written. Su Xiaoro's lips trembled, unable to speak for a long moment. She took a deep breath, struggling to calm the turmoil within her. I'll try it. She sat cross-legged on the empty ground beside him, paying no mind to whether the ground was clean. She placed the piece of paper with the lyrics on her lap. She closed her eyes. She gathered her emotions. Everyone around her instinctively held their breath. Fat Wang's eyes widened, his face brimming with anticipation. Lin Wanqiu's brows furrowed even deeper. An inexplicable premonition rose within her heart. A few seconds later, Su Xiaoro opened her eyes. Her gaze held a shattered despair and a faint glimmer of hope. She spoke. Without accompaniment, she sang a cappella. Woo! A low, trembling sigh escaped her throat. It was pain long suppressed, finally finding an outlet. Then, in a tone bordering on lament, she sang the lyrics. Do you see me, still, have a chance? Each word seemed squeezed from the depths of her soul. Her voice was not loud, yet it carried immense penetrating power. Within it lay confusion, resentment, despair, struggle, and a silent indictment of fate. And a faint hope, searching for light in the darkness. The simple melody was improvised on the spot. Yet it blended perfectly with these lyrics. In an instant, the entire lounge fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone who heard those words felt their heart clench painfully. An inexplicable ache and oppression welled up in their hearts. Director Wang Fatso's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. He stared blankly at Su Xiaoro, then shifted his gaze to Chen Mo. His eyes were filled with utter shock. This is incredible. These lyrics. This feeling. Absolutely incredible. Just then, Su Xiaoro's agent, Sister Wang, hurried over. She'd been growing increasingly impatient waiting in the RV, fearing Su Xiaoro might pull another stunt and mess up the afternoon schedule. Ro, where did you run off to? I was telling you. Sister Wang's words trailed off abruptly. Because she too had heard Su Xiaoro's blood-curdling singing. And she saw the stunned expressions on the faces of those around her. Sister Wang froze. She stared in disbelief at Su Xiaoro, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. What was that? Was that Su Xiaoro singing? How could that be? After singing that line, Su Xiaoro slowly opened her eyes and exhaled a long breath. As if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. Her eyes were slightly reddened. She lifted her head, her gaze intense as she looked at Chen Mo. I think. I've got it. Her voice carried a hint of hoarseness and uncontrollable excitement. Xiao Zhang, the assistant sound recordist beside her, was responsible for capturing on-set sound effects for the production crew. At that moment, his face flushed with excitement. Sister Ro. He stammered out. These lyrics. This feeling. It's incredible. That line just now I got goosebumps. If you sing it like this, it'll definitely go viral. Absolutely. Xiao Zhang was a professional, and his words carried more weight than any praise. Sister Wang stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. She looked at Su Xiaoro, then at the young man with his calm expression. Her mind went blank. These lyrics, who wrote them? She blurted out the question instinctively, her voice trembling slightly. Su Xiaoro didn't answer her. She stood up and walked over to Chen Mo in a few strides. Her sweet, doll-like face was now filled with genuine admiration and awe. Yes, admiration. Before, her feelings toward Chen Mo had been mostly curiosity, testing the waters, thinking he was a bit clever. But now, that feeling had changed completely. This man possessed talents beyond her wildest imagination. Whether it was directing performances or composing music. He displayed abilities far beyond his years, almost demonically gifted. Chen Mo. For the first time, she didn't use the polite titles like Director Chen or Screenwriter Chen. Instead, she called him by his first name. Her voice carried a barely perceptible warmth. You're truly remarkable. Her lips curled upward uncontrollably into a wide smile. The smile was bright and radiant, coming from the heart. Chen Mo merely gave a slight nod, his expression as calm as ever. As if, to him, it was nothing more than a trivial matter. The most lethal kind of swagger is the one you don't even notice. Su Xiaoro watched his utterly unruffled demeanor, and her admiration for him deepened. This was the mark of a true master. A hidden master. She took a deep breath and made a decision that surprised everyone present. She stepped forward, nearly pressing against Chen Mo. Her gaze was unwavering, her tone resolute. Director Chen. This time, she used the respectful title again, but the meaning behind her words was entirely different. I want to sing the theme song for your show, Hidden Corner. And I want to use this line as the core. And. She paused, then declared with unwavering conviction. For free. I'll sing it for you for free. Chapter 22. You call Chen Mo a small-time player? The entire venue fell silent. Su Xiaoro's declaration of free left everyone else speechless. Director Wang Fat's mouth hung open, his eyes bulging wide. He felt like his heart was about to give out. A cold glint flashed in Lin Wanqiu's beautiful eyes as she fixed her gaze on Su Xiaoro, then glanced at Chen Mo, whose expression remained calm. Oomph. This best friend of hers was definitely no pushover. This is outrageous. Agent Sister Wang's face turned ashen. She lunged forward in a single stride, attempting to cover Su Xiaoro's mouth. Ru. Do you know what you're saying? Sister Wang's voice trembled. Sing the theme song for free? If word got out, the company board would tear her limb from limb. But Su Xiaoro seemed determined. She pushed Sister Wang's hand away and looked at Chen Mo with unwavering resolve. Sister Wang, I know exactly what I'm doing. This is my own decision. Sister Wang's lips trembled with fury. Your own decision? Su Xiaoro, don't forget what kind of contract you signed. I absolutely refuse to agree to this. I'm calling the company right now. Sister Wang fumbled frantically for her phone in her bag, her fingers trembling with anger and tension. Go ahead, Sister Wang. I'll explain it to the boss myself. I'm sure he'll understand. Understand you? He'll just think you're crazy. Sister Wang roared, but she dialed the company number anyway. The call connected quickly. Suppressing her anger, Sister Wang took a deep breath and said into the phone, Mr. Li, it's me, Wang Lin. A slightly hoarse voice came from the other end. Li Xiao, president of Tianyu Entertainment, a company that had produced numerous outstanding artists. Due to limited resources, most remained second tier, yet its formidable talent pool earned it the reputation as the Huangpu Military Academy of China's entertainment industry. Su Xiaoro was one of the few top-tier artists. Wang, what's so urgent? Sister Wang glanced at Su Xiaoro, then at the crowd pricking up their ears for gossip, and clenched her jaw. President Li, Su Xiaoro, she's currently on the set of Hidden Corner. She just said she'll sing the theme song for this web series for free. Sister Wang gritted her teeth as she spoke. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line. What did you say? Mr. Li's voice suddenly rose, thick with disbelief. For free? Sing the theme song for a web series? Has Su Xiaoro lost her mind, or have you? Sister Wang hurriedly explained, Mr. Li, please hear me out. Ruru just acted on impulse. Impulse? Mr. Li's voice dripped with sarcasm. Wang Lin, I told you to mentor Su Xiaoro to keep an eye on her, not let her run wild. What kind of status does she have now? A hot little diva. Singing for free on some obscure web series no one's even heard of? If this gets out, where will our company's reputation stand? She doesn't want the money, but the company still has to cover production costs. She's putting all our livelihoods at risk. Li Xiao grew increasingly agitated, his voice swelling louder and louder. Through the phone speaker, every word rang clearly in the ears of everyone present. How long has she even been famous that she's suddenly doing charity work? Su Xiaoro remained stubbornly silent, her lips pressed tightly together. Chen Mo stood nearby, his expression calm, betraying no emotion. Fat Wang shrank his neck, feeling slighted that his crappy web series was being looked down upon. He felt a bit annoyed but dared not speak up. Lin Wanqiu's frown deepened with each passing moment. On the other end of the line, Mr. Li continued his lecture. Where's Su Xiaoro? Get her on the phone. Sister Wang handed the phone to Su Xiaoro, her eyes betraying a hint of resignation. See? I told you so, she said, handing the phone to Su Xiaoro. Su Xiaoro took the phone and took a deep breath. Mr. Li, it's me. Xiao Su. Mr. Li's tone softened slightly, though it still carried the air of an elder lecturing a junior. You're an adult now, why are you still letting your emotions get the best of you? I know you're passionate about music, but you can't be so stubborn. It's just a web series, how much impact could it possibly have? Is it worth you lowering your standards to work for free? Did someone talk you into this? Mr. Li's tone dripped with contempt for such small-time players. Let me tell you, in this industry, there are tons of people trying to ride the coattails of popular artists like you. They have no connections, no real talent. These so-called scriptwriters and directors all smooth talk and empty promises, just trying to get something for nothing. You better keep your eyes open, don't get used as a pawn without even realizing it. Who's the screenwriter for this show? What's his name again? Chen Mo, right? Li Xiao seemed to recall something. I've heard of him. Isn't he that young guy who got lucky with one demo reel? What real talent could someone like that have? Just a bunch of petty tricks and shortcuts. Xiao Su, listen to me, stay away from this guy. Don't let him drag you down. Our company has worked hard to develop you to this point. You can't throw your future away. Li Xiao's words grew harsher with each sentence. Each sentence belittled Chen Mo, implying Su Xiaoro had been duped. Su Xiaoro's expression darkened. She wanted to argue back, but Li Xiao wouldn't give her a chance to speak. Sister Wang stood by, equally anxious, yet dared not interrupt the boss's lecture. Just then, a cool, detached voice suddenly cut through the air. Mr. Li, you shouldn't speak that way. Everyone turned to look. They saw that Lin Wanqiu had quietly approached Su Xiaoro. Her expression was icy as she stared directly at the phone in Su Xiaoro's hand. That Chen Mo you called lacking real talent and an opportunist, his screenplay, Hidden Corner, was funded by me, Lin Wanqiu. Lin Wanqiu's voice was not loud. Lin Wanqiu. The moment those 4 words were uttered, the voice of Mr. Li on the other end of the line abruptly fell silent. The buzz of chatter on the set instantly fell silent. Everyone was stunned by Lin Wanqiu's sudden, commanding declaration. Holy crap? Fat Wan was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Is President Lin actually stepping in to settle this feud personally? Su Xiaoro stared at Lin Wanqiu in astonishment, a wave of warmth washing over her. She never imagined Lin Wanqiu would confront her own boss directly for Chen Mo's sake. Sister Wang was utterly dumbfounded. Lin Wanqiu? This web series was actually produced by the reigning Best Actress? Invested in by Lin Wanqiu? How come she hadn't heard a single whisper about it? On the other end of the line, General Manager Li remained silent for several seconds before cautiously speaking up. Are you Lin Wanqiu, Miss Lin? His voice carried palpable respect. The entertainment industry differs from the performing arts, yet both revolve around wealth. Besides me, which other Lin Wanqiu would dare claim she invested in Hidden Corner? Mr. Li, you just said Chen Mo was a nobody, a young upstart who got lucky? Well, let me tell you, your judgment of character leaves much to be desired. The Hidden Corner project was funded anonymously by me personally. It wasn't luck, it was Chen Mo's talent. And... Lin Wanqiu paused, her voice suddenly rising with a hint of pride. It's not just me, Lin Wanqiu, who believes in him. Qin Zhenchuan from the Film Association, old Master Qin, you know him, right? Master Qin has nothing but praise for Chen Mo's screenplay. Moreover, he personally singled out Hidden Corner, declaring it has the potential to be the best of the year. Qin Zhenchuan. Master Qin. Chapter 23, A Misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. Those 3 words exploded in General Manager Li's mind. If Lin Wanqiu had merely stunned him, then the name Qin Zhenchuan alone was enough to strike fear into his heart. He was the titan of China's film industry. A man whose word alone could determine a film's fate. And he had singled out Chen Mo for praise? And even said he had the potential to be the best of the year? Holy crap! All that negative buzz and online backlash? Meant nothing in his eyes. On the other end of the line, Mr. Li's breathing grew heavy. If Su Xiaoro could sing the theme song for the web series, that wouldn't be lowering her standards, it'd be a huge bargain. Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin also. His voice was already breaking. Lin Wanqiu's tone was icy. So, Mr. Li, do you still think Chen Mo was just some opportunistic nobody trying to ride the hype train? Or someone without connections or talent? Do you still think Miss Su Xiaoro was tricked into singing the theme song for Hidden Corner? Dead silence fell on Li's end. A full dozen seconds passed. A sudden, violent coughing fit erupted over the phone. Then, Mr. Li's voice came through again, but this time, it was like night and day compared to before. Oh my goodness. It's you, Miss Lin. The voice was so obsequious it gave one goosebumps. A misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. What I said earlier. I just didn't understand the situation. I knew it. Su Xiaoro has always had such keen insight, how could she possibly be fooled so easily? Mr. Li's voice was thick with regret and flattery. So it was a project invested in by you, Mr. Lin? Then it must be flawless. Mr. Lin, your discernment is renowned in the industry for its sharpness and precision. And Elder Qin. A project he personally endorses is undoubtedly the cream of the crop. The speed of their about-face was worthy of Sichuan opera. Everyone present, except for Chen Mo, who remained impassive, listened in stunned silence. Fat Wang gaped at the phone in Su Xiaoro's hand as if it were some kind of monster. Sister Wang wore an equally incredulous expression. Was this really the same arrogant, bossy Mr. Li from just moments ago? Su Xiaoro felt both amused and exasperated, yet her gratitude toward Lin Wanqiu deepened. On the other end of the line, Mr. Li was still droning on with his explanations. Chen Mo, right? Screenwriter Chen. Yes, I remember now. A rising star. Absolutely a rising star. I've heard his name for ages. Such talent at such a young age, his future is limitless. Limitless. Our company should definitely support new talents like him. Su Xiaoro, you made the right call this time. Excellent work. Mr. Li's tone did a complete 180-degree turn. It's an honor for you to sing the theme song for such an outstanding work, and an honor for our company too. What's this talk of free work? Discussing money is so vulgar. Getting to collaborate with President Lin and be associated with a project endorsed by the esteemed Mr. Qin, that's a blessing we've earned through generations of good karma. Wang Lin. President Li suddenly called out to Sister Wang again. What are you standing around for? Get moving and give Su Xiaoro your full cooperation. Work closely with the production team. Make sure the theme song is handled flawlessly. Copyright? What copyright? As long as Mr. Lin and screenwriter Chen don't mind, we'd even give it away for free. Right. That's settled. Mr. Li waved his hand dismissively, as if the person who had just been vehemently opposing the idea wasn't him at all. Xiao Su, sing your heart out. Show us your skill. Show us your style. Bring glory to our company. Bring glory to Director Chen. Bring glory to Mr. Lin. Bring glory to old Master Qin. Well, just do your best. Mr. Li was so excited he was practically babbling. Su Xiaoro held the phone, her lips twitching. For the first time, she realized just how thick her boss's skin could be. Lin Wanqiu watched coldly, a barely perceptible sneer curling her lips. The world of capital was just that cold and calculating. Well, Mr. Li, about Su Xiaoro performing the theme song for free. Sister Wang cautiously broached the subject. Didn't you hear me? Free. Absolutely free. Mr. Li declared with unwavering certainty. This is how we show our respect for art. Our admiration for talent. Anyone who dares mention money will be the first to face my wrath. All right. I have another meeting to attend. I won't say more. In short, everything will be decided based on Mr. Lin and screenwriter Chen's opinions. Xiao Su, keep it up. I'm counting on you. Lin Wanqiu slammed the phone down with a loud click. She turned to look at Sister Wang and the others standing there. Lin Wanqiu hung up coldly. Sister Wang's face flushed red, then drained pale. She glanced at Lin Wanqiu, then stole a look at Chen Mo beside her, his expression still impassive. Oh no! She'd managed to offend both sides badly. Especially Chen Mo. Mr. Li's words earlier were practically a direct insult to him. Sister Wang regretted it so much she could have kicked herself. How could she have been so foolish not to investigate the details of this drama first? Mr. Chen. Sister Wang plastered on a smile. I'm so sorry. Truly, I'm so sorry. She pressed her palms together and bowed repeatedly. We at Tianyu Entertainment are absolutely sincere in wanting to collaborate with you. It would be our honor to have Su Xiaoro perform your theme song. We'll have a wonderful collaboration. We absolutely will. Chen Mo gave her a faint glance but said nothing. Watching Sister Wang's demeanor, Lin Wanqiu slowly turned her head to look at Chen Mo. The icy glint in her beautiful eyes quietly faded, replaced by something expectant. An indescribable radiance flickered within them. She had defended him so fiercely just now, even going so far as to openly clash with Li Xiao. Surely he would say something to her. Even if it was just a simple thank you. Lin Wanqiu's heart began to beat faster for no apparent reason. What was wrong with her? She was Lin Wanqiu, after all. Since when did she start caring so much about a man's opinion? Chen Mo met Lin Wanqiu's gaze. A faint smile finally touched his otherwise composed face. Miss Lin, thank you for today. His voice was soft but sincere. He knew that without Lin Wanqiu, he wouldn't have gotten off so easily. Su Xiaoro had certainly meant well, but a man like Li Xiao would only take her kindness for granted. Thank me? At those words, Lin Wanqiu felt a slight flutter in her heart. A wave of sweetness welled up from her heart, swiftly spreading through every fiber of her being. It felt like sipping ice-cold plum juice on the hottest day of summer, utter bliss. She fought back the smile tugging at her lips, determined to maintain her aloof persona. What are you thanking me for? I'm merely stating the facts. Besides, as an investor, isn't it my duty to protect the project's reputation? Her tone remained cool, but the slight upward inflection at the end betrayed her current good mood. Wang Fatso and Lin Wanqiu's secretary Qin beside her stared wide-eyed, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Wang Fatso's jaw dropped so far it nearly dislocated. Holy crap! Was this really the same aloof, ice-cold Lin, the movie queen? What was that look on her face just now? A hint of girlish charm? Fat Wang rubbed his eyes hard, doubting his own eyes. Secretary Qin, her assistant, was utterly stunned. Having worked alongside Lin Wanqiu for years, she knew her boss's temperament all too well. Come on, she was usually so tight-lipped she'd skip words if she could. But just now, the look in President Lin's eyes toward Chen Mo? Pure, unadulterated tenderness? Put. She must have seen things. How could Mr. Lin possibly give that kind of look to a junior screenwriter younger than himself? Chapter 24, What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before? Ahem. Lin Wanqiu noticed the horrified stares from Fat Wang and Secretary Qin, and her pretty face flushed slightly. She immediately stiffened her expression, reverting to her usual cool demeanor. What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before? She shot Wang Fatso a glare. Wang Pangzi flinched, quickly lowering his head and dared not look again. But inside, he was screaming, I've seen beautiful women before, but never one like you. You're terrifying. And so damn alluring. Chen Mo watched Lin Wanqiu's contradictory expression and chuckled inwardly. This woman, she's actually quite adorable. Anyway, I still need to thank you, Chen Mo spoke up again. Lin Wanqiu snorted and turned her head away, refusing to look at him. But the faintly upturned corners of her mouth refused to stay down. Su Xiaoro finally snapped out of her shock. She looked at Chen Mo, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Teacher Chen Mo. She rushed over excitedly, the notice in her hand crumpled slightly from her grip. That line you wrote, do you think I still have a chance? It was pure genius. When I sang it just now, I got goosebumps all over. This song is going to be a hit. Absolutely guaranteed. Her tone was unwavering, brimming with admiration for Chen Mo. But what about the rest? How should I write the rest? Su Xiaoro looked at Chen Mo with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. She knew she shouldn't expect too much. If Chen Mo could offer her a single stroke of genius, it would already be a tremendous blessing. Chen Mo smiled faintly. His insight into human hearts allowed him to effortlessly grasp the regret, reluctance, and a hint of humble hope Su Xiaoro was trying to convey. The mental agility granted by the cognitive enhancer fueled a surge of inspiration within him. Hand me the notice. Su Xiaoro hurriedly handed it over. Chen Mo took the notice and flipped it over. He didn't start writing immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes. In his mind, countless words and phrases swirled and rearranged themselves. Seconds later, he opened his eyes, his gaze clear and profound. He picked up the pen and began writing on the paper with a scratching sound, almost without pause. The set fell silent. All eyes were fixed on the tip of Chen Mo's pen. Su Xiaoro held her breath, staring intently without blinking. Lin Wanqiu couldn't help but sneak a glance over. She was curious to see what kind of stunning masterpiece this young man, who always seemed to create miracles, would write this time. Soon, Chen Mo stopped writing. He handed the notice to Su Xiaoro. Take a look. Is this acceptable? Su Xiaoro took it with trembling hands. Her gaze fell upon the paper. Do you think I still have a chance? Like the light at the end of a tunnel, like a star when lost. Like a ship sunk to the ocean floor, still yearning for dawn. Like one diagnosed with a terminal illness, yet still yearning for one more second of life. This humble wish, this desperate, solitary courage. You are my entire dream, yet waking brings only emptiness. What can I hold on to now? Your smile and my memories? Do you see any chance left for me? Even just catching a glimpse of you from afar would be enough. Su Xiaoro read each word aloud. As she read, her eyes reddened. Tears welled up uncontrollably. Not from sadness, but from excitement. From sheer awe. These lyrics. They cut straight to her very core. Each word felt like a tiny hammer, striking her heart with relentless force. That humiliation of loving someone you can never have, that stubbornness of pursuing what you know is impossible, that bone-deep regret and pain. All of it was portrayed with such vividness by Chen Mo, using the simplest yet sharpest words. Woo! Su Xiaoro could no longer hold back. Covering her mouth, she began to sob softly. Those around her were all stunned. It was so well written, it made people cry? Fat Wang craned his neck, eager to see what was written. Lin Wanqiu craned her neck too. Xiaoro, what's wrong? Sister Wang asked with concern. Su Xiaoro suddenly lifted her head, tears still glistening on her cheeks, yet her eyes shone with astonishing brilliance. It's going to be a hit. Teacher Chen Mo, this song is going to take the whole country by storm. No, it'll take the world by storm. She was so excited she could barely form coherent sentences. I've never seen lyrics this good. Every single word hits you right in the gut. I'm singing this song, no one's taking it from me. She clutched the notice as if it were a priceless treasure. Teacher Chen Mo, you're nothing short of a genius. Su Xiaoro gazed at Chen Mo, her eyes brimming with fervent admiration. Chen Mo merely smiled, glad you like it. To him, it was merely routine under the dual boost of brain enhancer and insight into human hearts. But to Su Xiaoro, it was nothing short of a miracle. Alright. Seeing the mood had peaked, Bat Wang clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Today's filming mission is successfully completed. Everyone, you've all worked hard. The crew erupted in cheers. Today had been nothing short of a roller coaster ride, utterly thrilling. First, Su Xiaoro paid a visit to the set. Then came the theme song controversy. Next, Lin Wanqiu fiercely defended her husband, or rather, the screenwriter. Finally, Chen Mo showcased his exceptional lyric writing skills. It was more thrilling than watching a blockbuster. Director, don't you think we deserve a break? A lighting technician shouted. Yeah. Everyone's been on edge lately. We've pulled several all-nighters in a row. The rest of the crew chimed in agreement. Indeed, everyone was pushing themselves to the limit to meet the schedule. Especially with a show like Hidden Corner, which demanded immense emotional depth and focus from the actors, making the shoot particularly draining. Wang Fatso looked at Chen Mo and Lin Wanqiu, seeking their input. After all, one was the head writer and the other the lead investor. Chen Mo nodded. I have no objections. Everyone has worked incredibly hard. A little rest is necessary to work better. Lin Wanqiu added, then let's give them 2 days off. Let everyone recharge properly. Yay! The crew erupted in enthusiastic cheers once more. Wang Fatso grinned. Alright. It's settled. 2 days off for everyone. 2 days later, we'll get back to work. Let's get this epic series wrapped up as soon as possible. Woohoo! The crew cheered in unison, their spirits soaring. Chen Mo watched the bustling scene before him, a warm feeling rising in his heart. Perhaps this was the magic of creation. It could bring a group of strangers together, tightly bound by a shared purpose. He turned his head and met Lin Wanqiu's gaze. Their eyes met. Lin Wanqiu quickly looked away, her ears turning crimson. At that moment, inside a 5-star hotel, Zhou Yuan held a glass of red wine, watching the daily video update of Hidden Corner on her phone. Damn flies, so disgusting. Chapter 25, could it possibly be Su Xiaoro? Nightfall. Meanwhile, in a corner of the city, a private room within an exclusive members-only club glowed with bright lights, the air thick with the scent of alcohol. Zhou Yuan wore an expensive custom-made gown. She gently swirled the crimson liquid in her stemmed glass. That Chen Mo, he really thinks he's hot stuff. Zhou Yuan's voice carried a hint of coquettishness, but it was overshadowed by undisguised contempt and irritation. A crappy web series that got lucky and went viral for a few days, and now he dares to ride the coattails of our shadows under the sun? And he even posted to bash others? That's just shameless to the extreme. She drained the glass of red wine in one gulp. Across from her sat a man in his early 50s, well preserved. He was Li Guozhang, a renowned director in Beijing's entertainment circles, wielding vast resources and having launched numerous stars to fame. He was also one of the true masterminds behind Shadows Under the Sun. Boss Zhao had invested heavily in him, all for the purpose of launching Zhou Yuan to stardom. Li Guozhang heard this and retorted. Nothing but a clown. His voice was low and deep. Zhou Yuan, why are you wasting your time on such a lowly, insignificant figure? It's beneath you. Zhou Yuan's face immediately broke into a flattering smile, her voice growing even sweeter. Director Li, you see things so clearly. I just can't stand it. A lowly screenwriter daring to act all high and mighty in front of us. Li Guozhang lifted the teacup before him and blew gently on the foam. Acting up? How long do you think he can keep that up? Shows that rely on cheap tricks to grab attention like this, their popularity comes fast and fades just as quickly. And besides. Li Guozhang paused, then smiled. A small-time web drama writer who barely managed to keep his credit. All it takes is one phone call from me, and his hidden corner won't get a single recommendation slot on any major streaming platform. Or even get it taken down entirely. Short videos? How long do you think they'll support him? His words were delivered with casual nonchalance, yet they carried an air of dominance. This was Li Guozhang's confidence. In the cutthroat world of showbiz, he had the clout to back it up. Zhou Yuan listened with delight, her smile growing even brighter. "You're truly remarkable, Director Li." She giggled coquettishly as she poured him another cup of tea. "Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. That good-for-nothing Chen Mo is finished this time." She could already picture Chen Mo on his knees, begging for mercy, a vision that filled her with satisfaction. As long as Director Li was willing to step in, not just one Chen Mo, but 10 of them would have to bow down obediently. Though initially overshadowed by the bad kid's popularity, Shadows Under the Sun leveraged substantial capital, aggressive marketing, and Li Guozhang's connections. While its critical reception lagged behind, its viewership numbers were steadily catching up, even showing signs of overtaking it. Zhou Yuan was certain the ultimate victor would be herself. Li Guozhang basked in Zhou Yuan's flattery, a smug look spreading across his face. "Chen Mo? He's nothing but a grasshopper in autumn. He won't be jumping around for much longer." Just as the atmosphere in the private room was at its peak, both men immersed in their contempt for Chen Mo and their rosy visions of the future. Bang! The door to the private room was violently pushed open. A young girl, Zhou Yuan's assistant, rushed in frantically. Her face was deathly pale, her forehead drenched in sweat, and her voice trembled as she spoke. "Zhou. Sister Zhou. It's bad." The assistant stumbled from running too fast, nearly falling. Zhou Yuan's good mood shattered instantly, her delicate brows furrowing. "What a disgraceful sight, rushing about like this." She snapped, displeased. "Can't you see I'm discussing business with Director Li? Did the sky fall?" The assistant gasped for breath, barely able to speak. "Sister Zhou. Director Li. Online, something huge just happened online." Li Guozhang furrowed his brow slightly but remained composed. What storms hadn't he weathered? What could possibly warrant such a loss of composure? Zhou Yuan grew even more impatient. What could possibly be so major online? Did Shadows Under the Sun break viewership records? Or is some clueless fool bashing us again? The assistant shook her head repeatedly, her voice trembling. "No, it's not that. It's Hidden Corner. They released the theme song. They just released the intro and a short preview." "Theme song?" Zhou Yuan snorted derisively, her face growing even more dismissive. "I thought it was something big. It's just a crappy song. What kind of storm could it possibly stir up?" She lifted her wineglass, intending to take another sip to calm her nerves. What big-name singer could a low-budget production like theirs possibly afford? At best, they'd get some third-rate internet singer, or maybe just have some no-name actor sing it themselves? No one would listen to this song even if they gave it away for free. Zhou Yuan was utterly convinced of her assessment. The production team of Hidden Corner was notoriously broke. What kind of connections and resources could Chen Mo, a newly minted screenwriter, possibly have? Li Guozhang nodded in agreement, clearly sharing Zhou Yuan's view. "It's just a theme song, it won't affect the big picture. Unless they can land a top-tier superstar, it's just icing on the cake, or worse, overkill." The assistant watched the two dismiss her concerns, nearly in tears from frustration. She swallowed hard, her voice thinning with fear. No, Sister Zhou. The singer is." She paused, as if the name weighed 1,000 pounds, making it impossible to utter. Zhou Yuan grew even more impatient. "Who is it? Stop stalling. Could it possibly be Su Xiaoro?" She blurted out the name of a popular young diva, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Su Xiaoro was Tianyu Entertainment's sweet-voiced pop princess, adored by countless fans and beloved nationwide. How could she possibly lower herself to sing the theme song for a low-budget web series? Especially for a song written by some obscure little screenwriter like Chen Mo? It was pure fantasy. Yet the assistant's next words struck Zhou Yuan and Li Guozhang like a sledgehammer. It is Su Xiaoro." "What?" Zhou Yuan screamed. Her voice was shrill. "You, say that again? Who is it?" The composure and calmness on Li Guozhang's face finally vanished completely at that moment. His expression changed for the first time. It turned utterly grim. Behind his glasses, his eyes suddenly widened, filled with utter disbelief. "Su Xiaoro? Su Xiaoro, the sweet-voiced pop princess from Tianyu Entertainment? Are you absolutely sure you haven't made a mistake?" Li Guozhang's voice rose slightly, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. How could this be possible? Su Xiaoro's stature was such that even Li Guozhang would have to think twice about casting her in his films, let alone collaborating on a song. How could she possibly sing for a web series like Hidden Corner, whose budget doesn't even scratch the surface of Shadows Under the Sun? This defies all logic. The assistant trembled at their reactions but nodded vigorously. "It's absolutely true. It's already trending on Weibo. Su Xiaoro personally stepped in to promote it. The hashtag Su Xiaoro performs the Secret Corner theme song has shot into the top 10 trending topics in just minutes. And, Chapter 26, System. Lottery. Keep drawing. The assistant's voice grew fainter and fainter, her head drooping lower and lower. Netizens are raving about that intro and the preview. Everyone says the melody is utterly addictive, the lyrics hit too close to home, and Su Xiaoro's performance breaks away from her usual style. It's nothing short of a divine collaboration. Boom! Zhou Yuan felt as if something had exploded inside her head. Su Xiaoro. It really was Su Xiaoro. The sweet-voiced pop princess she'd secretly envied yet could only look up to. How could she be helping Chen Mo? Zhou Yuan's chest heaved violently with rage, her fingernails digging into her palms. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She growled hysterically. That good-for-nothing Chen Mo, what gives him the right? Is Su Xiaoro blind? It must be that bastard Chen Mo. He must have used some despicable, shameless trick. It's definitely backroom deals. Yes. That's it. Zhou Yuan lashed out with words, desperately seeking a rational explanation for this unbearable reality. But deep down, she knew how feeble and hollow that explanation was. Su Xiaoro had always maintained an impeccable reputation within the industry, pure and upright, never tainted by scandal. Moreover, given Su Xiaoro's standing, what leverage could Chen Mo, a mere junior screenwriter, possibly have to force her into anything? Li Guozhang's face was so dark it could have dripped water. He saw deeper than Zhou Yuan imagined. Su Xiaoro was backed by Tianyu Entertainment. Li Xiao, the president of Tianyu Entertainment, was a man who never acted without absolute certainty. For Li Xiao to agree to let Su Xiaoro take this job, Chen Mo must have paid a huge price or promised staggering benefits. Or perhaps, behind Chen Mo, there was a powerful backer he didn't know about? Whichever it was, it meant that the rival, the hidden corner, was far more formidable than he had imagined. He had assumed this was an ant he could crush with a flick of his finger, but now it had suddenly bared its fangs. Oomph. Zhou Yuan snapped back to reality, her heart racing at the sight of Li Guozhang's grim expression. But she remained defiant in her words. So what if you brought in Su Xiaoro? It's just a song, can it defy the heavens? Our Shadows Under the Sun has 200 million in investment from Mr. Zhang, directly overseeing it, and so many stars on board. Why would we fear some crappy little web series? She tried to bolster her own confidence and soothe Li Guozhang. Li Guozhang took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He narrowed his eyes, the icy glint behind his glasses growing more intimidating. Su Xiaoro is interesting. Seems this Chen Mo really has a bit of cunning. But a cold, sharp curve reappeared at the corner of his mouth. Thinking one song could turn the tables? Too naive. In the entertainment industry, it ultimately comes down to the quality of your work and solid promotional resources. Li Guozhang slowly rose to his feet, walked to the window, and gazed out at the dazzling nightscape. Zhou Yuan, there's no need to panic. He has his clever plans, but I have my own countermeasures. If he wants to play games, I'll play along with him. He spun around abruptly, his eyes blazing with a fierce, battle-ready intensity. Tomorrow, we'll shoot the teaser trailer for Shadows Under the Sun and release it immediately. 300 million investment, top-tier stars, a blockbuster directed by a legendary filmmaker. I'll show everyone what a real blockbuster looks like. Hidden corner? Su Xiaoro? They'll all pale in comparison to Shadows Under the Sun. I'll use sheer power to crush that tiny spark of his completely. Li Guozhang's voice brimmed with confidence, already envisioning the scene where the Shadow Under the Sun mercilessly crushed the hidden corner. A greenhorn, even with luck and tricks up his sleeve, could never stand against a veteran like him who'd been in the industry for decades. He would make Chen Mo understand that experience truly matters. Zhou Yuan watched Li Guozhang regain his full confidence, and her heart eased slightly. Exactly. Director Li's new film Shadows Under the Sun was backed by capital operations and bigwigs pulling the strings. That's a true S-class mega project. Once the publicity campaign kicks off, it'll be an all-out blitz, sweeping across the entire entertainment industry. Chen Mo, your gloating days won't last long. Chen Mo's apartment. The door swung open, then slammed shut with a heavy thud, a sound of utter exhaustion. Chen Mo collapsed onto the sofa. After a grueling day of filming, he was utterly exhausted. He couldn't even be bothered to turn on the lights. His entire being, body and mind, radiated a drained, exhausted sensation. His eyelids felt heavy as if filled with lead, almost impossible to keep open. But his phone in his pocket buzzed at the worst possible moment. Buzz. Chen Mo kept his eyes shut as he fumbled for his phone. The screen's light stung his eyes. It was a WeChat message from Lin Wanqiu. Chen Mo, are you okay? Saw Su Xiaoro trending. Congrats. Get some rest early, don't overwork yourself. A subtle hint of concern lingered between the words. Just as he was about to toss the phone aside. Buzz. Another message popped up. It was Su Xiaoro. Brother Chen Mo. We did it. The song is amazing. Netizens are raving about it. Thank you. Confetti, excited. A string of exclamation marks and emojis followed, clearly showing her excitement. Chen Mo didn't even lift an eyelid. What's there to reply? I'm dead tired. Only one thought occupied his mind: sleep. The phone slipped from his limp hand, landing on the soft carpet. The screen flickered on for a few seconds before going dark. The next moment, faint snoring filled the living room. Chen Mo slept like the dead. His brain had finally recovered and rested completely. Outside the window, the sky was already turning pale. Chen Mo was jolted awake by a cold, mechanical alert tone. Ding! Detected that the host has completed sufficient rest. Mental energy restored to 90%. System notice: congratulations, host. The teaser trailer for the theme song of Hidden Corner has surpassed 100 million views across all platforms within 12 hours of release. Mission: first glimpse of sharpness overachieved. Overall rating: S-class. Chen Mo jolted upright on the sofa, his drowsiness vanishing almost instantly. 100 million views. S-rank evaluation. His heart began racing uncontrollably. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 1 random lottery chance. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 designated skill type draw opportunity limited to director-related skills. Skill tiers: green, blue, gold, red, multicolored. Here it comes. Chen Mo's eyes flashed with excitement. The previous insight into human hearts basic had already proven immensely beneficial. This directing skill couldn't be any worse. System: initiate the designated skill type draw first. Command received. Extracting director-related skills. A virtual will appear before Chen Mo, covered in icons representing various directing abilities from the basic scene coordination to the advanced masterful pacing control. The array dazzled his eyes. The pointer spun rapidly. Stop. The pointer gradually slowed, finally settling on an icon glowing with a faint blue light. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the blue tier director skill God tier storyboarding. Divine storyboarding passive: when the host conceives visual narratives or edits footage, the optimal sequence of shots in cinematographic language designed to maximize dramatic tension, guide audience emotion, and align with narrative rhythm will automatically manifest in their mind. This skill grants the host extraordinary visual acuity and rhythmic intuition, enabling them to precisely capture and create the most impactful and artistic visual imagery, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary, turning stone into gold. Chen Mo sucked in a sharp breath. God tier storyboarding. This is a God tier skill tailor-made for editing. With this, wouldn't editing films be like having a cheat code for X-ray vision? Awesome. Absolutely awesome. He slapped his thigh in excitement. System: continue. Random draw. Chapter 27, Directorly. Wait. Chak Weibo. Random draw activated. Spinning wheel generating. Another wheel appeared, this time displaying a wide array of rewards, items, skills, attribute points, and even some odd-looking lucky talismans. Come on, give me something good. Chen Mo rubbed his hands together, silently urging the system. The pointer spun once more, finally settling on a segment glowing with soft white light. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Energy Potion Intermediate X3. Medium-grade Stamina Potion, upon use, rapidly restores 50% of physical and mental stamina while temporarily boosting focus. Though not exactly earth-shattering, it was still a welcome gift in his current predicament. Chen Mo nodded with satisfaction. This reward was incredibly generous. Especially the God-tier storyboard, it was like rain in a drought. A powerful creative urge surged through him. Chen Mo could barely wait to open his laptop. He clicked open the footage of Lin Wanqiu's recreating her mother's panic scene. On the computer screen, Lin Wanqiu's exquisite yet anguished face appeared. Almost the instant the footage loaded, the passive skill God-tier storyboarding activated silently. Chen Mo's eyes changed. Previously, when watching this footage, he had thought Lin Wanqiu's performance was excellent and deeply moving. But now, in his mind, the performance was instantly deconstructed and reassembled into countless fragmented shots, different angles, and varying durations. These images surged in like a tidal wave, then instantly rearranged themselves into the most perfect, most impactful narrative arc. He didn't even need to consciously think. His body's instincts drove his fingers to dance across the keyboard and mouse, moving so fast they left afterimages. Here, the fleeting fear in Lin Wanqiu's eyes was extended by 0.5 seconds, allowing the audience to clearly capture it. There, the unconscious tremor at her fingertips, a close-up lingering 0.2 seconds longer than standard, infinitely magnifying that unease. The close-up of that crucial doll prop would be inserted 2 frames early, perfectly synchronized with the sudden contraction of her pupils. The faint, overlooked creak of the doorframe in the background audio was precisely timed with her sudden turn, layered with a quick push and shoulder shot from behind her. Each editing point cuts like a surgical scalpel of unparalleled precision. All excess fat is trimmed away, leaving only the purest essence. Not a single wasted shot, not a second of unnecessary pause. The oppressive, tense, and terrifying atmosphere was layered and amplified through the transitions between shots, the shifts in framing, and the masterful control of rhythm. What was merely excellent source material is transformed beyond recognition under Chen Mo's masterful editing, a stroke of genius. It became a work of art barely a minute and a half long yet powerful enough to send chills down your spine from head to toe, leaving you deeply agonizing over Lin Wanqiu's fate. As the final shot froze on Lin Wanqiu's despairing, vacant gaze, Chen Mo exhaled a long breath. Beads of sweat glistened on his temples, yet his face wore a look of pure, exhilarating satisfaction. This is what editing is all about, he murmured to himself, his tone brimming with fierce confidence. This clip, if released, would absolutely blow up the internet. 10 a.m. Beijing, Hilton Hotel, Grand Ballroom. The production launch event and concept trailer premiere for Shadows Under the Sun were being held here in grand style. The venue was lavishly decorated in gold and splendor, exuding extreme luxury. A red carpet stretched from the hotel entrance all the way into the banquet hall. Hundreds of media outlets had their cameras and flashes at the ready, their lights flashing intermittently, nearly illuminating the entire hall as bright as day. Live streaming cameras were also set up, trained on the main stage. Director Li Guozhang wore an impeccable black suit, his hair meticulously combed, his face bearing his customary composure and pride. Standing at the center of the podium, microphone in hand, his voice boomed out. First, I'd like to thank all our media friends and viewers watching the live stream for taking time out of your busy schedules to join us at the launch event for Shadows Under the Sun. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Zhou Yuan stood beside Li Guozhang, radiant in a custom strapless gown, her jewelry sparkling and her makeup flawless. She was the queen of the moment. Li Guozhang continued, Shadows Under the Sun is a major production our team has been meticulously preparing for a long time. The total investment for this drama is 300 million yuan. Whoa! The room erupted in gasps. 300 million. In the realm of web dramas, this was absolutely a ceiling-level investment. We've assembled China's top production team. Special effects, costumes, makeup, props, and art direction will all be at cinematic standards. As for the cast, besides our stunning leading lady, Miss Zhou Yuan, Li Guozhang smiled and gestured toward Zhou Yuan, drawing a wave of warm laughter and an even more intense flash of cameras. Zhou Yuan's smile grew even brighter as she waved gracefully at the cameras, radiating elegance. We've also invited dozens of well-known leading and rising actors to join the cast. We're determined to create a truly phenomenal production. Every word from Li Guozhang landed like a bombshell, sending ripples of excitement through the media and live streaming audience. Now, please enjoy the concept trailer for Shadows Under the Sun. As Li Guozhang finished speaking, the banquet hall lights dimmed. A massive LED screen behind the podium suddenly illuminated. Thrilling music surged through the air. Fast-paced editing, dazzling special effects, explosive scenes, car chases. The lead actors took turns appearing, striking cool poses and delivering lines that were cryptic yet undeniably impressive. The entire trailer radiated an aura of I'm expensive, I'm wealthy, and I'm formidable. The scent of money was overwhelming. As the trailer ended, the screen displayed a masterpiece from a renowned director. Coming this summer. Stay tuned. The lights come back on. Clap, 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 clap. Thunderous applause erupts and lingers. Reporters' faces flushed with excitement, already envisioning the massive crowds flooding the streets after the premiere of Shadows Under the Sun. The live stream's comments section exploded with messages. Holy crap! This is what an S+ production looks like. 300 million. Unbelievable. Director Li Guozhang is the real deal. Zhou Yuan is so beautiful and fierce. Can't wait for the goddess's new drama. This trailer's production quality blows every web series out of the water. Zhou Yuan listened to the flattery in her ear, watching the overwhelming praise in the livestream chat. Her smile was smug and satisfied. She even flashed a provocative, meaningful smile at one of the camera lenses. Chen Mo, did you see that? This is what a true game changer looks like. What does your little game of hide and seek amount to in the face of this colossal capital juggernaut? Li Guozhang also relished this feeling of being the center of attention. Clearing his throat, he prepared to take questions from the reporters. At that very moment, a reporter at the back of the hall suddenly raised his hand, his voice trembling with excitement, almost shouting. Director Li! Wait a moment! All eyes instantly turned toward the reporter who had spoken out of turn. The reporter was a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses, his hand tightly gripping a phone with its screen still lit. His face flushed crimson as if he'd uncovered earth-shattering news. Everyone! Shaq Weibo! Hidden Corner! Hidden Corner just released its final trailer. What? The Hidden Corner? The final trailer? A single stone sent ripples across the pond. The entire banquet hall froze as if paused, then erupted like a drop of water hitting boiling oil. Reporters scrambled to pull out their phones, frantically refreshing their Weibo feeds. Whispers and gasps rose and fell in waves. Li Guozhang's smile froze on his face. Zhou Yuan's triumphant, radiant expression froze, replaced by utter bewilderment. All the lights and attention that had been focused on them just a second ago were now abruptly snatched away by an invisible hand, redirected toward another target. That direction was Chen Mo, was Hidden Corner. Li Guozhang's expression changed instantly. Damn it! Which media outlet? How dare they not give me face? Chapter 28, Lin Wanqiu. It really was Lin Wanqiu. All the reporters went wild. Hidden Corner. The official trailer. Right here at the grand launch event for Shadows Under the Sun, where they're splashing out 300 million and acting like they own the place. Chen Mo, that obscure little director, dared to release his trailer today? He's trying to steal the spotlight. It was like slapping Li Guozhang and Zhou Yuan right in the face. Li Guozhang's facial muscles twitched violently with rage. He's got some nerve. The veins on his hand gripping the microphone bulged, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Silence. A low growl, straining to suppress his rage, forced its way out of his throat. But at that moment, the journalists couldn't care less about the authority of this renowned director. Every head was bowed, eyes glued to their phone screens. On their screens, the trailer for the film titled Hidden Corner was playing. Gloomy tones. Oppressive soundtrack. The eerie grins of several children. The voiceover, "Do you think I still have a chance?" pierced straight to the heart. And finally, that fleeting silhouette of a woman's profile filled with despair and terror was heavily pixelated, making it impossible to discern who it was. Yet these mere seconds radiate an eerie tension that sends chills down your spine. It's a stark contrast to the flashy, money-driven glamour of something like Shadows Under the Sun. The quality of this trailer. It's got something. The editing, the atmosphere, it doesn't feel like a low-budget production. Even on short video platforms, it's going viral. Whispers of excitement surged through the journalists' group like a tidal wave. Li Guozhang's face had shifted from iron gray to a deep purplish red. He felt like his lungs were about to burst from rage. This was his turf. It was the stage he'd meticulously crafted to showcase his industry dominance and crush all rivals. Now, it had been stolen by a young upstart with a trailer for a trashy web series. Zhou Yuan stood beside him, her body trembling slightly beneath her haute couture gown. Shaking with rage. "Chen Mo, are you deliberately trying to disgust me?" She'd completely forgotten how she'd snatched the spotlight from Chen Mo and demanded 5 million yuan in breach of contract damages. How could this happen? How dare Chen Mo? How dare he provoke them like this at a time like this? Media friends. Li Guozhang took a deep breath, his voice suddenly rising. The star of today's press conference is Shadows Under the Sun. Please focus your attention on our S-class blockbuster, a 300 million yuan production. He deliberately emphasized the words 300 million and S-class. He attempted to use the sheer weight of capital to reclaim the audience's attention. Yet the effect was minimal. Though the reporters briefly lifted their heads, their eyes remained fixed on the hidden corner, brimming with excitement and curiosity. A bold young reporter couldn't resist shouting out. "Director Li, what's your take on Hidden Corner releasing its trailer today? Is this some kind of, opportunistic marketing?" This question was undoubtedly pouring fuel on the fire. A flash of sharpness flickered in Li Guozhang's eyes. He swept a cold gaze across the entire media audience below the stage. His gaze carried the oppressive aura characteristic of those in positions of power. The entire venue seemed to chill several degrees. Some veteran journalists already read a hint of warning in Li Guozhang's gaze. Li Guozhang's standing and connections in the industry are no joke. Mess with him, and you'll never work in this industry again. A setup? Li Guozhang let out a cold laugh. A web series so low budget it can't even reveal its female lead dares to scam our production, Shadows Under the Sun? His gaze swept across every face in the room like a knife. I've heard a bit about that little director Chen Mo. He made a short film, got lucky winning some minor award, and now thinks he's a big shot? Looks like he can't even land a decent actress now, huh? He paused, deliberately raising his voice to ensure every ear picked up his words. I saw this trailer. The female lead's face was blurred out, completely indistinguishable. Bet he just grabbed some unknown amateur student to fill the role and doesn't dare show her face for fear of embarrassment, huh? Is this petty nonsense really worth all your fuss? Li Guozhang's words were sharp and biting, dripping with condescending superiority. He tried to use this approach to belittle Hidden Corner and paint Chen Mo as a clown who was biting off more than he could chew. Some reporters showed hesitation on their faces. Li Guozhang's words seemed to carry a grain of truth. After all, Hidden Corner was just a low-budget web series. Chen Mo was merely a rookie director. And online reviews were mixed. The female lead in that trailer was indeed pixelated. But such concealment can easily backfire. If it turns out to be an amateur actress, it could easily provoke public backlash. If that's the case, then Chen Mo's move today isn't a pleasant surprise, it's a self-inflicted embarrassment. Zhou Yuan's expression shifted from anger to delight upon hearing Li Guozhang's words. Yes. It must be. How could Chen Mo's shoestring production possibly afford any big-name actress? It must be all bluff. She straightened her back, regaining a bit of confidence. The trailer for Shadows Under the Sun, though still lavishly produced, now seemed hollow and contrived in comparison to the breathtaking glimpse offered by the Hidden Corner. The media's attention had long since shifted elsewhere. Their minds were now consumed by Hidden Corner and that pixelated female lead. Lin Guozhang publicly declared, "Put my words out there, this kind of sensationalism is deceiving the audience and irresponsible toward your own work." That evening. Exactly at 8 p.m. While the entire internet was still buzzing about the Hidden Corner trailer and speculating on the identity of the mysterious female lead, the official Weibo account for Hidden Corner quietly posted an update. No extra text. Only a high-definition still from the show. The backdrop of the photo was the old stairwell of Zhu Chaoyang's home in the series. Dimly lit. A woman in a simple dress stood with her back to the camera, her face turned sideways. Her eyes were filled with terror and despair. That face. The very face that had been heavily pixelated in the trailer. Now, it was clearly revealed to everyone. The mosaic was lifted. The instant netizens recognized that face, the entire internet felt like it had been hit by an atomic bomb. Boom! Lin Wanqiu. It was Lin Wanqiu. The top-tier actress who reached the pinnacle upon her debut, holding multiple Best Actress awards, consistently gracing the covers of major fashion magazines, and hailed as the entertainment industry's pinnacle of beauty and talent. Lin Wanqiu. She actually starred in The Bad Kids? In this obscure, low-budget web series? Chapter 29, your background image is great, thanks. At that moment, Weibo's servers were completely overwhelmed by the flood of incoming traffic. Holy SHT. Am I seeing things? Is that Lin Wanqiu? It really is Lin Wanqiu. Holy crap. I never thought I'd see this. The top-tier movie queen actually came down to earth to star in a web series? What kind of god-tier director is Chen Mo? How did he pull this off? Lin Wanqiu's first suspense drama? This cast is insane. Who said Chen Mo couldn't afford big names? Feeling embarrassed now? My goddess. Her performance in this intense role is absolutely mind-blowing. Hidden Corner is on its way to becoming a masterpiece. First Su Xiaoro sang the theme song for free, now Lin Wanqiu is starring as the lead. Where are all those who mocked Chen Mo for casting unknowns Li Guozhang and Zhou Yuan? Come out and face the music. Serves you right. This is a total slap in the face. So satisfying. The entire internet exploded. Countless gasps, countless exclamations, countless question marks instantly flooded every social media platform. The hashtag Lin Wanqiu stars in Hidden Corner rocketed to the top of Weibo's trending list at lightning speed. Trailing behind it was a deep red explosive tag. Close behind were related topics like Chen Mo's background, the Hidden Corner cast, and Li Guozhang's humiliation. The entire trending list was almost entirely dominated by the Hidden Corner. The fleeting popularity of Shadows Under the Sun, bought with money, was instantly crushed into oblivion. At that moment, inside Zhou Yuan's luxurious apartment, she was furiously refreshing Weibo on her tablet. When she saw that high-definition still of Lin Wanqiu, when she saw the overwhelming praise and mockery directed at her, a shrill scream erupted from her throat. She violently hurled the tablet in her hand against the wall opposite her. Crash! The expensive electronic device shattered into pieces instantly. Lin Wanqiu. How could it be Lin Wanqiu? Zhou Yuan's hair was disheveled, her makeup smeared and distorted by rage, a far cry from the polished elegance and haughty demeanor she'd displayed earlier that day. Has she lost her mind? She's Lin Wanqiu. Why would she take a role in that trashy little production run by Chen Mo? That low-budget production. How much could they possibly pay her? What resources could they offer her? Zhou Yuan couldn't comprehend it. Jealousy was driving her mad. Lin Wanqiu she had always looked up to and envied her. How dare she? How could that good-for-nothing Chen Mo land Lin Wanqiu? She, Zhou Yuan, backed by President Zhao and holding 300 million in investment, couldn't even get an Oscar-winning actress of Lin Wanqiu's caliber. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Yuan grabbed the crystal ornament on the table and slammed it onto the floor, venting her rage and frustration. Chen Mo. I'll make you pay with your life. At the same time, inside a luxurious private room at an exclusive club, Li Guozhang stared at the clear still from Lin Wanqiu's drama on his phone screen, along with the countless mocking comments below it. His face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Bang! That little bastard Chen Mo. What kind of bull luck did he get? The producers and investor representatives nearby exchanged nervous glances, holding their breath in silence. Li Guozhang's mockery from the daytime press conference still rang in their ears, how he'd sneered that Chen Mo couldn't afford a big-name actress and had to settle for an unknown. This reversal now felt like rubbing his face repeatedly in the dirt. Investigate. Li Guozhang snapped his head up, his eyes bloodshot like a predatory beast. Find out. Exactly how much did Chen Mo pay Lin Wanqiu? Or what underhanded tactics did he use? He refused to believe it. He refused to believe Lin Wanqiu would willingly prop up a low-budget web series directed by a rookie. There had to be something fishy going on behind the scenes. It had to be money. Or some other kind of deal. Li Guozhang had completely lost his usual composure and restraint, consumed only by impotent rage. Just as the entire internet erupted in excitement over Lin Wanqiu's involvement. At 9 p.m., Lin Wanqiu's personal Weibo account posted an update. So fortunate to have found a great script, a compelling role, and a director who can bring out another side of me. Thank you, Director Chen at Director Chen Mo. Looking forward to sharing Hidden Corner with everyone. The accompanying photo showed a scene from the set. In the photo, Chen Mo wore a simple t-shirt and jeans, a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. He stared intently at the monitor, his finger pointing at the screen as he explained something to Lin Wanqiu beside him. Lin Wanqiu tilted her head slightly, listening intently with a thoughtful and engaged expression. Sunlight streams in at an angle through the window, bathing both in a soft, warm glow. The scene radiates warmth and professionalism. The moment this Weibo post went live, it exploded across the internet once more. Ah! The goddess herself has stepped into the fray. Thank you, Director Chen, for bringing out another side of me. This is the highest praise for Director Chen Mo's talent. Director Chen looks so handsome and professional in the photo. He pairs perfectly with Goddess Lin too. I knew it. Any script and director that gets Lin Wanqiu's approval is no ordinary thing. This is the most lethal kind of subtle swagger. Lin Wanqiu delivered the loudest slap to her doubters with the calmest tone. Director Chen Mo, you're amazing. Lin Wanqiu's Weibo post undoubtedly added the hottest fuel to the fire for the bad kids. Her fans and casual followers alike were all stirred into action. Curiosity and anticipation for the young director Chen Mo reached a fever pitch. What had netizens buzzing even more? Less than 5 minutes after Lin Wanqiu's Weibo post went live, the popular young diva Su Xiaoro swiftly reposted it and commented. Director Chen's taste never fails supporting Sister Wanqiu. Supporting Hidden Corner. Confetti, heart. She even added a playful wave emoji. This repost and comment instantly shot to the top of the trending comments. Holy crap! Is this a love triangle about to explode? Su Xiaoro's tone, TSK, so much to read into this. Director Chen's eye for talent never fails. Is she talking about casting, or something else? Dog head. You hit the nail on the head, OP. I can smell the gossip in the air. A top-tier Oscar-winning actress joining the cast, a chart-topping diva performing for free. Director Chen Mo, how many more surprises do you have up your sleeve? The show hasn't even aired yet, and the behind-the-scenes drama is already this thrilling. I'm already predicting this is the hit of the year. Su Xiaoro's assist undoubtedly propelled the Bad Kids Corner to new heights of popularity. Netizens' gossip-hungry souls were ablaze. Speculation about the relationship between Chen Mo, Lin Wanqiu, and Su Xiaoro was running wild. Overnight, the narrative shifted completely. The top 5 trending topics on Weibo were dominated by Hidden Corner-related discussions. Number 1, hashtag Lin Wanqiu's breakout role in Hidden Corner. Number 2, hashtag Chen Mo casting masterstroke. Third, hashtag Hidden Corner trailer analysis hashtag. Fourth, hashtag Director Chen's eye for talent, Su Xiaoro hashtag. Fifth, hashtag heartbroken for Li Guozhang. Chapter 30, hiring paid commenters? Does it even work? As for Shadows Under the Sun? That big-budget production, touted as having a 300 million yuan investment and featuring half of the entertainment industry's stars, has long since been pushed to the far corners of the trending charts. Occasional discussion threads mostly compared it to The Bad Kids, followed by a meaningful oomph. The so-called juggernaut of capital proved utterly vulnerable when confronted with sheer quality and explosive subject matter. Li Guozhang and Zhou Yuan's meticulously planned launch event was meant to make a splash and crush all competitors. Instead, it became the perfect backdrop for the Hidden Corner's meteoric rise. This slap in the face was loud and clear. Completely. They were utterly humiliated. The online storm had only just begun. Li Guozhang and Zhou Yuan thought Lin Wanqiu's promotional photos were their trump card, unaware that more was yet to come. The trending charts remained dominated by Hidden Corner. At that very moment, a film review article signed Poison-Tongued Old Ghost quietly appeared on major film forums and public accounts. Its headline boldly declared, preview of the Hidden Corner trailer, cinematic ambition in a web series shell Lin Wanqiu poised for new acting heights. Poison-Tongued Old Ghost. This is a major influencer in China's film and television criticism circles, renowned for his sharp eye and incisive commentary. His articles are always uncompromisingly honest, never pandering to the masses. Films he praises almost always become blockbusters. Those he criticizes usually flop. The moment his articles hit the web, they instantly draw the attention of countless industry insiders and film fans. The opening sequence of empty shots alone with its composition, lighting, and color palette exudes a profound cinematic quality. The creation of oppressive atmosphere, in particular, is practically textbook level. The close-ups of the children, with their eerie smiles not merely evil but a chilling blend of innocence and cruelty send shivers down your spine. The voiceover line, "Do you think I have a chance?" paired with the visuals, is pure genius. It instantly amps up the suspense to the max. As for Lin Wanqiu, though only glimpsed briefly in the trailer, the terror and despair etched into her profile are layered and vivid. Her eyes alone tell a story. This completely transcends any character she's portrayed before. If the full film maintains this caliber, she'll cement her legendary status once more. Director Chen Mo's visual language is seasoned, precise, and brimming with tension, utterly unlike a newcomer. I'd believe he studied under some international master director. At the article's conclusion, the notoriously sharp-tongued old ghost delivered an exceptionally high praise. The Hidden Corner may become a landmark work that reshapes the landscape of domestic suspense web series. I'm anticipating it like never before. This article poured another ladle of hot oil into the already sizzling cauldron. Holy crap! Even the harsh critic Old Ghost is gushing? Cinematic ambition. Lin Wanqiu's acting at its peak. This praise is off the charts. Old Ghost never praises anyone lightly, this one's a sure thing. Director Chen Mo, you're my god. The endorsement from professional critics instantly elevated the reputation of Hidden Corner to a whole new level. Even some skeptics who had previously held reservations now expressed anticipation. Just as Old Ghost's scathing review ignited heated debate. A behind-the-scenes clip from the set of The Hidden Corner was leaked from somewhere within the production team and quickly spread across short video platforms. The clip was brief, lasting just 1 minute. It captured an indoor scene. Chen Mo, dressed simply in a white t-shirt and a baseball cap, stood before the monitor. Before him stood the actor portraying Zhang Dongsheng. It seemed the male actor's emotions just weren't quite there, resulting in several takes. Chen Mo frowned and walked straight up to the actor. "Look at me," he murmured. Then, he lifted his head slightly. Behind his glasses, his gaze shifted abruptly. It was an extreme calm. Beneath that calm surged a heart-stopping ferocity and madness. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of his mouth. Yet it was precisely this gentle smile, paired with those eyes, that sent a chill racing from the soles of everyone's feet straight to the tops of their heads. The malevolence, repression, and distortion of Zhang Dongsheng came vividly to life through Chen Mo's portrayal. A single glance. The entire crew, including the male actor, was frozen in place. The set fell deathly silent. Even breathing seemed to cease. Seconds later, Chen Mo withdrew his emotion, reverting to his usual gentle demeanor. He patted the actor on the shoulder. "Did you feel it?" That despair intertwined with the last shred of pathetic hope, outwardly calm, inwardly shattered. The actor nodded vigorously, his face brimming with admiration and a hint of lingering fear. This behind-the-scenes clip instantly went viral. Holy! 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 Chen Mo can actually act? That look in his eyes. Unreal! I got goosebumps. His portrayal of Zhang Dongsheng feels more authentic than professional actors. The director actually stepped in to demonstrate? Please, Director Chen, just do it yourself. No wonder Lin Wanqiu respects him. His skills are off the charts. Signed up as a fan. A talented yet humble director, love it. This behind-the-scenes clip of Chen Mo's demonstration instantly maxed out his personal charm meter. A young director who understands acting, excels at directing, and can even demonstrate scenes himself. Who wouldn't love that? Now, Li Guozhang and Zhou Yuan were completely unable to sit still. The buzz around Shadows Under the Sun had been completely overshadowed, and its reputation was thoroughly crushed by the bad kids. Li Guozhang was so furious he smashed several cups in his office. "Useless! All of you are useless!" he roared at his marketing team. "Spend money! Spend money! Hire trolls! Slander Hidden Corner! Accuse them of trailer fraud! Say they're riding on others' popularity! Claim their lead actors are nobodies and Lin Wanqiu only had a few minutes of screen time. Whatever it takes, ruin its reputation." Li Guozhang couldn't care less about decorum anymore. All he wanted now was to drag Chen Mo and the Hidden Corner through the mud. Soon, a flood of negative reviews targeting the Hidden Corner appeared across major social media platforms and film rating websites. What a trashy trailer, all hype and no substance. The actual film must be garbage. Lin Wanqiu probably just has a cameo, they're using her as a gimmick. What good can a low-budget web series possibly produce? Don't be fooled. The director's too young, obviously not reliable. These negative reviews all boil down to the same few phrases, clearly the work of paid trolls. However, before these trolls could gain traction, angry netizens stormed in and tore them apart. Oh, getting defensive already? Has director Li started buying trolls now? LOL, these trolls are so unprofessional, they're using the exact same talking points. Sour grapes, you're just kicking up a fuss. If you're so great, why don't you make a trailer that's as amazing as this one? Chapter 31, thanks for your support. The main feature will be even more spectacular. Since our late autumn sister took the role, it must be important. Who do you paid trolls think you are to criticize? Boycott the trolls. Support Hidden Corner. Li Guozhang, is this what you spent your 300 million investment on? That's pretty small-minded. The trolls' attacks not only failed to smear the bad kids but sparked a backlash among netizens. People spontaneously rallied to defend the show, lambasting Li Guozhang for his underhanded tactics. Not only did Li Guozhang's money go down the drain, but he also earned himself a fresh wave of backlash. He was so furious he nearly spat blood. Zhou Yuan wasn't idle either. Daring not to use her main account, she secretly registered several fake profiles. Then, in various comment sections, she left sarcastic remarks. Ha, all this hype. Hope it doesn't turn out to be a piece of crap when it airs. How could Lin Wanqiu take this kind of show? Did Chen Mo trick her? Waiting for it to crash and burn. I'll be right here to prove it. She thought she was being stealthy. But then, she'd barely posted a few updates. She was caught out by sharp-eyed netizens. This ID, why does it look so familiar? Isn't this the professional troll who bashed other actresses in that gossip thread before? Wow, even the alt accounts are out? Zhou Yuan? Report. Accounts like this that stir up trouble maliciously need to be banned. Reported. You're welcome. Zhou Yuan's alternate account was instantly flagged by the platform as malicious marketing and immediately banned. She stared at the "Your account has been banned" notification on her computer screen. She trembled with rage. Thud. She slammed her fist onto the keyboard. Several keys flew off. Chen Mo. Lin Wanqiu. You just wait. Zhou Yuan's shrieks echoed through the empty apartment. While Li Guozhang and Zhou Yuan were jumping around like fools, Lin Wanqiu was being interviewed by a major fashion magazine. Naturally, the interviewer couldn't resist bringing up the hot topic of Hidden Corner. Sister Wanqiu, was starring in a suspense web series like Hidden Corner a completely new experience for you? Could you share what motivated you to take on this role? Lin Wanqiu, dressed in an elegant white skirt suit, smiled with gentle sophistication. Yes, it truly was a new challenge for me. What initially drew me in was the script. The story is truly compelling. The complexity and tragic nature of my character, Zhou Chunhan, deeply moved me. Of course, director Chen Mo was also a very important factor. The reporter's eyes lit up. Oh? Director Chen? Could you elaborate? Lin Wanqiu smiled faintly, her eyes brimming with admiration. Though young, director Chen possesses an exceptionally precise and profound understanding of the script and grasp of the characters. He even helped me re-examine and refine Zhou Chunhan's psychological logic, giving me a deeper understanding of the character. I believe that when the drama airs, everyone will see a completely new Lin Wanqiu, one you've never seen before. This statement carried immense weight. The top-tier leading actress personally acknowledged that the director helped her refine the character's psychological logic. This is undoubtedly a huge endorsement of Chen Mo's professional capabilities. Wow! Director Chen actually coached an Academy Award-winning actress on her performance? That's insane. What kind of god-tier director is this? With Lin Wanqiu saying this, my anticipation for Hidden Corner is off the charts. I can't wait to see the brand new Lin Wanqiu. Lin Wanqiu's interview once again elevated Chen Mo to godlike status. But it wasn't over yet. On the very night Lin Wanqiu's interview was released, Sushiro Studio released the official music video for White Boat, the theme song of Hidden Corner. The entire visual narrative of the MV was sourced directly from the series footage. Gloomy tones, oppressive atmosphere. The innocent children's song intertwines with the adults' hidden secrets. Fleeting glimpses of key characters brim with narrative depth and suspense. Sushiro's ethereal yet melancholic vocals seamlessly blend into the narrative. In the blue sky and Milky Way, there's a little white boat. The music video exploded across the internet upon release. Within 12 hours, views surpassed 100 million. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. The vocals and visuals are a perfect match. The editing in this MV is insane. Every frame looks like a movie. After watching the MV, I want to see the drama even more. Hurry up and release it. Sushiro's vocals, Lin Wanqiu's acting, Chen Mo's direction. This drama is destined to be a smash hit. The theme song MV's explosive popularity directly boosted pre-registrations for Hidden Corner across major video platforms. The number of pre-orders skyrocketed at a visible pace. 100,000 in 1 hour. 3 hours, 500,000. 12 hours, it smashed through the 3 million mark. This figure has already far surpassed the final pre-order numbers of many S-tier blockbusters. Hidden Corner was destined to be a hit even before its premiere. In stark contrast, Shadows Under the Sun, on the other hand, is shrouded in gloom. Earlier, some fans were still attempting to control comments under their official Weibo posts. Now, it's completely drowned out by mockery and skepticism. 300 million yuan investment for this? Their trailer got crushed by a low-budget film? Has Li Guozhang run out of ideas? All he knows is throwing money at it. Zhou Yuan should stick to being a pretty face. Stop pretending to be a serious actress. Heard you guys even hired trolls to bash others? How pathetic. Unable to bear the harassment any longer, the official Weibo account for Shadows Under the Sun quietly disabled comments one late night. This move was tantamount to an open admission of defeat. It became a laughingstock across the entire internet. Ha 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 ha. Shadows Under the Sun shut down comments. Scared off by the backlash? This is hilarious. Director Li's face must be burning with embarrassment now. The biggest joke of the year, hands down. The battle of public opinion had already declared its victor. Hidden Corner has crushed the competition with an overwhelming victory. Just as the entire internet buzzed with speculation about Chen Mo's next big move, Chen Mo's personal Weibo finally updated. It contained just one simple sentence. Thank you all for your attention. The main show is even more spectacular. Accompanying the post was a group photo of the Hidden Corner cast and crew. In the photo, all the main cast members beamed with joy. Chen Mo stood in the center, maintaining his usual calm and composed demeanor. This Weibo post contained no boastfulness, no self-satisfaction. Yet it radiates a powerful confidence. As if all the storms and triumphs that came before were merely appetizers. The real show was yet to come. Holy crap! Director Chen finally posted a Weibo. The main event is even better. Ah! I believe it. This level of swagger is off the charts. Director Chen, I crown you the ultimate legend. So cool, so incredibly cool. That's the aura of a true legend. I can't wait any longer. Please hurry up and release it. Chen Mo's Weibo post once again ignited anticipation among netizens. Chapter 32, Never Judge a Book by Its Cover. Bang! Li Guozhan's office door was kicked open from the outside. Zhou Yuan charged in like a raging lioness. She slammed the tablet in her hand onto Li Guozhan's spacious desk. Displayed on the screen was Chen Mo's nonchalant Weibo post, along with countless fervent comments from netizens below. Director Li. Zhou Yuan struggled to contain her rage. Didn't you say a press conference would silence him? Didn't you say he was just a clown? And now? Her finger trembled slightly as she pointed at the tablet. The entire internet is mocking us. Mocking shadows under the sun. Mocking you, Director Li. My Weibo is flooded with hate. They're calling me a trend hijacker. Saying I'm trying to cash in on Lin Wanqiu. I've lost all face. Li Guozhan's face turned ashen. He'd just received a scathing phone call from the investor's representative over the official Weibo account shutting down comments. Now Zhou Yuan's accusatory words were like pouring gasoline on the fire. Shut up. Li Guozhang snapped back, furious that a woman dared to lecture him. He slammed his fist on the table so hard that the documents on it jumped. He grabbed a Celadon teacup from the table and smashed it hard onto the floor. Crash! The shattering sound echoed harshly through the office. If it weren't for trying to save your face, would things have turned out like this? Li Guozhang pointed an accusing finger at Zhou Yuan and roared. Who do you think you are? Do you really believe you're some princess of the entertainment industry? What kind of star is Lin Wanqiu? What kind of popularity does Su Xiaoro have? What gives you the right to compare yourself to them? Now look what you've done. You shot yourself in the foot and dragged the entire crew down with you. Zhou Yuan froze at his outburst, then grew even angrier. You blame me? Li Guozhang, you have the nerve to blame me? Who was it who swore up and down that a nobody like Chen Mo couldn't make any waves? Who declared that 300 million in investment could crush everything? Now we're the laughingstock of the entire internet and you're shifting all the blame onto me? Let me tell you this, if this show flops, you won't get off easy either. Don't forget whose money you're working with. The two men clashed like two roosters locked in a fierce fight, bellowing accusations at each other across the office. Their once relatively harmonious partnership crumbled instantly under the weight of public pressure and failure. Just then. Knock knock knock. The office door was knocked on cautiously. Xiao Lu, Li Guozhan's assistant, peered in with half his head, his face pale and eyes darting nervously. Director Li. Miss Xiao. His voice was weak, tinged with trembling. Mr. Zhao is here. Which Xiao? Li Guozhang, still fuming, snapped impatiently. Before the words had even finished, a slightly overweight yet imposing middle-aged man had already pushed past his assistant and strode in. He wore a black silk shirt that appeared ordinary yet was undoubtedly expensive. A massive gold watch adorned his wrist and a thick gold chain hung around his neck, glinting dazzlingly under the lights. This was none other than Zhao Jinfu, the largest investor in shadows under the sun, the legendary tycoon who made his fortune in coal mining, known as Mr. Zhao. Director Li, you're in quite a rage. He walked over to the sofa in the reception area and sat down, crossing his legs. What's the matter? Can't even handle a rookie screenwriter? Li Guozhang's anger froze on his face as he offered a couple of polite remarks. Mr. Zhao, why did you come in person? Please sit down. Lu, hurry up and brew some tea for Mr. Zhao. The finest de Hong Pao. Zhou Yuan also reigned in her earlier arrogance, standing silently by. Mr. Zhao, I'm being bullied. Mr. Zhao waved his hand, halting the assistant who was rushing to fetch the tea leaves. He leisurely pulled a cigar from his pocket. Assistant Xiao Lu promptly produced a lighter and bowed to light it for him. Zhao took a deep drag, exhaling a thick smoke ring. His expression was obscured by the swirling smoke. Director Li, I invested 300 million to build momentum for Zhou Yuan. I didn't hire you to set off fireworks for me to listen to. Now look, the fireworks are going off, but they're celebrating their own success with the bad kids. Our shadows under the sun has become their backdrop, a negative one at that. Li Guozhang sighed helplessly. He owed a lot of money and desperately needed investors. Mr. Zhao, hear me out, this silence is just luck. First, he got lucky winning some college film festival award. Then Lin Wanqiu went off the rails and took his movie role, and Su Xiaoro jumped on the bandwagon too. His promotional tactics are all underhanded tricks, just pandering for attention. We're the real deal with a proper production. Our reputation will bounce back sooner or later. Mr. Zhao smiled at this. Lucky? He tapped the ash from his cigar, his tone icy. Li Guozhang, in all my years doing business, I, Jia Jinfu, have never believed in luck. I believe in only one thing. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Li Guozhang and Zhou Yuan. Money. I don't believe there's anything in this world money can't fix. If there is, it's because there isn't enough money. If outsiders can't handle it, then use insiders to take care of them? Got it? Instantly, their eyes lit up. Meanwhile, Beijing. In an antique-style private screening room filled with trophies and movie posters. The venerable patriarch of the film industry, Old Master Qin Zhenchuan, sat engrossed in the large screen. Playing on the screen was the 1.5-minute ultimate trailer for Hidden Corner. Alongside it was the behind-the-scenes footage of Chen Mo personally demonstrating the Zhang Dongsheng gaze. At 70 years old, Qin Zhenchuan's hair was streaked with gray, yet he remained remarkably vigorous. He had founded one of China's largest private film companies and directed numerous internationally acclaimed classics, holding an unparalleled status in the industry. At this moment, his brow was slightly furrowed, his expression focused. Last time, he had seen Chen Mo's dramatic scene and found it intriguing. When he saw Chen Mo's sinister gaze, a barely perceptible gleam flashed in Qin Zhenchuan's cloudy eyes. As the trailers and behind-the-scenes footage concluded, the lights in the screening room came back on. Qin Zhenchuan remained silent, lifting the cup of clear tea beside him for a gentle sip. Beside him stood a man in his 40s. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, the man exuded a sharp, capable demeanor. He was Qin Zhenchuan's trusted assistant and protege, Secretary Lin. Mr. Qin, what are your thoughts? Secretary Lin asked cautiously. Qin Zhenchuan set down his teacup and pondered for a moment. This kid has something. The camera work here is quite interesting. Secretary Lin was somewhat surprised. He knew Old Master Qin had extremely high standards, so receiving even a quite interesting from him was exceptionally rare. This young man named Chen Mo does possess a certain talent. Especially the demonstration scene, the sudden emotional outburst and precise control of the character's emotions. Even many seasoned actors with formal training can't pull that off. Secretary Lin nodded, though a hint of doubt lingered. Mr. Qin, Chen Mo is still so young and inexperienced. You previously endorsed him, recommended him for the film festival, and later introduced him to Lin Wanqiu. Isn't this a bit too much effort for a newcomer? Secretary Lin implied that Mr. Qin's relentless promotion of an unknown newcomer risked damaging his own reputation if Chen Mo failed to deliver in the future. Qin Zhenchuan heard this and slowly shook his head. His weathered eyes fixed on the frozen image of Chen Mo's profile on the screen. Shaolin, you can't judge people solely by their credentials and background. Some people are simply born for this line of work. Qin Zhenchuan's tone was calm, yet carried an authority that brooked no argument. He paused, then spoke deliberately. He's worth it. 3 simple words, yet they carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. This was the highest endorsement from the titan of China's film industry for a 22-year-old newcomer. Secretary Lin felt a chill run through him and dared not say another word. Envy, jealousy, resentment. He knew that once Old Master Qin made up his mind, he wouldn't change it easily. It seemed Chen Mo was truly poised to soar to new heights. Chapter 33, You're going to meet him in person. The lights in the screening room dimmed once more. The stunning final trailer and behind-the-scenes footage had concluded. Replacing them was the rough-cut footage of Hidden Corner, bearing a slightly unpolished texture yet permeated with an indescribable, eerie atmosphere. Qin Zhenchuan leaned back slightly, resting against the soft sofa back. His gaze remained fixed. No opening narration, no flashy camera work. Only the oppressive soundtrack and the damp sea breeze that seeped into one's bones. Oppressive. That was the first impression the rough cut left. The films Qin Zhenchuan had watched and directed were as numerous as fish crossing the river. Every style, every genre, he knows them all inside out. Yet now, the work of this young man on the screen evoked a long-forgotten sense of freshness within him. It wasn't dazzling technique. Rather, it was something that struck a chord deep within. He remained silent throughout the entire screening. The screening room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only the images flowed, light and shadow shifting. Secretary Lin stood nearby, holding his breath. He could sense that old Qin's emotions were undergoing subtle shifts as the plot unfolded. From initial scrutiny, to immersion in the middle section, and now to this moment. When the character Zhang Dongsheng appeared on screen, standing atop the scenic mountain peak facing his smiling in-laws, Qin Zhenchuan's body leaned forward slightly without conscious effort. His aged eyes were fixed intently on the screen. The scene was bathed in sunshine, picturesque as a painting. 2 elderly people looked at their son-in-law with anticipation, waiting for him to take their picture. Harmony, warmth. Yet an inexplicable chill seeps through the screen. It lingered in Qin Zhenchuan's heart. Secretary Lin sensed it too. He even instinctively pulled his suit jacket tighter around himself. Despite the theater's constant, comfortable temperature, he felt a chill creeping up his spine. Qin Zhenchuan's breathing seemed to grow faint. Just then, the scene abruptly shifted. The hand reaching toward his in-laws did not press the shutter. Instead, it gently pushed away. Without any warning. Without a moment's hesitation. 2 vibrant lives plummeted from the mountaintop. The lens calmly recorded it all. No melodramatic slow motion. No deliberate close-ups. Only the faint cry scattered by the wind in that instant, and the figures swiftly vanishing below the frame. And Zhang Dongsheng's face, half bathed in sunlight, half in shadow. A faint, lingering trace of a gentle smile still clung to the corners of his mouth. Hiss. A faint gasp escaped Qin Zhenchuan's throat. His gaze grew intensely solemn in that instant. His pupils even contracted slightly. Not because of the bloodshed. The scene itself was handled with remarkable restraint. What weighed heavily on him was the extreme contrast. It was the bone-chilling evil concealed beneath that calm surface. And even more so, it was the young director, Chen Mo, who had captured and boldly presented the darkest corners of the human heart with such precision. The preview continued to play. But Qin Zhenchuan's mind lingered long on that previous scene. Having worked in the film industry for decades, he considered himself a seasoned viewer. What shocking scenes hadn't he witnessed? Yet that single push had sent a pang of unease through this veteran of the film world, a man who had weathered every storm. This was no mere plot twist. It was a raw interrogation of human nature. As the preview reel ended, the lights in the screening room slowly came up. Qin Zhenchuan remained frozen in his forward-leaning posture, motionless for a long while. He lifted the teacup beside him, intending to take a sip. But he discovered his hand was trembling ever so slightly. He took a deep breath. Then slowly exhaled, trying to calm the turmoil within. This script. Qin Zhenchuan finally spoke, his voice carrying a barely perceptible hoarseness. It's nowhere near TV drama quality. I can hardly imagine this being filmed for short videos. He spoke these words slowly and heavily. Each word seemed to be squeezed out through gritted teeth. Secretary Lin stood nearby, his heart pounding violently. Not TV drama quality. Coming from old Master Qin, these words carried immense weight. It meant that old Qin believed this script had reached the caliber of a feature film. Even the caliber of an outstanding film. Mr. Qin. Secretary Lin spoke cautiously, wanting to say something but unsure where to begin. He understood Mr. Qin's astonishment. That scene had left him breathless too. Especially when he considered that the director and screenwriter of this drama was merely a 22-year-old youth. The impact felt even more profound. Qin Zhenchuan paid no heed to Secretary Lin. His mind was replaying scene after scene from the rough cut. And the behind-the-scenes footage he'd seen earlier, where Chen Mo personally demonstrated the Zhang Dongsheng gaze. And Lin Wanqiu's performance, bursting with explosive energy. This Chen Mo. Qin Zhenchuan murmured to himself. Secretary Lin interjected at just the right moment. Mr. Qin, I also saw some behind-the-scenes footage of director Chen Mo coaching teacher Lin Wanqiu on her acting. Oh? Qin Zhenchuan raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Secretary Lin carefully chose her words, recalling the scene she had witnessed. In that scene, teacher Lin Wanqiu was portraying Zhou Chunhong, whose emotions needed to reach a breaking point. Ms. Lin tried several times, but her emotional intensity fell just short each time, never quite achieving the effect director Chen Mo was seeking. The atmosphere on set grew tense. Everyone held their breath, watching director Chen Mo. Qin Zhenchuan nodded, gesturing for him to continue. A flicker of admiration passed through Secretary Lin's eyes. Then director Chen Mo walked over to teacher Lin Wanqiu and whispered a few words in her ear. I was too far away to make out the exact words. But roughly, it was about 3 sentences. After that, director Chen Mo stepped back. The set fell completely silent. Everyone saw teacher Lin Wanqiu's body begin to tremble slightly. Her eyes instantly reddened. Then, in less than 10 seconds, teacher Lin Wanqiu's tears began to fall like beads from a broken string. That sorrow, that despair, that pent-up emotion erupting to its absolute limit, I could feel it even through the screen. She wept until she was nearly overcome, her entire body convulsing. Finally, director Chen Mo called cut and stepped forward to comfort her for quite some time before teacher Lin's emotions gradually calmed down. After finishing her account, Secretary Lin found the whole thing almost unbelievable herself. 3 sentences. Just 3 sentences. Were enough to make an Academy Award-winning actress lose control of her emotions in an instant, achieving such a realistic performance. This Chen Mo's insight into human nature and his ability to guide an actor's emotions had reached a truly terrifying level. Qin Zhenchuan listened, then fell silent for a moment. His deep eyes flickered with complex emotions. This was more than just directing technique. It was a gift. An innate, acute perception of human nature. Just then, Secretary Lin's phone vibrated softly. He glanced at the screen, his expression shifting slightly. Mr. Qin. He looked up, his tone tinged with a hint of strangeness. There's been a new development in the public opinion storm surrounding Hidden Corner and Shadows in the Sun. Li Guozhang's side seems to have completely collapsed. Online sentiment is overwhelmingly in support of director Chen Mo now, mocking Li Guozhang and his production team. Qin Zhenchuan paused for a moment upon hearing this. Then, a curve spread across his lips. The curve grew wider and wider. Finally, he couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. The laughter echoed through the empty theater. It carried an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Li Guozhang. Qin Zhenchuan shook his head, the smile still playing on his face. Is this bound to be a crushing defeat? It wasn't so much a question as a statement of fact. A clown, a mere buffoon.
In the face of absolute talent and masterpieces, all capital maneuvers and scheming schemes seemed utterly feeble and powerless. Secretary Lin watched Old Master Qin's hearty laughter, his own heart filled with mixed emotions. Having served by Old Master Qin's side for years, he had rarely seen him so unguarded. It seemed that this Chen Mo had truly stirred a deep admiration for talent within Old Master Qin.
And a profound admiration indeed. The laughter gradually subsided. Qin Zhenchuan's expression returned to calm. But the light in his eyes shone brighter than before. He rose to his feet and adjusted his clothing. His tone brooked no argument. Shaolin. Make arrangements. When the opportunity arises, I want to meet Director Chen in person. You? You want to meet him personally? Chapter 34, Amazing. Truly amazing. Secretary Lin respectfully replied. Yes, Mr. Qin. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Meanwhile, on the second day of filming for Hidden Corner, crew members were already at their stations, bustling with tense yet orderly activity. Various filming equipment, lighting gear, props, and costumes were stacked in designated areas. Today was different from the previous days. Chen Mo was directing today, having volunteered for the role last night.
His previous demos and trailers had proven his talent, but truly leading a production crew sometimes required more than just talent. Fat Wang himself had been grinding it out in the industry for over a decade, having seen it all from big-name directors to fly-by-night operators.
How dare Chen Mo take on such a major project at his age? He was moving too fast. Does he really think he's got nothing to offer? What's more, this drama was already trending before airing. The pressure was immense. Is everything ready?
Chen Mo's voice carried none of the restlessness typical of youth, instead radiating an uncharacteristic calmness for his age.
The production assistant immediately replied. Director, the set and props are arranged exactly as you requested. Lighting in position. Camera crew ready. Chen Mo nodded and pulled out a thick stack of A4 papers. This is today's shooting script. Chen Mo handed the script to Wang Fat and the department heads. Everyone, take a close look. Wang Fatty took the script, initially somewhat carelessly. Having been in the industry for years, he'd seen countless storyboards. Many directors like to paint a rosy picture, but the actual filming was often a different story.
But after just one glance, Wang Fatso's expression changed. The cigarette dangling from his mouth nearly fell out.
Was this written by Chen Mo? This isn't just a storyboard script. This is practically a shooting manual. Every page clearly marked the shot composition, camera angles, precise actor positioning, and even provided textual cues for subtle facial expressions. Even more astonishingly, the lighting setup, primary light sources, auxiliary lights, and even the angles of reflectors were all meticulously marked with simple diagrams and text. As Wang Fat flipped through the pages, sweat began to bead on his palms. What was he seeing? Is this human? No wonder Chen Mo said he was directing within the group.
Old Wang, Director Li from the cinematography team, leaned over to take a look and sucked in a breath of shock.
This storyboard is way too detailed, isn't it?
Fat Wang abruptly flipped to the following pages, which showed a crowd scene scheduled for this afternoon.
His eyes widened. Holy! Wang Fat couldn't help but let out a curse. They've even mapped out the extras' movement paths?
The script clearly marked not only the main actors' positions, but even the background extras, where they appeared, where they walked, and what actions they performed, all labeled with different colored lines and arrows. Notes were even added beside them. Extra A, glance at newspaper while passing by. Extra B, push bicycle with vegetables in basket. Such meticulous detail was something Wang Fatty had only heard about in legends of top-tier productions by international directors.
Is this guy even human? Did he have a supercomputer in his head? Other crew members gradually caught sight of this borderline obsessive storyboard. The set fell silent. Everyone's gaze toward Chen Mo changed. This was a professional blowout. They finally understood why an Oscar-winning actress like Lin Wanqiu would willingly take on a role directed by a newcomer. Why Su Xiora would sing the theme song for free. The more he demonstrated his expertise in his own field, the more people felt Chen Mo's sheer brilliance. With storyboards like these, this drama is bound to be a hit. Got it?
Chen Mo's voice broke the silence on set once more.
Got it. This time, the response came back loud and clear, filled with determination. Chen Mo nodded with satisfaction. Alright, first scene action.
The first scene featured Zhou Chunhan, played by Lin Wanqiu, selling fish at the seafood market. Lin Wanqiu was already fully made up, dressed in simple trousers and a plain shirt, with an apron stained with fishy odors tied around her waist. Standing behind the fish stall, her eyes held both weariness and resilience. Gone was the radiant aura of the Academy Award-winning actress. She was now the very embodiment of a working-class woman hustling to make ends meet. Following the requirements in Chen Mo's storyboard script, Lin Wanqiu skillfully picked up a fish, scaled it, and gutted it in one fluid motion. Her expression shifted subtly with each customer's picky request.
At times, a hint of shrewdness flickered in her eyes, at others, a flicker of impatience. Yet, in the end, it all dissolved into resignation to the demands of life. Okay, cut. Chen Mo's voice was calm. One take. The crew on set were all a bit stunned. So smooth? Lin Wanqiu was also a bit surprised. She looked at Chen Mo, her eyes filled with a questioning look. She felt she could have done better. Chen Mo walked over to the monitor and carefully replayed the footage. Then, pointing to a detail on the screen, he said to Lin Wanqiu, "Sis Wanqiu, when you were handling the fish just now, you could have tensed the muscles in your hands a bit more. Zhou Chunhong has been doing this for years. The strength in her hands is probably ingrained in her bones by now." And her gaze after the customer turned away, she could have flashed a quick, almost imperceptible sneer. That's her subconscious, hidden reaction to such nitpicky customers. Got it. Lin Wanqiu took a deep breath and reset her emotions. Take 2, action. This time, Lin Wanqiu's performance was more precise. The veins on her hands bulged slightly, revealing the strength honed by years of labor. After the demanding customer walked away, she bent down to tidy the fish stall. That quality life's rough edges worn smooth while retaining a thread of vitality was portrayed by her with consummate skill. Cut. Perfect. Chen Mo's voice rang out. A moment of silence fell over the set. Then, a burst of enthusiastic applause erupted. The entire crew applauded Lin Wanqiu's masterful performance in Chen Mo's direction. That was incredible. Now that's what you call a showdown. Lin Wanqiu let out a long sigh of relief. She hadn't made the wrong choice after all. Chen Mo didn't linger in the praise. He walked over to the monitor and watched the replay again. Pointing at the screen, he instructed the lighting technician. Old Zhao, dim the main light by another 5%. Slightly increase the auxiliary light on the left to make the shadows on Zhou Chunhong's face more pronounced. I want that look as if she's nearly swallowed by life's burdens, yet still clinging to a shred of defiance. The shadows should be like knife edges carved into her face. Lighting technician Old Zhao froze. Dim it by 5%? Increase the fill light? Shadows like knife edges? This request is way too specific. Most directors would just say things like dimmer, brighter, or more atmospheric. This was the first time he'd encountered someone like Chen Mo who could describe lighting effects with such precision, even evoking a vivid visual image. Despite his doubts, Old Zhao immediately began making adjustments. Lighting adjustments complete. When Lin Wanqiu stepped back in front of the camera, maintaining the same expression as before. The image on the monitor transformed instantly. Same scene, same actress, same emotion. Yet the subtle shift in light and shadow elevated the entire scene's texture beyond recognition. That sense of oppression, that struggle, that complexity within the character's soul, it all came into sharp relief. The shadows etched on Zhou Chunhong's face bore witness to the relentless passage of time and the harshness of life. Whoa! Old Li the cinematographer, Old Zhao the gaffer, and even Fat Wang huddled around the monitor couldn't help but gasp. Unbelievable! With just that tiny adjustment, the scene came alive. Chapter 35, Triple Pay? I turned down 10 times that. Fat Wang's gaze toward Chen Mo had shifted from initial shock to utter admiration. This kid isn't even human. His understanding of the frame and mastery of light and shadow had reached an utterly unimaginable level. The young girl working as the script supervisor, fresh to the industry, was secretly pulling out her phone to snap a photo of the monitor. Then, she swiftly edited a WeChat Moments post. 10 years on set, and this is the first director I've seen like this. Demands down to the last detail. But the results? Mind-blowing. She knew this post would spark envy and admiration among her industry friends. The subsequent shoot proceeded with unexpected smoothness. Thanks to Chen Mo's meticulously detailed storyboards. Every actor, every crew member, as long as they weren't complete idiots, knew exactly what to do and how to do it. The number of retakes was pitifully low. Most shots were nailed in one take, with 2 or 3 at most. The actors were thoroughly enjoying their performances. Chen Mo always delivers the most precise direction at the most crucial moments. He helped them quickly find their characters' optimal states. Time ticked by second. Before they knew it, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Okay, cut. That's the last take for today, we're in the can. Chen Mo set down the walkie-talkie and called it a day. Wang Fatty glanced at his watch, then checked the shooting schedule. The original plan called for 8 hours of filming today. But now, it was only 4 in the afternoon, just over 4 hours. Every single shot had been completed. Moreover, every single take was nothing short of perfect. No reshoots were needed at all. This efficiency. Fat Wang felt his worldview had been completely rewritten once again. In all his years in the industry, he'd never seen a production team achieve such shooting efficiency. This was nothing short of an industry miracle. The rest of the crew was also swept up in a wave of excitement. This is amazing. Today's work felt like a dream. No endless waiting, no directors yelling, no repeated takes. Everything flowed seamlessly, one fluid motion. Fat Wang silently walked to a corner and lit a cigarette. He took a deep drag, then slowly exhaled smoke rings. Through the swirling smoke, his gaze grew distant. Not far away, Chen Mo was quietly exchanging filming insights with Lin Wanqiu. That figure, far too young. Damn it, was he really the one who came crawling to me when he hit rock bottom? Wang Fat squashed the cigarette but under his heel. He muttered to himself, this guy must be from another planet. Filming is like child's play. No, it's more precise than play. He felt his career had been hit by an unprecedented shockwave. Working with a director like this is intense, but damn it's exhilarating. He was even looking forward to tomorrow's shoot. Night deepened. In the luxurious office, a crystal chandelier hung overhead. Zhao Jinfu sat across from Li Guozhang and Zhou Yuan. Soon, word came from the crew, Mr. Zhao, Chen Mo's first day of shooting was incredibly efficient. They reportedly finished the entire day's schedule in just 4 hours with almost no retakes. Zhao Jinfu took a sharp drag on his cigar, the ember glowing crimson. Seems his team's got some real chops. Is that Chen Mo really that amazing? My scout says even the old hands on set are now thoroughly convinced by Chen Mo. Lin Wanqiu can't stop praising him either. Zhao Jinfu chuckled. Have you found the person yet? Mr. Zhao, I've already made arrangements. I've had people reach out to the core technical crew from the hidden corner. Cinematography, lighting, makeup, script supervisor, every single one of them. I've ordered them to be poached. What are the terms? Double pay. Plus a signing bonus. All right. I don't believe anyone in this world would turn down money. Zhao Jinfu nodded. Excellent. I want every single one of their people to come over to our side. Cut off his supply at the source. Let's see what Chen Mo has left to film. Then his lousy production crew can just sit there and wait to collapse. A fierce glint flashed in Zhou Yuan's eyes. Baby, you're amazing. The next day, the hidden corner crew operated with unwavering efficiency. Chen Mo remained calm and composed, directing with steady authority. During a break in filming, chief cinematographer Old Li was crouched on the ground inspecting the equipment. Old Li was renowned in the industry as a quick-draw cameraman with top-notch skills. Just then, a scrawny man dressed plainly, with shifty eyes, approached him. Brother Li, busy? The man plastered a smile on his face. Old Li glanced at him. What's up? The man pulled out a pack of premium cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Old Li. Brother Li, have a smoke. I quit. The man didn't seem embarrassed. He lit one for himself, took a drag, then lowered his voice. Brother Li, there's a big company that wants you to be their director. Old Li raised an eyebrow. Which one? The production team for Shadows Under the Sun. The man said cautiously. Old Li's eyes turned cold. No deal. Brother Li, don't refuse so quickly. We can negotiate the terms. They're offering double your current salary. Whatever you're making now, they'll double it. Plus, there's a 200,000 yuan signing bonus. As soon as you agree, it'll be in your account. Double pay, a 200,000 yuan signing bonus. These terms were already considered top tier in the industry. The man was brimming with confidence, certain Old Li couldn't resist. But Old Li only gave a cold laugh. Double pay? He stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. Tell them this, not double, not even 10 times the pay, I won't go. The man froze. Brother Li, this is a golden opportunity. Old Li shot him a sideways glance. Opportunity? What opportunity? To shoot trashy films for those money-burning fools? I learned real skills working with director Chen. Skills that can get my name engraved on trophies. Your measly money? It's worth. With that, Old Li hoisted the camera and walked away without looking back. The scrawny man stood there, dumbfounded. This script is all wrong. Does money not work anymore? Meanwhile, the production's makeup room. Veteran makeup artist Sister Fong was adjusting a special guest actor's hairstyle in front of the mirror. Sister Fong was a veteran in the industry. Just then, her phone rang. A text message arrived from an unknown number. Hello Sister Fong, this is Huading Entertainment. I'd like to schedule a coffee meeting to discuss a collaboration opportunity. We have an S-level major project with excellent compensation. Sister Fong glanced at it and dismissed it. She'd seen plenty of poaching messages like this before. A few minutes later, the number called again. Sister Fong answered it casually. A sweet female voice came through. May I speak with Sister Fong? This is Zhang, talent coordinator at Huading Entertainment. Our CEO, Mr. Zhao, is very impressed with your makeup skills. The caller rattled off generous terms: a private makeup room, an exclusive team, a starting annual salary of 1 million yuan. As Sister Fong listened, she carefully touched up the actor's temple with a bit more color in the mirror. Only after the other person finished speaking did Sister Fong calmly reply. Sorry, I'm busy right now. Xiao Zhang quickly replied. Sis Fong, when might you be available? We can work around your schedule. I'm fully booked lately working with director Chen's crew. I need to get back and refine the makeup and hairstyle designs for the remaining characters. Director Chen has very high standards. Xiao Zhang persisted. Sister Fong, our project has a 300 million yuan investment. It's definitely going to be the hit of the year. Sister Fang cut her off. Sorry, I'm not sensitive to numbers. I'm more interested in the quality of the work. That's all then. I'm hanging up. With that, Sister Fang hung up the phone decisively. Money? After all these years in the industry, what price tag hadn't she seen? Chapter 36, has Chen Mo cast a spell on these people? In Chen Mo, she saw respect for artistry and an extreme pursuit of detail. This creative thrill was something no amount of money could buy. Her mind was now consumed with the makeup for characters like Zhou Chunhong and Zhang Dongsheng, how to make them feel more authentic and faded. Far more interesting than dealing with those clueless tycoons who only know how to throw money around. The poaching operation continues. This time, the target was the young script supervisor, Zhou Yuan. You know, the girl who's been bragging on social media about landing a job with a legendary director. Zhou Yuan had just stepped off the set and was heading to review today's footage. A man claiming to be a headhunter stopped her. Miss Zhou Yuan, right? I've heard a lot about you, the man said with a smile. Zhou Yuan grew wary. Who are you? The man handed her a business card. I'm Zhang Chang from Hongtou Headhunting. A major film and television company is offering a high salary to hire you as their script supervisor for their new drama. The salary is triple what you're earning now, plus year-end bonuses. Zhou Yuan blinked, took the card, and glanced at it. Wading Entertainment? She remembered, wasn't this the company behind Shadows Under the Sun? Zhou Yuan's lips turned down slightly. Oh? Triple the salary? Sounds pretty good. The man's eyes lit up. Yes, teacher Zhou Yuan, you're young and talented with a bright future ahead. You shouldn't waste your time on small production teams. Zhou Yuan nodded, then pulled out her phone right in front of him. The man assumed she was jotting down his contact info, his face breaking into a wide grin. Instead, Zhou Yuan swiftly typed a line of text and hit send. The man was puzzled. Suddenly, several crew members' phones nearby simultaneously emitted WeChat notification sounds. Fat Wang pulled out his phone to check. The next second, Wang Fat burst into laughter and shouted toward Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan! Nice work! The headhunter looked utterly bewildered. What was going on? Zhou Yuan waved her phone, revealing the production team's WeChat group chat. Hey everyone, heads up! Someone's trying to poach our crew. They're offering triple the salary. At all members. A watermelon eating emoji followed. The group instantly erupted. Holy crap! Triple pay? Is Huading Entertainment that loaded? Poaching us? They must be out of their minds. Sis one is awesome. Expose them right away. Ah, those jerks, they're dreaming. The man's face turned green. He stared at Zhou Yuan, too furious to speak. This little brat just doesn't play by the rules. Who slaps someone in the face like that? Zhou Yuan shoved the business card back at him, grinning as she said. Sorry, uncle, but Director Chen said, united we stand, divided we fall. You think a measly sum like this can break up our championship team? Dream on. With that, she skipped away, leaving headhunter Zhang Chang with a face as dark as thunder. In the production team's WeChat group, Chen Mo saw the message Zhou Yuan sent. He didn't say much, just sent a smiling emoji to the group. That single emoji spoke volumes to every crew member. It was the director's composure and confidence. It was also a silent expression of his trust in them. Zhou Yuan sent out subordinates returned one by one, looking disheveled and defeated as they reported back. Sis Yuan, oldly from cinematography, said he wouldn't go even if you paid him 10 times his salary. He claims he can learn real skills by following Chen Mo. Makeup artist Sister Fang flat out said she's busy, needs to perfect Chen Mo's hair and makeup designs. That little girl, the script supervisor, was the worst. She exposed our budget right then and there. And posted it in the production group chat. Zhou Yuan's face drained of color with fury. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. She grabbed the documents on the table and slammed them hard onto the floor. I refuse to believe this is happening. Gritting her teeth, Zhou Yuan ordered a trusted subordinate. Contact them again. Tell them it's not triple pay, it's quintuple. 5 times the salary. I refuse to believe we can't break them. The trusted aide grimaced. Sis Yuan, it's no use. Oldly from photography and Fong from makeup have already blocked our people. That little script supervisor girl is also rallying everyone in the group chat. Treat any stranger who tries to chat you up as a scammer. Zhou Yuan. She felt a surge of blood rise in her throat, nearly spilling out. Was Chen Mo's crew a solid iron bucket? Not a needle could pierce it, not a drop of water could seep through. That evening, to celebrate the smooth filming and boost morale, Chen Mo treated the core crew members to a dinner at a nearby specialty restaurant, paying out of his own pocket. The private room buzzed with lively energy. Wang Fatso raised his wineglass, his face glowing red. Here, brothers and sisters. Old Wang here raises a toast to Director Chen. Honestly, before working with Director Chen, I was a bit nervous. But after these past 2 days, I'm completely convinced. Director Chen, you're the most talented director I've ever worked with, no question about it. The others echoed his words. That's right. Director Chen is amazing. Working with Director Chen makes everything feel energizing. Oldly, the cinematographer raised his glass and boomed. Director Chen, I've been in cinematography for 20 years. Today someone tried to poach me with double pay. I didn't even give him the time of day. Money's nothing. Working with a director like you, creating something truly remarkable, that's what makes it worthwhile. Exactly, Director Chen. Your attention to detail is nothing short of an artist's caliber. Being part of this creative process is an honor. Script supervisor Xiao Wen's face flushed with excitement. Director Chen. I'm sticking with you. Wherever you shoot next, I'm following. Our show Hidden Corner is going to be a massive hit. We'll sweep the Golden Horse Awards and Hong Kong Film Awards. Right. Sweep the Golden Horse. Sweep the Hong Kong Film Awards. Everyone raised their glasses, their spirits soaring. To Director Chen. To the Hidden Corner. Chen Mo raised his glass. Thank you all. This show's success wouldn't have been possible without everyone's hard work. Together, we made it a work worthy of our audience and ourselves. Cheers. Cheers. The glasses clinked, producing a crisp sound. A sense of belonging to the team radiated from every face. Almost simultaneously. Inside Zhao Jinfu's office. Crash. An expensive Bordeaux wine glass was smashed violently onto the floor, sending crimson liquid splattering everywhere. Zhao Jinfu trembled with rage. Zhou Yuan stood beside him, holding her breath in fear. The poaching operation has suffered a complete collapse. Not a single one was poached. Not only that, but we were thoroughly humiliated by the enemy. Damn it! Zhao Jin roared in fury. That Chen Mo. What kind of mind-altering potion did he feed those people? 5 times the pay. 5 times. And they're not tempted? Is my money not real money? Zhou Yuan lowered her head and whispered. Mr. Zhao, Chen Mo is a master manipulator. I knew it when I was with him. Those technicians were completely deceived by him. Learning skills? What a load of crap. In the entertainment industry, money talks. Can skills put food on the table? He couldn't understand. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Why did his once unbeatable money tactics crumble completely in front of this greenhorn Chen Mo? These people must be under Chen Mo's spell. Chapter 37, What are you staring at? Take out the trash. The next morning. The Hidden Corner crew, after last night's dinner gathering. On the third day, filming proceeded smoothly. Today's scene featured Zhou Chunhan, played by Lin Wanqiu, working at the Children's Palace and sharing a scene with her son, Zhu Chaiyang. This scene demanded subtle emotions, placing high demands on the actor's micro-expressions and eye contact. Lin Wanqiu, already made up and dressed in simple attire, had seamlessly embodied the character of Zhou Chunhan. She was rehearsing lines with the young actor playing Zhu Chaiyang, her expression focused. On set, lighting, camera, and sound crews worked silently and efficiently, each focused on their tasks. Wang Fatso, the assistant director, held a walkie-talkie, quietly coordinating each segment. A faint commotion rippled from the entrance. A flashy Porsche Panamera pulled up outside the security perimeter. The door opened, and a young man dressed in trendy brands and sunglasses stepped out. In his arms, he carried a large bouquet of vibrant red roses, at least 99 of them. The man removed his sunglasses, revealing a handsome face familiar from television and billboards. It was none other than Su Zixuan, the hottest rising star in the entertainment industry. Su Zixuan's assistant and bodyguards hurriedly followed him out, looking as if they were facing a major threat. Brother Zixuan, this is the filming area. We should. The assistant whispered as a reminder. Su Zixuan waved dismissively. Who do you think I am? He strode straight toward Lin Wanqiu. Some of the younger crew members, especially the girls, recognized him and couldn't help but feel a little excited. Wow, it's Su Zixuan. How did he end up here? He's so handsome. But most of the veteran crew members merely glanced at him before returning to their tasks. Chen Mo's crew tolerated no distractions unrelated to work. Lin Wanqiu also heard the commotion. She frowned slightly and looked toward the newcomer. When she recognized Su Zixuan, her frown deepened. Su Zixuan seemed oblivious to her displeasure, striding straight up to her and presenting the enormous bouquet of roses. His face wore what he thought was a charming smile. Wanqiu, it's been a while. You've gotten even more beautiful. I came by today specifically to visit the set and learn a thing or two about Director Chen's directing style. Su Zixuan had recently heard of Chen Mo's reputation, especially after hitting a wall with Qin Zhenchuan. Learning that Lin Wanqiu had taken a role directed by Chen Mo left him feeling deeply unsettled. Some greenhorn kid, what gives him the right? Lin Wanqiu didn't reach for the bouquet. Her expression remained cool. Su Zixuan, we're filming a crucial scene. Please don't interrupt the work. Su Zixuan's smile froze on his face. He hadn't expected Lin Wanqiu to be so uncooperative. He had assumed that by condescending to visit the set, even if she wasn't overjoyed, she should at least greet him with a smile. The young girl, who had been somewhat excited, sensed the awkward atmosphere and quietly fell silent. Chen Mo sat behind the monitors, not even lifting his head. He spoke in a flat tone. Stagehand. A stagehand responsible for maintaining order immediately rushed over. Director Chen, what are your instructions? Clear the set of non-crew personnel.
Chen Mo's voice was calm and unruffled. The stage manager paused, glancing at Su Zixuan then back at Chen Mo, instantly understanding.
Yes, Director Chen.
The crew member turned to Su Zixuan, wary of his status, but Director Chen's orders took precedence.
He addressed Su Zixuan as politely as possible.
Mr. Su, I'm sorry, but we're in the middle of filming.
To avoid disrupting the schedule, I suggest. Su Zixuan froze completely in place.
Still clutching the bright red roses, his cheeks flushed crimson.
Since his debut, hadn't he always been surrounded by admirers wherever he went, the center of everyone's attention? To be publicly ordered to clear the set by a young director so much younger than him? This was utterly humiliating. He felt every pair of eyes in the room fixed on him. TSK, this top star sure has quite the entourage. And what's the result? Director Chen's got guts. Who cares if he's a top star?
If he's disrupting the shoot, he'll still get kicked out.
Exactly.
This guy has over 30 million Weibo followers, but here he looks no different from an extra.
Total social death right here.
Lin, the Oscar-winning actress, is so bold she flat out refused him. Didn't he give him an inch of face?
What do you know? Lin is famously dedicated to her craft. She can't stand this kind of publicity stunt. Lin Wanqiu composed herself and addressed Chen Mo. Director Chen, sorry, I got distracted just now. Let's do another take. Chen Mo nodded, still not glancing at Su Zixuan. All departments, prepare. Action. Filming resumed. Lin Wanqiu quickly slipped back into Zhou Chunhong's persona.
But her concentration had been disrupted by Su Zixuan earlier. During a crucial line, she hesitated slightly, and the emotional intensity fell just short of the required intensity.
Cut. Chen Mo's voice rang out. He stood up and stepped away from the monitor.
Everyone watched him, expecting him to give Lin Wanqiu direction.
Su Zixuan's eyes gleamed with schadenfreude. Just wait, Lin Wanqiu will mess up too. This Chen Mo guy isn't all that.
Chen Mo walked up to Lin Wanqiu but didn't speak immediately. He furrowed his brow slightly. Then, he whispered softly to Lin Wanqiu. Sis Wanqiu, when you said Mom only wants what's best for you just now, the emotion could be a bit more complex. Zhou Chunhong now faced her son with restraint, love, and the frustration and despair of feeling misunderstood. Try to soften the end of your sentence slightly, adding a hint of suppressed tremor. Keep your gaze fixed on his forehead, not his eyes. As Chen Mo spoke, he unconsciously drew closer to Lin Wanqiu. He tilted his head slightly, his breath almost touching Lin Wanqiu's ear as he whispered the line in a deep voice, personally demonstrating the emotion and tone required. Chen Mo's breath gently brushed against Lin Wanqiu's earlobe. A faint blush spread across Lin Wanqiu's cheeks. She nodded earnestly. I understand, Director Chen. The two stood very close, their expressions focused. That shared exploration and understanding of art formed an invisible barrier, shutting out everyone else. Su Zixuan stood nearby, staring blankly at the scene before him. Then he nearly exploded. He'd pursued Lin Wanqiu for so long, had she ever shown him such closeness and focus? Click. A soft sound. The red rose in Su Zixuan's hand fell onto the concrete ground. What the hell? Killing someone, then crushing their spirit. Su Zixuan felt like he was about to explode. He couldn't stay any longer. Let's go. Fuming, he turned and stormed off. His assistant and bodyguard breathed a sigh of relief and hurried after him. Wang the fatso stifled a laugh and gave a knowing glance to the stagehand beside him. What are you standing around for? Pick up the trash. The crew member got the hint, walked over silently, picked up the flowers, and tossed them into the trash bin. Roses from a top star? On Director Chen's set, they wouldn't even make a splash. Su Zixuan returned to his Panamera. Damn it! So embarrassing. Absolutely mortifying. This is infuriating. Drive. Drive now. He yelled at the driver. The driver didn't dare delay, flooring the accelerator. Not far from the film set, in a nearby thicket of bushes, several paparazzi, armed with long lenses and cameras, were frantically snapping photos of Su Zixuan's dazed and disoriented expression. Got it. Got it. Chapter 38, Holy crap. Is this a web series? Su Zixuan visits Lin Wanqiu on set, suspected rejection leaves him visibly upset. He even dropped the flowers he was holding. This is major news. The expression is priceless. A young paparazzo stared excitedly at the photos on his camera. I've already got the headline ready. Hashtag Su Zixuan visits set but gets the cold shoulder. We could add hashtag Chen Mo is the real top star too. Just look at Chen Mo's aura, he completely overshadowed Su Zixuan. Yeah. That contrast is way more explosive. At that moment, on the set of Hidden Corner, after a brief interruption, Chen Mo sat back down at the monitor. Sister Wanqiu, let's do it again. Lin Wanqiu took a deep breath, her eyes brimming with emotion. Action. Under Chen Mo's direction, filming progressed at an almost terrifying pace. Lin Wanqiu's scene with the child actor, following Chen Mo's whispered direction, was nailed in one take.
Lin Wanqiu delivered a masterful performance of Zhou Yuan's complex, suppressed, controlled, yet utterly desperate love. Behind the monitor, Chen Mo gave only a faint nod. Everything unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. The crew had long grown accustomed to Chen Mo's unflappable composure. In the days that followed, the entire crew operated like a well-oiled machine. Every shot, every scene, was completed methodically under Chen Mo's almost obsessive control. The efficiency was staggering. The original 15-day shooting schedule saw the majority of key scenes wrapped by the evening of the 7th day. This pace was enough to send shockwaves through the entire film industry. That evening, Chen Mo locked himself in the makeshift editing room hastily set up by the crew. Wang Pangzi waited outside the door, looking a bit worried. "Director Chen, you've been in there nearly a whole day without eating. How about?" The editing room door creaked open. After a long while, Chen Mo emerged. Thanks to the super brain serum and god-tier editing skills, Chen Mo was certain he'd succeeded this time. He handed a portable hard drive directly to the post-production team leader, Xiao Li. 6 episodes, rough cut. All parameters and reference standards for special effects, color grading, and music composition are marked inside. Follow these standards. Xiao Li, wearing black-rimmed glasses, nearly dropped the drive as his hand trembled. Six episodes? He doubted he'd heard correctly. We've only been shooting for a few days? 7 days. 6 episodes shot in 7 days, and he did the rough cut himself? Is this even human? Even a work-team donkey pushing for performance wouldn't be this relentless. Fat Wang beside him sucked in a sharp breath and leaned in to watch. This Chen Mo was beyond belief. "Director Chen, you're not joking, right?" Chen Mo ignored him, fixing his gaze on Xiao Li. "Is there a problem?" Xiao Li swallowed hard, the hard drive in his hands burning hot. "No problem. Director Chen, rest assured. Joking aside, this guy could make top stars eat humble pie and win over Academy Award winners. If he says it's okay, then it's definitely okay. Even if it wasn't, it had to be." Xiao Li clutched the hard drive and sprinted back to the post-production studio. Fat Wang carefully supported Chen Mo. "Chen Mo, you should go rest. Even an iron body can't take this much." Chen Mo had indeed reached his limit. Nodding, he headed back to the rest area. 3 bottles of energy potions his relentless high-intensity work today had drained another one. The post-production studio was brightly lit. Xiao Li plugged the hard drive into the computer and opened the first folder marked by Chen Mo. Episode 1 Rough Cut. He took a deep breath and pressed play. The screen lit up. Gloomy tones, oppressive music, and meticulously crafted cinematography. The very first shot made Xiao Li's pupils suddenly contract. Is this a web series? Was this something he'd filmed? Posted on a short video platform? This texture, this composition, this play of light and shadow, it could easily pass for a big-budget movie. As the plot unfolds, the iconic scene of Zhang Dongsheng pushing his in-laws down the mountain unfolds. The camera work, the pacing, the perfectly timed silences and close-ups. Xiao Li felt a chill run straight up his spine from the base of his skull to the crown of his head. The post-production crew members beside him gathered around, each of them staring in stunned silence. Holy! Is this the kind of film we're making next? This storyboard, this pacing, it's insane. Fat Wang had slipped in unnoticed and was watching from behind. When the rough cut of the first episode finished playing, the entire post-production studio fell silent. Fat Wang's hands were trembling. His voice trembled as he said, "This level of craftsmanship. This pacing. I'll say it straight, every single one of those so-called S+ blockbusters out there? Total garbage. Other shows wouldn't even manage a rough cut of this quality in half a year." He finally understood why someone like Qin Zhenchuan held Chen Mo in such high regard. Why Lin Wanqiu had accepted this project without hesitation. This kid is nothing short of a prodigy. He'd come in here wanting to make money with Chen Mo, but now it seemed like he'd found a goldmine. Ha ha ha. Xiao Li snapped back to reality, his face flushing with excitement. Quickly look at Director Chen's special effects standards." He frantically clicked open the document Chen Mo had attached. Dense rows of parameters detailed every layer's opacity, every light effect's color temperature, and every motion blur's frame rate. Even the recommended plugins and presets were clearly listed. A post-production technician let out a wail and collapsed onto the desk. "This is it. I feel like I'll be living at the office for the next month." Director Chen practically fed us the solution on a silver platter. He's even labeled the VFX parameters, every shot's treatment is laid out crystal clear. We're not post-production VFX artists, we're just soulless parameter input machines. Click happy mouse clicking machines. This complaint sounded like a backhanded compliment, tinged with the bittersweet joy of being crushed by a master. Being part of a project like this leaves no regrets in my career. Enough chatter. Let's get to work. Li slammed his hand on the table. Even if we're machines, we'll be the most efficient ones. We absolutely can't hold Director Chen back. The entire post-production team, pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline, plunged into the intense work. 3 days later. The official Weibo and Douyin accounts for Hidden Corner quietly released a 1-minute preview trailer. This time, there was no overwhelming publicity campaign, no appearances by popular celebrities. Only a few simple words. When you stare into the abyss also stares back at you. The trailer opens with an oppressively somber soundtrack. Then, a rapid succession of flashes. A close-up of Zhu Qianyang writing in his diary, his eyes dark and brooding. Pupu's innocent yet eerie smile. Yan Liang's bewildered expression in a dilapidated ship's cabin. Zhang Dongsheng standing atop a mountain, backlit, wearing a gentle smile against the backdrop of a sheer cliff. The damp floor of the seafood market, Zhou Chuanhong's weary and numb gaze. Each shot brims with narrative depth and tension. The visual quality rivals that of a major motion picture. Especially those shots of Zhang Dongsheng, paired with snippets of the eerie nursery rhyme The White Boat, instantly ramp up the horror. The trailer concludes with a freeze frame displaying 8 words, coming this summer. Stay tuned. It sent shockwaves through the industry. This trailer instantly sent shockwaves through the industry and across the internet. Holy crap. This is a web series? You could tell me it's a movie and I'd believe you. Chapter 39, what a great day. This production quality. These shots. Domestic dramas finally have hope. Who's that actor playing Zhang Dongsheng? His eyes are so intense. It gave me chills. Lin Wanqiu. My goddess. She's bound to shine again in this series. Directors, screenwriters, and producers in the industry, every single one who saw this trailer felt their hearts skip a beat. Some directors, after watching it, silently rewatched the footage they were editing, sighed, and shut off their monitors. Comparisons are the worst. Comparing products? Time to toss yours. Film critic Poison Tunneled Ghost was the first to repost and comment. The visuals, pacing, suspense, and actors' performances are all top tier. Chen Mo, I've taken note of that name. This summer's biggest dark horse is already a sure thing. Other critics also showered it with high praise. Cinema-level audio-visual language, the pinnacle of web series. Packed with details, every frame deserves frame-by-frame analysis. I have a feeling this series will become a phenomenon. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of major video platforms, the atmosphere in the chief editor's office was tense. Several executives convened an emergency meeting overnight. Have you seen the data for the trailer of Hidden Corner? I have. It's terrifying. Within 3 hours of release, it surpassed 50 million views across all platforms and shot straight to the top of trending discussions, crushing every other show airing simultaneously. We only gave it a B rating initially. Now it seems we severely underestimated it. But wasn't the subject matter deemed sensitive? Sensitive? Ha! With this kind of traffic, even if it were banned, I'd find a way to get it out there. It's not just underestimated, it's downright blind. The number of people on Douban's want to watch list skyrocketed by 500,000 overnight. Back when bidding started at 1 million, no one wanted it. They want to release it on short video platforms for free? They've lost their minds. A female executive in an impeccable suit slammed her fist on the table. We can't wait any longer. This series must be secured under our control. Contact Lin Wanqiu's studio and Chen Mo immediately. Reassess the licensing price. We want exclusive rights, no, S plus exclusive rights. Also, the original summer release date is too late. Find a way to move it up, the sooner, the better. Increase the investment. The promotional budget for this drama, no limits. Capital's instincts are the sharpest. When they saw the immense potential revealed by Hidden Corner, their previous disdain instantly transformed into the most urgent desire. Kissing ass can sometimes be a business strategy. Chen Mo had just awakened from his slumber. The side effects of the energy potion had kept him asleep for a full 10 hours. He picked up his phone to find a deluge of messages and missed calls. But he ignored them. Because a system notification, visible only to him, was floating before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host. The trailer for your work Hidden Corner has sent shockwaves through the industry, fundamentally challenging existing perceptions of web series quality among practitioners and audiences alike, and disrupting established industry standards. Achievement Industry Disruptor Junior unlocked. Reward issued, unlocked new skill, all team members plus 50% status Aura passive. Aura effect, the core creative and technical teams within the host's production crew experience a 50% overall boost in work efficiency, focus, creativity, stamina recovery speed, and emotional stability. Chen Mo glanced at the system notification and chuckled. Plus 50% status for the entire crew? Hidden Corner is going to blow up this summer season. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Fat Wang poked his head in, looking excited. Director Chen, the guy from Feitian Video, is here. He says he's the regional purchasing director, Mr. Qian. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Feitian Video? Show him in. A middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a sharp suit with slicked-back hair, entered the room. His face plastered with an enthusiastic smile, he extended both hands the moment he entered. Oh my, Director Chen. I've heard so much about you. So much about you. I'm Qian Mingli, Director of Procurement at Feitian Video. Chen Mo extended his hand for a brief, firm handshake without rising from his seat. Mr. Qian, please have a seat. Chen Mingli paid no mind to Chen Mo's coolness, pulling out a chair and sitting down himself, his eyes fixed intently on Chen Mo. Director Chen, I saw that trailer of yours. No, the entire Fly Sky Video executive team watched it. He gave a thumbs up. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. In just 1 minute, it perfectly captures the suspense, the texture, and the actor's explosive power. Especially the stills of Lin Wanqiu and that look in Zhang Dongsheng's eyes, absolutely brilliant. Wang Fatso stood nearby, his posture straightening noticeably as he listened. What a rush. These guys used to act like big shots, but now they're coming to us? Chen Mo remained expressionless. Seeing Chen Mo's unmoved expression, Chen Mingli's smile faltered slightly. He then pulled a thick envelope from his briefcase and gently pushed it toward Chen Mo. Director Chen, Feitian Video approaches your project, Hidden Corner, with the utmost sincerity. He gestured toward the envelope. This contains a cashier's check for 10 million yuan. Please accept it as a deposit from Feitian Video. Wang Pangzi's eyes widened instantly. 10 million. A cashier's check. He swallowed hard instinctively. This money, what a huge sum. He'd struck it rich, truly struck it rich this time. Chen Mo's gaze fixed on the check. Mr. Qian, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. Qian Mingli gave a nervous chuckle. Director Chen, you're a straight shooter. I won't beat around the bush then. We at Feitian Video are highly optimistic about the prospects of Hidden Corner. We hope to secure the exclusive online streaming rights for this series. The price is negotiable. Starting at S tier, and if the numbers are strong, S+ isn't out of the question. His tone was earnest, a stark contrast to his earlier reluctance to even bid 1 million yuan. We have just one small request. We hope Director Chen will delay the release of the Hidden Corner. Let us deploy our full promotional resources to give this series the grandest possible debut. You see, Director Chen, this is a win-win situation. Wang Pangzi's heart pounded like a drum. Feitian Video. One of China's top 3 video platforms. Back when he worked on other productions, securing a decent recommendation spot on Feitian was as difficult as climbing Mount Everest. Now, their procurement director was personally coming to him, offering a 10 million yuan check, and even granting S-level exclusive broadcast rights. He looked nervously at Chen Mo, his palms sweaty. Say yes. Boss. I appreciate Mr. Qian's generosity. However, we already have distribution plans for the Hidden Corner. Qian Mingli's smile froze. Director Chen, won't you reconsider? The terms Feitian is offering are absolutely top tier in the industry. Besides, self-distribution carries too much risk. Marketing costs, channel coordination, these all require a professional team to manage. We at Feitian have the most elite team to deliver maximum exposure for the Hidden Corner. He tried to persuade Chen Mo. Just then, Chen Mo's personal phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, an unfamiliar number, but registered in Beijing. Hello? A gentle female voice came through the line, tinged with a hint of cautious flattery. May I speak with Director Chen Mo? This is Lu Fong from Qinghua Video's content department. Qinghua Video. Another giant. Wang Fatty felt his head spinning. What kind of day is this? 2 major video platforms, one after another. Chapter 40, this time, at any cost, we must eliminate them. Qian Mingli's expression instantly darkened. He had heard the words Qinghua Video. Competition within the industry was everywhere. Director Lu, hello. This is Chen Mo. Lu Fong's tone on the other end of the line grew even warmer. Oh my, Director Chen, I'm so glad I finally got through to you. Your trailer for Hidden Corner has blown everyone away at Qinghua. The cinematography, the texture, the suspense, it absolutely has the makings of a blockbuster hit this year. Lu Fong's tone was far softer than Qian Mingli's, and her demeanor was much more deferential. Director Chen, our Qinghua platform is approaching this with utmost sincerity. If Hidden Corner agrees to an exclusive premiere on Qinghua, we'll immediately feature it prominently on our homepage with a rotating banner promotion for 3 consecutive days. You know the value of this placement, it's equivalent to at least 50 million yuan worth of promotional resources. Wang Fatso listened with eyes nearly popping out of his head. Homepage top banner carousel promotion. For 3 consecutive days. What the hell kind of god-tier treatment is this? This was even more tempting than Feitian's 10 million cash offer. Lu Fong continued. Beyond that, our Qinghua platform has an S+ tier celebrity lifestyle experience reality show this year, and we're still seeking a talented, buzzworthy guest star. If Director Chen is willing, we'll also offer you this prime resource spot on the show as an extra perk. It won't take up much of your time, just 1 or 2 episodes. The exposure will be a win-win for both you and your drama. These terms were incredibly generous. Wang Pangzi's hands began to tremble slightly, beyond his control. He desperately wanted to accept on Chen Mo's behalf. Oh my god. 10 million from Feitian, Qinghua's prime recommendation spot plus variety show resources. Whichever option they chose, the production team would skyrocket overnight. He looked at Chen Mo, his eyes brimming with longing and pleading. Director Chen, just say yes. This is an opportunity we never dared dream of before.
Qian Mingli sat in his chair, feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles.
Xingguo's move was ruthless.
They're throwing core recommendation slots and variety show resources at us. After hearing Lu Fang's words, his voice remained calm as he spoke into the phone.
Director Lu, thank you for the generous support from Qingguo platform.
The homepage feature spot and variety show resources are indeed very appealing.
Lu Fang felt a surge of delight. So, Director Chen, what are you suggesting?
Wang Fatty held his breath.
Chen Mo shifted his tone.
However, we still intend to proceed with the original plan and release Hidden Corner as a free short-form series. So, we appreciate your kind offers, but we'll pass.
Please take back the check, Mr. Qian.
And thank you, Director Lu, for the featured placement and variety show opportunities, but we won't be needing them for now.
The color drained from Qian Mingli's face, leaving him pale as a sheet. He stared at Chen Mo in disbelief. Director Chen, what did you just say?
Lu Fang on the other end of the line froze, regaining her voice only after a long pause.
Director Chen, won't you reconsider?
The market potential and returns for short dramas are on an entirely different level compared to our platform's S-tier exclusive broadcast. Wang Fatty felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly losing his footing.
Rejected. He turned down the entire offer. Fei Tian's 10 million.
Xingguo's prime recommendation slots and variety show resources.
Just like that? My ancestors. My chance to bring glory to my family. No, thank you. Chen Mo repeated himself, then hung up on Lu Fang.
He slid the check back across the table toward Qian Mingli.
Mr. Qian, take your time leaving. No need to see you off. Qian Mingli picked up the check, staring at Chen Mo's young yet terrifyingly resolute face.
He opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing.
Damn impressive. A director with such audacity left him utterly speechless. Only Chen Mo and Wang Fat remained in the office. Fat Wang couldn't hold it in any longer.
Wah, he wailed, bursting into tears. His wails were heart-wrenching, piercing the soul and bringing tears to the eyes of all who heard them.
Director Chen. My dear Director Chen. Wang Fatso, tears and snot streaming down his face, pounded his chest. That's 10 million yuan. Cold, hard cash. And Qingguo's featured spot. Variety show opportunities.
Things we never even dared dream of before.
How could you turn it all down? My heart aches so much.
It hurts so bad I can't breathe. This money, these opportunities, things he hadn't dared dream of for over a decade. Right there within his grasp, yet Chen Mo had casually pushed it all away. He knew Chen Mo was talented and proud. Damn it, this is too little, and he's way too arrogant. If he hadn't worked alongside Chen Mo, he'd have sworn the man was insane. Why fight against money? Why turn down a chance to rise to the top overnight? Chen Mo looked at Wang Fat without speaking, merely handing him a tissue. He understood Wang Fatso's feelings. Lin Wanqiu had entered unnoticed, likely drawn by Wang Fatso's sobs. Upon hearing the news, she glanced at Chen Mo with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Impressive for someone so young to resist the temptations of money and fame. She approached Chen Mo and whispered softly. They all want to harness your talent to build up their platforms, offering the most generous terms to buy out your hard work. Lin Wanqiu's gaze was clear and steady as she looked at Chen Mo.
But I know you're different from them.
You're truly creating a work of art, accomplishing something meaningful, not just chasing quick gains. Your refusal isn't born of arrogance, but of your own convictions and rhythm.
Chen Mo, your choices always surprise me, yet they always make perfect sense. I'm increasingly convinced of old Qin's discernment. Investing in you, investing in Hidden Corner, is one of the wisest decisions I've ever made. Meanwhile, Shanghai Video Headquarters, Zhao Jinfu's office. Crash. The latest model of the fruit phone was violently smashed onto the floor, its screen shattering instantly into pieces. Zhao Jinfu's chest heaved violently, his face ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. On the desk, the tablet screen remained illuminated. Displayed was the latest data report for Hidden Corner. The 3-day-old teaser trailer had already surpassed 200 million views across all platforms. The number of wanna-watch votes on Douyin surged overnight from 500,000 to 1.5 million. Across major social media platforms, discussion heat remained sky-high, completely dominating the feeds. Chen Mo. Chen Mo. It's Chen Mo again. Zhao Jinfa paced angrily back and forth in his office.
That Qian Mingli from Feitian and Lu Fang from Qingguo, they all went to see Chen Mo personally.
And what happened? They all got rejected. What the hell does this Chen Mo think he's doing? Does he really believe some crappy web series can change the world?
Just then, a call came in. It was Li Guozhang.
Mr. Zhao, you've seen the data, right? I saw them. Damn it. Zhao Jinfa roared. This kid is too damn weird. Uncanny? I'd say he's just lucky. But his luck is about to run out.
Mr. Zhao, we can't just sit here and wait for disaster.
If this Hidden Corner really blows up, how are we supposed to survive in this industry? Zhao Jinfu gasped for breath. What do you propose? Li Guozhang was furious too. Last time we were too lenient. This time, we'll destroy his reputation. I've already sent people to dig up Chen Mo's family background, his academic history, behind-the-scenes secrets from the production crew, and the actors' private lives. I refuse to believe we can't find a single piece of dirt. Once we find the opening, we'll focus our firepower and nail him and his crappy show to the pillar of shame. I'll make sure everyone sees what this so-called genius director is really made of. Zhao Jinfu immediately agreed. Alright. Let's do it. Money is no object. This time, we'll stop at nothing to crush Hidden Corner. Chapter 41, Holy crap, is the battlefield heating up early? The effect of the system reward all members status plus 50% aura. Chen Mo's fatigue dissipated considerably. The entire internet was going wild over the full release of Hidden Corner. Now it was just a matter of weekly releases. Phase 1 is considered successfully completed. Wang Fatso wore a mournful expression. Old Chen, you don't want the money or support anymore? No. Damn it, what can I do? I came to you. Just remember this, you've robbed me of my chance to get rich quick. When you need something from me later, you'll pay me back. Pay me back tenfold. I still want 3 mouths to feed and a pig. Chen Mo chuckled and patted his shoulder. Sure thing, Director Wang. No problem. After working at such a high intensity for so long, everyone's exhausted. I've decided to give everyone a short break 3 days. Take this time to relax and recharge. Wang Fatso froze. A break? Old Wu, the crew's lighting technician, happened to walk in to report on the work. Hearing this, he perked up his ears. Yes, a break. Chen Mo confirmed. The main filming is done. We'll take 3 days off before continuing with the remaining 6 episodes. Everyone's been on edge these past few days. It's time to unwind. That's a great idea. Work and rest go hand in hand. Where should we go to relax? Wang Fat asked instinctively, momentarily putting the money matter out of his mind. Director Chen, Teacher Lin, I know a great spot. Haiti Film Town. It's not far from here, just over an hour by car. It's got tons of unique ghost houses, beautiful scenery, and all kinds of delicious food. Lots of film crews go there to unwind. Haiti Film Town? Chen Mo recognized the name, a newly popular cultural tourism spot that seemed perfect for a quick getaway. Alright, let's go with Haiti Film Town. Chen Mo made the decision on the spot. The production team will cover the costs. Everyone, have a great time. Yay! Long live Director Chen. The atmosphere in the office finally lightened considerably. Early the next morning, a dozen core crew members boarded several minivans and set off in a convoy toward Haiti Film Town. Chen Mo and Lin Wanqiu shared a vehicle, while Wang the fat guy tactfully took the front passenger seat. The atmosphere inside the car was somewhat awkward. Lin Wanqiu wore a casual beige linen suit today, her long hair cascading loosely down her shoulders. She seemed less aloof than usual, with a softer aura about her. She turned her head to watch the scenery rushing past the window and spoke softly. Chen Mo, thank you. For what? For staying true to yourself. And thank you for letting me be part of this project. Chen Mo smiled. It's me who should be thanking you, Teacher Lin. Without your trust and support, Hidden Corner wouldn't have come together so smoothly. They shared a knowing smile as a quiet understanding blossomed between them. Just then, Chen Mo's phone rang. A sweet female voice came through. Hello? Brother Chen Mo. That voice. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. It was Su Xiao. Xiao? Why are you calling? Brother Chen Mo, are you guys going to the Sea Dike Film Town? How did you know? Hee, I've got my own intel network. I happened to be nearby for a music field trip. When I heard you were going, I decided to swing by. Su Xiao's voice grew closer. I spotted your car. That black minivan up ahead, license plate XXXXX, right? No sooner had she spoken than a fiery red convertible sports car zoomed past their van, executed a stylish drift, and pulled up not far away on the roadside. From the car, a stunning figure wearing sunglasses, a trendy t-shirt, and denim shorts waved energetically at them. It was Su Xiao. She removed her sunglasses, revealing a face radiant with youthful energy. Brother Chen Mo. Sister Lin Wanqiu. I'm here. Inside the van, Lin Wanqiu's smile faded slightly. Wang Fatso, sitting in the passenger seat, watched the scene unfold through the rearview mirror. His lips twitched as he muttered under his breath. Holy crap, is the battlefield heating up early? Chen Mo sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead. This girl was bursting with energy. The group arrived at the Seawall Film Town and checked into their pre-booked boutique inn. Sure enough, Sushiro clung to Chen Mo like a little shadow, chattering non-stop. Lin Wanqiu seemed much quieter, occasionally exchanging a few words with Chen Mo, yet her gaze kept drifting toward Sushiro. The three individuals' auras subtly intertwined. As evening fell, they decided to go out for dinner. The town bustled at night, its specialty food stalls and restaurants aglow with lights. They chose a relatively quiet alley lined with open-air restaurants. Chen Mo and the others walked together. Just as they passed a barbecue stall, an unexpected incident occurred. Several burly men wearing black tank tops, their arms inked with dragon and tiger designs, staggered out of the stall, beer bottles still clutched in their hands. One of them, seemingly blind, charged straight toward Chen Mo. Thud! The half-full beer bottle in the man's hand spilled its contents squarely onto Chen Mo's white t-shirt. A strong smell of alcohol and grease instantly filled the air. "You blind bastard!" Before Chen Mo could respond, the burly man who'd spilled the beer turned the tables, pointing an accusing finger at Chen Mo's face as he hurled insults. His companions behind him closed in. Seeing this, Fat Wan's temper flared instantly. He stepped right in front of Chen Mo. "Hey! What's your problem, you guys? You're the ones who bumped into him, and now you're cursing at him? Fatso, don't be impulsive." Chen Mo tugged at Wang Fatso's sleeve. He sized up the burly men, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. Their acting was painfully amateurish. Another slightly smaller, shifty-eyed man in black suddenly pointed at the phone in Chen Mo's other hand and shrieked. "Hey! Kid! Were you just secretly filming us?" He gestured toward Su Xiaoro and Lin Wanqiu beside him. "What do you think you're doing? What kind of trouble are you planning to get into?" The dirty accusations came fast and furious. Su Xiaoro's face flushed crimson with anger. "What nonsense are you spouting? You're the ones who bumped into brother Chen Mo and dirted his clothes." "Exactly. You're making baseless accusations. I think you're just looking for trouble." But the burly men wouldn't let it go, growing even more brazen. "Cut the crap. Hand over your phones for inspection. If you don't hand them over, you're not leaving here today." The burly leader, his face a mass of bulging muscles, snarled menacingly, deliberately flexing his thick arms. Surrounding diners and passers-by cast curious and wary glances their way. The confrontation seemed poised to escalate. Chen Mo suddenly smiled. He leisurely wiped a stain from his clothes, then looked at the burly men and said casually, "Want to put on a show?" He paused, a playful curve lifting the corners of his mouth. "I'm feeling a bit restless myself." Chapter 42, Useless. A bunch of useless trash. The burly men froze, unable to grasp the meaning behind Chen Mo's words. Chen Mo raised his right hand, which had been hanging naturally at his side, clutching his personal phone with its screen still illuminated. However, the phone's camera was now pointed straight ahead at these burly men. "Unfortunately, I have a habit." Chen Mo waved the phone. "To prevent certain unnecessary troubles, or to record some interesting material, my camera stays on at all times. And to prevent running out of storage space or having it snatched and evidence destroyed, my secondary livestream channel has been running non-stop too. From the moment you crashed into me just now, thousands of enthusiastic netizens across the country have been simultaneously enjoying your spectacular performance. Care to wave at my fans on camera?" The arrogance on the faces of the burly men froze instantly. Cold sweat beaded on the leader's forehead. Live stream? Thousands of people watching nationwide? They were just doing a job for money, never imagined things would blow up this big and get them caught up in it. Lin Wanqiu finally spoke up. "Judging by your polished scam and frame-up tactics, you don't seem like ordinary tourists." Her gaze swept over the group. "Are you props from some production crew, or extras? Or rather, which company sent you here?" The burly men were shaken by Lin Wanqiu's imposing presence, growing even more flustered. They exchanged nervous glances, stammering and unable to utter a word. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." The most arrogant of them now spoke with a trembling voice, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. "We were drunk and mistook you for someone else." "Mistook you for someone else?" After exchanging glances, they turned to make a hasty retreat. "Think you can just walk away?" Fat Wan wasn't about to let them off that easily. "Explain yourselves." "Forget it, Fatso. Let them go. These small fry aren't worth our time." His gaze lingered meaningfully toward the depths of the alley. The burly men fled in a panic. But the matter didn't end there. That night, a video titled "Director Chen's Team at Haiditown Subjected to Malicious Harassment in the Hidden Corner Director's Clever Counterattack Exposed in Full" spread like wildfire across major social media platforms. The footage was a screen recording edited from Chen Mo's secondary account livestream. The footage was crystal clear, with sharp audio. From the burly men in black deliberately bumping into people and splashing alcohol, to the bullies crying foul first, then framing them with hidden camera footage only to be exposed on the spot by Chen Mo and finally Lin Wanqiu's commanding interrogation, the entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, leaving netizens thoroughly entertained. Related keywords rapidly climbed the trending charts. Hashtag Director Chen counterattacks scam artist hashtag. Hashtag camera was always on hashtag. Hashtag Lin Wanqiu's intimidating presence hashtag. Hashtag heartbroken for Chen Mo getting targeted again hashtag. Among these, hashtag Director Chen's Team expose entire counterattack against malicious harassment hashtag shot straight to the top 3 trending topics. The comments section exploded with reactions. "Holy crap! That move was so bold. Director Chen is amazing. Camera always on, got it. These scammers are way too professional, clearly premeditated. Targeting Director Chen, right? Has the competition lost their minds? Jealous of the trailer's success, now resorting to such dirty tricks? Disgusting. Are the powers that be that scared of Hidden Corner? Is it really this hard for a good show to succeed? Lin Wanqiu's final line, "Which production crew are you from?" was absolutely killer. So fierce and stunning. Su Xiaoro was so brave, sticking up for director Chen the whole time. What a brilliant counterattack. Not only did they thwart the attackers, but they also generated massive buzz. The rivals must be furious. Please, just let the Hidden Corner air smoothly. I can't wait any longer. Online sentiment overwhelmingly favored Chen Mo and his team. Shanghai Video Headquarters. Zhao Jinfu trembled with rage as he stared at the glaring trending label on his tablet and the deluge of comments below. Just moments ago, he'd felt a flicker of satisfaction over Li Guozhang's plan to dig up dirt. But in the blink of an eye, he received this surprise. Crash. Another cup shattered into pieces in Zhao Jinfu's office. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Zhao Jinfu's face contorted in rage as he bellowed into the phone at Li Guozhang. I told them to stir up trouble, to smear Chen Mo. Not to hand him a gift-wrapped opportunity and boost his popularity. Now look. The entire internet is sympathizing with Chen Mo, cursing us as despicable scum. Li Guozhang was seething on the other end. Mr. Zhao, I never expected Chen Mo to be so cunning. He actually kept a live stream up his sleeve. Those thugs were nothing but dumb pigs. Good for nothing but screwing things up. Zhao Jinfu was panting heavily. These useless fools got counterattacked and gave him free publicity? Did I pay them to make fools of themselves? He could almost foresee the storm of controversy that would erupt once the show aired. And he, Zhao Jinfu, had once again become the stepping stone for Chen Mo's success. The feeling nearly drove him mad. Mr. Zhao, please calm down. Li Guozhang's voice carried a hint of ruthlessness. We miscalculated this time. But it only proves that Chen Mo absolutely cannot be allowed to rise. We must keep digging for dirt. I refuse to believe he has no weaknesses. A mad gleam flashed in Zhao Jinfu's eyes. Right. We can't let him rise. Absolutely not. I'll make him understand the consequences of crossing Zhao Jinfu. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The brief respite at the high-D film town felt like a timely rain for the core team of Hidden Corner. However, the online storm raged on during those 3 days, showing no signs of abating. The edited livestream clip titled "Director Chen Turns the Tables on the Scammer" went viral. Major video platforms and social media feeds were flooded with mentions of Hidden Corner and Chen Mo. Hidden Corner-related topics dominated the top 10 trending searches daily. Hashtag Hidden Corner Trailer Analysis Hashtag Zhu Chaoyang's gaze is unbelievable Hashtag The Golden Age of Chinese Suspense Dramas Hashtag On the Importance of a Great Director Hashtag Netizens' enthusiasm has been ignited, with fan-made edits and in-depth analysis videos popping up everywhere. Some meticulously dissected the trailer frame by frame, trying to piece together the plot from every clue. Among them, a fan named Emotion Cinematic Magic compiled a Chen Mo aesthetic montage. The video masterfully stitches together every stunning shot from the rough cut and trailers of Hidden Corner, including its masterful use of light and shadow, ingenious compositions, and color grading. Accompanied by Su Xiaoro's ethereal yet eerie vocals, the dual impact on sight and sound is amplified to the max. I declare Chen Mo as the new generation of Eastern cinematography in my eyes. This aesthetic is top tier. Mind blown. Every frame is wallpaper worthy. I used to think special effects were just about burning money, but now I realize how captivating thoughtful cinematography can be. This is true cinematic artistry. It blows those watered-down dramas out of the water. This compilation video showcasing Chen Mo's aesthetic quickly went viral across platforms like Douyin, Weibo, and others, easily surpassing 10 million views. The moniker "new generation of Oriental visual direction" quietly spread throughout the industry and among netizens. Chapter 43, Dark Horse of the Year? Know the year's most anticipated drama. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqiu's personal popularity reached a new peak. She was no longer just a pretty face with no substance. In the trailer, her portrayal of Zhou Chunhong with that unnerving, desperate gaze tinged with a hint of obsession sent chills down countless viewers' spines. Her calm confrontation with the burly men in black at the seaside town won over countless fans. I used to think Lin Wanqiu was just pretty, but her acting is absolutely explosive. This is exactly what a mature female character should be: independent, powerful, and intelligent. Zhou Chunhong feels like she's destined to become a classic character. A seasoned drama critic even published an article hailing Lin Wanqiu's performance in Hidden Corner as pioneering the evolution of female characters. She showed us that female characters in Chinese dramas aren't just naive damsels or evil villains, they can be complex, profound, and utterly powerful. The theme song "White Boat," performed by Su Xiaoro, has gone viral. That eerie yet innocent nursery rhyme, paired with the thriller scenes from the Bad Kids Club, has become the midnight dream song for countless people. It played on loop at campus radio stations, cafes, and even some shopping malls. A leading domestic music platform even publicly thanked them on its official Weibo. Thank you to the Hidden Corner production team, director Chen Mo, and Ms. Su Xiao for bringing us such a high-quality musical work. Music professionals need more collaborators like director Chen who respect and understand music. Countless music fans and drama enthusiasts flooded the comments below this Weibo post. Director Chen is amazing. Not only can he direct, but his taste in music is impeccable too. Su Xiao's voice is so distinctive. This song was practically tailor-made for her. Please release the full OST. I can't wait. The online buzz naturally reached the ears of executives at major video platforms. Xian Mingli, the head of acquisitions at Feitian Video, had assumed the deal was dead after Chen Mo hung up on him that day. But unexpectedly, the buzz around Hidden Corner not only failed to die down but surged like wildfire. As he stared at the public sentiment report his staff had submitted, the veins on his forehead throbbed. I underestimated Chen Mo. He muttered to himself before grabbing the phone. Hey, Li, find a way to contact Chen Mo again. Be nice. Price isn't set in stone. We can add more. Lu Feng, head of content at Tsinghua Video, was equally restless. The homepage banner rotation and variety show guest resources she had initially proposed now seemed inadequate in the face of the overwhelming popularity Hidden Corner had generated. Director, Feitian will fight back with everything they've got. If we stick to the original plan, we might not even get a taste of the pie. I know. Notify everyone to reassess the Hidden Corner's potential. I want the highest level resource allocation plan. Even Zhao Jinfu, the furious CEO of Huading Entertainment who had smashed his phone earlier, was now inundated with calls. Calls came from the board, advertisers, and partners. Without exception, they were all inquiring about the status of Hidden Corner. Mr. Zhao, this show is exploding right now. Can we renegotiate? Zhao Jinfu's face turned ashen as he listened to the schadenfreude in the voice on the other end. Useless. All of you are useless. While major platforms scrambled to negotiate and racked their brains trying to jump back on the Hidden Corner bandwagon, Chen Mo's team ended their brief vacation and returned to the studio. Fat Wang walked with a spring in his step these past few days, a perpetual grin plastered across his face. Director Chen, Mr. Qian from Feitian called again. He's being incredibly humble, saying the price is negotiable. As long as we agree, they'll send someone over with the contract immediately. And Director Lu from Tsinghua said that besides the homepage promotion, they can also arrange for our crew to appear on their hottest talk show. Chen Mo sat at his computer, watching the constantly scrolling user comments and analysis videos on the screen. He said nothing. Director Chen, so what should we? Chen Mo finally looked up. Fatso, tell them. Too late. Wang Fatso froze for a moment before snapping to attention. A knowing smile spread across his face as he stood even straighter. Clearing his throat, he addressed the voice on the other end of the line with unprecedented firmness. Mr. Qian, I'm afraid it's too late. Director Chen has made his decision. What? Exclusive broadcast or not, we're not considering it anymore. We are the platform. Hanging up the phone, Wang Fatty felt an exhilaration coursing through him more satisfying than raking in tens of millions. Director Chen, you rock. Chen Mo smiled, saying little else. His gaze drifted toward the horizon. In recent days, beyond the clamor of official platforms, a grassroots force had quietly emerged. A group of seasoned drama enthusiasts and film critics had spontaneously organized themselves to create a grassroots ranking of conscientiously produced domestic dramas. The selection criteria were exceptionally stringent, focusing not only on cast lineups and production budgets but also prioritizing script quality, directorial skill, costume and set design details, and overall artistic vision. Hidden Corner, propelled by its stunning trailers and previews, along with Chen Mo's cool-headed counterattack against harassment, surged to the top of the rankings with a commanding lead. Rating, 9.9. Review, a series that sends chills down your spine from the very first trailer. Its cinematography, score, and performances all reach the pinnacle of domestic drama production. Director Chen Mo stands alone against industry pressures. His integrity and work are equally compelling. Dark Horse of the Year? No, this is the undisputed drama king. Though this ranking originated organically from fans, its professionalism and impartiality quickly earned widespread recognition and viral sharing among netizens. The momentum of the Hidden Corner going viral before its premiere is now unstoppable. Inside the CEO's office at Star C Video Tower, Zhou Yuan stared at the glaring 9.9 rating on her phone screen and the dense sea of glowing reviews below, her face turning ashen. Her painstakingly crafted, 300 million yuan production Shadows Under the Sun, which she had begged President Zhao to fund, barely scraped by with a passing grade on that grassroots chart, failing to crack the top 10. The comments section was flooded with anticipation for the Hidden Corner and scathing mockery of Shadows Under the Sun. 300 million yuan for this? The trailer for the Hidden Corner next door looks better than your actual film. No comparison, no hurt. Director Zhou should learn a thing or two from director Chen Mo about how to make films. Shadows Under the Sun? Over-the-top melodrama paired with greasy actors? Please don't air it, it's painful to watch. Zhou Yuan felt dizzy, the world spinning before her eyes. Put. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Ms. Zhou. Ms. Zhou, what's wrong? Chapter 44, The Peak of Chinese Short Dramas. Hidden Corner. Li Guozhang stood in Zhao Jinfu's office, his face dark as he stared at the online news. Oomph. A bunch of rabble. Nothing but trash for the lowest of the low. A short drama that hasn't even aired yet is being hyped to the skies. Wait until it airs, let's see how they clean up this mess. Zhao Jinfu remained silent, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the desk. He knew Li Guozhang was merely trying to reassure himself. The potential demonstrated by Hidden Corner had far exceeded their expectations. Chen Mo's success had undoubtedly slapped the traditional film and television giants in the face. What alarmed them even more was the emerging trend within the industry to emulate Chen Mo's model. Some small and medium-sized film companies, and even ambitious independent producers, were studying the promotional strategy behind the Hidden Corner. Short, flat, and fast, high-quality trailers, precise targeting, word-of-mouth fermentation. In an instant, the landscape of China's drama market shifted dramatically. The era where relying solely on big-name stars and lavish productions could guarantee success is quietly shifting. Chen Mo, a 22-year-old, has shaken the entire industry with a yet-to-be-aired short drama. And this is only the beginning. Chen Mo sat at the editing console. Fat One carefully placed a cup of goji berry water beside him. Director Chen, is the final cut for the first 6 episodes ready? Chen Mo nodded and pointed to the progress bar on the screen. Yeah, the parameters are adjusted. Ready to export. So, should we submit it to Feitian and Xinghua for review first, let them bid, or? In recent days, those platforms that had once ignored the Hidden Corner were now going crazy, each offering more tempting terms than the last. For exclusive broadcast rights alone, some had privately hinted they could offer 800 million yuan or even more. Just picturing that figure made Wang Fat's heart race. Chen Mo tapped lightly on the keyboard. No need for all that fuss. Just go live. Wang Fatso froze. Go live? On which platform? We haven't signed a final contract with any of them yet. Orange Vision, Huaying, Douyin, plus several other major short video platforms all launching simultaneously. Wang Fatso's eyes widened like saucers, nearly spilling the goji berry water in his hand. Ha! Director Chen, these are all short video platforms. And they're free premieres? Yes, free. Wang Fatty already knew Chen Mo intended to stream it for free. But turning down tens of millions, even hundreds of millions in exclusive broadcast rights fees to instead release it for free on short video platforms? What kind of move was this? He couldn't wrap his head around it, not at all. Director Chen, what's the point of this? Chen Mo stood up, walked to the window, and gazed out at the bustling city below. It's about one thing, letting everyone who wants to see it get to see it the very first moment. It's about letting those high and mighty capitalists see what real audience choice looks like. It's about defining our own platform on our own terms. Wang Pang stared blankly at Chen Mo's retreating figure, suddenly realizing he had underestimated this young man all along. His vision and ambition far exceeded anything he had imagined. That afternoon, the first 6 episodes of Hidden Corner simultaneously launched on over a dozen major short video platforms, including Orange Light Vision, Huaying, and Douyin. Without any pre-release hype, without any promotion. It appeared silently before the eyes of hundreds of millions of netizens. The first to notice were a group of die-hard fans who constantly monitored updates for Hidden Corner. Holy! Guys! Hidden Corner is updated. It's on Douyin. It's on Orange Light too. All 6 episodes. Free. Fire up Huaying. It's definitely Director Chen's show. A single stone sent ripples across the pond. The news spread like wildfire across major social media platforms. Countless netizens flooded these short video platforms. Is this real? A short video platform streaming a proper drama? Could this be a scam? Too good to be true. But when they clicked on the video, saw that familiar opening sequence, heard the eerie white boat nursery rhyme, and witnessed the cinematic visuals, all doubts vanished instantly. It's real. It really is the Bad Kids. Holy crap. This picture quality. These shots. Absolutely amazing. 6 episodes for free? Director Chen is so generous. The comments exploded instantly. Aha. Zhang Dongsheng's smile gives me chills. Zhu Chaoyan's diary. Creepy when you think about it. Pupu's acting is incredible. Her eyes tell the whole story. Every frame is wallpaper worthy. Truly the god of silence. Lin Wanqiu brought Zhou Chunhong to life. That hysteria had me on the edge of my seat. White ship warning. Another midnight binge is coming. This pacing. This plot. Non-stop intensity. Binge watched 6 episodes straight, couldn't stop. Share. Share like crazy. Moments, Weibo, class groups, work groups. Within mere hours, news of the free release of the first 6 episodes of Hidden Corner spread like wildfire across the entire internet. The entire web was utterly shaken. Countless viewers flooded the comments with enthusiastic praise. Lin Wanqiu's portrayal of Zhou Chunhong, with her explosive acting and complex characterization, once again became the focal point of discussion. The theme song White Boat, performed by Su Xiao, created an eerie atmosphere as the plot unfolded. The names of Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiao, along with related character names and plot discussions, quickly dominated the trending charts across major platforms. But one term surged to the top of every chart with overwhelming force, dominating the rankings for 3 straight days and nights. Hashtag divine level domestic suspense drama hashtag. Clicking on this hashtag revealed an outpouring of heartfelt praise from netizens. I declare, Hidden Corner is my best show of the year. Please, hurry up with the updates. 6 episodes over 3 days just isn't enough. This is the kind of domestic drama we want to see. Storytelling reigns supreme. Stellar acting. Top-notch production. I used to look down on web dramas, now I'm proven wrong. The Hidden Corner blows all satellite TV dramas out of the water. Meanwhile, film critics who had been silent for days collectively fell mute. It wasn't that they didn't want to comment, they were simply too stunned for words. After meticulously watching the first 6 episodes, they finally couldn't contain their excitement and began writing reviews. The pinnacle of Chinese short dramas. The Hidden Corner redefines suspense. Renowned critic, the sharp-tongued film critic. Solid script, rigorous logic, rich in detail, every foreshadowing hits the mark. Director Chen Mo's screenwriting prowess is terrifyingly masterful. Veteran script analyst, plot dissector. Every actor delivers. From veteran performers to newcomers, every glance and gesture demands close attention. Lin Wanqiu's portrayal of Zhou Chunhong is textbook-level acting. Acting professor and actor's self-cultivation. Chapter 45, I Think I Remember. Chen Mo and Zhou Yuan. The cinematography, lighting, and color grading are all masterful. Director Chen Mo's ability to tell stories through the lens has reached perfection. The title New Generation of Eastern Cinematographers is well-deserved. Editor-in-chief of a renowned photography magazine. The soundtrack seamlessly integrates with the narrative, at times oppressive, at others eerie, yet occasionally tinged with warmth. The use of white chip is a stroke of genius, sending chills down the spine. Music critic eardrum massage. Without exception, these reviews have showered the bad kids with the highest praise. From screenplay and performances to cinematography and music, nearly every aspect is deemed fully maximized, reaching the pinnacle of domestic drama production. The title, The Pinnacle of Chinese Short Dramas, quickly gained unanimous recognition both within and outside the industry. Shanghai Video Headquarters. In the President's office. Seated around the executive conference table, several vice presidents and department heads wore grim expressions. Hidden Corner, the first 6 episodes are free across all platforms, a vice president stated in a dry voice. I just checked the numbers. Within 12 hours of release, views on Douyin alone have already surpassed 100 million. The numbers are similar on Zhuguan and Huoying. The word of mouth, it's exploded. Director Su, the very man who had once bossed around Fat Wang over the phone, dismissing Chen Mo as ungrateful for rejecting investment and acquisition offers for Hidden Corner. He never imagined that a short drama he once dismissed with contempt could stir up such a massive wave. Contact Wang Fatso. No. Contact Chen Mo directly. Ask him how much he wants for the broadcast rights. We'll pay top dollar. Luyu Video. Content director Zhang Fei stared at the screen displaying Hidden Corner's staggering viewership numbers and overwhelmingly positive reviews, her hands and feet turning cold. She recalled how dismissive she'd been when Fat Wang brought the pilot episode seeking a partnership. Director, Shanghai must have already started moving on this. Wei. Zhang Fei snapped back to reality and grabbed the phone. Quick. Get in touch with Chen Mo. Tell him Luyu Video is willing to pay 50 million yuan for the exclusive online streaming rights to Hidden Corner. No. 80 million. As long as he agrees. Whale Pictures Platform. Chairman's Office. Zhang Haidao stared at the glowing reviews from critics and the frenzied discussions from netizens about Hidden Corner on his phone, feeling a stinging heat on his face. He had been one of the platforms that rejected this series. Now, he regretted it bitterly. Contact Chen Mo's team immediately. Tell them price is no issue. As long as they're willing to give the streaming rights to Whale Pictures, we'll negotiate any terms. In no time, Wang Pangzi's phone was nearly blown up with calls. All the calls were from executives at those platforms that had once rejected them. Each one adopted an extremely humble posture, speaking with utmost sincerity, and offered prices more outrageous than the last. From tens of millions to hundreds of millions, tempting offers kept pouring in. Holding the phone, Wang Pangzi listened to the astronomical offers pouring in, his mouth practically watering. Covering the receiver, he rushed excitedly over to Chen Mo. Old Chen. Old Chen. Director Zhang from Luyu, Chairman Zhang from Whale Pictures, they've all called. They all want the streaming rights to Hidden Corner. Luyu said 90 million isn't non-negotiable. Whale Mapping even said we can name our price. He looked at Chen Mo and tentatively asked. Old Chen, what do you think? Should we consider selling the exclusive broadcast rights? Or distribution rights would work too. That's pure cash, right there. Fat Wang felt that if Chen Mo just gave the nod, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions could be deposited into their accounts immediately. The temptation was overwhelming. Chen Mo was watching the various analyses and speculations about the plot unfolding on the computer screen, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Hearing Wang Fatso's words, he slowly turned his head. Give them exclusive rights? That's like feeding a pack of bloodthirsty vampires. What I've ever wanted has never been mere viewership. What I want is control. Wang Fatso's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Chen Mo and suddenly understood. From the very beginning, Chen Mo had never intended to place the fate of Hidden Corner in the hands of traditional platforms. He intended to shatter the existing industry rules with this earth-shattering approach and establish his own authority. Wang Fatty slammed his hand on the table, his voice trembling slightly. Bro! You're something else. This brother was spoken with genuine admiration. Before, he'd called Chen Mo Director Chen out of professional respect and recognition of his talent. Calling him Old Chen came after they'd grown close. But this brother came from genuine admiration and awe. Just then, Su Shiro's Weibo feed updated with a new post. Some people once looked down on him, thinking he was hot-headed and out of touch with reality. Now, they can only look up to him from afar. He's out of their league. Below it was a poster for the bad kids. The moment this Weibo hit, Su Shiro's fans erupted. Who's Xiao Ro talking about? Those platforms that rejected Hidden Corner before? Ha ha ha. So satisfying. Serves them right for looking down on her. Merlin is awesome. Ruruo is badass. Well said. Those people must be kicking themselves now. The fandom mobilized en masse, flooding the comments section to rally support for Chen Mo and the Hidden Corner. A few minutes later, Lin Wanqiu also reposted Su Shiro's Weibo. Her caption was simpler, yet more powerful. He deserves it. Damn. Autumn Goddess is awesome. Those two words are so damn badass. Goddess Ro is so fierce. Out of my league, those words perfectly capture my feelings. Those platforms that rejected Hidden Corner must be eating their hearts out now. Not just swollen faces, they're probably kicking themselves. Want to buy it now? Too late. Mo Shin is amazing. Letting the work speak for itself, that's the ultimate slap in the face. Fans went wild, and even bystanders joined the frenzy. The announcement that the first 6 episodes of Hidden Corner would be free to watch, coupled with the strong support from Lin Wanqiu and Su Shiro, propelled the already explosive popularity of the series to an entirely new peak. Social media was abuzz with discussions about the show in every corner. I declare, Hidden Corner is my top domestic drama of the year. I used to think short-form video platforms weren't reliable for streaming dramas. Turns out I was just narrow-minded. Director Chen's move is absolutely brilliant. This show is addictive. After 6 episodes, everyone I see looks like a villain. You're not alone. My mom just asked if I wanted an apple, and I almost yelled, Zhang Dongsheng, don't come over. Memes and jokes keep popping up everywhere. The Hidden Corner has transcended being just a TV series. It has evolved into a cultural phenomenon. Amidst this nationwide buzz, some sharp-memoried netizens, or rather, those who'd followed Chen Mo's past, suddenly recalled an old story. Wait a minute. I think I remember. Isn't this Chen Mo the same screenwriter who got a cease and desist letter from Zhou Yuan back in the day? This comment immediately sparked a huge uproar. Zhou Yuan? Which Zhou Yuan? The newly minted top-tier actress? Yes. That's her. I remember a news story back then about a young screenwriter plagiarizing a major IP, and Zhou Yuan sent a letter demanding 5 million yuan in compensation. Holy crap. I remember now. That was a huge scandal back then. The screenwriter was definitely named Chen Mo. Seriously? He wrote the script for Hidden Corner? That amazing show? Would he plagiarize? There's a twist to this? Dig it up. Dig deep. The internet has a memory. The all-knowing netizens quickly dug up the old news reports, screenshots of the lawyer's letter, and even Zhou Yuan's righteous and authoritative statements from her Weibo back then. Found it. This is it. The lawyer's letter clearly states Chen Mo's name. The claim amount is 5 million yuan. Chapter 46, The Hidden Corner, 12 episodes, each one a masterpiece. And Zhou Yuan's Weibo from back then, we will show no mercy to such industry parasites. Let me advise certain young people, don't waste your cleverness on shady schemes. TSK, what righteous indignation. When these old scandals resurfaced against the backdrop of Hidden Corner's stunning critical acclaim, netizens exploded. Holy crap. This is the real-life version of Don't Underestimate the Young and Poor. How old was Chen Mo back then? Barely 20? And they demanded 5 million in damages? That's practically a death sentence. Now look at the script quality of Hidden Corner. Does Chen Mo seem like someone who would plagiarize? Any clear-eyed person can see something's fishy here. This is clearly capital-crushing new talent. That crappy IP? Never heard of it. The Hidden Corner blows it out of the water. My heart goes out to Chen Mo. He must have been utterly desperate back then. That woman Zhou Yuan? She's no good. Now, Chen Mo has proven himself with the hidden corner. That slap in the face, it stings. In an instant, public opinion swung completely. Hashtag the entire internet vindicates Chen Mo hashtag. This topic surged at an astonishing speed, quickly overtaking hashtag divine domestic suspense drama hashtag to become the new top trending search. Countless netizens flooded Zhou Yuan's Weibo comments section. Big star Zhou, come explain what happened back then. 5 million yuan, do you even understand what that means to a young person fresh out of school? Now that The Bad Kids is a hit, did you sneak a peek? Does your face hurt? All for climbing the ladder. What a dirty trick. Zhou Yuan's Weibo was instantly flooded with comments. Under her latest Weibo post about a celebrity charity event, the comments had veered off into completely unrelated territory. Inside Zhou Yuan's private villa, she stared at the comments on her phone screen, trembling with rage. Thud. She slammed her phone onto the sofa. Chen Mo. Chen Mo. Always Chen Mo. Zhou Yuan's face contorted with rage, a stark contrast to her usual elegant and intellectual public persona. She never imagined that a minor figure she had casually crushed years ago could stir up such a storm. What was even more unbearable was that her professional reputation, which she prided herself on, was now under unprecedented attack because of this Chen Mo. Delete. Delete all these comments. Yet no matter how swiftly the comments were deleted, they couldn't keep pace with the flood of netizens pouring in. Ultimately, under immense public pressure, Zhou Yuan had no choice but to sheepishly disable the comment function on Weibo. But this did nothing to quell the netizens' fury. She chickened out. Zhou Yuan chickened out. She shut down comments. Ha ha ha. Serves her right. Let her get cocky again. This move by emotion was a passive counterattack. So satisfying. The explosive popularity of Hidden Corner and the subsequent wave of case reopening discussions propelled the show's buzz to unprecedented heights. Bro. Check this out. Wang Fatty thrust his phone in front of Chen Mo. The whole internet is clearing your name. That old hag Zhou Yuan shut down her Weibo. So satisfying. Chen Mo merely glanced at it calmly. Some debts must be repaid. He wasn't surprised. Insight into human hearts had taught him that when a work truly resonates, audiences will instinctively defend its creators. Just then, Chen Mo's phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Director Chen Mo? This is he. Hello, Director Chen. I'm Chen Jin, CEO of Orange Light Vision. Orange Vision? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. This was one of the short video platforms he'd chosen to release the first 6 episodes for free back then, and it was also one of the platforms currently delivering the strongest viewership metrics for Hidden Corner. Mr. Chen, hello. Director Chen, I apologize for the intrusion, but the Hidden Corner has been an absolute phenomenon. Our platform's daily active users have doubled because of this series. Our board held an emergency meeting overnight and decided to award you and your team the platform's annual Blockbuster Drama King Award. The prize money is 50 million. It's just a token of our appreciation. 50 million. Wang Fatty stood beside him, his eyes wide with disbelief. This means 50 million is just handed over? And the platform offered it willingly. Chen Mo's expression remained calm. Mr. Chen, you're too kind. Not at all. This is what Director Chen deserves. Additionally, Director Chen, Orange Vision holds your talent in very high regard. Might you be interested in collaborating on your next project? Investment amount, resource allocation, everything is negotiable. Chen Mo paused for a moment. Thank you for your generosity and the bonus, Mr. Chen. As for collaborating on my next project, I'll give it serious thought once I wrap up this one. He neither accepted nor declined outright. Perfect. We won't disturb Director Chen any further. We'll arrange the bonus payment immediately. We eagerly await your good news. Chen Jin hung up the phone with a satisfied smile. Bro, 50 million. Orange Light Vision is being way too generous. They're not losing out. That 50 million buys the possibility of future collaborations, and more importantly, it buys them a stellar reputation. So, next project, we're really partnering with them? Wang Fatty asked tentatively. We'll see. News of Orange Vision splashing out 50 million yuan to reward the Hidden Corner quickly leaked out through some well-connected entertainment reporters. The industry was shaken once more. Holy crap! Orange Vision is really splurging here. Looks like short video platforms are really cashing in now. The key is, Chen Mo hasn't explicitly confirmed further collaborations yet. This Chen Mo is seriously unpredictable. No kidding. Do you think someone who can play Star C and Huading like a fiddle is some kind of pushover? Right now, the ones feeling the worst must be Zhou Yuan and whoever tried to take down Chen Mo back then, huh? A high-end private club. Zhou Yuan sat in a corner, her face dark, downing glass after glass of red wine. Her phone screen remained flooded with news about Chen Mo and Hidden Corner. Hashtag Orange Light Vision awards Chen Mo's team 50 million. Hashtag 50 million. The money Chen Mo couldn't scrape together back then, now someone else was handing it to him effortlessly. Meanwhile, she herself had become the target of ridicule across the entire internet, her reputation utterly ruined. Chen Mo. Zhou Yuan gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with venomous hatred. She couldn't stop herself from checking the news. The more she read, the angrier she grew, and the angrier she grew, the more she had to read. Meanwhile, Li Guozhang, who had once vowed to teach Chen Mo a lesson, now wore an expression of utter helplessness. "Old Zhao, this Chen Mo, we really can't touch him now," Li Guozhang said to the person on the other end of the line. "Mr. Zhao. 50 million yuan in bonuses? Orange Vision is slapping me in the face. And that ridiculous netwide campaign to clear his name? A bunch of rabble. I refuse to believe it. A mere upstart can't possibly turn the world upside down. So Hidden Corner went viral, big deal. What about his next project? Can he guarantee it'll be just as popular? I refuse to believe we can't take him down." Li Guozhang listened to Zhao's rant and silently shook his head. This Chen Mo was no longer the newbie they could manipulate at will. With the Hidden Corner, he de-appended the entire industry landscape. Want to take him down? Hardly. At that moment, Chen Mo remained unaware of the waves he had stirred up in the outside world. He's currently fine-tuning the editing for the upcoming episodes. The success of the first 6 episodes was merely the beginning. What he wanted was for every single one of the 12 episodes of Hidden Corner to become legendary. Chapter 47, Golden Dawn Film Night? Interesting. Buzz. Chen Mo's personal phone vibrated. An unfamiliar Beijing landline number appeared. "May I speak with Director Chen Mo?" came a formulaic female voice. "This is he. Director Chen, hello. I'm from the organizing committee of the Golden Dawn Film Night. We'd like to invite you to attend this year's film gala being held in Beijing." Golden Glow Film Night? Chen Mo paused to consider. This was a significant private gathering for directors within China's entertainment industry. Hosted annually by major video platforms on a rotating basis. Attendees were typically the industry's most prominent directors and producers. While billed as a networking event, it was also a venue for competing factions to vie for influence, cultivate connections, and probe for intelligence. It was rife with industry unwritten rules and tacit understandings. Which company is hosting this year? Director Chen, this year's event is hosted by our Flying Fox platform. Got it. I'll consider it. He hung up and returned his gaze to the editing screen. Just then, the system alert sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected special industry opportunity, Golden Radiance Film Night. Mission objective, attend Golden Glow Film Night, effectively navigate potential challenges, and enhance personal and professional industry influence. Reward, skill aura control basic, industry reputation plus 1000. Aura control? Chen Mo's lips curved into a faint smile. This reward, interesting. Looks like attending this Golden Radiance Film Night is non-negotiable. Fat Wang walked in carrying a cup of goji berry water. Bro, whose call is it? An invitation to the Golden Glow Film Night. Golden Glow Night? Isn't it hosted by Feihu Platform this year? Yeah. Bro, Feihu Platform is pretty tight with that director Su from Star C Video and that Zhao guy, right? They've been trying to take you down for ages. If you go this time, it'll probably be a trap. They'll do everything to humiliate you. Those bastards are experts at this kind of thing. Wang Fat grew angrier as he spoke. Chen Mo swiveled his chair to face him, his expression calm. They're throwing a banquet just to watch me make a fool of myself? Fat Wang nodded vigorously. Absolutely. Those old foxes can't stand seeing you do well. Then I'll go all the more. Let them see if my humiliation is really that entertaining. Wang Fatso stared at Chen Mo, his mouth opening and closing, but in the end, he swallowed his words of dissuasion. He knew Chen Mo's temper once he made up his mind, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. Fine. Go ahead, old buddy. I'll go with you. If anyone tries to mess with you, I, Wang Fatso, will be the first to step in. You're too conspicuous. Let Sister Wanqiu come with me instead. That evening. Outside the hotel hosting the Golden Radiance Film Night in the capital. The red carpet lay rolled out, flanked by throngs of media photographers wielding long lenses and compact cameras. A black SUV pulled up slowly at the entrance of the red carpet. The door opened. First, a slender ankle adorned with silver high heels emerged. Following closely, Lin Wanqiu stepped out of the vehicle, radiant in a moon-white mermaid-style gown. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her makeup exquisitely applied. The simple yet elegant design accentuated her already flawless figure to perfection. The moment she appeared, she instantly captured the attention of the entire room. It's Lin Wanqiu. Wow! Autumn Goddess looks stunning today. That aura. Absolutely stunning. Media cameras frantically focused on Lin Wanqiu. The sound of camera shutters filled the air. Lin Wanqiu smiled and waved gracefully to the crowd. Then she reached out to assist Chen Mo, who was stepping out of the car on the other side. Chen Mo wore a perfectly tailored black suit, its cut accentuating his tall, upright posture. His expression remained composed, showing no sign of unease under the glare of countless cameras. Standing side by side, they were a picture of perfect harmony. That's director Chen Mo, the director of Hidden Corner. He's here too. Half of the journalists' cameras immediately shifted their focus to Chen Mo. The pairing of Chen Mo and Lin Wanqiu was undoubtedly one of the most captivating focal points on tonight's red carpet. They stepped into the banquet hall. The space was resplendent with gold and splendor, filled with clinking glasses and mingling guests. The air was thick with the scent of expensive perfume and cigars. The hall gathered most of Huagua's film and television directors, producers, and platform executives. Each face bore a polished smile as they engaged in practiced social niceties. The arrival of Chen Mo and Lin Wanqiu caused a small stir. Many eyes turned toward them with curiosity, scrutiny, and even disdain. Lin Wanqiu handled it with ease, smiling and greeting familiar faces. Chen Mo scanned the room with a calm gaze. He quickly spotted several unfriendly stares. Not far away, several middle-aged directors gathered together, among them Ma and Son directors renowned in the industry for their seniority and fiery tempers. They glanced at Chen Mo, then turned away as if they hadn't seen him, continuing their loud conversation. Worse still, a director sporting a goatee and looking rather sleazy held his wineglass and remarked to his companion in a sarcastic tone. "Humph, the bar for getting into Golden Glow night keeps getting lower. Just because you made a few viral short videos, you think you're some big shot now? A short video director? Does he even belong here?" His voice was loud enough for Chen Mo nearby to hear. Those around them exchanged glances, their expressions brimming with anticipation for the drama to unfold. Lin Wanqiu was about to speak. Chen Mo gently tugged her arm. He looked at the director with the goatee. Seeing Chen Mo unmoved, the goateed director, finding himself uninteresting, pouted in annoyance. Just then, a louder commotion erupted at the banquet hall entrance. The crowd automatically parted to the sides. Zhao Jinfu, surrounded by a crowd of admirers, strode in with a beaming smile. Beside him, to everyone's surprise, was Zhou Yuan, dressed in her finest attire. Zhou Yuan wore a striking red gown tonight, her makeup bold and vibrant. She linked arms with Mr. Zhao, chin slightly raised, a hint of arrogance in her eyes. Upon seeing Chen Mo, her gaze instantly turned venomous. Following closely behind them was Li Guozhang, the man who had previously tried to sabotage Chen Mo. "Mr. Zhao! Mr. Zhao, you're here! Miss Zhou Yuan looks absolutely stunning tonight." Flattery erupted all around them. Directors Ma and Son hurried over, their faces plastered with smiles. Mr. Zhao and his entourage were surrounded by the crowd. Zhao's gaze swept across the room, finally settling on Chen Mo not far away. A cold smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he whispered instructions to Li Guozhang and several familiar journalists beside him. The reporters immediately understood, nodding in unison as their eyes fixed on Chen Mo with ill intent. Zhou Yuan watched the scene unfold, her smug expression growing even more pronounced. She could almost picture Chen Mo being cornered by reporters, stumped and flustered by their relentless questions. Sure enough, at Mr. Zhao's signal, several reporters swiftly closed in on Chen Mo. "Director Chen Mo, does your decision to release the first 6 episodes of Hidden Corner for free on short video platforms imply that you believe traditional video platforms' paid models are outdated?" A reporter thrust a microphone in Chen Mo's face, firing off a pointed question laced with traps. "Director Chen, rumors suggest you've turned down offers from several major streaming platforms. Is this due to overconfidence in your work or dissatisfaction with these platforms? Director Chen, regarding the recent online disputes about your past with Ms. Zhou Yuan, do you have any response? Is it true, as Ms. Zhou Yuan claimed back then, that you engaged in some inappropriate behavior?" Chapter 48, Chen Mo, finally standing on his own stage. One question after another was hurled at Chen Mo. The onlookers around them all wore expressions of schadenfreude. Mr. Zhao and Li Guozhang watched from afar, smug smiles on their faces. Lin Wanqiu's expression darkened, about to shield Chen Mo. Chen Mo raised his hand, signaling her to hold her horses. As he looked at the reporters before him, preparing to fire back. Suddenly, the entire banquet hall fell into an abrupt silence. The previously boisterous scene fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Every pair of eyes turned toward the banquet hall entrance. The reporters stopped their questions, looking toward the sound with puzzled expressions. Even the smug smiles on Mr. Zhao and Zhou Yuan's faces froze in place. A figure, surrounded by an entourage, strode in with deliberate steps. Tall and imposing, he carried himself with a calm, commanding presence that commanded respect without a word. It was none other than Qin Zhenchuan, the industry heavyweight and primary sponsor of the College Student Film Festival. Qin Zhenchuan's appearance instantly made the atmosphere tense. Many of those who had been fawning around Mr. Zhao now showed hesitation and caution. The smile on Mr. Zhao's face faded considerably as he hastily adjusted his collar, preparing to step forward to greet him. "Mr. Qin. What an honor to have you here. Good day, Mr. Qin." However, Qin Zhenchuan paid him no mind. His gaze swept across the entire room, ignoring all the outstretched hands and fawning smiles. He strode purposefully in one direction. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes in the room, Qin Zhenchuan walked steadily, step by step, until he stood before Chen Mo. He halted, extending his hand proactively. Director Chen Mo, congratulations. Hidden Corner is truly outstanding. You flatter me, Mr. Qin. The two men released each other's hands. The banquet hall remained utterly silent. Those who had earlier hoped to see Chen Mo humiliated now wore expressions of utter disbelief. The smug grin on Zhao Jinfu's face had long since frozen. Zhou Yuan's face drained of color, her mouth slightly agape, unable to believe what was unfolding before her eyes. The director with the goatee was so startled he nearly dropped his wine glass, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Reporters forgot their questions, their camera lenses darting back and forth between Qin Zhenchuan and Chen Mo. Qin Zhenchuan surveyed the room. His voice was calm, yet each word carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, resonating clearly in everyone's ears. The script reigns supreme. Chen Mo is the most valuable creator of our time. To question him is to deny the future. Each word rang out with force. Denying the future. Those 4 words struck the hearts of everyone present. Especially those who had previously dismissed Chen Mo with disdain, even mocking him openly. Their cheeks burned with embarrassment. Who was Qin Zhenchuan? The undisputed authority in China's film and television industry. His words set the industry's direction. He declared Chen Mo the most valuable creator of our time who dared to disagree? He declared that questioning Chen Mo was tantamount to denying the future who could bear such a label? Below the stage, the faces of those capital tycoons turned uncomfortably grim. Some among them had deep ties to Starcy Video and Flying Fox platform, hoping to use tonight to suppress this unruly newcomer, Chen Mo. Little did they expect Qin Zhenchuan himself to step in and rally so forcefully behind him. A middle-aged man who appeared to be a senior executive from Starcy Video forced a smile and stepped forward. Mr. Qin, your words are too strong. Director Chen Mo is young and talented, we all recognize that. But the film industry is treacherous waters. It's still wise to heed the advice of your elders. His words seemed diplomatic, but they were actually implying that Qin Zhenchuan was meddling too much. Another man, plump and well-fed, chimed in. He was the CEO of a company called Starfish Media, currently negotiating several major projects with the Feihu platform. Indeed, Mr. Qin. Starfish Media has been a long-standing partner of yours and your film studio. Don't forget, we've maintained a long-term partnership, supporting each other all along. Qin Zhenchuan didn't even lift an eyelid at the remark. He merely gave the Starfish Media CEO a faint glance. Partnership? From today onward, Starfish Media has no standing to discuss cooperation with me. No right. Those 4 words landed like 4 resounding slaps, stinging the CEO of Starfish Media across the face. They also stung the faces of everyone who had hoped to use the word collaboration to control Qin Zhenchuan. A collective gasp of shock rippled through the crowd. How arrogant! So disrespectful! But this was Qin Zhenchuan. He had the confidence and the power to back it up. The entire scene flipped upside down in that instant. Those who had been fawning around Zhao Jinfu scattered silently. Zhao Jinfu stood there all alone. Meanwhile, far away in a hotel room, Wang Fatso, watching the scene unfold through a secret livestream link, slapped his thigh in excitement. Holy crap! Old Qin's got some serious clout. That's incredible. Not qualified to discuss cooperation with me. Ha 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 ha. That's the spirit. That's slap. It'll haunt those bastards at C-Star Media for 3 years. Serves them right. That'll teach those snobs to look down on people. Inside the banquet hall. After a brief silence, the reporters finally snapped out of it. They instantly swarmed around Chen Mo. Cameras and microphones were once again pointed at him. But this time, the expressions on their faces were no longer ones of hostility or schadenfreude. Instead, they were filled with awe, curiosity, and sheer excitement. Director Chen Mo. What are your thoughts on the late Mr. Qin's evaluation? Director Chen. Will there be even more shocking developments in the sequel to Hidden Corner? Director Chen, what are your future creative plans? Will you continue collaborating with Mr. Qin? Director Chen, how did you earn such high regard from Mr. Qin? Flashbulbs went off like crazy. Lin Wanqiu stood beside Chen Mo, her eyes sparkling with pride, a satisfied smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She knew that starting tonight, Chen Mo would truly make a name for himself throughout the entire Chinese film and television industry. Chen Mo faced all this, raising his hand to gently press downward. The noisy crowd of reporters fell miraculously silent. All eyes focused on him, awaiting his response. Chen Mo's gaze swept across the room as he spoke slowly. This is only the beginning. 5 simple words. No lengthy explanations, no impassioned speeches. This is only the beginning. What confidence! What audacity! The reporters were stunned. Then, an even greater wave of enthusiasm erupted. The shutter clicks filled the air once more. They knew tonight's headlines were secured. Qin Zhenchuan looked at Chen Mo, his eyes brimming with even greater approval. He nodded, saying nothing more, and proceeded toward the main seat in the banquet hall, surrounded by the crowd. Those directors and producers who had previously given Chen Mo the cold shoulder now put on warm smiles, attempting to approach him for conversation. But Lin Wanqiu skillfully deflected them all. Chen Mo no longer needed to care about their opinions. The gathering gradually drew to a close. Zhao Jinfu could endure it no longer. His face darkening, he swept his sleeves and stormed out amid the strange stares of the crowd. Rumor had it that back at the hotel, he was so furious he smashed an antique vase on the spot, nearly coughing up blood. Zhou Yuan also slipped away early, looking dejected. Seated in the chauffeur-driven car, she watched the night scenery rush past the window, her teeth clenched so tightly they ground audibly. Her heavily made-up face twisted into a grotesque grimace of jealousy and resentment. She refused to accept it. Why should Chen Mo get to rise to the top overnight? Why did Qin Zhenchuan value him so highly? She couldn't comprehend it, nor could she accept it. As for those directors with goatees who had mocked Chen Mo before, they knew they had thoroughly offended him tonight. With Chen Mo's current momentum and Qin Zhenchuan backing him, their future prospects looked bleak. The Golden Radiance film night finally drew to a close. But the discussions about Chen Mo had only just begun. That night, entertainment sections across major media platforms were flooded with headlines like Qin Zhenchuan stands firmly behind Chen Mo, director of the Bad Kids Stunts at Golden Dawn Night, and Chen Mo, this is only the beginning. Within the industry, everyone recognized one thing clearly. Chen Mo, this young director at just 22 years old. From this night onward, with his film The Hidden Corner, with Qin Zhenchuan's public endorsement, and with his own unhurried composure, has truly stepped onto the stage that belongs to him. Chapter 49, Holy Mother of God. The Chen Mo phenomenon. The buzz of Golden Glow Night had barely faded, its lingering warmth still palpable. The next day, at exactly 12 o'clock noon, Episode 7 of Hidden Corner went live on major short video platforms. Countless eyes flooded the platforms the moment it went live. Whale mapping's technicians stood ready. On the back-end data monitoring screen, the curve representing online users shot straight up. Peak. Another peak. Broken. Yesterday's record is broken again. Technical director Zhang Haitao personally oversaw operations, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Hold on. The servers must hold on. The plot of episode 7 proved even more gripping. Zhang Dongsheng's line, "Do I still have a chance?" once again became a viral internet meme. Xu Chaoyang's descent into darkness left countless viewers on the edge of their seats, unable to look away. In just 1 hour, views surpassed 10,000. Comments surpassed 1 million. Bullet comments flooded the screen, nearly drowning the entire display. The heat index skyrocketed. It's gone viral. Again. Whale mapping's all-time highest heat rating. It's happened. No. This isn't just a whale mapping record. It's a historic milestone for the entire short-form drama industry. Zhang Haitao stared at the rapidly fluctuating numbers, his hands trembling with excitement. Holy. Unbelievable. He was itching to kowtow to Chen Mo right then and there. Immediately afterward, authoritative industry data analysis platforms like Maoyan Data and Lighthouse Professional Edition worked through the night to rush out their latest analytical reports. The report titles were each more shocking than the last. The rise of short dramas, how Chen Mo and The Hidden Corner shattered industry barriers. Explosive data. The Hidden Corner redefines the commercial value of short dramas. Chen Mo, a genius director who speaks through his work, the game changer of the short drama market. The content of these reports offered unprecedented praise for both Hidden Corner and Chen Mo himself. Chen Mo single-handedly overturned the industry's stereotypical view of short dramas. He proved beyond doubt that short dramas can produce masterpieces and achieve legendary status. The success of Hidden Corner is not accidental, it is inevitable. This is the ultimate embodiment of content reigning supreme. These reports have landed on the desks of major film and television companies and investment institutions. The industry was shaken to its core. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Douyin Vision, China's largest short video platform, CEO Lu Mingyu was reviewing an urgent data report submitted by his subordinates. The report indicated that due to the explosive popularity of Hidden Corner, a massive number of users were searching for and discussing related content on Douyin Vision. Users had spontaneously edited numerous highlights from the series, generating astonishing traffic. Lu Mingyu's eyes lit up as his fingers tapped lightly on the desk. Opportunity. He slammed his hand on the table. Now. Immediately. Contact the whale mapping platform, we need licensing rights for Hidden Corner clips. Technical department. Immediately set up a dedicated section for director Chen Mo. Operations team. Pin it to the home page 24/7. All traffic directed toward director Chen Mo and Hidden Corner. Show our sincerity. Tell director Chen Mo that Douyin Vision is committed to being his strongest backing. One order after another was swiftly issued. That same afternoon, Douyin Vision's app splash screen prominently displayed Chen Mo's giant poster alongside the promotional trailer for The Hidden Corner. Within the app, a dedicated section titled Silent Glance Back officially launched. It featured a collection of highlights from Hidden Corner, behind-the-scenes footage, and personal interviews with Chen Mo. The effect was immediate. Douyin Vision's daily new user count tripled. Daily active users hit an all-time high. Lu Mingyu stared at the skyrocketing numbers, grinning from ear to ear. Genius. Chen Mo was absolutely a genius. Online. A prominent entertainment influencer known as Entertainment Scoop Sister published an in-depth feature article. Article title: The Chen Mo Phenomenon, The Rise of a Genius Signals the True Dawn of the Content is King Era. The article provides a detailed analysis of Chen Mo's creative journey in the hidden corner. It dissects the unique artistic style and profound humanistic concern in his work. It further highlights the industry shift represented by Qin Zhenchuan's strong endorsement. This article features clear logic, incisive perspectives, and fluid writing. Upon release, it quickly flooded major social media platforms. Moments, Weibo, forums everywhere was flooded with shares and discussions. The term Chen Mo phenomenon instantly went viral across the internet. Netizens flooded the comments. Spot on. Chen Mo is the conscience director of our era. Finally, someone who can make the kind of films we want to see. After Chen Mo, who dares to fool audiences with trashy films anymore? Support Chen Mo. Support quality domestic dramas. Chen Mo is no longer just a director's name. He has become a symbol, a cultural phenomenon, a synonym for a new era in the film and television industry. Wang Fatso paced excitedly around his rented apartment, his chubby cheeks trembling as he held his phone. On his phone screen was the viral article, The Chen Mo Phenomenon. Holy moly. Mo. You're going to shake up the world. The Chen Mo Phenomenon. Ha 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 ha. That name's got real punch. We're not just making a show. We're creating a myth. A living, breathing myth. Fat Wang felt like he was about to float away. No, I have to call Mosey. Wait, he must be swamped right now. I need to calm down. Calm down. He took several deep breaths, trying to steady his racing heart. He let out a silly giggle. In Lin Wanqiu's apartment. She had just wrapped up an online meeting for a brand endorsement. Her agent, sisterly, pushed open the door, her face beaming with joy. Wanqiu. Great news. Absolutely fantastic news. The Cannes Film Festival Organizing Committee just emailed to formally invite you as a guest to attend next month's festival. Lin Wanqiu paused in surprise. Cannes? That's one of the world's 3 major film festivals. And there's more. The Berlin International Film Festival has also sent a similar invitation. While Venice hasn't sent a formal letter yet, they've expressed strong interest through their channels. Lin Wanqiu took the tablet and looked at the official email from Cannes, her eyes slightly misting over. She knew all of this stemmed from Hidden Corner. It all started with Chen Mo. In the past, though she had gained some recognition domestically, she had always lacked sufficient international acclaim. Now, through her portrayal of Zhou Chunhong in Hidden Corner, her masterful acting had finally been seen by the world. Industry insiders were now murmuring in astonishment. Lin Wanqiu has truly turned her career around this time. I always thought she was a good actress, but she needed a truly defining role to prove herself. Zhou Chunhong in The Bad Kids is textbook-level acting. You have to admit, Lin Wanqiu's script-picking instincts are razor-sharp. Following Chen Mo is always the right move. Lin Wanqiu set down her tablet, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She had chosen the right person and proven herself. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoro, another singer who shone brightly in Hidden Corner, reached the pinnacle of her career. Chapter 50, This Seat is Unsuitable. Overnight, her Weibo followers surged past 100 million. She had become the undisputed top star. Her theme song for Hidden Corner, White Boat, also swept across the nation as the series gained popularity. It shot straight to the top spot on charts across major music platforms. The comments section was flooded with identical messages. Chen Mo is Su Xiaoro's true discoverer. Without director Chen Mo, there would be no Su Xiaoro today. This song is so moving. I've been on repeat all day. Su Xiaoro watched it all unfold, tears streaming down her face. She knew it was Chen Mo who had given her this opportunity. This kindness, she would never forget. While some rejoiced, others grieved. Released alongside Hidden Corner was another suspense drama, Shadows Under the Sun, directed by renowned filmmaker Li Guozhang. Li Guozhang had a certain reputation in the industry, and this production had significant investment with massive promotional campaigns. Originally, everyone thought it would be a fierce battle. Yet reality proved brutally harsh. Luyu Video, content director Zhang Fei's office. Zhang Fei stared at the back-end data, his face dark enough to rain. Episode 7 of Shadows Under the Sun saw its viewership drop instead of rising. Compared to the overwhelming numbers of Hidden Corner, it was utterly dismal. What was even more headache-inducing was the comments section. What had once been a relatively harmonious space was now flooded with criticism and comparisons. What kind of crap is this? Compared to The Bad Kids, it's like kindergarten work. The plot drags, the logic doesn't hold up, and the acting is cringeworthy. I was actually looking forward to director Li Guozhang's work, but this is such a letdown. While The Bad Kids is getting hailed as a masterpiece, this one is still playing make-believe? Don't waste your time, go watch The Bad Kids to cleanse your eyes. Now that's a real suspense drama. Director Li Guozhan's Weibo was flooded with angry comments. He was so furious he smashed several cups at home. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. My script was polished to perfection. How could it lose to some greenhorn? He couldn't accept it, nor could he understand it. Huading Entertainment Headquarters. CEO's office. Zhao Jinfu, also known as Mr. Zhao, stared at the computer screen, his face ashen as he scanned reports across major platforms about Hidden Corner and Chen Mo. Especially that piece titled The Chen Mo Phenomenon. It made his blood boil. Thud. He slammed his fist hard onto the desk. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. The executives in the office held their breath, not daring to make a sound. I told you to find ways to suppress this Chen Mo. What the hell have you been doing? Now look. He's gained full momentum. That old fool Qin Zhenchuan has even stepped down. If we don't act now, both Huading Entertainment and the Feihu platform will be crushed by him alone.
He pointed at Chen Mo's photo on the screen, his eyes filled with venom.
Take him down. At any cost. Mobilize every connection and resource we have. I want him ruined.
Otherwise, we're all going down together. The smoke from the Golden Glory Awards night had yet to clear, while the buzz around Hidden Corner continued to intensify.
At that moment, a gold embossed invitation arrived silently at Chen Mo's studio. The cover bore the flowing characters, Cloud River Night.
It was signed by the China Video Platform Alliance.
This organization held even greater influence than the organizers of the Golden Glow Film Night. It encompassed nearly every major video platform in the country.
Their Cloud River Night event, ostensibly an industry exchange, was in reality a closed-door meeting where major platform giants carved out spheres of influence and set the rules.
The stakes were far higher than any ordinary industry gathering. Wang Fatty clutched the invitation, his brow knotted into a tight knot.
Mosey, this Cloud River Night feels off to me.
The China Video Platform Alliance?
Those bastards always think they're hot stuff.
Hidden Corner went viral, and now they can't sit still, wanting a piece of the pie? No.
Wang Fat suddenly slapped his thigh.
Zhao Jinfu from Huading Entertainment and that Flying Fox platform, they're both key members of this alliance.
At the Golden Night Awards, old Qin helped you save face.
They took a huge hit and won't let it slide.
Mosey, they're ostensibly inviting you, but in reality, they're likely trying to intimidate you to put you in your place.
This banquet is a trap you can't go. Nothing good will come of it. Fat Wang was frantic, scratching his head and ears, terrified Chen Mo would walk straight into a trap.
Chen Mo set down the script in his hands and looked at Wang Fei with calm eyes.
Fatso, I know all this. You know? Then why are you still? Chen Mo smiled. They don't want me to go, but I'm going anyway. They want to suppress me?
Then I'll sit at the head table and show them exactly who's boss.
Fat Wang opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, it dissolved into a sigh. Fine, go ahead. I'll go with you. Fat Wang gritted his teeth. So what if we have to go head to head with them again? Who's afraid of who?
The venue for Night on the Cloud River was set at another venerable 5-star hotel in Shanghai, the Longhua Hotel.
Its opulence was in no way inferior to that of the Jinjian Hotel.
That evening, luxury cars gathered in droves outside the Longhua Hotel, creating a dazzling display of stardust.
CEOs, directors, and content heads from major video platforms,
along with specially invited bosses of top production companies and renowned directors, all arrived dressed in their finest attire. The air thickened with the scent of capital and power.
Chen Mo and Wang Fatso arrived in a private car arranged by Lin Wanqiu.
He remained dressed in a simple, well-tailored casual suit, appearing somewhat out of place among the glitzy, jewel-encrusted figures around him. Inside the banquet hall, crystal chandeliers cast dazzling light. The welcoming host approached with a warm smile.
Director Chen Mo, Director Wang He, welcome.
Your seats have been reserved.
Please follow me. Chen Mo nodded and followed the host deeper into the banquet hall.
Wang Fat followed closely behind. He noticed that the main table area of the banquet hall was occupied by the heads of major platforms and several highly respected industry veterans. Yet they were being led to a secluded corner. There, a solitary small round table stood. Compared to the surrounding tables that could seat at least 10 people, it looked particularly shabby.
The MC pointed to the small table. Director Chen, your seat is right here. Fat Wang nearly exploded on the spot. What do you think you're doing? Do you look down on me? Chen Mo reached out and held him back. All around, eyes had already turned toward them. Those gazes brimmed with amusement, schadenfreude, and undisguised contempt.
A portly director with a goatee, holding a wineglass, spoke in a sarcastic tone.
Well, isn't this Director Chen, the short video maestro? What? Crashing the party at this high-class event today? Director Ma, you shouldn't say that.
He's the Chen Mo phenomenon, now he's all the rage.
But then again,
a short-form director should have the mindset of a short-form director.
That little table over there? Seems perfect for Director Chen, quiet and peaceful. Exactly. Don't get too full of yourself. You think directing a few crappy short dramas makes you our equal?
This isn't some gathering where just any Tom, Dick, or Harry gets a seat at the main table.
The barbs flew thick and fast. These directors and producers, who usually ruled their respective fields with an iron fist, now openly displayed their hostility and exclusion toward Chen Mo, the upstart. They represented the old guard. Chen Mo, meanwhile, was the challenger attempting to disrupt the established order. He was also determined to show the wavering platform operators the stance of these mainstream creators. Wang Fatso's face turned crimson with rage. You've gone too far. Chen Mo ignored the clowns and addressed the MC calmly. This seat is inappropriate. Chapter 51. Tonight, I dined with Director Chen. The MC's smile froze momentarily before resuming its usual appearance. Director Chen, this is the organizer's designated arrangement. I'm afraid. Before he could finish, a voice filled with anger cut in. Why should I? Everyone turned toward the source of the outburst. There stood Su Xiao, the popular sweet-voiced pop princess, looking radiant not far away. She wore a pale pink strapless gown today, her flawless makeup making her look like an angel who had wandered into the mortal world. Yet now, her sweet little face was frozen in icy fury. She had originally been seated in the front row near the main table, a gesture of respect from the organizers for her popularity and the backing of her agency, Tianyu Entertainment. But the moment she sat down, she heard the commotion over here. Su Xiao strode over to Chen Mo, glaring at the directors who had spoken disrespectfully. Director Chen's work is so outstanding, why should he be seated in such a position? Director Chen saved my singing career. White ship was given to me by Director Chen. How dare you treat him like this? I don't care how you arrange things, I'm in Director Chen's group. Wherever he sits, I'll sit. Su Xiao grabbed Chen Mo's hand and started walking toward the small table. Her action stunned everyone present. No one expected this seemingly delicate sweet-voiced diva to publicly defy the organizers for Chen Mo's sake. The faces of those directors who had mocked him turned grim. Su Xiao's fan base was enormous. Offending her would have unimaginable consequences. Moreover, Li Xiao of Tianyu Entertainment stood firmly behind her. Li Xiao was known for fiercely protecting his own. Cold sweat beaded on the MC's forehead as he hurried forward to smooth things over. Miss Su, please don't be upset. There must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? It looks to me like you're deliberately giving Director Chen a hard time. Just as the situation reached an impasse, a cool, detached voice echoed from the banquet hall entrance. We represent the future. All eyes turned. There stood Lin Wanqiu, gliding in with grace, dressed in a bespoke black velvet gown. The gown accentuated her flawless figure, and with each step, she radiated an undeniable aura of power. Lin Wanqiu's entrance instantly captured the attention of the entire room. Three-time Golden Horse Award-winning actress. An internationally acclaimed actress invited to both Cannes and Berlin. Her stature far surpasses that of Su Xiao. Lin Wanqiu ignored the stares of others and walked straight to Chen Mo's side. Her gaze swept over the shabby little table. Director Chen Mo's work represents the direction of innovation in Chinese film and television content. Wherever he sits becomes the focal point. As for those who cling to outdated ways and refuse to evolve, even if you sit at the main table, it won't hide your decay and incompetence. Her words were blunt and cut to the bone. The directors who had been shouting moments ago. They tried to retort, only to find themselves utterly powerless to respond. Lin Wanqiu's words were too sharp. Tonight, I shall share the table with Director Chen. She took Chen Mo's other hand, standing on either side of him with Su Xiao. Two women, each radiant in their own distinct style, now stood resolutely by Chen Mo's side. Chen Mo finally lifted his gaze to meet the shifting expressions of the directors and event organizers. Now, where do you think I should sit? For a moment, the banquet hall fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. The directors and producers who had been boisterous and mocking moments ago now stood stone-faced, their lips parting but no words emerging. Lin Wanqiu's presence was overwhelming, and Su Xiao's fan following was terrifying. More importantly, the two of them represented genuine popularity and market value. Cold sweat soaked through the MC's back. He looked imploringly toward the event organizers' executives, the real decision-makers. Chen Mo looked at Lin Wanqiu, then at Su Xiao. These two women, one as cool and distant as the moon, the other as sweet as a song, now stood firmly by his side. They were his allies. They were also the new forces of this era, unwilling to be shackled by the old guard. In the thick, almost frozen atmosphere, a steady voice broke the stalemate. Actress Lin speaks wisely. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. There stood Qian Mingli, the director of Feitian Video, rising slowly to his feet. Qian Mingli, the power behind Feitian Video, one of China's three major video platforms. He had previously offered 10 million yuan. He had sought to secure exclusive broadcasting rights for Hidden Corner, though rejected by Chen Mo, they had at least made contact. Now, his gaze swept across the entire room. Regarding the miniseries Hidden Corner, I believe everyone here has either watched it or at least heard about its astonishing metrics. Its online viewership, play counts, comment volume, bullet comments, and popularity on Whale Cinema have repeatedly shattered records. Following its licensing partnership with Douyin Vision, new users and daily active users have similarly surged. Director Chen Mo has, with a single work, leveraged the entire short drama industry and even altered many users' perceptions of web series. With each sentence he uttered, the expressions of those who had previously mocked Chen Mo grew increasingly grim. Qian Mingli paused, his gaze finally settling on Chen Mo. We cannot ignore such achievements and such influence. He took a deep breath, his voice suddenly rising. On behalf of Feitian Video and as a member of the Video Platform Alliance, I hereby declare. Starting today, the Video Platform Alliance will reserve prime time slots for high-quality short dramas. The first example. It is director Chen Mo and his work. Boom! The moment these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in chaos. Prime time. Everyone present knew exactly what those 4 words meant. It meant top-tier resources being poured in, featured placement on the platform's homepage, and massive traffic influx. Such treatment had previously been reserved solely for S-tier blockbusters and top-tier star-studded flagship dramas. And now, it was being offered to a short-form drama director? To Chen Mo? Director Qian. This isn't proper. A well-fed producer, one of the most vocal critics of Chen Mo, couldn't help but jump to his feet. Short dramas are short dramas. How can they be compared to our big-budget, long-form productions? What gives him the right? Exactly. Why should someone who makes short dramas get this kind of treatment? What about all the others who've worked their asses off on long-form series? The murmurs of disbelief rose and fell in waves. Su, the director at Star C Video, let a cold smile curve his lips as he waited to see how Qian Mingli would handle this. Qian Mingli's expression instantly turned icy. His gaze swept over the clamoring crowd. What gives them the right? Because the data for Hidden Corner outperforms 90% of concurrent long-form dramas. Because director Chen Mo has the talent to create works that keep audiences up at night eagerly discussing them. Because he represents a new possibility, the future of this industry. And one more thing. At Feitian, I call the shots. Bold. Unparalleled authority. Wang Fatso trembled with excitement, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Mosey. His Mosey had truly done it. Qian Mingli turned to Chen Mo, his face breaking into a smile once more as he gestured invitingly. Director Chen Mo, would you please come up and share a few words with everyone? Chapter 52, is this a short film? This is feature-length quality. Chen Mo nodded. Under everyone's gaze, he rose from the secluded small round table and walked calmly toward the compact podium at the banquet hall center. Su Xiao and Lin Wanqiu flanked him, one on each side. 2 peerless beauties. Flanking him. Envy of all who saw. Chen Mo came to a halt, his gaze calmly sweeping over the crowd below the stage. Those who had once looked down on him and mocked him now bowed their heads. Inside and outside the venue, countless journalists aimed their cameras at him. Some media outlets had already begun live broadcasts. Chen Mo picked up the microphone. I'd like to thank Director Qian for his recognition and also commend the Video Platform Alliance for their foresight. Regarding short dramas, I'd like to say a few words. Short dramas are neither a scourge nor a deviant art form. They are a product of our fast-paced era, reflecting the diverse needs of audiences. They should not be discriminated against, nor should they be labeled as unfit for the mainstream stage. Today, I, Chen Mo, stand here not as an exception. I hope this marks a beginning. A beginning for all dedicated creators of short dramas. A beginning where short dramas can shine brightly and earn respect. The words fell. A brief silence followed. Snap. Clap clap. Clap 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 clap. Thunderous applause erupted suddenly. It went on and on. Countless media flashes went off frantically, capturing this historic moment. In the live streaming chat, comments flooded the screen. Holy crap! Director Chen Mo's presence is unreal. I'm bowing down right now. So well said. Short dramas aren't inherently flawed. Today, I am not an exception, but the beginning. That line is so powerful. I'm a fan now. This is what a true creator looks like. Where are all those people who mocked Director Chen before? Does your face hurt? Wang Fatso couldn't hold back any longer. Tears rolled down his chubby cheeks. Clapping while wiping his tears, his voice choked with emotion. Mosey, we're finally not second-class citizens anymore. Our short dramas have finally made it big. No one laughed at him. Because many felt the same way. Especially those creators who had been quietly toiling away in the short drama field. Su Xiao clapped vigorously beside him, her eyes sparkling. Lin Wanqiu stood not far from Chen Mo. The applause gradually subsided. Lin Wanqiu took a step forward, slowly walking toward Chen Mo under everyone's gaze. She came to a stop before him. Then, she extended her hand. For the first time, in front of so many media outlets and industry insiders, she took the initiative to grasp Chen Mo's hand. Lin Wanqiu looked into his eyes. Chen Mo. We won. Lin Wanqiu's voice echoed clearly throughout the banquet hall. Yes, they had won this battle. But Chen Mo knew this was only the beginning. The real battlefield lay ahead. The turmoil of the Yunhe night incident swept through the entire entertainment industry. Yet Chen Mo, standing at the eye of the storm, chose to return to his craft at the fastest possible pace. The very next day after the banquet ended, he locked himself in the editing room. Wang Fatty looked at his bloodshot eyes with concern. Mo, you, take it easy. Yuan's lawyer hasn't withdrawn the letter yet. 5 million, I need to earn it fast.
But Wang Fatty knew that letter, that 5 million yuan claim, had left a scar on Chen Mo's heart.
Zhou Yuan. That name once represented sweetness, but now it held only coldness. Chen Mo said no more, immersing himself entirely in editing the next installment of Hidden Corner. The boundless energy granted by the national-style entertainment system made him feel like an unstoppable machine. Day and night. The lights in the editing room scarcely ever went out. Coffee cups piled up like a small mountain. Takeout boxes piled up in the corners. 2 weeks. 2 full weeks. Chen Mo practically lived in the editing room. Every shot, every transition, every piece of music, he personally handled each one, polishing them over and over. He demanded perfection. He wanted to silence every skeptic. Finally, episodes 8 through 12 were fully edited. They went live on schedule. At 8 p.m. Countless eyes were glued to the refresh buttons on major streaming platforms. Especially on Orange Light Vision, one of the primary streaming platforms for Hidden Corner, which now bore immense anticipation. The countdown ends. The second part of Hidden Corner, featuring 5 consecutive episodes, officially unlocks. Countless users flooded in immediately. Episode 8 begins. The narrative pace abruptly accelerates. The cinematography becomes more sophisticated and impactful than in the first part. Clues planted earlier are detonated one after another. Zhang Dongsheng's facade peels away layer by layer. Xu Chaoyang's descent into darkness is chilling. Pu Pu's fate tugs at the heartstrings. Yan Liang's steadfastness glimmers faintly in the darkness. The audience found themselves holding their breath. Damn it! This plot twist! Holy crap, I can't even breathe watching this. The comment stream never ceased, not even for a second. When Xu Chaoyang wrote those chillingly unsettling words in his diary during episode 9. When Zhang Dongsheng faced his final decision with the 3 children aboard the boat in episode 10. When all clues converged in episode 11, the truth seemed poised to be revealed only to abruptly halt, leaving a massive cliffhanger. When the 12th and final episode intertwined Descartes' story with reality, its open-ended conclusion ignited a firestorm of discussion. The audience went absolutely wild. This is insane. This is what a plot twist should be. Genius. My scalp tingled. The details. The foreshadowing. Chen Mo. You're my god. Countless people collectively cheered in front of their screens. Just half an hour after release. Boom. Orange Vision's servers were instantly overwhelmed by traffic far exceeding projections. The screen froze. Refresh attempts failed. The tech department's phones were flooded with calls. What's going on? What's happening? We can't handle it. The traffic is too heavy. The servers have crashed. Orange Vision, a rapidly growing second-tier video platform in recent years, experienced for the first time what it meant to be overwhelmed by success. Their servers were completely overwhelmed by Hidden Corner. Emergency scaling. Immediately. All technical staff work overtime. Qian Jin, CEO of Orange Light Vision, personally took command at the front lines, his voice hoarse from shouting. Meanwhile, the platform's total viewership statistics skyrocketed. 50 million. 80 million. 100 million. Within half an hour, the total online view count surpassed 100 million. Weibo hot search rankings. Hashtag the Hidden Corner finale hashtag. Hashtag Zhu Chaoyang's diary hashtag. Hashtag is Zhang Dongsheng dead hashtag. Hashtag the shining star of domestic short dramas hashtag. One by one, these hashtags surged to the top. Ultimately, hashtag the shining star of domestic short dramas hashtag surged to the top of the trending list with unmatched heat. The comments section was no longer just flooded. It was a veritable torrent of text. Is this a short drama? This is movie-level stuff. Chapter 53, this feeling. Not bad. Every frame is packed with meaning. Domestic dramas have hope. Director Chen Mo is amazing. I'll watch whatever you make next. A legendary series. Please. Release season 3 already. No, season 2 would be fine too. The cinematography, the score, the performance is absolutely flawless. I declare this the best drama I've seen this year, no contest. Lin Wanqiu as Zhou Chunhong. Her performance in the latter half, especially after learning her son's secret, captured a complex emotional journey: shock, disbelief, agony, despair, and finally a desperate attempt to conceal the truth. That reverse transition performance has been screenshotted and frame by frame dissected by countless netizens. A true Oscar-worthy performance. That look alone had me bowing in awe. This performance should be used as teaching material in film schools. Teachers from major acting academies widely shared it, citing it as a classic case study in modern dramatic performance. Lin Wanqiu's popularity skyrocketed once more. Su Xiaoro exploded in popularity once more thanks to Hidden Corner. She's not just a sweet song queen, she's the queen of suspense. Su Xiao's Weibo followers surged by millions overnight after the series aired. Both female leads soared in popularity. The entire internet was buzzing about Hidden Corner. Wang Fatso stared at his phone, watching the constantly updating back-end data. He danced excitedly, grabbing at the air beside him. It's exploded. Mosey. The platform is exploding. I'm telling you. I seriously suspect this show of yours could boost our nation's GDP growth. Chen Mo merely smiled faintly. Chen Jin, chairman of Orange Light Vision, immediately posted on both the official Weibo and his personal Weibo after the servers stabilized. Thank you, Director Chen Mo, for bringing us such a breathtaking work. The achievements of Hidden Corner have transcended the scope of an outstanding short drama. It has sparked widespread societal discussion and altered many people's preconceptions about short dramas. Director Chen Mo, you are not merely a creator, you are the architect of a cultural phenomenon. Orange Light Vision is honored to be part of this. This Weibo post instantly shot to the top of the trending list. Those industry veterans who had mocked Chen Mo and sneered at short dramas at the Cloud River Night event. Now, one by one, they fell silent. Data doesn't lie. Reputation cannot be faked. Several directors who had publicly dismissed Chen Mo, such as Director Sun and Director Ma, quietly reposted reviews of Hidden Corner in their social circles. Below, only one word, respect. Or two words, impressive. No words could express more. This time, they were genuinely impressed. This was genuine talent, no choice but to be impressed. Chen Mo's team also underwent its first genuine expansion. The original three drifters who followed him, lighting technician Old Lu, script supervisor Xiao Li, and prop master Xiao Wang. During the preparation and filming of Hidden Corner, they wore multiple hats and worked tirelessly. Now, Chen Mo formally promoted them. Lao Lu became the lighting director at Chen Mo's studio. Xiao Li became a full-time assistant director. Xiao Wang now handles sound design and some logistical duties. All three have risen to prominence overnight, their value skyrocketing. On set before, they were just nameless extras being bossed around. Now, when they walk out, people politely address them as Director Lu, Director Li, and Teacher Wang. Even when helping out on smaller productions, security guards would clear a path for them. Word spread. Many technical talents who had left during Star C Video's suppression period, those who thought the project was dead or saw no future following Chen Mo, returned. Plus lighting technicians, editors, and VFX artists who'd been stuck in dead-end jobs, their skills going to waste. They all reached out to Wang Fat and Chen Mo's studio through various channels. Director Wang. Is Director Mo still hiring? I worked with Director Mo on promotional videos before, my skills are top-notch. Please give me a chance. I'll do anything, even menial tasks, just to join Director Mo's team. Some even showed up at Chen Mo Studio's temporary office, blocking the entrance. Director Mo. Give us a chance. We can endure hardship. We have the skills. We're eager to learn. Several individuals were even about to kneel on the spot. Chen Mo emerged from the editing room, saw the scene, and frowned slightly. He didn't refuse outright. He simply looked calmly into those eager eyes. My team doesn't keep idle hands. Can you endure 3 straight days without sleep just to edit a single satisfying shot? Can you endure revising a single detail dozens of times until it's perfect? One sentence silenced the entire room. The excited crowd fell solemn. They saw the earnestness in Chen Mo's eyes and his relentless pursuit of perfection in his work. This was a director who truly let his work speak for itself. This was a core figure who could lead his team to defy fate and rewrite destiny. I can do it. A young editor stepped forward first. Me too. Director Mo, give me a shot. Meanwhile, Huading Entertainment. Inside President Zhao Jinfu's office. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Documents scattered across the desk littered the floor. Several executives stood trembling at the side, not daring to breathe. Where are the stars of Shadows in the Sun? Weren't they supposed to be Oscar-winning actors? A gold medal screenwriter? Director Li Guozhan? 300 million in investment. 300 million. Where's the buzz now? Where are the view counts? We're getting crushed by some short drama. What? Zhao Jinfu pointed at the glaring numbers on the screen for Hidden Corner, his voice hoarse with rage. What's Star C Video saying? Where's that Zhou Yuan? Didn't she swear up and down she'd crush him? And now Chen Mo is practically the industry benchmark. Mr. Zhao, Director Su at Star C, is under immense pressure too. Zhou Yuan hasn't dared show her face lately, afraid of being ambushed by reporters. I don't care. Zhao Jinfu kicked over the chair in front of him. We have to find a way. We have to suppress him. If we give him more time to grow, I won't even be able to keep the Shanghai platform. But at that very moment, another part of Shanghai was enveloped in a rare stillness. Chen Mo finally set down the editing mouse in his hand. He slept. A deep, uninterrupted slumber, free of all distractions. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, bathing his face. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes and stretched lazily. He picked up his phone. The screen lit up. 99 plus. The red number on the WeChat icon stood out prominently. He tapped it open. In an instant, countless messages appeared. Director Mo. Congratulations. Hidden Corner has completely exploded. Director Chen, you're amazing. Let's collaborate. We've got some great scripts at our company. Brother Mo, it's XXX. We met at Spark Video before. Want to grab a meal sometime? Mr. Chen Mo, I'm from XX Pictures. I'd like to schedule a meeting to discuss investment for your next project. Congratulations. Invitation. All sorts of messages flooded his WeChat. Chen Mo scrolled through them one by one. This feeling wasn't bad. Bang! The door burst open. Fat Wang burst in, lugging 2 huge bags of jianbing. With half a pancake still in his mouth, he shouted indistinctly. Mo. Mo. You won't believe this. Chapter 54, What kind of divine production crew is this? Know what? Wang Fatso shoved the last bites into his mouth and waved his arms excitedly. We've been singled out for praise by the People's Daily. He pulled out his phone, opened a page, and shoved it right in front of Chen Mo. The bright red masthead, the eye-catching headline. Content is the root, technology is the skeleton. Review of the phenomenal short drama Hidden Corner. See that? People's Daily. Official endorsement. Wang Fatso's face flushed with excitement. Your line, content is the root, technology is the bone, got quoted verbatim. The article says you've set a new benchmark for domestic short dramas. You're the shining light of short dramas, Mosey. Chen Mo gazed at the article, a new sparkle now shining in his eyes. Official recognition carried undeniable weight. Wang Fatso handed Chen Mo a jianbing guozi. Eat up. More good news after you finish. Chen Mo took a bite, and found it tasted pretty good. What good news? Lin Wanqiu. Fat Wang lowered his voice, but couldn't hide his excitement. Just got word Lin Wanqiu got nominated for Best Actress at the first International Short Drama Festival for her role as Zhou Chunhong in Hidden Corner. The International Short Drama Festival. This is unprecedented. The TV screen happened to be showing entertainment news. In the footage, Lin Wanqiu was being interviewed by a reporter. She wore a simple, elegant skirt suit with meticulous makeup, yet her eyes were slightly reddened. First and foremost, I want to thank director Chen Mo. He breathed life into the character of Zhou Chunhong. He believed in me, encouraged me, and uncovered potential I hadn't even realized existed within myself. He didn't just save this role, he reshaped my life. Before the camera, the triple Golden Horse Award-winning actress spoke with genuine emotion. Watching Lin Wanqiu on screen, Chen Mo felt a stir within himself. They truly elevated each other. And. Fat Wang raised his phone again. On the screen was the cover of a fashion magazine. Su Xiaoro. She had shed her usual sweet image, her gaze sharp and piercing, her lips a fiery red, radiating a wild beauty. The headline read, Su Xiaoro, more than just sweet. That girl Xiaoro has really made it big. Guess what she said in the interview? Chen Mo chuckled. What did she say? The reporter asked her what it was like working with director Chen Mo. She said Wang Fatso cleared his throat, mimicking Su Xiaoro's tone. He understands how to capture a woman's complexity. Wang Fat slapped his thigh. Just that one line. It shot straight to the top of Weibo's trending topics. Now the entire internet is buzzing about hashtag Su Xiaoro emotional value recognized, and the topic's heat just won't drop. Everyone says you understand women's hearts, haha. Chen Mo shook his head helplessly. These two leading ladies truly reached another career peak thanks to Hidden Corner. But their sudden fame wasn't limited to them alone. The entire production crew has benefited from the spotlight. Even minor characters with only a few scenes. Take, for instance, the creepy neighbor who always stared at Zhu Chaoyang with a sinister glare. Take the security captain who dutifully guards the entrance to the youth center. All of them became internet sensations. Their scenes were turned into all kinds of memes by netizens. Their lines have become viral catchphrases. I thought you were a good neighbor, but you want to be my dad? Kid, your backpack is dangerous, you know. Comedians have taken these characters to new heights. Even the actors themselves started live streaming. Their live streams drew massive crowds. Just chatting casually, selling some goods and orders kept piling up. Thanks to director Mo. Without director Mo, we wouldn't be here today. They repeatedly thanked Chen Mo in the livestream. Fans joined in the cheers. Director Mo is amazing. Director Mo, any room for a janitor in your next production? Watching this lively scene, Chen Mo felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Fatso, make the arrangements. Give the entire crew a day off. Let's head to the beach and really unwind. Alright. Leave it to me. Oh, and grab some behind-the-scenes footage while we're at it. Chen Mo added. Fans want to see that too. A few days later. The azure seaside. Sunshine, sand, and waves. The cast and crew of Hidden Corner were all present. Cameras faithfully captured it all. Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro shed their on-screen solemnity, laughing like children. They joined the rest of the crew for a barbecue on the beach. Meat skewers sizzled over the charcoal fire, filling the air with mouth-watering aromas. Lao Lu, Xiao Li, Xiao Wang, the brothers who had followed Chen Mo from the very beginning, were now completely at ease. Old Lu even picked up a guitar and strummed out a tune that barely held a melody, drawing a wave of good-natured laughter. The beach volleyball match was even more lively. Chen Mo was dragged onto the court. Though he didn't exercise often, his quick reflexes made him play surprisingly well. Sweat and laughter mingled in the sea breeze. Every face radiated relaxed, joyful smiles. These moments were edited into light-hearted highlights and uploaded across major platforms. The comment sections were instantly flooded with fan reactions. Ah! What a heavenly crew! So heartwarming. I'm totally jealous. Director Chen Mo is so adorable off-camera. Even without makeup, the Oscar-winning actress and the goddess Xiao Ro are stunning. With this kind of crew vibe, I'd watch 10 seasons. Please, Director Mo, film more behind-the-scenes footage. Even daily life stuff is fine. Right there by the sea, a long-forgotten system notification chimed in Chen Mo's mind. Ding! Plot development successful. Team morale is high. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the following skill rewards. 1. Team Synergy LV2 enhances coordination and efficiency by 15% during collaborative creation. 2. Inspiration Burst Passive cooldown reduced by 20%. Chen Mo smiled faintly. Team Synergy was precisely what he needed most right now. And the reduced cooldown for Inspiration Burst meant he could dive into the next creative cycle faster. He gazed at his team members playing by the sea in the distance. Old Lu's tanned face bore a simple, honest smile. Xiao Li directed everyone in posing, looking quite the part. Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaora walked side by side on the sand, whispering to each other and occasionally bursting into clear laughter. The sea breeze ruffled everyone's hair. A surge of indescribable emotion welled up in Chen Mo's heart as he murmured softly. The happiest moment for a content creator isn't standing on an award podium, nor is it signing a multi-million-dollar contract. It's when every frame polished by a united team is seen and cherished by the audience. This is what matters most. Yes, this matters more than anything else. This moment of warmth and success is fuel, is motivation. The road ahead is still long. But in this moment, they have each other. They have the joy of being recognized. That is enough. Chen Mo picked up his camera and joined the photographers. He wanted to freeze these smiles, these moments, forever. Chapter 55, Hidden Corner, Global Views Surpass 1 billion. Night gradually enveloped the sea. Bonfires blazed on the beach. The orange-red flames illuminated every face. The crew members gathered around. Fat Wang held a bottle of beer, already more than half empty. His cheeks flushed, his gaze slightly unfocused as he looked around at the group. Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro sat together, whispering softly with gentle smiles. Old Lu cradled his guitar, humming an old tune off-key, thoroughly enjoying himself. Xiao Li and Xiao Wang were squabbling over the last piece of grilled chicken wing, playfully wrestling with each other. Chen Mo sat a little further away, quietly observing it all. Fat Wang staggered to his feet, shuffled over to Chen Mo, and plopped down beside him. Burp! Fat Wang handed Chen Mo the bottle of liquor. Chen Mo waved it off. I'm done drinking. Wang Fatso didn't seem to mind, taking another big gulp himself. After a moment of silence, his voice suddenly caught. Brother! Wang Fatso's eyes reddened, tears welling up in his sockets. I never imagined we could pull off something like this. People's Daily, international nominations, now the whole internet is praising us. Wang He, spent half my life being shunned like a plague. Everything I've ever made either lost money or got no viewers. I thought, this was just how my life was going to be. Fat Wang wiped his face with his hand, tears mingling with sand. It was you, Mosey. You pulled me out of the gutter. You showed me I could make something people actually applaud. Thank you. Damn it, thank you. The sea breeze blew, carrying his stifled sobs. Chen Mo listened quietly. He reached out and gave Wang Pangzi a firm pat on the shoulder. What are you crying for? His voice was calm. Wang Pangzi lifted his head, tear-filled eyes meeting Chen Mo's gaze. A faint smile curved at the corners of Chen Mo's mouth. In the firelight, that smile appeared especially clear. This is just the beginning. Our journey has only just begun. A bigger stage awaits us. More stories are waiting for us to tell. Fatso, cheer up. The road ahead is still long. A few days later. Shanghai. The Short Video Awards ceremony was held in grand style at the National Exhibition and Convention Center. This event stands as the pinnacle of honor within China's short video industry. Tonight, the stars shone brightly. Nationwide live broadcast cameras focused on every guest in attendance. The red carpet was packed with media reporters and enthusiastic fans. Flashbulbs and screens echoed in waves. A black SUV pulls up slowly at the red carpet entrance. The door opened. Lin Wanqiu stepped out first. She wore an ice blue strapless gown, its hem studded with delicate diamonds. Her makeup was flawless, her demeanor elegant. The moment she appeared, the flashes from cameras intensified several-fold. Lin Wanqiu, the Academy Award-winning actress. Look this way. Soon after, Zhu Yuan glided onto the stage. She wore a pink strapless mini dress, playful yet sweet. Her signature smile graced her face as she waved at the cameras. Xiao, goddess Xiao. Finally, Chen Mo stepped out of the car. He wore a perfectly tailored black suit, with no unnecessary accessories. The moment he appeared, an eerie silence fell over the crowd. Then, an even more intense wave of cheers erupted. Chen Mo. Director Chen Mo. The silent god. The silent god is here. The hidden corner. Chen Mo. Reporters swarmed toward him. Countless microphones were thrust in front of him. Director Chen. The hidden corner has surpassed 1 billion views across all platforms. What are your thoughts on this? Director Chen. Are you confident about winning awards this time? Director Chen. When will you start your next project? Chen Mo merely gave a slight nod, saying little. Wang Fatso, Old Lu, Little Li, Little Wang, and others followed behind him, their faces betraying unmistakable excitement and nervousness. They were the core creative team behind the hidden corner. Tonight, they were the center of attention. The red carpet host's voice boomed. Now walking toward us is the cast and crew of the phenomenon-level miniseries, The Hidden Corner. Director Chen Mo. Alongside lead actress Lin Wanqiu and the creative team. The Hidden Corner, a work that truly set the entire internet ablaze. Its emergence has injected fresh vitality into China's short drama market. Real-time subtitles flashed across the giant screen. Hidden Corner surpasses 1 billion views across all platforms. The entire red carpet area erupted once more. 1 billion. Holy crap. A short drama hitting 1 billion views. Chen Mo is amazing. The Hidden Corner is amazing. This title swept across the entire venue. All eyes were fixed on this young team. Chen Mo led his team across the red carpet with composure. Inside the award ceremony, the atmosphere was solemn yet vibrant. Executives from major film and television companies, renowned directors, and popular stars gathered together. The Hidden Corner crew was seated in a prominent front row position. Chen Mo sat between Lin Wanqiu and Zhu Yuan. Wang Fatso fidgeted nervously behind him, rubbing his hands together. The awards ceremony officially commenced. One award after another was presented. Finally, it was time for the short drama category. The host stood on stage, his voice filled with excitement. Next, we will announce several major awards for this year's Light and Shadow Short Drama Awards. First up is the Best Editing Award. The big screen began playing highlights from the nominated short films. A clip from Hidden Corner, with its fast-paced rhythm and mounting suspense, drew a low murmur of admiration from the audience. The presenter opened the envelope. The winner of the Best Editing Award at this year's Light and Shadow Short Drama Awards is The Hidden Corner. Congratulations! Clap, 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 clap. The entire venue erupted in thunderous applause. The camera instantly cuts to Chen Mo. A faint smile touched Chen Mo's lips as he nodded. This award was well deserved. He personally handled the editing, polishing it day and night. Mo. We won. We won. Immediately after. The winner of this year's Light and Shadow Short Drama Award for Best Actress is, for her textbook-worthy performance in Hidden Corner, Lin Wanqiu. The spotlight fell upon Lin Wanqiu. The 3-time Golden Horse Award-winning actress now had tears welling in her eyes. She rose to her feet and bowed to the audience. The applause grew even more fervent than before. Lin Wanqiu walked toward the podium. Thank you to the jury, thank you to the cast and crew of Hidden Corner, and thank you to director Chen Mo. This role holds extraordinary significance for me. Below the stage, Chen Mo and Zhu Yuan both applauded for her. Finally, the most prestigious award was about to be announced. Next, we will announce the Light and Shadow Short Drama Award for Best Short Drama. The tension in the room reached its peak. On the big screen, clips from the nominated works flashed by one after another. Each one was a hit this year. But Hidden Corner undoubtedly stood out as the most dazzling among them. The presenter was Qin Zhenchuan. This titan of China's film industry personally presented the award. His aged yet powerful voice echoed throughout the venue. The recipient of this year's Light and Shadow Short Drama Award for Best Short Drama is. Qin Zhenchuan paused, his gaze sweeping across the audience. Finally, it settled on Chen Mo. The Hidden Corner. Boom! The entire venue erupted in thunderous applause. This result was exactly what everyone had hoped for. Chapter 56, please welcome director Chen Mo to the stage to receive his award. Please welcome director Chen Mo of The Hidden Corner to the stage to receive his award. Spotlights converged on Chen Mo. This was his first time stepping onto such a grand award stage as a director. Chen Mo stood up and adjusted his suit. Step by step, he walked steadily toward the stage. Below the stage, Lin Wanqiu, Zhu Yuan, Wang Fatso, and all the crew members rose to their feet, applauding him with excitement. Chen Mo accepted the trophy handed to him by Qin Zhenchuan. The weighty trophy represented the industry's highest honor. He walked to the microphone. The lights were blinding. Below the stage, countless eyes were fixed upon him. He took a deep breath and spoke in a low, clear voice. Thank you. I'm no genius. I just take every shot seriously. No grandiloquent speeches. No lengthy, elaborate thanks. Only these two brief sentences. Yet they resonate with profound impact. Well said. Treat every shot with utmost seriousness. That's the attitude of a true creator. Qin Zhenchuan stood nearby, watching Chen Mo with approval and nodding. Chen Mo bowed slightly, preparing to step down. At that very moment, a figure slowly walked toward the center of the stage. It was Lin Wanqiu. She still wore that stunning ice blue gown. The entire venue fell silent instantly, everyone holding their breath. No one knew what the newly crowned Best Actress intended to do. Lin Wanqiu walked up to Chen Mo and stopped. She looked at Chen Mo, then, before the entire nation watching, reached out her hand to him. Director Chen. Her voice was clear and firm. I've read your new script. And I've taken the lead role. The entire venue erupted in shock. Lin Wanqiu, the triple Golden Horse Award-winning actress, was actually offering to invest in a new director's project and star in it herself? What immense trust. What profound regard. Lin Wanqiu's gaze held a hint of complexity. I've owed this opportunity for far too long. It was you who reignited my passion for acting. You showed me the boundless possibilities within an actor. The host finally caught up, his voice trembling with excitement. Holy cow! Lin Wanqiu. The Academy Award-winning actress herself just announced she's joining director Chen Mo's new production. This is absolutely the biggest bombshell of the night. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Holy crap! Lin Ingho is publicly backing Chen Mo. Golden leading lady plus dark horse director. This combo is a game changer. Lin Wanqiu's career revival? Chen Mo is the key, no doubt. What kind of script did Chen Mo give Lin Wanqiu? She's completely devoted. The silent god is mighty. Even the best actress is throwing herself at him. Hashtags #Lin Wanqiu Chen Mo new movie and #Golden leading lady dark horse director instantly surged to the top of trending charts across platforms, exploding with viral momentum. Chen Mo paused slightly as he looked at Lin Wanqiu's outstretched hand. Then, he reached out and gently clasped hers. Thank you, Sister Wanqiu. The ceremony venue was still buzzing with excitement. The host was about to resume the proceedings. Suddenly, the lights dimmed on one side of the stage. A spotlight swept across to the other side of the stage. A familiar figure, holding a guitar, slowly stepped forward. It was Su Xiaoro. She wore a pristine white dress, her feet bare. The entire audience gasped in astonishment. Wasn't Su Xiaoro just backstage? How did she get on stage? Moreover, this outfit didn't seem appropriate for accepting an award. Music began to play softly. It was the clean, pure prelude of a guitar. Su Xiaoro sat on a bar stool, adjusting the microphone. Her eyes were clear, yet tinged with a faint sadness. This song is dedicated to the hidden corner, and to all the friends who love this show. And to someone special. She gently strummed the strings. The moment she began to sing, the entire venue fell silent. The summer night breeze carries the dreams of childhood. The little boat rocks gently, rocking over Grandma's bridge. Her voice remained sweet, yet carried a hint of sorrow not present before. As if narrating a tale from a distant past. Under the moonlight, whose shadow hides sorrow in secret. In the diary, yellowed pages are filled with lies. Her voice was melodious, piercing straight to the heart. The live audience was spellbound. The live stream was flooded with comments. Heavenly voice. This song is absolutely stunning. What song is this? Is it new? Who composed this? Who directed it? The lyrics and imagery are absolutely divine. Su Xiaoro's vocals have improved again. This song tells a story. Why am I crying? The song reaches its climax. Su Xiaoro's emotions intensify. White boat, oh white boat, where are you drifting to? The echoes of childhood still softly sing in my ears. After growing up, we've all changed. When did frost cover our once pure eyes? The song ended. The lingering notes fade away. The entire hall remained silent. Everyone was immersed in the complex emotions evoked by the song. Seconds passed. Applause erupted. It went on and on. Su Xiaoro stood up, her eyes glistening with tears. Holding her guitar, she bowed deeply toward the audience. Then, she lifted her head, her gaze fixed on Chen Mo. Thank you, Director Chen. Thank you for letting me sing Echoes of Childhood. All eyes in the venue once again turned to Chen Mo. This song, too, was Chen Mo's creation. The splendor and clamor of the awards ceremony gradually faded. But the online buzz was just beginning to ferment. Lin Wanqiu joins Chen Mo's new drama hashtag Su Xiaoro's divine new song Echoes of Childhood hashtag hidden corner deified these trending topics dominated every platform's hot search charts. Countless accolades poured in like snowflakes for Chen Mo and his team. Yet not everyone was pleased by his success. Huading Entertainment President's Office. Zhao Jinfu stared intently at the screen showing Lin Wanqiu announcing her participation in Chen Mo's new drama and Su Xiao performing for him. The muscles on his obese face twitched violently with rage. Chen Mo. Zhao Jinfu ground the name out between clenched teeth. He had poured a full 300 million yuan into Shadows Under the Sun. He'd hired Academy Award-winning actor Zhao Yu, TV queen Sun Feifei, director Li Guozhang, and screenwriter Wang Hao. Every single element was top tier. He had believed this production would crush Chen Mo completely, avenging his past humiliation. But now, Chen Mo's momentum had completely overshadowed everything he'd meticulously prepared. Lin Wanqiu. Su Xiao. Good. Very good. A flicker of madness passed through Zhao Jinfu's eyes. He grabbed the phone and dialed a number. Hello? It's me. Find people. All over the internet. Hack the hidden corner. Hack Chen Mo. Accuse him of data manipulation. Say he bought awards. Claim Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiao were deceived by him. The dirtier the content, the better. The more disgusting, the better. Money's no object. I want him ruined. On the other end of the line was the head of Huading Entertainment's online PR department. The manager hesitated. Mr. Zhao, Hidden Corner is riding high right now, and it has the backing of the esteemed Mr. Qin Zhenchuan. I don't care. Qin Zhenchuan is nothing. Does he think he can control everything? Do as I say. Now. Immediately. After hanging up, Zhao Jinfu was panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot. He refused to believe money couldn't crush Chen Mo. Chapter 57, Call it a suicide truck? The next day. A wave of negative sentiment targeting Hidden Corner and Chen Mo rapidly spread across the internet. Countless marketing accounts and paid trolls launched frenzied attacks. Hidden Corner's viewership numbers are fake. How could a short drama possibly hit 1 billion views? Chen Mo's background isn't simple. The Light and Shadow Awards were rigged from the start. Lin Wanqiu devalues herself, Su Xiao exploited by capital. How tragic. Boycott disgraced director Chen Mo. Restore a clean online space. Sensational headlines paired with cherry-picked screenshots and baseless exposés flooded the internet. The internet was suddenly filled with toxic noise. Director Su of Star C Video observed this, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Zhou Yuan's management team secretly stoked the flames, trying to profit from the chaos. Zhao Jinfu sat in his office, reading the smear campaign, a faint smile finally appearing on his face. But his joy was premature. Just half a day later, a viral thread on a tech forum suddenly ignited the entire internet. Technical analysis, digging into the IP addresses of trolls viciously slandering the Hidden Corner. Guess what we found? The post was detailed, using technical methods to trace the IP sources of numerous malicious attack accounts. What was jaw-dropping was, over 70% of the attacking IPs all traced back to the same source. Huading Entertainment's headquarters office network. Holy crap! What kind of shady move is this? Taking the lead as the troll army commander himself? CEO Zhao is something else. I'd call this a suicide truck. Huading Entertainment, winner of the year's Best Comedy Award. Paying to smear competitors, only to accidentally reveal your own company address? With that level of intelligence, you're basically out of the entertainment industry. The online sentiment flipped instantly. Even the undecided bystanders were now laughing hysterically. Sympathy for Hidden Corner and ridicule toward Huading Entertainment reached a fever pitch. Zhao Jinfu stared at the screen, his body growing cold as he read the scathing comments and technical analyses. How could this happen? He had explicitly ordered them to use different proxy IPs and stay hidden. At that moment, Chen Mo's Weibo updated. A brief post accompanied by an image. The image showed a back-end screenshot of Hidden Corner surpassing 2 billion total views across major platforms. The bright red numbers stung Zhao Jinfu's eyes. Chen Mo's caption was simple. Late at night, thanks to certain enthusiastic individuals working overtime to boost the heat. Heard it was Mr. Zhao from Huading Entertainment personally overseeing the operation? You've worked hard. This gift, the Hidden Corner has accepted it, accidentally hit 2 billion views. At Zhao Jinfu. A dagger to the heart. This Weibo post completely crushed Zhao Jinfu. Put. Zhao Jinfu felt darkness engulf his vision, a metallic taste flooding his throat. He clutched his chest, staggered, and collapsed face first onto his desk. Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao, what's wrong? Secretaries and assistants rushed in, throwing the office into chaos. The wail of ambulance sirens soon echoed beneath Huading Entertainment's building. Shanghai First People's Hospital. Outside the emergency room, a doctor removed his mask, his expression grave. The patient suffered a sudden hypertensive crisis, with blood pressure spiking above 200. He's out of immediate danger for now, but the prognosis remains grim. It was primarily caused by severe emotional distress. Remember, the patient must not be subjected to any further stress. Otherwise, a cerebral hemorrhage could occur at any moment, with unimaginable consequences. Physically, he was completely shattered. Zhao Jinfu lay motionless on the hospital bed, eyes tightly shut, yet his eyelids still trembled faintly. He was finished. He knew he was completely finished. The next day, reporters from major media outlets swarmed Huading Entertainment. They sought interviews with company executives to learn about Zhao Jinfu's condition and Huading Entertainment's future. What awaited them, however, was an eerie desolation. The once bustling Huading Entertainment office area now lay deserted. Most workstations were vacant, with only scattered personal belongings left behind on desks. Papers lay scattered on the floor, untouched. "Excuse me, is this Huading Entertainment?" Only a cleaning lady remained, humming a tune through her headphones as she leisurely swept the empty office with a mop. She looked up at the reporter with a blank expression. "Yeah, it used to be. Now, everyone's gone. The boss is hospitalized. What kind of company is that?" The cleaning lady shook her head and resumed mopping, humming none other than Su Xiao's White Ship. The reporters exchanged glances. A once glorious entertainment company had fallen into such a desolate state. That afternoon, the hashtags #Huading Entertainment deserted and Zhao Jin critically ill spread like wildfire across the internet. Lin Wanqiu was being interviewed by a major magazine. The reporter skillfully steered the conversation toward the recent industry turmoil. "Sister Wanqiu, what are your thoughts on the unfair competition tactics currently prevalent in the industry? For instance, paying online trolls to smear competitors." Lin Wanqiu lifted her teacup, sipping it gently with graceful poise. She smiled faintly. "Director Chen often shares a saying with me that I find profoundly true. He says, letting your work speak for itself is always more effective than spending money. Focus your energy on refining your work, the audience sees through it all. Anything else is just a shortcut that won't last." Her words, though unspecified, cut to the core with every syllable. Elegant sarcasm is the most lethal. Fans watching the interview in the livestream flooded the comments with likes. "That's why she's the best actress. Such a big picture." Translation: Zhao Jinfu, you idiot, if you have money, why not just make good movies? Director Chen's quote +1, let your work speak for itself. That evening, Su Xiao streamed her daily livestream on Douyin. Wearing adorable bunny pajamas, she interacted and chatted with fans in a lively atmosphere. Suddenly, a jarring male voice interrupted the stream. The voice was filled with humiliation and supplication. "Brother Chen. Director Chen. I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. I didn't recognize your greatness. I shouldn't have crossed you. Please, spare me, give me a way out, those 300 million, just consider it down the drain. Just one word from you, and I'll halt production on Shadows Under the Sun immediately." It was none other than Zhao Jinfu's voice. Su Xiao gasped, "Yikes," and frantically scrambled to press her phone. "Oh my. Sorry. I accidentally pressed something." Her face flushed crimson as she apologized repeatedly to the camera. Sorry. Everyone, just pretend you didn't hear that. Must be a glitch on my phone." The live chat exploded with comments. "Is that Zhao Jinfu's voice? A plea for mercy recording? Did Little Ro accidentally leak it? Social death. Zhao Jinfu is utterly disgraced now." Chapter 58, I am not the medicine god, activated. "Haha, Su Xiao, I didn't mean to. Chen Mo, yeah, she really didn't mean it. I made her do it by accident." If Zhao Jinfu had seen this scene from his hospital bed, he might have suffered a cerebral hemorrhage on the spot. Almost at the same moment, a long-awaited notification tone sounded in Chen Mo's mind. Ding! Special achievement villains defeat unlocked. Host successfully dismantled primary hostile faction Huading Entertainment and its leader Zhao Jinfu, rendering them disgraced, career ruined, and no longer a threat. Achievement reward: permanent buff fortune favor plus 50% activated. Fortune's favor: host's probability of receiving good fortune in future creative endeavors, investments, decision-making, and daily life increases by 50%, with corresponding enhancement in risk avoidance capabilities. Chen Mo's lips curved into a faint smile. Luck plus 50%? This reward, interesting. Night. On the Huangpu River in Shanghai. A super yacht of unparalleled luxury glided smoothly through the waters. The deck was brightly lit, filled with melodious music. Chen Mo raised his champagne glass, sharing smiles with Lin Wanqiu, Su Xiao, Wang Pangzi, and others. This was the true celebration party for Hidden Corner. Tonight, they were Shanghai's brightest stars. The yacht's massive LED screen wasn't playing noisy music videos or movies. Instead, it looped that evening's financial news. The news anchor's clear, precise voice echoed across the deck. It has been reported that Zhao Jinfu, president of Huading Entertainment, has been struck by a sudden serious illness and is no longer able to manage company affairs. His flagship project, Shadows Under the Sun, a 300 million yuan investment, has been completely halted. Investors have suffered heavy losses, and Huading Entertainment now faces bankruptcy liquidation. The screen displayed candid photos of Zhao Jinfu lying in a hospital bed, alongside desolate scenes of his company's deserted premises. The stark contrast spoke volumes. Wang Pangzi stared at the screen, downed another large gulp of liquor, and burst into laughter. "Mosey! This move of yours is absolutely brilliant. Killing the man, but also destroying his spirit. That old bastard probably won't recover from this for the rest of his life. Chen Mo smiled faintly and drained his glass of champagne. The night breeze on the Huangpu River scattered the last remnants of the commotion. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing Chen Mo's standalone villa in warmth. Barefoot, Chen Mo stepped onto the warm solid wood floor, carrying a freshly brewed cup of coffee as he walked out onto the terrace. Before him lay his private garden, the swimming pool rippling with azure waves, while the bustling skyline of Shanghai stretched into the distance. Everything seemed dreamlike yet utterly real. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Chen Mo pressed the intercom button. On the screen, Wang Yi's familiar round face appeared. Director Chen, it's me, Wang Yi. Come in. The villa's gate slid open slowly. Wang Yi directed two men as they huffed and puffed, carrying several heavy wooden crates inside. Director Chen. Good morning. Wang Fat grinned widely the moment he spotted Chen Mo. Director Chen, this is a 30-year-old Maotai I had someone from my hometown get for me a treasured collection. Nothing fancy, just a token of my appreciation. From now on, I, Wang Fatso, am sticking with you for good. Wherever you point, I'll shoot. He used to be socially inept and tongue-tied, but now, these words came straight from the heart. Chen Mo looked at him and smiled. Fatso, that's thoughtful of you. Leave the stuff here, and you too. Let's grab a bite together later. Alright. Got it. Thanks, Director Chen. The butler led Wang Fatso and the porters to store the wine in the cellar. Just as Chen Mo turned to head back to the living room, the sound of splashing water reached him from the pool area. A stunning figure emerged from the water. It was Lin Wanqiu. She wore a boldly cut sapphire blue bikini that accentuated her perfect curves. Her wet black hair clung to her snow-white skin, adding an extra touch of allure. Director Chen. Lin Wanqiu leaned over the pool edge and waved at Chen Mo. Morning. I went for a swim, the water temperature was just right. She picked up a stack of scripts lying nearby and gave them a little wave. I've carefully reviewed the first draft of the new script several times and have some thoughts I'd like to discuss with you. Are you available now? In the sunlight, droplets glistened on her skin. Alright, come up first and change your clothes. Lin Wanqiu smiled sweetly. Okay. Just then, the faint hum of a car engine reached them from outside the villa. Immediately after, a sweet voice rang out, tinged with urgency. Brother Chen Mo. Su Xiaoro dashed in, carrying a guitar and dressed in a casual denim outfit. I had a burst of inspiration last night and wrote a new song. Su Xiaoro dashed to Chen Mo, holding up her guitar like a precious treasure. I want to sing it for you first. Can I sing it now? Just a little bit. Her big eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lin Wanqiu, just stepping out of the pool with a towel draped over her shoulders, paused slightly at the sight. Wang Fatso stood nearby, glancing from one to the other, holding his breath. This kind of battlefield was best avoided. No rush. Have some water first. Mr. Chen, breakfast is ready. A middle-aged man in a pristine white chef's uniform stood respectfully at the dining room entrance, flanked by two assistants. He bowed slightly, his tone tinged with profound reverence. It is our team's honor to prepare meals for Mr. Chen and your distinguished guests. Today's menu has been specially crafted by our Michelin 3-star kitchen team to suit your tastes. Wang Fatso's eyes widened in astonishment. Michelin 3 stars? The original team? Goodness gracious, what a display! Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro were also slightly surprised. Such treatment seemed only fitting for Chen Mo. Chen Mo nodded. Thank you for your hard work. He gestured for everyone to take their seats. A lavish and exquisitely prepared breakfast spread filled the long table. Wang the fat man ate with great relish, while Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro took small bites, occasionally exchanging glances. The atmosphere, softened by the delicious food, had eased considerably. After breakfast, Chen Mo sat on the living room sofa. Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro flanked him on either side. Wang Fat sensibly sat farther away, pretending to study a painting on the wall. Just then, the system's notification sound rang out again in Chen Mo's mind. Ding! Detected, host has completed a milestone achievement, reaching new heights in reputation. Main quest released, Voice of the Era. Objective, produce a reality-based film capable of reshaping an era dying to survive. Mission description, with authentic brushstrokes, depict the struggles and brilliance of ordinary people, sparking profound societal reflection and attention toward the plight of specific groups, and driving positive change in relevant fields. Reward? Determined by the film's ultimate social impact and artistic achievement. Special note, this mission is extremely challenging and involves sensitive subject matter. Hosts must prepare with utmost caution. The system's voice faded from his mind. I am not the drug god. A film capable of changing an era. Chapter 59, a suspense director tackling reality? Are you kidding? A weighty responsibility, and a monumental challenge. Chen Mo picked up his phone. His fingers flew across the screen. Seconds later, he pressed send. A brand new Weibo post appeared on his personal account. This account, boasting tens of millions of followers, was the subject of round-the-clock scrutiny by all entertainment media outlets. The post was short, surprisingly short. New project launched. Dying to survive. Give the world a jolt. A few words, yet radiating a confidence that seemed to look down on the world. Lin Wanqiu, sitting right beside him, was the first to see the Weibo post. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly. Su Xiaoro leaned in, her ponytail bouncing. Wang Pangzi couldn't bother with pretense, craning his neck from afar. Director Chen, this. A realistic drama? The drug god? He knew Chen Mo was bold, but this was too daring. Before anyone could say more, Chen Mo's phone, Lin Wanqiu's phone, and Su Xiaoro's phone all began vibrating frantically at nearly the same moment. The endless beeps. The internet exploded. Hashtag Chen Monofilma Donthevathi Drugod hashtag. Hashtag Chen Mo shocks the world. Within a minute, both topics shot straight to the top of Weibo's trending list. Chen Mo's Weibo comments section was instantly flooded with messages. Holy crap! Mo God strikes again. I am not the drug god? The title alone sounds intense. Shock the world? Ma Xian is so bold. But soon, the tide began to turn. Wait, a realistic drama? Chen Mo doing a realistic drama? Isn't he known for thrillers? Like Hidden Corner? Social commentary? What the hell does he know about that? This comment, sharp and cutting, quickly garnered thousands of likes. A storm of skepticism officially descended. Exactly. Why not stick to suspense thrillers? Why force himself into realistic themes? Guess he's run out of ideas and trying to reinvent himself? Ha, just waiting for it to bomb. I'll be right here to prove it. Shortly after, the prominent domestic film critic Poison Tunneled Ghost published a lengthy article. The headline was startling, From Hidden Corner to Dying to Survive, a suspense genius's suicide mission? Chen Mo, do you really understand reality? The article first acknowledged Chen Mo's talent in suspense and the success of The Hidden Corner. Then, the tone shifted abruptly, launching a relentless critique of Chen Mo's decision to tackle medical themes, a branch of realistic genres. Does he understand the suffering of patients? Has he experienced the despair of being unable to obtain essential medicine? I dare assert that Dying to Survive will either be a hollow work that scratches the surface and whines without substance, or a hypocritical piece that exploits suffering. Just waiting for it to bomb. Chen Mo, you're bound to crash and burn this time. The article went viral. Old Ghost makes a point. Support Old Ghost. Chen Mo is way too full of himself this time. Meanwhile, in a private WeChat group named Celebrating Mo's Downfall, the group members were all Chen Mo's competitors and those who disliked him. Zhao Jinfu from Huading Entertainment was particularly active. Ha 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 ha. That kid Chen Mo was finally digging his own grave. My chance to turn the tables is here. Director Su from Star C Video chimed in. Social realism? Or medical drama? Who does he think he is? Qin Zhenchuan? Old Qin is the grandmaster who's spent his whole life making realistic films. What does this Chen Mo think he is? Guys, get the champagne ready. Once his box office and reviews both bomb, we'll throw a huge victory party. Count me in. He's finally going to crash and burn. Perfect. The group chat erupted with gloating emojis and celebratory messages. A clown's gathering, reveling in chaos. Inside Chen Mo's villa, an invisible pressure from the internet hung heavy in the air. Wang Pangzi's face darkened with worry. Director Chen, this backlash is just too. Lin Wanqiu merely picked up her phone, her flawless face serene. She found Chen Mo's Weibo post. Without a moment's hesitation, she pressed the retweet button. She added a single line, looking forward to Director Chen's Dying to Survive. The retweet from the triple award-winning actress plunged into the already boiling public discourse. Her comments section instantly exploded. Goddess. Have you been hijacked by Chen Mo too? Sister Late Autumn, think twice. Don't let Chen Mo drag you down. This subject matter is too sensitive, it's a recipe for disaster. My goddess, why did you take this role? The backlash intensified, even beginning to affect Lin Wanqiu. If Lin Wanqiu's unwavering support was a timely lifeline, then Su Xiaoro's next move was like pouring gasoline on the fire. This popular sweet-voiced pop princess had always been straightforward when it came to matters involving Chen Mo. She took a photo. Not a selfie, but a script. The title page was clearly visible. In bold black typeface, I am not the drug god. Below it, in slightly smaller text, screenplay by Chen Mo. Su Xiaoro even used a pink highlighter to draw a cute yet slightly clumsy heart around the words written by Chen Mo. She posted the photo with the caption, "The new song is on its way. Just like the movie, it's guaranteed to be a knockout. Brother Chen Mo is the best." This was no longer simple support, it was a fangirl's public declaration of love. The internet went absolutely wild. Holy crap! Su Xiaoro's in on it too? She drew a heart? Is this an official announcement? Don't be ridiculous. Xiaoro is just supporting Director Chen. The script's already out? Chen Mo wrote it himself? He can write scripts? A suspense director writing a medical drama script himself, and he's got a triple Golden Horse winner and a top-tier young star on board? He's lost his mind. The controversy reached an unprecedented peak. Doubt, ridicule, shock, and a morbid anticipation all tangled together. Chen Mo stared at the rapidly climbing metrics on his Weibo dashboard. Mentions, comments, follower growth, and the controversy metric on the system dashboard all were skyrocketing. Leaning back on the sofa, Chen Mo remained completely unfazed. The louder the skepticism, the better. Saves on publicity costs. Lin Wanqiu watched him, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. Su Xiao stood nearby, grinning foolishly. She trusted Chen Mo unconditionally. Wang Fatso's jaw dropped as he finally grasped this was Chen Mo's signature style. Just then, that familiar mechanical alert sounded once more in his mind. Ding! Detected, host's new project Dying to Survive has sparked nationwide discussion with unprecedented attention. Congratulations on achieving the hidden achievement, pre-release hype. Achievement reward, unlocked special skill Empathy Max. Skill description, when shaping characters, interpreting scripts, or directing performances, the host will possess extreme empathy. This allows for deeper understanding and conveyance of character emotions while unlocking actors' latent potential. Chen Mo's smile deepened. Empathy Max. For a film like Dying to Survive, this skill is priceless. A few days later. Qinghe Pictures, conference room. The first script reading session for Dying to Survive officially commenced. The massive oval conference table was packed with people. Chapter 60, the crew goes into collective shock. Lin Wanqiu, dressed in simple elegance, sat quietly beside Chen Mo. She would portray Lu Shuyi's wife. Wang Fatso, serving as assistant director, held a small notebook. The rest were the main actors, selected through rigorous auditions. The most striking figure among them was a gray-haired elder who radiated vitality. Zhou Yuan. A towering figure in China's theater world, a national first-class actor, and a veteran performer whose awards were too numerous to count. His role this time was Lu Shuyi, a patient suffering from chronic myeloid leukemia. Zhou Yuan was notoriously meticulous and demanding in his craft, and Qinghe Pictures had to go to great lengths to secure his participation. At that moment, his gaze was calm as he looked at Chen Mo. Several young actors stood nearby, their faces a mix of excitement and nervousness. Members of the writing team sat slightly apart, their expressions complex. Chen Mo surveyed the room, his voice low yet clear and firm. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks our first table read. I assume everyone has read the script. Behind him, the assistant distributed stacks of thick materials to each person. The only sound in the air was the rustling of pages turning. The actors received more than just the script. They also received a 300-page, scene-by-scene breakdown. And, for each character, a dedicated psychological motivation chart. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly froze. Everyone was stunned by the sheer volume of materials before them. Zhou Yuan picked up the one belonging to Lu Shuyi. He slipped on his reading glasses and flipped through the pages one by one. The paper was thick, but the content was even heavier. From Lu Shuyi's childhood background to the psychological shifts after his illness, down to the underlying logic behind every subtle facial expression. The dense, meticulous details were almost unbearably thorough. Zhou Yuan's hands, usually steady, now trembled slightly. He looked up at Chen Mo. Director Chen, this. Even for my character, you've written out the potential childhood trauma and 5 distinct emotional performance approaches stemming from it? The veteran actor, who had seen it all, spoke with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. He had spent his entire life acting, convinced he had mastered the art of character interpretation. But seeing Chen Mo's notes, he realized there was always someone better out there. A young actor playing Chang Yong's early sidekick gathered his courage and raised his hand. Director Chen, I have a question. Before Chang Yong decides to truly start helping his fellow patients, there's a turning motion he makes. The script notes that this turn should incorporate 3 subtle pauses. I'm wondering what exactly these 3 pauses represent. This question was actually a bit nitpicky. Any other director might have dismissed it with a simple, "You'll see when the time comes." Chen Mo nodded instead. He signaled his assistant to project a series of images onto the screen. They were storyboard sketches he had drawn by hand. Each frame was meticulously detailed. First pause, Chen Mo's laser pointer landed on the first frame, Chang Yong's profile. Hesitation. He's wondering if he's setting himself up for trouble, thinking of his wife and child. It's the cowardice of an ordinary man. The second pause. Fear. He thought of the police, of possible imprisonment and instinctive dread of the unknown. The third pause. It's resolve. He thinks of Lu Xiyu, of those pleading eyes. In the end, conscience overcomes the instinct for self-preservation. The young actor's mouth fell open. Silence fell over the conference room. This wasn't just filming a movie. It was like performing surgery under a microscope. The screenwriters exchanged bewildered glances. One of them glanced down at the notebook he'd brought, containing only a few scattered notes on character interpretation. With a wry smile, he whispered to his colleague beside him. Those character notes we wrote earlier. Compared to Director Chen's, they're practically elementary school doodles. Comparing ourselves to him is just frustrating. Being a screenwriter feels so stifling. They collectively retreated into themselves. The table reads stretched from morning into evening. Chen Mo's analysis of every character and every scene cut to the bone. Zhou Yuan, the veteran actor, went from initial shock to mid-session contemplation, then full concentration. He asked no questions, only listened. But in an unnoticed corner, the phone he'd placed on the table quietly lit up. The red recording indicator flashed. After the meeting adjourned, Zhou Yuan returned to his lodgings at the hotel. The night was deep and quiet. Instead of resting, he took out his phone and plugged in his earphones. What played was the recording of Chen Mo's presentation from the conference room earlier that day. Chen Mo's clear voice echoed through the room. For Lu Shuyi, his core motivation is survival, but even more so, it's his love for his wife and children. Behind each seemingly humble plea lies immense courage. Zhou Yuan closed his eyes, listening over and over again. Meanwhile, in the conference room at Qinghe Pictures, Chen Mo was discussing a crucial emotional scene with Lin Wanqiu. His empathy max skill had already been quietly at work. His grasp of the character's emotions and his guidance of the actor's feelings were both precise to the extreme. Just then, ding! The familiar system notification sounded in Chen Mo's mind. Detected host's full immersion in scriptwriting and directing, achieving deep resonance with actors. Special status, immersive creation activated. Effect, primary cast members' comprehension speed of roles and scripts increases by 200%. Temporary significant boost to acting insight. Excellent. With the actors getting into character faster, filming will proceed more smoothly. Late that night, Li, the production assistant, posted a photo on his social media feed. The photo captured a corner of the thick stack of scene breakdowns and character motivation charts scattered across a conference table. Though slightly blurred, the astonishing thickness was unmistakable. The caption read, "First day of script readings with the new crew. My brain's already overheated and rebooting. Just curious, ever seen the difference between an aircraft carrier and a tiny fishing boat? Today, I did." Soon, industry friends began liking and commenting below. Holy crap! Li, what kind of god-tier production did you land? What is this thing? Looks thicker than a thesis. Spill the beans. Which director is this, Twisted? Oh wait, I mean, this professional? A few days later, thanks to production assistant Xiao Li's WeChat post, industry buzz about the set of Dying to Survive kept building. Many were inquiring about the origins of this production team, described as aircraft carrier level. Chen Mo knew nothing about it and had no time to care. After the script reading session concluded, the actors' emotions were already stirred. The next step, naturally, was set design and art direction. Chen Mo's first decision sent shockwaves through the entire production team. For the hospital scenes, we're shooting at an actual hospital. And specifically in the hematology ward. Art director Lao Fong, a veteran with 2 decades in the industry, nearly spit out the tea he'd just taken a sip of. Director Chen, you're not joking, are you? A real hospital? The sterilization, crowd control, patience. This is practically impossible. Chen Mo's gaze remained calm, but his tone brooked no argument. Lao Fong, this film, Dying to Survive, demands authenticity. The audience needs to feel that oppression, that smell of disinfectant, that atmosphere where despair and hope intertwine. The smell of disinfectant? Director Chen, just simulating that scent in a studio, making it smell real without knocking the actors unconscious, would add over 20,000 to the daily budget just for the custom sprays and ventilation control. Then add it. But no studio set can ever replicate the wear and tear of a real hospital ward that aura built on countless stories of life and death. Old Fong sighed. He knew this young director wasn't easily fooled, but he hadn't expected him to be this stubborn. All right, Director Chen. I'll look into it. But a hematology ward, that's no easy task. 1 week later. Shanghai First People's Hospital, a temporarily sealed wing. Old Fong, sporting dark circles under his eyes, escorted Chen Mo inside. The hospital finally relented after Qinghe Film promised a substantial location fee and guaranteed positive publicity about its advanced medical facilities in the behind-the-scenes footage. Director Chen, how about this ward? The lighting and layout meet your requirements. We just need to arrange props to match the era. Chen Mo didn't respond immediately. His gaze swept across the entire room, finally settling by the window. He walked over and ran his fingers over the slightly faded curtains. Old Fong, the curtain color is wrong. Chapter 61, I just want to make a good movie. Old Fong froze. Wrong? Isn't this the light blue curtain commonly used in hospitals? Lu Shuyi was primarily active in 2003. Back then, most public hospitals in Shanghai used curtains that were a sky blue hue for their long-term care wards. Yours here is a lake blue, too vivid. That shade only started appearing more frequently after 2005. Old Fong opened his mouth, speechless for a long moment. Sky blue? Lake blue? Who could possibly tell the difference? Director Chen, such subtle differences will the audience really? Some will notice. Even if no one consciously picks it apart, accumulated inaccuracies create a subconscious sense of something's off for the audience. We must achieve absolute authenticity. Old Fong felt his temples throbbing. This guy is a total perfectionist when it comes to details. I'll have someone find that exact sky blue curtain fabric from 2003 right away. If it's not available, we'll custom dye it. The props team was equally overwhelmed. Chen Mo's prop list was meticulously detailed to an almost insane degree. From medicine packaging and medical equipment to everyday items, even the wrappers for street snacks had to be exact replicas of the era. To ensure absolute accuracy, Wang Fatty, following Chen Mo's instructions, specially invited a retired old pharmacy owner, Master Lu, to serve as a consultant. Master Lu, in his 60s and wearing reading glasses, stepped into the prop warehouse piled high with items. The shelves were filled with replica or collected medicine bottles, medical supplies, and various product packaging boxes. He casually picked up a small, somewhat worn plastic medicine bottle labeled vitamin C tablets. Master Lu's eyes widened suddenly. He examined it from every angle, murmuring in astonishment. Good heavens! This bottle, the font on the label, the ink color, and this cap the slightly rough edges, it's identical to the batch I received back in '97. I remember clearly the supplier gave me a discount because it was nearing its expiration date. Xiao Yan, the young woman in charge of props, flashed a proud smile. All these reference materials came from Director Chen, some even include material analysis reports. This isn't just prop making, it's practically artifact restoration. Chen Mo's near-obsessive attention to detail and his insistence on on-location filming quickly spread. Shanghai First People's Hospital served as the core institution within the city's flagship medical demonstration zone. That afternoon, as Chen Mo discussed set details with Old Fong in a hospital ward, a group entered. Leading the group was none other than Mayor Zhang of the Shanghai municipal government. In his 50s, Mayor Zhang was a man of decisive action. He immediately grasped Chen Mo's hand warmly upon entering. Director Chen. We've long heard about the rigorous artistic approach of the Dying to Survive crew, truly admirable. Mayor Zhang, you're too kind. This shoot wouldn't have been possible without the tremendous support from the city and the hospital. It is we who should thank Director Chen. A film of such social significance, focusing on people's livelihoods and so well crafted, will have immeasurable positive publicity value for our Shanghai medical demonstration zone. Whatever the crew needs, every municipal department will provide full cooperation. Wang Fatso stood nearby, his notebook nearly slipping from his grasp. The mayor personally intervening. This was major. Of course, not everyone was pleased with the smooth progress of Dying to Survive. Bankrupt Zhao Jinfu and Shanghai Video, which had always viewed Chen Mo as a thorn in their side, naturally wouldn't pass up any opportunity to smear him. Soon, obscure entertainment gossip accounts began circulating baseless rumors. Breaking! New director spends lavishly on medical drama, demands pure gold needles? Insider reveals, Dying to Survive crew burning through cash, investors losing their shirts, budget severely overspent before filming even began. Is Chen Mo a genius or a spendthrift? Indulging in extravagance for the sake of so-called authenticity. The article subtly implied Chen Mo was unrealistic and wasteful, pushing Xinhua Pictures into a pit of fire. Zhou Yuan's fans immediately jumped in to celebrate, spreading the news far and wide. But the backlash came swiftly. The day after the scandal broke, local Shanghai netizens couldn't stay silent. A nurse from the First People's Hospital posted. The Dying to Survive crew filmed at our hospital. They were low-key and professional, no gold needles here. Props were deliberately aged for authenticity. The thermos my grandmother used back home looked exactly like the one their prop team displayed. A fabric supplier commented. My uncle's shop took their order, they just wanted that old-style sky blue curtain fabric. The price was fair, nothing like the outrageous claims about exorbitant purchases. A resident living near the prop warehouse shared. Walking past their prop room, all you smell is old paper and paint, not the scent of burning money. They're trying to make things look old, not turn them into gold. Even a municipal worker posted a photo online showing the crew carefully protecting roadside public facilities during location testing at an outdoor site. Public opinion instantly reversed. Instead of being branded a wasteful spendthrift, Chen Mo gained public sympathy for his relentless pursuit of authenticity. Chen Mo was discussing details with Old Fong over several set design sketches. In his mind, that familiar electronic tone sounded again. Ding! Detected, host pursuing extreme authenticity in scene construction, surpassing industry norms. Host's precise recreation of historical context and environmental details significantly enhances the film's potential immersion. Special skill, scene restoration, unlocked. Skill effect automatically identifies and corrects elements in scenes, props, and costumes that deviate from the designated era, providing historically grounded revision suggestions. Passive effect enhances the host's intuitive judgment of historical accuracy. The system truly understands me. Spontaneous clarifications from local Shanghai netizens, coupled with implicit endorsement from Mayor Zhang's earlier visit to the set, caused the reputation of the Dying to Survive crew to rise rather than fall. The smear campaigns backfired, becoming laughingstocks. The next morning, a brand new topic quietly climbed the Weibo trending list. It wasn't bought by Xinhua Pictures, nor orchestrated by any PR firm. It emerged entirely organically from netizens. Hashtag drug god crew turns municipal government into logistics department hashtag. The hashtag was flooded with inside scoops eagerly shared by Shanghai netizens. Heard the transportation department is already coordinating next week's street scene shoot. My cousin works at the Cultural Bureau and said they've helped the crew research old Shanghai archives for historical accuracy. Mayor Zhang has pledged full support. This film's production standards are absolutely top tier. This trending topic brims with awe, anticipation, and admiration for the crew's professionalism. Chen Mo's pursuit of authenticity has not only won over the industry but captivated an entire city. As for those rivals who'd hoped to see him fail, they were probably pounding their keyboards in frustration back in their offices right now. Chen Mo glanced at the trending topic on his phone and smiled faintly. He never intended to turn City Hall into his production department. He simply wanted to make a great film. A film worthy of its subject matter and its audience. Chapter 62. This background is absolutely nice. Afternoon. A sudden commotion erupted outside the filming base. Several luxury limousines led the way, followed by 3 brightly colored support vehicles adorned with giant posters and flowers. The vehicles bore the name of a popular top-tier star, Zhou Yuan, along with the message, wishing director Chen Mo's new film box office success. The grand display instantly captured everyone's attention. Soon, a young man dressed impeccably in designer labels emerged, surrounded by 7 or 8 assistants and bodyguards. He was none other than Zhou Yuan, the red-hot top-tier young star of the moment. Zhou Yuan's team had clearly done their homework, immediately locating Chen Mo, who was monitoring the surveillance feed. Director Chen, I've long admired your work. I'm Zhou Yuan, your devoted fan. Zhou Yuan beamed, adopting an extremely humble demeanor. I heard you're shooting a new film, so I brought a little something to treat the crew to a special meal. He was referring to the 3 million yuan support truck parked outside. Chen Mo's gaze remained fixed on the monitor screen. What brings you here? Zhou Yuan's smile stiffened slightly but quickly returned to normal. Director Chen, I deeply admire your talent. This film, Dying to Survive, tackles such profound themes. I'd be honored to have the chance to participate. Even if it's just a small role, a cameo appearance would be fine. I'd do it for no pay. Some crew members nearby overheard this and exchanged surprised glances. No pay? He's a top-tier star. His intention to ride the wave of popularity was blatantly obvious. Chen Mo finally lifted his head and glanced at Zhou Yuan. His gaze was indifferent. The next shot is a 30-second long take. Start with a close-up of the patient's despairing eyes, then pan out to the gray, overcast sky outside the window. The emotion needs to be very rich. We don't have time for loafers. Cutting to the chase. No mercy. Zhou Yuan's smile froze completely. The agent behind him also turned grim. They had anticipated Chen Mo might be difficult to deal with, but never imagined it would be this extreme. Not even the most basic courtesy. Why won't you let our brother act? He's so dedicated. Exactly. He's doing this for free. That's us a huge favor. Chen Mo is acting like a diva. Boycott him. Outside the set, Zhou Yuan's fans, separated by the security cordon, heard the commotion inside and instantly erupted. Screams, cries, and curses mingled together. Security rushed to restore order, but the fans' emotions ran high, and the scene briefly descended into chaos. Zhou Yuan's agent's face turned ashen. He wanted to explode, but held back, mindful that this was Chen Mo's turf. Chen Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he called out to the script supervisor. Action. The clapper, Shaoli, hesitated for a moment before snapping to attention. All departments, attention. Prepare for filming. Chen Mo picked up his walkie-talkie and ordered. Sound department, bring in those ambient noises from outside. We need some ambient noise anyway. This'll work. Consider it repurposing waste. At those words, Zhou Yuan and his team turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Outside, the fans were still putting on a show with all their might. Their idol, however, had now become a free provider of human background noise. Zhou Yuan's agent forced a smile, suppressing his anger. Director Chen Zihan previously auditioned for a minor role in Dying to Survive. Would you like to see his audition footage? He's genuinely passionate about acting. Oh? Play it. One fatty whispered to Chen Mo from the side. This kid submitted footage for an extra role once. His acting, well, it was, let's just say he got rejected on the spot. Soon, the production assistant pulled up Zhou Yuan's audition footage on a portable screen. It was a scene portraying a street thug. Zhou Yuan tried desperately to project a tough guy vibe, but all that came across was awkward facial contortions. His lines were delivered with a lifeless, half-hearted tone. On screen, he grimaced as if constipated. Some young actors nearby tried to stifle their laughter, their faces flushing crimson. Just then, the screen flickered. The stagehand's finger slipped, accidentally opening another video file. A gaunt young actor in a hospital gown appeared on screen. This was Zhang Yuan, a minor actor playing a leukemia patient in the production. The footage was a casual recording of him rehearsing a scene a few days prior. No elaborate makeup, no lavish backdrop. Only his hoarse voice and those bloodshot eyes, filled with a hint of humble pleading. I just want to live. What have I done wrong? A single line, lasting mere seconds. That bone-deep despair and raw will to survive instantly gripped everyone's heart. Without contrast, there is no pain. Zhao Zihang's so-called performance paled into utter disaster beside Zhang Yuan's raw, authentic portrayal. Social death couldn't be more fitting. Zhao Zihang wished the ground would swallow him whole. The reporter's flashbulbs, however, were blazing with renewed fervor. The prepared press release had read, "Top superstar Zhao Zihang expresses affection for I am not a god of medicine, graciously visits set and may join cast." Now, new headlines flashed rapidly through the reporters' minds. Top star Zhao Zihang visits Chen Mo's new film set, only to become a human backdrop. Acting chops revealed. Chen Mo's accidental set insult to the popular star. Chen Mo reigns supreme on set, 30-second long take keeps top star at arm's length. Tomorrow's news is bound to be spectacular. In Chen Mo's mind, the system's prompt sounded once more at the perfect moment. Ding! Detected, host publicly crushed a traffic star's opportunistic behavior with absolute professional prowess, skillfully leveraging an unexpected situation to uphold the production team's creative atmosphere. Host's aura further consolidated. Special skill, aura suppression, has been upgraded. Effect, host's personal charisma and professional authority enhanced. Within a 100-meter radius of the host, all film TV production personnel experience a 15% boost in focus, while acting personnel temporarily gain a 10% increase in acting ceiling. Exerts psychological deterrence on those harboring ill intent or lacking sufficient capability. A 10% acting boost within 100 meters? A domain type buff? This reward is incredibly practical. Not far away, Zhou Yuan, who had been quietly observing, stared at the composed face of Chen Mo on the monitor. He lifted his thermos and took a gentle sip of the goji berry tea inside. Unfazed by external distractions, everything serves the performance. This is what a real film crew should be like. His eyes brimmed with emotion and even greater anticipation for this film. The afternoon shoot continued. This was an internal hospital scene depicting patients receiving routine 4 drips. Over a dozen extras portrayed patients with various ailments, some lying in hospital beds, others seated beside them. The props and makeup teams had meticulously recreated every detail to perfection. The ward furnishings, the sickly pallor on the patients' faces, all striving for authenticity. The camera slowly moved into position, preparing to capture a group shot of the patients. Cut. Chen Mo's voice suddenly rings out. Old Zhang, the cameraman adjusting the camera position, froze. Everyone froze, turning their gaze toward Chen Mo. Chen Mo's gaze locked onto an extra playing the role of an 4 patient. It was a young extra, one arm raised while holding an 4 bottle in the other, mimicking the motion of a nurse inserting a needle. You. Come here. Chapter 63, Meticulousness, Extreme Meticulousness. The young extra approached nervously. Your 4 technique just now was incorrect. Chen Mo picked up an empty 4 bag and needle prop nearby and demonstrated personally. The angle of the needle entering the skin should be between 15 and 30 degrees. Yours was too high, close to 45 degrees. And the tape you used to secure the needle afterward was applied too carelessly. In reality, nurses would use 2 or 3 strips of tape, crossing them over to prevent the needle from slipping, and they'd also note the date and time. The extra's mouth fell open, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was just an extra, how could he know these details? Director Zhang from the oncology department of Shanghai First People's Hospital, specially invited as the medical consultant, stood nearby. After hearing Chen Mo's explanation, a look of astonishment spread across his face. Director Zhang stepped forward. Director Chen, you're incredibly professional. The needle insertion angle and tape fixation technique you described are more precise than what some of our younger nurses use. Did you study medicine before? Chen Mo set down the props. No. I just researched some materials and consulted professionals. Young directors these days rarely have your level of meticulousness. No wonder you were able to create such an outstanding series as Hidden Corner. Old Zhang, the cinematographer, muttered quietly beside him. Director Chen, this shot is just a quick pan across a crowd. The audience won't even notice a detail like the 4 drip gesture, right? Is it really worth nitpicking over a few seconds of footage? Chen Mo turned his gaze toward him. Zhang, have you ever watched a real documentary? I've seen a few. Why do audiences trust the content of some documentaries, even when the pacing is slow? Chen Mo didn't wait for Lao Zhang's reply before continuing. Because of the details. When viewers discover that every detail within their realm of knowledge that could potentially be wrong is meticulously accurate in a work, they develop an instinctive sense of trust toward it. This trust makes it easier for them to immerse themselves in the story and empathize with the characters. He pulled out his tablet, displaying a densely packed storyboard. Chen Mo pointed to one frame. This 4 drip scene does more than just depict the hospital ward environment. It conveys a message: this is a believable world, and everything happening here deserves your emotional investment. When countless such details the audience might not even notice are executed to perfection, the collective impact they create is astonishing. Old Zhang fell silent. He looked at Chen Mo, his eyes now tinged with admiration. In all his years as a cinematographer, this was the first time he'd heard a director analyze the necessity of shot details from a psychological perspective. Wang Fatso, holding the clapperboard nearby, beamed with delight. "Mo, you're amazing." He handed the clapperboard to Chen Mo. "Check this out." The clapperboard meticulously documented each day's shooting progress. The most eye-catching line read, 18 consecutive days of shooting, NG shots, 0 retakes. 18 consecutive days. This was a near miraculous record for any production crew. Especially when filming a realistic drama like this, where actors' emotional states and meticulous details are so crucial. If word gets out, the entire industry will be in an uproar. Those big names who brag about nailing takes in one go? Compared to us, they're just playing house. During this period, the rigorous approach of the Dying to Survive crew quietly spread throughout the industry. Shanghai Film Academy even organized a group of directing and acting students to observe and learn on set. At that moment, over a dozen students stood outside the security perimeter, each clutching a small notebook, furiously jotting down everything happening on set. They documented every instruction from Chen Mo, every adjustment in the actors' performances, and every subtle change in lighting and cinematography. Their intense focus and densely packed notes could easily be mistaken for underlining key points before a final exam. The supervising instructor wore a solemn expression, nodding approvingly from time to time. "See this? This is true industrial-level professionalism. This is reverence for the art." Director Chen Mo may be young, but his understanding of film and his control over the set far surpass many of his predecessors. Just then, the system alert sounded again in Chen Mo's mind. Ding! Detected that the host consistently pursues perfection in every detail during film production, approaching each shot with scientific rigor, profoundly influencing and elevating industry standards. Special achievement craftsmanship unlocked. Rewarding host with special privilege, 1 take shot basic. Single take basic. While directing, the host gains 1 daily opportunity to designate a shot no longer than 3 minutes. Activating this privilege increases the shot's success rate by 50%, significantly boosting actor performance and camera capture perfection, greatly enhancing the probability of a flawless take. Once per day, designate a shot, boost success rate? For perfectionist Chen Mo, this ability is nothing short of divine. It meant he'd have greater confidence in nailing those notoriously difficult, error-prone long takes or complex camera movements in a single take. While daily filming on set lacks the dramatic conflict seen during Zhao Ziheng's visit. But the extreme professionalism and focus inherent in such work possessed its own unique charm. Someone had edited and uploaded behind-the-scenes footage to Douyin and Bilibili. No celebrity gossip, no contrived hype. It simply shows Chen Mo directing extras to adjust their breathing rhythm, the props team meticulously cross-referencing references for a 90s-era medicine bottle, and the art department working through the night to perfect a wall color. These seemingly mundane snippets, paired with stirring or tender background music, unexpectedly went viral online. Holy crap! Is this filmmaking or scientific research? They're nitpicking every 4-drip gesture? No wonder Hidden Corner became a masterpiece. This director must be a Virgo. The attention to detail is insane. Usually behind-the-scenes clips just show stars showing off or being cute. This is the first time I've seen pure technical craftsmanship. It's so inspiring. Signed up as a fan. This is what a true filmmaker looks like, respecting both the audience and the work. My mom asked why I was kneeling to watch the behind-the-scenes footage. This is the future of Chinese cinema. Please, the teams behind those shows need to take notes. The video's views quickly surpassed 100 million, with bullet comments flooding the screen. Even before its release, Dying to Survive had already gone viral for its obsessively meticulous creative approach. Countless netizens hailed it as the industry's conscience, pushing anticipation for the film to its peak. But at this moment, Chen Mo had already plunged headfirst into the even more intense post-production phase. He had no time to bask in the external praise. First came the special effects. The Hollywood VFX team hired at great expense is renowned for efficiency and top-tier quality. The team leader, a white man named Johnson, presented the first batch of results with absolute confidence. Director Chen, this is the cellular-level dynamic sequence you requested. On the large screen, artistically rendered cancer cells rapidly divided and spread. This was a mere 0.5-second shot designed to convey the disease's ferocity. Johnson waited for Chen Mo's approval. Chen Mo, however, stared intently at the screen, his expression unreadable. Chapter 64, it's more than just a movie. He extended a finger and tapped the pause button. The image froze. Here. Chen Mo pointed to a small cluster of inconspicuous cells on the screen. The spreading pattern is wrong. Johnson froze. Wrong? Director Chen, this is already the standard presentation we've achieved through artistic enhancement based on medical data. Chen Mo shook his head. I consulted 3 leading oncologists and studied hundreds of real microscopic images of leukemia cells. Under the pathological conditions set in the film, this specific type of cancer cell should exhibit a cluster-like eruption pattern in its spread, not the uniform radial pattern we see now. He picked up the digital drawing tablet and swiftly sketched several curves. Also, the saturation of the nuclear membrane is about 5% too high. Real diseased cells appear duller due to hypoxia. In the conference room, members of the Hollywood special effects team exchanged bewildered glances. A 0.5-second shot. Cell diffusion pattern. Nuclear membrane color saturation. Johnson's forehead began to sweat. But, Director Chen, the audience won't even notice these details. I will notice them. Moreover, extreme realism subtly influences the audience's subconscious. Rework it. Johnson took a deep breath. The young director's level of obsession far exceeded his expectations. Yes, Director Chen. Next came the film score. Chen Mo had invited the Grand Master of China's film scoring scene, old Lu Zongming. With his silver hair and ethereal demeanor, Master Lu had spent decades crafting countless masterpieces, long accustomed to clients' reverence. The theme he composed for Dying to Survive was grand and compassionate, brimming with humanistic concern. Chen Mo listened quietly, then shook his head slightly. Master Lu, the piece is excellent, but it's not quite there yet. Master Lu raised an eyebrow. Not quite? Young man, this melody is already saturated with the suffering of humanity. What I need is more than just suffering. When Lu Shuyi decides to take the plunge and help his fellow patients, his theme music needs to convey a faint yet resilient sense of hope born from despair. Like a drowning man clutching at a straw. Hope in despair? That's too abstract. It's a feeling. A refusal to give up a faint glimmer of living in the face of death. 7 drafts in a row. Old Lu locked himself in his studio, working tirelessly through sleepless nights. His assistant paced anxiously. Late into the night of the 7th draft, bloodshot-eyed, Master Lu's fingers fell upon the piano keys. A melody fragmented, oppressive, yet stubbornly letting a glimmer of light shine through at a certain moment echoed through the room. He lifted his head, his voice hoarse. Is this the last straw? Chen Mo closed his eyes, listening intently. After a long moment, he nodded slowly. Yes. This is it. This is the last glimmer of hope in their hearts when they fight for their lives. In the post-production dubbing studio, veteran actor Zhou Yuan, portraying Lu Shuyi, was recording the voiceover for his character's final moments. He had long since become one with the character. When delivering the character's final farewell to his wife and child, Zhou Yuan completely lost control of his emotions. His voice choked up, becoming almost inaudible, until it finally dissolved into a suppressed sob. The sound engineer instinctively prepares to call cut. Don't stop. From the control room, Chen Mo's voice came through the intercom. Zhou Yuan fought back tears, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Director Chen, I'm sorry. I couldn't control myself. We can do another take. No, Mr. Su. We'll use this take. Keep that choked up moment. Keep that tremor. This isn't losing control. This is authenticity. This is Lu Shuyi. Zhou Yuan stared at the microphone before him, his eyes welling up. He understood. Yet beneath the calm surface of post-production, dark currents swirled. Director Su of Star C Video, seeing the growing momentum of Dying to Survive, burned with envy. He bribed someone who had worked as a temporary editing assistant on the film for a few days. Soon, anonymous exposés began surfacing online. Exposed. The so-called detail-obsessed perfectionist Chen Mo is actually a tyrant on set. Exploiting staff, verbally abusing subordinates. High-pressure work on the Dying to Survive set leaves many unable to cope. Several audio clips, maliciously edited and taken out of context, were spread with exaggerated claims. Public outrage erupted. Just as expected. Pursuing perfection is just an excuse to manipulate employees. My heart goes out to the crew members. Wang Fatty stormed into Chen Mo's office, phone in hand. Mo, look at these bastards. It's definitely Zhao Jinfu and his crew behind this. Chen Mo glanced at the news headline. Let them make a fuss. Before Qinghe Pictures' PR team could react, the crew members of the film Not a God of Medicine took to their social media accounts to speak out. Lighting technician Old Lu posted his overtime payslip. A tyrant? Director Chen demands a lot, but he pays well too. These 3 months of overtime pay cover the down payment for a house back home. My liver hurts a bit, but my wallet's bulging feels great. Xiao Yan, the young props team leader, shared a photo of the crew snatching red envelopes during a team dinner. Insults? Director Chen might get heated and speak his mind, but he never curses. Plus, the catering on set is amazing chicken drumsticks every day. Triple overtime pay? Love it. Director Chen's demands for his work are an artist's stubbornness. Those calling him a tyrant probably haven't seen what a director who truly respects his work looks like. Public opinion flipped instantly. Holy crap! Triple overtime pay? Bring me a dozen of these tyrants. This isn't scandalous, it's practically a casting call for the Dying to Survive crew. Director Su's move didn't smear Chen Mo, it actually boosted his fanbase. After receiving yet another call from Chen Mo demanding perfection, Wu, the boss of the post-production company handling Dying to Survive, sighed wryly to his post-production supervisor, old Zhang. Zhang, maybe we should get workers' comp insurance for the team before taking on any more projects with Director Chen? Old Zhang rubbed his bloodshot eyes and chuckled back. Mr. Wu, it's exhausting, but honestly, this film will be our company's benchmark. Painful, yet rewarding. Weeks later, the rough cut of Dying to Survive was completed. The first viewers were the film review committee members from the Film Bureau. In a small screening room, the atmosphere was solemn. The committee members wore grave expressions. They were the first gatekeepers of the film's content. The lights dimmed. Throughout the 2-hour screening, the only sounds besides the film's own audio were barely audible gasps and stifled sobs. As the end credits rolled and the lights came up, the screening room fell into complete silence. Chen Mo and Lin Wanqiu sat in the back row, their hearts pounding in their throats. This silence lasted a full 10 minutes. Each second felt like an eternity. Suddenly, the head of the film review committee, a white-haired elder nearing 70, rose slowly from his seat. One by one, all the committee members present followed suit. They did not speak immediately, but collectively turned toward Chen Mo and Lin Wanqiu. Then, applause erupted. It was heartfelt, sustained, and enthusiastic applause. The chairman's eyes were slightly reddened. Director Chen Mo. We've spent our entire lives watching films, judging films. We've seen masterpieces, and we've seen trash. But a film like Dying to Survive. It's more than just a movie. Chapter 65, We never fight battles we can't win. It's a mirror reflecting forgotten corners. It's a cry voicing the hearts of ordinary people. This film is important. The applause gradually subsided. As promised, the system's notification chime sounded in Chen Mo's mind. Ding! Detected that the host consistently pursued artistic perfection throughout the filmmaking process, continually challenging industry boundaries with an extraordinary perfectionist spirit toward their work. Special achievement, perfectionism, activated. Ultimate reward, screen impact plus 300%. Screen impact plus 300%, the emotional impact, depth of empathy, and strength of memory anchors conveyed through the hostess works to audiences via the screen will increase by 300%. Screen impact increased by 300%. Several days later, Qinghua Pictures held a small-scale preview screening for its primary investors. The attendees were all sharp, savvy business professionals. The lights came up after the film ended. Silence fell once more. This time, however, the silence was punctuated by uncontrollable sobs. Several investors in the front rows, their eyes reddened, silently wiped away tears. One representative, known for his meticulous calculations, rose and walked directly to Lin Wanqiu and Chen Mo. His usually sharp gaze was now filled with complex emotions, traces of tears still visible beneath his eyes. He pulled out a checkbook from his pocket, saying not a word about the market or returns. He simply signed his name on a blank check. Then, he handed the check to Lin Wanqiu. Ms. Lin, Director Chen. Consider this initial investment merely a down payment. For the film's subsequent promotion and distribution, fill in whatever amount is needed. Budget is not an issue. Inside the screening room, the lights had long since come on. The investors who had been so excited and tearful earlier had all dispersed, each carrying their own complex emotions. Chen Mo stood alone in the back row of the theater. On the big screen, the closing credits of Dying to Survive had finished rolling, leaving the screen pitch black. He gazed silently at the profound darkness. A long time. Chen Mo uttered each word slowly. Launch the campaign. Launch. Gulp. Wang Pangzi unscrewed his thermos, gulped down a mouthful of strong tea, and walked in. His face bore the excitement of someone who just watched the film, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of worry. Chen Mo, if this film doesn't go viral, even the heavens won't be able to bear it. Fat Wang set the thermos aside. But we need to give it a chance to survive until the day it explodes. Chen Mo turned his head to look at Wang Pangzi. Fat Wang sighed. I reached out to those satellite channels that were eyeing it earlier. We're almost done negotiating. They said they want to buy the first-run broadcast rights. And this morning, they all started playing games. Suddenly they need to study it further and do internal evaluations. Bull. Wang Fat slapped his thigh. Someone's definitely pulling strings behind the scenes to pressure us. Chen Mo remained silent, his face devoid of any unnecessary expression. He simply reached out and tapped a few times on the tablet. Get the PR plan ready. First wave, Douyin and Douyin. Edit highlights with targeted hashtags. Within 24 hours, I want to see 5 related keywords break into the top 10 trending topics. Wang Pangzi's eyes lit up, got it. But then he grew concerned, but if we only have online buzz and the platform doesn't cooperate, it's still risky. Chen Mo didn't respond, simply picking up his phone and dialing a number. The call connected. Late autumn, tonight at the Jinjian Hotel. I'm treating. Let's watch a film and grab a bite. As the lead actress, she should see the final cut beforehand. Meanwhile, in the president's office at Qinghua Pictures, Lin Wanqiu set down the documents in her hands, a sudden flutter stirring in her chest. She murmured to herself. I'll be there on time. Chen Mo tucked away his phone and stepped out of the studio building. The afternoon sun was a bit harsh. No sooner had he reached the ground floor than a black business van glided silently to a stop before him. The door opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit stepped out, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Director Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you. The man extended his hand. Chen Mo looked at him but did not shake hands. Director Liu from Spark Video's review department? Director Liu's smile stiffened momentarily before quickly returning to normal. Director Chen, you have a good memory.
I'm here representing the joint review team from Spark, Feitian, and Tsinghua platforms.
Fat Wang had just followed out from the building.
Hearing this, his temper flared. Director Chen, we've already reviewed the film Dying to Survive.
It's a good film, profound and powerful. But we've received some, well, internal recommendations.
This film tackles sensitive subject matter with broad implications.
We're afraid we don't recommend large-scale promotion. Wang Fat exploded upon hearing this. Not recommended for promotion? Director Liu, what do you mean by that? That wasn't the case when you reviewed it initially. Now you approve it for release, yet simultaneously say you don't recommend promotion and even pulled our reserved promotional slots. Who's pulling strings behind the scenes?
Director Liu maintained his professional smile.
He glanced at Wang Fatso, then turned his gaze to Chen Mo. Director Chen is a smart man. Why spell everything out so explicitly? You should know what's going on, right? Meanwhile, on Weibo,
Su Xiaoro had just wrapped up a promotional appearance when her agent, Sister Wang, handed her phone.
Her fingertips tapped lightly, posting a new update.
There are always works that embody the creator's entire heart and conscience. If such works remain unseen by the masses for any reason, it would be a disgrace to the entire industry. May light dispel the shadows. Hashtag the white ship never sinks. The wording was vague, naming no one specifically.
But the comments section below instantly erupted with fans. Is Ro referring to Dying to Survive? I thought that movie looked amazing too. What's going on? Did Dying to Survive face distribution issues?
Hashtag the white ship never sinks. Hashtag I get it now.
Support quality dramas. Within minutes, this Weibo post racked up over 10,000 comments and reposts.
Carrying that subtle hashtag, it quietly climbed to the tail end of the trending topics list. Wang Fatty stared at Su Xiaoro's Weibo on his phone, then looked up at Chen Mo with confusion.
That's Su Xiaoro, she's got some backbone.
Chen Mo's gaze shifted from his phone screen to the bustling street beyond.
We never fight battles we can't win. Chen Mo remarked calmly. Let them put on their show first. Let them think we're already doomed. Wang Fatso froze. Defeated? Mo. Chen Mo, what do you mean by that? Chen Mo knew full well.
This invisible web spun by the likes of director Su from Star C Video wasn't just targeting one film, Dying to Survive. Their true target was Chen Mo himself and the emerging platform he had nurtured, Xingyun Pictures, which had just begun to make waves in the video industry, attempting to break the monopoly of the giants.
Those lofty capital titans would never tolerate a new contender appearing at their table.
Dying to Survive was merely the first excuse and battlefield they used to strangle StarCloud Pictures.
The film hadn't even officially launched in any theaters or streaming platforms.
Its promotional journey had barely begun when it encountered layer upon layer of blockades.
Public opinion, too, seemed to be being suppressed. Chen Mo looked at Wang Fatso and said with a smile. Go against the grain. Chapter 66, Plagiarizing Dog. Chen Mo is back to scam people. Chen Mo, what exactly do you mean by go against the grain? They want to bury Dying to Survive? Then I'll make it bloom openly on the biggest stage.
He opened his phone and dialed the number for Tsinghua Pictures publicity department directly.
Notify all media partners. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., Jinjiang Hotel Banquet Hall. Dying to Survive, release date announcement. Summer season, July 15th, nationwide release. Wang Fat sucked in a sharp breath. Summer blockbuster season. That's when blockbusters clash in a cutthroat battlefield.
The next day, Jinjiang Hotel. Inside the banquet hall, camera flashes erupted in rapid succession, nearly blinding everyone present.
Hundreds of entertainment journalists stood at the ready, their cameras trained on the podium.
Against the backdrop of the stage, the bold characters Dying to Survive stood out prominently, accompanied by the smaller text below, nationwide release, July 15th. Chen Mo led Wang Fat and Lin Wanqiu, who had just arrived, onto the stage.
An eerie silence hung over the venue.
The atmosphere was not as enthusiastic as anticipated, but rather oppressive, like a storm gathering in the distance.
After a brief opening by the host, the session moved directly to the QA segment. A hand shot up. Director Chen, hello. I'm a reporter from Entertainment Frontline. A young reporter wearing black-rimmed glasses stood up.
Rumor has it that your film, Dying to Survive, has been collectively boycotted by major video platforms due to its subject matter and certain, well, unspeakable reasons.
Even some secondary platforms have removed it from their recommended sections. May I ask, Director Chen, under these circumstances, what makes you believe this film is qualified to compete in the fiercely contested summer blockbuster season? And what makes you think audiences will walk into theaters?
The questions were sharp, cutting straight to the heart of the matter.
All cameras instantly focused on Chen Mo. Beads of sweat formed on Wang Fat's forehead as his palms clenched tightly.
Lin Wanqiu glanced at Chen Mo, a hint of concern in her eyes.
Chen Mo remained expressionless. He picked up the microphone, his voice calm. I don't rely on platforms. I don't rely on featured spots. He paused, his gaze sweeping over every reporter below the stage. I rely on the audience. I rely on the audience's lives. The words fell. The entire venue fell silent. A full 3 seconds. All the reporters were stunned into a daze by this earth-shattering remark. I rely on the audience's lives? What did that even mean? Clap, clap, clap. A few abrupt claps echoed from the banquet hall entrance. A young man in a bespoke suit, his features handsome, entered with a smile, clapping as he walked. Behind him followed several imposing bodyguards. Well said. Director Chen truly has guts. The young man strode directly onto the podium. Fat Wang's expression darkened. Zhou Dongsheng? The heir apparent of Star Glory Group. Zhao Jinfu, one of Zhou Yuan's current financial backers, had deep connections with Star Glory Group. What was he doing here? Zhou Dongsheng picked up another microphone from the host's desk, smiling broadly at Chen Mo. Director Chen, since you're so confident, how about we make a bet? The journalists below the stage erupted instantly, their flashes blazing even more frantically. Big news. Chen Mo looked at Zhou Dongsheng. What's the wager? Zhou Dongsheng's smile grew even broader. Let's bet on the box office of your film, Dying to Survive. If, after the film's release, the total box office doesn't reach 500 million yuan. Director Chen, you voluntarily surrender your director's license and permanently withdraw from the film industry. What do you say? The entire room erupted in shock. 500 million. And surrender your director's license, withdrawing from the industry. This bet is ruthless. Fat Wang grabbed Chen Mo's arm and growled urgently. Chen Mo. You're out of your mind. You can't agree to this. It's a trap. Lin Wanqiu also frowned, her gaze toward Zhou Dongsheng carrying a hint of coldness. Ignoring Wang Fatso, Zhou Dongsheng continued addressing Chen Mo. Of course, if Director Chen wins, I, Zhou Dongsheng, will personally deliver Zhou Yuan's management contract to you. Furthermore, our Star Glory Group will voluntarily pull our main summer blockbuster from release this year, so we won't compete with you for box office revenue. A hint of mockery flickered in his eyes. Care to take the bet, Director Chen? All eyes were fixed on Chen Mo. The air seemed to freeze. Chen Mo's lips curved into a faint smile. He pushed Wang Pangzi's hand away and spoke into the microphone, enunciating each word clearly. I'll take your bet. But I'm not interested in Zhou Yuan's contract. And whether your movie gets pulled from release or not, that's none of my concern either. If I win, you only need to do one thing. Zhou Dongsheng raised an eyebrow. Oh? What is it? Chen Mo looked at him. I'll teach you a lesson using box office numbers alone. Boom. The live-streamed bullet comments exploded instantly. Hashtag Chen Mo box office bet hashtag. Hashtag Chen Mo teaches Star Prince a lesson hashtag. These two hashtags shot straight to the top of Weibo's trending list. Zhou Dongsheng's smile froze for a moment before reverting to his usual carefree expression. He set down the microphone and gave Chen Mo a long, lingering look. Good. Very good. Director Chen, you've got guts. Hope your so-called bitter medicine can fool enough viewers to pay for it. He turned and strode away, surrounded by his entourage of bodyguards. The press conference ended abruptly. Xinghua Pictures. Fat Wang paced back and forth in Chen Mo's office. 500 million. Chen Mo. That's 500 million in box office revenue. Do you have any idea what that means? This isn't like Hidden Corner. That was a web series. This is a theatrical release. It's the summer blockbuster season. It's like licking blood off a knife. You're forcing yourself into a pit of fire. Chen Mo sat behind his desk, calmly watching the soaring public opinion heat curve on his computer screen. He lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip. Fatso. You haven't seen audiences leaving theaters in tears yet. Wang Fatty froze abruptly, staring blankly at Chen Mo. At the same time, inside Lin Wanqiu's chauffeured car, she silently scrolled through the Weibo trending topics on her phone. The hashtag Chen Mo box office bet hashtag had reached terrifying numbers. The comments section was filled with mockery, skepticism, worry, and a few glimmers of hope. Secretary Qin cautiously observed her expression from the side. Lin Wanqiu's fingertips lightly traced the photo of Chen Mo at the press conference on the screen. The man in the photo wore an expression of detached indifference. A spark reignited in Lin Wanqiu's eyes. He never gambled on box office numbers. It was fate. On the very night the wager was made public, several entertainment marketing accounts with substantial followings simultaneously released nearly identical articles overnight. The headlines were eye-catching, directly targeting the film Dying to Survive. With its heavy, oppressive content and forced emotional manipulation, is this kind of film still suitable for today's market? In-depth analysis of Dying to Survive, a doomed art house flop? Chen Mo's latest self-immolation? Between the lines, the articles were filled with pessimism about the film's subject matter, implying it lacked commercial value. Immediately after, Douyin, Kuaishou. A flood of meticulously edited short videos emerged. Each video took previously leaked clips from Dying to Survive, deliberately amplifying the so-called dull, oppressive, and uncomfortable viewing experience. The video thumbnails were blunt and crude. That plagiarizing dog Chen Mo is back to scam people again. Chapter 67, guaranteed to make you depressed after watching. Don't go see it. Guaranteed to make you depressed. Don't watch it. Summer blockbuster disaster, regret guaranteed. Blatantly manipulative headlines paired with maliciously edited footage. The goal was clear: nail down negative word of mouth before release. Qinghua Pictures, Chen Mo's office. Thud. Fat Wang slammed his phone down. His chest heaved violently, eyes bloodshot. Damn it. This is all the tactics of paid commenters manipulating reviews. That bastard Zhou Dongsheng. He never intended to run a fair bet. He's trying to crush us completely. Wang Fatso cursed furiously, pacing restlessly around the office. Chen Mo sat behind his desk, staring at the computer screen displaying sentiment analysis for Dying to Survive across various platforms. Negative comments kept pouring in. He gave orders only to Fat Wang. Fatso, contact the cinema chains. Arrange test screenings in theaters. Just 1 day of screenings. Remember, don't cut the end credits. Keep the full audience interview segments intact. As soon as the message went out, Lin Wanqiu's call came through. Chen Mo, count me in for the test screening. I'll organize a group of genuine old-school film buffs, plus some special audience members. She didn't spell it out, but Chen Mo understood her meaning. On the day of the test screening, the screening room at a Shanghai cinema was packed to capacity. Lin Wanqiu sat quietly in a corner, wearing no makeup, dressed casually, with a mask and hat covering her face. Beside her sat the film critics and seasoned cinephiles she had invited, along with ordinary individuals with similar experiences, reached through special channels. The lights dimmed, and the film rating logo appeared. The film began. Unnoticed in the corner, a hidden camera quietly captured the most genuine reactions from the audience. The film ended, and the credits rolled. The lights came up. No one speaks. Only suppressed sobs echoed throughout the theater. Soon, a secretly filmed audience interview video surfaced online. The footage was unpolished, even shaky. The camera focused on a middle-aged woman, her eyes red-rimmed, her voice choked with emotion. I don't know how to put it. What I saw wasn't a movie. The woman took a deep breath, and tears streamed down her face. It was my dad, his final 3 months. One sentence ignited an explosion in the comments section. Holy. This empathy is unreal. Don't leave yet, I just finished watching it. My hands are still shaking, and I can't speak. I didn't believe in curses before, but now I do. This movie is absolutely toxic. To the person above, my dad passed from this disease too. I understand that despair. Organic buzz surged across the entire internet. A new trending topic quietly climbed the charts. Hashtag want to stay silent for a day after watching hashtag. Online discourse began to fracture violently. On one side, marketing accounts and paid commenters set the tone, viciously mocking Chen Mo for exploiting suffering and cashing in on tragedy. On the other side, countless ordinary viewers who attended test screenings or were genuinely moved by word of mouth began spontaneously leaving messages across platforms. This film must survive. This is the kind of film we need. If even a film like this dies, then Chinese cinema is truly beyond saving. The polarized reactions were exceptionally intense. Chen Mo's office. Wang Fatty stared at the rapidly climbing numbers on the screen, visibly excited. Brother Mo, look. The number of people participating in the discussion has already surpassed 300,000. Total views have hit 10 million. Chen Mo pointed at a steeply ascending curve. Negative backlash has become the launchpad for our traffic comeback curve. Wang Fat rubbed his hands together, barely able to contain his excitement. So, should we start pushing pre-sales now? Zhou Dongsheng and his team are still tightly restricting our online ticketing channels. Although the cinema chain had relented and allowed test screenings, large-scale online pre-sale channels remained heavily restricted by the influence of Star C Video and Star Glory Group, imposing significant limitations on Dying to Survive. Why the rush? Let them keep stifling us. Keep suppressing us. We'll first organize a few special roadshows in key box office cities, nationwide shows with zero audience laughter. I'll be damned if I don't see who ends up afraid of whom. At the same time, the test screening ended. Lin Wanqiu stood in the shadows by the theater exit, hesitating to leave. She watched a white-haired elderly woman, supported by her grandson, shakily exit the screening room. The corners of the old woman's eyes still bore faint traces of unshed tears. Her young grandson tilted his head back, whispering words of comfort. Lin Wanqiu's heart stirred slightly. Once again, the image of Chen Mo at the press conference flashed through her mind, his calm yet resolute gaze as he faced Zhou Dongsheng's almost frenzied wager. In that moment, for the first time, she truly admired Chen Mo's almost cold-blooded calculation and his ruthless determination to stake everything on fate. This man was using his entire career to carve a bloody path for this film, for those lives struggling in despair. Chen Mo's orders were swiftly executed. He personally finalized 5 key box office cities nationwide. Shanghai, Beijing, Guangzhou, Chengdu, Wuhan. In each city, only one closely partnered cinema chain was selected. An unprecedented silent roadshow was launched. No post-screening QA with the director. No passionate speeches from the creative team. Even the movie posters were removed, leaving only an inconspicuous title on the theater's digital schedule, Dying to Survive. No mention of Chen Mo's name, no promotional materials of any kind. Opening day. Each cinema will open only one small auditorium. Seating is strictly limited to 200 seats. Tickets were released through Tsinghua Film's own channels and the fan groups connected through Lin Wanqiu. They were snapped up almost instantly. Shanghai, Starlight Cinema, Theater 3. 2 p.m. 200 audience members filed in one after another. Among them were seasoned fans, ordinary citizens drawn by the news, and some quietly arranged by Lin Wanqiu who had endured profound personal suffering. The lights dimmed. The film begins. The screening room fell silent. Only a hidden camera recorded everything. 117 minutes later. The end credits slowly rolled. Only deathly silence. Lights suddenly flared, blindingly bright. No one rose. No one spoke. 1 second. 5 seconds. Nearly 10 seconds. Absolute silence. Only faint, uncontrollable sobs carried through the air. Then, the live video containing those 10 silent seconds was uploaded unedited to Spark Video, Douyin, and Bilibili. No background music. No commentary. Only the raw, unfiltered scene. The video exploded instantly. Holy crap! What's going on here? Did the whole audience shut down after the movie? 10 seconds of complete silence. The atmosphere is absolutely killer. I got goosebumps all over. What was this movie even about? The latter half of the video shows staff randomly interviewing audience members as they left the theater. Most were sobbing uncontrollably, unable to form coherent sentences. Suddenly, in the frame, a middle-aged man wearing glasses stood with his back to the camera. My dad, he's the one who couldn't afford the real medicine. Without turning around, he stumbled slightly as he walked out of the frame. The video's comments section erupted. The number of likes surged past 1 million overnight. This one line speaks louder than 10,000 movie reviews. Bro, I get you, this hit me hard. Damn it. I'm a grown man and I cried watching this. I have to see this movie. Tsinghua Pictures, Chen Mo's office. Wang Fatso stared wide-eyed at the soaring numbers on the screen, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. He whipped his head toward Chen Mo, utterly stunned. Mo. This roadshow feels like a funeral. Chapter 68, Let Them Rant. And the result? Damn it, it blew up harder than any of those S-variety shows. Fat Wan was so excited he couldn't form coherent sentences. All the smear campaigns from those marketing accounts, all the attacks from the paid trolls, they seemed utterly feeble and powerless in the face of such raw, authentic impact. Chen Mo remained calm, lifting his teacup and taking a gentle sip. If you want laughter, you shouldn't have come to see my movie. This film doesn't need laughter. The next day, a miracle occurred. No official organization. No celebrity endorsements. Across major social media platforms, a quiet movement began. Take your parents to see Dying to Survive. Take your grandparents to see Dying to Survive. Countless organic viewers, after watching videos from the Silent Roadshow, were deeply moved by the line, "My dad is one of those people who can't afford the real medicine." They began spontaneously wanting to take their loved ones to see this film. Overnight, this topic swept across the entire internet. Previous negative critiques labeling it pity-seeking or depressing were instantly swept away by this powerful emotional wave originating from ordinary people. Public opinion completely flipped. Lin Wanqiu then made her move. She personally edited behind-the-scenes footage from the filming of Dying to Survive. The footage captured Chen Mo meticulously refining a single detail on set. It showed Zhou Yuan, the actor, silently shedding tears before a mirror as he immersed himself in his role. It showed the exhaustion of extras playing patients, still immersed in their emotions off camera. No forced sentimentality, just authentic documentation. Lin Wanqiu reposted the video on her Weibo. Her caption was brief yet powerful. He, Chen Mo, has never made a film for money. Immediately afterward, within the entertainment industry, third and fourth tier actors who had worked with Tsinghua Pictures or admired Lin Wanqiu's character, even some faded celebrities, began reposting under their real names. The Queen of Cinema is right. Director Chen's film is the most conscientious work of the year. Support great films. Support true filmmakers. If films like this die out, Chinese cinema truly has no future. A spark ignites a blaze. Xingyao Group. Xiao Dongyan's office was filled with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Zhao Jinfu stood by, sweat beading on his forehead, not daring to speak. Throw money at it. Now. Xiao Dongyang slammed his fist on the desk. That comedy from Huading Entertainment, Happy Family? Wasn't it scheduled for the summer? Start promoting it early. Go all out. Buy up every trending topic. I want everyone to watch comedy. To laugh. To To forget that damn tearjerker. He intended to drown the suffocating realism of dying to survive in a deluge of joy. Wang Fatso quickly caught wind of the order. He stormed into Chen Mo's office. Brother Mo. That bastard Zhou Dongsheng has made his move. They're pushing the release of Happy Family to coincide with ours. All kinds of funny clips, celebrity roadshows, buying trending topics, they're flooding the market. Fat Wang slammed his fist on the desk. Damn it! They're trying to bury you in laughter. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he opened his laptop and pulled up a clip he'd prepared long ago. It was a scene from Dying to Survive. Zhang Yuan, having obtained generic drugs for the first time in India, smuggled them back to China. In a small hotel room, he distributed them to those pairs of eyes filled with desperate longing. No stirring soundtrack. No flashy cinematography. Only grainy footage and the actors' restrained yet powerful performances. Chen Mo personally edited a 30-second trailer. The screen was pristine. At the end, a line of white text on a black background slowly appears. Reality needs no soundtrack. He uploaded the video directly to the official Douyin accounts of Spark Video and Xinghe Pictures. No extra text. Only these 5 words, paired with the silent footage. Before long, the internet exploded. No flashy techniques. No sentimental background music. Only the oppressive hospital ward and those pairs of eyes bloodshot and filled with despair reaching out. Countless netizens flooded the comments section. This is what a real trailer should be. Damn, it left me breathless. I absolutely have to see this movie. Zhou Dongsheng thinks he can buy Chen Mo off? He's dreaming. Silent Roadshow, Day 5. Shanghai, Starlight Cinema. The theater entrance was packed with people. The line stretched from the ticket hall all the way to the street corner. Unlike previous days, handwritten posters began appearing spontaneously among the crowd. Long live the medicine god. Chen Mo, you are the conscience of Chinese cinema. A young girl held aloft a cardboard sign, written in red ink. My grandmother is also a patient. Thank you, Director Chen Mo. Her eyes were red, her voice choked with emotion. On Douyin's trending topics, 2 diametrically opposed hashtags battled side by side. Hashtag Chen Mo profits from death without marketing hashtag. Hashtag silent for 10 minutes after watching hashtag. The former was driven by paid trolls hired by Zhou Dongsheng and Zhao Jinfu, who used vicious language to attack Chen Mo in the film Dying to Survive. The latter was spontaneously trending by countless ordinary netizens deeply moved by the silent roadshow videos in that line. My father was one of those people who couldn't afford the real medicine. The comments section had long become a battlefield. Xinghe Pictures, Chen Mo's office. Wang Fatty pointed at the trending topics on the computer screen. Mo. These bastards are inhuman. What the hell does cashing in on the dead even mean? Is that even human speech? I'm contacting the PR team right now. Spend money. We'll buy trending topics too. Let's take them on. Wang Fatty grabbed his phone to make a call. Chen Mo raised his hand and pressed down on his arm. Fatso, hold your horses. Let them rant. The fiercer the attacks, the harder their faces will sting later. We don't need PR. The audience sees everything. Xingyao Group, top floor conference room. Zhou Dongsheng sat at the head of the table, his face dark. The head of public relations, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, sat with cold sweat beading on his forehead. His voice trembled slightly as he reported the latest public sentiment analysis. Mr. Zhao. Chen Mo's film Dying to Survive, it's too damn strange. Every attack we launch feels like punching air. Worse still, it's backfiring. Netizens are saying that attacking Dying to Survive is like attacking ordinary people who can't afford medical care. It's like rubbing salt into patients' wounds. The PR director's voice grew quieter. We simply can't attack this film right now. Attacking it is attacking patients. Attacking patients is a challenge to society's conscience. Useless. Zhou Dongsheng slammed his fist on the table. I refuse to believe this nonsense. I refuse to believe this society would let a guy who makes death-dealing movies win. His eyes flashed with fury as he swept his gaze across everyone present. Listen up. Starting today, All-Star Glory Group cinemas and any partner chains we work with are to delay screenings of Dying to Survive. Anyone caught watching this film will have their performance bonuses . Their year-end bonuses . I don't believe anyone isn't afraid of losing their job. These words were meant more for Xingyao's internal staff, a show of force. Soon, some theaters with close ties to Star Glory began quietly adjusting their schedules. The already limited screenings of Dying to Survive were further reduced, with some theaters even canceling all showings for the day. But they underestimated the power of the audience. What's going on? I specifically took time off to see Dying to Survive. Why was it cancelled at the last minute? Chapter 69, Could the film screenings be manipulated by the platform? Exactly. I already bought my ticket. Why won't you show it? The lobby of a Xingyao-affiliated cinema in Shanghai was instantly swamped by furious moviegoers. Complaint calls flooded the theater manager's phone. Local cultural authorities also received numerous verified complaints from viewers. Within just half a day, Under immense public pressure and regulatory intervention, cinemas that had been forced to delay or cancel screenings were compelled to sheepishly reinstate showings of Dying to Survive. Even more remarkably, some theater managers with no direct ties to star cinema but still possessing a conscience began speaking out publicly. The owner of a Beijing-based cinema chain posted on his Weibo, "We attended an internal screening of Dying to Survive. It's a film that moves you to tears and provokes deep thought. As filmmakers, we have a responsibility to ensure more audiences see such works. Our theaters will do everything possible to ensure ample screenings for Dying to Survive. Not for any other reason, but to stay true to our conscience." This Weibo post garnered countless likes and shares from netizens. This is what a true filmmaker looks like. What a stand-up owner. From now on, I'm only watching movies at your place. The dominoes began to fall in Chen Mo's favor. After a brief crackdown, the screening rate for Dying to Survive not only stabilized but surged upward. From a pitiful 4% at the start, it staged a remarkable comeback, climbing back up to 12%. Though still far behind commercial blockbusters, this is nothing short of a miracle for a sensitive, realistic film. Box office receipts soared steadily. On its opening day, fueled by the buzz from its silent roadshow, it grossed 8 million yuan. On the second day, word of mouth spread, pushing it to 15 million yuan. On the third day, despite facing malicious suppression of screenings, it staged a powerful rebound, with daily box office soaring to 27 million yuan. In just 3 days, the total box office for Dying to Survive surpassed the 50 million yuan mark. Xinhua Pictures, Office. Wang Pangzi stared at the rapidly updating box office figures on the back-end screen, his hands trembling with excitement. 50 million. Mosey. 3 days. 50 million. He slammed his fist on the table, his eyes red with emotion. This is the power of raw emotion. This ING thing can smash those bull algorithms. It can smash those capital manipulations. Audiences aren't little darlings. They know what makes a good movie. The entire entertainment industry was stunned. Those accustomed to popcorn comedies and fantasy blockbusters felt the immense shock of a realistic narrative for the first time. What's going on? Do audiences these days just love to wallow in misery? A movie that makes people cry from start to finish actually raking in such huge box office numbers? This doesn't make sense. Is the film market shifting? They couldn't understand why so many moviegoers would pay to see such a heavy, oppressive film. In Chen Mo's office, he stared at the steadily rising box office curve on his computer screen and the dense stream of positive reviews flooding the back end. The tension that had been building for days finally began to ease. Chen Mo exhaled a long breath. Now, it's their turn to be scared. The moment Chen Mo finished speaking, the office phone rang urgently. Wang Fatty jumped to his feet, snatched the receiver, and turned ashen in an instant. "Hello? What did you say? How dare you?" Wang Fat roared into the receiver. Moments later, he slammed the receiver down and turned to Chen Mo, his lips trembling. "Mo, something's happened. Spark Video just called. Their operations director." Wang Fat paused, struggling to speak. He said they received a joint verbal notice from several major platforms above. Starcy Video led it, with Feitian, Xinhua, and others participating. After Dying to Survive, on all these platforms, it won't get any recommended slots, won't be allowed on the homepage, and even highlights and fan-made videos will be strictly restricted in traffic. This is a ING joint blacklist. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed sharply. He knew Xiao Dongyang and Zhao Jinfu wouldn't let this slide. The box office comeback had completely shattered their facade. What's their justification? Fat Wang slammed his fist on the table in fury. Bull reasons. They just say our movie's subject matter is too sensitive and bad for their image. Bull. I say they're scared we're cutting into their profits. That director from Spark Video even had the nerve to say they're just a small platform, powerless against bigger players, and asked us to be understanding. That. We'll be the ones bearing the brunt. Damn it, this is clearly using their platform channels to crush us. Those bastard capitalists. Another call came in Wang Fatso's personal phone. He answered with a gruff hello. A man's voice, tinged with arrogance, came through the line. Director Wang He, right? This is Director Su from Star C Video. Hearing it was Director Su, the same guy who tried to buy the rights to Hidden Corner for 5 million. Wang Fatty's temper flared even more. Su Skinflint. You've got some nerve calling me. Director Su chuckled softly on the other end. Director Wang, no need to get so worked up. I'm just kindly letting you know. Regarding the film Dying to Survive, our Star C Video and several other major platforms have reached a consensus. No promotion, no homepage placement, no editing. That's the red line from above, you know how it is. Fat Wang was furious enough to burst a blood vessel. You bastards think you can pull this and not have audiences crash your servers? Don't you fear viewers flipping tables? Director Su on the other end of the line gave a cold laugh. Director Wang, you're being naive, aren't you? Public sentiment flares up for a moment, but it doesn't last forever. In a few days, when the next hot topic emerges, who'll even remember your tear-jerking movie? Without platform traffic support, even the best word of mouth won't make much of a splash. Director Chen Mo is incredibly talented, but it's a shame he doesn't know how to read the situation. Beep beep beep. Director Su hung up the phone. Damn it. Wang Fat slammed his phone onto the sofa. He looked at Chen Mo, his face filled with anxiety. Mo, what the hell are we gonna do? These bastards are trying to pull the rug out from under us. The movie's still in theaters, and they're already shutting down all online promotional channels. Chen Mo remained expressionless. After a few seconds of silence, he picked up his phone and opened Weibo. His fingers danced swiftly across the screen. A line of text appeared crisply in the editing box. Movies are made for people to watch, not for algorithms to filter. No unnecessary explanations, no angry accusations. Just this one simple sentence. Click. Send. A single stone sent ripples across the pond. Countless netizens who had just watched Dying to Survive or were drawn in by its buzz saw this Weibo post first. Damn it! Director Chen Mo is going head to head with them. What does that mean? Algorithm filtering? Could the movie's promotion and screenings be manipulated by the platform? Chapter 70, Movies are for people, not algorithms. I knew it. Why was there so little promotion for a great film like Dying to Survive? Turns out it was being suppressed by shady forces. You bastards at Star C Video. Give us back the trending topic for Dying to Survive. Immediately, major influencers in China's film and TV commentary circles joined the fray. Poison-tongued Old Ghost was the first to repost Chen Mo's Weibo, adding, "Some platforms are being downright disgusting. Do audiences need you to curate what they watch? Movies are art, but they're also commodities. The final judgment lies with the audience, not cold algorithms or dirty capital. Stand with director Chen Mo. Stand with Dying to Survive." Other film critics, screenwriters, and even conscientious directors and actors voiced their support. A storm erupted online over whether platforms should interfere with audience choice. The criticism was directed squarely at major platforms like Star C Video and Flying Heaven Video. Xingyao Group. Xiao Donyang stared at the public sentiment report, veins bulging on his forehead. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. He roared at the PR department head. Didn't I tell you to suppress the rumors? Why is it backfiring the harder you push? What the hell does this Chen Mo want? The PR department head stammered nervously. Mr. Xiao, this backlash is different from before. Chen Mo's statement was far too inflammatory. All the blame is now directed at the platform. Our paid commenters can't control the situation at all. The comments section is flooded with genuine audience feedback. They're all condemning the platform's monopoly and accusing capital of manipulation. Mobilize every single troll you can find. Xiao Donyang's eyes blazed crimson as he roared. Infiltrate the comments section. Whitewash it. Claim Chen Mo is engaging in malicious marketing, hijacking public opinion. Muddle the waters for me. Hundreds of paid commenters flooded relevant topics across major social media platforms. Using identical talking points, they attempted to shift public opinion. Chen Mo's playing the victim card again. It's just a movie, is it really worth all this? Isn't it normal for platforms to decide what to promote and what not? He's making a mountain out of a molehill. Exactly. It's clear Dying to Survive is underperforming, so they're trying to pin it on the platform. Yet this time, the power of the paid commenters seemed utterly insignificant. In the face of overwhelming, heartfelt genuine comments, these feeble attempts at whitewashing failed to make even the slightest ripple. Instead, they only provoked more ridicule and anger from netizens. Oh, back to work already? How much are they paying you to hustle so hard? Get lost. Don't pollute the comments section. We just want to enjoy a good movie. Look everyone, this is a traitor to the people. Xiao Donyang's paid commenters were utterly drowned in the vast ocean of public outrage. The storm continued to brew. Soon, tech-savvy netizens exposed an even more shocking revelation. One of China's most authoritative film rating platforms, Light and Shadow Chart, was exposed for tampering with the ratings for Dying to Survive. Observant netizens noticed that the film's preview screenings had initially scored a staggering 9.7. Yet, upon its official release, the rating mysteriously plummeted to 8.5 within hours, accompanied by the unexplained deletion or suppression of numerous positive reviews. Even more concerning, computer science students analyzed the back-end data changes on Guangyingbang and reached a preliminary conclusion that its scoring mechanism had been maliciously tampered with. Outrage erupted instantly. Damn it! They dare to manipulate the ratings? Is there no law anymore? I'll never trust the Light and Shadow Chart again. I trusted your ratings so much. Enraged netizens even tracked down the personal information of the back-end technical lead responsible for the Light and Shadow Chart scoring algorithm through various clues. While such actions are not to be condoned, they underscore the sheer intensity of the public's outrage. Xinghua Pictures. Wang Fatty watched the upheaval unfolding online. He gulped down a mouthful of water and turned to Chen Mo, his gaze complex. Mo, you're a demon. With just that one line, you've practically roasted those bastards alive. Wang Pangzi suddenly grinned, his smile tinged with schadenfreude. You're the director, but I see you're also a grave robber. Digging graves for those self-important capitalists and platform owners. Chen Mo didn't smile. He just stared silently at the computer screen. Beneath the film's related videos, comments flooded the screen. So real. Silent throughout the entire screening, then couldn't stop crying after it ended. My dad is also a patient. I cried like crazy. Director Chen Mo, thank you. This is the kind of movie we want to see. The screen was flooded with comments, almost all of them the most simple yet sincere expressions of emotion. At that very moment, a faint blue light screen silently materialized before his eyes. Ding! Mission phase completed. Film dissemination triggers a social media storm. Reward, reputation index +10. Current reputation index 85, highly praised. Meanwhile, in the top floor office of Star Glory Group, Zhou Yuan crushed his cigar into the crystal ashtray with a sharp flick, sending a wisp of smoke curling upward. Well said, Chen Mo. Well said, movies are made for people to watch, not for algorithms to filter. Scattered across the floor lay several shredded public sentiment reports. Platform bans they thought they could choke the life out of Dying to Survive. Instead, Chen Mo struck back, igniting an even fiercer public outcry that left the platform operators and their backers reeling. The light and shadow chart rating incident only added fuel to the fire. Now, the PR departments of Star C Video and Flying Heaven Video were getting their phones blown up. Bunch of useless fools. A figure remained standing in the office. Zhou Yuan. She had been following this entire media storm. Chen Mo's counterattack was sharp and precise, leaving her feeling alarmed. At the same time, it revealed an opportunity. Zhou Dongsheng needed a sharper blade to take down Chen Mo. And she considered herself the one who understood Chen Mo's weakness best. Zhou Dongsheng lifted his bloodshot eyes to Zhou Yuan, his voice icy with a hint of impatience. Zhou Yuan, didn't you claim to know Chen Mo's script patterns best? Zhou Yuan's heart tightened, and she nodded hastily. Yes, Mr. Xiao. Very well. Zhou Dongsheng picked up a fresh document from the desk and tossed it in front of Zhou Yuan. Now, tear it up for me. Use whatever method you're best at to nail him to the pillar of shame for plagiarism. Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up as she looked at the documents. It was a detailed comparison document, pointing directly to the core plot structure of Dying to Survive, which bore striking similarities to the classic Korean film The Little Girl. Of course, this similarity had been meticulously interpreted and refined. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath. This was her golden opportunity to turn the tables. Chapter 71, I swear, I'll make sure he never gets back on his feet. Succeeding in discrediting Chen Mo would restore her standing and even propel her back into the public eye. Rest assured, Mr. Xiao. I promise, I'll make sure he never gets back on his feet again. The next day, an impromptu press conference convened in the small banquet hall of the Qin Zhenchuan Hotel. The speaker, Zhou Yuan. She wore a simple white dress, her face bearing traces of exhaustion and profound anguish. Facing dozens of media cameras, Zhou Yuan slowly raised a document in her hand. It was a meticulously crafted PowerPoint presentation bearing the bold title, Analysis of Narrative Structure Similarities Between Dying to Survive and Korean Film Sowon. Media friends, I stand here today with a heavy heart. As a former creator myself, I deeply understand the challenges of originality. But when I saw the film Dying to Survive, I was shocked. She began her point-by-point analysis, comparing several key plot points and character relationships in Dying to Survive with those in The Little Girl. Taking things out of context, forcing connections. Yet delivered with such passion and conviction, her so-called evidence seemed undeniably compelling. Structural borrowing, isn't that plagiarism? We can't condone this behavior just because the subject matter is sensitive. Zhou Yuan stared into the camera, her eyes reddening. The media erupted. Dying to Survive accused of plagiarizing Korean film The Little Girl. Zhou Yuan tearfully exposes Chen Mo's plagiarism scandal. The collapse of the national literary hero persona? Dying to Survive may be a plagiarized work. Countless sensational headlines spread like wildfire across the internet. The public opinion that had just coalesced around platform monopoly was instantly blown apart by this bombshell. A second wave of even more complex controversy erupted across the entire internet. Supporters and skeptics clashed fiercely. Xinhua Pictures. Wang Pangzi stared at the flood of plagiarism news on his phone, his face turning green with rage, lips trembling. Damn that Zhou Yuan. That. How dare she show her face again? She slandered Mosey with plagiarism accusations, demanded 5 million in damages, nearly ruining his career, and we haven't settled that score yet. Now she pulls this stunt. She's trying to destroy us completely. Mosey, what are we to do? Once that plagiarism label sticks, it's nearly impossible to shake off. Chen Mo remained seated in his office chair, his expression calm. He merely stared at Zhou Yuan's tear-streaked face on the computer screen. He remarked indifferently. She needs exposure. I'll give it to her. Give? We're giving her exposure? Chen Mo offered no explanation. He opened his Weibo, found the trending news link titled Zhou Yuan exposes drug god's plagiarism, and he reposted it. Then he added a caption. Whether it's plagiarism or not, the audience can see for themselves. Sent. This simple statement reignited the public discourse. Audiences already shaken by the plagiarism allegations were even more perplexed by Chen Mo's seemingly casual response. What does Chen Mo mean by this? Is he admitting it? Or just too dismissive to bother explaining? If he really didn't plagiarize, why not present evidence to refute the claims? Sigh, I actually liked this movie before, but now I feel a bit conflicted. The ratings for Dying to Survive on major platforms also saw a brief yet noticeable dip due to this sudden wave of plagiarism accusations. Xiaodong and Zhou Yuan had achieved half their goal. However, that very night, as online debates about Dying to Survive's plagiarism reached a fever pitch, a lengthy article quietly appeared on an ordinary medical forum before being reposted by netizens to Weibo. The article was titled, "This isn't a movie, it's our family's 3 years of agony." The author was a netizen claiming to be a family member of a leukemia patient. The text contained no flowery language, only plain and unadorned narration. Using almost sketch-like simplicity, she documented her husband's journey, from being diagnosed with chronic myeloid leukemia to desperately seeking Gleevec. Then, driven to despair by the exorbitant cost, they were forced to take desperate measures and try Indian generic drugs. The scenes from the movie Chun Yang's trepidation on his first trip to India to buy medicine, Lu Shuyi's desperate need for the medicine, Huang Mao's helplessness in trying to obtain it, the elderly woman's tearful pleas. Under her pen, these scenes became raw, bloody fragments of reality that unfolded in her own life and family. When my husband received that first box of generic drugs, his hands trembled like leaves in the wind. He said, "This medicine isn't bitter, it's sweet. It tastes like life itself." When that old woman in the movie said, "I've been sick for 3 years, taking brand name drugs for 3 years. I've eaten away my house, and my family has been ruined by me," I was in the theater, crying so hard I nearly fainted. Because every single word felt like it was carved out of my own heart. I don't know what structure means, or what borrowing ideas entails. All I know is that this film portrays people like us, those struggling desperately to survive in the depths of despair. At the end of the lengthy post, the author wrote, "If enduring similar suffering, uttering similar cries of anguish, and seeking similar hope constitutes plagiarism, then I must ask those who stand high above us in judgment, are our very real, lived experiences merely a poor imitation of some script?" This piece instantly ignited the emotions of every netizen who had seen the film or was following the incident. The comments section quickly saw one post rise to the top. If this can be called plagiarism, then is reality itself just a script? To those calling it plagiarism, doesn't your family have sick members? Don't you understand that kind of pain? Zhou Yuan, do you have any humanity? Using real human suffering as a weapon? Support Chen Mo. Support Dying to Survive. This film saves not just lives, but hearts. Inside the luxury apartment arranged for Zhou Yuan by Star Glory Group, Zhou Yuan stared at her phone screen as public opinion took another stunning reversal. The voices that had once questioned Chen Mo were now completely drowned out by this lengthy post from a patient's family member. "Impossible!" Zhou Yuan screamed, slamming her tablet onto the floor. The screen shattered instantly. "This absolutely can't be true. Where did Chen Mo get all these die-hard fans? They're all paid trolls. Yes, Chen Mo must have hired them." She seemed to go mad, grabbing at her hair. "He has no fans. He only has the dead. Those sickly, dying people, how could they possibly have such power?" She refused to believe it. Her meticulously planned fatal blow had been deflected so easily, and now it had backfired spectacularly. Qinghe Pictures, office. The night deepened outside the window. Chen Mo stared at the lengthy letter from the patient's family, silent for a long time. My audience, they are the ones living with the deepest pain. And he, Chen Mo, merely brought these raw, agonizing truths to the silver screen. Chapter 72, Mosey, we won. We won completely. Wang Fat rubbed his hands together excitedly. "Mosey, did you see that? This patient's family's long post is an absolute tearjerker." He pointed at the computer screen, his voice choked with emotion. "This is the real voice. This is what the audience truly feels. Yeah, genuine pain holds the most power." Before he could finish, Wang Fatso's phone started ringing incessantly. He fumbled to answer it, his eyes widening with each word. "What? Another one? Alright, I got it." Hanging up, Wang Pangzi jumped up like a child. "Mosey. Another one. Another long post from a patient's family. Not just one. Dozens now. Hundreds. All from real cancer patients' families. They're stepping forward on their own to speak up for Dying to Survive. They say this movie is their lifeline, their symbol of fighting for their rights." Online, the tide had completely turned. Countless ordinary people were sharing their heartbreaking stories of battling illness in the most simple, raw language. Each story resonates deeply with the plot of Dying to Survive. The carefully crafted accusations of plagiarism seemed utterly feeble and laughable in the face of this raw, lived suffering. Soon after, major social media platforms erupted. Countless video bloggers worked through the night to produce various edits. They frame by frame compared scenes from Dying to Survive with real testimonies from patients' families and cases from news reports. Shocking. The film's plot mirrors reality in astonishing detail. Dying to Survive isn't just a story, it's the fate of countless families. Every frame is crystallized blood and tears. These videos featured titles more shocking than the last, their content more heart-wrenching than any other. Likes and shares skyrocketed, shattering data records across major platforms. Amidst this frenzy, China's prominent film critic, the venomous old demon, finally spoke out. Departing from his usual sharp wit, he wrote in a tone bordering on anguish. In my 20 years in this industry, no film has ever left me so speechless and so pained. It has no flashy cinematography, no mind-bending plot twists. It simply tears open the most brutal reality and lays it bare before us. Certain platforms, certain capitalists, you can cover your eyes, you can cover your ears, but can you cover people's hearts? A great film should not be buried by algorithms, nor should it be strangled by capital. Dying to Survive deserves our collective respect. We should all tip our hats to it. This review ignited the internet once more, with countless comments condemning the platform's monopolistic practices. Inside Qinghe Film's office, Chen Mo had only wanted to quietly make a film, offering a glimmer of hope to those struggling in despair. He never imagined this film would stir such immense waves. The buzz grew exponentially, propelling the film beyond its intended audience. One netizen even commented under Poison Tongue Old Ghost's post, "This is the first time I've watched a movie and felt like I was the person in the news." This comment shot to the top of the trending replies. Wang Fatty burst into Chen Mo's office, face flushed crimson with excitement, clutching the latest box office figures. Mosey. It's a smash hit. A total smash hit. Box office. It's already surpassed 120 million. It's only been a few days since release. Screenings are still increasing. Word of mouth is still gaining momentum. And, I just got word that because this has blown up so big, the official public opinion monitoring department has been proactively involved. The higher-ups are starting to pay attention to the social issues this film highlights. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Star Glory Group, useless. A bunch of useless fools. The executives in the conference room dared not even breathe. A lousy movie. Just one lousy movie. And it's reduced you to this? Zhou Dongyang pointed at the PR director, his voice hoarse with rage. Mark my words. If this film isn't pulled from circulation, if it isn't thoroughly discredited, every single one of you in this PR department, every last one of you, get the hell out of here. In the luxury apartment arranged for Zhou Yuan by Star Glory Group, Zhou Yuan stood before the mirror, meticulously touching up her makeup. She refused to give up. She would keep exposing secrets, digging up more of Chen Mo's dirty laundry. Even if she had to fabricate it, she would concoct something. She would ensure Chen Mo never recovered. Just then, her phone dinged with an incoming email. It was a scanned copy of a lawyer's letter. A lawyer's letter? Zhou Yuan frowned and clicked on the attachment. The blood drained from her face the moment she read the contents. Chen Mo. He actually dared to sue me? The letter's language was stern, directly accusing her of malicious defamation, fabricating facts, and severely infringing upon the reputation rights of Chen Mo and the film Dying to Survive. The letter was signed by the most renowned law firm in Shanghai. Chen Mo had formally sued her for defamation. Almost simultaneously, multiple authoritative legal institutions and prominent lawyers online began analyzing the Zhou Yuan accuses Chen Mo of plagiarism incident from a legal perspective. Zhou Yuan's actions have far exceeded the bounds of normal literary criticism. Her malicious intent is evident, as she defamed Mr. Chen Mo and his film through fabrication and distortion of facts, constituting severe misconduct. Under relevant Chinese laws, Zhou Yuan has crossed the judicial red line for malicious defamation. If convicted, she could face not only substantial civil damages but potentially even a ban from the industry. Once these professional legal analyses surfaced, public opinion swung decisively against her. Those who had wavered due to Zhou Yuan's revelations swiftly changed their stance. So it was malicious defamation. That woman Zhou Yuan is utterly vicious. Stand with director Chen Mo in defending his rights. We absolutely cannot let people like this go unpunished. Stars with no professional ethics like this deserve to be blacklisted. Online, Chen Mo's moniker quietly shifted from national-style literary genius to director with a conscience. Amidst this turmoil, the critical acclaim for Dying to Survive reached new heights. Qinghe Pictures, office. Wang Fatso stared at the overwhelmingly positive online reviews, his eyes reddening with emotion. Mo, we won. We won completely. That Zhou Yuan is finished. Zhou Dongyang is screwed too. Chen Mo stood by the window, gazing at the dazzling lights of Shanghai at night. He slowly turned to face Wang Fatso. Fatso. Wang Fat immediately fell silent, his eyes fixed on Chen Mo. When that day comes. When the box office hits 500 million. I want Zhou Dongyang himself to stand before me and hand over Zhou Yuan's contract with both hands. Chapter 73. Thanks for the free advertising, Mr. Xiao. Fat Wang nodded vigorously. Alright. Mosey, I'll be waiting for that day. I'd love to see that bastard Zhou Dongsheng and that Zhou Yuan crying their eyes out. As night deepened, the bustle of Shanghai showed no signs of abating. Word of mouth for Dying to Survive spread like wildfire across every corner of the internet. Days later, a staggering figure sent shockwaves through the entire entertainment industry. On its 7th day of release, the film's nationwide box office officially surpassed the 200 million yuan mark. Dying to Survive breaks 200 million yuan in 7 days. Sets fastest billion yuan record for realistic films in 3 years. Dark Horse. The biggest dark horse of the year emerges. A film sparking nationwide debate, achieving both box office and critical success. Front pages of major news outlets were flooded with reports about this film. On a financial channel's talk show, a meticulously dressed financial reporter faced the camera. A film without grand spectacles or special effects, can it really cry its way to such high box office numbers just by tugging at the audience's heartstrings? Inside Tsinghua Pictures' office, Wang Fatso stared at the latest box office figures and the reporter's commentary, nearly crushing his phone in excitement. He rushed over to Chen Mo, tears welling up in his eyes. Mo, listen to this. Listen to the nonsense these bastards are spouting. What do they mean, crying its way to box office success? You cry, and the audience cries with you. Your suffering makes the capitalists wail like babies. Your movie is a bomb aimed straight at the tear ducts of every viewer in the country. A national tear bomb. Chen Mo merely posted a brief update on his Weibo. Every step from here on out has been planned. No explanation, no anger, just a matter-of-fact statement. In a private Capital Group chat among core executives of Star Glory Group, Zhou Dongsheng could no longer maintain his usual composure. He roared into the group chat via voice message. Listen to this. All of you listen. What do you mean Chen Mo was crying poverty? Now it's you useless bastards getting humiliated in reverse. 200 million. 200 million in 7 days. Where's your PR plan? Where's your counterattack? Bunch of useless idiots. The group fell deathly silent. No one dared cross him at this moment. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of a renowned cinema chain in Shanghai, the theater manager stared at the back-end system, where the terrifyingly high occupancy rate and near-perfect audience ratings for Dying to Survive were displayed. He made the decision overnight. All prime showtimes pushed them all toward Dying to Survive. Cut back on those trashy film screenings. The assistant manager murmured quietly. Manager, won't this upset the other film distributors? The manager glared at him. I'm not doing this because I want to. Haven't you seen the backstage comments? Audiences are practically begging on their knees to see it. We run this theater to make money, not to do charity. On Weibo, the film topic charts were completely dominated by Dying to Survive. 5 of the top 10 trending topics were directly related. Hashtag Dying to Survive box office surpasses 200 million. Hashtag take your parents to see Dying to Survive. Hashtag Chen Mo responds to box office skepticism. Hashtag the hardships faced by real cancer patients. Hashtag crackdown on overpriced medicines. Countless netizens spontaneously joined the discussion, sharing their viewing experiences and creating a powerful word-of-mouth-driven trend. At that very moment, Chen Mo's Douyin account quietly released a behind-the-scenes documentary clip from Dying to Survive. The camera focuses on a haggard-looking middle-aged man facing the lens as he recounts how he had to sell his family's only home to pay for his daughter's leukemia treatment. As his voice breaks with emotion, the camera shakes slightly. The doctor said the imported medicine costs 40,000 yuan a month. We've sold everything we own, but we still can't afford it. After selling the house, the money ran out quickly, and my daughter's illness still. This less than 3-minute real-life interview once again ignited the internet. This is reality. It's too painful, I can't bear to watch it a second time. Director Chen Mo, please make these stories into films. So the plots in movies are all true. The tide of public opinion had now completely turned. The earlier skepticism and smear campaigns were utterly drowned out by the overwhelming tide of public opinion. A commenter's post under Poison Tumbled Ghosts review surged to the top of the trending comments. Chen Mo isn't a director, he's a grave robber. He's dug up all the truths this society pretends not to see, dares not face, from their graves. Inside Xingyao Group. In the executive conference room, several vice presidents and department heads sat with ashen faces, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Investigate. Investigate immediately. Who leaked these patient interviews? And that damn documentary clip? Who gave Chen Mo the nerve? If this continues, not only will the film be ruined, but President Zhao's position will be in jeopardy. The higher-ups have already noticed the public backlash this film has caused. If we can't contain it, the consequences will be unimaginable. Tsinghua Pictures, top floor balcony. Chen Mo gazed down at the dazzling nightscape of Shanghai spread out below. The evening breeze ruffled his hair, carrying a hint of chill. Wang Fat walked over and handed him a bottle of ice water. Mo, the folks at Star Glory are going nuts. I heard Zhou Dongsheng has already smashed several antique vases. Chen Mo took the water but didn't drink it, simply gazing silently into the distance. Now they finally know. I'm not making a movie. I'm giving a funeral to the forgotten suffering. Wang Fat nodded emphatically, a surge of heroic spirit welling up within him. The night breeze in Shanghai seemed to carry a touch of grimness. A few days passed. Zhou Dongsheng, the heir apparent of Xingyao Group, could no longer sit idly by. He personally took to the stage, launching a solo livestream on Star C Video. In the livestream, Zhou Dongsheng wore a bespoke suit, but his meticulously styled hair appeared slightly disheveled. Chen Mo. The box office success of your film was bought with tears shed over the dead. What's so admirable about exploiting viewers' sympathy? You're feeding off human blood buns. Zhou Dongsheng practically roared these words. This live stream clip was quickly captured by netizens and spread like wildfire across the internet. Chen Mo's Weibo reposted the video almost simultaneously. He added just one line of text. Thanks for the free publicity, Mr. Xiao. The comments section beneath this Weibo exploded instantly. Holy crap. Zhou Dongsheng totally lost it. He's furious. Haha, he's completely lost it now. He's lashing out and spouting nonsense. What do you mean exploiting dead people's tears for box office? Aren't those sufferings real? Is Mr. Xiao afraid of losing the bet and now resorting to dirty tricks? Director Chen Mo's response is absolutely ruthless. Thanks for the free publicity, Mr. Xiao. Full marks for this move. Zhou Dongsheng's livestream chat exploded into a massive backlash, flooded with scathing comments and accusations. Qinghe Pictures, office. Wang Fatso's face flushed crimson as he pointed at Zhou Dongsheng's image on the phone screen. Mo. That bastard is a piece of work. He's publicly slandering you. Should we send him a cease and desist letter too? Teach him a lesson. Chen Mo sat on the sofa and shook his head. No need. Let him jump. Chapter 74, 310 million. The higher he jumps, the harder he'll fall. Wang Fatso froze for a moment, then grasped Chen Mo's meaning and chuckled. Hi. You're the one who's high. On Weibo's trending topics, two hashtags exploded simultaneously. Hashtag Zhou Dongsheng loses his cool hashtag. Hashtag Chen Mo's icy dismissal humiliates Zhou Dongsheng hashtag. Netizens feasted on the drama with relish, while Zhou Dongsheng's image plummeted. Meanwhile, in Lin Wanqiu's luxurious apartment, she lounged lazily on the sofa in comfortable loungewear, watching a replay of Zhou Dongsheng's hysterical livestream on her tablet. On the screen, Zhou Dongsheng's face contorted in rage. You fool. You lack even the most basic humanity, yet you dare to play games in front of him? You're overstepping your bounds. Amidst the storm, the box office momentum of Dying to Survive showed no signs of slowing. On its 10th day of release, a brand new figure once again shook the entire Chinese film industry. 310 million yuan. This achievement has left Huading Entertainment's concurrently released comedy blockbuster Happy Family far behind. The once noisy media outlets now fell strangely silent. The so-called critics who had once doubted and predicted its failure vanished overnight. Yet the voices from the grassroots grew ever louder. Across the country, dozens of universities proactively reached out to Qinghe Pictures, requesting charity screenings of Dying to Survive on campus. Countless moviegoers spontaneously organized private screenings, inviting friends, family, and even strangers to watch the film. They called themselves conscience viewing groups and life education viewing groups. The social impact of this film has far exceeded the scope of a typical commercial production. Inside Star Glory Group, the atmosphere was oppressively tense. Several influential shareholders called Zhou Dongsheng one after another, their tones sharp and accusatory. Mr. Xiao, that 5 billion yuan bet you made looks like you've dug your own grave, huh? You swore up and down you could play Chen Mo like a puppet. And now? Who's playing the capital game, you or Chen Mo? The group's stock price has already started fluctuating because of your foolish maneuvers. Listening to the barrage of accusations on the other end of the line, Zhou Dongsheng crushed the cigar in his hand. At that moment, an authoritative industry media outlet named Deep Focus finally broke its silence. They extended an exclusive interview invitation to Chen Mo. This marked the first media interview Chen Mo had granted since the release of Dying to Survive. Facing the camera, the reporter cautiously broached questions about box office performance and controversies. Chen Mo offered only one sentence. If a film like this kind of truth, doesn't deserve box office success, then what right does capital have to lecture audiences on taste? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire interview room fell silent. The entire internet erupted once more over Chen Mo's words. Well said. Now that's a true filmmaker. Capital is bull. Audience approval is the only thing that matters. Director Chen Mo, forever the legend. Yet, just as the critical acclaim and box office success of Dying to Survive surged forward, leaving Zhou Dongsheng overwhelmed and exhausted, a formal notification letter from the National Press and Publication Administration arrived quietly at the headquarters of Star Glory Group. The letter's content was straightforward. Regarding the 500 million yuan box office performance-based agreement signed between your company's artist Zhou Dongsheng and Tsinghua film director Chen Mo, this agreement is suspected of maliciously disrupting the normal order of the film market and creating adverse social impact. Your company and relevant responsible parties are requested to submit a written explanation to our bureau within 3 days regarding the veracity of this matter. The red official seal stood out starkly. Beyond the gamble, the sort of regulatory oversight, the real threat hanging over all capital had begun its slow descent. Shanghai Film Academy, China's premier film institution, suddenly released a meticulously worded open letter through its official channels. In the letter, the Academy offered an academic critique of the phenomenon-level film Dying to Survive. The film Dying to Survive does indeed demonstrate a certain degree of realism and touches upon social issues. However, from the perspective of cinematic artistry, its narrative techniques, cinematography, and overall artistic structure contain numerous points worthy of debate, failing to meet the standards of excellence in film art advocated by this Academy. The lengthy, 1,000-word letter boils down to one sentence: this film lacks artistic merit. The moment this open letter was released, public opinion erupted. The Academy's official comments section was instantly flooded with angry netizens. Art? What does art even mean? Does something incomprehensible to ordinary people automatically qualify as art? My dad can't read a single word, yet he cried his eyes out watching this. And you're lecturing me about artistic merit? They're filming real people, real lives. You ivory tower academics, what the hell do you know about real life? The person above is right. You talk about art, but Chen Mo is capturing lives. How much did this Academy get paid? Why are they coming out now to disgust people? The comment with the most likes contained only a few words, yet each one cut to the bone. Tsinghua Film Television, office. Fat Wang slammed his phone down on the desk, his neck bulging with rage. Mo. Those old farts. What the hell do they know? Who do they think they are to judge your film? What bull about artistic merit? I think Dying to Survive is the best movie in the world. This won't do. I need to find someone to fight back. Those bastards are just jealous. Chen Mo watched the furious Wang Fatso and spoke calmly. Academic institutions are the last fig leaf for capital and their final shield. Now that the shield is shattering, they have to come out and make a symbolic stand. Wang Fatso froze. What do you mean? Don't waste your time and breath shouting at a bunch of decaying ideas that are about to be buried. Let them talk. Wang Fatso was about to argue further when his phone pinged with a new notification. A lengthy article signed "An Ordinary Movie Lover" was quietly circulating across major film review sites and social media. Written in the first person, it detailed bizarre practices the author had witnessed inside a certain prestigious film academy. So-called academic seminars are nothing but a front for certain capital interests. A deep film review comes with a price tag, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Certain professors have long abandoned academic integrity, becoming mouthpieces for capital. While the article avoids naming names, its pointed criticism clearly targets Shanghai Film Academy, which had just released an open letter. The phrase "paid writing" sent shockwaves through the industry. Countless insiders were secretly alarmed. Who was this anonymous author? How dare they stir up such a hornet's nest? Shortly after, a verified comment appeared in the official comments section of Shanghai Film Academy. The commenter was a third-year student in the school's directing department. I am ashamed of my alma mater. We entered film school to learn how to make films that move people, to create works that bring tears to audiences' eyes. Yet my graduation project proposal, a story about silicosis patients, was dismissed by my advisor as too niche, lacking commercial value and artistic exploration, and outright rejected. Chapter 75, These Bastards. How disgusting they are. If even truth can't move people, then what's the point of the art we're studying? Countless alumni flooded the comments section below this post, rallying behind the brave student who spoke out. The Academy's official website crashed completely. Several renowned professors who signed the open letter, overwhelmed by the backlash, were forced to disable comments on their personal Weibo accounts. Under their latest posts, only the system's cold notification remained. The blogger has enabled curated comments. Amidst the storm, Chen Mo remained unusually quiet. He made no public response to the Academy's critique and paid no heed to the so-called experts who were jumping up and down. Days later, Tsinghua Pictures' official Weibo account posted a single update. New round of charity screenings for Dying to Survive begins. We extend our gratitude to the following 22 county-level secondary schools for their generous support of this initiative. May the light of cinema illuminate more hearts. The list prominently featured 22 county-level secondary schools scattered across remote regions nationwide. Wang Fatty stared at the Weibo post, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Mosey, you're taking this film to the most remote, underserved corners for free screenings? Chen Mo leaned back in his chair. Yes. I'll see if they dare to censor it this time. If they dare to say audiences in these places don't understand art. Late at night, Lin Wanqiu's private number dialed Chen Mo's phone. Those old farts at the Academy are clearly targeting you. Why aren't you angry at all? Chen Mo walked to the window, gazing at the dazzling nightscape of Shanghai, his voice soft. Angry? I've already been angry. When they first slandered me for plagiarism, when they used their capital to try and crush me. Now, I just want to win. Win completely. The artistic discourse of Shanghai Film Academy seemed laughable in the face of Chen Mo's Encircle the Cities from the Countryside public screening campaign. Online, discussions about the pretentious aesthetic posturing of the upper-class elite have been surging. Art isn't some lofty ornament detached from the masses. When they start talking about artistic merit with you, it means they've run out of ideas. Through repeated suppression and counterattacks, the film Dying to Survive gradually transcended its commercial nature. It has become a symbol. A cultural symbol representing grassroots authenticity, calling for conscience, and interrogating capitalism. Barely 2 days after the art debate at Shanghai Film Academy died down, new undercurrents began to stir. Managers of major cinema chains simultaneously received a red-headed encrypted email from their upstream platform. The content was blunt and direct. Notice, to ensure screening space for key films, effective immediately, non-platform designated films are strictly prohibited from arbitrarily changing or adding screenings during prime time slots. Strict compliance is mandatory. Violators will bear full responsibility for consequences. The term non-platform designated films clearly referred to Dying to Survive. The news immediately set off an uproar in the small to medium theater alliance group chat. A theater owner from a third-tier city erupted in the group chat. Damn it! These bastards! How shameless can they be? What's the current buzz around Dying to Survive? 90% occupancy. You want me to pull it from prime slots and replace it with those trashy films nobody watches? We need to survive too. Rent, utilities, staff wages, everything costs money. This is clearly trying to strangle Dying to Survive and starve us small theaters to death. I refuse to bow to this injustice. If it comes down to it, we'll go down fighting. The crowd was furious, filled with resentment and complaints. Qinghe Pictures, inside the office. Fat Wang held his phone, his hands trembling. Mosey, they're leaving us no way out. Major platforms jointly issued a statement, locking down primetime slots. This is ING monopoly. It's hegemony. Chen Mo gazed calmly out the window. Exactly as expected. Cutting off the supply at the source, their old trick. A few days later, Chen Mo appeared at an unassuming mid-sized cinema in Shanghai. The owner, surnamed Zhou, was in his early 40s. Director Chen, you saw it yourself. It's not that we didn't want to screen Dying to Survive, it's just, we can't fight City Hall. Chen Mo nodded. Mr. Zhou, I'm here today to discuss a partnership. I, Chen Mo, am voluntarily waiving all ticket revenue shares for the screening of Dying to Survive at your theater. Mr. Zhou snapped his head up, his face frozen in disbelief. Director Chen, what did you just say? I won't take a single penny. The theater only needs to set aside 1 yuan for every ticket sold for Dying to Survive to cover the film's basic operational costs. The rest of the box office revenue goes entirely to the theater. Wang Fatso, trailing behind Chen Mo, nearly dropped his jaw at the words. He grabbed Chen Mo's arm and whispered urgently. Mo. You're out of your mind. 1 yuan? That's suicide. You're throwing your life away. We worked our asses off making this movie, and now you're giving it away for free? Chen Mo shook off his hand. Suicide? Then we'll see who dies first. Mr. Zhou stared blankly at Chen Mo, speechless for a long moment. A 1 yuan operating fee was practically giving it away for free. This meant that for every ticket sold for Dying to Survive, the theater's profit would be several times higher than for other films. As he met Chen Mo's unwavering gaze, a sudden realization dawned on him. Director Chen, you mean to say? I want more people to see this film. That night, Boss Zhou personally reviewed the entire film, Dying to Survive. He was the only one in the theater. When the credits rolled and the lights came up, Boss Zhou sat motionless in his seat for a long time. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and his eyes reddened. The next morning, the theater's schedule showed that screenings for Dying to Survive had jumped from 2 to 5, with 3 of them during primetime slots. A familiar theater manager called to ask if he had lost his mind. Mr. Zhou replied with just one sentence. This film isn't just for watching, it's for watching on your knees. Even if I have to shut down today, I'll stand by Chen Mo. Word quickly reached the PR department of Star Glory Group. An anonymous threatening call rang on Mr. Zhou's phone. The voice on the other end was dripping with sarcasm. Mr. Zhou, right? Heard you've been quite busy screening Dying to Survive lately? In business, you gotta know when to back down. Some movies aren't for you to touch. If you keep pushing ahead, we've got ways to shut down your little dump of a theater. You believe me? A cold smile spread across Mr. Zhou's face as he listened. He pressed the record button on his phone. After the call ended, he sent the clear recording along with the personal details of the PR director from Star Glory Group unedited to industry media outlets and major social platforms. Shocking scandal. Capital giant openly threatens independent cinema, interfering with fair market screenings. Chapter 76, I'll make it my stepping stone. Monopoly's Black Hand reaches for theater scheduling who is strangling the conscience of Chinese cinema? Each headline was more shocking than the last. The recording ignited a firestorm of public outrage. What began as industry discontent instantly escalated into a public scandal. Countless netizens denounced the platform's hegemony, rallying behind Boss Zhou and Chen Mo. What exactly are they afraid of? It's just a movie. Is this really worth such dirty tricks? This isn't just about the film, it's targeting Chen Mo personally. The power of capital is terrifying. They can make anyone disappear. Amid the uproar, the State Administration of Press, Publication, Radio, Film and Television swiftly intervened, announcing an investigation into the platform's alleged unfair competition and market disruption. The situation took a sharp turn, with public opinion fully shifting in Chen Mo's favor. Xinhua Pictures. Wang Pangzi watched the overwhelming wave of online support, his face flushed and neck strained with excitement. "Mo. We won. We've won another battle." But at that moment, Chen Mo slid a document across the table toward Wang Pangzi. "This is my draft proposal for the 100-town cinema circuit initiative. We'll establish temporary screening sites in 100 remote towns across the country that lack modern cinemas, conducting an independent touring screening of Dying to Survive." Fat Wang picked up the document, his heart racing with each line he read. 100 towns? Independent tours? Building our own cinema chain? He snapped his head up, staring at Chen Mo. "Mo, are you a director or a damn drug dealer? You're driving yourself into a dead end. Have you lost your mind?" Chen Mo stood up, walked to the window, and gazed into the distance. The bustling city of Shanghai lay at his feet, but what he saw was a much broader horizon. "They are capital. I am destiny." The ripples from the 100 Villages Cinema Circuit initiative spread rapidly. Like a wildfire spark, it carried the light and shadow of Dying to Survive into the forgotten corners overlooked by skyscrapers and neon lights. The effect was immediate. Cruel as the reality depicted in the film. Meanwhile, the summer blockbuster comedy Happy Family, heavily invested in by Star Glory Group and carrying Zhou Dongyang's high hopes. In its third week of release, box office figures plummeted like a cliff. Daily earnings barely reached one-third of Dying to Survive's figures. The carefully crafted comedic moments in the trailers now seemed painfully jarring. On a popular talk show on the Financial Channel, a seasoned financial analyst, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looked solemn. The phenomenon of Dying to Survive cannot be viewed as merely the success of a single film. The analyst adjusted his glasses, his tone unwavering. Chen Mo wasn't just making a movie. He was precisely capturing and amplifying a collective sentiment permeating society. He's manufacturing empathy and nationwide empathy. Xingyao Group, President's Office. Zhou Dongyang stared intently at the analyst's face on the screen, his expression turning ashen. Empathy? Bull empathy. That's called sensationalism. Barefaced sensationalism. Hijacking the audience. This isn't art. It's a desecration of art. His personal phone buzzed almost non-stop. All were inquiries from the investors of Happy Family. One message stood out for its sharpness. "Mr. Xiao, we invested in a comedy we aim to make audiences laugh. And now, our film has become the stepping stone for Dying to Survive." A cautionary tale mocked across the entire internet. How do we settle this? Xinhua Pictures, office area. Wang Pangzi scrolled through the news on his phone, reading the criticisms of Zhou Dongyang, and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Ha, you make the audience laugh, but they cry over your movie." He glanced at Chen Mo, who was revising the script nearby. "Tell me, whose fault is this really?" The box office for Dying to Survive continued its meteoric rise. Daily earnings had surpassed 30 million. The film dominated front-page headlines across major media outlets. A stark reality piercing through the glitz of the entertainment industry. One film interrogates the conscience of an entire era. Headlines like these flooded everyone's social media feeds. The forces of capital began to stir. They were accustomed to controlling everything, accustomed to paving their way with money. Chen Mo's rise made them feel an unprecedented threat. Several major film studios with close ties to Star Glory Group quietly joined forces. Their target was directly aimed at Chen Mo's next project. They sought to manipulate the system, aiming to nip the production approval for Chen Mo's new film in the bud. This joint recommendation was secretly submitted to the State Administration of Press, Publication, Radio, Film and Television. However, the administration's response caught everyone off guard. Rejected. The reason was simple and resolute: to safeguard creative freedom and uphold market fairness. News of the failed blacklisting spread like wildfire. Online discourse erupted in full force. "Look! They're panicking. Capital is truly panicking. Trying to pull underhanded tricks? Disgraceful. Chen Mo. He's the boldest director of this era." Inside Star Glory Group, the atmosphere was oppressively tense. The box office disaster of Happy Family, coupled with the enormous risk from the bet agreement with Dying to Survive, had Zhou Dongyang overwhelmed. A secret shareholders' meeting was underway. The directors who had once followed his every word now wore solemn expressions. A veteran shareholder with immense influence within the group spoke slowly. Zhou Dongyang, the 500 million yuan bet with Chen Mo was your decision, pushed through against all objections. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Dongyang's pale face. If we lose this bet, and the box office for Dying to Survive truly surpasses 500 million yuan, you will be removed from the core board of directors of Star Glory Group. It was not a discussion, but a notification. Late at night. Chen Mo's phone screen glowed faintly. An anonymous text message. If you win, they will want you dead. Chen Mo stared at the message, his slender fingers tapping the screen. He replied with 6 words. If you're afraid I'll win, don't bet. A few days later. A bombshell announcement rocked the entertainment industry. A major patriotic film, spearheaded by government authorities and featuring China's top production team, suddenly announced its release date. The release date? A mere week later. It directly clashed with the prime screening period of Dying to Survive. The news sent subtle ripples through online discourse. Usually outspoken film critics were unusually cautious this time. Influential critics like Poison Tongue Ghost simultaneously posted similar Weibo messages. The real test may only be beginning now. These few words carried profound meaning. Qinghua Pictures inside the office. Damn it. Wang Fatty glared at Chen Mo. Old Chen, this time it's different. This isn't about capital. This is the system. Wang Fatso took a deep breath, his voice tinged with resignation. You can't fight City Hall. Chen Mo was flipping through a screening schedule. Hearing this, he didn't even lift his head. His fingertip tapped lightly on the screen, closing the page. Fatso, watch this. I'll make it my stepping stone. Chapter 77, One Man vs. One Machine. The official blockbuster with its massive scale. The promotional trailer swept across major platforms. Primetime TV slots, homepage features, city center billboards. It was everywhere. By comparison, the modest promotion for Dying to Survive pales in comparison. Then came the more direct pressure. Phone lines to cinema chain managers were practically blown up. The voices on the other end were polite, yet their suggestions carried an air of finality. Could we, perhaps adjust the screenings for Dying to Survive a bit? After all, we need to support our key films. The theaters were left with no choice but to comply. Overnight, screenings for Dying to Survive plummeted by nearly half. Primetime slots were almost entirely taken over by that patriotic blockbuster. Audiences were the first to notice the change. What's going on? Why are tickets for Dying to Survive so hard to get? My usual theater only has 2 showings today, both in the morning and late at night. Anger quickly spread across the internet. Why? A film about life-saving medicine for ordinary people, why should it make way for other movies? We want to see Dying to Survive. Give us back our screenings. This is killing good movies. Countless viewers spontaneously flooded major ticketing platforms and movie forums with protest messages. Faced with this tidal wave of public sentiment, some theater managers quietly made adjustments. Unwilling to confront the backlash during prime time, they secretly added midnight screenings of Dying to Survive. Guys, this is the only way. We're flying under the radar, one manager messaged in an internal group chat. Midnight screenings, whatever we can sell is better than nothing. At least we can sleep with a clear conscience. Surprisingly, every midnight screening sold out completely. Long queues formed outside theaters in the pitch-black night. The audience's passion erupted fiercely at midnight. The more it was suppressed, the more they wanted to see it. Chen Mo's office was brightly lit. Seated before him were several young people, the promotional team responsible for Douyin and other short video platforms. I need you to edit a short film as quickly as possible. Chen Mo's fingers tapped lightly on the desk. The title will be One Man vs. One Machine. Include everything from this period, all the scheduling maneuvers targeting Dying to Survive, the media releases, and the genuine audience reactions. I want everyone to see who's afraid and who's resorting to underhanded tactics. The short film was quickly produced and released on platforms like Douyin. No fiery accusations, just a cool-headed comparison. On one side, state-backed blockbusters enjoy overwhelming promotional resources and uniformly positive coverage. On the other side, screenshots of reduced screenings for Dying to Survive, angry questions from audiences on social media, and long lines outside midnight screenings. The video concludes with an elderly woman with snow-white hair emerging from the midnight screening of Dying to Survive. Tears still glistening in the corners of her eyes, she addresses the camera, her voice breaking. Their so-called mainstream narrative talks about hope. But Chen Mo's film? It's about us. This short clip exploded across the internet like a bomb. One person versus a machine. That title is brilliant. That grandma said it perfectly. He's filming us. Capital couldn't suppress us, so now they're trying machines? We won't stand for it. Support Chen Mo. Support Dying to Survive. The buzz surged against all odds. Voices deliberately silenced have coalesced into a louder roar. At the eye of the storm, a reporter from a major media outlet finally secured an interview with Chen Mo. As the microphone was held before him, the reporter's question was direct. Director Chen, given this situation, what would you like to say? Chen Mo looked into the camera, his gaze unwavering. He spoke slowly, his words broadcast live across the entire internet. A true director doesn't rely on protection. True works of art fear no competition. Chen Mo's declaration that true works fear no competition caused a sensation not only domestically but resonated far beyond. The fervor surrounding Dying to Survive transcended language and borders. The first to catch wind of it were seasoned overseas distributors. Email after email flooded into Qinghua Pictures' inbox. Director Chen Mo, we are XX Pictures and are highly interested in securing the overseas distribution rights for Dying to Survive. We hope to discuss the details of a potential partnership. Wang Fat held his tablet, sifting through the emails one by one, grinning from ear to ear. Old Chen, look at this one, and this one. All major international distributors. Chen Mo took the tablet and scanned through them quickly, his brow furrowing slightly. They all mention content adjustments? Fat Wan's smile faltered. Yeah, a bit. They think some scenes might, not quite meet their censorship standards over there. Like the part where patients privately trade Indian drugs, they suggested blurring it out or cutting it down. Chen Mo handed the tablet back to Wang Fatty. Reply to them. Dying to Survive. Not a single shot will be cut. Take it or leave it. We're not budging. Wang Fat opened his mouth, then nodded. Got it. A few days later. The head of programming for a prestigious international A-list film festival, in a rare move, mentioned a Chinese film that hadn't yet premiered locally during a media interview. We've heard about Dying to Survive and everything it's going through. Our festival sometimes looks beyond so-called artistic expression. The reporter pressed. Then what do you look at? The selection head smiled faintly. We look at people. We look at filmmakers who dare to speak out for what matters in specific circumstances. These words soon made their way back to China. We don't look at art, we look at people. The words resonated powerfully. Shortly thereafter, an internationally influential news outlet extended an exclusive interview invitation to Chen Mo. Shanghai, the reception room of the Jinjiang Hotel. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed reporter posed questions in fluent Chinese. Chen Mo answered each question with poise and confidence. He spoke of his creative vision, the hardships of filming, the obstacles encountered, and the support from audiences. Days later, the interview was published worldwide. The headline, bolded in black type, dominated the entire page. He filmed only one nation's patience, yet shocked the entire human race. Public opinion erupted. If the earlier events were merely turbulent undercurrents, this was a raging tidal wave. A few days later, the latest issue of Time magazine's Asian edition hit the stands. The cover featured none other than Chen Mo. In the photo, his gaze was calm and profound, set against the silhouette of the movie poster for Dying to Survive. Inside the magazine, he was listed as a strong contender for Person of the Year. The commentary read, through his lens, he exposed overlooked truths through his work, he spurred small yet significant change. In a nation fraught with complexity, he ignited a profound resonance about life and hope. Xinghua Film Television Office. Wang Fatso clutched a brand new copy of Time magazine, his face flushed with excitement. He burst into Chen Mo's office. Director! Director! Look at this! Chapter 78 Asian Edition cover. Person of the Year nominee. Wang Fatso spread the magazine open before Chen Mo, pointing at the cover. Time magazine. Asian edition cover. Person of the Year nominee. Wang Fat grinned like an idiot, his eyes brimming with tears. Director, you're now the god of medicine himself. Chen Mo's gaze shifted from the magazine cover to the window outside. I'm not the god of medicine. It's this film. It's the people it saved. It's those still fighting for their lives. It's every ordinary person who speaks up for it. Wang Fatso's smile slowly faded as he nodded emphatically. The eye of the storm was far from over. Inside Star Glory Group, an emergency board meeting was underway. Several major shareholders slammed public sentiment reports onto the table without hesitation. Look! All of you look! This is the consequence of aiding Huading Entertainment. What are people saying about us now? Enablers of tyranny. The fangs of capital. I move to immediately cease all cooperation with Huading Entertainment, including further investment in Shadows Under the Sun. If necessary, withdraw our investment outright. Seconded. Once our corporate image collapses, the damage will be incalculable. This isn't the time for loyalty, it's survival. Xiao Dongyang sat in the chair of authority. He had been Zhao Jinfu's lifeline when the latter was down and out, personally elevating him to power. Huading Entertainment served as Xiao's crucial pawn in balancing other capital interests. But now, this pawn had become a hot potato. For the first time, he felt the weight of silence pressing down on him. In the boardroom, shareholders continued their heated debate, but the tide had clearly turned. Mr. Xiao, please state your position. For the future of Star Glory, we must sever all ties with Zhao Jinfu, Zhou Yuan, and their shady dealings. Xiao Dongyang clenched his fist so tightly his knuckles turned white. He couldn't comprehend it. How could this happen? Why is everyone siding with him? He's just a filmmaker. Late at night,
Lin Wanqiu's phone screen glowed faintly. Her slender fingers tapped away at the screen, deleting and editing.
Finally, a Weibo post quietly went out.
I once loved this man, but now I fear he loves not me, but this country.
No names were mentioned, yet everyone knew exactly who she meant. The Weibo post instantly sent shockwaves through the internet. Netizens frantically reposted it, and the comments section was instantly flooded.
Lin Ningho's words, they carry so much weight.
Why does this feel so tragic and heartbreaking?
Director Chen probably doesn't understand love at all, he only knows how to film pain. He poured all his tenderness and solitary courage into the suffering characters in his films. Falling for a man like this is bound to be hard but also bound to be proud.
Director Chen, did you hear that? Someone's feeling heartbroken for you. Chen Mo's office. The lights still burned bright. Before him, a complex data dashboard filled his computer screen.
It displayed the soaring box office curve of Dying to Survive, the explosive growth and discussion heat across platforms, the avalanche-like plunge in competitor screenings and ratings, and the constantly fluctuating reputation points on the system interface. His gaze finally settled on a line of small text, the progress bar for his original performance-based agreement with Zhou Yuan, Star C Video, and Huading Entertainment. At this moment, the progress bar had long since reached full capacity, even exceeding its maximum limit.
Chen Mo reached out and tapped the screen lightly. The end goal of this bet wasn't to beat you. It's to strip you of any right to wager against me at all. Douyin Rating Network.
On the page for Dying to Survive, a vivid red number stood out starkly, 9.6.
Below the comments section, the view count surged rapidly, instantly breaking the million mark. Highest rated Chinese language film in history.
I'd call it the best Chinese film of the decade, no contest. Major short video platforms have long been completely taken over by Dying to Survive. Top 10 tear-jerking moments from Dying to Survive compilation.
Chen Mo's iconic movie lines, everyone hits you right in the gut.
Countless short video creators, their voices choke with emotion, dissect every detail of the film. One video after another surges to the top of trending lists.
The comments sections are filled with intense emotion from netizens. This isn't just watching a movie, it's experiencing collective healing. Thank you, Chen Mo, for showing us the light.
A special voice comment received countless likes and shares. It was posted by a blind viewer.
I can't see the movie's visuals, but I heard every line of dialogue, every laugh, every cry.
When the film ended, I sat in my seat and cried for a very, very long time.
Thank you, director, for letting me see such a wonderful film. Outside the Qinghe Film Studio,
Wang Pangzi had just stepped out of the car when he was immediately surrounded by a crowd.
Flashbulbs popped incessantly, microphones nearly shoved into his mouth. Director Wang! Director Wang! Share some behind-the-scenes secrets from Dying to Survive. Director Wang! What's Director Chen Mo planning for his next project?
Jostled and pushed, Wang Fat managed to squeeze through a gap and shouted at the crowd.
Everyone! Calm down. I'm just the assistant director. The lead actor is Chen Mo. You should be mobbing him. Director Chen is so elusive. Director Wang, just tell us something.
Wang Fatso, torn between laughter and tears, strained his voice toward the nearby studio direction.
Chen Mo. Director. Look at the mess you've created.
We're not just on fire, we're burning. You've set the whole sky ablaze.
A few days later, inside Qinghe Pictures, a small celebration and mobilization meeting was underway.
The core creative and release teams behind Dying to Survive were all present. Chen Mo stood at the front, smiling slightly as he looked at the excited faces.
Dying to Survive has reached a temporary conclusion. Next, we have a new project.
Everyone perked up, their eyes brimming with anticipation.
Chen Mo pressed the remote control for the projector. 4 large characters appeared on the screen. The Wandering Earth.
The room fell instantly silent.
Wang Fatso stammered, pointing at the screen. Chen Mo. What the hell is this? Wandering Earth? A sci-fi movie? You've lost your mind? Fat Wang leapt to his feet, knocking over his chair in the process. Dying to Survive just put you on a pedestal. And now you want to make sci-fi? Who in China can pull off sci-fi? That's suicide. Chen Mo offered no explanation, merely pressing another button with calm resolve. The conference room lights dimmed.
On the screen, a vast, deep universe appeared.
A cold, lonely voice narrated. The sun is rapidly aging and expanding.
Soon, it will devour the entire solar system. The scene shifts to massive, mountain-like metallic structures rising from Earth's surface. For survival, humanity made the only choice. Chapter 79, What the hell is this? Constructing tens of thousands of planetary engines to propel our home, Earth, out of the solar system. A journey of 2,500 years toward a new home. This plan was called The Wandering Earth. The trailer was brief, lasting only a minute. Yet the grand vision it portrayed, a doomsday landscape where despair and hope coexisted, left everyone in the room holding their breath. The lights came on.
The conference room remained deathly quiet. A slightly hesitant voice broke the silence. It belonged to a content department head from Spark Video, who had previously collaborated with Chen Mo on Hidden Corner. He spoke cautiously. Director Chen, I understand you want to try something new. But, you're now a nationally renowned director of realistic themes, a conscience in the hearts of countless viewers. Suddenly diving into a sci-fi film, and one with such a massive budget at that. Isn't that a bit of a leap? What if the reception doesn't meet expectations? For your current reputation. He didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. This is tantamount to undermining your own legacy. Chen Mo's gaze swept across the room. I've already tackled realistic themes. Reality is painful enough as it is. I want to make something different. I want to tell a story that shows people a glimmer of hope in the midst of despair. I want to tell everyone that no matter how difficult it gets, you must hold on to hope and keep living. The news quickly spread within the small circles of the film and television industry. In some directors' private chat groups. Heard the news? Chen Mo's making a sci-fi flick called The Wandering Earth. Ha, another one who got carried away after one hit with a realistic drama, thinking he can do anything now. Domestic sci-fi? There's no fertile ground for it here. What's he going to shoot with? Burning through money, I bet. Just wait for the fall. He'll crash hard when he comes tumbling down from his pedestal. Wang Fatty sought out Chen Mo privately, his expression unusually grave. Old Chen, I know you're a visionary, but this time, I have to warn you. Dying to survive just made you a legend. You're the one countless directors look up to now. Diving into sci-fi now is like gambling away your entire legacy. If you lose, you'll lose everything. Do you understand? Can't we play it safe? Make another realistic film to solidify your status completely before considering anything else. Chen Mo listened quietly, offering no rebuttal. Only after Wang Fatso finished speaking did he pass over a glass of water. Fatso, I know you're looking out for me. But I've already made up my mind. A few days later. Chen Mo's figure appeared at the School of Earth Sciences of a university in Shanghai. He quietly arranged a meeting with a college classmate he hadn't contacted in years. Now a nationally recognized expert in structural geology, his name was Zhou. In the coffee shop, Professor Zhou adjusted his glasses, looking somewhat stiff as he faced his old classmate who had become a household name. Chen Mo slid a printed draft of a screenplay across the table. Old Zhou, it's been ages. I asked you here today to consult you on a professional matter. Expert Zhou picked up the script. The 4 characters on the cover made him pause. He flipped through the pages, reading faster and faster, his brow furrowing deeper with each turn. After 10 minutes, he closed the script and exhaled a long breath. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke slowly. Chen Mo. Theoretically, if the planetary engines generate sufficient thrust, it is possible to alter a planet's orbit. But your plan? Building 12,000 giant nuclear fusion engines on Earth's surface to propel the entire planet into interstellar travel. Expert Zhou's expression turned peculiar. This isn't something even a movie script could conceive. This is an Earth-scale nuclear planetary engine project implementation plan capable of altering the course of human civilization. Are you sure you want to film this? Chen Mo lifted his coffee and took a small sip. For me. This is cinema. Expert Zhou left. In the cafe, only Chen Mo remained. He knew this path would be 1,000 times harder than making Dying to Survive. But he had to walk it. A few days later, at Qinghua Film Television, Chen Mo's temporary office. Wang the Fat sneaked in quietly. Chen Mo was out at a meeting, leaving a thick stack of printed pages on his desk. It was none other than the script for The Wandering Earth. Wang Fatty picked up the script and flipped through it quickly. He wanted to know what earth-shattering masterpiece Chen Mo was planning to film. Most of it was filled with obscure scientific jargon and grand descriptions of epic scenes. Suddenly, his gaze froze on a page in the table of contents. A startlingly shocking title made the hairs on his neck stand on end. Act V, Mantle Propulsion Explosion Entire Asia Submerges. Gulp. Fat Wang swallowed hard, his mind going blank. Is this a documentary about the destruction of Earth? Early the next morning, Chen Mo uploaded the complete film outline, story synopsis, and production filing documents to the official film project filing system. The staff member responsible for review received the documents at 3 a.m., instantly wide awake. Scanning it word by word, his heart sank deeper with every sentence. He immediately called his superior in the middle of the night. Sir, there's a project called The Wandering Earth. Yes, Chen Mo's. It's too massive. I can't approve it. This might require the minister's attention. Fat Wang had often wondered what exactly was inside Chen Mo's head. That day, passing by Chen Mo's workstation, he caught a glimpse of his computer desktop. The screen had no wallpaper, only a single line of text in bright red font, repeatedly bolded and highlighted. Science fiction isn't about imagining the future, it's about making people want to live to see it. Wang Fatso stopped dead in his tracks, staring at those words, speechless for a long moment. This kid, he's serious. A few days later, Chen Mo announced the formation of the Cold Start project team, dedicated solely to the preliminary preparations for the Wandering Earth. They didn't even look for space within Xinghe Pictures. Instead, they rented an abandoned old factory in the suburbs of Shanghai. The factory floor was vast and empty. Soon, the walls were plastered with concept art. An icebound Shanghai, towering planetary engines, underground cities in the apocalypse, humans clad in bulky protective suits. Each one radiated a desolate and tragic aura. When Wang Fat first stepped into the studio, the sight nearly blinded him. Then he saw the preliminary budget sheet Chen Mo handed him. The dense grid of numbers made his head spin. Holy! Chen Mo! Is this ING script you're writing? This reads more like the master construction manual for Earth's Great Escape. Planetary engine fuel costs? Dungeon ecological cycle system maintenance fees? You even factored that in. Chen Mo remained unmoved, pointing at the design blueprint on the wall. All of this needs to be built. And they need to be more realistic than what's on the blueprints. To achieve this, Chen Mo began recruiting the most hardcore team members from across the country. Film school professors? Not enough. What he needed were people who truly understood the craft, even those who had personally worked in the relevant fields. Chapter 80, not hard enough, looks like a toy. Soon, a young man joined the team, reportedly a dropout PhD candidate from a former aerospace academy, dismissed by his advisor as a dreamer for ideas too far ahead of his time. Another member was a tough guy who had transitioned from special forces. Chen Mo brought him on as a physical action consultant, responsible for designing all action sequences in zero-gravity environments and extreme conditions. On the art side, a young art director named Xiao Fang, fresh out of school, pulled several all-nighters before excitedly submitting the first draft of the Urban Underground Engine Cluster concept art. The visuals were dazzling and futuristic. After reviewing it, Chen Mo replied with a single email containing just a few words. Not rugged enough. Looks like toys. Xiao Fang stared at the email, nearly bursting into tears on the spot. Somehow, word got out. One day, Chen Mo received a self-recommendation email. The sender is a Chinese international student who claims to have interned at NASA and participated in modeling work for a Mars probe. The email read, Director Chen, I've seen scattered reports about the Wandering Earth. If those rumors are true, I have the realism you seek, but don't blame me for being too scientific, too cold-hearted. After reading the email, Chen Mo's lips curved into a faint smile. You're the one. Representatives from several top domestic visual effects companies were secretly invited to an abandoned factory. Each was handed a script synopsis, and their faces grew paler with every page. One representative's hands trembled after finishing it. Director Chen, this project, the scale of the visual effects. To pull this off and achieve the realism you envisioned, the budget would require at least 5 films like Dying to Survive. 5 times the budget of Dying to Survive. Everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. That's nearly 2 billion yuan in pure production costs. Wang Fei felt like he was suffocating. Chen Mo pulled open a drawer and took out several documents. These are all the screenplay copyrights, film adaptation rights, and some personal investment funds I've accumulated over the years. Preliminary estimates suggest it should cover a portion of the costs. Chen Mo looked at the representatives from the special effects company. Your job is to bring the future I envision to life. I'll handle the funding myself. Wang Fatso finally couldn't hold back any longer, yanking Chen Mo into a corner. Chen Mo. Are you out of your mind? You're putting your entire future on the line for the next 10 years. If you lose, you won't even have your underwear left. Chen Mo didn't look at Wang Fatso. His gaze fixed on a massive schematic diagram of a mantle propulsion system mounted on the wall. Fatso, life is meant to be gambled away. Security is for those who live in the past. The producer of the Wandering Earth project team, an employee dispatched by Lin Wanqiu, was also on the verge of being driven mad by Chen Mo lately. During a phone report to Lin Wanqiu, her voice trembled with tears. Ms. Lin, Director Chen's demands are too high. He insists every speck of dust in the film must be simulated based on real gravitational models. The special effects team, all top graduates from prestigious universities, are now poring over their copies of college physics, crying as they pull all-nighters to catch up. Within the industry, rumors about Chen Mo's sci-fi project gradually shifted from private whispers to public discussion. Some film review accounts began publishing tentative articles. Chen Mo's new film, The Wandering Earth, revealed ambitious vision or pipe dream? With VFX budget potentially breaking Chinese film records, is Chen Mo aiming to create our own Interstellar? The concept is great, the courage admirable, but he hasn't even convinced domestic theaters. Who'd dare give him screen time? The office air thickened. Wang Fatso looked at Chen Mo, his mouth opening as if to speak, then closed it again. He knew it was futile to dissuade him. Chen Mo scanned the core members of the project team. The Wandering Earth will commence filming with 0 promotion, 0 distribution agreements, and 0 platform ties. What? Director Chen, this? 0 publicity? How will audiences even know about it? Without a distribution deal, who are we making this for? Chen Mo's tone remained unchanged. Effective immediately, the Wandering Earth project enters island mode. Every frame will serve the film itself and nothing else. A few days later, Shanghai Video Headquarters Building. Chen Mo arrived as scheduled to coordinate the post-production workflow for The Wandering Earth. Shanghai Video, one of Zhou Yuan's key backers, was also the platform that had previously attempted to buy out The Hidden Corner for 5 million yuan, an offer that had been rejected. Director Su greeted him with a forced smile. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Before Chen Mo could speak, Director Su's secretary handed over a document. Director Chen, this is the latest notice from our content evaluation department. Chen Mo took it, his gaze landing on the document's title. Notice regarding the termination of preliminary support for the film project The Wandering Earth. The reason section bore a jarring statement. Does not align with mainstream market orientation. Investment risk is excessively high. Wang Pangzi, standing beside Chen Mo, saw the line and instantly flushed crimson, leaping to his feet. Director Su. What do you mean by this? You were the ones who approached us initially, saying you believed in Director Chen's talent and were willing to provide resources. Now that the script outline has just been submitted, you turn your backs on us? Director Su lifted his teacup and blew on the steam. Director Wang, please calm down. Market evaluations and business negotiations are standard procedures. This is standard procedure? You waited until Chen Mo handed over his core creative concepts and script framework before pulling the rug out from under him? Crossing the river and dismantling the bridge. Playing dirty. Chen Mo raised his hand, motioning for Wang to sit down. He picked up the pen from the table and signed his name at the bottom of the document. Not a word more. Thanks. Stepping out of Starcy Tower, Wang Fat stomped his feet in fury. Chen Mo pulled out his phone and sent a message in the Cold Start Project Team group chat. Everyone, welcome to the Zero Resource Experimental Phase. Inside the studio converted from an abandoned factory. Wang Fatty stared at the group message, unable to hold back any longer. He let out a furious shout at Chen Mo's retreating back. Chen Mo. Have you lost your mind? Shanghai Video has completely cut us off. The few potential investors we were talking to probably got wind of this too. Our entire funding chain is severed. What the hell are we supposed to film now? A 20 billion yuan hole. How the hell are you gonna fill it? The entire project team fell silent. Just then, a line of pale blue text slowly appeared. System notice private view detected severe external obstruction affecting flagship project The Wandering Earth, with funding channels maliciously severed. System notice private view to safeguard the project's core creative vision from capital interference and preserve the director's creative autonomy. The director's exclusive recharge package is now activated. Chen Mo's thoughts flickered. An interface stripped to its absolute essentials unfolded before his eyes. No flashy animations, just 3 distinct functional modules. Shot generation. Structured diagnosis. Concept prototyping. Without a moment's hesitation, he directed his consciousness toward shot generation. The input box appeared. Chen Mo typed 6 words, human migration in the dungeon. Buzz. A faint vibration flashed by. In less than a second. An incredibly lifelike scene instantly projected itself into his mind, simultaneously generating high-definition image data. In the scene, a vast, cavernous underground city stretched before him. Countless residents, clad in heavy garments and shouldering packs, moved silently yet resolutely forward along massive metal corridors under the dim glow of emergency lights. Lighting, composition, facial expressions, even the dust particles suspended in the air, every detail was astonishingly precise. Chen Mo walked over to the projector and projected the newly generated image onto the wall. Everyone was stunned by the apocalyptic epic scene on the wall. Art director Xiao Fang stammered. Director Chen. Where did you find this concept design, master? Chapter 81, whose masterpiece is this? The lighting, the texture, it's absolutely incredible. Wang the Fatso stared intently at the image, muttering to himself. We're broke, but this footage is even more insane than the top international stuff. This isn't even drawn. Chen Mo offered no explanation. He bundled this image along with several other related scenes instantly generated by the system, naming the package. File name, Era of the Poor, Fading Light, Fading Hope. Then he sent it directly to the head of the special effects team. P.S. All dungeon-related scenes should be produced based on this. Find a way to cut the VFX costs in half. As anticipated, public opinion began to ferment. Star Ocean Pictures officially withdraws support for The Wandering Earth. Chen Mo's new film may be stillborn. Insider reveals, Chen Mo's ambitions are too grandiose and unrealistic, scaring off all investors. He's gone completely mad. Even the official project listing for Chen Mo's The Wandering Earth has vanished. Chen Mo ignored the external clamor. The system had just issued a task. System task: within 72 hours, the host must independently complete the full dynamic storyboard sequence design for the Earth Engine Core Overload Self-Destruct program. Task reward: upon completion, unlock the 3-act Golden Structure Script Assistant version 1.0. In his office, Chen Mo calmly packaged the system-generated concept art for Era of the Poor, Fading Light, Fading Hope along with his preliminary storyboard ideas for the critical Earth Engine Core Overload self-destruct program scene. He sent the files to several top-tier and mid-sized visual effects outsourcing companies in China. The email was straightforward, a request for quotes and preliminary renderings. 3 hours later, the project team's shared email inbox buzzed with consecutive notification sounds. Opened. The replies were astonishingly uniform. Declined. The complexity of the script involved in your project far exceeds standard production requirements. Our company does not undertake such high-risk, high-investment projects without advance payment. Each email was polite in wording yet firm in intent. Wang Fatty leaned over to glance at the screen, his face instantly turning ashen. What the hell does this mean? It's not that we don't have money, it's that we've lost the very right to even get someone to click a mouse and draw us a sketch? All because Starcy Video pulled that bull subsidy? Before he could finish, a screenshot of an industry rumor circulated through a professional chat group, spreading like wildfire. In the screenshot, a visual effects supervisor from a top-tier studio vented in a private group chat. Heard about Chen Mo's The Wandering Earth? Some actually dared take on that lunatics project? Trying to pull off global ice age plus mass underground migration? What a joke! And they want to cut costs? Dream on! Even sketching a rough draft for him feels like a waste of electricity. Within the project team, the faint spark of hope ignited by the generated images was instantly doused by this bucket of cold water. Just then, pale blue text silently appeared once more. System notice silent display, main quest dynamic storyboard for Earth Engine Core Overload self-destruct protocol current progress, 0%. System notice silent display, host detected facing severe production bottleneck. Activating director modeling tool beta version. System notice silent display, current permissions, single shot 3D basic modeling. Chen Mo opened the system interface and located the newly added custom shot creation module. No extra steps were needed. He picked up a discarded sheet of A4 paper from the desk, flipped it over, and swiftly sketched the scene of planetary engine thruster core overload, final disintegration and explosion with an ordinary marker pen. Then he placed the sketch in front of the computer's camera. A progress bar began slowly advancing on the system interface. Engine core explosion sketch analysis in progress. Building 3D base model. The next 72 hours. Chen Mo scarcely left the makeshift studio in the abandoned factory. He holed up in a makeshift cubicle tucked away in the corner. Coffee cups piled up like a small mountain. On the screen, the system iteratively generated preliminary 3D models based on his sketches and continuously inputted parameters. Adjusting the initial velocity vector for explosion fragment A3. Splatter trajectory 7, increase random perturbation factor. Ground evacuation routes, increase crowding by 15% in the initial phase, enhance dispersion in the latter phase. He personally adjusted the initial landing points and splatter trajectories of every massive fragment from the engine explosion, refined the shockwave's diffusion range, and mapped out the ground crowd's escape routes during the disaster's instant. Every detail was refined to the utmost precision. Early morning of the third day. An intern animator assigned to odd jobs, bleary-eyed from pulling an all-nighter on other tasks, passed by Chen Mo's cubicle to grab a cup of water. He caught a glimpse of Chen Mo's computer screen. He froze instantly. On the screen, a rough yet hyper-realistic prototype of a planetary engine explosion looped endlessly, playing, pausing, adjusting. The tearing of metal, the eruption of flames, the desperate flight of crowds. Though merely unrendered wireframes and basic models, the overwhelming sense of apocalyptic realism sent a chill through his limbs. Chen. Director Chen. Are you filming a real documentary of an apocalyptic disaster? Chen Mo didn't even turn his head. If they won't do it, I will. If you can't do it, watch how I do it. 72 hours, not a minute more, not a minute less. Chen Mo dragged his weary body out of the compartment. In his hand, he held a USB drive. Fat Wan was the first to approach him. Chen Mo plugged the USB drive into the projector. A 30-second test animation sample appeared on the wall. No soundtrack, no detailed textures, many areas were rendered as basic geometric shapes. Yet, as the massive planetary engine core began to overload, red light flashed and cracks spread. Finally, with a deafening, system-simulated boom, it shattered into countless burning fragments, trailing flames as they scattered in all directions. Below, the tiny crowd fled in despair. The sheer visual impact, built purely from camera movement, object dynamics, and disaster logic, slammed into everyone's hearts. Wang Fatso stared at the harrowing scene on the wall, unable to hold back any longer. A man in his 40s, tears rolled down his cheeks without warning. Director. We might be able to pull through. Chen Mo named this test footage Funeral of the Engine version 0.1. Without adding any watermarks or explanations, he directly shared it in a small internal testing group consisting only of a few core members and several die-hard fans. Within half an hour, the entire special effects industry's niche circles were sent into an uproar. First, screenshots surfaced blurry images, yet the motion was astonishing. Holy! Who the hell made this? What new masterpiece is this God's creation? That's cinematography. The depth of those explosions. It's all physics-based particle simulation. Chapter 82, total views across all platforms surpass 50 million. The camera work is rock solid. This level of production quality? Tell me it's a zero-budget film and I won't believe you for a second. The Wandering Earth? Chen Mo's project? Where did he get test footage of this caliber? Soon, someone dug up the original footage. The higher resolution delivered an even more intense visual impact. Speculation erupted in an instant. Just then, both Qinghua Pictures' official account and Chen Mo's personal social media account received several similar private messages. One came from an obscure small VFX studio. Director Chen, hello. We're XX Visual Studio. We saw the test footage for your film The Wandering Earth and were utterly blown away. Though our studio is small, our core team consists of passionate young sci-fi enthusiasts. We're eager to work with you. No advance payment needed, not a single penny. We just want the chance to leave our names on such a monumental project. Chen Mo read the message but didn't reply immediately. Before his eyes, the pale blue system panel popped up again. System notice, congratulations, host, on completing the full dynamic storyboard sequence design for the Earth Engine Core Overload self-destruct program ahead of schedule. System notice, mission completion rate 100%, quality rating, excellent. System notice, task reward 3-act Golden Structure Script Assistant version 1.0 has been delivered to your system inventory. System notice, additional reward unlocked basic shot batch modeling function now available. Note, host can now concurrently process up to 3 sets of basic modeling and dynamic previews for large-scale scenes. Chen Mo tapped lightly to close the system panel. The batch modeling for camera shots basic reward gave him greater confidence. Yet, it was but a drop in the bucket. True large-scale visual effects remained a bottomless pit. Those small studios willing to forego advance payments were sparks, yet insufficient to ignite a prairie fire. He needed enough resources to shake this cold, harsh reality. Chen Mo didn't reply to those studios. He opened a brand new web editor. A few lines of code were typed. A rudimentary web page came to life. Title: The Wandering Earth Future Broadcast Collaboration Project. No fancy words, no flashy effects. Only 3 support tiers were listed. 1 yuan, 10 yuan, 100 yuan. Chen Mo quietly posted this crowdfunding page in an inconspicuous corner of Qinghua Film's official website. Simultaneously, he shared the simplest link on his personal social media accounts. An hour passed. The project team's temporary finance assistant nervously reported the figure. Director Chen, the current crowdfunding total is 18,321 yuan. The comments section was sparse, filled with mocking remarks. Chen Mo? Am I seeing this right? Is he begging now? You made a fortune with dying to survive, and now you're begging us for peanuts? You're Chen Mo, not a walking ATM, don't take us for fools. Upon hearing the figure, Fat Wang paced frantically around the office, clutching his head in despair. It's over. It's over. I told you this approach was wrong. Dying to stay alive hit the audience's emotional sweet spot, everyone could relate. But the Wandering Earth? That thing targets the ceiling. It's about the future. The universe. Who the hell can understand that stuff? Besides us, who even knows what a planetary engine is? This isn't about money at all. It's about understanding. Night deepened. The abandoned factory housing the Cold Start project team was ablaze with lights. Chen Mo walked silently to a corner of the filming shed. There, a pile of unfinished props lay scattered. A massive model of a propulsion nozzle, constructed from foam and a simple metal frame, stood silently. Scattered around it were countless design blueprints, rough clay models, and various scraps of metal and plastic. He dragged over a worn wooden stool and sat down. Then, he had someone set up an old camera dug out of the warehouse and connected it to the live streaming equipment. No announcement. No promotion. A live stream window suddenly popped up on Chen Mo's personal social media account. In the live feed, Chen Mo appeared somewhat weary. He wore a simple work jacket, his hair slightly disheveled. The backdrop was the massive, rough-hewn propeller model and the mess scattered across the floor. He didn't look at the camera, hadn't prepared any marketing lines, and certainly didn't use any flashy promotional slogans. He simply sat there quietly for a moment. Then, he lifted his head to face the screen, his voice soft yet remarkably clear. I'm Chen Mo. I know many people don't understand why I chose to make a film like this. I don't want to explain too much either. I just want to ask one thing. Would you be willing to invest a single penny in someone who still dares to make sci-fi, who still dares to film our own future? The live chat exploded with comments. Holy! Chen Mo's lost his mind. What kind of move is this? Begging for money on a live stream? He's truly lost it. Completely lost it. Where's the Chen Mo who made Dying to Survive? Give me back that spirited director Chen. The director isn't seeking audience empathy, he's just trying to survive to see the next era. This is just too pathetic, isn't it? Chen Mo ignored the comments and pointed to the massive prop behind him. This. According to my design, it's a mantle propulsion unit part of a planetary engine. It's not fantasy, it's based on existing, verifiable physical principles. If Earth truly must wander, we'll need thousands upon thousands of these. They will be the backbone of the future Asian continent. His gaze fell upon the rough model. In the livestream chat, a viewer with the ID little one who doesn't want to grow up suddenly sent a comment. I'm crying, sniffle sniffle. He's not making a movie, he's not asking for money, he's sharing his belief. I don't know what a mantle propulsion system is, but I feel like I've seen a real backbone. At the same time, at Star Glory Group, the director of marketing watched Chen Mo's livestream and posted a WeChat moment. The accompanying image was a screenshot from Chen Mo's livestream. The caption read, "Some directors make themselves look ridiculous before their movies even hit the screen. Now they're crowdfunding their own projects? Guess they've given up on filming and are ready to bow down to capital." Poof. A flurry of likes and supportive comments followed. However, the speed at which the internet amplified the post exceeded everyone's expectations. A less than 5-minute clip from Chen Mo's livestream was swiftly edited. It was repackaged with a headline, "Mad Director Chen Mo, I don't want your sympathy, just 1 cent for the future." This clip spread like wildfire across Douyin, Bilibili, Weibo, and other major platforms. No promotion. No paid commenters. Overnight. Within 24 hours. Its cumulative views across all platforms surpassed 50 million. Chapter 83, I Want to See Earth Take Flight. Xinghe Pictures the Wandering Earth crowdfunding page for the Future Film Distribution Alliance project. The once sluggish numbers began to surge wildly. 100,000. 500,000. 1 million. 2 million. By the time night fell again the next day, the crowdfunding total had steadily surpassed the 3 million mark. The comments section was no longer filled with mockery and skepticism. Instead, it was filled with heartfelt messages. A young elementary school student left a message in a childish voice. "Uncle Chen Mo, I'm supporting you with my New Year's money. I want to see Earth take off in a spaceship." A user with the ID Old Wang from the construction site wrote, "Don't know much about sci-fi, but I cried multiple times watching Dying to Survive. Director Chen, I believe in you. This money? I saved it from my daughter's tuition." A taxi driver shared a photo of his steering wheel with the caption, "Just finished my night shift. A passenger told me about you. $100 isn't much, but I hope one day I can drive my son to see a Chinese space blockbuster in this very taxi. I don't understand sci-fi, but I believe in you. I don't understand movies, but I support this dreamer who dares to dream. A penny for a hope, it's worth it." Xinghe Pictures. The finance girl watched the constantly updating numbers on the back end, her voice trembling. "Director Chen. Brother Wang. It's rising again. 3 days. Just 3 days. The total crowdfunding amount on the back end has already surpassed 10 million. Fat Wang leaned in to take a look. That long string of numbers nearly blinded him. "And I just did a preliminary count, over 90% of the contributors' IP addresses are from 3rd and 4th tier cities within our Dragon Nation. Many are even from counties, townships, and rural areas." Wang Fatty snapped his head up, staring intently at the densely packed back-end comments on the screen. He scrolled down line by line, his lips trembling. My kid watched your livestream. He said Uncle Chen Mo was going to film the universe and asked me to send him $10. I'm just a farmer who doesn't understand big ideas, but I cried watching Dying to Survive. I believe Director Chen, you're a good person. This 100 yuan is from selling my vegetables. Director Chen, I'm a teacher in a remote mountain village. Our kids have barely been to the cinema, but I told them your story. They all said they want to see our own stars in Dragon Country. This is 53 yuan and 77 fun collected from my class." Wang Fatso couldn't hold back any longer. A hot tear fell onto the keyboard. He whipped his head around to face Chen Mo, his eyes red-rimmed. "Old Chen, this isn't investment money. This isn't about money at all. This is passing on the flame. It's the common people stoking the fire for our sci-fi dreams." Chen Mo stared silently at the constantly fluctuating numbers, at the simple, unadorned comments. He said nothing. Instead, he silently opened a new program. He instructed the technicians to mark the IP locations of all crowdfunders on a map of Longwa. Soon, a unique star map materialized. Tiny points of light began to illuminate the vast expanse of the Dragon Nation. From the outskirts of bustling cities to the corners of remote townships. From the eastern coast to the western plateaus. Each of these points of light represented a trust and expectation. Chen Mo reached out and gently touched the warm lights on the screen. "This isn't crowdfunding. This is the people, in their most straightforward way, granting me permission to make this film." This grassroots wave quickly spread to academia. Students at numerous top science and engineering universities across the nation were abuzz. The student union of the School of Aerospace Engineering at Shanghai Jiaotong University took the lead, launching an initiative on the campus forum. Director Chen Mo is fighting alone for the future of science fiction in Longwa. What can we do? We have professional expertise. We have youthful passion. Form the Earth Modeling Support Squad. Contribute pro bono to model the planetary engines and Earth core components for the wandering Earth. The call quickly drew widespread support. Students from Peking University, Tsinghua University, Harbin Institute of Technology, Northwestern Polytechnical University, and beyond joined the cause. They proactively reached out to Tsinghua Pictures, offering their professional skills without seeking compensation, driven solely by the desire to contribute to this epic sci-fi masterpiece belonging to the people of Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, a unique group also sought out Chen Mo. They were a group of middle-aged men with dark complexions. The leader spoke in a booming voice with a distinct northwestern accent. Director Chen, were retired engineering troops. We used to work in the Gobi Desert missile silos, we dug them with our own hands, and we built them with our own hands. After reading your script outline, with all those massive structures and underground cities, we believe we can handle it. Some jobs, we know better than anyone. Chen Mo listened to their pitch and made an immediate decision. He took Wang Fat and this team of engineering troops straight to the northwest. He halted before a vast, long-abandoned industrial complex. Once a nationally prioritized heavy industrial base, only rust-stained factories and towering smokestacks remained. The wind whistled through the sand, carrying a mournful wail. This is the spot. Chen Mo pointed at the factory complex and announced to the group. This is one of the most crucial locations for the Wandering Earth, the primary set for filming the planetary engines. Wang Fatty looked at the desolate scene and hesitated. Old Chen, this is way too old, isn't it? Chen Mo shook his head. Don't judge it by its appearance. This land, these factory buildings, they embody the indomitable spirit of our nation's industry. Its spirit is one with the soul of the Wandering Earth. News spread, and countless volunteers poured in from all directions. Migrant workers from nearby villages rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. College students on vacation joined the effort. Retired veterans drove trucks loaded with tools from hundreds of kilometers away. They needed no rallying cry, no mobilization. Upon arrival, they simply got to work in silence. They hauled heavy metal sheets, cut through rusted steel pipes, and welded massive support frames. In the abandoned factory grounds, not a word was spoken. Only the rhythmic clanging of metal echoed, while the arc light of welding flared in every corner. Sweat soaked their clothes, dust coated their faces. Yet every face bore an unprecedented look of excitement and focus. Online, a programmer with the ID code Yugong was deeply moved by this fervor. He worked through the night, building a rudimentary website called the Wandering Earth Grassroots Tech Support Station. The site featured only one prominent channel. What can I do for the Wandering Earth? Below were categorized sections: physics, astronomy, engineering, mechanics, mechanical design, computer modeling, art design, prop making. Anyone could volunteer their expertise and skills. Within days, over 10,000 netizens from across the country had left messages under this channel, offering their technical expertise and manual labor free of charge. Netizens went absolutely wild. Before, we just bought tickets to watch movies. This time, we're making the movie alongside Chen Mo. Chapter 84. This isn't written for gods. This isn't just a movie, it's our own cosmic epic for the people of Dragon Nation. We're all participants. Tell Chen Mo, if the money isn't enough, we'll keep raising it. If there aren't enough people, we'll pitch in ourselves. We'll build the Wandering Earth with our own hands. Chen Mo stood before the rudimentary propulsion plant. Sunlight streamed through the massive skylight, illuminating the bustling figures below. He saw workers spontaneously etching their names onto a freshly welded steel girder, some with chalk, others with welding torches, each inscription crooked and imperfect. Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Ermazi. Those names, plain and unadorned, carried the weight of a mountain. Chen Mo took a deep breath and said to Wang Fat beside him, "Old Wang, look. In the end credits of this film, we must engrave the names of every ordinary person who contributed. Not a single name can be left out." The popularity of the Wandering Earth has far exceeded everyone's expectations. Faced with this overwhelming public demand, the official platform, which had previously held reservations about the project's filing due to its sensitive subject matter and massive scale, was compelled to reassess its stance. Soon, the official system reopened the project filing for the Wandering Earth and assigned it a high-priority designation. Meanwhile, the media outlets and critics who had once sneered at Chen Mo and dismissed the Wandering Earth have collectively fallen silent. The notoriously sharp-tongued old ghost posted a single sentence on his social media account. "I was wrong. Chen Mo isn't just making a movie, he's igniting a nation's sci-fi imagination, gathering a force powerful enough to shake mountains and rivers." Evening. In the makeshift office, Wang Fatso sorted through mountains of letters and parcels. These were all addressed to the Cold Start project team from across the country. He opened a slightly worn brown paper envelope. Inside, no letter paper. Only a stack of old renminbi notes, carefully bound with red thread, their edges worn and frayed. The denominations varied: 10 yuan notes, 5 yuan notes, and even a few 2 yuan bills. Counting them, the total came to 127 yuan. Beneath the money lay a scrap of paper torn from an elementary school notebook. Written in pencil, stroke by stroke, were several crooked, large characters. The handwriting was childish, with a few misspelled characters. The signature read, "I can't read. The kids in my village read this letter to me. I just wanted to see what our Earth looks like floating out in space." Wang Pangzi set the note down, his eyes still red. He gazed out the window at the once barren factory grounds, now ablaze with lights. Countless figures bustled about, their hammering, cutting, and welding sounds blending into a steel symphony worthy of the wandering Earth. These sounds, these lights, banished the last vestiges of evening chill from the office. Time raced by amidst the sweat and anticipation of countless people. The winds and sands of the Northwest bore witness to the birth of a miracle. Through the relentless day and night efforts of countless volunteers, engineers, students, and Chen Mo himself, the full-scale model of the main propulsion engine, the planetary engine carrying humanity's last hope, was finally assembled one early morning. Every weld, every bolt, embodied the strength of ordinary people. Chen Mo personally climbed the scaffolding to conduct a final inspection of the model's details. His hand brushed the cold metal casing, still bearing the accidental scratches left by the welders. "Ready!" Chen Mo's voice echoed through the temporary set via the intercom. "Attention all units, first internal test shoot commencing now." The massive camera crane moved slowly into position. The lens focused on the base of the towering metal structure. "Release the fog." At the command, thick white mist surged from all sides, rapidly spreading to envelop the lower half of the propulsion unit. Immediately following, a low, heart-stopping vibration reverberated. Not a real physical vibration, but a simulated rumbling echo created by the massive sound system on site, the pre-launch warm-up of the energy core. That sound, beat by beat. The camera began its slow, deliberate upward pull. Within the mist, the monstrous, colossal metal structure rose inch by inch, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure as it slowly revealed its breathtaking entirety. No dazzling light effects. No stirring soundtrack. The entire test shoot set was eerily quiet, save for the simulated rumbling. Everyone held their breath, eyes wide, staring at the monitor. For a full 5 minutes, the simulated roar abruptly ceased as the camera finally settled on a close-up of the thruster nozzle. The set remained deathly quiet. After a long pause, a young cinematographer wearing glasses looking no older than 25 or 26 murmured to old Lu, the lighting technician beside him. "This scene. No music. It deserves mourning." Lighting technician old Lu said nothing, only gave a heavy nod, his eyes reddening slightly. Wang Pangzi stood behind Chen Mo, staring at the frozen frame on the monitor. Goosebumps rose thickly on his arms. He swallowed hard, his voice dry. "Old Chen, are we really filming Escape from Earth?" Chen Mo didn't respond immediately. He stared at the monitor, silent for a long time. That night, he locked himself in the makeshift office, refusing to see anyone. The ashtray on his desk quickly filled with cigarette butts. Early the next morning, Wang Pangzi received the latest version of the script Chen Mo had revised overnight. The planetary engine ignition scene, originally just 3 pages long, had been expanded by Chen Mo to a full 11 pages. Wang Pangzi opened it and sucked in a sharp breath. The script now featured a bold new addition, the most pivotal plot twist of all. Ignition failure. Humans board the well. Manual engine restart. This revised script was promptly distributed to the student support team responsible for model refinement and dynamic pre-visualization. Inside the makeshift activity room, a group of top students from Peking University, Tsinghua University, Harbin Institute of Technology, and Zhejiang University stared blankly at the newly added text. "Are you kidding me? Has Director Chen lost his mind? Planetary engine ignition failure? Then have astronauts and engineers, wearing rudimentary protective suits, climb into a propellant well tens of thousands of meters deep? Manually operate and restart the overloaded core unit under ultra-high radiation and extreme cold conditions? How is that even possible? This defies all laws of physics. This isn't science, it's myth. It's suicide. How dare Director Chen write such a plot?" Doubts and confusion erupted in waves. The news reached Chen Mo's ears. He simply had someone deliver a single message to the student team. "This isn't written for gods." Chapter 85, Willing to light a flame for a sliver of light. This is written for those who, even in the deepest darkness, are willing to light themselves up for a glimmer of light. The students fell silent. As they stared at the cold, stark lines of text, they seemed to see the figures charging headlong into the abyss. The hastily assembled test footage, after preliminary editing, was sent back to the back end. Zhang, the technician handling the interface, watched the data analysis results popping up on the screen, his hands trembling. "Director Chen. Brother Wang. The modeling analysis success rate. It's skyrocketing. Dynamic shot matching for the engine core overload self-destruct sequence 92% accuracy. The human migration scene in the underground city, full scene fidelity, reached 91.3%. For a makeshift team that started almost from scratch, relying on crowdfunding and volunteers, this was nothing short of an incredible achievement. A young project assistant, newly hired to handle logistics, couldn't resist peeking at the editing room computer. Out of curiosity, she caught a glimpse of the 30-second clip titled Engine's Funeral version 0.1 and the latest test footage of the thrusters lifting off. The moment the footage ended, her face drained of color. She clutched her mouth and bolted out of the workshop. Before anyone could react, the sound of violent retching echoed from outside. Fat Wang rushed outside to find the young woman clutching the wall, vomiting violently until tears streamed down her face. "What's wrong? Stomach upset? Brother Wang. I'm fine. It's just... I've never seen anything like this sense of scale, in our domestic films. It's terrifying, and so hopeless." Someone had leaked a blurred, near 10-second test footage clip of the propulsion system from the Wandering Earth onto the internet. No watermark, no title, just a blurred shot of a massive metallic object slowly rising through mist, accompanied by that heart-stopping simulated roar. This mere 10-second clip instantly ignited the entire internet. Holy! What is this? A new foreign blockbuster trailer? Doesn't look like it. No studio logos anywhere, but that texture, that sheer intensity, unreal. Wait, why does this style feel kinda like that concept trailer for The Wandering Earth that director Chen Mo released earlier? No way. Didn't they say it's still crowdfunding and they haven't even found a VFX team yet? How could they pull off something like this? But this cinematography, this industrial aesthetic, it's so Chen Mo. Soon, someone compared this footage with earlier materials from The Wandering Earth and reached a startling conclusion. It's real. This is a test footage clip from The Wandering Earth. Absolutely. The entire internet was stunned. The discussion erupted like a volcano. Is this even a movie? It looks like a collective suicide note. I can feel the despair and tragedy through the screen. If Earth really has to wander, will we rely on these steel behemoths? Those thrusters feel more heart-wrenching and painful than a nuclear mushroom cloud. Without any promotion, the related Weibo topic surged to the top of the trending charts through organic user engagement. Hashtag thruster explosion Sina Hertz worse than a nuclear bomb. Hashtag this isn't a visual spectacle, a civilization exciting festage. Hashtag Chen Mo is making us cry again. Hashtag Wandering Earth test footage. Each hashtag was flooded with tens of thousands of discussions and reposts. People were profoundly shaken by the apocalyptic vision revealed in those fleeting frames and by humanity's simultaneous insignificance and grandeur. Night. In the makeshift office. Chen Mo stared at the computer screen, tapping away at the keyboard line by line, refining the plot details for the manual engine restart sequence. Wang Fat tiptoed in, his face bearing a complex, indecipherable expression. He surreptitiously handed a black USB drive to Chen Mo and lowered his voice. "Old Chen. You kept saying the movie felt like it was missing something, especially the ending. It didn't pack enough punch, right?" Chen Mo looked up, puzzled. Fat Wang grinned. "Well, take a look at this. This is everyone, our brothers and sisters from all over the country who support us recording this spontaneously. We gathered nearly 1,000 voices, each person saying one line." Wang Fatso cleared his throat, mimicking the voices from the USB drive, voices from all corners of the country, each with its own accent, yet equally sincere. "Earth, don't go." Chen Mo took the USB drive and plugged it into his computer. Instead of opening it immediately, he looked at Wang Fatso. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, Wang Fat scratched his head. What's up, old Chen? 1,000 people? Yeah. Over 1,000. From all corners of the country, men, women, old, young, every accent imaginable. Chen Mo paused for a moment before opening the folder on the USB drive. Audio files appeared one after another, lacking any consistent naming convention and appearing somewhat disorganized. He randomly selected one. A slightly hoarse voice, clearly belonging to an elderly person, stuttered, "Earth, you mustn't leave." A child's voice, stammering, "Earth, don't go." A young woman's voice, choked with tears, "Earth, please, don't leave." Chen Mo listened to one after another. In the office, only those simple, almost clumsy voices echoed. Wang the Fat stood nearby, discreetly wiping his eyes. After a long moment, Chen Mo turned off the audio. He said to Wang Fatso, "Cut these voices into the end credits." "Huh? The end credits? Yeah, make it an Easter egg." He paused, then added, "We'll call it Earth Mobilization Order. The next day, Xiao Zhao, the youngest sound designer on the project team, sat with headphones on, his expression shifting repeatedly. Trained professionally, he possessed an almost obsessive sensitivity to audio imperfections. "Director Chen, these samples." Xiao Zhao removed his headphones, his expression troubled. "Too much background noise. Many people's Mandarin, isn't standard. There's stuttering, hesitations, even microphone pops and static. Should we hire professional voice actors to re-record everything? Or at the very least, apply some technical polishing and corrections?" Chen Mo looked at him. "Xiao Zhao, this isn't a recitation contest. This is survival. Every word, every syllable, leave it exactly as it is. Not a single one." Xiao Zhao nodded. "Understood, Director Chen." Wang Fatso stood outside the door. Hearing this exchange, tears suddenly streamed down his face. "Old Chen, our movie. We're the first ones to treat the voice of the Chinese people like ing special effects. The news sent the entire production team into an uproar. That very night, the studio's official Douyin and Weibo accounts posted a brand new pinned video. The content was simple, the leaked test footage of the thrusters, accompanied by a bold headline. Call for submissions, post-credits scene voiceovers for The Wandering Earth. Speak your heart about Earth, leave your voice behind. Your voice will journey alongside Earth. Below the video were submission email details and basic recording instructions. No prizes. No gimmicks. Just one line, we're waiting for you. 72 hours. Just 72 hours. The submission email address exploded. Chapter 86, 100,000. Over 100,000 submissions. Li, the staff member sorting emails, watched the numbers skyrocket in the backend, his hands shaking so badly he could barely hold the mouse. Brother Wang. Director Chen. 100,000, we've surpassed 100,000 submissions. The entire office erupted in thunderous cheers. Videos of live dubbing sessions spontaneously edited by netizens began circulating online. A gray-haired veteran, his chest adorned with medals, shouted into his phone with all his might, "I pushed the Earth myself." A bespectacled rural schoolteacher stood on a dusty playground, telling her students, "Earth, don't leave. We'll go with you." A miner, his face covered in coal dust, grinned under the dim light of his miner's lamp, revealing pearly white teeth. "Earth, we're coming with you. Earth, hang in there. We'll run with you." The footage was grainy, the audio chaotic. But that sheer force, that palpable vitality, shook every soul who saw the video. Chen Mo personally oversaw the editing. He made a bold decision. After the film ends, go to black. 1 second later, go straight to the bonus scene. No credits, no acknowledgements, put all that after the bonus scene. Old Chen, this isn't standard practice, is it? No one in the country, no one in the world does it this way. The Wandering Earth, if we're going to do it, will be the first. China's first collective voice-over credits. The news broke and the internet exploded. Holy! Chen Mo's gone mad. But I love it. Using our own voices for the end credits? I'm buying every ticket I can get my hands on. For the first time, it's not actors performing, it's every one of us speaking. This isn't just a movie anymore, it's a nationwide movement. The sharp-tongued old ghost fired off 3 Weibo posts in quick succession. What is Chen Mo doing? He's dismantling the boundaries of cinema. He's turned a commercial sci-fi blockbuster into a collective national psychological projection. The box office for The Wandering Earth? I don't care about that anymore. All I care about is how history will remember it. Wang Pangzi burst into Chen Mo's office, waving a printed statistical chart. Old Chen, check out this data analysis. Among all the submitted recordings, the regions with the widest geographic distribution and highest volume are our brothers and sisters from Northeast China and Southwest China. And the group most likely to cry during recordings? Elderly folks from central provinces, especially the grandpas. Chen Mo stared at the somewhat crude statistical chart, silent for a long time. Finally, he murmured softly. Pack up all the raw materials, including the initial 1,000+ submissions and everything collected afterward. Wang Fatty froze. Why bundle them? Name it the Earth's Last Words Archive. Initiate the project. Archive level, highest. For future generations only. Wang Fatty's hand trembled slightly. A few days later. After a long silence, the official account for The Wandering Earth finally released its first true official voiceover trailer. No grand spectacle. No intense score. Only Chen Mo's deep, clear voice echoed slowly against a pitch-black backdrop. The trailer's title consisted of just one line. A soul-piercing question. If Earth were to leave, would you be willing to go with it? Night quietly enveloped Shanghai. Several days had passed since that emotionally stirring Earth mobilization order voice casting event. At this moment, Chen Mo's studio was ablaze with light. Chen Mo stood before the massive project progress board and declared with a sweeping gesture. The Wandering Earth main planetary engine scene shooting starts tomorrow. The entire office fell instantly silent. All crew members enter level 1 readiness status. Primary filming location, abandoned steel mill on the city outskirts, main workshop number 1. Clear the area immediately. The abandoned steel mill, once the pride of Shanghai's industrial heritage, now stood as nothing more than rusted steel skeletons and desolate, lifeless workshops. But tonight, it would reignite. The night before filming. Wang Fatso, helmet on and sweat beading on his forehead, personally led his team through the vast steel mill workshops. The beam of his flashlight swept through the tangled web of pipes and steel beams. Double-check all safety lines. Keep a close eye on the power lines, especially the high-voltage ones. Not a single oversight. Not far away, Fong, the prop master, was overseeing several young prop technicians as they performed final welds on a massive metal component. Wiping sweat from his face, old Fong shouted into his walkie-talkie. Steel beams. We're welding real steel beams. The visual impact will be absolutely breathtaking. We can't let our work lose its aura. First day of filming, early morning. A bitter wind swept through every corner of the abandoned steel mill. Chen Mo, clad in a thick gray down jacket, stood atop a makeshift 10-meter-high filming platform. his gaze fixed intently on the massive, intricate core set of the planetary engine below. Lights at the engine's core were being repeatedly adjusted. Lighting crew, one more take. The first shot was set as thruster hatch opens, protagonist steps into the engine core. For this scene alone, lighting technician Old Lu and his team had spent a full 8 hours perfecting the lighting. From dawn until sunrise, then past high noon. No! It's still not right. Old Lu yanked off his sweat-soaked cap and slammed it hard onto the ground. The lighting effects still couldn't meet Chen Mo's demands. Everyone felt a bit anxious, the atmosphere thick with tension. Chen Mo didn't lose his temper. He picked up the walkie-talkie. Lu, this isn't about the light. This is Earth's final breath. It must shine as brightly as life itself. One sentence reignited the entire lighting crew. Got it, Director Chen. In a corner, a group of Shanghai Film Academy students wearing volunteer vests braved the biting cold, setting up camera tracks since the early hours of the morning. Their hands and feet were already frozen stiff and crimson, yet no one complained or called for a break. One girl, responsible for documentation, quietly scribbled a line in her work notebook. We're helping the director film Faith. By noon, all preparations were finally complete. The Wandering Earth, Unit A, Take 1, first shot. The camera slowly advanced along track 1 toward the massive core of the planetary engine. The lens simulated the cabin depth, attempting to capture the suffocating industrial marvel. Before the monitor, Chen Mo's brow furrowed. Cut. The spatial compression is too intense, it's causing visual collapse, Chen Mo pointed at the screen. All eyes turned to him. The next second, Chen Mo shed his down jacket, clad only in a thin sweater, and nimbly climbed onto the cold steel frame. He personally adjusted the track's tilt angle, constantly measuring and calculating with a rangefinder and protractor. Director, is he risking his life to find the perfect camera angle? An hour later, Chen Mo finally descended from the steel frame. Take 2. In the afternoon, they res-hot the scene where main character Han Xiang climbs into the well to inspect the engine bolts. Originally, this shot was planned to use a green screen with post-production effects. But after staring at the prop bolt for a long time, Chen Mo suddenly spoke up. Forget the green screen. Chapter 87, what the hell is this now? Props department, bring over that oversized bolt we used for testing earlier, the one with real rust on it. Director Chen, you want a close-up of the actual prop? Yes. I want the audience to see that tiny bit of real rust on the threads. That's the mark of enduring countless trials and tribulations. Night fell once more. The day's filming concluded. The entire crew collapsed onto the ground, too exhausted to lift a finger. Fat Wang gulped down a large mouthful of water and walked over to Chen Mo. Old Chen, this one shot of yours today nearly killed us all. And this is only the first day of the first main scene. Chen Mo's face remained expressionless. This is a machine designed to push Earth out of the solar system. Every single screw must convince the audience that it's real. Late at night, in the props workshop, a young modeler, taking advantage of the empty space, secretly copied several detailed photos of the engine core taken by Chen Mo himself during the day's shoot onto his USB drive. Back in his dorm, he opened his computer, enlarged the images, and studied them closely. After a long while, he opened a chat window and sent the images. A line of text followed. Teacher, take a look at this. These are the detailed models of the planetary engines our crew created. I think they're more realistic than my undergraduate thesis project back in the day. The filming of The Wandering Earth had entered its second phase. A phase that felt closer to death. Today's objective, main view of the thruster's ignition chamber. For the first time, audiences will witness the moment the Earth engines ignite. This isn't CGI. It's the authenticity Chen Mo demands. Director Chen, for the combustion effects inside the ignition chamber, CG modeling would be safer and offer greater visual impact. Visual impact? Chen Mo's counter-question silenced the entire makeshift meeting room. I don't want something that just looks cool. I want people to feel the heat of death. Use practical effects to simulate the ignition reaction. I want the audience to smell the scorched metal through their screens. No one dared speak another word. Old Fong from the art department led his team through another all-nighter. They were constructing a full-scale model of the thruster combustion chamber. Industrial-grade high-power heating equipment was brought in, blasting hot air at one side of the chamber. On the opposite side, several refrigeration units spewed out frigid air with relentless fury. Extreme heat, extreme cold. The sound of nitrogen and compressed air flowed through the simulated pipelines. Old Fong, drenched in sweat, addressed an exhausted assistant. The director wants hell, we'll build him a hell. Filming began. At the observation port section of the ignition chamber, the thermometer reads -8 degrees Celsius. The camera lens frosted over. Take 1. Wipe it off. Second take. Frosted over again, the image began to blur. The cinematographer, Old Zhou, finally couldn't hold back and shouted. Cut. Director Chen, the camera can't take it anymore. Chen Mo, bundled in a thick down jacket, his cheeks frozen bright red. He stared at the frosted lens. Freeze for another 10 minutes. Director Chen. We'll ruin the footage. Chen Mo shook his head slowly. Let the audience remember this temperature. I want the lens itself to be covered in ice crystals. Old Zhou opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. Across the entire set, only the howling wind echoed. Actors take their positions. Rehearsing the first ignition failure scene. According to the original plan, the special effects supervisor would tell the actors where the explosion point was and the direction of the shockwave. Chen Mo waved his hand. Special effects supervisor, take a break for now. He turned to Wang Fatso and several stagehands. Fatty, you guys hide behind the bulkhead set piece. When I yell action, you guys shake this metal shell like crazy. Props. Get the foam chunks and dust ready. Throw them. The actors' faces paled slightly. Chen Mo scanned them. What I want is your most genuine reaction. The terror you'd feel if this cabin were truly falling apart. Action. Wang Fatso and the others violently shook the simulated cabin. The prop master hurled prepared debris at the actors. Suddenly. Boom. A dull thud. It wasn't a prop. It was a real explosion. Thick, acrid black smoke instantly filled the entire sealed ignition chamber. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Oldly, the cameraman closest to the blast, began coughing violently. Toxic gas. Quick. Quick, cut the power. Stagehand literally scrambled toward the circuit breaker. Click. The lights across the entire area dimmed. Wang Fat frantically searched the darkness for Chen Mo. Chen Mo. Are you crazy? You're not making a movie, you're risking your life. Chen Mo wiped the soot from his face. I'm not filming people. I'm filming a bunch of people who can't go on living, yet still want to live. Fat Wang froze. The smoke cleared. Photographer Oldly was helped out, coughing violently but otherwise unharmed. The previous camera rig was ruined. Chen Mo shed his jacket, leaving only a thin sweater. Hand me the gimbal. Chen Mo intended to reshoot it himself. That shot required the cinematographer to navigate a complex pan while stepping over debris-strewn slopes. Chen Mo hoisted the heavy stabilizer, taking take after take. Residual gunpowder from the cabin coated him from head to toe. Sweat trickled down his temples until he deemed it perfect, and the shoot finally concluded. Cinematographer Old Zhou silently walked to the edge of the set. Then he bent over and vomited. He leaned against a nearby crate and slowly sank to the ground. I've been in this business for 20 years and never feared the camera. But today wasn't about filming. Old Zhou lifted his head, his eyes still haunted by fear. This is survival. Late at night, inside the makeshift post-production tent. A tester responsible for organizing footage was reviewing the day's shots. When he saw the shaky camera footage Chen Mo had personally shot, his eyes reddened. The camera is really shaking. An experienced editor nearby leaned in to take a look, then fell silent for a moment. But it's not camera shake. It's the heart that's shaking. A system notification quietly chimed in Chen Mo's mind. Ding. Footage captured authentic emotional tremor footage usable for final edit resonance axis segment. 4 in the morning. Wang Fatso tossed and turned, unable to sleep, so he picked up his phone and started scrolling through Douyin. A newly posted short video suddenly popped up. The filming location was unmistakably their abandoned steel mill. The footage was shaky, clearly shot with a phone. In the frame, a figure covered in black soot and drenched in sweat struggled to move up a slope while carrying a stabilizer. It was Chen Mo. The video's title consisted of just one line. Our director's gone mad, but his madness makes me want to live. The uploader was an obscure account, whose profile picture resembled an extra from the production crew. The likes had already surpassed 100,000. The comments section was growing at a visible pace. Wang Fatty jolted upright in bed. What the hell is this now? Chapter 88, Humans refuse to stay silent. However, Chen Mo had already positioned himself on a new battlefield. In another, more expansive section of the abandoned steel mill. The filming of The Wandering Earth entered its next perhaps even crazier phase. Today's objective, global shelters open, crowds surge toward the planetary engine propulsion channels. This was a pivotal scene. One requiring thousands to collectively enact an apocalyptic escape. Assistant Director Lao Lu swallowed hard as he surveyed the empty field and the massive mock-up entrance to the passageway erected in the distance. Director Chen, there are just too many people for this scene. How about using AI effects to simulate the crowd? Then compositing it in post? It would save a ton of money and simplify logistics. Chen Mo didn't even turn his head. AI? Can AI simulate despair? Can AI simulate the look of someone fighting for their life? Chen Mo turned around and fixed his gaze on the assistant director. If the tears I filmed don't even convince me, why should the audience believe the world is ending? The assistant director opened his mouth, then swallowed all his words back down. To address this, Chen Mo's studio urgently mobilized resources through various channels. Student volunteers from Shanghai Film Academy. Temporary actors from nearby film studios. Even a group of veterans who heard the news and volunteered spontaneously. Combined, they numbered over 2,000. They were filmed in batches to form the foundational crowd for this human exodus scene. Before filming, no rehearsals, no blocking. Chen Mo instructed the crew to activate the loudspeakers. A piercing, authentic evacuation siren suddenly split the sky. Woo woo woo. It reverberated throughout the entire steel mill. Every extra, young and old alike, paled instantly. A bone-chilling dread swept over the crowd of over 2,000 people, plunging them into collective silence. For a full 20 seconds. The alarm ceased. Chen Mo's voice came over the loudspeaker. Now, begin rehearsal. Remember that feeling from just now. The crowd stirred, preparing to move as directed. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a young girl in the crowd crouched down on the ground and burst into tears. Wha? My dad. My dad is in that kind of hospital. The kind of place where if the power goes out, everything stops. Her wails were heart-wrenching, filled with utter despair. Everyone around her froze in shock. Several crew members moved to comfort her. Chen Mo raised his hand, signaling them to stop. He looked at the girl, his expression complex. After a moment, he said to old Zhou, the cinematographer beside him. Keep it. Film this scene for me. All cameras, focus on her and the genuine reactions of those around her. Old Zhou paused, then nodded firmly. Got it. Attention all cinematographers. Chen Mo's voice rang out again. Today, every shot all handheld. I want it shaky. I want it unstable. I want the raw, primal impact. I want crowds sprinting, falling, screaming, wailing. I want every single frame to look like a real documentary. Action. At Chen Mo's command, the already restless crowd surged madly toward the distant entrance of the propulsion channel. Cries, screams, and the pounding of footsteps mingled together. Cameramen, cameras slung over their shoulders, mingled with the flow, shoved and crushed. Cameras shook violently, capturing faces contorted with terror. A young female extra, running too fast, tripped and fell hard to the ground. Her knee skinned open, blood gushing instantly. A nearby crew member rushed to help her up, urging her to rest nearby. But the girl pushed him away, gritting her teeth as tears welled in her eyes. Leave me alone. The director said we have to run like our lives depend on it. Then I'll crawl on my knees to the finish line. With that, she truly braced herself on her hands and knees, crawling forward inch by inch. The people around her were stunned by the scene. Boom! Boom! The shockwave smoke bombs placed around the perimeter were detonated prematurely. Massive columns of smoke shot skyward, filling the air with dust. The ground beneath their feet began to shake violently. This was Chen Mo's deliberate arrangement, designed to create an apocalyptic atmosphere of impending doom as if the propulsion system were about to activate and the Earth's crust were unstable. The choking dust made it impossible to open one's eyes, while the violent tremors made standing unsteady. Everyone felt as if they were truly on the eve of the apocalypse. Wang Pangzi, wearing a headset, stood atop a makeshift platform, clutching a walkie-talkie as he bellowed at the top of his lungs. 7th channel. 7th channel clear. Proceed. 6th channel. Simulated collapse. Demolition team, prepare. Control the crowd flow. Prevent stampedes. Damn it. You over there, help him up. Wang Pangzi was drenched in sweat, his voice already hoarse. In that moment, he resembled less a director and more a battlefield commander. The entire crew was operating at their absolute limit. Final shot. And the most dangerous one. A surging tide of thousands poured through the passageway, rushing toward the only source of light. Chen Mo personally hoisted a camera. Not a 3-axis stabilizer. It was the most primitive handheld camera. He intended to push forward against the flow, right in front of this surging tide of 10,000 people. The cinematographer, old Zhou, tried to grab the camera from his hands. Director Chen. It's too dangerous. Let me do it. Chen Mo shoved him away. You won't capture the feeling I want. Chen Mo grinned. That's a perspective only a madman could capture. With that, he hoisted the camera and plunged headfirst into the oncoming crowd. Pushing, shoving, colliding, roaring. The lens captured faces contorted with the desperation of survival amidst violent jolts. Chen Mo stubbornly pushed against the surging tide of humanity. The whistle signaling the end of filming blew. Everyone collapsed, utterly exhausted. Sitting or lying on the dusty set littered with debris, they gasped for breath. Someone, unknown, clapped first. Then a second, then a third. All the extras spontaneously rose to their feet, clapping vigorously for the figure covered in dust, still holding the camera. The applause lasted a full 5 minutes. Someone began shouting. We're not here to be extras. We're here to film the Earth's escape. Director, you're amazing. Chen Mo stood at the center of the ruined set where thousands had run, slowly lowering his camera. Sweat soaked through his clothes, his face covered in soot and exhaustion. Silence lingered in his headphones for an eternity. Then, the system prompt finally echoed in his mind. Footage rating, A+. Eligible for promotional grade faith-based editing. Recommended title, Humanity Refusing to Remain Silent. Chen Mo took a deep breath. A+. Humanity refusing to remain silent. This isn't enough. Far from it. His gaze had already turned toward another, far more terrifying region. The filming of the wandering Earth was about to reach its darkest moment. A moment when all hope would be temporarily extinguished. The propulsion system area has collapsed out of control. Humanity's self-rescue attempt has failed. This was the film's greatest emotional collapse point. Chen Mo Studios' temporary conference room. Smoke fills the air. Director Chen, this change, it's too drastic. A bespectacled screenwriter couldn't help but speak up. The original setup had the thrusters exploding, with a wide shot showing the destruction as the main characters witness it from afar. Chapter 89, Faster. That's the safest approach and aligns with industrial film logic. Chen Mo stubbed out his cigarette butt. I pulled an all-nighter last night and rewrote the script. He pushed several pages toward the center of the table. The protagonist is no longer an observer from afar. They'll have to escape up close, from inside the booster tunnel. The thrusters crumbling inch by inch behind them. The head of the writing team abruptly stood up. This completely overturns the previous structural outline. We have to rewrite the character arcs and pacing entirely. And the filming difficulty and danger level have increased exponentially. Chen Mo looked up. This film doesn't follow logic. It's only about whether people can keep moving forward. No one in the conference room dared to argue. The new scenes demanded an extremely high level of performance. The actors must not only flee for their lives through the simulated passageway, but also witness firsthand, during their flight, how the propulsion system symbolizing humanity's hope was reduced to ruins inch by inch. That overwhelming sense of oppression and despair. The hardest part, Chen Mo demanded. No crying. It's that kind of numbness and suffocation where you can't even cry. The night before filming. Inside the massive propulsion shaft mock-up. Chen Mo took charge personally. He rehearsed the escape sequence over and over, every stumble, every glance back. Cinematographer Old Zhou carried a camera that wasn't even turned on, simulating the follow-cam perspective. Faster. The camera's forward speed needs to keep up. The floor collapses here. Everyone watched the markings underfoot. Chen Mo barked. The third rehearsal concluded. He suddenly bent over, coughing violently. A mouthful of blood splattered onto the dusty ground. Director Chen. Fat Wang rushed over to help him up. Chen Mo waved him off, straightening up with his hands braced on his knees as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm fine. Mark this spot permanently. The actor's emotional breakdown happens right here, total collapse. He pointed at the pool of glaring red on the ground. The special effects team had also pulled an all-nighter. Old Fawn led the art and props teams in constructing the broken booster skeleton at the end of the tunnel model. Massive steel pipes were cut and twisted. Shattered nozzles simulated ruptured pipelines. Countless shock-absorbing brackets ensured every simulated concrete and metal fragment would crash to the ground precisely at the designated moment. Old Fawn's eyes were bloodshot. Director Chen wants not special effects but a real disaster. The next day. Early morning. Hundreds of extras stood at the entrance of the tunnel model. They had already heard about the scene's content. A hint of unease lingered on each face. Chen Mo held a megaphone. Hold on. You'll be practicing evasion routes repeatedly in this death corridor. Remember. You're not acting scared. You're thinking, I don't want to die. I still want to go home. Only heavy breathing filled the air. First test shot. The booster frame began simulating fractures as sandbags and foam panels crashed down. The extras screamed and fled. Cut. Chen Mo frowned. Too bright. Old Zhou, take down half the lights. The frame needs to be darker, heavier. Old Zhou nodded and immediately directed the lighting crew. All cameras, adjust aperture back to f1.2. Action. With Chen Mo's command. The real filming began. Boom crash. The massive steel frame abruptly shattered along its predetermined trajectory. Heavy sandbags, simulating massive concrete blocks, slammed into the ground. Dust and debris erupted everywhere. The crowd's screams erupted instantly. This wasn't staged fear. It was real, heart-wrenching screams. The air thickened with the screech of metal tearing, the dull thud of heavy objects crashing, and the actors' gasping breaths as they choked on the suffocating air. The camera relentlessly tracked each pale, contorted face. No one dared call cut. Everyone was immersed in this real collapse. Cut. The passageway lay in utter disarray. A young female extra slumped on the floor, her shoulders shaking violently. She clamped her hands over her mouth, trying desperately to stifle her sobs. But tears still poured uncontrollably through her fingers. Chen Mo walked over to her and watched her silently. For a long time. Chen Mo spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. Don't cry. That means you're acting just right. The girl looked at Chen Mo through tear-filled eyes. That night. Inside the post-production tent. Footage from the day played back on the big screen. The suffocating collapse, the faces filled with despair yet holding back tears. The entire tent fell silent. Only the hum of cooling fans filled the air. Wang Fatty stared at the screen, his eyes reddening. We captured the world's collapse. Captured in this single second. Chen Mo heard the system's voice echo in his mind once more. Material rating, S. Thruster collapse key emotional point capture rate, 98.3%. This clip contains intense negative impact recommended for inclusion as primary promotional footage. Recommended title, We Didn't Lose, We Failed While Alive. S. Not enough. This is merely the beginning of despair. True darkness has yet to descend. The filming of The Wandering Earth had entered its most brutal phase. Chen Mo planned to film the pivotal turning point, thruster ignition failure, planetary engine emergency shutdown, protagonist attempts manual forced restart, ultimately engulfed by flames and severely burned. He intended this scene to be the film's emotional nadir. A moment that utterly shatters all hope, plunging the audience into the abyss. On the day of filming, dawn had yet to break. Wang Fat walked into Chen Mo's temporary dressing room carrying a cup of hot water. He reached out to touch Chen Mo's forehead. Scalding hot. Chen Mo. You've got a fever. At least 102.2 F. You must stop working today. Chen Mo opened his bloodshot eyes. I'm fine. He slowly stood up. Notify everyone, the filming location is closed off starting now. Cut the power. Cut the internet. No one leaves today. Wang Fatty watched Chen Mo's resolute back and felt a chill run down his spine. This guy's gone off the rails again. Alone, Chen Mo sat all night before the cold propulsion core shaft set. In his hand, he clutched a slightly yellowed printout. It was a screenshot of a bank transfer. 1 yuan. Donated by an unknown elementary school student during the film's crowdfunding campaign. In the memo field, only a few crooked characters remained. I want to see the future. Chen Mo's gaze was fixed on those words. The final meeting before filming. After today's scenes, we wrap filming. This shot gets one take only. All on location. No stand-ins. No plan B. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Chief cinematographer Old Zhou's palms were drenched in sweat. He managed to speak. Director Chen, you're setting the booster to detonate for the actual shoot? That's not a movie prop, it's real fire and explosions. This isn't a movie set, you're gambling with people's lives. Chen Mo nodded expressionlessly. Right. I bet we won't be shooting this again. Action. Inside the core shaft of the thruster. Under Chen Mo's direction, the crew installed a total of 36 pyrotechnic fuses. Each fuse was connected to a small explosive device. Countdown, 5 seconds. 1 detonation. The flames shot out close enough to lick the lens of the main camera. During the first test detonation, the heat-resistant glass in front of the main camera instantly became covered in scorch marks. All non-essential personnel, evacuate to the safety zone. Wang Fat shouted at the top of his lungs. Only Chen Mo remained on set, along with Old Zhou, the cameraman, who was also clad in heavy insulation gear and carrying his camera. Where's the actor playing the male lead? Chapter 90, remember, we're not editing footage. We don't need him anymore. Chen Mo strode toward the shaft entrance, its dangerous red light flickering. I'll do this shot myself. Old Zhou gasped in shock. Director Chen. You're out of your mind. What's in there is. I want to capture its final moments. Action. Chen Mo charged into the core shaft. Boom. The first explosion erupted behind him. The scorching blast wave nearly knocked him off his feet. Staggering, he lunged toward the control console along the pre-rehearsed route. Boom. 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 Explosions detonated one after another beside him. Flames shot skyward. The camera lens began to warp under the intense heat, blurred halos appearing at the edges of the frame. Old Zhou gritted his teeth, clutching the camera steady. Chen Mo, clad in heavy insulation gear, reached out to pull the lever that represented their last hope. Just then, another explosion erupted just ahead and to his left. A massive shockwave slammed him hard against the adjacent metal wall. Thud. Chen Mo's body slammed against the cold iron plate. A vivid crimson stain seeped through the scorched insulation suit on his shoulder. But Chen Mo didn't stop. Summoning every ounce of strength, he pushed the mirror once more, completing the predetermined action. His smoke-blackened face bore only numbness and resolve. Click. As the last flash from the explosion point faded, Chen Mo uttered that single word. His entire body collapsed limply to the ground. Director Chen. Quick. Medical team. Wang Fatso and Old Zhou were the first to rush over. Crew members swarmed around him. The medic cut open the insulation suit on Chen Mo's shoulder and sucked in a sharp breath. A deep gash exposed bone, blood gushing freely. They frantically hoisted Chen Mo onto a stretcher and forced him into the ambulance that had been standing by at the scene. Chen Mo lay on the stretcher, his eyes tightly shut. In a voice so faint it was barely audible, he murmured, "This second is real." At the same moment, the system interface silently appeared in Chen Mo's mind. Final footage confirmed, running time 137 minutes. Emotion capture rate 99.9%. Warning, user's physiological functions approaching system safety threshold. The ambulance screeched away. The set lay in utter disarray. Wang Fatty stared at the bloodstains on the ground, fists clenched, eyes red-rimmed. He pulled out his phone and tremblingly typed a line in the production group chat. Wrap. End of filming. The director didn't call cut, so we dared not stop. Everyone better remember this, what we filmed is the wandering earth. The wreckage of the thruster core shaft lay in the faint morning light, like a dead colossus. No one knew who was the first to build a makeshift beacon beside the shaft's ruins, piecing together scattered rebar and shattered warning lights. Then a second, a third. More and more people joined silently. They said nothing. They simply aimed work lights, emergency lights, and even cell phone flashlights at the twisted spire. The light gathered. When Chen Mo awoke, the blinding flash of the explosion still lingered on his retinas. He shifted slightly, and his shoulder shot with pain. Director Chen, you're awake. Chen Mo turned his head. Through the narrow window of the hospital room, he saw it. In the distance, the outline of the factory. In the open space where the core shaft of the propulsion system once stood, a beam of light shot straight up into the sky. Beneath the beam, a dense crowd of figures stood packed together. Those people were his companions, all pieced together from despair, frame by frame, shot by shot. Chen Mo's lips moved slightly. Help me up. Chen Mo, you're out of your mind. The doctor said you need at least a week of observation. A week? Earth can't wait a week. 1 hour later. Chen Mo was already standing in the makeshift post-production shed converted from the factory warehouse. His left arm was immobilized against his chest with a bandage. Old Chen, you. Wang Fat was about to speak when Chen Mo raised his hand to cut him off. It's not about my injury. It's the earth that's gone haywire. The entire post-production studio fell silent. The editing team was already in position. Over 20 high-performance computer screens displayed dense grids of raw footage files. The total footage exceeded 200 hours. A veteran editor stared at the overwhelming volume of footage, his scalp tingling. Director Chen, how do we even begin? Wang Fatso, standing nearby, tried to lighten the mood with a nervous chuckle. Hey, old Chen, this isn't just filming, you're building a universe here. No one laughed. Chen Mo walked over to the main editing console and sat down. His right hand gripped the mouse with practiced ease. Bring up the footage of the booster ignition failure. He watched the final frame on the screen before he was blown away. His gaze remained calm. Starting today, this sequence will be the pacing benchmark for our entire film. Remember, we're not editing footage. We're editing breath. The first objective was quickly established. Cut the opening minute of The Wandering Earth. Chen Mo announced. To test the pacing, the visual language, and most importantly, the audience's reaction. He pulled up several pre-marked clips. Content: the frozen surface of Shanghai, all radio signals dead. Survivors move slowly and desperately through the blinding snowstorm. Requirements: visuals only. No voiceovers. No subtitles. What I want is the apocalyptic despair conveyed solely through visuals and ambient sound effects. Zhao, the head of the audio team, frowned. Director Chen, starting this heavy-handed and depressing without any guiding music will easily drain the audience's emotions and we won't be able to pull them back. Chen Mo shook his head. Let it fall. All the way down. Only when it hits rock bottom can they truly feel how precious the tiny glimmer of hope later on is, how worth fighting for it is. Only then will they understand why some people are willing to risk their lives time and again. Only then can they grasp why we choose to rise again. The conference room fell silent. In the corner, a young-looking volunteer wearing black-rimmed glasses kept his head bowed. After a moment, he pulled a small harmonica from his pocket. He began to play softly. A simple melody, tinged with a touch of desolation and distant childhood innocence, flowed through the air. So soft, so soft. Chen Mo didn't turn around, listening quietly. The melody ended. Chen Mo remained silent for a full 10 seconds. Remember this melody. Hide it well. Hide it behind the very last frame of the entire film. 3 days later. The opening minute of the rough cut was edited. No stirring music. Only endless white, endless snow, and a figure writhing in despair. And the faint ambient sounds, muffled by the blizzard. The playback ended. Chen Mo said nothing, simply copying the footage onto a drive. Contact Shanghai Film Academy. Arrange for a group of students to conduct the first round of internal screenings. Chapter 91, The Challenge begins. Shanghai Film Academy, small screening room. 30 students from various disciplines sat with solemn expressions, waiting. The lights dimmed. The giant screen illuminated. The frozen Huangpu River. The wreckage of the Oriental Pearl Tower, faintly visible in the snowstorm. No warning. No explanation. Only deathly silence and a slowly moving crowd. 1 minute. It felt like an eternity. The image froze on a pair of tiny feet, purple with cold, yet still struggling to take each step. The screen went black. In the theater, no one rose. No one spoke. After a long while, a boy sitting in the front row murmured in a voice barely audible. I thought this was just the beginning. After watching this minute, I feel like I can't go on living. At the same moment,
in Chen Mo's mind, the system's notification tone rang out clearly.
Opening sample 1 minute release test complete. Recording data. Frame retention rate, first frame hold rate 94.1%. 1 minute exit rate 1.7%.
When these two figures appeared on the system interface, Chen Mo smiled. A 94.1% first frame dwell rate. This meant that nearly every viewer was completely hooked the moment they saw the first frame. And the 1 minute exit rate was a mere 1.7%. For an opening sequence built purely on oppressive visuals, with no narration or explanation, these numbers were nothing short of terrifying. Wang Fat opened his mouth, staring at the two glaring numbers on the screen before shifting his gaze to Chen Mo's calm profile. He muttered softly. Damn it! He only edited 1 minute. How come it feels like we just walked through an entire lifetime? Chen Mo ignored Wang Fatso's grumbling. He turned back to face the vast sea of footage. Every pair of eyes in the entire post-production studio was fixed on him. Chen Mo extended his right hand, his index finger tapping on the keyboard. A line of text appeared on the screen. One line enough to make everyone's blood boil. If I had 99 minutes left, I'd show you why humanity will never perish. The entire editing team instantly understood. That minute of utter oppression was merely the beginning. The real storm was only just beginning. Chen Mo took a deep breath and turned to old Zhao, the head of the audio team, and the sound designers present. Regarding the soundtrack for The Wandering Earth, everyone perked up. I've decided that none of the film's original score will be sourced from any commercial production company. The moment the words left his mouth, the conference room erupted in commotion. Fat Wang was the first to jump to his feet. Old Chen, what are you thinking? Not buying? Then where will it come from? Fall from the sky? Film scores. This isn't a joke. If this goes wrong, the whole movie is ruined. Chen Mo looked at the agitated Wang Fatso. Commercial sound is clean. But it doesn't feature live performers. One sentence, and Wang Fatso was speechless. Chen Mo continued his announcement. We will launch an independent project, Human Voices. We are seeking individuals from all walks of life who are willing to contribute their voices to this film. Amateur musicians, enthusiasts obsessed with collecting diverse sounds, and performers of instruments from various ethnic groups. As long as their voices can cry out for the earth. Wang Fat was on the verge of breaking down. He pressed his forehead, pacing back and forth. This is madness. Absolute madness. It's like throwing tens of millions of dollars down the drain. Where are you even going to find these people? And even if you do, can you use them? Are they reliable? Chen Mo didn't answer. Action was the best response. The news spread through various channels. No grand publicity campaign. Only a brief recruitment message. The Wandering Earth needs your voice to tell humanity's story. 3 days later, unfamiliar faces began appearing at the entrance to the post-production studio. They carried various musical instruments or peculiar recording equipment. A unique volunteer soundtrack team had spontaneously formed. Their average age was under 24. There were college students clutching guitars, their eyes clear and bright. There was an old sound engineer, dusty and weary, carrying a worn boom pole, who claimed to have spent his entire life capturing the sounds of the wind. And even a middle-aged man, supported by another, clutching a faded 3-stringed instrument. He couldn't see, but he said his ears could hear the earth's lament. Chen Mo watched these people. They might not be the most accomplished, but their eyes held a light. From today onward, you are the Human Voices project team. Chen Mo outlined 3 vast sections. Surface segment, Grey Cold. Underground City Heartbeat. Human segment, Burning. Each section will be assigned to a different team. Use your own methods to create soundscapes and compositions. The challenge began. No lavish recording studios, just makeshift booths in a converted warehouse. A team of young people studying ethnic percussion took on the task of simulating the explosion inside a planetary engine. They gathered discarded oil drums, rusted steel plates, and even broken sand buckets scavenged from construction sites. They called these objects earthquake drums. Late every night, when the city fell asleep, the abandoned factory district where the post-production studio was located would echo with a series of dull, rhythmic booms. Thud. Thud. The vibrations made hearts contract in sync. A young sound engineer cautiously suggested. Director Chen, I was wondering, could we use human voices to simulate the storm? That sweeping airflow sound when planetary engines fired that apocalyptic wind. Chen Mo looked at him, his eyes filled with encouragement. Yes. Record the breath you exhale. What I want is human breath transformed into a storm. And so, the volunteers embarked on an even more audacious endeavor. They went to nursing homes, recording the long, slightly raspy breaths of the elderly. They went to kindergartens, capturing the pure yet trembling whispers of children.
They even contacted hospitals, gathering within permitted limits the faint sounds emitted by patients battling illness. Breaths, sighs, whispers, murmurs in dreams. Every sound, every breath, every sigh, every whisper, every murmur. Every second, a living, breathing recording. In Chen Mo's mind, the system's prompt tone hummed quietly. Collecting materials for the Human Voices project. Current total audio samples, 1347. Non-commercial raw material ratio, 98.7%. Fat Wang resisted at first. He'd linger outside the recording studio every day, sighing and groaning, convinced Chen Mo had truly gone too far this time. Until that day, when a small team completed a low-budget test mix of Dungeon Heartbeat. The supervisor invited Wang Fatso inside to listen. Wang Pangzi scowled and reluctantly put on the headphones. 5 minutes later. He silently removed the headphones and walked out without a word. His eyes were red. He walked to a deserted corner, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. Damn it! Chapter 92, Director Chen. This time, he might have truly gone off the rails. This is the first time in my life that I, Wang He, have listened to music not to dance, not to move. It's to kneel on the ground and cry my heart out. The soundtrack's creation progressed bit by bit in a grueling yet intense atmosphere. Chen Mo practically lived in the various sound departments. He listened, guided, and refined. Finally, the moment arrived to approve the main theme of the soundtrack. Sample after sample echoed through the post-production studio. Some were sorrowful, some passionate, some despairing, some hopeful. In the end, Chen Mo's fingertips paused on a fragment blending suona and cello. The shang soared high, the cello resonated low. Two utterly distinct sounds intertwined. This is it. This piece shall be called The Song of Pushing the Earth. On the project team's anonymous message board, someone, unknown, left a line of text. What we create is more than just music. We're adding boiling blood to the bones of this film. Chen Mo stared at the message, speechless for a long time. These volunteers from all corners of the country had given this sci-fi film a beating heart in the most unadorned way. Chen Mo turned to face the audio team and those young faces. Finalize and package all raw materials for the Human Voices project. Everyone's eyes lit up. This collection of audio recordings will be embedded into the final film as a special end credits bonus. Its name shall be If Only Humanity Had Sound Left. Chen Mo spoke each word with crystal clarity. Dedicated to those characters who didn't survive in the film. A few days later. Chen Mo found Wang Fatso. Wang, I'm planning a zero promotion closed screening. Wang Fatso froze. Zero publicity? Closed? What does that mean? No title, no plot, no cast. Chen Mo explained. Randomly select 30 audience members, different ages, backgrounds, and professions. They'll watch the film without any prior knowledge whatsoever. You kid, you're trying to play with my heart again? I need the most genuine feedback. The screening location was set in an old, nearly abandoned theater. Fat Wang personally led the setup crew. No red carpet, no flowers, no promotional posters. Once the projector was calibrated, the screen lit up. 30 invited audience members filed in one by one, their faces marked by curiosity and a hint of confusion. The only instruction they received was a single sentence. Please watch quietly. The lights dimmed. The film begins. Scene 1, the sequence depicting the failed ignition of the thrusters. The deafening roar and violent tremors, transmitted through the rudimentary sound system, carried a primal force. In the front row, a middle-aged man in a suit unconsciously gripped the armrest of his seat. No one speaks. Mid-film. The chaos of the mass exodus, the despair of the collapsing booster wreckage, the helplessness of a mother carrying her child through the blizzard, only to fall into a snowdrift and never rise again. Scene after scene assaulted the nerves of everyone present. In the darkness, suppressed, low sobs began to emerge. When the scene showed the surviving humans forming a long line, silently walking toward the deep underground passage, abandoning the surface world forever. An elderly man with graying hair, yet still standing tall, abruptly rose from his seat in the back row. Trembling, he raised his right hand and rendered a perfect military salute toward the screen. His eyes were bloodshot. This isn't a movie. This is history. The film hadn't ended yet. A young female college student suddenly covered her mouth and rushed out of her seat. She stumbled to the theater entrance, crouched in the cold corner, hugged her knees, and wept uncontrollably. An usher approached gently and handed her a pack of tissues. Don't be too upset, young lady. The director said that if you can cry, you've already won. The entire film lasted over 2 hours. Not a single person spoke during the screening. Not a single person played with their phone. When the end credits rolled, when the Swana melody of the Song of Pushing the Earth filled the theater, and when the special acknowledgments for If Humans Only Had Voices appeared, there was no applause. A minute-long silence fell. Wang Fatso stood in the corner of the screening room, his palms drenched in sweat. Everyone, what are your thoughts? A bespectacled man adjusted his glasses. I don't know if it's art. But it's not fake. After the screening, staff found an anonymous note on the message board. My dad was in the geological survey. He spent his whole life studying the Earth's structure. He passed away early. I never understood what he saw in those rocks day after day. But today, after seeing this film, I feel like my dad, he's still out there, pushing the earth forward with them. At that moment, in the makeshift monitoring room backstage, Chen Mo stared intently at every frame of audience reaction data feeding back onto the screen. In his hand, he clutched a thin evaluation form. It was the only one, containing just one question. Would you be willing to let your loved ones see this movie? Only 2 options, yes or no. 30 responses, uniformly aligned. Every box next to yes was checked. 100%. A clear system prompt sounded in Chen Mo's mind. Ding. 0 promotion closed screening completed. Emotional resonance detection, 97.6%. Average heart rate fluctuation detection exceeded the upper threshold for normal healthy viewing. Special feedback record, first instance of unanimous perfect feedback from the entire audience. Chen Mo stared at the 30 questionnaires, each marked willing, and exhaled a long breath. He knew it. This film had made it. Audience members rose one by one, their emotions still raw. As they exited the theater, many still had reddened eyes. At the entrance, a simple whiteboard had been hung at some point. In bold black marker, a single line was scrawled across it. The Wandering Earth, countdown to release, 3 days. 3 days. Just 3 days. This film, the culmination of countless people's hard work, was about to face the market scrutiny. Yet before it even hit theaters, before any proper promotional campaign had begun. Yet online, a flood of rational criticism has quietly emerged. Can a suffering narrative really carry a hard sci-fi film? I doubt it. Don't let this be another trailer is the highlight movie. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. The special effects look decent, but what about the core story? Don't tell me it's just a relentless escape. Shortly after, a prominent blogger in the self-media film criticism circle, a disciple of the notoriously sharp-tongued old ghost named Liku, published a lengthy article. The article's bold title read, Chen Mo's ambition and misstep when grand narrative crushes sci-fi logic. Director Chen may have truly lost his way this time. Chapter 93, this is hardly a sci-fi film. He was so intent on showcasing humanity's agony and struggle in the face of apocalypse that he pushed this emotion to its extreme. But the glaring flaws in sci-fi logic and the imbalance in the story structure have been obscured by this extreme emotional intensity. I fear this will be a house of cards built on tears. As soon as Li Ku's article was published, various marketing accounts and gossip bloggers sensed the scent of traffic and jumped into the fray. Is the Wandering Earth accused of emotionally manipulating audiences? A tearjerker disguised as sci-fi? Is the technical execution truly up to par? Or is it yet another case of hollow technology and visual spectacle? Has Chen Mo fallen from grace? His new work faces a storm of negative reviews before even hitting theaters. The comments section echoed with waves of skepticism and pessimism. Chen Mo, who had just been deified for the bad kids' playground and dying to survive, was forcibly dragged down overnight. Wang Fatty stared at his phone screen, trembling with rage. Damn it! These bastards! The movie hasn't even hit theaters yet. Did they hire trolls, or did they get their heads stuck in a door? This is a smear campaign. A blatant smear campaign. He abruptly looked up at Chen Mo, only to find Chen Mo calmly gazing out the window. Chen Mo picked up a notebook from the table, opened it, and wrote a few words with a fountain pen. Wang Fatso leaned in to see what it said. Hand in your homework early. Fat Wang froze. What does that mean? Nothing much. Just have them preview it first. That evening, amidst the swirling tide of skepticism, Chen Mo's personal Douyin account and Xinhua Pictures' official account simultaneously released a video. The video's title was simple, The Wandering Earth, behind-the-scenes production special part 1, The Power of Reality. The opening shot showed a massive planetary engine propulsion model being hoisted and undergoing ignition tests at the live-action filming base. Flames erupted, shockwaves rolled, and crew members bustled amid the intense heat. Next came the scene of 10,000 people fleeing. The camera pulls back to reveal a dense crowd of extras, directed by the director, repeatedly running and falling amidst the constructed ruins. Some actors suffered knee abrasions, but after brief treatment, they returned to filming. Then came scenes from the music workshop. Young volunteers beat discarded metal to produce the muffled sounds of earthquake drums. The recorded breaths of the elderly and the soft murmurs of children were woven by the editor into a stirring symphony. The dialogue between the suona and cello was tragic yet powerful. The entire special featured no flashy packaging or narration. Only a single line of subtitles slowly appears at the end of the video. What we filmed wasn't real. But every second captured by our cameras shows people truly running, truly burning, truly crying. The video was released. Within an hour, views surpassed 1 million. Within 2 hours, views surpassed 3 million. Within 4 hours, views soared past 10 million. The tide in the comments section began to turn at a visible speed. Holy crap! That thruster was filmed live? I thought it was all CGI. Those extras, my god, they're so dedicated. It looks painful just watching. That earthquake drum, that sound? So that's how they did it. Real running, real burning, real crying. That line gave me goosebumps. This isn't just dream making, they're building a world with their lives. Soon, one comment shot to the top of the trending list. The one who reposted this feature was a young man who looked like a college student. I was one of those extras kneeling in the snow at minus 10 degrees Celsius, running forward with the crowd. After 3 days of filming, my knees were raw, but I never felt it was hardship. Now, I won't let anyone describe our efforts as empty. 5 hours after the feature's release, Film Critically Could deleted his previous lengthy post. Then he posted a new update with just one sentence. I was wrong. I judged too soon. This film may not be meant to be watched, it's meant to be felt. My apologies to the entire creative team behind The Wandering Earth. Overnight. Across major online ticketing platforms, the number of pre-sale screenings for The Wandering Earth surged from a modest few thousand to over 30,000. Even theaters that had been hesitant, initially allocating only a handful of screenings, began adjusting their schedules. Primetime slots kept getting added. In Chen Mo's apartment, he quietly closed the data monitoring page on his computer screen. Wang Fat, beside him, rubbed his hands excitedly. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Chen Mo, pulling the rug out from under them like that, unbelievable. Chen Mo picked up the water glass on the table and took a sip. When no one believes you, force them to see. Fat Wang nodded emphatically, staring at Chen Mo. You kid, sometimes I don't think you're a director at all. You're a pusher. You push yourself, you push your team, and you push the audience to see what you want them to see. New Year's Eve. Lights shone in every home. The Wandering Earth officially premieres. Cinemas across major cities nationwide, prime showtimes, packed to capacity. The first wave of moviegoers entered the theaters. Many wore anticipation on their faces, while more harbored doubts in their hearts. Is it really that amazing? Could this be another overhyped film? Chen Mo better not mess this one up. The online buzz hadn't fully died down. The shockwaves from the special feature lingered. But doubts about the final cut lingered. The theater lights dimmed. The screen illuminated. Complete darkness. The first frame appears. The cold expanse of space, Earth's silhouette. Warning, sun rapidly aging, helium flash imminent. A massive black sunspot has appeared above Earth. Human civilization faces imminent peril. Supreme directive from the United Government, initiate the Wandering Earth project. Take Earth and escape the solar system. The cold, mechanical electronic broadcast voice, devoid of any emotion. All background music abruptly ceased at that moment. The screen's color palette plunged into darkness, radiating a bone-chilling coldness through the screen. 3 minutes into the opening. Not a single word of unnecessary dialogue. The majestic Great Wall lay covered in thick ice, its walls crumbling and broken. A ragged little girl, barefoot, walks across the completely frozen Huangpu River, her small face turning purple from the cold. A colossal planetary engine roars to life, spewing blue plasma flames with a deafening roar. Below, a dense crowd gazes upward at the sky. Their faces showed no excitement, no cheers. Only numbness and bottomless despair. The entire theater fell silent. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. In a dark corner, a young couple huddled together. On the screen, a rapid montage of images flashed by. Amidst the apocalypse, humanity's struggle and brilliance. One shot, a gaunt mother, trembling in desperation with no food, cuts open her own arm, feeding her dying infant with blood and flesh. The boy holds his popcorn bucket, forgetting to bring it to his mouth. He stared at the screen, mouth agape, completely still. The girl beside him suddenly felt her eyes sting. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She covered her mouth with her hand, her voice choked with emotion. This isn't a sci-fi movie at all. Chapter 94, you really want to reach out and give Earth a push. This is nothing but. On the other side of the theater, a single mother held her sleeping child close. She watched the apocalyptic scenes on the screen, the people struggling desperately to survive. Tears silently rolled down her cheeks. She lowered her head and kissed the child's forehead. She murmured to herself. This movie, it's not made up. This is our fate. Her body trembled slightly. Behind the scenes in the theater's projection area, Fat Wang held a cup of hot tea, his hands trembling slightly. Watching the monitor, that opening scene of utter despair. His lips moved slightly. Holy. That kid Chen Mo. These opening 3 minutes are nothing short of Earth's farewell letter to the universe. A well-known film blogger was secretly live-streaming his immersive viewing experience via text on his phone. 10 minutes in. A line of text appeared on his phone screen. Guys, I've got a lot to say. About the special effects, the plot, the actors. But right now, I've opened my mouth several times. Not a single word comes out. Give me a moment. After sending this message, there was no new activity for a while. The story continued. The day of Earth's departure had arrived. All planetary engines worldwide prepare for simultaneous ignition. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. The massive engine nozzle flickered. Then, extinguished. Flared again. Then extinguished. First set of thrusters ignition failure. 17th thruster group ignition failure. All thrusters, ignition failure. For the first time, panic crept into the voice over the broadcast. On the screen, every light on Earth flickered out one by one, from the farthest horizons to the nearest. Finally, the entire planet plunged into darkness. The broadcast faded away completely. Inside the theater, the audience collectively fell silent. No applause. No murmurs. Not even a single cough. Only a heavy, suffocating sense of oppression hung in the air. In the back row of the theater, tucked away in the most inconspicuous corner, Chen Mo sat quietly. Not watching the screen, but observing the audience. He saw faces slightly contorted from intense immersion. He saw the clenched fists. He saw the emotions tightly suppressed in their chests, unable to find release. Chen Mo murmured softly, in a voice only he could hear. This is it. This is the opening I truly intended to cut. Despair, then hope. The film's narrative propelled toward its midpoint. After a series of struggles and sacrifices, humanity finally pinpointed the cause of the booster ignition failure and corrected it. The second ignition command is issued. This time, the camera pans to a global view. 30,000 planetary engines stood tall on the frozen landscape. The ignition signal spread across the globe. The core reactors at the base of the engines began preheating. Just 1 second before the engines were about to spew forth a colossal beam of light. On Earth, all the remaining surface cities. The flickering lights of underground cities clinging to life in the bitter cold and darkness. At this moment, they received some kind of command. Every light flared to life. This was their final, most dazzling collective bloom before being utterly obliterated by the planetary engine's immense energy. This was their final salute to the world. The scene unfolded. Was so real it sent chills down every spectator's spine. The illumination of every city followed a discernible pattern. It wasn't a simple full-screen illumination. At Chen Mo's request, the special effects team studied numerous real-world city power grid diagrams. The sequence of lights turning on even simulated grid overloads, then gradually illuminated in stages, culminating in a collective, dazzling display. The visual impact transcends the realm of science fiction. It was an incredibly authentic visual chronicle, documenting the final, tragic grandeur of a civilization. A young man watching this scene abruptly leapt to his feet. His friend tugged at him, but he refused to sit back down. Holy! This isn't made up. The planetary engine's layout, energy distribution, even the pattern of the city lights overloading at the end. This isn't ordinary sci-fi. This is the most plausible world model deduced step by step using the logic of our real-world aerospace engineering. He was a graduate student in aerospace engineering at a top domestic university. At this moment, he understood better than anyone else that the technical depth of this film far exceeded all expectations. On screen, the plot took a sudden, sharp turn. The glimmer of hope that had just flickered into life was instantly and mercilessly torn apart. A colossal planetary engine, straining under the extreme thrust. Metal twisted, emitting a shrill, wailing scream. Boom! A corner of the thruster snapped clean off. Massive steel debris detached from the main body, tumbling toward the frozen ground. Warning! Earth's orbit deviated by 0.06 degrees. Global gravity imbalance simulation. Inside the theater, every seat trembled slightly in sync with the screen. Many audience members instinctively gripped the armrests tightly. A stifled gasp escaped someone's lips. The camera shook violently, simulating gravity gone haywire. The screen showed a tumbling world, screaming crowds, and the visceral sensation of impending doom. In a corner of the theater, a middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses, looking mild-mannered. He was the technical director of a top domestic special effects company, dragged along by a friend. Now, he stares at the screen, murmuring to himself. He even factored in the creep and fracture of metal materials caused by extreme heat when the thrusters were overloaded. Every detail of the shattering, every direction the sparks fly. This isn't just special effects. He took a deep breath. This is simulating the real dilemmas a future civilization might face with industrial-grade precision. In the front rows, a gray-haired elder silently shed tears. His wife beside him watched him with concern. The old man waved his hand, his voice choked with emotion. I'm fine. I spent my entire life casting high-temperature alloys in military factories, working with those steel lumps. Never imagined that one day, someone would want to film the screws and bolts we made those unassuming components in a movie. Shot so realistically, so awe-inspiring. Whispers began to ripple through the theater, impossible to contain. My God, I feel like the Earth just tilted. For the first time, I feel like we might actually be the ones pushing this planet forward. This sense of powerlessness, it feels so real. Meanwhile, online, the Wandering Earth premiere screenings flooded social media with a wave of bullet-style reactions. I'm warning you, this isn't a movie that makes you cry. No, it will make you cry, but not in a sentimental way. It makes you feel a gut-wrenching helplessness amidst the extreme visual spectacle. You genuinely want to reach out and give Earth a push. Chapter 95, Son, this job was worth every second. I get you, upstairs. I want to rush into the screen and fix that engine. Behind the scenes in the cinema's data monitoring room. Fat One's eyes were glued to the real-time audience emotion curve chart. Holy crap! That kid Chen Mo is a real monster. Look at this curve, the peak, the absolute high point, hit during that scene where the thrusters failed and Earth's orbit shifted. Not some heartwarming father-son bond, not some noble sacrifice, it was failure. A complete and utter failure that nearly destroyed everything. Chen Mo's phone vibrated. It was a real-time report from Tsinghua Pictures' public sentiment monitoring team. The top 5 high-frequency terms in online discussions about the wandering Earth were authentic, awe-inspiring, awe-thrust, civilization. He hadn't expected words like moving, sentimental, or impressive special effects to appear. This outcome left him slightly taken aback. After nearly 2 hours of silence, Li Ku, apprentice to the renowned film blogger The Venomous Old Demon, finally updated his social media. Just a brief sentence. I previously said Chen Mo was using grand narratives to overwhelm sci-fi logic. I take that back. Chen Mo isn't pandering to sentimentality, nor is he merely telling a sci-fi story. He isn't filming the suffering of individuals, though suffering permeates his work. He portrays a civilization, step by step, marching toward its demise. And at that final threshold, humanity chooses to take one more step forward. Even if it's just one more step. System notice. Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden mission, Collective Civilizational Awakening Feedback. Reward, Director Skill Structural Resonance Perception LV1. Skill description, in future script development and cinematography, you will more readily discern the subtle resonance points between visual impact, structural logic, thematic core, significantly enhancing your success rate and emotional impact when crafting epic, awe-inspiring scenes. The system interface faded away silently, not interrupting Chen Mo's train of thought. Rising slowly to his feet, the film neared its conclusion, yet he had witnessed its most crucial element. The audience's reaction was even more profound than he had anticipated. Chen Mo stepped out of the theater. The light at the entrance was a bit blinding. He saw a boy of about 10 years old, holding his father's hand, looking up with eyes shining brightly. Dad, I know all that stuff in the movie is fake now. The boy's tone was utterly earnest. But I want to live to see the tomorrow they talked about in the movie. I want to push the Earth too. 2 days later. The third day of The Wandering Earth's theatrical release. A review in an official newspaper turned this ripple into a nationwide wave. In a rare move, the People's Daily published a commentary on a commercial film. The headline was bold and profound: The Wandering Earth is not a disaster film, it is a nation's collective response to destiny. The piece was brief, yet every word carried immense weight. One passage was highlighted, shared, and memorized by countless readers. In the film's grand scenes of propulsion system construction, there are no lone heroes, no divine intervention. Only ordinary workers, meticulous engineers, children with clear eyes, and common folk pushing wheelbarrows. They stoop over their tasks, they grit their teeth, they build in silence. That is the backbone of the Dragon Nation. This piece entered an already heated public discourse. The internet erupted instantly. Shares, comments, and likes flooded every social media platform. Holy crap! People's Daily. Am I seeing this right? Science fiction. This is science fiction. This is the first time People's Daily has labeled a sci-fi film a national-level project. Remember when people said China couldn't make good sci-fi? Feeling embarrassed now? It's not just sci-fi, it captures our spirit and vitality. Among countless comments, one from a young engineer shot to the top of the trending list. I am an aerospace engineer. As a child, textbooks and movies always showed Americans saving the Earth and humanity. Today, sitting in this theater, I saw for the first time that it was us, pushing our own home through the cosmos. This feeling is indescribable. All I know is, when I walked out of that theater, I stood tall. Outside the makeshift office in the abandoned factory. Wang Fatso waved a printed copy of a People's Daily commentary in his hand. He carefully affixed the paper to the tin wall with tape, taking great care with each piece. Sunlight glinted off the ink-damp characters, a bit dazzling. Wang Fat grinned widely, his bloodshot eyes sparkling. Chen Mo, you bastard, did you see that? You told me back then that you made movies to speak for the silent majority, for those who work hard day in and day out. Now they've all heard you. The whole nation has heard them. Chen Mo stood behind him, reading the review. He declined all media interview requests. He only posted a single update on his personal account. I don't have the power to capture hope. I can only capture the glimmer of faith still flickering in the darkness. The wind was blowing not only within the country. Across the ocean. An internationally acclaimed director, once honored with an Oscar for Best Director, updated his social media after viewing an internal screening of The Wandering Earth. With the lowest budget, he tackled the heaviest topic in the world. My apologies for viewing Chinese sci-fi solely as an industrial showcase. This tweet was swiftly translated and shared back in China, sparking another wave of discussion. The tide had turned completely. Those who once questioned grand narratives fell silent. Those who once mocked the 5-cent special effects fell silent. Major universities, engineering institutes, and even some national-level research organizations began organizing spontaneous group screenings. A sci-fi film had seemingly become a vivid case study for youth ideological and political education. Reports, reflections, and symposiums have proliferated. The cold steel and desperate struggles on screen have now become the most vivid teaching materials in classrooms. Online, a new wave of comments began to surface. I was one of the volunteers who helped build the prop thrusters, just an ordinary welder. It was brutal back then, below freezing temperatures, hands numb from the cold. My parents never understood what I was doing on the film crew. They thought making movies was a waste of time. Yesterday, my dad saw the commentary in the People's Daily. He held the newspaper and looked at me for a long time. Then he said, "Son, this work was worth every minute." Chapter 96, We will not be slaves to industry. My dad doesn't know I make movies, but he knows this is what I do. Comments like this aren't just one-offs. Those who once endured freezing cold for a single shot, their silent dedication is now seen and acknowledged. Day 5 of the theatrical release. Cinemas nationwide jointly launched an initiative called the Lighting Up Campaign. During the pivotal scene in The Wandering Earth, where planetary engines ignite one by one, culminating in the convergence of global light, all decorative ceiling lights in the theater synchronized with the screen, illuminating the space. In an instant, the entire theater from screen to reality is illuminated. It felt as though the audience had become part of that grand plan, personally passing on the flame of hope. Humanity relays, lighting up the earth. This event propelled the already electrifying viewing atmosphere to a new climax. Countless viewers shared the awe and emotion of the lighting moment on social media. Chen Mo's factory dormitory remains simple. Having just finished a day of editing, he was preparing for his next project. System notice. Congratulations, host. Hidden quest, national level cultural positive transformation node completed. Reward obtained, Universal Reputation System LV1. Skill description, during subsequent project preparations, you will gain the ability to convert a certain amount of a social influence into production team resource support. This will automatically increase core team member loyalty and the access rate of social resources for non-commercial projects. Chen Mo rubbed his temples and gazed out the window. Night had deepened. Chen Mo stepped out of the modest dormitory. This was where their dreams began, and the battlefield where they created miracles. Chen Mo found an old-fashioned signal lamp, the kind railway workers used in the lonely night. With a click, a solitary red beam pierced the darkness within the yard. Wrapped in a thick cotton coat, Fat Wang emerged from the makeshift office converted from a shipping container. He spotted Chen Mo immediately, along with that jarring red light. "Brother Chen? Why are you out here in the middle of the night? It's freezing cold." Lighting the beacon. Wang Fatso moved closer, scrutinizing the signal light emitting its crimson glow. Lighting a lamp? What's the point of that thing? Waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Who? Chen Mo turned around. Waiting for the next one, the one who can give this earth another push forward. Wang Fatso felt a jolt in his heart, not entirely from the cold. He sensed something deeper lurking beneath Chen Mo's words. 2 more days passed. The Wandering Earth entered its 7th day of release. Box office figures went completely wild, breaking the billion-yuan mark. Its Douyin rating stood firmly at an astonishing 9.7. Across major social media platforms, trending topics were almost entirely dominated by The Wandering Earth. The phrase #WePushTheEarth became a nationwide catchphrase, a new cultural meme. Students use it, office workers use it, even grandmas at the market chat about it. The scent of money, or rather, the aroma of cultural project dividends, has finally wafted into certain noses. Capital is always the first to sniff out shifts in the wind, swiftly pivoting course. The creaking gates of a dilapidated factory protested with a loud groan. 3 gleaming black sedans slowly rolled onto the cracked concrete. The doors opened, and several men in suits stepped out. They represented 3 powerful film production companies. It was precisely these 3 companies that had recently rejected the script for The Wandering Earth with polite yet dismissive attitudes. Now, they arrived at this humble warehouse with utmost respect, seeking an audience with Chen Mo. The olive branch they brought was blunt and direct. "The sequel, we'll fully fund it. Whatever resources you need, we'll provide." A senior executive, his slightly protruding belly thrust forward and fine beads of sweat glistening on his temples, spoke first. He held a thick folder in his hands. Director Chen, this is a small token of our sincerity." He pushed the folder forward. "A multi-million-dollar endorsement contract personal to you. Plus a detailed copyright development proposal and an international distribution and promotion plan. Director Chen, what you're making isn't a movie at all. This is clearly a complete industrial chain." Wang the Fatso had been leaning against the office doorway watching the spectacle, but now he couldn't hold back any longer. He strode out, clutching several printed sheets in his hand. "Industrial chain? Ha! Fat Wang held up a sheet of paper. Shall I refresh your memories? Recommend reworking the script to better align with mainstream market aesthetics. He picked up another sheet. While this project possesses a certain sentimental appeal, it lacks essential market empathy points, making the investment risk too high. Fat Wang doubled over laughing. Ha 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 ha. Market empathy points. I almost fell for your bull back then, you bastards. The smiles froze on the executives' faces, their expressions shifting from crimson to pallor in a dramatic display. Chen Mo watched it all unfold. He raised his hand and pointed to a dusty, rust-stained bench along the warehouse wall. Wait. With that, he turned and walked into the shadows of the warehouse, leaving the well-dressed capitalists standing in the cold wind, exchanging bewildered glances. 10 minutes. For these men accustomed to giving orders, those 10 minutes stretched like an eternity. Chen Mo finally emerged. He looked at them calmly. You're willing to invest now. It's not because Chen Mo, suddenly became so powerful. It's because of the audience, they're the ones who are powerful. As the words fell, the courtyard fell deathly silent. Another content director from a major video platform who had also rejected Chen Mo quickly stepped forward, trying to salvage the situation. Director Chen, please hear me out. For the sequel, we can offer a global simultaneous release. The marketing budget will triple it from the original amount. No, quintuple it. Chen Mo tilted his head slightly, looking at him. Do you remember how you spoke to me last year? The director's face froze, then flushed crimson as he stammered. You said. Beads of sweat rolled down the director's forehead. I said you, director, were a bit afflicted with that mainstream disease. Mainstream disease, a phrase once used to mock Chen Mo's stubbornness, now sounded unbearably jarring. This disease. I don't intend to cure it. With that, he turned away without another glance at the group and walked back into the warehouse. A group of capital representatives stood dejectedly in place, the tempting proposals in their hands now feeling as heavy as lead. Inside the makeshift office converted from the warehouse, Wang the Fat rolled on the floor laughing. Director! You're the man. You should have seen their faces, like they'd swallowed a fly. It felt so damn satisfying. Now, even if they crawled on their knees to lick the script, I'd still think they're filthy. I bet if you gave in, they'd plaster their company logo all over the poster. That afternoon, Chen Mo's personal social media account, the one that had only ever posted a handful of brief updates, was updated once more. The announcement was brief, yet packed with weight. Regarding The Wandering Earth, preparations for the sequel will commence at a later date. At present, we will not accept any form of deep capital ties with a single investor. We refuse to be the industry's servants. Chapter 97, who does he think he is? Telling Chen Mo what to do? Movies? We'll make them ourselves. The announcement sent the internet into a frenzy once more. The comments section was instantly flooded with passionate reactions. The director is the true Earth engine. He's even broken free from the gravitational pull of capital. Capital wants to use the wandering Earth to prolong its life? Director, no rescue, get lost. Rather than be a caged canary, we'll dig wells for our beliefs. That's true backbone. Our stories, our terms. Stand with the director. Well done. Tell those profit-hungry bastards to go to hell. Audiences voiced their stance in the most direct way. They stand with Chen Mo. After Chen Mo dismissed the disheartened capital representatives, a system notification quietly chimed. Ding. Mission, capital backlash binding rejected. Completed. Reward issued, resource item, creative protection period 30 days. Item description, for the next 30 days, all projects under the host's name will be shielded by high reputation, immune to interference from any capital institution's primary control. Independent project initiation and preparation plans may proceed uninterrupted. Chen Mo's gaze remained calm, showing little reaction. He had long grown accustomed to the system's presence and understood the preciousness of this creative protection period. Wang Fatty, however, was still basking in the exhilaration of his earlier decision. He plopped down onto the cold warehouse steps, still clutching several shreds of torn contract papers left behind by those capital tycoons. He tossed the scraps into the air, watching them drift down in a flurry, his face radiating unabashed ecstasy. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Fat Wang slapped his thigh. They begged us for money, but we refused. Brother Chen, I wish you could turn them down one more time. Seeing their frustrated faces makes me happier than New Year's. In the days that followed, Chen Mo completed the final nationwide roadshow events for The Wandering Earth. Applause, cheers, flashbulbs. Then, he voluntarily withdrew from all public appearances. For an entire week. Chen Mo declined every media interview, skipped every celebratory banquet and commercial event. And just like that, he vanished from the public eye. Wang Pangzi's phone, however, was nearly blown up. Exactly 18 video platforms nationwide, plus over 20 investors of varying sizes. Their private messages flooded Wang Pangzi's various social media accounts. Director Wang. Where's Director Chen? Get him out of retirement. Director Wang, tell Director Chen we'll pay whatever he asks. Money is no object if he agrees. He doesn't even have to act or direct. Just get him to write a script. Even a rough outline would do. We'll assemble the production ourselves. Wang Pangzi read these messages and couldn't help but chuckle. Back then, they couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him, but now they were practically groveling. Worse still, that director from Spark Video, the one Chen Mo had once publicly rebuked, had actually shown up outside their dilapidated warehouse. Before the warehouse doors, he'd set up a makeshift incense altar with 3 sticks burning. Beside it hung a red banner bearing crooked brushstrokes that read, "Director Chen, God of Silence. Whatever you need, we'll deliver. Please spare us a glance." The man even went live, weeping and sniffling into the camera, lamenting his failure to recognize a mountain when it stood before him. The chat exploded with comments, all reveling in the spectacle. Meanwhile, Chen Mo sat in his office, a converted shipping container. Before him sat an old laptop. Click, click, click. The sound of keyboard clicks echoed distinctly in the quiet office. A fresh page of the script's title page gradually took shape. Script title, The Tomato Tycoon. Fat Wang approached with a cup of hot water. "Brother Chen, here's some water." He peered at the screen. That single glance made the enamel cup in his hand clatter to the floor, spilling hot water everywhere. Holy crap! Tomato Tycoon? Fat Wang rubbed his eyes hard, making sure he hadn't seen wrong. He grabbed the mouse, clicked a few times, and flipped through several pages of the outline. The more he read, the wider his mouth gaped. "Brother Chen, you're playing it backwards?" Fat Wang's voice cracked. He recalled the heavy scenes of life and death farewells in Dying to Survive. He recalled the epic apocalyptic ballad of the Wandering Earth. And now, Chen Mo was going to write a comedy? A pure commercial flick overflowing with money, cash, extreme luxury, and pure thrills? Wang Fatso stammered out. You've lost your mind? That's a huge leap. The audience, will they even adapt? They just watched the Earth take flight, and now you're telling them how to spend money? Chen Mo paused his typing, picked up another glass of water from the table, and took a gentle sip. They'll adapt. It's the format. What's shattered is their aesthetic. He turned to look at Wang Fatso. What I'm filming is the most accessible ideal. Someone had leaked the news. Perhaps it was one of those paparazzi lurking outside the warehouse every day. In any case, the framework of Chen Mo's new script soon leaked online. Even just a rough plot outline triggered a second wave of online frenzy. Did I read that right? Chen Mo's new film, Tomato Billionaire? About spending 10 billion in a month? From saving the planet to flaunting wealth? That's such a sharp turn my steering wheel flew off. Chen Mo's making a feel-good flick? Is he serious? Could it be the laughing while making you cry series? Using comedy to explore money and human nature? Whatever it is, anything from Chen Mo is guaranteed to be top-notch. I'm booking my ticket now. Online buzz was exploding, with the hype even threatening to overshadow the lingering warmth of the Wandering Earth. Meanwhile, other directors began aggressively riding the wave of attention. Some directors hinted in interviews that comedy is the market's true mainstream. It's great to see Director Chen returning to commercial roots. A few obscure directors even went so far as to post wagers on social media. My new film will premiere alongside Director Chen Mo's Tomato Billionaire. I'm challenging Chen Mo to a box office showdown. If I lose, I'll shave my head live on stream. Chaos erupted overnight. At a public event, the deputy general manager of the media division at Star Glory Group, a company controlled by Zhou Dongyang, addressed Chen Mo directly. Smiling meaningfully into the camera, the deputy general manager remarked, "We certainly respect Director Chen's creative freedom. A masterpiece like The Wandering Earth truly stands as a monument in Chinese cinema. But you see, masterpieces of his caliber carry profound significance with each work. I feel it's not quite appropriate to squander that on mere comedic moments. Of course, this is merely my personal opinion." The remarks from the Star Glory Group's vice president were quickly reposted across major online platforms. Netizens weren't buying it. Who does he think he is? Telling Chen Mo what to do? Chapter 98, Spending Money is a Form of Faith. Exactly. Like directing is some family business? What Chen Mo shoots is none of your damn business. And wasting it on simple laughs? Before The Wandering Earth, who even cared about sci-fi? This vice president must be desperate for attention. Total attention seeker. Starlight Group? Oh, right, aren't they the ones who tried to shove money at The Wandering Earth and got rejected? Chen Mo made no public response to this. He only updated his Weibo account with a single post. A simple sentence. "This time, I'll let you live laughing." The accompanying image was the first page following the script's title page, bearing several large, clear characters. Chapter 1, Spend 10 billion, must be spent, otherwise inherit 300 billion. The Weibo exploded instantly. Live with a smile? Are they making a comedy to heal our hearts wounded by The Wandering Earth? Spend 10 billion? And you have to spend it all? What kind of divine problem is that? Let me take it on. Chen Mo, you always know exactly what we want to see. In a quiet villa in Shanghai. Lin Wanqiu glanced at Chen Mo's Weibo post, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She tapped on private messages and sent Chen Mo a note. Lin Wanqiu. I haven't even seen the ending of this script yet and I'm already cracking up. Soon, Chen Mo replied. What I'm filming is kindness built on a foundation of money. Lin Wanqiu stared at the words, lost in thought. Kindness built on money? Interesting. Ding. Task, proactively reconstructing the script's narrative arc completed. Skill reward obtained, cinematic pacing LV1. Skill description, your scene transitions will flow more naturally with audience perception, enhancing immersion and pacing satisfaction. Chen Mo felt no surprise at this, merely accepting it silently. His attention was already fully absorbed in his new creative endeavor. Night. Su Xiaorou's personal livestream room was brightly lit. As a popular sweet pop diva, her livestreams consistently drew huge crowds. Tonight, I'll play and sing a snippet of a new song for you all, a melody I personally adore. Su Xiaorou sat at the piano, her fingers gently touching the keys. A melodious tune flowed forth, carrying a hint of inexplicable joy. Her voice was sweet, yet there was something slightly different about it. He always says, money is, we should spend it all. Her voice was melodious, and the screen was already filled with comments like beautiful and new song from our goddess. She sang softly, her gaze unfocused, lost in the imagery painted by the lyrics. Midway through the song, Su Xiaorou's emotions seemed to stir, and the piano paused briefly. Almost without thinking, she blurted out. This song is for my husband. The words barely left her lips before she froze, her fair cheeks instantly flushing crimson. The live chat, silent for a second, exploded. Husband? Xiaorou, you're married? No way, are you serious? I just got dumped? Who the hell took my goddess away? Wait. These lyrics. Money is, gotta spend it all. I swear I've heard this plot somewhere before. The power of fans is formidable. Within half an hour, someone uncovered that the lyrics hummed by Su Xiaorou subtly aligned with certain leaked plot points from Chen Mo's new script, Tomato Billionaire. Spend $1 billion, money is. These keywords quickly pointed the finger at one person. Chen Mo? Is Su Xiaorou's husband Chen Mo? Holy crap. When did these two get together? No wonder Su Xiaorou's rendition of White Boat 4 Hidden Corner felt so authentic. Chen Mo writes the songs, Su Xiaorou sings them, and now they're a married couple? The entire internet instantly went into a frenzy. Hashtag Su Xiaorou husband Chen Mo hashtag shot to the top of the trending charts. Chen Mo's studio phone was practically blown up with calls. Wang Pangzi was overwhelmed and rushed to have the studio release a clarification statement overnight. The statement was simple. Mr. Chen Mo is currently unmarried. Thank you for your concern. However, the statement did not deny that the lyrics of Su Xiaorou's song were related to Chen Mo. To CP fans, this clarification was nothing short of denying the obvious. Unmarried. That means it's on. Chen Mo didn't deny writing the lyrics. KDL. Amidst the massive media storm, Su Xiaorou herself made an even more astonishing move. She reposted a comment from the trending topic hashtag Su Xiaorou husband Chen Mo hashtag. The comment read, is Xiaorou going to star in Chen Mo's new movie? Su Xiaorou reposted it with the caption. If he writes it, I'll sing it. If he dares to film it, I'll star in it. She didn't tag anyone, but everyone knew who she was addressing. The moment this Weibo hit, its buzz instantly overshadowed all other celebrity news that day. Far from unfollowing her over the rumored romance, Su Xiaorou's fans grew even more fervent. Her Weibo comments section was completely flooded. Sis, you rock. I support this match. Chen Mo, no kissing scenes is fine, but could you take her as your apprentice? Let Xiaorou play the female lead. Please, let Xiaorou play the role. The way she sang just now, she was the character personified. Wang Pangzi stared at the frenzy of comments and private messages on his phone, his head feeling 2 sizes bigger. Finding Chen Mo, he wore an expression that was both amused and exasperated. Brother Chen, this. Su Xiaorou, that girl, she's got some nerve. The whole internet is buzzing about you too. Shouldn't you give some kind of response? Chen Mo set down the script he was holding. He glanced indifferently at Su Xiaorou's bold Weibo post on the screen. She's not acting. She's living it. Wang Fatty froze. That night, as the entire internet buzzed with the scandal involving Chen Mo and Su Xiaorou, Chen Mo's personal Weibo account updated again. This time, it was an image. The first official concept poster for Tomato Billionaire. The poster's composition was simple, a figure reclining comfortably on a lush green lawn, surrounded by mountains of cash piled high. Sunlight streamed down, making the money glisten. At the very top of the image, a bold, eye-catching line of text commands attention. Spending money is a belief. Countless night owls were jolted awake by this declaration-like slogan. Amidst this frenzy, Su Xiaorou's Weibo account stirred once more. She saw Chen Mo's poster. And beneath her retweet of "If he dares to cast me, I'll act," the comments section had erupted into a frenzy. Countless people tagged her, tagged Chen Mo, begging for collaborations, begging for an official announcement. Su Xiaoro took a deep breath, her fingertips dancing rapidly across the phone screen. Seconds later, a new Weibo post appeared. Su Xiaoro v. Director Chen, I'm willing to play any role you envision for me. No emojis, no extra explanations. It was a statement as direct as it could possibly be. If her earlier husband and if he dares to film me, I'll act still carried a hint of ambiguity and fan-fueled interpretations. Then this line, Director Chen, I'm willing to play any role you want me to play, has laid everything bare. This is a public declaration. This was a voluntary offer. The internet froze for a few seconds. What followed was an even more terrifying tidal wave of public opinion. Holy. 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 She's lost her mind. Has Su Xiaoro gone mad? How direct is this? Chapter 99, Chen Mo, the eye contact signer. Sis is so brave. I'm dead. Director Chen. Director Chen, did you hear that? Su Xiaoro just called out to you. What kind of divine plot twist is this? Can the entertainment industry even play like this? The trending topics list was almost completely dominated by these two names and related keywords. Hashtag Su Xiaoro publicly calls out Chen Mo. Hashtag she called him husband but still wants to act. Hashtag Su Xiaoro confirmed as richest man's daughter led. Hashtag Chen Mo must be a stock guru in spirit. Hashtag give me the script and I'll play the part. Hashtag 4 out of the top 5 trending topics are dominated by this. Especially the topic Chen Mo is a mental stock guru, right, radiates netizens' amazement at how precisely he taps into the public's excitement points. Meanwhile, I'll play along even if it's scripted has been crowned the sweetest line of the year by CP fans. High-frequency terms like husband, richest female lead, stock guru, and I'll play along with any script flooded social media platforms. Late at night. The lights in Chen Mo's studio remained on. Wang Pangzi paced nervously back and forth in the small office, clutching his phone and sporting 2 massive dark circles under his eyes. He couldn't sleep at all. Thrilled. Absolutely thrilled. Chen Mo, look at this. Wang Pangzi shoved his phone screen right in front of Chen Mo. Chen Mo slowly lifted his head at the call. On the screen was Su Xiaoro's latest Weibo post, along with the staggering number of comments and reposts below it. See it? See it? That's Su Xiaoro. She really has some nerve. You didn't respond earlier, but she went and paved the way for you herself. Now the entire internet is convinced she's the female lead in Tomato Billionaire. This buzz. This publicity. And she didn't spend a single penny. Wang Pangzi gestured wildly, spittle flying from his mouth. He felt like it was a gift from heaven, one that had landed right in his lap. Chen Mo's gaze lingered for a few seconds on Su Xiaoro's words, I'm willing to play any role you want me to play. She wants to follow, that's her choice. Wang Pangzi opened his mouth, about to utter another remark on Su Xiaoro's boldness, but Chen Mo's calm, unruffled tone silenced him. As far as Chen Mo was concerned, the matter of Su Xiaoro was closed. Wang Pangzi took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and changed the subject. By the way, Chen Mo, the news about the green light for Tomato Tycoon has already been released. The buzz in the industry these past couple days, wow. Before he could finish, the studio doorbell chimed. Wang Pangzi frowned in confusion. Who could it be this late? Outside stood a young man in a sharp suit, holding a beautifully wrapped gift box. Excuse me, is this director Chen Mo's studio? Yes, it is. Wang Pangzi nodded. I'm assistant to actor teacher Lu. I heard Director Chen's new project is launching, so I brought a small gift hoping for the chance to collaborate with Director Chen. Mr. Lu? Wang Pangzi's eyebrow twitched. That was the veteran actor who'd won both the Hong Kong Film Award and the Golden Rooster Award for Best Actor. Before he could respond politely, another person squeezed in beside him. Hello Director Wang, I'm assistant to actor Zhou. Here's a token of appreciation from our Mr. Zhou. Teacher Zhou, a comedy superstar whose films have grossed over 10 billion yuan domestically. Immediately after, a third assistant appeared, also carrying a substantial gift and announcing the name of their artist, another award-winning leading actor. 3 assistants, representing 3 of China's top male actors, arrived almost simultaneously in the dead of night to deliver gifts, all targeting the male lead of Tomato Billionaire. Wang Pangzi stared at the 3 gift boxes piled at the door, each clearly worth a fortune, his hands trembling with excitement. Chen Mo, come see this. The script for Tomato Tycoon isn't even finished yet, and they're already scrambling like mad. Leading actors. Comedy heavyweights. They're all here. Chen Mo emerged from behind his desk, his gaze calmly sweeping over the 3 gift boxes. If you don't believe he's poor, don't cast him as the richest man. The smiles on the 3 assistants' faces froze slightly. Fat Wang froze too. That remark was too blunt, too cutting. Chen Mo paid them no further attention, turning back to his desk. The 3 assistants exchanged glances, then reluctantly left the gifts behind and politely took their leave. Wang Pangzi closed the door, glanced at the pile of gifts, then looked at Chen Mo and sighed. Man, you really don't know how to save face. Face isn't something others give you. Over the next few days, major video platforms sprang into action. Phone calls poured into Fat Wang one after another, each hinting around the same request. They all hoped Chen Mo would confirm the male lead soon to coordinate with their promotional campaigns. Chen Mo ignored them all, remaining buried in refining the character prototypes for Tomato Tycoon. Just then, one of the three actors who had previously delivered gifts, the renowned comedy veteran Mr. Zhou, made a pointed remark during an interview. Some young directors like to play mysterious, keeping everyone in suspense. It's unnecessary. Good things come to those who wait, but not too long. Audiences won't wait forever. The media quickly interpreted this as a veiled jab at Chen Mo. Wang Fatty handed Chen Mo the news on his tablet. Old Zhou sure doesn't know a good thing when he sees it. Chen Mo read it without showing much emotion. That evening, Chen Mo's studio released an image on its official Weibo account. Tomato billionaire character profile excerpt. One requirement for the male lead, Wang Pangzi, was highlighted in bold red text. Core trait, must possess an underlying loser quality in his eyes, one that cannot be entirely erased even after overnight wealth. The moment this Weibo hit, the internet erupted once more. Holy crap! Director Chen is responding directly. The eyes of a loser? That comedy big shot who grins like a Buddha every day, all shiny and greasy, does he have the eyes of a loser? Ha 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 ha. Director Chen's taking a dig at someone those in the know get it. LOL, some actor just mentioned it in an interview, and Director Chen drops the character description that same night. Talk about a slap in the face. I used to think Director Chen was stuck up, but now I see he just has standards. Public opinion instantly shifted. The comments section of that comedy star's Weibo was flooded with loser's eyes references. The platform that had been pushing for casting decisions did an immediate 180-degree turn. A representative from Spark Video cautiously called Wang Fatso. Director Wang, regarding Director Chen's casting decisions, we fully respect his judgment. We'll fully cooperate with whoever he chooses. As for the promotional schedule, we'll await your instructions. Wang Fatso hung up and looked at Chen Mo. Well done, Chen Mo. You've got the entire entertainment industry reeling. You don't cast, and they can't even sleep at night. Chen Mo set down his pen and gazed out at the night sky beyond the window. I don't cast actors. I'm waiting for people. Wang Fatso froze. The person? Late that night, after days of silence, Chen Mo's personal Weibo suddenly reposted a short video. It was a student project by an obscure new director, featuring a young male actor in his early 20s so unknown he was practically untraceable. Chen Mo's repost came with just one simple line. That gaze could carry $1 billion. The internet exploded instantly. Chen Mo reposted an unknown actor's short film? That gaze could carry $1 billion? What kind of review is that? Who is this actor? Dig it up. Is Director Chen personally stepping in for casting now? Holy crap! This newcomer is about to skyrocket overnight? Is Director Chen giving this kid a major boost? The male actor in that short film saw his personal Weibo followers skyrocket overnight from a few hundred to 300,000. Countless people flooded his Weibo comments, dubbing him Chen Mo's chosen one. Chapter 100, young people these days are just too impatient. Online discussions about the Chen Mo eye contact signing continued to gain momentum. That unknown young actor became the center of attention across the entire internet overnight. Fat Wang was practically walking on air these past few days. Chen Mo, you're the real deal. One line, and he launched an unknown actor to stardom. Now every major agency wants to sign him. His value has skyrocketed hundreds of times. Chen Mo showed little reaction, his head bowed over a document he was reviewing. It was the first draft of the second act for the script of Tomato Tycoon. Fat Wang leaned in for a peek and smacked his lips. The male lead's careers skyrocketed. What about the female lead? What kind of actress are you eyeing this time? A few days later, in the studio's small conference room. Script workshop. Chen Mo, Wang Fatso, Lin Wanqiu, and several core script team members from the studio were present. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Chen Mo had just unveiled the character profile for Xia Zhu, the female lead of Tomato Tycoon. One particular line in the description made the room fall silent. Xia Zhu, an actress who destroyed herself with her acting. She once stood at the pinnacle, yet due to a single misstep or perhaps a deliberate indulgence plunged into the depths, her reputation in tatters. She was sensitive and insecure, wrapping herself in a thick shell. But deep down, she still has fire. All she needs is one chance, one line of dialogue, to pour every ounce of her strength into stunning the world once more. A textbook example of a broken actress. Lin Wanqiu held the few pages, her fingertips turning slightly white. Her eyes lowered, long lashes casting faint shadows under the lights. In the conference room, the others held their breath. Wang Fatty glanced at Lin Wanqiu, then at the expressionless Chen Mo, his heart pounding. This character profile, it's ing spot on. Who in the room didn't know? After a long while, Lin Wanqiu slowly lifted her head. Her eyes were red. She looked at Chen Mo and asked, one word at a time. Chen Mo, did you write about me? As the words fell, the script team members bowed their heads even lower. Chen Mo didn't answer directly. He picked up his phone, tapped a few times, then turned the screen toward Lin Wanqiu. It was a screenshot of a memo. Only one line of text appeared. Character inspiration, lonely courage and obsession, afraid of being seen, yet afraid of being forgotten. Lin Wanqiu stared at those words, unable to hold back her tears any longer. They fell drop by drop onto the script on the table. She sprang to her feet, snatched the character profile, and stormed out of the conference room. Bang! The door slammed shut. Wang Fat sucked in a sharp breath and turned to Chen Mo. Wait, you wrote this specifically about her? A triple award-winning actress, and all that negative stuff from back then. Aren't you just rubbing salt in the wound? Chen Mo tucked his phone away, his tone calm. She can handle it. But that doesn't mean she can handle it. Fat Wang opened his mouth, but in the end could only let out a long sigh. This Chen Mo he really dares. Soon, news leaked out from an unknown source. The female lead role in Tomato Tycoon and rumors of Lin Wanqiu losing her temper at the script meeting instantly went viral online. Damn it! Ruining herself with her acting, yet stunning the world with a single line? That's Lin Wanqiu, isn't it? That incident back then, sigh, such a waste. She was clearly Oscar-worthy. Lone courage and obsession, afraid of being seen, yet afraid of being forgotten. Chen Mo has truly studied Lin Wanqiu inside out. What kind of divine pairing is this? Chen Mo's second chance at redemption for Lin Wanqiu? I'm obsessed. Obsessed. This is even more thrilling than Su Xiao's story. Hashtags like hashtag Chen Mo Lin Wanqiu reunited, hashtag the script for Lin Wanqiu rapidly climbed the trending charts. The entire internet plunged into another frenzy of shipping this couple. Amidst the frenzy, Lin Wanqiu updated her Weibo. No image, just a single sentence. Even if this role wasn't written for me, I still want to play her. At director Chen Mo. This Weibo post only added fuel to the fire. The comments section instantly flooded with messages like "Fly high, sister. Go, goddess, and we're waiting for you." However, a few days later, news surfaced again from the set of Tomato Billionaire. Chen Mo had revised the script for the female lead, Xia Zhu. Particularly the ending. The new ending reads: when everyone believed Xia Zhu had gone mad, she sat alone backstage in the empty theater. Holding the script in her hands, she let out an eerie smile. While others saw her as mad, she smiled as she read the script. The script team fell into collective silence upon receiving the revised draft. After reading it, Wang Fatty's face turned green as he slammed the script onto Chen Mo's desk. Chen Mo. Is this ing comedy you're writing? This script makes me want to die. It's all broken and insane, where's the comedy? Chen Mo didn't even look up, continuing to type away on his computer. You haven't seen the punchlines yet. Wang Fatso was so furious he was panting. I haven't seen a damn funny bone. All I see is Lin Wanqiu getting driven insane by you. New character concept art was once again unearthed by the ever-resourceful netizens. Public opinion instantly split. Some marveled at the character's depth and complexity. What a powerful ending. A beautiful madwoman. I love it. Director Chen's scripts never play by the rules. This is true art. Exploring the depths of human nature. Others began questioning. Seriously? Chen Mo again? The hidden corner was depressing enough, now another one? What happened to the promised comedy? Is Tomato Billionaire just another case of false advertising, turning into another melodramatic tearjerker? Has Chen Mo become incapable of anything but these dark themes? Please, let Lin Wanqiu play a normal role for once. Amidst the controversy, Chen Mo's personal Weibo account updated again after reposting that amateur actor's post. Still just a brief sentence. You laughed too soon. The online storm didn't subside with Chen Mo's silence, it only grew fiercer. A veteran director, highly respected in the entertainment industry and renowned for his slice-of-life comedies, was asked about his thoughts on Tomato Billionaire during a public interview. The veteran director ran his fingers through his graying hair and addressed the camera. Young people these days are far too restless. A poor kid suddenly striking it rich? That's just a cliché plot from a trashy comedy. What's this nonsense about fate or human struggles? Why not just make a good comedy that makes people laugh? Why elevate it unnecessarily? It only ends up being a mishmash. The moment these words were spoken, the media amplified and interpreted them. Headline screamed, veteran director subtly slams Chen Mo, don't force upgrades on cliché comedies. Soon, countless junior directors and screenwriters in the industry jumped on the bandwagon. A director whose web dramas had flopped took to Weibo with a sarcastic post. Chen Mo's transition failed, huh? Tried switching from thrillers to comedy, but still only knows how to film the dark side. Why not write a live stream shopping show next? That's hot right now, and way simpler. Spot on. He probably can't even capture the thrill points of live stream shopping. The sarcastic remarks kept pouring in. Yet neither Chen Mo's studio nor Chen Mo himself responded in any way. Not a single Weibo post. Not a single word. The next day, the tide suddenly turned. The veteran director who had publicly criticized Chen Mo was exposed for shocking revelations. Chapter 101, Get Rich Quick Script. An anonymous netizen dropped damning evidence, accusing the director of plagiarizing an unpublished script for an award-winning work 8 years prior. The chain of evidence was clear and complete, with a timeline that fit perfectly. The exposé post rapidly gained traction, surging to the top of the trending charts within hours. The veteran director's Weibo comments section was instantly flooded with angry netizens. Plagiarizing scum. Get out of the entertainment industry. No wonder he looked down on Chen Mo. Turns out he's got skeletons in his own closet. You make trashy, plagiarized shows and still have the nerve to criticize others? The veteran director urgently disabled comments, but the public outrage was already unstoppable. The artistic integrity and moral character persona he'd painstakingly cultivated over years collapsed overnight. This sudden reversal silenced the entire entertainment industry. Those young directors who had joined the mockery yesterday quietly deleted their Weibo posts. Whispers spread behind closed doors. Damn, this Chen Mo was seriously unlucky. He didn't say a word, and that old guy went down? Who'd dare mess with him now? When Chen Mo stays silent, someone's about to get screwed. That's become the rule. The entertainment industry plunged into a collective state of tension. Inside the studio, Wang Pangzi watched the online bloodbath unfold, unable to suppress his amazement. Chen Mo, you've truly become the barometer of public opinion now. You don't even need to get angry, or even speak, people are handling things for you. Without lifting his head, Chen Mo replied indifferently. It wasn't me. They just figured out on their own that it's time to shut up. Wang Pangzi froze, then fell deep in thought. Indeed, those who harbored guilt feared exposure. The core members of the scriptwriting team stared at Chen Mo's latest revisions, once again lost in thought. The team leader spoke cautiously. Director Chen, we've discussed the task for male lead Wang Duoyu spending 10 billion in a month. Could we adjust the premise? For instance, reframe it as the trial of wealth, emphasizing his growth and insights gained through the spending process? That way, the theme might feel more uplifting and better align with the comedy's tone. Chen Mo paused his work and looked up at him. Money isn't a trial. He paused, then said slowly, one word at a time. It's fire. It can burn away all illusions, yet ignite true desire. The script team members fell instantly silent. They understood Chen Mo's meaning. This comedy demanded that very madness and authenticity, the kind that consumes everything. Meanwhile, Spark Video, as the exclusive online promotion platform for Tomato Billionaire, launched its first wave of audience engagement voting. No clips were released. No plot details were revealed. Only a single concept poster. The poster depicted mountains of cash piled sky high, atop which stood a blurred silhouette, lonely and insignificant. The caption reads, 10 billion. How would you spend it? Overnight, this poster sparked over 100,000 analytical posts across major forums and communities. This poster is packed with meaning. A mountain of cash, a lonely silhouette who's truly poor here. Is it Wang Duoyu, who's been poor all his life and suddenly struck it rich? Or those spectators enslaved by money? Chen Mo's posters always deserve frame-by-frame analysis. My guess is this movie isn't teaching you how to spend money, it's asking you what money really is. Audience enthusiasm was ignited. Just then, Su Xiaoro's Weibo suddenly updated with a new post. It was a selfie. In the photo, Su Xiaoro wore a simple t-shirt and jeans, her face bare of makeup, yet her smile was sweet enough to make your teeth ache. Behind her, the backdrop was unmistakably the warehouse door where Chen Mo stored all his props and equipment. The caption read, "He won't let me in, so I'll just wait at the door." At director Chen Mo. The comments section exploded. What is Ruru doing? Delivering herself 1,000 miles? He won't let me in, so I'll wait here. That line hits me so hard. My ship is real. It's real. She waits to get in, we wait for the official announcement. Chen Mo. Just open the door already. Ruor's being this proactive, are you even a man, Chen Mo? Hashtag Su Xiaoro camping outside Chen Mo's warehouse. Hashtag she waits to enter, we wait for official announcement. Hashtag trending topics once again dominated the hot search rankings. Wang Fatty held his phone, grinning from ear to ear as he leaned toward Chen Mo. Look. That girl Su Xiaoro is really going all out. The whole internet is shouting for you to open the door. Chen Mo glanced at the photo on the phone screen. In the photo, Su Xiaoro's eyes sparkled brightly. She knows more than they do. Wang Fatso froze. Understands what? Chen Mo offered no explanation, his gaze returning to the script. Naturally, the warehouse door couldn't be entered casually. But Su Xiaoro's move proved more effective than any promotional campaign. Online sentiment quietly shifted back in Chen Mo's favor. The quieter and more reserved he remained, the more enigmas swirled around him, and the higher the anticipation grew. The audience entered a collective state of anticipation. Everyone was waiting. Waiting for Chen Mo to speak next, waiting for him to deliver the final answer and direction through his work. However, what ignited the discourse first was a data report released by major content platforms. Titled Analysis of Recent Online Script Creation Trends, this joint release from several major video platforms and content communities went viral overnight among industry professionals. The report revealed that since the official announcement of Tomato Billionaire's production, submissions of accidental while feel-good dramas surged by 280% across all platforms within a short period. Algorithm teams across platforms clearly detected a startling upward curve in their back-end data. All newly emerging sudden wealth scripts, whether in plot outlines, character development, or core conflicts, unconsciously gravitated toward the Chen Mo style narrative approach. Anti-capitalism, underdog triumphs, extreme explorations of money. Even the protagonist's dialogue styles carry traces of that cold yet mocking tone found in Chen Mo's scripts. Internally, the platform quietly dubbed this phenomenon the Chen Mo effect. Inside the studio, Wang Fatso's hands trembled as he held the tablet, flipping through the report 3 times. They're all out of their minds. He stormed up to Chen Mo and shoved the tablet in his face. Chen Mo, look at this. Look at these numbers. You're not writing it, but they're all copying your style. If you actually wrote it, they wouldn't even dare to exceed the pacing of your script. These bastards used to just follow trends, but now they're practically begging to copy you. Chen Mo merely glanced at it calmly. And this is just the project proposal. What if the movie actually gets released? That'd be something else. Almost simultaneously, a renowned top-tier screenwriter in China was asked by fans in his livestream about his views on the Chen Mo effect. Chapter 102, Chen Mo teaches you how to write a hit. Known for his realistic family dramas, the screenwriter's works are celebrated for their warmth and depth. Facing the camera, he gave a wry smile. Recently, I've been developing a similar concept myself. An ordinary person suddenly comes into a large sum of money and must figure out how to reclaim what they've lost. The screenwriter paused. My core goal for the protagonist was to use the 10 billion to buy back human dignity. But after seeing what's been revealed about Chen Mo's Tomato Billionaire, I get it now. He sighed. Chen Mo writes that people don't need to buy dignity with money. Human beings are born with dignity, they are inherently valuable. He sees deeper and cuts sharper than we do. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Just as the entire internet was buzzing about the Chen Mo effect, Chen Mo's long-dormant Weibo account finally posted an update. To make an audience laugh, you must first make them realize they deserve it. Within an hour of posting, this Weibo garnered over 1 million likes. The comments section was flooded with sycophantic praise and deep analyses. Public opinion swung decisively in Chen Mo's favor. I used to think Chen Mo made movies, but now I realize he doesn't film reality, he lets reality film him. So true. Before, film themes influenced audiences. Now, wherever Chen Mo goes, the themes follow. Spot on. Chen Mo isn't just a director anymore, he's a cultural phenomenon. That line of his? It slapped every copycat right in the face. Others make you laugh, he makes you understand why you're laughing and why you deserve to laugh. That's vision. That's what vision means. Chen Mo put down his phone. Just then, the system voice sounded. System notice silent emergence. You have completed the phase task, leading industry genre transition. Reward, scriptwriting ability, content-driven LV1. The settings you write will automatically trigger viewers' mental imagery, spontaneously constructing emotional models. This drastically reduces subsequent script refinement cycles and communication costs. Wang Fatso was excitedly scrolling through Weibo comments when he suddenly noticed a faint smile playing on Chen Mo's lips. What are you cooking up now, kid? Chen Mo watched his animated gestures and spoke calmly. Then I'll start writing a script where she smiles. System notice, congratulations, host. You have completed phase 1 of the main quest industry structure perception shift. You have established absolute authority over the birth of a new script style and genre. Fat Wang was momentarily baffled by Chen Mo's sudden remark. Ha? Who's laughing? What's so funny? Wang Fat scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Chen Mo offered no explanation. At that moment, the online frenzy had already surpassed everyone's expectations. Tomato Billionaire had merely released a vague concept trailer. Spend every last penny of 10 billion yuan, not a single cent left over, or else the 300 billion yuan inheritance is forfeited. This core premise exploded across Weibo, racking up millions of shares. The entire internet debated how they would squander the 10 billion if given the chance. The wave of imitations kept getting bigger and bigger. Inside the studio, Wang Fat held his tablet, scanning major video platforms and content communities. Those editors who usually look down their noses at everyone now seemed like devoted followers of Chen Mo. Fat brother, look. Their homepage recommendations. A young scriptwriter pointed at the screen, his voice brimming with excitement. The auto pop-up descriptions are all saying Chen Mo style hit guaranteed, and don't miss out on this Chen Mo level thrill ride. Wang Fatso grinned. Holy crap. Chen Mo, your script outline could be used as textbook material for algorithm design. They've literally coded your style into their recommendation algorithm. At the same moment, in a certain skyscraper, the trending topics editorial department. The operations director stared at the back-end data, an urgent report placed before him. One line stood out in bold. Target individual Chen Mo. Whenever he posts statements under 10 characters, the popularity prediction model spikes off the charts. Recommendation: elevate to highest priority monitoring level. Chen Mo had merely opened Weibo again. Edit. Send. A new post appeared on his homepage. You can laugh because you've never been poor. Just 11 simple words. Stirring up a storm. If the earlier Chen Mo effect had been confined to industry circles and a discerning audience, this moment ignited a nationwide frenzy. The next day, secondary creators flooded the internet. Short videos using this line as background music, accompanied by collages of movie stills. Some small teams even pulled all-nighters to produce short skits recreating scenes. The Chen Mo quote style became the latest internet meme overnight. Countless people began mimicking this phrasing, whether to poke fun, engage in self-deprecation, or provoke deep thought. An emotional account known for its warm, healing content also jumped on the trend. It mimicked the trend with a post, "You can cry because you've never loved." The comments section instantly imploded. A poor imitation. Don't try to sound like Chen Mo, you're not worthy. Chen Mo speaks truth, you spout pretentious nonsense. Get lost, don't defile Chen Mo's quotes. The account was bombarded with criticism until it deleted the post and apologized, fading into obscurity. The studio's scriptwriting team noticed deeper shifts unfolding. Brother Mo, fat bro, look quick. A young data analyst pointed at the computer screen. The back-end AI analysis shows that since Brother Mo posted that never been poor Weibo, audience imagination regarding existing plot points in Tomato Billionaire has increased by at least 50%. Their ability to spontaneously construct emotional models has also significantly strengthened. Our script detail generation speed has doubled. Many logical and emotional junctures that used to require repeated refinement now seem to be figured out by the audience themselves. Chen Mo tapped lightly on his phone screen. System alert, private trigger. You have completed the stage task, triggering contextual explosive moments. Reward credited, feature explosive phrase generation LV1. During writing, every line of dialogue will automatically distill shareable keywords and core memory points based on current context. They say I have a knack for catchphrases because I never waste words. Wang Fatty shot Chen Mo a glance. I finally get it. Chen Mo, this script of yours doesn't even need to be filmed. Just these settings and lines alone could fill an entire book. I've even got the title picked out: Chen Mo teaches you how to write a bestseller. It'll be a smash hit. Mosey, once this book hits the shelves, our studio will take off right here. Chen Mo shot him a glance. First, we cast the roles. Beyond the core premise of spending $1 billion in Xiaoju's brief iceberg tip biography, almost nothing about the script for Tomato Billionaire was known to the outside world. But that didn't stop the auditions from officially kicking off. The moment the news broke, actresses across the entire entertainment industry, regardless of their star power, sprang into action. Chapter 103, Su Xiao, what are you doing? The audition was held in an ordinary studio. Row after row of actresses arrived, clutching thin scripts for their audition scenes. Next. Soon, something strange began to happen. Almost every actress who entered the audition room emerged with reddened eyes. Several young actresses even collapsed into corners, covering their faces and sobbing. This script, is it poisoned or something? When I got those lines, I just couldn't stop crying as I read them. It's so heartbreaking. It feels like I'm not acting, I'm speaking for myself. What on earth is Chen Mo writing? Wang Fatso listened nearby and quietly gave Chen Mo a thumbs up. Mo, you're awesome. He can make people cry without even giving them the full script. Chen Mo's gaze fixed on the monitor. It was Lin Wanqiu's turn. As she stepped into the audition room, the studio felt noticeably quieter. The aura of a triple Golden Horse Award-winning actress needed no introduction. The scene she received was Xiaoju's part. No co-stars, only herself. The camera focused on her. Lin Wanqiu took a deep breath. It was Xiaoju's solitary courage and stubbornness. Lin Wanqiu began to speak slowly. The lines flowed from her mouth, one by one. Midway through, her shoulders began to tremble slightly. Lin Wanqiu fought back, but tears already blurred her vision. The final line, she practically shouted. I know I'm worthless. But I want to prove I deserve to live. Lin Wanqiu stood there, tears streaming down her face. The set fell deathly silent. Even the cameraman forgot to cut the shot. After a moment, Lin Wanqiu bowed slightly, then turned and walked away quickly. Next up, Su Xiao. The popular sweet-voiced pop princess had shed all her glamour in that moment. What she received was a completely different script. The female lead must choose between immense wealth and her gravely ill mother. Su Xiao stood before the camera, hesitating to begin. After a few seconds, she lifted her head. Su Xiao spoke to the air. 10 billion. So much money. You could buy so many things, go to so many places. But it can't buy Mom's health. Nor the time I spend by her side. If this money means trading Mom's life for it, I wouldn't take a single penny. I choose to be with her. No hysterics, no tears streaming down. Only a tenderness that ran deep to the bone. The entire room fell silent once more. In the corner, a young assistant director covered his mouth, tears falling steadily. Fat Wan leaned close to Chen Mo's ear. Mo, tell me honestly. Did you write their fates long ago? Chen Mo watched Su Xiaorou's quiet retreat on the monitor. I only gave them a script. They chose how to play their parts. The audition ended. Crew members organized the videotapes. Lighting technician Old Lu, eyes red. Damn it, I went through half a pack of tissues today. After watching their performances, I feel. The script supervisor, Xiao Li, sniffled. They weren't just auditioning. They're answering life's questions. Backstage of the Jinjian Hotel suite. Lin Wanqiu sat alone before the vanity mirror. The audition script lay spread open on the table. Faint tear stains lingered along the edges of the paper. Lin Wanqiu reached out, her fingertips gently tracing the lines of text. Her body trembled slightly, beyond her control. He gave this to me. An opportunity? Or a farewell? Online, a behind-the-scenes clip from an audition surfaced from an unknown source. It clearly captured Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaorou exiting the audition room after their scene. Without any prior arrangement, both of them simultaneously cast a lingering glance toward the direction behind the monitor where Chen Mo was standing. The clip was brief, yet it instantly went viral. Hashtag Lin Wanqiu Su Xiaorou killing glances hashtag. Hashtag they weren't looking at the camera Chen Mo hashtag. Hashtag tomatoes richest man's battlefield hashtag. Various hashtags rapidly climbed the trending charts. The comments flooded in thick and fast. Holy! That look! I'm hooked! Lin the Queen and Su the Queen, what a divine showdown! They're not fighting over roles, they're fighting over Chen Mo. The person above hit the nail on the head. They're fighting for favor. No! You don't get it. This isn't about favor, it's a clash of souls. I hereby declare, Chen Mo's harem officially begins. No, look at their expressions, so immersed, so tormented, yet so relentless. A bright red comment floated across the screen, instantly propelled to the top of the chat. They weren't fighting over roles, they were fighting for their lives. Days later, there was still no official word on the lead actress for Tomato Tycoon. Reporters cornered Wang Fatso for answers. Wang Pangzi chuckled mysteriously, mimicking Chen Mo's enigmatic demeanor. Well now. The role they fought for it themselves. Inside the studio. Chen Mo gazed out the window. This emotional roller coaster had far exceeded his expectations. Wang Fatso leaned in, his face still tinged with lingering excitement. Mo, is the female lead settled? Chen Mo withdrew his gaze and replied calmly. Prepare for the press conference. A few days later, the inaugural press conference for Tomato Tycoon was held at Shanghai's largest convention center. Chen Mo attended alongside Wang Fatso and Su Xiaorou. Reporters crowded below the stage, their cameras and microphones already trained on the speakers. After a brief opening by the host, the microphone was passed to Su Xiaorou. Su Xiaorou wore a simple white dress today. Taking the microphone, she took a deep breath and looked straight at Chen Mo. I want to say, without Director Chen, I wouldn't be where I am today. The reporters below nodded in unison, assuming it was just polite talk. I consider him my father. Boom! In an instant, the entire venue erupted. Reporters stared in disbelief, convinced they'd misheard. Countless camera flashes erupted in a frenzy, shutter clicks filling the air. Wang Fatso, standing nearby, turned ashen-faced in an instant. He grabbed Su Xiaorou's arm. Xiaorou. What you just said, it'll go viral. This is going to be huge. Su Xiaorou shook off his hand. The host, taken aback, quickly tried to smooth things over. Miss Su has such a great sense of humor. It seems you have a wonderful relationship with Director Chen. You clearly regard him as a respected elder and mentor. Su Xiaorou shook her head, her eyes brimming with tears. I'm not joking. Not that kind of dad. It's Director Dad. The character he created is exactly the person I, Su Xiaorou, have always wanted to become in this life. Everyone was stunned by Su Xiaorou's words. Chen Mo slowly turned his head to look at Su Xiaorou, whose eyes were glistening with tears. His gaze was softer than ever before. Video and text transcripts from the press conference flooded the entire internet. Live chat comments exploded in an instant. Holy! Holy! Su Xiaorou's gone mad. She's truly lost her mind. Dad? Did I hear that right? The sweet song queen publicly acknowledged her dad? Hey, upstairs. It's Director Daddy. That's a whole different level. Who cares? Has the spring breeze of daddy literature finally reached Chen Mo? I'm going crazy too. This speech is insane. Is there a more explosive confession in the entertainment industry? Only Chen Mo's script could drive a diva to madness. She's crying. That's genuine emotion. Online, interpretations proliferated. Soon, a fanfiction titled Director Daddy and His Little Assistant quietly surfaced across major forums. The protagonists were none other than Chen Mo and Su Xiaorou. Chapter 104, Starcy? Again? Its popularity skyrocketed at an astonishing speed. The hashtag Chen Mo Dad literature shot straight to the top of Weibo's trending topics within hours. Countless netizens joined the discussion and created derivative works. Some found it absurd, some were moved, and others saw it as a new kind of faith. Faced with this tidal wave of public opinion, Chen Mo's studio remained silent. It wasn't until evening that Chen Mo's personal Weibo account posted an update. It contained only a single sentence. I wrote her story. She lived out the answer. Inside the studio, Wang Fatso stared at his phone, watching the Weibo post with over 1 million comments. Mo, you're awesome. Didn't you say you were making a comedy? Well, now look, before filming even started, she's already made the whole internet cry, and now your Weibo has them going crazy. When the emotion hits, it just happens naturally. Su Xiaoro gave a brief interview backstage to a familiar media outlet. The reporter cautiously asked about her remarks at the press conference. Su Xiaoro wore a relieved smile. I spoke from the heart. I wasn't acting. I'm living within director Chen Mo's script, existing in the world he created. Being cast in The Billionaire at Shihong City is the greatest fortune of my life. The marketing director at Spark Video, seeing the surge in buzz, felt his eyes burn. He called Wang Fatso that very night, then reached out to Chen Mo through him. Director Chen. Mr. Chen. Please. Strike while the iron's hot, create a web series exclusively for our platform. This style. Everyone going crazy, everyone spouting shocking lines. It'll be an absolute hit. After hearing this, Chen Mo replied with just one sentence. No rush. I'll finish filming her destiny first. The first day of filming for the richest man in Shihong City. All eyes were fixed on the center of the set. Chen Mo stood behind a camera himself, the lens trained on Lin Wanqiu. Today's shoot was the first scene. It was also the most emotionally charged scene. The female lead, Zhu, faced with a 1 billion yuan check that could change her fate, chose to refuse it. Then, she slapped herself hard across the face. Take 3. Action. The clapperboard clapped. Lin Wanqiu wore a simple business suit. She stares at the prop check, her lips trembling, unable to utter her lines. Her hand, poised to rise, trembled, hesitating to come down. Cut. This was already the third take. Lin Wanqiu's body trembled slightly. Silence fell over the set. Everyone could see it, this triple Golden Horse award-winning actress was on the brink of breaking down. Wang Fatso stood nearby, wringing his hands in anxiety but dared not speak. Chen Mo lowered the viewfinder, offering no words of reproach. He walked slowly toward Lin Wanqiu. He gently took the trembling pages of the script from her hands. Rip. Chen Mo tore off one page without expression. Then, he handed the page back to Lin Wanqiu. You forgot. The tears written in these words are your own. Lin Wanqiu's pupils suddenly contracted. She stared fixedly at the torn-off page. Above the scripted lines, a single sentence was circled in red ink, a line of Xiaju's inner monologue. You're not worthless, no one's willing to put a price on you. All the past struggles, the unseen efforts, the dignity trampled upon it all surged back in an instant. Large tears fell like drops of rain onto the paper. Lin Wanqiu could no longer hold back. Covering her face, she crouched on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Chen Mo watched her silently, offering no prompting. A long time passed. Lin Wanqiu lifted her head, her eyes transformed. Director, I'm ready. All departments, prepare. Action. The camera focused on Lin Wanqiu once more. She grabbed the 1 billion yuan check, tore it to shreds, and slammed it onto the ground. Then, she raised her hand. Smack! A sharp, resounding slap echoed as she struck her own face. One side of her cheek instantly swelled red, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Pass! Chen Mo's voice rang out calmly. Old Lu, the cameraman monitoring the feed, removed his headphones and remained silent for a long while. He looked at Chen Mo, his expression complex. Director, how did you know she could convey that feeling? Chen Mo lifted his gaze from the monitor and replied softly. Because it's her destiny, not just a role. Old Lu's heart jolted, and he was left speechless. After rapping that day, Wang Fatty secretly sought out Chen Mo. Mo, you. Wang Fat choked out. If you keep filming like this, I'll start thinking you really owe her from a past life. From now on, we'll have to buy tissues by the box for the crew. Late at night. A behind-the-scenes clip from The Billionaire at Shihong City suddenly surfaced online. The title read, #Lin Wanqiu slaps herself in one continuous take #. In the video, Lin Wanqiu's resolute slap is clearly visible. Holy! That was real. Her face is all swollen. That look in her eyes, I can feel the pain through the screen. She's lost her mind. Xiaju has completely lost her mind. Lin Wanqiu's acting is explosive. This is why she's a triple Golden Horse winner. Hey, you guys up front, don't you think the director's even crazier? Exactly. This is definitely a crazy female lead meeting a mad director. This pairing is a surefire hit. I'm already hyped for the full movie. Su Xiaoro also saw this behind-the-scenes clip. She quietly sent Chen Mo a WeChat message. Director Chen, did you see that look Lin Wanqiu gave at the end? She was staring straight at the camera. It's like she doesn't want to kill you, she just wants you to hold her. Chen Mo picked up his phone, glanced at it, and tapped the screen lightly a few times. Once she finished that scene, she wasn't acting anymore. Su Xiaoro stared at the reply, unable to send another message for a long time. The crew of the billionaire of Shihong City was thrust back into the spotlight because of this real-life madness. Chen Mo's name spread throughout the industry and beyond, forever branded as the Mad Director. The short promotional clip for Hidden Corner, released on Spark Video, had already sent shockwaves through major streaming platforms with its groundbreaking quality. Now, with Chen Mo's new project making such a splash right from its first day of filming, they couldn't sit still any longer. Indeed, less than 2 weeks after the billionaire at Shihong City began filming, representatives from the 3 major streaming giants have already arrived together, gathering in Shanghai. Their sole target, Chen Mo. Inside a luxury suite at the Jinjiang Hotel, Wang Fatty stared at the 3 men and women in suits sitting on the sofa across from him, his face flushed with excitement. Chen Mo, they're all here. Wang Fatso whispered, lowering his voice. These 3 were Director Su from Star Sea Video, Director Qian from Flying Sky Video, and the newly appointed Director Zhang from Qinghua Video. Director Su from Star Sea Video, whose previous offer of 5 million yuan to buy out the rights to Hidden Corner had been rejected, now wore a face plastered with humble smiles. Director Chen, Star Sea has come with our utmost sincerity. Chapter 105, Too late, completely too late. Whether it's the Hidden Corner or any future project of yours, the streaming rights are entirely up to you. Director Chen of Feitian Video chimed in urgently. Exactly. Director Chen, name your price. Feitian will fully support you. Director Chen, though Qinghua Video is a newcomer, our user retention is exceptionally strong. We can absolutely provide the best promotional resources for your work. Wang Fatso was overjoyed and couldn't help but interject. You executives are too kind. Mosey, listen to this, listen. He rubbed his hands excitedly. They used to make us line up to pitch projects to them, and now they're lining up to beg us. Chen Mo leaned back in his armchair, lifted the clear tea before him, and took a gentle sip. His gaze swept across the faces of the 3 directors. Oh? Chen Mo spoke calmly. Then I'd like to ask you all something. When Zhou Yuan slandered me for plagiarism and sent me a cease and desist letter, did Star Sea Video help amplify her accusations? Director Su's smile froze instantly. Didn't Feitian Video reject every single script I submitted back then without even giving a reason? And Qinghua Video, though you weren't as big back then, jumped on the bandwagon too, saying my work wasn't fit for the stage, right? Director Shang's face turned ashen. The room fell deathly silent. Fat Wan's mouth opened, his ecstatic expression freezing into utter bewilderment. Chen Mo set down his teacup. Did you take down that last show and issue an apology? No one expected Chen Mo to be so direct, showing no regard for appearances. Director Su took a deep breath, attempting to salvage the situation. Director Chen, what happened before was our mistake. Star Sea Video is willing to give up our homepage recommendation spot for 3 days promoting only your work across the entire platform. This was an unprecedented offer. 3 days on the homepage for a platform of Star Sea's scale, its value was well over 10 million. That's the least you should do. Obligation? Did that mean it still wasn't enough compensation? Director Qian and Director Zhang exchanged glances, both seeing the same sense of difficulty in each other's eyes. Director Qian of Feitian gritted his teeth and floated an even more tempting proposal. Director Chen, if you're willing, should a second season of Hidden Corner be produced, or should you have any new projects, Feitian is ready to invest fully, even take a controlling stake in the platform. You'll have full access to our resources. At these words, both Director Su and Director Zhang visibly paled. Platform control meant Chen Mo would lose absolute creative control over his work, but it also meant he'd gain the platform's unreserved resource support. For many directors, this was a dream come true. Chen Mo, however, smiled. He stood up and walked to the window. My life isn't under your control. Nor does my show. The 3 directors fell completely silent. After seeing off the representatives from the 3 major platforms, Wang Fatso still felt a bit dazed. Mosey, you're pushing away the money god. It feels satisfying, but... Chen Mo patted his shoulder without further explanation. That night. Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving the phased objective, proactive pricing authority secured. Objective description, leverage the strength of your work and market influence to have at least 3 major distribution channels proactively approach you, relinquish pricing authority, and seek collaboration. Completion rate, perfect. Reward, Resource Access Card 1. Resource Access Card enables one-time mobilization of industry-level critical resources including but not limited to venues, promotional channels, scarce connections, etc. Effect will automatically adapt to optimal conditions based on current environment. Chen Mo's eyes flickered. This reward couldn't have come at a better time. Turning to Wang Fatso, who was still sighing in frustration, he simply said, I haven't finalized the release date for the billionaire at Shihong City yet. Over the next few days, online discourse began shifting in a different direction. I've watched that Spark trailer 800 times already. Where's the full movie? The series? Director Chen. Mo Shun. Don't keep us hanging. Release it already. Please, Director Chen, release it already. I can't wait. I want to see Wang Duoyu. I've already signed up for a 10-year membership on Spark Video just waiting for the full movie. Comments demanding updates flooded Chen Mo's Douyin account and all related news comments sections. The entire internet was waiting. Faced with this overwhelming clamor, Chen Mo remained silent for a long time. It wasn't until 3 days later that he finally updated his Douyin account. No video, no pictures, just a single sentence. Can you guys wait? This post instantly ignited the internet. The comments section erupted. We can wait. We can wait. As long as it's your show, we'll wait until the end of time. Ah. Director Chen is so cool, I love it. This statement got my blood pumping. Great shows are worth the wait. Enough talk, I've already got the knife at the necks of the bosses at Spark, Starcy, Feitian, and Tsinghua. Director Chen, you decide. Meanwhile, in the internal conference rooms of the 3 major video platforms, Starcy, Skyfly, and Greenfruit. What does he mean by this? Can we afford to wait? He's pressuring us. Director Su, Director Qian, Director Zhang, what came of your negotiations? What else could happen? That kid's as stubborn as a mule. Even if we offered the moon, he wouldn't budge. Boss, the entire internet is demanding it now. The hype has peaked. If we don't secure the richest man in Shihong City, this wave of traffic will all go to that crappy little Starfire site. No way. Absolutely not. CEOs from major platforms personally picked up their phones, calling Chen Mo one by one or trying to reach him through various connections. Director Chen. Brother Chen. Just give us a word on the release schedule. Please. Don't let us miss this opportunity. The terms are negotiable. Everything is negotiable. Just give us the nod, and we'll immediately clear all promotional resources to make way for you. Amidst this storm of turmoil. At a small industry exchange event, Chen Mo, the hottest director in recent times, was invited to attend. The moment he appeared, he became the center of attention. Countless flashes lit up the room, clicking incessantly. A pack of paparazzi journalists swarmed around him. Director Chen. Director Chen. When will Tomato Billionaire finally be released? How's the filming progress for Tomato Billionaire? Rumor has it you're quite crazy on set? Chen Mo brushed off these routine questions with brief responses. Suddenly, a reporter's lens captured the moment Chen Mo was conversing with several young actresses. Some of these actresses were part of the production crew, while others were newcomers seeking collaboration opportunities. It was just normal small talk, normal business discussions. But through the paparazzi's lens, it took on a different meaning. Director Chen, are these lovely ladies candidates for your new project? You seem to be having such a lively conversation with them. Are there plans for deeper collaboration? Director Chen, everyone in the industry says you're popular with women today proves the rumors are true. The questions were deliberately steering the conversation towards scandalous gossip. Wang Fatso, standing nearby, was itching to rush over and argue, but Chen Mo silenced him with a single glance. Just then, a woman's voice cut through the air. Fellow journalists. Lin Wanqiu had approached unnoticed and now stood beside Chen Mo. Half the spotlight instantly shifted to her. Lin Wanqiu's gaze swept over the paparazzi. Please do not misinterpret the trust between actors and directors, which is built upon the work itself, behind a serious script. A bespectacled paparazzo immediately retorted. Ms. Lin, we're just doing a routine interview. Then how do you explain those intimate gestures between you and Director Chen on set? Some people captured it all on camera. Chapter 106, with that line, the role is yours. Lin Wanqiu's expression darkened. She took a small step forward, drawing closer to Chen Mo. My relationship with him is none of your business. One sentence shut down all the sordid speculation. Lin Wanqiu's presence was overwhelming. Her reputation as a triple award-winning actress was no fluke. The exchange session concluded as night deepened. In the temporary backstage lounge, Chen Mo sat on the sofa, eyes closed in quiet contemplation. Lin Wanqiu entered and silently sat down on the sofa opposite him. The room felt slightly chilly. Chen Mo opened his eyes, picked up a spare thin blanket nearby, stood up, walked over to Lin Wanqiu, and gently draped it over her. He said nothing. Just as Chen Mo turned to leave, Lin Wanqiu suddenly reached out and grabbed the hem of his shirt. The next second, she threw herself into Chen Mo's arms, burying her face against his chest. Suppressed sobs escaped her. Do you know how much I gave up for this film, for the billionaire of Shihong City? To play Xia Zhu, she had turned down an offer for an arthouse film directed by an internationally renowned filmmaker, weathered internal skepticism from her agency, and endured public speculation about her collaboration with the mad director Chen Mo. Chen Mo stiffened. Only Lin Wanqiu's stifled sobs filled the air. After a long silence, Chen Mo spoke in a low voice. Whether you're worth it isn't for me to decide. It's up to this play. It's for the future audience to decide. Outside the door, Fat Wang, holding 2 cups of hot tea, was just about to push open the door when he heard the commotion inside. He quickly ducked back, pressed his ear against the door, and stared wide-eyed. Holy! This isn't just the play being more real than life, it's the actors being more real than the play. Staff near the break room also sensed the unusual activity inside and wisely kept their distance, not daring to disturb them. Inside the break room, Chen Mo felt the sobs in his arms gradually subside. He spoke softly. When you've cried enough, wipe away your tears. Remember, you have your most important scene tomorrow. That scene marked the emotional climax for the character Xia Zhu. Lin Wanqiu slowly lifted her head, her face still streaked with tears. I know. I'll do it well. Because you believe in me. And because she believed in him, believed in this play. System running silently in the background. Detecting unusual emotional fluctuations. Target individual, Lin Wanqiu. Emotional attachment binding in progress. Current binding progress, plus 15%. Status, red marker unrevealed. As night deepened, Lin Wanqiu had already departed when Chen Mo emerged from the temporary lounge at the Qin Zhenchuan hotel. Chen Mo didn't look back, heading straight to his temporary hotel suite. The next 2 days, Chen Mo went into complete seclusion. His phone was turned off and he declined all visitors. No one could disturb him except for the meals delivered at regular intervals by Wang Pangzi. He wrestled with the inspiration granted by the system and doggedly refined the final details of the billionaire of Shihong City. 2 days later, an electronic document titled Final Draft of the Richest Man in Shihong City, internal preview edition, was sent from Chen Mo's email. Recipients were limited to the core team and Lin Wanqiu. Half an hour later, Wang Pangzi's call came in first. Mo, this script. There seemed to be other voices in the background, making it quite noisy. Chen Mo had just brewed himself a cup of tea. His tone remained calm. What's up? No, Mosey, forget what's wrong for now, just check your WeChat. And mine too. There's a bunch of people asking me to pass on messages. Chen Mo opened WeChat. Sure enough, a string of friend requests and unread messages appeared. Most were from agents within the industry or familiar producers. The messages were all similar, each subtly hinting that their talent had read the script and was very interested in a particular role. 5. In just half an hour, 5 big-name actresses have already sent people to inquire about roles indirectly. And this is just the internal preview. Chen Mo swiped open his phone screen and tapped into his social feed. The latest update came from Su Xiao. Attached was a screenshot of a line from the script circled in bright red. The caption read, "This role is mine. Anyone who tries to take it off me is cut off for good." Below it, a string of likes and question marks from industry friends. Wang Pangzi saw it too and gasped over there. Sis Xiao, that's way too direct. Mosey, take a look at this list, brother Lin. They're all rising stars in the industry, and a few are currently popular young actresses. Aren't you going to pick and choose? Fat Wang already had a compiled list of actresses who'd reached out to him. Behind each name lay significant influence and buzz. Chen Mo lifted her teacup and blew gently on it. No need to show me the files. Those who can act don't need me to pick them. Those who can't act aren't worthy of my consideration. The news quickly spread within a small circle of the industry. Chen Mo's studio would hold a private audition for a special supporting role in The Billionaire of Shihong City. When actresses caught wind of the character's description through various channels, they collectively went into a frenzy. A terminally ill ex-wife who uses $1 billion inheritance to force the male lead to remarry after her death? What kind of wild imagination is this? It's insane. If played well, this role would be absolutely brilliant. Not just stand out, it's practically guaranteed to be the year's biggest talking point. The audition was scheduled in a small screening room at Xinghe Pictures. Chen Mo sat impassively behind the director's monitor. The assistant director held the actor's resume and calmly scribbled a line in his notebook. Are they here to act or to become someone special to him? Quite a few actresses showed up. Some were familiar faces from Su Xiao's social media circle, and upon seeing Su Xiao in person, their expressions turned slightly awkward. Su Xiao dressed simply today, a white t-shirt and jeans, barefaced. She sat directly in the front row. Several actresses took turns going in to audition a scene. Most portrayed the frailty of a terminal illness or complex emotions toward the male lead. Their performances were competent, they had the technique, but something felt missing. Chen Mo remained silent throughout, observing without comment. When it was a rising young starlet's turn, she finished her scene and looked at Chen Mo with hopeful eyes. Chen Mo still didn't speak. The atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, Su Xiao stood up. She surveyed the assembled actresses with a clear, resonant voice. Who among you can deliver that line he wrote? If anyone can, I, Su Xiao, will quit immediately. All eyes in the room focused on her. Taking a deep breath, the usual sweetness vanished from her eyes. She tilted her head slightly, her voice soft. Don't love me. Only when I'm dead can you spend your money. In that instant, everyone present felt a chill rise from the depths of their souls. It wasn't mere sorrow, nor was it mere despair. It was a kind of love tinged with extreme possessiveness, a sickening clarity. Chen Mo, who had kept his eyes lowered the entire time, lifted his head for the first time. His gaze fell upon Su Xiaoro. That's the line. The role is yours. Chapter 107. He never said he loved us, but we all believed him. The words fell. A collective gasp and murmurs of disbelief rippled through the audition room. Fat Wang's mouth hung open wide, unable to close for a long while. That afternoon. Hashtag Chen Mo script reading that Empress of China. Hashtag Su Xiaoro lands role with one-line hashtag. Hashtag Shihong City's richest man's wildest female supporting role hashtag. Several hashtags quietly climbed onto Weibo's trending list, their popularity skyrocketing. In the comments sections and major film forums, countless comments began building anticipation, filled with unprecedented excitement for this character and this film. Inside the set of The Billionaire of Shihong City. Inside the studio, lights blazed hot. All eyes were fixed on Lin Wanqiu at the center of the set. This was a crucial emotional outburst scene for Xia Zhu. She must convey shock, disappointment, and a rage born of being toyed with upon learning the truth about Wang Duoyu's extravagance. Take 9. Cut. Chen Mo's voice came through the monitor microphone. Lin Wanqiu's chest heaved violently, strands of hair damp with sweat clinging to her smooth forehead. Though she was already the youngest triple award-winning actress in Chinese cinema, she now resembled a rookie facing repeated takes before the camera. The makeup team approached cautiously with their kits, ready to touch up her makeup. Lin Wanqiu waved them off, signaling they didn't need to come closer. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to steady her emotions. Behind the monitor, Chen Mo remained expressionless. He didn't call action, nor did he offer any direction. He simply watched in silence. Wang Fatso fidgeted nervously beside him, his hands rubbing together. Several times he opened his mouth to speak, only to be silenced by Chen Mo's icy stare. Another attempt. Lin Wanqiu managed only a single syllable before her emotions stalled again. Cut. Chen Mo's voice rang out once more. Lin Wanqiu snapped her eyes open and rushed to the monitor in a few strides. Chen Mo. Are you the director, or the judge? I'm not your tool. The set fell instantly silent. Chen Mo lifted his eyes to meet Lin Wanqiu's furious glare. He spoke slowly. What I write isn't dialogue. It was the truth you dared not speak. Lin Wanqiu's lips trembled slightly, but in the end, she said nothing. She turned and walked out of the studio without looking back. Wang Fatty watched her receding figure, then approached Chen Mo with concern. Mo, this Xia Zhu, is she about to bail? The investors, plus Lin Yingho's team, this. Chen Mo's gaze lingered on the direction Lin Wanqiu had departed, offering no reply. Half an hour later. The assistant director discreetly pulled up the surveillance feed from the backstage lounge. Lin Wanqiu appeared on the screen. She walked over to the director's chair Chen Mo usually occupied. She took a pink thermos from her bag and gently placed it in the recessed area beside the chair's armrest. Then, she unscrewed the lid, tested the water temperature. She replaced the lid gently, leaving it slightly ajar rather than screwing it tight. This allowed the steam to escape and made it easier to remove later. Only after completing these actions did she turn and walk away. The surveillance footage was silent, yet her careful movements were clearly visible. Chen Mo rose from the monitor and walked toward his director's chair. His gaze naturally fell upon the pink thermos. He picked it up and unscrewed the lid. The water was warm, just right for drinking. He took a sip and set the cup down. She hasn't left. She's waiting for me to come back. The words had barely left his mouth. Lin Wanqiu's figure reappeared at the studio entrance. Her makeup had been touched up, but the red veins beneath her eyes remained unmistakable. Only that intense fury had transformed into something deeper. She strode directly to Chen Mo. Director Chen. I'd like to change the original blocking. Chen Mo looked at her. Lin Wanqiu took a deep breath. I want to approach the breakdown scene differently. Give me 10 minutes. Chen Mo nodded slightly. Clapper, lights, action. 10 minutes later. Filming resumed. Lin Wanqiu stood rooted to the spot, omitting the scripted pacing and object throwing. When her co-star finished his line, her eyes widened in disbelief, then a slow curve spread across her lips. It wasn't a smile, but something colder than tears. Tears began to fall in large, unbidden drops. Her body trembled slightly, starting from her fingertips and spreading throughout her entire being. The despair seeping from her very bones and the crushing sense of being deceived sent a chill through everyone present. Cut. The scene wrapped, and the crew breathed a collective sigh of relief. The assistant director approached Chen Mo, observing Lin Wanqiu's back as she tried to compose herself. Director, she was different today. Today, she began to believe in herself. A cold, mechanical alert sounded silently in Chen Mo's mind. Ding! Detected deepening emotional resonance between character Xia Zhu and performer Lin Wanqiu. Emotional depth plus 23%, linking character profile. Wang Fat scratched his head. Mosey, what do you think about this Lin, the big movie star? What exactly is she trying to do? Is she trying to portray my character Xia Zhu well? Or is she trying to keep me? Wang Fatso was about to ask more. Chen Mo had already turned and walked toward the studio exit. That's a wrap. The The crew, exhausted after a long day's work, breathed a sigh of relief and began packing up their equipment. Chen Mo didn't return to the hotel. Alone, he returned to the production team's rented workspace. He opened his laptop and pulled up the script for The Billionaire of Shihong City. Meanwhile, a behind-the-scenes video, secretly filmed on set, was quietly gaining traction across major video platforms and social media. The video's title was blunt and straightforward: "They all love this man." The editing was skillfully done. First, Su Xiaoro, the sweet-voiced pop princess, entered Chen Mo's dressing room carrying an elegant lunchbox, smiling as she arranged the food neatly. Next, Lin Wanqiu, the triple Golden Horse Award-winning actress, appears barefaced with black-rimmed glasses. She sits beside Chen Mo at the monitor, intently discussing something while pointing at a page in the script. Soft lighting bathes the scene in a tranquil atmosphere. The video concluded with a voiceover. "He never said I love you, but we all believed him." The comments section exploded. Holy! What kind of divine treatment is Chen Mo getting? Su Xiaoro on his left, Lin Wanqiu on his right? What do you know, upstairs? This is the allure of talent. Hidden Corner became a masterpiece, and The Billionaire of Shihong City is trending before its premiere. This guy is no ordinary man. I'm jealous. I want to deliver meals to director Chen and help him edit scripts too. He never said I love you, but we all believed him. That line was so powerful. What kind of scriptwriting masterclass is this? It's not just script development. Chen Mo is a master of destiny. He's got all these goddesses wrapped around his finger. Please, Director Chen, open a class. Teach us how to make goddesses chase us. Chen Mo remained oblivious to the storm brewing outside. Just then, the system's voice sounded unexpectedly in his mind. Ding! Bonding triggered, initial beauty relationship established. Reward feature unlocked, character perception, LV1 automatically senses changes in the red's emotional state, providing writing feedback bonuses. Chen Mo ignored the system prompt. He picked up his pen and slowly wrote 2 lines on the blank page of the script's title page. They want to live within the play. I'll make mine more real than the play itself. Chapter 108. Director Chen, what do you mean by that? Wang Fat pushed open the door and walked in, still holding his phone. Clearly he'd seen that video too. Mosey, that video online. Before he could finish, his gaze was drawn to the draft script on Chen Mo's desk. It was the revised ending for Xia Zhu. Wang Fatso leaned closer. After just one glance, he sucked in a sharp breath. Xia Zhu is dead? Mo, this is way too harsh. Xia Zhu was such a wonderful girl, how could you let her die? Chen Mo lifted his eyes. I didn't make her die. She forced me to write this ending. A faint gasp escaped from the doorway. Lin Wanqiu stood there, also carrying a thermos lunchbox. She had clearly seen the draft too. Her eyes instantly reddened. Chen Mo. Her voice trembled. If you dare to film it like this, I'll cut ties with you. Chen Mo turned his gaze to her, his tone calm. But you'll still act, right? Lin Wanqiu's lips trembled. Tears finally spilled over her cheeks. Without a sound, she simply nodded silently, her head heavy with resolve. The character perception function unlocked by the system was no mere gimmick. It allowed Chen Mo to more keenly sense the genuine emotional fluctuations of female characters with whom he formed emotional bonds. These fluctuations, in turn, influenced his writing, making the characters on paper more vivid, more real, and more brutal. Because truth often breaks hearts more than drama ever could. The atmosphere on set remained heavy for days due to Xia Zhu's fate. Chen Mo, however, carried on as if nothing had happened, working as usual. That day, he added a new scene to the script. A confrontation between Xia Zhu and her terminally ill ex-wife, a dual lead breakdown scene. In the makeup room. Lin Wanqiu, what gives you the right to change my positioning? That line is clearly the emotional climax of my scene. Su Xiaoro had poured immense effort into the role of the terminally ill ex-wife, and now felt her performance space had been violated. Lin Wanqiu's expression was equally grim. She had just weathered the shock of Xia Zhu's character being written out, leaving her emotions already unstable. Su Xiaoro, I am Xia Zhu. This scene is my moment. Your emotions must serve the whole, not let you steal the spotlight. The triple award-winning actress unleashed her full presence, refusing to budge an inch. Stealing the spotlight? I'd say you're using your seniority to bully newcomers. Do you even understand what dramatic tension means? The voices grew louder and louder. Thud. A dull thud echoed. It was Su Xiaoro. She shoved Lin Wanqiu hard. Lin Wanqiu stumbled back, crashing into the vanity table. Bottles and jars scattered across the floor. Ah! The young makeup artist beside them burst into tears in fright. Teachers, please stop arguing. Wang Fatso rushed in from outside at the commotion, his scalp tingling at the sight of the mess. Oh my goodness, ladies! What's going on here? Let's talk this out calmly, okay? Get out of my way. Su Xiaoro roared angrily. Lin Wanqiu shot him a glance. Wang Yi, do you even understand emotions? Wang the Fat stood awkwardly rooted to the spot. Just then, a figure appeared at the doorway. Chen Mo. The entire room fell silent instantly. Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiao's anger hadn't yet faded from their faces, but both instinctively froze, turning their gaze toward Chen Mo. Chen Mo stepped inside. No matter how well you act, the audience can't tell who you're pretending to be. Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiao froze. Their expressions froze as they processed the meaning of his words. Chen Mo walked between them, picking up the newly added confrontation scene from the scattered pages of the script nearby. Under everyone's stunned gaze, he gripped it tightly with both hands. Rip. The script was torn clean in two. Pieces of paper drifted down. This play, we're not filming it. You're not worthy. Tears suddenly welled up in Su Xiao's eyes. Chen Mo. You can't do this. I've given everything for this role. I fought so hard to play it well. Lin Wanqiu bit her lower lip hard, her fingertips turning white from the pressure. She stared at Chen Mo, enunciating each word clearly. I don't want to be replaced either. Chen Mo watched them coldly. Instead of fighting over the role, fight for yourselves. If you want to stand in your lines, stop pushing each other out first. In the corner, Wang the Fatso watched with his jaw dropped. He opened his mouth, struggling for words before finally managing to say, "Nemo, what he said, it's not like a director, it's like an officer. That presence, those tactics, this wasn't filmmaking. It was a military crackdown." The next day, on set, it was that very scene, that dual female leads breakdown confrontation that Chen Mo had torn up and then reprinted. No one knew what Chen Mo had discussed with the two leading ladies the night before. The camera rolled. Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiao stood before the lens. Gone was yesterday's tense standoff. The moment their gazes met, it was a collision of their characters' souls. Their lines, movements, and the eruption and progression of emotion flowed as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Perfectly in sync. One continuous take. Cut. The assistant director stared at the monitor, taking a long moment to find his voice before uttering just 3 words. They're crazy. Whether he meant the character, the actor, or the director, no one knew. All anyone knew was that the scene was in the can. Ding. System log, red thread, relationship stability plus 10%. Dominance plus 25%. The success of that dual female lead breakdown confrontation scene lightened the mood on set considerably. Fat Wang was especially beaming, bragging to everyone about Chen Mo's divine intervention. Yet, peaceful days are always fleeting. That afternoon, filming had just wrapped up. An uninvited guest arrived outside the makeshift crew lounge. Dressed in a sharp suit, he exuded confidence. "Excuse me, is Director Chen Mo available?" The man introduced himself as Zhang, a representative from the copyright department of a well-known domestic video platform. Upon hearing he was from the platform, Wang the Fat quickly assumed it was about the billionaire of Shihong City and ushered him inside. Chen Mo had just taken off his headphones and accepted a glass of water from his assistant. "Director Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you." Representative Zhang extended his hand with a forced smile. Chen Mo gave a perfunctory handshake. "What brings you here?" Zhang pulled out a chair and plopped down. "Our platform is interested in your series, Hidden Corner." Chen Mo remained expressionless, gesturing for him to continue. Zhang pulled a document from his briefcase and slid it toward Chen Mo. "This is our proposed buyout contract, 30 million yuan. This price is the absolute ceiling in the industry." Wang Fatty grimaced beside them. 30 million? Was this guy joking? Chen Mo didn't even glance at the contract, merely lifting his water cup for a sip. Seeing Chen Mo's unmoved expression, Representative Zhang said, "Director Chen, I know you're hot right now. Your name is all over the internet. But to be blunt, this is the peak of your popularity. Without a major platform like ours to keep you in the spotlight, your little spark will fade fast. Without our platform, you're nothing." Chen Mo didn't respond. He turned his head and said to Wang the fat guy beside him, "Fatso, turn on the voice recorder on your phone." Wang Fat paused for a moment before instantly understanding. He pulled out his phone and tapped the screen. The recording icon lit up. Representative Zhang's expression shifted slightly. "Director Chen, what do you mean by this?" Chapter 109, Bro, you're awesome. Nothing much. I just thought Representative Zhang's words were brilliant and worth recording. Representative Zhang snorted. "Since Director Chen doesn't know a good thing when he sees it, forget it. Our platform has plenty of content. We don't need your tomato tycoon. He tucked away the contract, stood up, and walked out, muttering under his breath. Giving someone face, but they don't want it. The moment he was gone, Fat Wang immediately leaned in. "Mosey, that jerk is way too cocky. 30 million? Like he's giving change to a beggar. And he dares say you're nothing without their platform? Put. Edit the recording from earlier. Highlight that line, without our platform, you're nothing. And that 30 million quote too." Wang Fatso's eyes lit up. "Got it, bro." He took Chen Mo's phone and started editing. The production team had a dedicated short video promotion unit, all young folks who knew their stuff. Fat Wang tossed the recording straight to them. Less than half an hour later, a fresh video was ready. The title was blunt and provocative, 30 million to humiliate Chen Mo? Do you think directing is begging for food? The video featured Representative Zhang's arrogant speech, paired with mocking subtitles and a sarcastic soundtrack. Fat Wang personally approved its release under the official account of the richest man in Shihong City crew, posting it directly to Douyin and major social media platforms. The moment it went live, within just 3 hours, it shot to the top of all trending searches. Damn it! Who runs this platform? They're so powerful? They think 30 million yuan can buy exclusive rights to Tomato Billionaire? Without our platform, you're nothing. What a line. Does he think he's God himself? What's director Chen Mo worth these days? 30 million? That wouldn't even cover buying him a single line. Is this guy brain dead or just plain stupid? How dare he talk to Chen Mo like that? Chen Mo, I'll just whip out a recording and show you why the flowers are so red. The entire internet mocked him. Countless netizens flooded the official account's comments section of that video platform, overwhelming it in an instant. When the platform's executives saw it trending, their faces turned green. They scrambled overnight to organize a PR team to issue a clarification statement. They claimed it was a personal opinion, not the company's stance, that they were seriously handling the employee, and deeply apologized to director Chen Mo, and so on. But the comments section was already completely out of control. Now you realize your mistake? Too late. I'll boycott your platform's shows for life. 30 million yuan, buy yourself a lesson. Wang Fatty stared at the skyrocketing traffic data on his phone's backend in the comments condemning the platform for supporting Chen Mo, nearly jumping up in excitement. Bro, look at this. This is like we've got our own trending topic generator. Those bastards are practically begging us to trash them. Chen Mo lit a cigarette, smoke swirling around him. I didn't retaliate. He tapped the ash from his cigarette. I just let them embarrass themselves. Some arrogance is ingrained in their very bones. No need for you to expose them, they'll put on a show for you all on their own. The video's view count skyrocketed. 50 million, 80 million. Soon, it broke the 100 million mark. Ding! Detected, host triggered a nationwide viral phenomenon with unprecedented topic propagation efficiency. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the special skill, Trending Topic Constitution LV1. Trending Topic Constitution LV1 naturally boosts the viral spread of any host-related topic by plus 30%, with inherent public attention magnetism. Despite acquiring Trending Topic Constitution, Chen Mo himself felt no particular change. The crew's daily filming schedule continued as usual. Fat Wang, however, was buzzing with excitement for days, eyeing everyone as potential trending material. Chen Mo remained non-committal about this. Today, the crew was set to film a major scene. In the city center square, the ground collapses. Hundreds of extras portrayed panicked citizens fleeing the disaster. The props team had already set up the post-collapse ruins according to the blueprints: cracked stone slabs, toppled lampposts, and debris scattered everywhere. Everything was ready for the cameras to roll. The assistant director shouts orders through a megaphone, his voice hoarse from directing the chaos. You over there! Run faster! It's the end of the world, are you taking a stroll? Props! Tilt that billboard a bit more to the left. Scream! I need to hear blood-curdling screams. Did you see Godzilla or something? Yet chaos reigned on set. The extras were shouted into confusion, stumbling over their lines. Several young extras wore blank expressions, utterly bewildered. Whispers of discontent began to ripple through the crowd. Does this assistant director even know what he's doing? He's been yelling for ages, and it's just getting messy. My legs are killing me, and we haven't even started shooting yet. Chen Mo sat behind the director's monitor. His baseball cap was pulled down low. He hadn't taken a single sip of water or uttered a word. He just stared at the split-screen monitor. The assistant director shouted himself hoarse, then turned around to find Chen Mo staring straight at him. Though separated by the monitor, he felt a cold sweat instantly break out on his back. Director Chen Mo said nothing. This silence was more unsettling than a tirade. Wiping sweat from his forehead, his voice dropped involuntarily. Attention all units, ready. Prepare for what? The assistant director stuttered. He stole a glance at Chen Mo. Did Director Chen think my earlier arrangements were wrong? It definitely was. Why else would Director Chen be so silent? Should I rearrange it? But how? The extras could feel the tension in the air. With the director silent, the assistant director went limp too. They dared not make a move. Hundreds of people stared at each other in silence. The entire crew fell into a terrifying silence. Su Xiaoro had just returned from confirming a detail with the props department. She witnessed this bizarre scene. Hundreds of people, utterly silent, all staring toward the monitors. Su Xiaoro walked over to Chen Mo. Director Chen, you haven't said a word. They're all scared to tears. Chen Mo finally tore his gaze away from the monitor. He turned his head and glanced at Su Xiaoro. They're not scared of me. He paused. They're just not ready. The assistant director on the other side was jolted awake by those words. He picked up the megaphone, his voice no longer strained but steady. "Attention, everyone. The earlier positioning was my mistake. Now, everyone listen to my commands. We're repositioning. Area A extras, retreat toward camera 3. Watch your step, act panicked, but don't actually fall. Section B, amp up your emotions. See that crack over there? Imagine your loved ones falling into it." The assistant director issued clear, step-by-step instructions. This time, his commands were precise and logically structured. The extras swiftly moved according to the new instructions. The chaotic scene miraculously transformed into orderly chaos. "Good. All departments, prepare. Ready, action." As the clapperboard fell, hundreds of extras staged a realistic apocalyptic escape amidst the meticulously designed ruins. Screams, cries, running, falling. Each face bore just the right amount of terror and despair. "Cut. That's a wrap," the assistant director shouted excitedly. First take. Such a complex scene, and he nailed it on the first take. He looked at Chen Mo, his eyes brimming with admiration. Wang Pangzi sidled up to Chen Mo, giving him a thumbs up. "Bro, you're awesome." Chapter 110, guys, check this out. You're starting to look more and more like those big shots who host director seminars at film schools. Not a word spoken, just sitting there, and you've got the whole room under your spell. That presence is unreal. Chen Mo picked up the mineral water bottle on the table, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. When I speak, I'm giving them a chance. When I don't speak, it's time for them to wake up on their own. Night deepened. The breathtaking ground collapse scene at the city's center square had long wrapped. The crew dispersed, dragging their weary bodies away. Wang Pangzi was still savoring Chen Mo's unshakable directorial presence, excitedly pulling the assistant director aside to review the scene. In the temporary office, Chen Mo sat before his computer, fingers flying across the keyboard. Lin Wanqiu finished her day of filming, removed her makeup, and changed into casual clothes. As she passed by Chen Mo's office door, her footsteps halted. She stood silently, watching that figure. Only the sound of keyboard clicks filled the room. A flicker of emotion stirred within Lin Wanqiu. She quietly raised her phone, framing Chen Mo's silhouette in the focused glow around him in the lens. She didn't disturb him, only recorded the moment. Moments later, she edited a passage. He writes as if he's lived it. For the soundtrack, she chose her own song, Thickly Come. Click. Sent. Lin Wanqiu's Douyin account exploded. Employees at Starfire Video, Starc Video, and Feitian Video were jolted awake by their bosses' calls in the middle of the night. What did Lin Wanqiu post? Is it related to Chen Mo? Check it immediately. The comments section exploded at a visible rate. Front row. Is this the late-night story between the Oscar-winning actress and director Chen? Oh lie. The Academy Award-winning actress used this song as BGM. So much information. He writes like he lived it. What did director Chen go through? Dude, you gotta be kidding? Obviously those dark days when he was falsely accused of plagiarism and sued for $5 million. I can't stop crying. A talented director betrayed by his ex-girlfriend, now having his story documented by an Oscar-winning actress in the dead of night. It's heartbreaking. Am I the only one distracted? Director Chen's silhouetted work is seriously too cool. Zhou Yuan, come out and take a beating. Look at director Chen. His charm only grew after the breakup. After finishing a chapter, Chen Mo habitually picked up his phone. The notification bar instantly flooded with push notifications, and it mentions. He tapped the top notification, a Douyin video from Lin Wanqiu. The video showed his silhouette, the clatter of keys, and that familiar song, Thick Love. And the line, he writes as if he lived it. Chen Mo looked up. Lin Wanqiu was already standing at the doorway. Her eyes were slightly red, and she clutched her phone tightly. Chen Mo spoke. You made me the protagonist. You always have been. Bang! Fat Wang shoved the door open. Old Chen. Old Lin. You two blew up again. Douyin's crashing hard. Wang Pangzi's gaze swept between the two before settling on Lin Wanqiu, where he gave her a thumbs up. Lin, you're about to go viral. That camera work, that script, that BGM. Absolutely killer. Is this even a director? This is an artistic genius. Deep emotion, loneliness, overflowing talent, and a touch of brokenness. With this, Chen Mo's persona is instantly deified. Lin Wanqiu didn't look at Wang Pangzi. Her gaze remained fixed on her phone screen. Amidst the comments, alongside heartfelt sympathy and praise, lurked some unsavory, malicious speculation. She silently deleted the negative comments. One by one. After deleting them all, she turned off her phone. The screen went dark, mirroring her current mood. She turned and walked away in silence. That night, Lin Wanqiu couldn't sleep. In Chen Mo's mind, a system notification silently appeared. Ding! Triggered special public event. Artist Lin Wanqiu's spontaneous act sparked profound nationwide empathy, significantly enhancing the host's positive image. Reward skill, character authenticity plus 30%. Effect, characters in your writing will become more vivid and three-dimensional, with emotionally resonant expressions that significantly enhance audience immersion and engagement. Chen Mo switched off the office lights. He walked to the window, gazing out at the city lights of Shanghai. After a moment, he returned to his computer. His gaze fell on the last line of dialogue he'd just written on the screen. If she's willing to love, then I'll keep writing. The next day, the filming of Richest Man in Shihong City proceeded smoothly. Wang Fatso hummed a tune, cup of goji berry water in hand, about to seek out Chen Mo to brag about his divine analysis of Lin Wanqiu's Douyin video from the night before. Just as he unlocked his phone, a short video notification popped up. The latest viral hit web series, 30 Billion from Heaven, brings you hilarious clips. Wang Fat casually tapped to watch. In the video, a flamboyantly dressed male lead was lecturing a group of bodyguards. Every single one of you must spend 100 million yuan this month. If you can't, get lost. Wang Fatso nearly spit out his goji berry water. This dialogue, this scene, why does it feel so familiar? Unable to shake the feeling, he fast-forwarded through a few more clips. Damn it! Fat Wang shot up from his chair, nearly dropping his phone. Chen Mo. Chen Mo. This is huge. Chen Mo had just finished reviewing a set of storyboards when he looked up to see Wang Feizi bursting in, sweat pouring down his face, neck bulging, and face flushed. Old Wan, what's wrong? Did the ground collapse? Fat Wang shoved his phone in Chen Mo's face and tapped open the short video. See for yourself. This ing 30 billion from heaven. They're ripping off your The Richest Man in Shihong City plot point. Word for word. The video featured a simplified version of the spend 10 billion in 1 month challenge, even replicating the protagonist's core motivational speech word for word. Wang Fatso was furious, stomping his feet. This show just premiered on Bilibili yesterday. How dare they? They stole your script and still had the nerve to air it? Chen Mo watched the video and said nothing. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Legal affairs? Yes, it's me. A web series titled The Billionaire from Heaven is suspected of plagiarizing the script content of The Richest Man in Shihong City. Within 30 minutes, I need to see a complete comparison of the infringing evidence, along with background information on the production company and screenwriter of the series. Send all materials to my email within an hour. The call ended. Wang Fatty stood by, watching in stunned silence. That's it? No cursing? No throwing things? Less than an hour later, Chen Mo's phone buzzed. He opened the email and scanned it quickly. The evidence was irrefutable, the comparison stark. The screenwriter credited, Li Ming, had plagiarized others' work before and already had a bad reputation in the industry. Almost simultaneously, the system alert sounded again in Chen Mo's mind. Ding! Detected malicious infringement of host's work. Host possesses absolute countermeasures. Triggering special privilege, industry ban LV1. Permission details, designate one creator with a history of misconduct. Through official channels, prohibit them from participating in any film or television projects initiated within China for the next 3 years, including but not limited to screenwriting, directing, and producing. In this incident, this authority may be directly applied to Li Ming, the credited screenwriter of the web series Heavenly Fortune, 30 billion. Chen Mo said nothing more. He opened his computer and compiled all the evidence materials organized by the legal team into a single encrypted file. Then he drafted a new email. Recipients, Shanghai Video Legal Department, Feitian Video Legal Department, Tsinghua Video Legal Department. The email body contained only one line. Guys, take a look at this. Chapter 111, that wasn't acting, it was my confession. That afternoon. First, the obscure website streaming Heavenly Fortune, 30 billion suddenly announced the drama's emergency removal due to technical issues. Immediately afterward, a prominent Weibo influencer known as the Entertainment Industry Discipline Inspection Commission broke the news. A certain screenwriter surnamed Li has been jointly blacklisted by 3 major platforms for malicious plagiarism of a hit project. The web series he worked on, The Billionaire from Heaven, has been forcibly taken down, leaving investors to lose their entire investment. The news sent shockwaves across the internet. Netizens dug deep and quickly unearthed over a dozen past scandals involving the production company, ranging from unpaid extras wages to investment fraud. The show's screenwriter, Li Ming, was trending on hot searches amid the backlash. Evening. Chen Mo updated his personal Weibo with a new post. Get famous through your own efforts, not by stealing. Just 9 simple words, no names mentioned. But everyone knew exactly who he was referring to. The comments section exploded instantly. Damn! Director Chen is ruthless. That speed and intensity unbelievable. LOL, this morning they were still ranting about Director Chen's script being plagiarized, and by afternoon the plagiarist was already dead to society. Director Chen slapped him right out of the circle, so ruthless. That's how you deal with thieves. Support Director Chen's fight for rights. Get famous through your own efforts, not by stealing. That line is so satisfying. Wang Fatso scrolled through Weibo, reading the comments, and swallowed hard. Old Chen, I used to think only titans like Qin Zhenchuan, the legendary Qin Lao, were truly ruthless. They never strike lightly, but when they do, they settle everything. But now I see you're the toughest director out there. Killing without spilling blood. Chen Mo set down his teacup and spoke calmly. They didn't just steal a few gags or lines of dialogue. It was the pain I poured into every single word when I wrote those scripts. They deserve to taste that pain too. After resolving the plagiarism scandal, Chen Mo once again poured all his energy into filming The Billionaire of Shihong City. Today's shoot featured a pivotal romantic scene. In the scene, Wang Duoyu faces heartfelt confessions from two female characters. Lin Wanqiu as Xia Zhu and Su Xiaoro as another important supporting female lead both reveal their feelings to him simultaneously. However, the scene had been shot since morning and had already racked up over a dozen takes. Behind the monitor, Chen Mo's frown deepened with each take. Cut. The studio fell instantly silent. Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro stood before the camera, their faces bearing a hint of exhaustion. The lines are off. Lin Wanqiu pursed her lips. Director Chen, I feel like I've already poured my emotions into it. Yeah, Director Chen, we've memorized this line perfectly and tried every possible tone. Chen Mo shook his head. It's not your acting. It's the lines themselves. He stood up and walked to the center of the set. The assistant directors exchanged puzzled glances, unsure what this young director was up to next. Chen Mo picked up a script, the latest revision for this scene. He flipped through it, then, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, began tearing out page after page. Rustle. The shredded paper was casually tossed into the nearby trash can. We don't need the script for this scene. The entire crew froze in shock. Fat Wang nearly dropped his thermos. Old Chen, you're serious? Director Chen, no lines. How are we supposed to act this out? Lin Wanqiu also looked at Chen Mo with some surprise. A flicker of something unusual passed through Su Xiaoro's beautiful eyes. Director Chen, are you doubting our actor's ability to improvise? Chen Mo's gaze shifted to Su Xiaoro, then swept over Lin Wanqiu. I trust you. I trust your eyes even more. Speak from your hearts, feel it, and express what your characters most want to say in that moment. All departments, prepare. Chen Mo returned to the monitor. 15 minutes until we roll. 15 minutes later. All eyes focused on Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro at the center of the set. Action. The camera slowly zoomed in. Lin Wanqiu's eyes reddened first. She gazed at Wang Duoyu's retreating figure. I know you might not choose me. Her voice was soft, carrying the restraint and inner conflict befitting the character of Xia Zhu. But it's okay. I still want to wait for you. Tears silently slid down the corners of Lin Wanqiu's eyes. No elaborate or melodramatic lines from the script, just the simplest, most heart-wrenching words. The camera shifted to Su Xiaoro. Her character was originally written with a hint of aggression in the script. But at this moment, Su Xiaoro's gaze shifted. No longer was it merely sweet innocence, nor the assertiveness dictated by the script. Instead, it held a complex mix of emotions. She stepped forward, her voice slightly louder than Lin Wanqiu's. She said she's waiting for you. Su Xiaoro stared straight at Wang Duoyu's back. What about me? Wang Duoyu, I've always been by your side. Cut. Chen Mo's voice rang out. One continuous take. The entire filming set. The crew, including lighting technician Old Lu, script supervisor Xiao Li, and prop master Xiao Wang, held their breath. Many female crew members had tears welling up in their eyes. Wang the Fat stood behind Chen Mo, rubbing his eyes hard. Damn. I'm sold. Old Chen, I really believe it. They're not acting, this is genuine emotion. Chen Mo watched the two actresses' eyes, brimming with story, on the monitor screen and spoke softly. What they're portraying are the innermost thoughts of Xia Zhu and that character. And in real life, these are the words many people keep hidden inside, afraid to speak aloud. That evening. This unscripted scene, entirely improvised by the actors, was edited and released by Spark Video as a teaser trailer. Without extensive promotion, it carried only a simple title, the most heart-wrenching confession in The Richest Man in Shihong City, They Say I Love You Through Their Eyes. The moment it hit the platform, the video exploded across social media. The comments section was completely overwhelmed. Oh my god. Who could resist that look from Lin Wanqiu? I'm a woman and I cried watching it. Su Xiaoro's line, what about me, instantly broke my heart. Is the sweet songstress this devastating in a tragic role? Is this really acting? I don't buy it. This is pure, raw emotion. I seriously suspect both Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro have fallen for director Chen Mo. You're not alone. That look, those lines, no acting skill could pull that off. What kind of genius is director Chen Mo? Not only does he write scripts, but he also guides actors to unleash their true selves? I'm losing it. I'm already hyped for The Billionaire of Shihong City. Late at night. The production crew's hotel. Lin Wanqiu finished her nightly routine and sat alone in the corner of the room's sofa. The lights remained off, moonlight filtering through the window curtains and bathing her in soft light. Lin Wanqiu took out her phone and opened the video clip she'd filmed earlier that day. She stared at her own reddened eyes on the screen. Lin Wanqiu turned off the video and buried her face in her knees. That wasn't acting. That was my confession. Chapter 112, actually, I don't want to die at all. At the same time, in another hotel room. Su Xiaoro had just wrapped up her daily interactive livestream with fans. She watched the goodnight comments scroll across the screen, a sweet smile playing on her lips. Just as she was about to sign off, something suddenly occurred to her. Oh right, everyone. Director Chen had a sudden inspiration today and added a scene to the script. It's a monologue from the female lead's perspective when she's terminally ill. I tried to get into character. Would you like me to read a short excerpt? The fans in the livestream instantly erupted with excitement. Yes, yes. Is it from the billionaire of Shihong City? Can't wait. A monologue written by director Chen Mo? That's bound to be something special. Su Xiaoro cleared her throat, her smile fading from her face. She adjusted her posture and her gaze shifted, transforming instantly from the sweet streamer into a patient filled with despair and reluctance. Cough cough. Truthfully, I don't want to die at all. I still want to see tomorrow's sun. I still want to hear the wind chimes at the street corner. I still want to. Su Xiaoro's eyes reddened, her voice breaking. I want to hold him one more time. A single tear, hot and heavy, fell onto the back of her hand. If life only had one day left, She couldn't speak anymore, covering her mouth as tears poured forth. In just 1 minute, she went from deep immersion to complete emotional collapse. In the livestream chat, the comments froze for a moment. Holy! Is this acting? This is a farewell to life. Xiaoro, don't cry. My heart is breaking. What kind of divine script did Chen Mo write? This monologue is way too tear-jerking. I'm a grown man and I can't stop the tears. Su Xiaoro's acting is explosive. Her emotional impact is absolutely incredible. This live stream clip was instantly screen recorded, captioned Su Xiaoro's tear-jerking terminal illness monologue, and uploaded across major video platforms. Within half an hour, the video began spreading like wildfire across the internet. It dominated the homepages of every platform. On Douyin, it exploded. Hashtag Su Xiaoro terminal illness monologue hashtag. Hashtag how cruel are Chen Mo's lines hashtag. Hashtag this is life not acting hashtag. These 3 hashtags stormed the trending charts, firmly occupying the top 3 spots. Especially hashtag Su Xiaoro terminal illness monologue hashtag, which shot straight to the top spot. Its heat exploded with terrifying intensity, crushing all celebrity gossip and promotional content from other stars during the same period. On the production hotel set, in Lin Wanqiu's room, the secretary entered with a tablet, her expression complex. Sis Wanqiu, take a look. Lin Wanqiu had already composed herself and took the tablet. The screen displayed Su Xiaoro's viral video, accompanied by a deluge of reposts and comments below. She stared silently for 3 seconds. She's gone viral. But the performance was based on what you wrote. On the other side, Wang Fatso, clutching his phone and grinning from ear to ear, burst into Chen Mo's room. Bro! My own brother! Look at this! He shoved his phone in Chen Mo's face, displaying staggering back-end data from major platforms. It's exploded. Everything's exploded. Su Xiaoro's livestream has sent the buzz for our movie The Richest Man in Shihong City through the roof. Fat Wang was jumping up and down with excitement. Especially Douyin. I just got off the phone with their CEO, Lu Mingyu. He was practically in tears, saying their back-end servers nearly crashed from the overload. Bro, Douyin is practically becoming your family's exclusive promotional channel. Just then, Chen Mo's phone rang. It was Director Su from Star C Video. No, not just Director Su. Director Qian from Feitian Video, Director Zhang from Qinghua Video. It was as if they'd coordinated their calls, came in one after another. Their messages were eerily identical. Director Chen. For the exclusive broadcast rights to the billionaire of Shihong City, we're willing to double our original offer. Director Chen, the price is negotiable as long as you agree. Listening to the urgent voices on the other end, Chen Mo's expression remained largely unchanged. I don't sell movies. What I sell is the truth. With that, he hung up the phone, ignoring the subsequent calls from other platform managers that kept coming in. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your work excerpt has resonated nationwide, achieving unprecedented popularity. Reward acquired. New drama trailer editing privilege LV1. New drama trailer editing rights LV1. Host may edit one trailer for the current production. The edited trailer will automatically carry the deep resonance effect, increasing target audience immersion by plus 40% and click-through rate by 100%. Perfect timing. Chen Mo opened his computer, pulling up all today's footage along with Su Xiaoro's unexpectedly viral live stream clip. A new trailer concept rapidly took shape in his mind. His fingers flew across the keyboard and mouse. Editing power LV1 activated. A brand new trailer, imbued with a special magic, was born under his hands. No flashy tricks, just the most precise emotional cuts and combinations. The final frame of the trailer froze on Su Xiaoro's tear-streaked face, accompanied by a carefully chosen voiceover words spoken by Wang Duoyu to her character, and the very soul of the entire trailer. Then, are you still willing to live for me? Chen Mo released this trailer across all platforms via the official account of the billionaire of Shihong City. Within an hour, shares surpassed 10 million. 3 hours later, it surpassed 50 million shares. Before the day ended, the trailer's total shares officially surpassed 100 million. The entire internet was once again flooded with posts about Chen Mo and the billionaire of Shihong City. Countless netizens confessed that a single line of dialogue had moved them to tears, instantly skyrocketing their anticipation for the film. Hotel room. Su Xiaoro stared at the trailer on her phone, which had surpassed 100 million shares, watching the unfamiliar version of herself on the screen. She recalled the gut-wrenching feeling during the afternoon livestream. Tears once again flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Her agent, Wang Lin, handed her tissues and whispered softly, "Xiaoro, you did an amazing job. This is a good thing." Su Xiaoro shook her head, her voice choked with emotion. She dialed Chen Mo's number. The call connected. "Director Chen. I played her so deeply, I couldn't pull myself out of the role. Those lines you wrote, those emotions. How did you even manage to pull that off?" On the other end, Chen Mo fell silent for a few seconds. Then, he spoke softly. "Because I've written reality. That's why they believed the fiction I created." After a long pause, Su Xiaoro spoke softly, her voice thick with emotion. "Thank you, Director Chen." Chen Mo put down his phone. Reality is often crueler than fiction, yet more moving. Every character on the page, every struggle depicted, once had a real-life counterpart. The next day, on the set of The Billionaire of Shihong City. The atmosphere, however, was not as lively as it had been in the previous days. A crucial new scene lay ahead. In the script, after enduring deception, betrayal, and self-doubt, Xia Zhu's character undergoes a complete emotional breakdown. More intense, more heart-wrenching than any before. Chapter 113, If you can't do it, don't do it. Yet, as lights and cameras fell into place and everyone held their breath in anticipation, Lin Wanqiu struggled to find her emotional anchor. She stood before the camera, her face pale, fingers clenched tightly around the hem of her dress. 10 takes were botched. Each time, she tried to summon the emotion, but each time, she stopped abruptly at the brink of release. Wang Fat rubbed his hands nervously beside her, too afraid to speak. Chen Mo sat behind the monitor. Finally, after yet another failed take, Lin Wanqiu abruptly lifted her head, her eyes red as she stared at Chen Mo. "I'm not acting anymore. Why does Xia Zhu always have to suffer so terribly? Why must she have her wounds torn open again and again, pushed to the brink of despair? I'm not some tragic puppet in your script, Chen Mo." All eyes focused on Chen Mo and Lin Wanqiu. Chen Mo rose from behind the monitor and slowly walked toward Lin Wanqiu. No arguments, no soothing words, just a calm, steady gaze. "If you can't play the part, then don't play it." Lin Wanqiu trembled, staring at him in disbelief. She had expected him to provoke her in some way, as he had before. But this time, he didn't. Only 5 cold words. Lin Wanqiu bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes as she stubbornly held them back. She turned and walked out of the studio without looking back. The sharp click of her high heels against the floor echoed piercingly in the empty studio. Wang Fatty watched her retreating figure and panicked completely. He rushed over to Chen Mo, lowering his voice urgently. "Bro! My own brother. You really let her go? But, how are we supposed to shoot this scene now?" Chen Mo's gaze followed the direction Lin Wanqiu had vanished in, never turning back. "Yeah." Wang Fat stomped his feet in frustration. "Seriously, she's clearly fixated on this. Instead of comforting her, you're just adding fuel to the fire?" Chen Mo turned his gaze toward Wang Fatso. "If she needs to let her emotions run their course, she'll need a whole night to do it." Night deepened. At the production crew's hotel, lights still glowed in many rooms. But Lin Wanqiu's room was pitch black. She hadn't returned. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed into the empty studio. Wang Fatso, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, arrived on set yawning incessantly. He'd barely slept the night before, consumed by worries about today's shoot. As soon as he reached the studio entrance, his footsteps abruptly halted. By the closed iron gate, a familiar figure was huddled there. Lin Wanqiu. She was still wearing yesterday's costume, hastily wrapped in an oversized down jacket, clutching the script, its pages curled from repeated use tightly to her chest. Leaning against the cold iron gate, her head tilted to one side, she was asleep. Wang Fatso's heart skipped a beat, a complex mix of emotions flooding him. He quietly pulled out his phone and snapped a photo from an angle that wouldn't disturb her. Then, he tiptoed to the door of Chen Mo's dressing room. Chen Mo had already arrived and was reading the script. Wang Fatty handed him the phone. "Bro, take a look." In the photograph, Lin Wanqiu slept restlessly. "You're right. She might not be able to play your part just yet. But she, the person you wrote, is firmly in your grasp." Chen Mo set down the script, stood up, and walked out of the break room with Wang Fatso. They reached the entrance of the set. Lin Wanqiu stirred at the sound of their footsteps, her eyelashes fluttering slightly before she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Chen Mo, her gaze grew hazy. She struggled to stand, but after sitting all night, her legs were numb and unresponsive. Chen Mo crouched down before her. Looking at her bloodshot eyes, he spoke softly. "You came back. You won." Lin Wanqiu's nose suddenly stung, and her eyes instantly reddened. She looked at Chen Mo, this director she both loved and hated, the man who had created the character of Xia Zhu. "No. I lost. I lost completely. Defeated by that woman named Xiaju, defeated by this story she couldn't let go of, and defeated by the man standing before her. Ding. Intimacy with female lead plus 10 Lin Wanqiu. Detected deep emotional resonance between host and primary roleplayer, with character development hitting a bottleneck. Special reward, unlocked character arc collaboration quest female lead co-creation. Female lead co-creation, host may invite Lin Wanqiu to collaborate on subsequent plot development, refining character arcs through her perspective. Success will significantly enhance character authenticity and impact, granting additional rewards. Chen Mo's lips curved into a faint smile. He pulled several fresh pages of script paper from his bag. The top page contained only the scene and time, while the lengthy section below remained blank. He handed the pages to Lin Wanqiu. Get up. The floor's cold. Lin Wanqiu took the script pages with some confusion, staring at the vast expanse of blank space, her eyes filled with puzzlement. Chen Mo stood up. This breakdown scene how you play it is entirely up to you. This page you write it yourself. Lin Wanqiu lifted her head to look at Chen Mo. This man always surprised her when she thought she had him figured out. The filming of The Richest Man in Shihong City gained fresh momentum precisely because of this little co-creation with the female lead interlude. Lin Wanqiu practically locked herself in her room, poring over Xiaju's emotional state over and over, filling the blank pages with dense, cramped handwriting. Meanwhile, under Wang Pangzi's coordination, other departments of the crew methodically prepared for additional scenes. Yet beneath the surface calm, undercurrents always swirled. Especially where the actresses gathered. The atmosphere in the separate dressing room backstage was now rather tense. Though there was no overt conflict between Su Xiaorou's team and Lin Wanqiu's assistant team, the palpable tension in the air was unmistakable. The root cause? Nothing more than the order of a few scenes in the script and the sequence of names on promotional materials. Neither wanted the title of second female lead. Though the two were close friends, such considerations were now pushed aside. Finally, during a meeting to discuss the shooting schedule, the tension erupted. Su Xiaorou's agent, Sister Wang, first tactfully suggested adjusting the scene order, only to be rebuffed by Wang Fat with the excuse that it was the director's arrangement. Su Xiaorou pressed her lips together, her expression sour. When Wang Fatty reiterated that Lin Wanqiu's breakdown scene was paramount and required emotional continuity above all else, Su Xiaorou abruptly stood up. Thud. The script in front of her slammed onto the table. I refuse to fill many scenes after hers. Why should her scenes be sacrificed for Lin Wanqiu's big moment? Why should she be relegated to the background? Lin Wanqiu, who had been quietly reading the script nearby, slowly lifted her head at the words. Can you even outshine her in the earlier scenes? The her here naturally referred to the character Xiaju, but it was also a veiled reference to Lin Wanqiu herself. The sarcasm in her words was unmistakable. Tension instantly filled the entire break room. Wang Fatso felt a chill run down his spine and was about to step in to smooth things over. Squeak! The break room door creaked open. Chen Mo walked in. Chapter 114, Good Heavens! Is that Lin Wanqiu? The assistants held their breath. Chen Mo didn't immediately confront them. Instead, he walked to the desk, picked up the script Su Xiaorou had thrown down, and then took the script from Lin Wanqiu's hands. Then, in front of everyone, he picked up a pen and crossed out the character name Xiaju on the covers of both scripts. He wrote the same character on both. You. Only after completing this did he speak slowly. You're not playing anyone. You're playing her. Everyone froze in surprise. Su Xiaorou and Lin Wanqiu both furrowed their brows, unable to grasp Chen Mo's meaning. Su Xiaorou couldn't help but ask, who is she? Chen Mo's gaze shifted from their faces to the window outside. This play from the very first shot to the very last frame. Every single frame is capturing the audience. Their joys and sorrows, their desires and struggles, their hopes and despair. Their emotions are the true protagonists of this film. What you're portraying is you, every ordinary person sitting in the theater, themselves. A few seconds later. Su Xiaorou's eyes suddenly welled up. She stared at the glaring character you on the script's cover. So what I'm playing isn't a character, it's them. It's themselves. Wang Fatso stood nearby and quietly gave Chen Mo a thumbs up. Bro, cutting the lead role like that, pulling the rug out from under them was ruthless. You elevated the characters themselves, why fight over billing anymore? Ding. Host defused potential crew conflict with a single remark, boosting team cohesion. Acquired special skill, crew emotional stability LV1. Crew emotional stability LV1, passive skill. Slightly reduces the occurrence rate of unexpected disputes on set by 60% and enhances crew members' collaborative rapport. The storm passed without a trace. The crew's atmosphere visibly warmed. That afternoon, backstage social feeds began quietly flooding with the same phrase. Director Chen's words carry more weight than 10 so-called S-level contracts. Most posts featured the cover of the script with the revised character name. Chen Mo stood alone by the window, watching the bustling set outside. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a golden halo around him. Competing for roles is an actor's instinct. Playing oneself is the creator's true faith. His mission is to help these actors discover a faith that belongs to them and to the audience. Night quietly enveloped the city. But the internet never sleeps. A new storm was brewing. Its origin, a blurred photograph. A man's silhouette stood by the window. The caption was simple, yet each word cut deep. He said just one sentence, and I couldn't sleep. No signature. No mentions. Only an overwhelming emotion, nearly spilling off the screen. The internet exploded. Holy! Who is this guy? What kind of guy has that kind of power? One sentence and you can't sleep? That silhouette, why does it look so familiar? Dig. Dig like hell. Which sister posted this? Speculation spread like wildfire. Is it an exposed secret romance? A new scandal in the entertainment industry? Or just some artsy girl's late-night emo moment? Within 24 hours, the photo had been viewed over 10 million times. Entertainment forums and gossip groups everywhere were buzzing about the mysterious silhouette and that suggestive caption. Wang Pangzi, a middle-aged man with a serious internet addiction, paid particular attention to any buzz related to his own production crew. Frowning, he swiped through his phone. Of course he'd seen the photo. Weird. The more I look at this silhouette, the more it resembles. Then, deep within a remote corner of an anonymous forum, he stumbled upon a screenshot. An account with barely any followers, filled with nothing but artsy, sentimental posts. An account belonging to one of his production assistants, who had once mentioned it in passing while drunk. Wang Pangzi's eyes widened. Switching apps, comparing, searching, verifying. Holy! His phone nearly flew out of his hand. It's actually her. Lin Wanqiu's alternate account? The youngest triple award-winning actress in the Chinese film industry posting this almost obsessive text? For whom? The silhouette in the photo. Wang Pangzi squinted. That window, the faint lights of the film said visible beyond it. That's Chen Mo, isn't it? The news quickly reached Chen Mo's ears. Fat Wang handed him the phone. Bro, check this out. Chen Mo's gaze fell upon the screen. His face remained expressionless. He nodded. Then he picked up a script for the billionaire of Shihong City from the table. His fingers flew across the pages, stopping precisely at one. That page contained a pivotal monologue by Xiaozhu, heart-wrenching and profound. It was also the scene Lin Wanqiu cherished most, one she had rehearsed countless times. He placed the open script on the table, the monologue page facing outward. Not a word was spoken. But the message was clear: focus on the acting. Focus on feeling the emotions within the scene. The next day, on set, Lin Wanqiu seemed different. The confident, even sharp-edged Oscar-winning actress of days past was nowhere to be seen. She deliberately avoided Chen Mo's gaze. Not out of anger, but rather a kind of shyness. During filming, her performance was astonishing. The line she'd personally filled in for the co-created female lead role carried a heart-wrenching authenticity, and today they held an added layer of indescribable fragility. But the moment filming stopped and Chen Mo was nearby, she would immediately lower her head to study the script. Only when she thought Chen Mo wasn't paying attention would she steal a quick, furtive glance at him. Her personal makeup artist, a veteran in the industry, noticed something was off. Late autumn, your makeup today seems a bit heavier than usual? Especially the eye makeup. Lin Wanqiu forced a smile at her reflection. Is that so? I'm afraid he'll see the redness under my eyes. The makeup artist paused, then wisely kept quiet. Wang Pangzi watched the whole scene unfold, feeling both flustered and amused. While Lin Wanqiu touched up her makeup, he sidled over to Chen Mo. Bro. This production crew of yours, it's practically turning into a battlefield of rivalries, isn't it? Su Shiro was practically sobbing with gratitude toward Chen Mo, while Lin Wanqiu's side was simmering with hidden currents. Chen Mo didn't even turn his head, his gaze fixed on the monitor replay. No. What I have here is an emotional battlefield. Wang Pangzi froze. Emotional battlefield? What the hell was that? But seeing Chen Mo's expression focused to the point of coldness and then glancing at Lin Wanqiu nearby, who had poured her entire soul into her role, Wang Pangzi felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Perhaps Chen Mo was right. This wasn't about jealousy. This was something deeper, something far more terrifying. Ding! Red beauty emotional bonding enhanced. Lin Wanqiu has entered a deep state of audience self-identification, achieving a new level of understanding for your character. Acting potential abnormally increased by 30%. Duration until filming of the billionaire of Shihong City concludes. Excellent. The more intense the emotion, the more compelling the performance. Lin Wanqiu's soaring performance didn't just send shockwaves through the set. That very night, several meticulously edited behind-the-scenes clips quietly surfaced online. One clip featured Lin Wanqiu's character, Xiaozhu, enduring a devastating blow. There was no wailing or screaming. Only a slow, inward collapse, tears silently sliding down. So real it felt suffocating. The comments section exploded once more, but this time, it wasn't about a blurry silhouette. Holy crap! Is that Lin Wanqiu? That performance, it gave me goosebumps. Chapter 115, bro, new orders? I don't think she's acting, she is Xiaozhu herself. Upstairs, I feel like she's me. I've experienced similar despair, her eyes are exactly the same. Those tears, so real. I used to think Lin Wanqiu was just a technical actress, but now it feels like her heart is truly broken. Hashtag Lin Wanqiu acting explodes. Hashtag Shihong City's richest man divine acting hashtag. New trending topics began climbing the charts. Chen Mo swiped through his phone, reading the comments. Wang Fatso munched on a chicken drumstick as he leaned in to look. Bro, look, everyone's saying Sister Wanqiu's acting is divine. This time, she might have gotten too deep into character. Chen Mo nodded slowly. He turned off his phone and the screen went dark. If she really falls for me, it wouldn't just be her acting that would blow up. Chen Mo set down his phone and turned to Wang Fatso. Fatty, get ready. We're having a quick meeting this afternoon. Call in the marketing directors from the major video platforms. Wang Fatso froze. Ha? Boss, new orders? For the billionaire's daughter promotion? Chen Mo shook his head. No. I've edited a short film called The Sea in Her Eyes. Announced that this short film will be released purely as a public service. No commercial ads attached, no participation in any commercial revenue sharing. Non-profit? Purely non-profit? Bro, are you out of your mind? We're writing such high popularity right now, why not cash in? That's final. That afternoon, in the small conference room of the Qin Zhenchuan Hotel, Director Su from Shanghai Video, Director Qian from Feitian Video, and the newly appointed marketing head from Tsinghua Video were all present. The atmosphere was slightly tense. Chen Mo cut straight to the point. Everyone, I've gathered you here today to announce something. My studio has produced a public service short film titled The Sea in Her Eyes. It's 3 minutes long. We've decided to offer it to major platforms for free, no fees, no commercial compensation required. No sooner had he finished speaking. Su, the director from Star C Video, was the first to snort derisively. The sound wasn't loud, but it rang out sharply in the quiet conference room. He lifted his teacup, blew on the steam, and drawled, Director Chen, are you getting sentimental about filmmaking now? Purely non-profit? No ads? Who's going to waste server resources promoting something that doesn't make money? Our platform isn't a charity. His eyes brimmed with scorn. Forgive my bluntness, but no one will take on this kind of project. Director Qian from Feitian and the head of Tsinghua remained silent, but their expressions spoke volumes. A public service short film? It sounded like a student project, the kind nobody would watch. They were businessmen, not philanthropists. Wang Fatso, listening nearby, was boiling with rage, his fists clenched tight. He wanted to curse, but a glance from Chen Mo made him swallow his words. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly turned icy. Chen Mo remained expressionless as he looked at Director Su. Finished? Director Su set down his teacup. That's all. Director Chen, you're on your own. After seeing off several directors, Fat Wang returned, his face flushed with anger. Bro! Those bastards. They look down on people. They just don't understand you. I saw the rough cut of that short film. Those shots, that emotion. They'll regret this. Chen Mo merely smiled faintly. No need to rush. He picked up his phone and glanced at the time. 10 minutes. Not a minute more, not a minute less. Wang Fatso's phone rang first. He fumbled to answer it. Hello? Who is this? Director Qian? Director Qian from Feitian Video? Wang Pangzi froze, instinctively glancing at Chen Mo. On the other end, Director Qian from Feitian Video sounded urgent. Director Wang. Director Wang. It's a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. Director Chen's public service short film Feitian will throw our full support behind it. Top banner placement on the homepage. Server resources? We'd even cover the costs ourselves. Almost simultaneously, Chen Mo's phone rang. It was Director Su from Star C Video. Director Chen. Director Chen, please hear me out. I was completely out of my mind just now. We at Star C Video want The Sea in Her Eyes. Exclusive rights. No, premiere rights. We're willing to pay for the resources. Immediately after, a call came in from Tsinghua Video, offering terms even more generous than the last. Fat Wang stared in disbelief as both phones rang off the hook. What the hell is going on? Just moments ago they were dismissive, and now they're scrambling to secure it? Chen Mo answered Director Su's call. Director Su. Have you made up your mind? Director Su kept nodding in agreement on the other end. Chen Mo replied with just one word. All right. But remember, this is what you fought for, not what I begged for. With that, he hung up. On the day the short film She Has the Sea in Her Eyes premiered, major platforms all gave it an S-level recommendation spot. No commercial ads, just pure visuals. Within an hour of release, its views surpassed 10 million across all platforms. The comments section was densely packed. No arguments, no trolling. Only one line of text, copied and pasted by countless viewers, flooded the screen. So this is what Her in Your Eyes truly means. I cried, not for the plot, but for those eyes. This isn't a celebrity being filmed, this is the face of someone I once loved. At that moment, inside Lin Wanqiu's limousine, Secretary Qin held up a tablet and handed it to Lin Wanqiu. On the screen played Her Eyes Hold the Sea. The camera focused on a pair of eyes that held starlight, shards of pain, bottomless melancholy, and stubborn hope. Those were her eyes. Yet they were not the eyes she usually showed to the world. Lin Wanqiu stared, staring. Tears slid silently down her cheeks. She covered her mouth, her shoulders trembling softly. He took the photo. He took it, not me. It was me who thought. I thought I'd hidden those emotions so well. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Your public service short film, The Sea in Her Eyes, has sparked nationwide empathy, with its emotional power deeply resonating with audiences. Special reward item, exclusive editing toolkit. Effect enhances dramatic impact, emotional resonance, and empathy levels of your work. Overall effect plus 25%. This toolkit can be applied to all future film and video editing projects. Wang Pangzi stood nearby, reading the tear-jerking comments, then glanced at Chen Mo's impassive face. He swallowed hard. Director. Bro. What the hell are we even filming here? From now on, whatever you write, we'll believe. If you say the sun is square, I'll believe it. This isn't talent anymore, it's sorcery. Chen Mo shook his head slightly, his gaze drifting to the bustling cityscape outside the window. The lights shone brightly, yet they couldn't illuminate the weariness lurking in every corner. He spoke softly. Fatso. You need to understand. Audiences never cry for the story in the play. It's themselves, they're just too exhausted by life. While Wang Pangzi was still reeling from the impact of The Sea in Her Eyes, Chen Mo had already plunged headfirst into filming The Hidden Corner. A few days later, on the set of Tomato Tycoon. Inside the temporary studio, lights blazed brightly. Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro were rehearsing a scene together. In the script, their characters were rivals in love, and this moment marked the crucial showdown. Your positioning is half a step off, and your emotion is wrong. Lin Wanqiu spoke first. Her brows furrowed slightly as she fixed her gaze on Su Xiaoro. Su Xiaoro, who was also offered game today, immediately retorted. I'm adjusting based on the character's inner thoughts. Chapter 116, Chen Mo style marketing stirring fans through emotion. How dare you say my emotions are off? The script calls for restraint, not an outburst. Lin Wanqiu sneered coldly. Restraint? That's just wooden. The character's heart is being torn apart right now, yet your face shows no emotion whatsoever. How is the audience supposed to understand? This is my restrained acting style. Not everyone likes to scream and shout like you do. Su Xiaoro's voice rose in response. The pride of the sweet songstress wouldn't let her back down easily. Who are you calling loud and dramatic? Me. Got a problem with that? Tension instantly filled the air. The two leading ladies, the Academy Award-winning actress and the pop princess, were now locked in a standoff right in the middle of the set. Lighting technician Old Lu quietly lowered his head. The script supervisor, Xiao Li, held his breath. Prop guy Xiao Wang pretended to inspect the props in his hands. The assistant director, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, hurried over to smooth things over. Ladies, please calm down, calm down. Let's do it again, okay? Communication, pay attention to communication. How can we communicate? She doesn't understand acting at all. Oomph. So what if she's a triple golden horse winner? Does that give her the right to lecture people? The assistant director opened his mouth, utterly at a loss. He couldn't afford to offend either of these two. Just then, a cold, clear voice cut through the air. Shut up, both of you. Chen Mo had silently approached the monitor. He rose slowly, his gaze sweeping over Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro. He merely raised his hand slightly. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. The anger on Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro's faces froze instantly. They both turned to look at Chen Mo. Chen Mo walked up to them and picked up the script from the table. That scene was only 2 pages long. He didn't even glance at it. Rip. The first page was torn in half. The paper fluttered to the floor. You lot. I can't play her. Then don't play her. Su Xiaoro's eyes instantly reddened. What do you mean? Do you think I'm not worthy of this role? Chen Mo stared at her. She doesn't need your acting. What she needs is authenticity, not your self-important acting. Wang Pangzi stood on the outskirts of the crowd, watching with his jaw dropped. Holy cow. Man, that was intense. Right in front of the entire crew, he tore up the script and confronted both leading ladies. One's a triple golden horse winner, the other a top pop diva. He lowered his voice and whispered to Old Lu, the lighting technician beside him, did you see that? One line from him, and he silenced both leading ladies. That presence, wow. Old Lu nodded vigorously, not daring to speak. Lin Wanqiu kept her head down, her shoulders trembling slightly. No one knew what she was thinking. After a long moment, Lin Wanqiu walked up to Chen Mo and bowed deeply. Director. I'm sorry. I want to try once. Don't act. Speak from the heart. Su Xiaoro froze. She looked at Lin Wanqiu, then at Chen Mo. Tears still welled in her eyes, but her expression grew more defiant and unyielding. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward too. I don't want to lose to her. And I don't want to lose to you either. Her gaze fixed on Chen Mo, unwavering. Chen Mo watched them, expressionless. Assistant director, clear the set. Lighting, props, get into position. Ready. Take 2. No script. Only Chen Mo's earlier analysis of the characters and the turmoil churning within them now. The assistant director gave the command. Action. Lin Wanqiu and Su Xioro stood at their designated positions. No deliberate positioning, no exaggerated expressions. Lin Wanqiu's eyes brimmed with exhaustion and despair, yet held a trace of humble supplication. Su Xiaoro's face conveyed anguish, jealousy, and an explosion of pent-up emotion pushed to its limit. The lines flowed from their mouths, one by one. No longer mere recitation, but heartfelt accusations and questions. One continuous take. Cut. Chen Mo called cut. The set remained silent. A few seconds later. Clap, 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 clap. Applause erupted suddenly. Starting sparse and growing fervent, every crew member including Fat Wang clapped with all their might. The assistant director's eyes welled up. This is what real acting is all about. This is real acting. Ding. Team cohesion plus 20. Crew flow state activated. During subsequent filming, actors' chance of delivering explosive performances increases. Fat Wang's face still glowed with excitement as he muttered. Unbelievable. Director Chen, you're a genius. The rest of the crew murmured among themselves, utterly stunned by what they just witnessed. This was true acting, a collision of souls. However, this excitement didn't last long. Online, a quiet undercurrent targeting Chen Mo began to stir. It began when a prominent director known for his sharp commentary and millions of followers suddenly posted a Weibo update. The Weibo post was brief, yet every word cut to the bone. A script and a few lines of dialogue are enough to hype up 2 leading ladies? Relying on actors venting raw emotion on set to grab attention, manufacturing so-called god-tier acting, is this what you call art? Young people today are too restless, too skilled at marketing. Though no names were explicitly mentioned. But anyone with eyes could see this Weibo post was aimed squarely at Chen Mo and the tomato billionaire crew, who had recently drawn attention after footage of their on-set drama leaked. This director, surnamed Sun, known in the industry as Sun the Cannon, prides himself on his academic background and despises unorthodox methods and traffic-driven actors the most. The moment his Weibo post went live, instantly, marketing accounts with keen instincts swarmed in. Breaking. Production deliberately stages actor conflict, tears scripts on set for publicity stunt. 3 Golden Horse Award-winning actress and pop diva in real on-set showdown? Script or reality, who can tell the difference? In-depth analysis, Chen Mo-style marketing stirring fan emotions for views. Genius or scam? These sharp interpretations, paired with sensational headlines, swiftly dominated entertainment sections across platforms. Hashtag Chen Mo stirs emotions to create CP hashtag. Hashtag tomato billionaire crews behind the scenes feud hashtag. Hashtag beware of new traffic tactics hashtag. One by one, these dark hashtags climbed to the top of trending searches. Unaware netizens and some fan groups began getting swept up in the hype. The tone in comments sections shifted abruptly. So it was all acting? I actually got genuinely emotional for a while. I knew it. How convenient just when she needed it most. Chen Mo was cunning, using the best actress and the pop princess to propel his own career. Lin Wanqiu and Su Xioro too, they'll play along with anything for fame. Wang Pangzi was glued to his phone, basking in the wave of positive reviews for the sea in her eyes. Suddenly scrolling past these scandals, he nearly jumped out of his chair. Damn it! Director Chen! Look at this! These bastards! Twisting the truth! Spouting nonsense! Wang Pangzi's face flushed crimson as he shoved his phone screen right in front of Chen Mo. That stubborn old fool Sun DePeo. And these damn marketing accounts. They just can't stand seeing you succeed. Jealousy. Pure, naked jealousy. We worked our asses off to make this, and they just call it hype? This pisses me off. I'm going to confront them right now. Wang Fat rolled up his sleeves, ready to become a keyboard warrior. Chen Mo's gaze swept over the vicious headlines and comments. What's the rush? Those 3 calm words instantly silenced Wang Pangzi. But Director Chen, this is a burning issue. If we don't respond soon, our reputation will be ruined. Chapter 117, I thought. I was guarding my principles. Chen Mo tapped his fingers lightly on the tabletop. Respond? Responding with words won't get through to them. He picked up his phone and pulled up a video. It was footage he'd had the script supervisor, Shaoli, shoot with a backup camera scattered behind the scenes clips. There was a clip of Su Xioro hiding in a corner, wiping away tears after a botched take, then forcing a smile at the camera and saying, "I'm fine, let's do another one." There was Lin Wanqiu staying up late in her hotel room, staring at the mirror, rehearsing her lines over and over, crying until her eyes were red and swollen, her voice hoarse. And moments between takes when the 2 actors discussed their roles, exhausted yet intensely focused. The footage lacks polished lighting, even appearing somewhat rough. Yet every frame radiates an undeniable authenticity. Chen Mo got to work, swiftly editing these fragments together. No stirring music accompanied them, only the raw, on-set audio, the actors' quiet sobs, and their hoarse dialogue. The video ended with a freeze frame of Lin Wanqiu and Su Shiro sharing a smile after wrapping their shoot. A line of subtitles slowly appears. You think they were acting? This is her life. Chen Mo posted the edited short film directly to his official Weibo account. No further explanation. No angry accusations. Only this video and its title. The moment it went live. For the first few minutes, comments were sparse. But soon, netizens swayed by marketing accounts, along with genuine fans who truly cared about the actor, clicked in. Then, the comments section exploded. Damn it. I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to those marketing accounts spouting nonsense. Xiao Rou's crying scene broke my heart. If that was acting, she'd already be an Oscar winner. Lin, the Oscar winner, was still memorizing lines late at night. Crying like that. Anyone who tells me this is just hype, I'll lose it. That look in her eyes, that raw emotion, you can't fake that. Forget acting, I swear they're living inside the show. Sorry, Director Chen, we misunderstood you. This is what a real actor looks like. This is what true artistry looks like. Sun DePeo, come out and take your beating. Where are all those marketing accounts now? Does your face hurt? The tide turned with overwhelming force, completely reversing the situation. The vicious comments from before were instantly drowned out by the angry netizens. Hashtag Chen Mo, this is her life. Hashtag shot to the top of the trending topics. That night, director Sun DePeo, who had been the first to speak out, remained silent for several hours. Issued a public statement. After watching the behind-the-scenes footage released by director Chen Mo, I feel deeply ashamed. My previous remarks were rash and unwarranted, made without thorough understanding. I deeply regret my hasty judgment. I never imagined encountering such a work or such an approach to creation. I sincerely apologize to director Chen Mo, the two actors, and the entire crew of Tomato Billionaire. Attached beneath the statement was an emoji depicting a deep owl. Immediately afterward, the marketing accounts that had previously jumped on the bandwagon to bash the film also sprang into action. Some deleted their posts, others issued apology statements. We were shallow. Director Chen deserves respect. We apologize for our previous remarks and look forward to more outstanding works from director Chen. Go, Tomato Billionaire crew. A meticulously orchestrated smear campaign was utterly dismantled by the most authentic record. Wang Fatty stared at the dramatic reversal unfolding on his phone, utterly speechless. After a long moment, he exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Turning to Chen Mo, he remarked sincerely. Director Chen, I'm truly impressed. These days, sincerity is the deadliest marketing strategy. The more genuine you are, the harder it is for them to keep up the act. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Ding! The familiar system notification sounded in Chen Mo's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully diffused negative public opinion and sparked widespread positive discussion. System reward, acquired special skill truth-seeking heat rebound. Skill description, when the host faces false attacks or smear campaigns, once the truth is revealed, the resulting positive attention will double the original level. Additionally, it will inflict a degree of real damage on the rumor monger's. Specific effects vary by situation. This system sure knows how to surprise me more and more. Within the production crew, the atmosphere had lightened considerably now that the storm had passed. The way everyone looked at Chen Mo now carried not just admiration, but a newfound sense of awe. This young director kept pulling out new tricks, each one hitting the nail on the head. However, this sense of ease didn't last long. The next day, a subtle tension began to permeate the set. The source of it all was Lin Wanqiu. Early in the morning, Lin Wanqiu received the latest shooting schedule and script revisions for the day's scenes. As she flipped through them, her beautiful brows gradually furrowed. The call sheet had originally included a crucial monologue scene for her character, Xiaojua complex, emotional crying scene where she bids farewell to a lingering obsession from her past, set toward the end of the plot. But now, that scene was gone. The revised script pages had been torn out entirely. On the set break area, Lin Wanqiu clutched the thin sheets of paper and walked straight up to Chen Mo, who was reviewing the monitor playback. Crew members and other actors watching from a distance could sense the low pressure emanating from the Oscar-winning actress. Wang Fat also sensed something was off and tried to step in to smooth things over, but Lin Wanqiu stopped him with a single glance. Director Chen, why did you cut my final crying scene? Chen Mo lifted his gaze from the monitor, his expression calm as he met hers. The emotional tone was off in that scene. You couldn't deliver what the role demanded. It wasn't your emotion. You couldn't portray it. The words were blunt, even hurtful. A triple Golden Horse Award-winning actress told to her face by the director that she couldn't deliver the performance. Lin Wanqiu took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly. I want to try once. Chen Mo watched her reddened eyes and fell silent for a few seconds. The script is already finalized. I'll prove it to you. Lin Wanqiu cut him off. If I can't pull it off, I'll admit defeat. But if I don't try, I won't be satisfied. Those around them held their breath. This was a showdown between director and lead actress, a clash of artistic visions. Chen Mo looked into Lin Wanqiu's stubborn eyes. He nodded. All right. We'll shoot this scene this afternoon. Camera, lights, all departments stand by. You have 3 minutes. Afternoon. The original shooting schedule was adjusted at the last minute. Everyone knew this was an opportunity Lin Wanqiu had fought for herself. The camera focused on her. The clapperboard clapped. The richest man in Shihong City, scene 128, take 1, action. Lin Wanqiu stood at the center of the set. It was a monologue where Xiaju bid farewell to the past and to some kind of rival in her heart. Camera rolls. 1 second. 2 seconds. She didn't speak immediately. The silence was so thick you could hear each other's breath. Suddenly, Lin Wanqiu's shoulders trembled slightly. Then, without warning, tears the size of beans rolled down her cheeks. Her lips trembled as words squeezed out between her teeth, one by one. Each syllable carried heart-wrenching agony, yet also a hint of relieved acceptance. I thought I was holding on to principles. But it turns out I was just afraid. Goodbye. Lin Wanqiu wept. Chapter 118, this scene is yours now. She cried through the entire scene. Without a single shrieking note, yet she froze the expressions of everyone present, even the seasoned production crew who'd seen it all. They forgot to breathe. Behind the monitor, Wang the Fat looked utterly stunned. Holy, she's not crying for the script, she's crying for herself. Cut. Chen Mo's voice rang out. Lin Wanqiu remained lost in her emotions, tears streaming down her face as her body trembled slightly from the intensity of her grief. No one clapped, for all were gripped by that sorrowful emotion, unable to snap out of it for a long while. Chen Mo rose from behind the monitor and slowly approached Lin Wanqiu. He took the pages that had been torn out from the script supervisor. Then, in full view of everyone, he carefully slipped those pages back into the complete script. This scene. It's yours now. Ding. Special event detected, beauty resonance. Red beauty Lin Wanqiu affinity plus 10. Host has unlocked Lin Wanqiu's potential. Lin Wanqiu gains temporary status, emotional immersion lasts until this shoot concludes. Status effect, improv acting probability plus 50%, emotional authenticity significantly enhanced. Lin Wanqiu slowly stopped crying, took the tissue Chen Mo handed her and wiped her face. She said nothing. After filming wrapped, she sat silently alone on a chair in the corner of the set. Holding a small playback device, she watched the reshot scene over and over. Over and over. Her face remained expressionless, yet her gaze was frighteningly intense. No one dared disturb her. Wang Fatso watched from afar, clicking his tongue. Madmen. All of them madmen. But he knew that only such madmen could create true art. The residual heat of the film set lingered. The online storm gathered once more. Night. After wrapping for the day, Wang the Fatso habitually scrolled through his phone, hoping to catch any buzz about Lin Ningho's scene from earlier. Suddenly, his expression changed. A blood-red headline dominated the screen, flooding the feed. Sensational. Chen Mo stops at nothing for attention, maliciously exploits actors' emotions, and pushes pity marketing to the limit. The article was highly inflammatory, distorting Chen Mo's previous filming techniques which had guided Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro to emotional outbursts into cold-blooded manipulation and deliberate sensationalism. Every word was a dagger to the heart. Further down, the hashtag boycott Chen Mo had already surged into the top 10 trending topics and was climbing rapidly. In the comments section, unsuspecting netizens were easily incited, flooding the space with vitriolic abuse. So this is how god-tier acting is made? I'm sick. Exploiting actors' genuine suffering as material? Disgusting. Directors like this should get the hell out of the entertainment industry. Wang Fatso's hand holding the phone was shaking violently, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. M.O. It's bad. Chen Mo had just finished reviewing today's footage when he looked up at the commotion. What is it? Fat Wang thrust his phone over. Look. Someone's ing out to destroy us. This writing style, this timing, and how fast it hit the trending topics, it's definitely an organized smear campaign. They're trying to ruin our reputation. Fat Wang paced frantically. We need to hire a PR firm immediately, issue a statement, and sue them for defamation. Chen Mo took the phone and quickly scanned the lengthy article and the comments below. After reading, he picked up his own phone and opened Weibo. He located one of the reposts of the smear piece and selected to repost it directly. Wang Fatso's eyes widened. Bro, what are you doing? Chen Mo tapped his fingers on the screen a few times, typed just one sentence, then hit send. If you can write something like that, it means you've never cried. After sending it, he put down his phone and said to the stunned Wang Fatso, "Release the Mountain Region public screening documentary we edited earlier." Wang Fatso froze. That one? Now. Yeah. A few minutes later. Chen Mo's Weibo was updated again. This time, it was a video. The video's title read, "Their Tears and the Tears of Mountain Children." The footage began. A makeshift classroom, dimly lit by a yellowish light. A group of mountain children, dark-skinned yet with bright, sparkling eyes, were intently watching a projection. The projection shows the public service short film that moved the entire internet just days ago. Her eyes hold the sea. When the mother in the short film silently sheds tears, the camera pans across the children. Each small figure's shoulders trembled. Some wiped their eyes with their sleeves, while others cried out loud. A little girl in faded, worn clothes looked tearfully into the camera and said in Mandarin with a heavy accent, She looks like my mom. My mom, she used to look at me like that too." Another little boy cried as he spoke. "I miss my mom." The video had no background music, only the children's genuine sobs and words. Finally, the screen froze on a line of text. "Some tears aren't for show, they're about love and longing." The video was released. At first, trolls still clamored in the comments section. Selling misery again? Exploiting children? How shameless. But soon, the tone of the comments shifted. I was wrong. I shouldn't have criticized Chen Mo. How is this exploitation? This is genuine emotion. Those kids crying broke my heart. Those calling it exploitation, do you even have a heart? Every time I watch the sea in her eyes, I cry. These kids do too. If this is marketing, I'd gladly be flooded with more like it. This is true art rooted in life, touching the soul. Chen Mo, I'm sorry. Is this exploitation? This is giving voice to those of us who've lived through similar experiences. The tide has turned completely. The previous hashtag boycott Chen Mo hashtag was swiftly replaced by a new one. Hashtag Chen Mo don't make me cry. This hashtag surged even more fiercely, climbing to the top of the trending charts within just 1 hour. Its exposure exceeded 100 million, then 200 million, and kept surging. Clicking into the topic revealed a sea of tears, netizens sharing their genuine reactions to watching She Has the Sea in Her Eyes in this mountainous region charity screening footage. A sea of tears. Meanwhile, that inflammatory smear piece and the copycat marketing accounts were rendered utterly feeble and powerless under the relentless backlash of public opinion. In less than 3 hours, tech-savvy netizens uncovered the payment records of several major black PR teams, with irrefutable evidence. Immediately afterward, these accounts were swiftly flagged by the platform, with one after another displaying the message, "This user has been banned for violating platform rules." Clean and decisive. Wang Fatty watched this dramatic reversal unfold on his phone and slapped his thigh in excitement. Holy bro! Damn impressive. That one repost, that one video, it's more effective than 10 top-tier law firms combined. Chapter 119, you think I don't know? Those bastards must be kicking themselves now. Chen Mo calmly turned off his phone screen. The light in the lounge cast a serene glow on his composed profile. They're playing on emotions. What I'm shooting for is lives. Ding. Host successfully guided public opinion and countered malicious smear campaign detected. Special mechanism emotional resistance activated. Effect: when encountering negative trending topics or smear attacks related to emotion, the host's works and positive personal topics will gain an additional 15% counter-trend growth bonus. The next day, following the initial success of The Billionaire of Shihong City, Chen Mo's new film project was put on the schedule. This was a more complex script demanding higher standards from the actors. The atmosphere in the meeting room felt slightly tense. Besides Chen Mo and Wang Fatso, several investor representatives were present, along with special guest audition director Old Lu. Lin Wanqiu sat quietly to the side, her fingertips tapping the table unconsciously. Su Xiao fixed Chen Mo with an intense gaze. "Director Chen, I'd like to try out for the female lead in the new film." The room fell silent. It was well known that the female lead in this production carried immense weight, with complex inner monologues that far exceeded what a mere sweet song diva could easily handle. Lin Wanqiu also turned her head slightly, her gaze fixed on Su Xiao. Audition director Old Lu frowned. "Miss Su, this role is extremely challenging. We have a standardized audition process in place." But Su Xiao stood up immediately, her gaze still fixed on Chen Mo. "I don't need special arrangements. Let's do it now. I can choose any line from the script myself." Her stance brooked no refusal. Chen Mo looked at her, hesitating to speak. Su Xiao took a deep breath, not glancing at the script on the table, and spoke directly. "Do you think I don't know? Do you think I can't feel it? Every time you look at her, that look in your eyes. Like fire, burning me to ashes. Yet you smile at me, giving me hope, only to crush it with your own hands. Chen Mo, tell me, what do you really want?" The lines poured out one by one. Everyone present, including Lin Wanqiu, froze in shock. Fat Wang's mouth hung open in shock. These lines weren't in the latest script they had. This was a monologue from Chen Mo's original draft, later cut due to pacing issues. Moreover, that draft had never been released to the public. Chen Mo's gaze instantly sharpened like a blade. He fixed his gaze on Su Xiao. "Where did you get this?" Su Xiao met his gaze without flinching. "That day when you fell asleep while editing the script, I secretly looked at your computer." Without pausing, the emotion in her eyes erupted suddenly. "Answer me. Why aren't you speaking? What are you afraid of? That I'll see through your hypocrisy? Or that I'll know you once harbored even the slightest feeling for me? Let me tell you, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of anything.
Her voice grew louder, trembling with tears yet stubbornly defiant.
Despair, rage, and desperate pleas tangled together in her performance, assaulting everyone's eardrums.
The final words were practically screamed.
I just want an answer.
After speaking, she stood there, her chest heaving violently. The entire room fell silent.
Audition director Old Lu's eyes brimmed with shock and delight. He slapped his thigh hard. Great. Absolutely brilliant.
He turned to Chen Mo, his voice brimming with excitement.
Director Chen, no need for further auditions. This role is hers. That explosive energy, that depth of emotion, absolutely incredible.
Lin Wanqiu's face gradually drained of color. She stared at Su Xiao, who shone like a radiant sun. In the end, she said nothing. Silently, she rose, pulled out her chair, and turned to leave.
Chen Mo's gaze did not follow Lin Wanqiu.
His gaze remained fixed on Su Xiao. After a moment, he spoke slowly. She wasn't playing a character from the script.
She couldn't bear to part with me. Ding.
Detected special emotional interaction. Red face competition status activated. In future storylines, interacting with designated female characters may trigger the tilted clues mechanism, influencing plot development and reward acquisition.
Outside the conference room,
Wang Fatty caught up with Chen Mo, his face still bearing traces of shock.
Brother Mo, this Su Xiao is way too fierce, right? And Lin Ingho, she. Wang Fat scratched his head, utterly perplexed.
Bro, I can't help but feel like as you're writing this script, you're tangling up all their relationships.
Chen Mo stopped in his tracks.
What they're fighting over is the role.
And me.
Before Wang Fatso could ask more, Chen Mo silenced him with a single glance.
Some things are better left unsaid.
Especially when the person involved might not have fully seen through their own situation yet. The next day, the official auditions for the new film project commenced as scheduled.
The venue was a small audition studio provided by Qinghe Pictures.
The core crew members' lighting, camera, assistant director were already in position. As Chen Mo's assistant, Wang Fatty was naturally present, holding a stack of actor profiles while occasionally glancing toward the entrance.
Lin Wanqiu had arrived too.
Dressed in her usual simple attire, she sat in a chair in the corner. The door to the audition room swung open. Su Xiao stepped inside.
All eyes instantly focused on her.
Today she wore a faded t-shirt, washed until it was almost white, with frayed edges and even a few holes, hanging loosely on her frame. Her face was bare, and her hair was simply pulled back into a ponytail. A stark contrast to her polished image as the sweet song princess. She walked to the center of the stage and came to a stop.
The assistant director cleared his throat, about to say action.
Suddenly, tears began to fall from Su Xiao's eyes without warning.
One, then two, slid silently down her cheeks. No lines. No movement. Only those bloodshot eyes and the relentless flow of tears. The entire audition studio fell silent in an instant.
The lighting technician forgot to adjust the follow spot. The cameraman held the camera, forgetting to press record. Even the usually loud and boisterous Fat Wang held his breath, not daring to make a sound.
Shock. Unparalleled shock.
Chen Mo sat behind the director's monitor, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest. He slowly broke the silence.
Not bad. Looks just like a broke guy who just blew $1 billion.
Su Xiao's sobs abruptly halted. She lifted her tear-stained face and looked at Chen Mo.
Then I play the lead role as the poor guy's ex-girlfriend? Ding. Detected actor Su Xiao's role compatibility exceeding 80%. System has automatically recorded Su Xiao female-led desperate type as a candidate line.
This marked the first time the system had ever prompted a candidate line record.
Just then,
a cold, clear voice drifted from the corner.
She's the broke ex-girlfriend.
Lin Wanqiu rose to her feet and walked slowly into the light, her gaze fixed on Chen Mo.
And what about me? Su Xiao didn't back down.
She quickly wiped the tears from her face and met Lin Wanqiu's gaze.
You? Chapter 120, which one isn't better than your crappy web series? You'd be perfect as his current girlfriend, the one he dragged into his mountain of unpaid debts. Tension instantly filled the air.
Seeing the tension escalate, Fat Wang felt his scalp tingle.
Hey! Ladies, calm down, calm down.
He rushed forward, trying to pull them apart. The director's still here.
Let's talk this out calmly, okay? Chen Mo waved him off, signaling Wang Fatso to step back.
Watching the two top actresses locked in a standoff before him.
Don't stop me. This is exactly the scene I want. Authentic, born from real conflict. Ding.
Congratulations, host. You've successfully guided the actors to ignite deep-seated character conflict.
System special reward, exclusive editing tool emotional resonance node generator.
Effect, during post-production editing, automatically generates emotional resonance nodes based on actors' genuine emotional fluctuations, significantly enhancing audience immersion. Projected audience bullet screen activation rate plus 30%.
Night faded, dawn's first light peeking through. When Chen Mo arrived at the audition venue provided by Qingha Pictures, his footsteps faltered slightly. Outside the audition studio, a dense crowd packed layer upon layer, completely blocking the entrance. A cacophony of chatter and murmurs rose and fell in waves. Wang Fat, trailing behind Chen Mo, nearly dropped his jaw at the spectacle. He swallowed hard and leaned close to Chen Mo's ear. Bro, did we announce this audition yesterday? How come I didn't know about it? Chen Mo shot him a glance but said nothing, striding forward. Among the crowd, sharp-eyed individuals immediately recognized him. It's Director Chen Mo. Director Chen's here. Look, it's Director Chen. The crowd, which had maintained a semblance of order, erupted into chaos. Among these faces were extras who'd been running around for years, still unknown. Others were amateur internet celebrities who had gained minor fame on short video platforms, hoping to seize this chance to break into the mainstream. Others were recognizable names who'd never broken out of third-tier roles, struggling actors clinging to their dreams. They'd heard the news through various channels. They say Director Chen has an eye for talent, just one glance from him can make you famous. Yeah. Just look at those actors from Hidden Corner, what they're worth now. Just getting a cameo in his film, even a minor role, could be your big break. Driven by such hopes, countless people swarmed in. Wang Fatty finally pushed his way through the crowd, shielding Chen Mo as they made their way inside. Bro, this is insane. Just then, a louder commotion erupted from the back of the crowd. Oh no! The tent! A corner of the tent collapsed. Who stepped on it? Stop pushing! Stop pushing! Several people who looked like journalists, carrying long lenses and cameras, had somehow pushed past the outer security cordon and were now desperately trying to squeeze inside. One of them had even raised his phone, shouting excitedly into the lens. Hey everyone! Exclusive footage! Director Chen Mo's new film audition is crazier than you can imagine. We're right here. Click. Click. Flashbulbs went off in rapid succession. The scene descended into utter chaos. Several crew members tried to restore order but were pushed around by the surging crowd. Chen Mo stopped in his tracks, not looking back. Keep making noise. I'll throw every last one of you out. The journalists frantically pushing forward froze in place, their faces frozen in excitement. The influencer who had been live streaming moments ago nearly dropped his phone, holding his breath in terror. Everyone held their breath, staring in stunned silence at Chen Mo's retreating figure. Chen Mo slowly turned around. His gaze swept calmly over the hundreds of faces before him, each unique in its own way. He lifted his chin slightly, his voice quiet yet carrying an undeniable authority. What I want isn't a spectacle. I want to choose someone who can truly embody the role, someone who has actually seen a ghost. Seen ghosts? What kind of demand was this? Wang Fatso stood beside Chen Mo, listening to these words. His mouth twitched involuntarily as he muttered under his breath. Bro, your request, it's like trying to ascend to immortality or enter the realm of cultivation. Chen Mo ignored his wisecracks. At that moment, his eyes were fixed only on the candidates who had been stunned into silence by his single remark. Those eyes, filled with longing intention. Chen Mo raised his hand slightly. Power up. First take. Hundreds of eyes in the audition studio were now fixed on Chen Mo. Wang the Fat stood nearby, holding his breath, thinking this guy really had some nerve. Amid the crowd, a woman pushed her way through a group of people, emerging from the throng. She appeared to be in her late 20s, her makeup flawless, yet she wore a black lace evening gown that seemed utterly out of place in the audition setting. The train of her dress dragged along the floor, making her look both grand and jarring. A small camera crew followed behind her, 2 cameras trained directly on her and Chen Mo. Her chin lifted slightly as she walked to the center of the space. Director Chen, hello. I'm actress Li Manny. Chen Mo remained expressionless, merely nodding to signal she could begin. Li Manny cleared her throat, addressing the air. I know. The first line of dialogue, just 7 simple words. She stumbled over the line, repeating I 5 times, her confident smile instantly freezing on her face. An indescribable awkwardness filled the air. Behind her, the camera crew's lenses wobbled slightly. Ha! Wang Fatso couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. He quickly covered his mouth. He leaned close to Chen Mo's ear and whispered. Bro, did she just recite some viral quote from an internet celebrity? Complete with its own background music? Li Manny heard Wang Fatso's laughter, her cheeks flushing crimson as she shot him a fierce glare. Chen Mo stared at the script in his hands, not even lifting his head. You just recited the dying words of the female lead from last year's hit drama Palace. And you messed up 3 words. Li Manny's face flushed red then drained pale, her chest heaving beneath the evening gown. She slammed her hand down on the makeshift table beside her. I have 5 million followers. Chen Mo, what gives you the right to keep me off the show? I've starred in so many plays, which one isn't better than your crappy web series? Chen Mo lifted his eyes, his gaze settling on her. Do your 5 million followers help you recite your lines when you mess up? Step aside. Li Mani opened her mouth to protest, but under Chen Mo's utterly emotionless stare, she ultimately dared not speak another word. The camera crew behind them awkwardly halted filming, exchanging uneasy glances. The surrounding auditionees watched the scene unfold in complete silence. Director Chen, that was brutal. He showed absolutely no mercy. Many faces showed signs of retreat, and a few were already quietly slipping out of the crowd, ready to abandon their applications. This wasn't an audition, it was a public execution. Just then, a system notification sounded in Chen Mo's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on demonstrating overwhelming presence and establishing your aura. You have acquired the special trait, Crew Intimidation +1. Chapter 121. You said you'd wait 5 years for me. Did you? Amidst the oppressive silence, a figure shifted uneasily to the edge of the crowd. It was a girl. She appeared young, barely in her early 20s. She wore a faded blue and white school uniform, washed so often it had lost its color. The clothes hung loosely on her frame, looking slightly ill-fitting. Faint freckles dotted her face, and her hair was simply tied back in a ponytail. She clutched a notebook tightly to her chest, its edges worn and frayed. Compared to Li Mani's earlier entrance, all glitz and arrogance, this girl was plain as dirt. Head bowed, she shuffled in small steps to the center of the space, her voice thick with nervousness. Director Chen, I'd like to try out for the female lead in the high school period. Wang Fatso, just recovering from Li Mani's fiasco, couldn't help but lean close to Chen Mo's ear again upon seeing the girl's appearance. Bro, she can act? With that outfit and timid look, she looks more like a student who wandered onto the wrong set to me. Don't tell me she's another one of those internet celebrities who just pouts and acts cute, with all her lines dubbed in post-production? Chen Mo's gaze settled on the girl. Let's begin. Start. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. All eyes converged on her. Her lips moved slightly. You said you'd wait for me 5 years. Did you wait? 10 simple words. Instantly piercing the defenses of everyone present. Chen Mo, who had remained as steady as a mountain, stiffened imperceptibly at his spine the moment he heard those words. For the first time, ripples stirred in his deep, cold, and hard eyes. Amidst the crowd, a young assistant responsible for touching up the actor's makeup had been buried in her phone. Hearing the line, her fingers froze abruptly. The next second, she hastily raised her hand and hastily wiped the corner of her eye. Not far away, the cinematographer, a seasoned veteran hired by Fat Wang, had always kept a steady hand. Yet now, his hand holding the camera trembled slightly, causing the lens to shake. He quickly regained control, but that momentary lapse betrayed the shock within him. The girl in the old-school uniform stood there silently after delivering her lines. Chen Mo stared at her, speechless for a long time. You stay. The girl snapped her head up, her eyes instantly welling with tears. She bowed deeply. Thank you, Director Chen. The moment the words left her lips, the system's notification sound rang out again in Chen Mo's mind. Ding! Detected extremely high emotional resonance with target, emotional hit rate 83%. Congratulations, host. You have earned a special reward, a red-cheeked bonding opportunity basic. Red-cheeked bonding basic, select one eligible female character to form a bond. After bonding, the target's affection toward the host increases, with a chance to receive assistance during critical moments or trigger special storylines. Note, bonding requires mutual consent or fulfillment of specific conditions. Chen Mo was taken aback by this sudden red-cheeked companion bonding, but quickly refocused his attention on the scene. Wang Fatty finally regained his composure, leaning close to Chen Mo and whispering hoarsely. Bro! Holy! This isn't acting. This empathy bomb just hit me right in the heart. Where did this girl come from? That moment just now? I felt like I'd been dumped 10 times over. The atmosphere in the audition studio shifted completely. The earlier fear and restlessness were replaced by an inexplicable sense of awe and reverence. All the auditionees turned to look at the girl in the old-school uniform, their expressions complex. She had moved Chen Mo. She had moved everyone. Just then, a discordant clatter of footsteps echoed from the shack's doorway. Several men in sharp suits entered, surrounding a young woman with an imposing presence. The man leading them appeared to be in his early 40s, his hair combed immaculately. The woman beside him wore flawless makeup and designer clothes, her every glance carrying a hint of arrogance. Director Chen, is it? The man in charge walked straight up to Chen Mo and extended his hand. I'm Zhang Chang, representing Starshine Capital. This is Meng Feifei, the new talent our company is actively promoting this year. Feifei heard you were casting for a new drama, Director Chen, and came specifically to ask for an opportunity. Meng Feifei stepped forward at the perfect moment, flashing what she considered a flawless smile at Chen Mo. Director, you should see my other side. Wang Fatso frowned and whispered to Chen Mo. Bro, this doesn't look good. Chen Mo's gaze lingered on Meng Feifei for 2 seconds. He spoke calmly. I don't like mirrors. Meng Feifei's smile froze on her face. Zhang Chang's expression darkened slightly, but he quickly regained his smile. Director Chen, you're quite the humorist. We at Starshine Capital are highly optimistic about Director Chen's project. If director Chen is willing to cast Feifei as the female lead, Starshine Capital is prepared to invest 50 million yuan in this production. 50 million. The figure sent a ripple of gasps through the studio. Zhang Chang watched the reactions with satisfaction. Of course, if director Chen feels Feifei isn't suitable, then Starshine Capital would regretfully have to withdraw our previous investment offer. After all, we only invest in projects with potential and directors who know when to bow out. A blatant threat. Chen Mo reached out and picked up a document from the simple table in front of him. It was the investment proposal Starshine Capital had sent over yesterday. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Chen Mo clenched his hands tightly. Rip. The thick letter was torn clean in half before everyone's eyes. Then again, several more times. Rip. Rip. The letter of intent, worth 50 million, was instantly reduced to a pile of worthless scraps scattered across the floor. Zhang Chang's face instantly turned beet red. Pointing at Chen Mo, he was too furious to speak. You. I make films. I don't rely on handouts. Get your people out of here. The entire audition studio fell deathly silent. A few seconds later. Clap. 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 The assistant director was the first to clap, his face flushed crimson with excitement. Well said. Director Chen is amazing. That's our director Chen. Lighting technician Old Lu, script supervisor Little Li, prop master Little Wang. Every crew member clapped with all their might, their eyes brimming with admiration and excitement. Meng Feifei's face turned ashen clearly, she'd never witnessed such a scene before. Zhang Chang trembled with rage, pointing at Chen Mo and spitting out a threat. Chen Mo. You just wait. You'll regret this. Zhang Chang and Meng Feifei vanished outside the studio. Inside the studio, the atmosphere was completely different. Director Chen, you're awesome. That felt so satisfying. Exactly. Thinking 50 million could crush us? Dream on. Chen Mo waved his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. Alright, that wraps up today's auditions. Great work, everyone. Let's pack up. Though exhausted, the crew was energized as they began packing up equipment. Just then, a slender figure walked slowly into the frame, silhouetted against the light. Chapter 122, Bro, it kinda fell short? The newcomer was a woman, tall, dressed in jeans and a simple solid color t-shirt. Her hair was casually tied back, with a few stray strands falling across her forehead. She held a thin resume in her hand, its edges slightly worn. The relaxed atmosphere in the studio grew subtly tense with her arrival. Several actors who had been preparing to leave exchanged glances, their displeasure evident. She shows up right before rap? Who is this? She's got some nerve, doesn't she? Fat Wan leaned close to Chen Mo and whispered. Bro, she's here to show off, right? What big shot doesn't know the rules? Chen Mo's gaze lingered on the woman, but he didn't speak immediately. He could sense something distinctly different about her compared to the other auditionees. Chen Mo picked up the water glass on the table, took a sip, then spoke calmly. You know we've already finished auditions, right? The woman halted, her gaze calmly meeting Chen Mo's. Yes. I'm here to fill a vacancy, not to compete for a role. At this remark, not only did Fat Wan's eyes widen, but even the crew members lingering nearby turned their heads in surprise. Filling a vacancy? The way she put it, it sounded like the production couldn't do without her. How arrogant. Interesting. Chen Mo set down his water cup and gestured toward the center of the stage. Then let's see. Without a word, the woman strode straight to the center of the stage. She didn't glance at the script or ask which scene to audition for. Every pair of eyes in the studio focused on her, scrutinizing. Seconds later, she lifted her chin slightly. They say there's no light in my eyes. That's because I hid the light inside my heart. To light my ghost. After delivering these 3 lines, she stood there in silence. Wang Fatty looked at Chen Mo, his face filled with disbelief. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Then, Chen Mo spoke slowly. There are no other options for this role. The words fell. The studio erupted in an uproar. What? It's already decided? Who is this guy? His acting is absolutely explosive. I got goosebumps. That look in their eyes just now unbelievable. I've never seen a newcomer with this kind of presence. No, this doesn't feel like a newcomer at all. Chen Mo knew in his heart that he had found it. He had found the one who could breathe life into the role, the one who had truly seen ghosts. He stepped before the woman and extended his hand. Chen Mo, director of this production. The woman took his hand, her grip neither too firm nor too light. Qin Lan. Fat Wang scurried over, holding a thin list in his hand. Bro, with Sister Qin Lan on board, our core cast is complete. He handed the list to Chen Mo, his face radiating uncontrollable excitement. Chen Mo scanned it. Besides Qin Lan, 5 other names appeared on the list. 3 men and 3 women. One was Zhou Yuan, a middle-aged man who'd spent 20 years toiling on the theater stage without ever achieving stardom. Another was Sun Hao, a young actor with a sunny, handsome appearance who always ended up as the 3rd male lead in idol dramas. One was a teenager named Lin Che, whom he had just kept on, wearing an old-school uniform with a look of deep experience in his eyes. One was Su Wei, a girl who had passed the audition earlier, delicate yet stubborn. And then there was Tang Yan, the short-haired woman whose sharp performance and bold style stood out during the audition. Each possessed a distinct style. Each carried an indomitable spirit. This was exactly what he wanted. Chen Mo turned, his gaze sweeping over the 6 actors who had just assembled. The entire audition studio fell silent in an instant. All eyes were fixed on him. Starting today, forget your actors. You're not here to act. You are here to breathe life into these characters. I want you to pour your souls into these characters. I want you to cry, to laugh. Every breath you take must belong to the character. Wang Fatso stood to the side, his blood boiling as he listened, his fists clenched tight. Staring intently at Chen Mo's retreating figure, he whispered to the assistant directly beside him. This is it. My brother's gone mad. He's not just casting actors. He's building an entire army of actors. Chen Mo paid no heed to Wang Fatso's mutterings. He looked at the 6 people before him. Now, tell me in one sentence, who are you? The first to speak was Zhou Yuan, the middle-aged man. I am a father. For my daughter, I would go to hell. Next was the cheerful Sun Hao, who dropped his smile, his face etched with complex anguish. I am his best friend and the one who pushed him into the abyss with my own hands. Lin Che, the teenager in the old-school uniform, kept his head bowed. I thought I was the light, but later realized I was merely the shadow he cast. The delicate girl Su Wei lifted her head, tears welling in her eyes. I waited and waited, only to find nothing but emptiness in the end. Tang Yan, with her short hair, crossed her arms and lifted her chin slightly. I pursue the truth, even if it burns me to ashes. Finally, it was Qin Lan. No new lines, just repeating that one phrase. I hid the light within my heart, to illuminate my ghost. The moment the words fell, Chen Mo's mind was suddenly filled with the system's mechanical voice. Ding! Actor emotional index peak recorded. Congratulations, host. Exclusive actor squad successfully formed. Unlocked hidden filming feature multi-threaded scene empathy engine. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. Multi-threaded scene empathy engine? The name of this feature alone sounded absurdly powerful. Suppressing the wild excitement surging within, his expression remained calm. He looked at the 6 faces before him, each brimming with stories. Very good. Since you trust me, then let's begin filming. Lights in position, camera rolling. Everything was ready. Clapperboard operator Shaoli raised the clapperboard. Scene 1, take 1, action. Action. At Wang Fatso's command, all eyes focused on Qin Lan in the center of the set. The scene was simple. The female lead returns to her empty home, finding only a few overdue utility bills on the table. She needed to convey a sense of exhaustion, numbness, and a hint of despair. Qin Lan began her performance. She pushed open the door, her footsteps heavy. She approaches the table, picks up the bills, and scans the numbers. Her brow furrowed slightly, and she sighed. Everything was correct. Her movements, expressions, and timing all met the standards of a professional actress. But something just wasn't right. Behind the monitor, Chen Mo's brow furrowed as well. Fat Wang leaned in and whispered. Bro, it feels off somehow. Chen Mo ignored him, his gaze fixed on the face on the screen. The face was beautiful, yet worn out. But it was a worn-out look that was performed. Cut. Qin Lan lifted her head to look at Chen Mo, a hint of confusion in her eyes. The crew began whispering among themselves. What's wrong? I thought that was pretty good. Chapter 123, maybe. Lighting technician Old Lu whispered to prop guy Xiao Wang beside him. Sister Qin Lan has plenty of presence, but she can't. Does she only have that one trick up her sleeve? No way. When I saw her audition, that intensity was terrifying. Who knows? Some actors are just explosive performers, they can't handle this kind of nuanced inner drama. The murmurs seeped into everyone's ears. The tension on set grew heavier by the second. Qin Lan stood rooted to the spot, lips pressed together, silent. She felt it too. Her emotions remained on the surface, refusing to sink deeper. Wang Fatso grew impatient and jogged over. Lan, don't listen to their nonsense. Just take a moment to build up your emotions, no rush. Qin Lan shook her head, her gaze still fixed on Chen Mo. She knew the problem wasn't with others, but with the director. All eyes were on Chen Mo. Wondering how he would handle this challenge that arose on the very first day of filming. Chen Mo rose from behind the monitor. Step by step, he walked slowly toward Qin Lan. He didn't look at Qin Lan, but instead scanned the sparse set. A worn-out sofa, a table with peeling paint, and a withered plant on the windowsill. Only then did he turn his gaze back to Qin Lan's face. You're not playing a poor person. Qin Lan froze. Chen Mo stared into her eyes, enunciating each word. You're playing someone abandoned by the entire world. Boom! The words exploded in Qin Lan's mind. A person abandoned by the entire world. Her pupils contracted sharply. The frosted glass that had always remained impenetrable shattered instantly. The dilapidated set before her eyes was no longer mere scenery. It was her prison. The only refuge left after the world had cast her aside. Chen Mo took 2 steps back, retreating behind the monitor. Take it again. Action. Qin Lan remained frozen in place. 1 second. 2 seconds. She slowly raised her hand and covered her face. The next second. A stifled, broken sob escaped through her fingers. Not a wailing cry. It was the kind of despair that dared not cry aloud, for fear of being heard by neighbors. Tears streamed wildly from between her fingers, rolling down her cheeks. Her entire body curled up, shoulders shaking violently. This was no performance. It was the wail of a soul. Hiss. A sharp intake of breath echoed from behind the monitor. Lighting technician Old Lu's hand trembled, causing the beam to waver. The entire set. Only Qin Lan's heart-wrenching sobs echoed through the air. Fat Wang stared fixedly at the monitor, his body trembling. He suddenly grabbed Chen Mo's arm. Bro, she's not acting. She's truly gone mad. Chen Mo's face bore no expression. Only his eyes remained fixed, staring intently at the screen. Only when Qin Lan's emotional outburst reached its peak and slowly faded into numbness. Then he spoke. Cut. That's a wrap. The moment the words fell. Ding. Exclusive actor Qin Lan, synchronization value plus 10%. Ding. Crew cohesion enhanced, trust among all members boosted. Qin Lan's scene acted like a shot of adrenaline, injecting energy into the entire crew. Everyone was determined to give it their all. Night fell. The crew relocated to shoot another night scene. This scene featured the female lead and her sister, the only family she had in a heartfelt exchange within their rented apartment. The girl playing the younger sister was Su Wei. The set remained sparse. A bed, a table, a window letting in the dim glow of streetlights outside. The atmosphere was oppressive. All departments, prepare. Fat Wang held the walkie-talkie, his voice booming. Lighting, okay. Camera ready. Sound okay. Everything proceeded in perfect order. Chen Mo sat calmly behind the monitor. Take 2, shot 1, first pass. Action. Qin Lan and Su Wei quickly slipped into character. Su Wei curled up in the corner of the bed, hugging her knees with her hands, head bowed. Sis. Are we really out of options? Qin Lan stood with her back to her, gazing out the window at the blurred lights beyond. She didn't turn around. The path is made by walking it. Her voice was cold and hard. Just as she was about to deliver her next line. Snap. A sharp crack echoed. The entire set plunged into dead silence and darkness. The lighting crew's equipment had short-circuited. Damn it! What the hell happened? Protect the equipment. Quick! Panicked shouts echoed through the darkness. Fat Wang was the first to react, grabbing the walkie-talkie to shout. Hold on. Everyone stop. Before he could finish, a hand reached out from the side and pressed down on his walkie-talkie. It was Chen Mo. Don't stop. Cameraman, keep rolling. Everyone froze. Are you crazy? It's pitch black, what are we supposed to shoot? Ghosts? Fat Wang was sweating buckets with anxiety. Bro! It's pitch black. We can't get any footage. The camera's exposure is way off. How are we supposed to shoot like this? Chen Mo didn't answer. His eyes were fixed on the 2 indistinct shapes in the darkness. The cameraman, Old Zhang, was equally baffled, but trusting Chen Mo, he kept the lens fixed in that direction. He instinctively adjusted the focus. Then he saw it. Through that window, a faint beam of moonlight slanted inward. It fell precisely upon Qin Lan's eyes. The monitor was pitch black. Only those eyes. Slowly, they filled with tears. In the moonlight, the tears refracted into tiny shards of light. Qin Lan slowly turned around. She didn't look at her sister, but instead turned toward the camera. No, she wasn't looking at the camera. Choking back sobs, she uttered each word of the line she hadn't finished earlier. It's getting dark. We'll feel our way. At that moment, Su Wei also lifted her head. She couldn't make out her sister's face. But she felt that suffocating sorrow. She was no longer Su Wei the actress. She was simply that helpless younger sister. Tears instantly broke through the dam. Sis. Crying out, she threw herself forward and embraced Qin Lan. I was scared. Qin Lan held her close, and tears finally fell. No sound. Only shoulders trembled silently. Behind the monitor, Old Zhang the cameraman held his breath. Bro, this look. That look could carry an entire movie. Su Wei's voice was thick with sobs. Burying her face in Qin Lan's shoulder, her voice muffled. She pulled me into it. I truly feel like the sky has fallen. Cut. Click. The backup power kicked in, and several work lights flickered on. Everyone was still immersed in the drama that had just unfolded, unable to pull themselves out of it. The next second, someone no one knew who began clapping first. Applause instantly filled the entire studio. Fat Wang threw his arms around Chen Mo's neck, his face flushed with excitement. He shook Chen Mo violently. Bro! You're not a director. You're a mental polluter. You're the devil. Chen Mo felt dizzy from the shaking and pushed him away. Devil? Maybe. To capture what others can't, you have to use methods others won't dare to use. The next day, the crew's spirits remained high. Today's shoot took place at an elegantly decorated cafe that had been booked exclusively for the production. The scene featured Qin Lan and another female lead, Tang Yan, in a face-off. Tang Yan, the short-haired woman with the bold, spirited style from the audition. Chapter 124, One More Take. One more take. In the script, they were childhood best friends whose bond ran deeper than blood. This scene depicts their final falling out. Over a man and years of accumulated jealousy and misunderstandings, they turn against each other completely. Is everyone ready? Chen Mo sat behind the monitor. Lighting okay. Camera ready. Props are good. The clapperboard operator, Shaoli, ran to the front of the camera holding the clapperboard. Scene 3, take 1, first take. Action. A window seat in the cafe. Qin Lan and Tang Yan sat across from each other. Exquisite coffee and desserts adorn the table, yet neither touches a thing. According to the script, Tang Yan speaks first. Why did you do this? We were best friends. Qin Lan lifted her coffee, took a small sip, and didn't look at her. Friends? Would friends steal my roles, steal my man, and stab me in the back? Tang Yan's breathing quickened. I didn't. It was all a misunderstanding. I can explain. Explain? Qin Lan finally lifted her eyes, meeting Tang Yan's gaze directly. Too late. The moment you climbed into his bed, we were done. Tang Yan's face instantly drained of color. The next line in the script called for her tearful defense. But now, gazing at Qin Lan's cold, contemptuous face. In her mind, the script, the lines, the blocking, everything was consumed by an unstoppable rage. Snap. A sharp crack. Tang Yan sprang to her feet and delivered a vicious slap across Qin Lan's face. Clear and loud. The entire cafe fell instantly silent. Everyone was stunned. There was no slapping scene in the script. Absolutely not. Wang Fatso's walkie-talkie clattered to the floor. He instinctively started to yell cut. Don't stop. Wang Fatty whipped his head around to see Chen Mo staring intently at the monitor, his eyes gleaming. Qin Lan was also stunned by the blow. Her cheek burned fiercely. She could feel it. Tang Yan had struck with full force. She truly hated her. Humiliation and rage instantly overwhelmed her reason. You dare hit me? Qin Lan abruptly stood up and flung the coffee on the table at Tang Yan. The scalding coffee drenched Tang Yan from head to toe. Ah! Tang Yan screamed, but didn't back down. She grabbed her handbag and hurled it at Qin Lan like a madwoman. I'll beat the hell out of you, you. Two elegantly dressed women began tearing into each other like street brawlers right there in the upscale cafe. Pulling hair. Tearing clothes. Punch after punch, kick after kick. The entire film crew was stunned into silence. Is this acting? It's like sworn enemies meeting face to face. Fat Wang was sweating buckets as he rushed over to Chen Mo. Bro, we're in trouble. Do these two actually have real beef in real life? If we don't stop them, someone's gonna get killed. Chen Mo didn't blink. Don't stop them. Let them finish filming first. Madman. That was the only thought in Wang Fatso's mind. The director's a lunatic, and so are the actors. This entire crew, every last one of them, is insane. On screen, Qin Lan and Tang Yan were already fighting until they were exhausted. Tang Yan's shirt was torn open in a large gash, her hair disheveled. Qin Lan's face is bruised, her makeup smeared from tears. Both collapse onto the ground, glaring at each other as they gasp for breath. Suddenly, Tang Yan looked at Qin Lan, a mess, then glanced at herself. Tears rolled down her cheeks without warning. She reached out to touch the wound on Qin Lan's face, but her hand retracted. I'm sorry. Qin Lan looked at her. She looked at this best friend who had fought with her for half her life, yet loved her for half her life too. She cried too. She threw herself forward and embraced Tang Yan tightly. The two clung to each other, weeping bitterly. Their sobs were heart-wrenching. It was the characters weeping, and it was themselves weeping. It was the scripted rupture, but even more so, the complete emotional release of two actresses. Behind the monitor, the cameraman's hands trembled. But he steadied the camera with all his might, capturing this divine moment in its entirety. Cut! Chen Mo's voice rang out. Crew members rushed forward to help Qin Lan and Tang Yan, who were still sobbing. Fat Wang snatched the monitor and hit replay. From the first slap, to the ensuing struggle, to the final embrace and tears. It all unfolded in one continuous motion. The eruption and shift in emotions were so raw it felt suffocating. His mouth hung open, unable to utter a word for a long while. Finally, he looked at Chen Mo, his expression complex. Damn it! Bro! This isn't acting. This is emotional warfare. The production crew gathered around, watching the replay, and all sucked in their breath. The next second, someone started it. The entire set erupted in thunderous applause. Chen Mo leaned back in his chair and exhaled a long breath. It worked. A genuine smile finally touched the corners of Chen Mo's lips. This, he thought, was art. The applause gradually died down. But the tension in the air sparked by raw emotions colliding lingered long after. Xinlan and Tang Yan, supported by their respective assistants, sat apart with ice packs pressed to their faces, neither looking at the other. They were both deeply immersed in their roles and genuinely furious. Wang Fatso sidled up to Chen Mo, handing him a bottle of water. Bro, that was a pretty ruthless move. How are these two leading ladies supposed to face each other on set now? They're actors. Right now they'd kill each other, but the moment the camera rolls, they'll be best friends again, inseparable through thick and thin. That's true professionalism. Wang Fatty stared at the monitor, watching that divine replay. He felt he wasn't working with a director. He was following a devil who toyed with people's hearts at will. Afternoon. The crew moved locations. The new location was a single-room apartment staged to feel oppressively claustrophobic. No extra furniture, the color scheme was gloomy. Today's shoot featured a monologue scene for the female lead. In the script, she had endured a decade of torment at the hands of a controlling man, her mental state teetering on the brink of collapse. This monologue finds her talking to herself in the mirror. It was both a confession and her final cry for help. Xinlan had already changed into her costume of faded, worn-out t-shirt. She sits before the mirror. All departments, prepare. Wang Fatty picked up the walkie-talkie, resuming his role as assistant director. Lighting, position. Camera ready. Sound in position. The script supervisor, Shaoli, raised the clapperboard. Scene 6, take 1, first. Action. The camera zooms in. Xinlan stared at her reflection in the mirror. Her lips move, as if to speak her lines. One word escapes, then stalls. Her eyes are vacant, unable to convey the numb despair of someone imprisoned for a decade. Cut. Take it again. Scene 6, take 1, take 2. Action. Xinlan took a deep breath and looked into the mirror once more. I don't know. The emotion still wasn't right. That morning's scene had been an intense emotional outburst. This scene, however, demanded a stillness as deep as stagnant water. It demanded even greater control from the actor. Cut. Cut. Chapter 125, he's dead. You're free. Cut. After 7 or 8 takes, Xinlan still couldn't find her rhythm. Sweat beaded on her forehead, her eyes reddened as she kept apologizing to everyone. I'm sorry, director. Please give me one more chance. The atmosphere on set grew tense. Old Zhang, the cinematographer, had raised his arm until it ached. Everyone's initial anticipation had turned to helpless resignation. Fat Wang rubbed his hands nervously, wanting to step in but hesitating. He knew exactly what Chen Mo demanded from performances. Just then, Chen Mo rose from behind the monitor. Step by step, he slowly approached Xinlan. All eyes were fixed on him. Chen Mo moved behind Xinlan, bent down, and leaned close to her ear. Everyone held their breath, waiting to hear the director's instructions. He's dead. Xinlan's body stiffened abruptly. Chen Mo gazed at her reflection in the mirror and continued. You're free. Xinlan froze. She stared blankly at her reflection, her pupils dilating in an instant. The next second, her eyes visibly reddened at a rapid pace. Her expression began to undergo a startling transformation. First, overwhelming sorrow washed over her, twisting her face in anguish as her body began to shake uncontrollably. Then, an eerie, liberated smile blossomed from the corners of her twisted mouth. She was free. The smile grew wider, yet it was uglier than tears. Following the smile came a torrent of rage. She clenched her fist so tightly her knuckles turned white, her eyes filled with hatred. Hate for that man, and hate for this belated freedom. Finally, all emotion faded. Only a bone-deep numbness and emptiness remained. Xinlan stared at her reflection in the mirror, as if looking at a stranger. The entire process took less than a minute. Not a single line spoken. Yet her face, her eyes, her body had acted out a woman's entire life. Holy! Photographer Old Zhang's hand trembled, nearly dropping the camera as he gasped in astonishment. 5 words. 5 words conveying 12 layers of emotion. Who the hell could pull that off? Backstage, Sun Hao, Zhou Yuan, and the other actors watched in stunned silence, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Tang Yan murmured to herself. How did he do that? Director Chen isn't a director, he's a hypnotist, right? No, he's a devil. At the center of the set, Chen Mo had already returned to the monitor. Watching the playback, Wang Fatso edged closer, stammering his question. Bro, this take. We're not using this take. One take. The moment the words left his mouth, the system's voice sounded in Chen Mo's mind, right on cue. Ding. Shot impact meets requirements. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the special ability, Protagonist Editing Permission LV1. The instant the permission activated, a torrent of information flooded Chen Mo's mind. Opening his eyes, the cold glare of the monitor reflected in his pupils. That's a wrap. Back to the studio. Late at night, in the studio. Only Chen Mo's keyboard clattered furiously. Wang Pangzi yawned beside him, his eyelids drooping, yet he dared not sleep. Watching the monitor, where images were violently torn apart only to be bizarrely stitched back together, sent shivers down his spine. This wasn't editing. It was like dismembering a monster only to sew it back together into an even more terrifying creature. Bro, we've been shooting for so long, what the hell is this movie even called? Wang Pangzi finally couldn't hold back and asked cautiously. Chen Mo didn't even turn his head, his gaze glued to the screen as he spat out 7 words. Don't look in the mirror at midnight. What the hell? Wang Pangzi jolted awake, all traces of sleep gone. Don't look in the mirror at midnight? Bro, that title sounds like a 5 yuan pirated ghost story from a street vendor. Way too tacky. Chen Mo ignored him. His fingertips tapped the final enter key on the keyboard. Done. A 3-minute and 7-second video lay silently on the desktop. No hype, no submission for review, and certainly no heads up to any platform. Chen Mo casually uploaded the video to Douyin. The title was bold. Just a single hashtag followed by the movie title. Hashtag don't look in the mirror at night. 3 minutes later. This video began bearing its fangs across the late-night internet. Extremely disjointed editing and rapid flashbacks leave no room to breathe. Xi Lan's iconic performance before the mirror was sliced into shreds. Extreme sorrow, eerie laughter, overwhelming hatred, deathly numbness. Every frame hits the audience like a sledgehammer to the eyes. Paired with a few lines of chillingly vicious dialogue, ripped straight from different scenes. He's dead. You are free. Kill me. Or, I'll kill you. The comments section exploded instantly. Holy. What the hell is this? It scared the crap out of me. In the middle of the night I threw my phone across the room. Who's this actress? Her performance is insane. I could feel that madness radiating through the screen. Did the editor take drugs? This gave me a heart attack. But, I want to watch it again. Insane. Absolutely insane. This trailer has pure, unadulterated madness. I declare this the craziest trailer of the year. Within an hour, it racked up over 1 million likes. 2 hours later, it surged into Douyin's top 10 trending list. 3 hours later, it dominated the charts, claiming the top spot. The entire Chinese internet was completely blown away by this bizarre teaser titled Don't Look in the Mirror at Midnight. Major marketing accounts sprang into action. The venomous old ghost posted overnight with a headline that sent shivers down spines. One director crafts the craziest trailer on the entire web. Chen Mo is either a genius or a madman. Below the article, countless viewers drawn in by the teaser left their raw reactions. I don't understand cinematography or montage techniques, but this left me utterly stunned. I have no idea what this movie's about, but I believe his madness follows a logic. Please. Hurry up. GKD. I want to see the full movie right now. I've got the money ready. At the same time. Shanghai Video, Director's Office. Director Su stared at the tablet handed to him by his assistant, his face ashen. On the screen, Xi Lan's face twisted yet liberated seemed to silently mock the noble 5 million he had once offered. His subordinate beside him dared not breathe a word. After a long silence, Director Su ground out through clenched teeth. This is even more ruthless than his crappy script. In the studio. Wang the Fatso held up his phone, his face flushed with excitement. Bro. Look at this. Your movie hasn't even come out yet, and someone already made a fan-made MV for you. They used all your film clips, paired with super pumped-up BGM. This is insane. Bro. We're going to be huge. Chen Mo glanced at the rapidly scrolling comments and bullet chats, then turned his gaze toward the pitch-black night sky outside the window. Chapter 126. Bro. Look. The sky was brightening. Wang Fatso hadn't slept all night, his face framed by 2 enormous dark circles as he stared intently at his phone screen. The anticipated crackdown never came. No bans. No traffic restrictions. Domestic video giants went all out, plastering the trailer for Don't Look in the Mirror at Midnight in the most prominent spots on their apps. All of them were prime promotional spots free of charge. Bro. Look. Fat Wang barged into the studio holding his phone. It's crazy. They're all promoting us. Director Su from Star C, Director Qian from Feitian, even those bastards are practically gushing over our trailer. They're calling it the most artistically exploratory short film of the year. These people, did they all take the wrong medicine? Chen Mo sat in his chair and pointed at Wang Fatso's phone. They haven't lost their minds. Someone's pulling the strings. Wang Pangzi looked down and refreshed his Weibo feed. A newly posted private message popped up. The sender's ID displayed just 3 simple characters. Qin Zhenchuan. The titan of China's film industry. The content was even simpler. At Director Chen Mo, I, Qin Zhenchuan, formally extend an invitation to you. Please assemble a Chinese film delegation immediately to participate in the Global Young Directors Exchange Competition to be held in Little Day's country. March forth for our nation and fight for the honor of Chinese cinema. Boom! Wang Pangzi's mind exploded. The phone in his hand clattered to the floor. Qin. Old Master Qin? Bro, you're going to compete on behalf of the country? The entire crew gathered around, staring at the Weibo post.
One by one, their faces flushed crimson with excitement as if they'd drunk counterfeit liquor.
What an honor! Bringing glory to the family.
Chen Mo stared at the Weibo announcement, his eyes clouding over for the first time.
It wasn't just an invitation.
They wanted him to assemble a team.
The global competition. First stop, Little Day's country.
He rose slowly, his gaze sweeping over the excited crowd before settling on Wang Fatso's face.
Fatso. Yes, boss. Wang Pangzi snapped to attention. You're in. Ha? Me? Fatso Wang was dumbfounded. Chen Mo ignored him. Actor, Lin Wanqiu. Music, Su Shiro. Now, go prepare. 3 days later. While the entire internet speculated which platform Chen Mo would choose and at what astronomical price to release Don't Look in the Mirror at Midnight, Chen Mo uploaded the full version of the film to an obscure video platform. Free. Not a single penny charged. Simultaneously, his Douyin account posted an update. I'm taking a break for a while. This film is for you.
A single stone sent ripples across the pond.
The entire internet went absolutely wild. Holy crap. Free? Has director Chen lost his mind? What does taking a break mean? Is director Chen quitting the industry? Got it. It must be pressure from investors. Director Chen couldn't take it anymore.
This is his way of protesting.
It's Star C Video. They've been targeting director Chen all along. Guys, let's go after them. Show them that viewers aren't messing around. The fans' fury was ignited.
They spontaneously organized themselves, escalating from online verbal battles to offline actions.
Outside the Shanghai Video headquarters. Below the Huading Entertainment Building. A dense crowd, banners unfurled and placards raised, blocked the entrance completely. Capital is shameless. Give us back Director Chen. Director Su, come out. Shanghai Video, Director's office.
Director Su stared at the dark mass below, his face turning ashen. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood.
Damn it. I didn't do anything.
His assistant trembled beside him.
Director, the matter with old Qin is confidential. We can't talk about it.
Director Su slammed his fist on the desk.
This is the most unfair blame I've ever had to take. Kyoto, western suburbs. A special airport closed to the public. Chen Mo, Wang the Fat, and 2 other figures stood silently before the tarmac.
One was Lin Wanqiu.
She wore a simple trench coat and dark sunglasses.
The other was Su Shiro. The sweet-voiced pop sensation, devoid of her usual stage energy, appeared tense, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her dress. A Hongqi sedan slowly pulled up. The door opened and an elderly man with graying hair stepped out.
It was Qin Zhenchuan.
His gaze swept over the 4 people.
Everyone here? Mr. Qin. Chen Mo gave a slight nod. Qin Zhenchuan's gaze lingered on Chen Mo for 3 seconds. Very well.
He turned and looked toward the silver private jet not far away.
There's only one rule for this trip to Little Day's country. Victory is mandatory. Failure is not an option. Because you represent the future face of Chinese cinema.
The silver jet sliced through the clouds, cruising smoothly at 10,000 meters. Inside the cabin, Wang the Fat squirmed his bulky frame, shifting through a dozen positions on the leather seat before finally giving in and edging closer to Chen Mo. Rubbing his large hands together, his face brimming with anticipation.
Bro, spill the beans. What exactly are we filming over in Little Day's country this time? Got any idea, yet?
Chen Mo withdrew his gaze from the sea of clouds outside the window and gave him a faint look.
I do. We'll shoot what we do best. Wang Fatso's eyes lit up. What? Chen Mo's lips curved into a faint smile.
Tearing Japanese devils apart with our bare hands.
What? Bro, you're not joking, right? That stuff is so outdated. Chen Mo's gaze fell on him again, sizing him up from head to toe.
You'll play the Japanese soldier.
The one getting torn apart. Ha!
Lin Wanqiu, who had been sitting quietly across from them, couldn't hold back and burst out laughing.
That single laugh instantly livened up the entire cabin.
Seeing Wang Fatso's frustrated, chubby face, he nodded earnestly.
I agree.
Director Wang's aura fits perfectly. Su Shiro beside him nodded vigorously too, her big eyes sparkling with amusement.
I agree. Director Wang doesn't even need makeup.
Wang Fatso's face turned the color of liver.
Hey! Ms. Lin, the Academy Award winner. Ms. Su, the rising star. Why are you 2 turning against me?
This is me sacrificing myself for art. The cabin was instantly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The plane touched down.
Narita Airport, Little Day's country.
A group of men in suits, claiming to be staff from the Global Young Directors Exchange Competition Organizing Committee, came to meet them. The leader, named Sato.
He spoke with utmost deference, his face plastered with a standard fake smile, yet the contempt lurking deep in his eyes was impossible to hide. A narrow, dilapidated van transported the four to a remote corner. The hotel's name was one no one had ever heard of. The lobby was permeated by an unshakable musty odor. Wallpaper peeled at the edges, and the carpet was stained with years of grime. Just as Fat Wang held the room keycard, his face frozen in disbelief. Not far away, two staff members, assuming the group couldn't understand Japanese, began chatting freely. So this is the delegation from China? Sending such a young director? Are they out of options? Or is this some kind of joke? Chapter 127, Bro. Found it. Probably the same folks who make those ridiculous anti-Japanese dramas. What else can they do besides indulge in fantasy? Putting them up in a place like this is already giving them face. It'll make them realize their place. The voices weren't loud. But in the silent hall, it rang crystal clear. Wang Fatty's face flushed instantly. With rage. He spun around abruptly. Damn it! What the hell are these bastards saying? Lin Wanqiu's expression instantly turned cold. Su Xiaoro clenched her fists. Wang the Fatso tossed his luggage aside, clenched his fists, and charged forward. I'll teach you bastards a lesson today. A hand pressed down on his shoulder. It was Chen Mo. Brother! Don't stop me. They've gone too far. They're insulting us. Insulting China. Wang Fatso's voice trembled. Chen Mo's face remained expressionless. Fight back? If we hit them, it'll only prove their point. That we're crude, barbaric, and only know how to use our fists. He lifted his eyes, his gaze sweeping past Wang Pangzi's shoulder to fix directly on the two Japanese staff members, whose expressions shifted slightly. That gaze sent an inexplicable chill down their spines. Back to that shabby room. Chen Mo closed the door and pulled out his phone. Just moments ago, the system's cold notification tone had sounded in his mind. Environmental scan complete. Covert recording mode activated automatically. High-definition audio-visual footage saved to system storage. He tapped on a familiar profile picture. Douyin CEO, Lu Mingyu. Without further ado, Chen Mo sent the freshly recorded video directly. In the footage, the faces of two Japanese staff members were crystal clear, their arrogant remarks accompanied by prominent Chinese subtitles. The figures of Chen Mo's team members, however, were thoughtfully blurred by the system. He sent a message. Mr. Lu, post this using your personal account. Now. Seconds later. Lu Mingyu replied with 2 words. Got it. Less than 5 minutes later. China's internet exploded. Douyin CEO Lu Mingyu's personal account posted a video with a headline that was nothing short of shocking. Is this the treatment our Huaxia film delegation receives in Little Day's country? The video featured the exact conversation between those two staff members. The comments section instantly erupted. This is outrageous. It's blatant discrimination. Is this how Little Japan treats its guests? Put. Director Chen, don't worry. We've got your back. Take them down. Hashtag Little Japan tournament organizers insult China hashtag. Brothers, let's push this trending. Public outrage swept across the entire internet. Knock knock knock. The urgent knocking echoed. Wang Fatso flung the door open, fury etched across his face. Standing outside was a completely unfamiliar face. A middle-aged man in an expensive suit, his hair slicked back with gel, stood bowing 90 degrees with a group of people. Beads of sweat rolled down his temples. Director Chen. It's a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. He explained anxiously in fluent Chinese. Those two were temporary workers we hired. They weren't official members of our organizing committee. We've fired them. Permanently. We offer our most sincere apologies to you and the entire Huaxia delegation for this discourtesy. We've arranged new accommodations for you at the Imperial Hotel downtown, the highest-grade presidential suite. Wang Fatty stared dumbfounded at this group of people, their faces shifting from arrogance to servility. Chen Mo slowly emerged from the room. His gaze fell upon the sweating head of the organizing committee. Oh? You learned fast. The organizer's smile froze for a moment, and sweat poured down his forehead even more profusely. Director Chen is absolutely right. We will conduct a thorough self-examination. A thorough self-examination. Chen Mo turned away from him and addressed Wang Fatso and the other two. Let's go. Let's see what standard the presidential suite in Little Day's country is up to. With that, he strode forward, walking straight through the crowd of people bowing at 90 degrees. Throughout the entire process, he did not spare them a single glance. The next day. Imperial Hotel, Presidential Suite. Sunlight streamed through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling across the carpet. The new organizing committee staff stood respectfully in the center of the living room. Opening the documents in their hands, they began reading the rules for the Global Young Directors Exchange Competition. Directors, the rules for this competition are very straightforward. First, each director will receive a standardized production budget of 5,000 yuan. Second, the filming period is 1 month. Third, filming must be completed within the designated areas we specify. Fourth, and most crucially, the staff paused, looked up, and scanned the faces of the 4 individuals. The final judging criterion will be the total box office revenue generated after the film's theatrical release in Zhou Kingdom. Revenue from any other country or online platform will not be counted toward the final tally. The words fell silent. Fat Wan was the first to lose his composure, leaping to his feet. 5,000 yuan? You're kidding me. What the hell can you make with 5,000 bucks? Lin Wanqiu's expression turned icy cold. Only counting domestic box office in Little Days country? Is this a competition or local protectionism? Su Xiaoro clenched her fists, her cheeks flushing crimson with anger. This wasn't just nitpicking, it was blatantly spelling out unwelcome and cheating right to their faces. Only Chen Mo. Leaning back on the sofa, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, he watched the staff member. Finished? The staff member felt uneasy under his gaze and nodded instinctively. Finished? Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. Then you can get lost. The door slammed shut. Wang Fatso paced the room like a caged beast. Bro! What do we do now? This is a dead end. 5,000 yuan, and they only count their own country's box office. Those bastards have no shame. Lin Wanqiu frowned deeply, turning to look at Chen Mo. Chen Mo, the funding and box office rules are stacked against us. They're trying to make us back down. Chen Mo picked up the tea on the table and took a small sip. Don't panic. Setting down the cup, he turned to Wang Fatso, who was still raging. Fatso. Ha? Brother, what is it? Help me look into something. What do you need? Chen Mo smiled. Find out how many Chinese students are studying abroad in Little Days country. Wang Fatso froze. Ha? Why do you need to know that? Cut the crap and get on it. Got it. Though Wang Fatso was filled with questions, his trust in Chen Mo ran deep. He immediately pulled out his phone and started tapping away, reaching out to his contacts. Highly efficient. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Fatty looked up, a hint of excitement on his face. Bro, I found it. Chapter 128, did you see that? There are over 5,800 officially registered Chinese students at universities across Little Days country. Over 5,000. Chen Mo murmured the number softly, then lifted his eyes, fixing them intently on Wang Fatso. Wang Pangzi shuddered under his stare, instinctively taking a step back and crossing his arms over his chest. Bro, why are you staring at me like that? I'm warning you. Wang Pangzi's face was etched with caution. Wang He, may admire you to no end, but my orientation is perfectly normal. I don't like men. He stole a glance at Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro beside him, who were struggling to stifle their laughter. Besides, with the great actress Lin and the little diva here, they'd tear me apart with their bare hands. Ha! Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Chen Mo chuckled too, shaking his head. Fatso, get serious. His expression turned serious. I'm asking you, are you willing to sacrifice yourself for China? To ensure this mission isn't looked down upon? At those words, Wang Fatso's playful grin vanished instantly. He straightened his back, his ample chest thumping with each beat. Bro! You're talking big. Forget sacrifice, even if it meant giving my life, this Wang Fatso wouldn't bat an eyelid. Just tell me what needs doing. After speaking, Wang Fatso leaned in with a sly look, lowering his voice. But, bro, can we at least hint at it first? Is the female lead going to be played by Ms. Song? The smile vanished completely from Chen Mo's face. Seriously. He extended a finger, pointing it straight at Wang Fatty's nose. You'll be the Japanese soldier. Wang Pangzi. Ha? 5,000 bucks, and we'll shoot a movie called Raise Your Hands. His gaze swept over the rules document, his eyes brimming with contempt. After filming, we'll still owe him 3,000. Ha? Wang Fatty's brain completely shut down. Bro. You're not joking, right? You want me to play a Japanese soldier? He pointed at his own nose, utterly incredulous. Besides, an anti-Japanese war movie? That theme is way too old. Will these pampered Japanese audiences even like it? What if we lose? That'd be a huge embarrassment. Lin Wanqiu's face was also filled with worry. Chen Mo, Fatso has a point. This subject matter is sensitive and cliché, it'd be incredibly hard to make it fresh. Plus, relying solely on us Chinese students, our box office foundation is too weak. Su Xiaoro grew anxious and quickly chimed in. Brother Chen, how about? I give my boss a call? Mr. Li definitely has connections. Adding a few zeros to our production budget? No problem at all. And he could make sure those folks at the competition committee keep their mouths shut. Chen Mo shook his head. His gaze swept over the three men. No. If we're going to win, we'll win with honor and grace. We won't give them any chance to gossip behind our backs. His gaze finally settled on Wang Fatty's face. A faint smile touched his lips. Fatso. Tell me, when have I ever lost? One sentence. The panic on Wang Pangzi's face froze instantly. The worry in Lin Wanqiu's eyes transformed into contemplation. Su Xiaorou's tightly clenched little fist slowly relaxed. Indeed. From stunning audiences with Hidden Corner to dominating Douyin's trending charts within 3 hours of its teaser release. From denouncing corporate interests to confronting the competition organizers head-on. This man before her eyes seemed to have never lost a single battle. Wang Fatso took a deep breath. You're right. My brother never loses. Hell yeah. Whatever you say, bro, I'm in. Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaorou exchanged glances and nodded firmly. We're with you. Chen Mo smiled with satisfaction. Good. He turned to Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaorou. You two have an important task ahead. Use every ounce of your charm and connections to gather all 5,800 plus Chinese students here for me. Wang Fatso, seeing the tasks all assigned, grew impatient. Bro. What about me? What do I do? Chen Mo turned to look at him. A mischievous grin spread across his face. You? Follow me. I'll give you private training. Imperial Hotel, Presidential Suite Study. The curtains were drawn tight. Only a dim desk lamp remained on. Chen Mo and Wang Fat stood facing each other. The smile vanished from Chen Mo's face, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. Watch closely. I'll only perform this once. The words fell. Wang Fatso's eyes widened, staring intently without blinking. Chen Mo suddenly spread his legs wide apart, knees bent, his entire body's center of gravity instantly sinking. Assuming a textbook bow-legged stance. Leaning forward slightly, hands held loosely in front of her. His entire upper body began swaying back and forth, rising and falling to an imagined rhythm. It looked exactly like riding a pig over bumpy terrain. But that wasn't all. Chen Mo's facial features launched into a wild performance. His eyes narrowed to slits, his mouth twisted to one side. His nose twitched forcefully twice, the muscles of his upper lip straining inward. A string of unintelligible syllables erupted from his throat. Damn. Mishi. Mishi. The flower girls got a big one. As he muttered, he reached out and gave his own plump steed a hard slap on the rear. Giddy up. Put. At first, Fat Wang was studying with a serious expression. But seeing this, he couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Chen Mo's performance continued. He yanked the reins sharply, his body stumbling as he nearly tumbled off the pig. Regaining his balance, he raised one hand to his forehead, striking a watchful pose. His eyes brimmed with sleaziness, greed, and that unique blend of cunning and foolishness found only in small-time characters. What did he see? His eyes instantly widened. Saliva nearly dripped from the crooked corner of his mouth. Clumsily leaping off the pig's back, he yanked up non-existent pants, clutched an invisible rifle, and bolted forward with bow-legged strides, his footsteps echoing clatter clatter clatter. Ha 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 ha. Bro. Bro. Stop acting. Fat Wang couldn't hold it in any longer. Clutching his stomach, which was about to cramp from laughter, tears streamed down his face. Oh man, I can't take it. Ha 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 ha. Too real. Way too real. Chen Mo's smile gradually faded amid Wang Fatso's thunderous laughter. He said nothing. He just stared silently at Wang Fatso. The laughter gradually subsided. Holding his stomach and wiping away tears of laughter, Wang Fatty finally sensed the awkwardness in the air. Bro, what's up? Chen Mo didn't answer him. He spoke only in a flat tone. Did you see clearly? Fat Wang froze. In an instant, Chen Mo's utterly bizarre performance flashed through his mind. The bow-legged stance, the crooked mouth, the lecherous gaze, and that classic line, flower girls, plenty to go around. Yes. I saw it clearly. Chen Mo took a step forward. Fatso, this film I'm shooting, raise your hands, isn't your typical anti-Japanese war movie. It's a comedy. And you, that Japanese soldier I just portrayed, are the very soul of this comedy. 80% of the film's laughs rest entirely on your character. Chapter 129, No money needed. We'll bring our own lunch and act. Get this role right, and the movie's half done. Get it wrong, and it's a pile of. Do you understand? The last 4 words. Chen Mo delivered them with deliberate emphasis, almost one syllable at a time. The playful grin vanished completely from Wang Fatso's face. He knew Chen Mo wasn't joking. The entire success or failure of the film rested on his shoulders. Wang Fatty suddenly thrust out his chest. Bro. I get it. Teach me. Whatever you say to do, I'll do it. Chen Mo nodded. All right. First step, forget your knees. You don't have knees now. Your legs are naturally bent. You have to walk with bow-legged steps. Come on, take a few steps so I can see. Wang Fatso took a deep breath and began to imitate. He forced his legs outward, struggling to keep his knees apart. His center of gravity instantly became unstable. He tried taking a step forward. Clang! His entire body crashed straight down to the ground. Chen Mo caught him just in time. Don't force it. Use your hips and buttocks. Imagine you've been riding pigs your whole life. That feeling is ingrained in your bones. Twist your hips. Drive your legs. Again. Got it. I'll try again. Wang Fat clenched his teeth and readjusted his stance. This time, he began to twist his ample hips. His body swayed unsteadily like a giant roly-poly toy. Yes. That's the feeling. Hold it. Keep moving forward. Wang Fatso marched around the study in a comical gait, circle after circle. Beads of sweat as big as beans rolled down his forehead. 10 minutes later, he was drenched in sweat and panting like a horse. Stop. Chen Mo shouted. Now, add the expression. Remember, you're not just vicious, you're stupid and evil. Your eyes should show greed, but more importantly, stupidity. Your mouth should twist like you're missing a screw. Wang Fatso began frantically contorting his features before the dark cabinet door in the study, which reflected his silhouette. He squinted, rolled his eyes, grinned widely, and sniffed. His chubby face contorted into a mangled mess. Stupid. Not ugly. Chen Mo's voice rang out again. Cut out all those unnecessary movements. All you need to do is push your upper lip firmly toward the tip of your nose. Fat Wang did as instructed. Sure enough, that dumb and sleazy vibe instantly emerged. Just then. Click. The study door swung open. Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro walked in, carrying bags and packages. The aroma of octopus balls and grilled skewers instantly filled the room. The moment they entered, they spotted Wang Pangzi, sweating profusely, still marching in place with his bow-legged stance and crooked-mouthed expression. But Su Xiaoro couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. The moment Wang Pangzi spotted his savior, his resolve crumbled instantly. Oh my goodness, my dear aunts. You're finally back. She practically ran over in 2 strides, her eyes glued to the delicious food in their hands. The mission, how did it go? Lin Wanqiu didn't answer right away. She elegantly pulled a steaming beef skewer from the bag, brought it to her lips, and took a gentle bite. Her cheeks puffed out slightly as she closed her eyes in satisfaction. Only then did she turn her gaze toward Fat Wang. Tomorrow. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The stadium. Every seat will be filled. Fat Wang's brain froze again. He stared blankly at Lin Wanqiu. A thought struck him. I forgot who these two are. One is the youngest triple award-winning actress to sweep the Chinese film industry. The other is the sweet-voiced pop princess who's taken the nation by storm, boasting hundreds of millions of fans. If these two posted on the International Student Forum saying they're holding a meet and greet. The buzz? Nuclear bomb level. Wang Fatty glanced at the bags of snacks they were carrying, so heavy they could barely lift them. It all clicked instantly. No wonder. These shop owners from Little Japan must have practically given them the entire store. The following afternoon. Kyoto Stadium. A sea of people, every seat filled. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with young, excited faces of Chinese descent. A sea of dark figures converged into an ocean belonging to the descendants of the Yellow Emperor. They waved homemade flags, passionately chanting the names of Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Chen Mo took the microphone and walked to the center of the venue. The boisterous crowd fell silent at his appearance. Thousands of eyes turned to him in unison. Chen Mo surveyed the entire crowd. I know why you're all here today. It's to catch a glimpse of your idol, Lin Wanqiu. To hear a word from your idol, Su Xiaoro. A wave of warm laughter and cheers rippled through the audience. Chen Mo paused, then shifted his tone. But today, I want to ask you all to be here for something else. The competition organizing committee has provided our Huaxia delegation with 5,000 yuan in filming funds. They've also assigned us a theme, one they believe will humiliate us the most. They want to see us Chinese filmmakers make fools of ourselves. The smiles vanished from every face in the room. They think, with this pittance, we have no choice but to concede defeat. They think that when we revisit that heavy history, we'll only produce trashy dramas they can mock behind our backs. They're just waiting to see how we embarrass ourselves. How we disgrace China. Chen Mo suddenly raised his voice, pointing his finger toward the sky as he roared with fury. Today, I, Chen Mo, stand right here. I will use this 5,000 yuan to make a movie on their soil. A film that will make every single one of them laugh, but after they laugh, they won't be able to utter a single word. I'll make them understand that though our Chinese nation has endured suffering, optimism is etched into our very bones. Our hearts are filled with magnanimity. We won't just win. We'll win with honor. We'll win their respect. His gaze swept over every flushed young face in the audience. This film isn't just a battle for the 4 of us. This is our fight, every single Chinese person here present. Now, I need actors. I need your strength. I have no money to pay you, not even enough for a meal. What I can offer you is one thing only. Let those who look down on us open their eyes wide and see clearly. China must not be disgraced. And the Chinese people must never be bullied. Are you willing? Dead silence. After 3 seconds of utter silence. Yes. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very foundations of the stadium. Director Chen is awesome. Yeah. No pay? We'll bring our own meals and act. Count me in. At that moment, the passion of every international student was ignited. They raised their arms high, their youthful faces radiating defiance and pride. Chapter 130, 5,000? 50? The heat wave from the crowd threatened to melt the stadium's dome. Chen Mo stood at the center, gazing into those eyes burning with fire. Go! The command rang out. Over 5,000 Chinese students followed Chen Mo in a mighty procession toward the designated filming area. The spectacle was magnificent, its momentum as powerful as a rainbow. Passers-by along the road in Zhou country couldn't help but turn their heads, their faces etched with shock and confusion. Soon, the group arrived at the designated filming location, a rustic village set exuding strong rural charm. A staff member dressed in a suit and wearing the competition organizing committee's badge was already waiting there. Seeing the dense crowd behind Chen Mo, his face instantly drained of color. He hurried forward and blocked Chen Mo's path. Mr. Chen! What on earth are you doing? His Japanese carried a hint of panic. According to the rules, your filming budget is strictly limited to 5,000 yuan. Absolutely no overspending is permitted. Every single person you've brought here counts toward your budget. If we find any overages, you'll be disqualified immediately. The staff member issued a warning that was fierce in tone but weak in substance. Chen Mo didn't pause his steps. He didn't even glance at him. He simply walked past him, uttering 3 indifferent words. Go ahead and check. The staffer froze in place, staring at the endless stream of people, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, another group arrived at the venue. At its head stood a middle-aged man with a goatee and haughty eyes. He was none other than Ruichiro, the director of the Little Days country team participating in this competition. Ryuichi Ichijiro took in the scene unfolding before Chen Mo. His expression froze for a moment before a cold, contemptuous sneer curled his lips. He said to the assistant director beside him in Japanese, "A rabble trying to overwhelm us with sheer numbers? How laughably naive. Do they think movies get made just by throwing more people at it? Chinese people, always so shallow." His voice wasn't loud. But Chen Mo heard every word clearly. Fat Wang couldn't understand the language, but judging by the other man's smug expression, he knew nothing good was coming. His chubby face flushed crimson instantly, and his fists clenched tightly. Chen Mo's clear, standard Mandarin echoed across the entire venue. We'll see about that. After speaking, his gaze fixed directly on Liang Yuan Iji. As for you two directors, you'd better read the competition rules carefully. Be careful not to get disqualified before filming even starts because of some underhanded tricks. The smile on Ryuichiro's face froze instantly. Chen Mo paid him no further attention. This minor incident was hardly worth ruining his mood. He turned to face the group of passionate international students behind him. Alright, now let's start assigning roles. I need a large number of actors to play the Japanese soldiers. The words had barely left his mouth. Me. I'll do it. Director Chen. Pick me. I promise I'll be even sleazier than Director Wang the Fatso. A bespectacled boy shouted, simultaneously contorting himself into a bow-legged stance, sending the crowd into fits of laughter. My grandpa fought the Japanese back in the day. I can totally nail the essence of playing a Japanese soldier. Director Chen, look at this expression, isn't it dumb and evil enough? The international students scrambled to volunteer as Japanese soldiers, their enthusiasm running high. Their exaggerated, goofy expressions were actually more uninhibited and hilarious than what Fat One had practiced in the study earlier. A satisfied smile spread across Chen Mo's face. This was exactly what he wanted. Emotions that came from the heart were the best kind of performance. Chen Mo pointed at Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaro. You two, play the village girls. The ones hiding in the corner, throwing glass beads out. Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaro exchanged a knowing smile. No problem, Director Chen. Despite being a triple Golden Horse Award-winning actress and pop diva, she showed no airs whatsoever, naturally accepting this bit part. The roles were mostly assigned. Chen Mo led the group toward a courtyard in the village designated as the main filming location. A site manager immediately stepped forward, offering a forced smile and extending his hand. Director Chen, according to regulations, the usage fee for this location is 5,000. He deliberately emphasized the words 5,000. Wang Fatso's temper flared instantly. What? 5,000? Why don't you just rob us? We only have 5,000 yuan in total. Before Chen Mo could respond, the over 5,000 international students behind him had already grasped the situation. A silent wave of anger began to spread. Every pair of eyes turned coldly toward the venue manager. Whoosh! The crowd instinctively took a step forward in unison. Cold sweat instantly beaded on the venue manager's forehead. No. It's 50 yuan. 5,000 had become 50. Chen Mo let out a cold laugh. He pulled a crumpled bill from his pocket and handed it over. Here's the venue fee. Take it. The venue issue was settled. Chen Mo took a thick stack of printed papers from his assistant. He stood on the stone mill in the center of the courtyard and held the papers high in the air. Here everyone's ultra-detailed scripts. From your character to every line you deliver, every movement, every expression, I've written it all down in crystal clear detail. Tonight, your task is to memorize your assigned sections until you know them inside out. He instructed Wang Pangzi, Lin Wanqiu, and Su Xiaoro to distribute the scripts. The international students who received their scripts immediately gathered together, whispering and discussing. Not a single complaint was heard, only excitement and anticipation filled the air. Chen Mo watched the scene unfold before him, took a deep breath, and spoke again. Tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock sharp, assemble here. Anyone late is out. Got it? Understood. The response from thousands echoed in perfect unison, shaking the wilderness. 5 words were etched across every face. Fight for China. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Exactly 5 o'clock in the morning. Not a single soul was late to the clearing outside the village. Over 5,000 Huaxia students stood in perfect formation. Chen Mo stood before them all. Raise your hands, take one, first shot. Action. The clapperboard snapped sharply. The Japanese invade the village. Following the script, the exchange students playing the Japanese soldiers, slung with prop guns, marched in a crooked line, strutting toward the village entrance. Expressions. Make them sleazy. Yes. That greedy and stupid look. Bow legs. Show me those bow legs. Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro, already dressed in coarse cloth garments with soot smeared on their faces, nervously crouched in a corner, preparing for their scenes. The international students were enthusiastic and full of energy. But they weren't professional actors, after all. The group's pace gradually synchronized. But the expressions on their faces remained utterly uncontrollable. One boy tried to look fierce, but a smile crept across his lips, and he burst out laughing. His laughter immediately spread to those beside him. Soon, what should have been the menacing Japanese soldiers entering the village turned into a large-scale spring outing. Boom! With a deafening blast, the first preset explosive at the village entrance detonated. Chapter 131, the server's down, but I'll still back you up. Dirt and debris flew everywhere. Ah! The Japanese soldiers at the front of the column scattered in panic, clutching their heads as they fled. The mocking expressions on their faces instantly turned to genuine terror. The group instantly descended into chaos. Cut. The entire scene fell silent. All eyes turned to Chen Mo. Smiles froze on their faces, leaving them momentarily at a loss. Chen Mo stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the faces still reeling from the shock. It seems you didn't take what I said yesterday to heart. You think this is some kind of game, a giant cosplay event. If you're here to play, you can leave right now. He paused. I, Chen Mo, keep my word. I'll pay you the market rate for your labor. Not a single penny less. The words market rate hit every international student like a ton of bricks. They were volunteers fighting for China. Not mercenaries hired for money. Not a single laugh could be heard in the crowd anymore. Every face flushed crimson as they hung their heads in shame. The boy who had laughed first clenched his fists so tightly his fingernails dug into his flesh. Take it again. Wang the Fat, sensing trouble in the ranks, shouted urgently. Snap out of it, everyone. Remember why we're here. This time, every trace of amusement vanished from their faces. The squad's pace and demeanor improved immeasurably compared to before. But just then. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive explosions ripped through the center of the formation. Though the pyrotechnicians had controlled the explosions perfectly to avoid injury, the deafening roar and the scorching heat wave that swept over them still caused many to instinctively duck their heads, their faces betraying unmistakable fear. This wasn't performance, it was genuine terror. Cut. Chen Mo's voice rang out again. Everyone's heart sank. They knew they'd messed up again. Chen Mo didn't reprimand them. Stepping before the pyrotechnician, he spoke calmly. Reload every single detonator. Then he turned to the dejected group of international students. Watch closely. With that, he walked alone into the filming route from earlier. Action. Chen Mo strode like a genuine Japanese officer, hands behind his back, his arrogant stride forming a wide V shape. His gaze was haughty, greedily scanning the village. Boom! The first explosive charge detonated right at his feet. He didn't even blink. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted around him, the shockwaves making his clothes flap wildly as splattered dirt covered him. Step by step, he emerged from the smoke and flames. Only after completing the entire route did he pause, brushing the dust from his shoulders. Over 5,000 international students watched in stunned silence. That wasn't special effects. Those were real explosions. Director Chen had personally demonstrated for them, using his own body to prove these explosive points were safe. A student representative, the bespectacled young man, suddenly stepped forward. His eyes were bloodshot. Director Chen. We were wrong. He bowed deeply to Chen Mo. If we can't overcome our fear of explosives today, we won't sleep. We'll practice all night. Right. Practice all night. No sleep until we get it right. The crowd's spirit ignited instantly. Shouts of determination merged into a solemn vow. Night fell. The filming set was brightly lit. No one laughed. No one complained. Explosions echoed through the village again and again. From initial panic to later composure. From stiff movements at first to composed expressions later. The international students' movements and expressions grew increasingly polished. Their faces and bodies were covered in mud and dust, yet their eyes grew brighter and brighter. By the late hours of the night, everyone was utterly exhausted. Huddled in a corner, her face caked in dirt, Su Xiaoro watched the scene unfold before her and suddenly stood up. Clearing her throat, she began to sing a cappella. It was a song familiar to every Chinese person. Her voice soared high and clear, carrying an indomitable strength. All the weary students paused their movements and lifted their heads. They joined Su Xiaoro in singing. The voices of thousands merged, echoing through the night sky of Zhou country and igniting the entire film set. Just as the song reached its most passionate peak, a black sedan pulled silently to a stop in the darkness surrounding the set. The window rolled down. Two men sat in the back seat, watching the brightly lit scene in the distance where the singing filled the air. They watched the Huaxia students, their faces painted with war paint, clad in prop military uniforms, charging through explosions over and over again. They saw the madness and fervor in their eyes that made his heart race. The contempt and arrogance that had once graced his face had vanished. A long time passed. Ryuichi Sakamoto withdrew his gaze and coldly uttered a few words to the driver. To the tournament organizing committee. The night deepened and the singing gradually faded. Yet the students' spirits were ignited to their peak by the soaring chorus. Chen Mo watched the young people before him, their eyes blazing with passion, and a faint smile touched his lips. This spirit it had taken hold. At that very moment. Ding! System alert, high-intensity risk event detected approaching. Estimated arrival time, 8 hours. Host, prepare for immediate response. Chen Mo's eyes instantly sharpened. A risk event? His gaze pierced through the excited crowd, settling on the darkness in the distance. The black sedan belonging to Ryotaro Niwa was silently turning around and speeding away into the distance. Chen Mo instantly understood. He gave Wang Fatso a discreet nod from a short distance away, signaling him to keep the scene under control. Then, silently slipping away from the crowd, he vanished into the shadows of the village. He didn't pursue the car. Instead, he pulled out his phone, found a number, and sent an encrypted file he had prepared long ago. The file contained detailed records of all excess expenditures by the Liang Yuan Kai-Lang team since their arrival in Zhou country, including bank statements and audio testimonies from several key service personnel. Every single transaction clearly pointed to their severe violation of the competition's 5,000 yuan filming budget regulation. After completing all this, I dialed Douyin CEO Lu Mingyu's number. The call connected instantly. Director Chen, calling so late, what's on your mind? Lu Mingyu's voice carried a hint of excitement. Old Lu, I've sent you the files. Chen Mo's voice was hushed. Tomorrow at noon sharp. If I don't call you next, dump everything inside to the public. I want to see it hit the top of the trending charts within 10 minutes. Lu Mingyu on the other end instantly grasped the gravity of this call. This was Chen Mo laying a backup plan, one powerful enough to overturn the entire table. Understood. Lu Mingyu didn't waste a single word. Director Chen, rest assured. Even if the servers crash, I'll get it trending for you. Chapter 132, we're not checking that paper, let's do this. Hanging up the phone, Chen Mo slipped his phone back into his pocket and looked once more at the brightly lit set. 2 yuan a time, guy, I hope you don't let me down. The next day. 5 in the morning. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Not a single one of the 5,000 overseas students was late. After last night's trials and emotional release, each face bore a solemn and resolute expression, their eyes devoid of any trace of playfulness. Good. Everyone looked sharp. Chen Mo was satisfied as he raised his megaphone. Today, we're shooting our first major scene, the Japanese invaders sweeping through the village. All departments, prepare. Ready. Woo woo. A jarring roar of car engines abruptly cut off Chen Mo's command. Everyone turned their heads in unison. 3 black SUVs charged menacingly to the edge of the set, screeching to a halt. The doors swung open. Several staff members from the competition organizing committee, dressed in suits, stepped out expressionlessly. Immediately after, 2 men, flanked by a crowd, stepped out of the vehicles with beaming smiles. Victory smiles graced their faces, their eyes brimming with smugness and mockery as they strode directly toward Chen Mo. Director Chen, you've certainly opened my eyes. I just never imagined you'd resort to such underhanded tactics to win, undermining the fairness of the competition. At those words, Wang Fatso's temper flared instantly. He lunged forward in a single stride, pointing his finger right at Ryuakairo's nose as he shouted. What the hell are you talking about? Who's being unfair? Explain yourself. Ryoji Nairai shot a contemptuous glance at the enraged Wang Fatso. Their gaze remained fixed on Chen Mo. Do I need to spell it out? Ryuichi Nagai laughed, his voice suddenly rising to ensure every student present could hear. Your Huaxia team secretly promised these 5,000 students exorbitant wages, didn't you? You used money to bribe them, making them willingly play along with your charade. Isn't that cheating? The words fell. The entire hall fell silent at first. Then, a roar of laughter erupted. Ha 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 ha. Has this director from Little Day Country lost his mind? Does he think we're all as money-grubbing as he is? A student representative stepped forward, the bespectacled boy pointing at Liang Yuanxi Lang with utter contempt. We came here voluntarily. We're fighting for the honor of China. You money-grubbing scum have no clue what conviction means. Exactly. You're judging noble intentions with your petty, selfish mindset. The international student's scorn and angry shouts poured toward Ryo Akiro. Ryo Akiro's expression instantly turned awkward. But he didn't panic. Instead, the smile on his face grew even more sinister. Is that so? He looked at Chen Mo, speaking each word deliberately. Even if you haven't paid. But what if these students refuse to film now? What then? No sooner had the words left his mouth. The door of the last minivan slowly opened. Several distinguished middle-aged men stepped out. Dressed in tailored suits, their expressions were stern as their gazes swept over the assembled students. Instantly, someone in the crowd recognized them. It's the president of Waseda University. And the board member from KO University. Oh my gosh, our university president is here too. Exclamations erupted in waves. The mockery and anger on the students' faces froze instantly. An ominous foreboding settled over everyone. The lead principal stepped forward, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. All students present, listen up. Your actions have severely damaged the school's reputation and international relations. I now order you, in my capacity as principal, to cease filming immediately and return to the school. He paused, his gaze sweeping over each person. Failure to comply will result in none of you receiving graduation credentials. Not a single diploma will be issued. Graduation certificates. Those 3 words represented the culmination of all their efforts, the embodiment of their parents' hopes and dreams. They could work tirelessly for national honor without compensation, burn the midnight oil for their convictions. But without their diplomas, they couldn't face the families who had sacrificed so much to send them abroad. Pain and anguish etched themselves onto every face. They all turned to look at Chen Mo, their eyes filled with helplessness. The atmosphere on set instantly plummeted from boiling to freezing. Watching this unfold, Liang Yuan Yaziru could no longer hide the smug satisfaction on his face. He had won. He had pulled the rug out from under them. He turned to Chen Mo, ready to savor the look of despair on his face as his efforts crumbled. However, Chen Mo's face showed no trace of panic. He merely stared silently at the principals, then glanced at the 2 smug-faced Yuan Yises. Then, he smiled. I remember telling you. Cut the smart alecky remarks. Careful, you'll drop it on your own foot. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Liang Yuanizhang froze for a moment. Then, suddenly, they burst into shrill laughter. Ha 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 ha. They doubled over, laughing so hard tears nearly streamed from their eyes. Step by step, they approached Chen Mo, leaning in close. In a voice only the 2 could hear, they spoke coldly. Mr. Chen, aren't you being a bit naive? This is Little Day's country. The eyes of the 2 men sparkled with the playful amusement of a cat toying with a mouse. You're holding evidence of our violations and reporting our own project team? Do you think they'll believe an outsider or their own people? Blame yourself for pinning all your hopes on a justice that doesn't belong to you. Chen Mo looked at Ryotaro's smug, triumphant expression and smiled. Who told you I only have one piece of evidence? One sentence. The smiles on Ryujin Ichijiro's faces froze instantly. He stared intently at Chen Mo, searching his face for any trace of bluff. But there was none. Chen Mo's gaze was calm, sending a chill through his heart. Ryuichi's breathing grew ragged. He yanked Chen Mo's collar, his voice low and gritted through clenched teeth. You dare! If you dare send that out, I guarantee neither you nor your team will ever leave Zayarizi country alive. Meanwhile, the group of international students, having overcome their initial shock and struggle, descended into utter chaos. What do we do? Without our diplomas, how can I face my parents? Damn it, these Little Days country people are so treacherous. Are we really going to give up? Just then, a young man standing in the front row, his eyes bloodshot and hands trembling, dialed his home number. The call connected quickly. Hello, Dad. The boy's voice trembled with tears. Dad, we might not get our diplomas. He recounted the entire incident as quickly as he could. There was a full 10 seconds of silence on the other end. Then, a thunderous voice boomed through the receiver. Graduation certificates? Them. We don't need them. Son. Listen to me. We Chen family men may kneel to heaven, earth, and our ancestors, but will never bow down to those bastard Little Day country bastards. Stand tall, you hear me? Kick their asses. The boy froze instantly. Tears welled up in his eyes. Not from sorrow, but from pride. Hanging up the phone, he snapped his head up. His face held no trace of confusion, only unwavering resolve. More and more students began dialing home. The field soon filled with the sound of calls ringing out one after another. And on the other end, the response was almost always the same. We don't need that piece of paper. Just do it. Chapter 133, first round this intense? Straight out with the ace? Don't be scared, girl. If it comes to it, come back home, dad'll take care of you for life. Show them the backbone of the Chinese people. These simple yet fiery words traveled through the airwaves, crossing mountains and seas, infusing boundless strength into the bodies of these young people. Their eyes changed. From confusion to resolve. From struggle to fury. Brothers! The young man who had made the initial call slammed his phone to the ground and roared with his arms raised. Screw the diploma! Fight for China! Fight for China! The roar of over 5,000 men merged into a thunderous wave of sound, erupting skyward. Their eyes blazing red, they charged headlong toward Nitani Ichiro and the group of school board members. Kill these bastards! Take him down! Fat Wan was stunned. This was going to end in bloodshed. Ryoichi Niwata had never witnessed anything like this. His face drained of color, his legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. The board members in their suits were utterly terrified, scrambling and crawling to hide behind the cars. Bastards! They're mad! They're all mad! As the crowd surged toward him, Ryoichi looked at Chen Mo in utter despair. Mr. Chen! Save me! Stop them! Chen Mo moved. He raised his right hand. A simple gesture. The front of the crowd came to an abrupt halt less than 3 meters from Ryoichi. Everyone gasped for breath, staring intently at him, awaiting Chen Mo's next command. The entire set fell deathly silent. Chen Mo slowly lowered his hand and walked over to Ryoichi, who had collapsed to the ground. He looked down at him from above. His voice held not a shred of warmth. Now, I'll ask you one more time. Will you turn yourself in to the organizing committee, or shall I help you? Ryoichi shuddered. He knew he was utterly defeated. But he still wanted to make one last desperate attempt. Don't send it out. He stammered. My family has deep connections in Zayarizi Kingdom. You can't touch me. As long as you don't send out the evidence, I can give you anything you want. Money? Women? Or fame? Chen Mo perked up at the offer. He crouched down, eye level with the 2 men. Oh? Anything? Ryojiro saw hope and nodded frantically. That's right. Anything at all. Chen Mo's smile grew even broader. Very well. Return all the antiques your little day's country stole from our huaxia back then. Ryotaro's pupils suddenly contracted. Without a moment's hesitation, they retorted. That wasn't stealing. Before he could finish, he locked eyes with Chen Mo. What kind of eyes were those? Cold, piercing. The murderous intent contained within them made the words on the tip of his tongue freeze solid in his throat. Liang Yuanitsai had no doubt that if he dared utter a single no, the man before him would truly let those 5,000 students tear him to shreds. I can only return one item, truly. I have no authority over the rest. Chen Mo stood up, brushing dust off his trousers. Fine. One word, crisp and decisive. He agreed readily. The 2 men collapsed as if released from a prison sentence, their strength drained in an instant. They slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, sweat soaking through their expensive suits. He was saved. He was still alive. After a brief silence, the over 5,000 Chinese students finally snapped out of it. Chen Mo, their pillar of strength, had won once again. He hadn't just won a minor filming dispute. He had reclaimed dignity for every Chinese person present. Director Chen is amazing. Someone, mustering every ounce of strength, roared the words. Damn it! We won! We won! Ha 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 ha! See how pathetic that bastard looks? He's scared less. Give back what you stole from us. It's only right. Fight for China. Fight for Director Chen. Deafening cheers echoed throughout the valley, startling birds into flight from the trees. Students tossed their prop guns high into the air, embracing each other, leaping about, and letting loose with wild joy at their narrow escape and the pride of victory. Wang Fatso, his face flushed with excitement, rushed over and threw his arms around Chen Mo. Old Chen! You're a ing genius. This actually worked? Chen Mo merely smiled faintly and patted him on the back. His gaze swept past the jubilant crowd, landing on the university trustees pale as death, shivering as they crawled out from behind the car. Then he turned to the 2 disheveled men. Get lost. Remember your promise. If I can't see anything within 3 days, I can't guarantee where the next piece of evidence will end up. Ryoichi Nagai stiffened, his eyes flashing with utter terror as he scrambled into the car. The school board members and organizing committee staff dared not linger a second longer. Like madmen, they crammed into the van, stomped on the gas, and fled in panic from this nightmare place they would never forget. As the black van vanished at the mountain road's end, Chen Mo had crushed a scandal capable of igniting international outrage using the most ruthless and utterly unimaginable method. After the storm passed, the film crew's shooting schedule entered a near-frenetic pace. Previously, the international students had acted out of patriotic fervor and trust in Chen Mo. But now, every movement, every glance, was infused with genuine soul. It was an explosion born of suppression, a resolve and ferocity forged only through lived struggle. Boom! Another explosive charge detonated nearby, sending mud and grass clippings flying. The boy playing the Japanese squad leader kicked open a wooden door, holding his prop rifle as he scanned the room with a fierce glare. His gaze was no longer imitation, it was forged in fire. Wang the Fat sat behind the monitor, his mouth agape in astonishment. Cut. Unbelievable. This take is absolutely perfect. Lower the lights a bit more, yes, that's the oppressive storm before the rain feeling we need. Mark that we absolutely must cut in that close-up of the actor's eyes from earlier. The entire crew operated with efficiency and precision. No one complained about the hardship anymore. No one questioned orders. Chen Mo was the god of this place. Every word he spoke was an absolute command. Time flew by. A month passed in the blink of an eye, with more than half of it gone. 80% of the entire film had been completed. Meanwhile, back in China, news about the global Young Directors Exchange competition finally began to gain traction online. When the official first-round matchups were announced, the entire Chinese internet exploded. China team vs Little Day's country team. Holy! This intense in the very first match? They're going all out? Chapter 134, Don't Disgrace Us Men. The producers know how to drive traffic, they know exactly what we want to see. We can lose to anyone else, but against Little Day's nation, we have to fight like hell. But who's the head director? Why hasn't the official announcement been made yet? Exactly. This is the national team, they can't just pick anyone, right? At first, netizens were just having a casual discussion. But soon, one name surged onto every social media platform's trending list with unstoppable momentum. Chen Mo. Need we even ask? Who else but Chen Mo could command such an event? Exactly. It has to be Chen Mo. I'm the first to support him. At Chen Mo. Let Chen Mo take the stage. Let him show those little guys from Japan what real culture is all about. At Chen Mo. I'm begging on my knees for Chen Mo to step up. The hashtag Chen Mo as China's chief director surged past 1 billion views within hours. This wave of enthusiasm quickly spread from online to offline. The headquarters of companies like Star C Video, which had previously boycotted Chen Mo over Zhou Yuan and Zhao Jinfu, were once again surrounded by crowds of fans and content creators. But this time, the banners they held were no longer protest signs. Instead, they displayed uniform red banners bearing the words, Shanghai Video. Stop playing dead. Go get director Chen back. You owe Chen Mo an apology. Get him back here now. National competition is at stake. Personal grudges don't matter. Get director Chen back here now. Stellar C Video, director's office. Director Su watched the crowd below with growing frustration. Damn it. These damn troublemakers. What the hell do they know? Director Su, why get so angry? Public sentiment is what it is, you can't stop it. Director Su plopped down on the sofa and tugged at his tie in frustration. Like I don't know that? But the problem is, that little bastard Chen Mo isn't even in the country right now. He's the chief director of the Chinese team for this competition. Where the hell am I supposed to go to bring him back? This information was top secret. No one dared leak it before the official announcement. Otherwise, it amounts to defying the state. Since we can't stop it, nor explain it clearly, then why not just go along with them? Director Su paused, looking at his secretary. What do you mean? Aren't they asking you to bring Chen Mo back? Then just invite him. Post a Weibo. Lower your stance a bit. Just say Star C Video is willing to put the past behind us and earnestly request Director Chen to return for the sake of national honor and take charge of the big picture. Get those companies that are in your pocket to post it too. That way, all the pressure disappears. You might even earn a reputation for being deeply principled. Director Su's eyes lit up instantly. Right. Why didn't I think of that? He immediately grabbed the phone and called his secretary. Right now. Issue a Weibo statement in my name officially on behalf of Shanghai Video. Say we were wrong. We sincerely apologize. We're willing to do whatever it takes to earn Director Chen Mo's return. Be as humble as possible. Be as sincere as possible. After hanging up, Director Su felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders, even letting out a laugh. This way, we not only distance ourselves from the situation, but we also pass the buck back to Chen Mo. When he returns, if he wins, it'll be thanks to our persuasion. If he loses, well, that'll be his own fault. Half an hour later, an internet spectacle unfolded. Shanghai Video Director Su via Chen Mo. Director Chen, I apologize for my arrogance and ignorance back then. Please come back and lead us to victory in this battle. Please at Director Chen Mo, come back. In an instant, all the major investors and entertainment executives who had previously clashed with Chen Mo, as if on cue, lined up to publicly apologize to him on Weibo and plead for his return. This spectacle left the entire online audience utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Am I seeing things? A collective grovel? Never thought I'd see this. Capitalists actually bowing down? This is hilarious. Talk about the power of public opinion. Chen Mo. The eternal legend. 11 p.m. that night. Hashtag Capital collectively apologizes to Chen Mo hashtag. Hashtag the entire internet calls for Chen Mo hashtag. These two hashtags dominated the top 2 spots on Weibo's trending list with overwhelming force. Little Days Country, Imperial Hotel. Inside the presidential suite. Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro had just wrapped up a day of filming. Now, wearing adorable cartoon onesies, they each clutched a tablet, sprawled on the plush sofa scrolling through domestic news. Ha! Su Xiaoro burst out laughing first, rolling around on the sofa. Sis Wanqiu, look at this. I'm dying. That director Su, they actually posted an apology on Weibo. That apology letter is so tearfully heartfelt, you'd think Chen Mo had desecrated their family graves. Lin Wanqiu couldn't help but chuckle too, her beautiful eyes sparkling with amusement. She'd witnessed Capital's arrogance and ruthlessness countless times, but never a scene as comical as this. And all of this was because of that one man. The man who was probably in the next room right now, poring over a stack of storyboards, deep in thought. They've been backed into a corner. Lin Wanqiu set down her tablet inside. This time, Chen Mo has positioned himself at the moral high ground of the entire nation and its people's sentiments. They have no choice but to bow their heads. Su Xiaoro sat up, her little face brimming with admiration. Brother Chen Mo is just too amazing. Even from abroad, he can manipulate all these bigwigs back home like puppets. As she spoke, her eyes suddenly twinkled. She tugged at Lin Wanqiu's sleeve. Sis Wanqiu, what do you think? How would Brother Chen Mo react to seeing all this news? Should we go ask him? Lin Wanqiu glanced at the time. It was already past 11 at night. It's so late, isn't that a bit much? Su Xiaoro had already leaped off the sofa, her bare, delicate little feet paddling excitedly toward the door. Oh, come on. What's the big deal? We're just going to report the military intelligence. Hurry up, hurry up. Lin Wanqiu gave a helpless smile and reluctantly got up too. 2 stunning beauties, one a triple award-winning actress, the other a sweet-voiced pop diva, slipped out of the room in their fluffy pink and blue pajamas, sneaking around like spies. They reached Chen Mo's door and were about to knock. Squeak! The door diagonally across the hall suddenly opened a crack. Wang Pangzi emerged, hair tousled and yawning, apparently heading out for a late-night snack. Then, he spotted Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro. He saw the incredibly revealing, suggestive nightgowns they wore. He saw them standing right outside Chen Mo's door. Wang Pangzi's movements froze instantly. His eyes widened further and further. His mouth slowly opened wide enough to fit an egg inside. The next second, Wang Pangzi abruptly raised both hands, clamping them tightly over his mouth. His expression shifted from shock to bewilderment, then settled into a lecherous yet admiring look that screamed, "Bro, I get you." He glanced at Lin Wanqiu, then at Su Xiaoro. Holy. Old Chen, you're the real man. Wang Pangzi tiptoed back to his room, step by step, slowly and silently. As the door closed, he pressed his palms together and made an incredibly devout prayer gesture toward Chen Mo's door. Bro! For God's sake! Don't embarrass us men! Chapter 135, Hands Up. Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by Wang Pangzi's bizarre expression, a mix of seeing a ghost and winning the lottery. Director Wang, is he sleepwalking? Su Xiaoro murmured softly. Lin Wanqiu furrowed her delicate brows. She couldn't shake the feeling that Wang Pangzi's final gesture of clasping his hands together carried some inexplicably lecherous blessing. She shook her head, dismissing the strange thought. Forget about him. We've got important business to attend to. Su Xiaoro nodded, raised her delicate white hand, and knocked lightly on Chen Mo's door. Knock, knock, knock. Brother Chen Mo? Are you asleep? We have urgent military intelligence to report. Inside the room, there was no response. Only a dull thud echoed, sounding like something heavy hitting the floor. Ha! Su Xiaoro pressed her ear against the door and listened again. Sounds like movement. Did Brother Chen Mo fall down? No way? Lin Wanqiu grew tense too. I'll go check inside. Su Xiaoro was a woman of action. Her concern made her act impulsively without a second thought. She grabbed the doorknob and gave it a gentle twist. Click! The door wasn't locked after all. Her heart leapt with joy as she pushed the door open and rushed inside. Chen Mo, are you? Her voice trailed off abruptly. Lin Wanqiu, who had followed her in, peered inside and then froze solid in place. In the spacious living room of the suite, a man emerged from the bathroom direction, wrapped only in a white bath towel slung loosely around his waist. Water droplets trickled down his neatly cropped hair, tracing the sharp angles of his profile, gliding over his sensual Adam's apple, and cascading down his broad shoulders and solid chest. His well-defined 8-pack abs, each contour clearly visible. Water droplets flowed through the grooves of his abs, finally disappearing into the edge of the towel, sparking imagination. The man hadn't expected anyone to burst in. His hand, mid-motion of wiping his hair with the towel, froze in midair. He slowly turned his head. It was Chen Mo. The air was thick with the fresh scent of moisture and a faint, almost imperceptible awkwardness. Su Xiaoro's face flushed crimson in an instant. Her eyes were glued to those healthy, glistening abs, unable to look away. Lin Wanqiu, the three-time Golden Horse Award-winning actress who had seen it all, was momentarily flustered. Her throat involuntarily moved. The living room fell into a deathly silence. After what felt like an eternity, Su Xiao murmured in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, almost as if in a dream. Wanqiu. May I touch it? Lin Wanqiu snapped back to her senses, an unnatural flush spreading across her cheeks. But she was, after all, an Oscar-winning actress. Instantly regaining her composure, she cleared her throat and spoke in a cool, commanding tone. Nonsense! What kind of behavior is this? Su Xiao immediately pouted, looking utterly aggrieved. However, Lin Wanqiu's next words made Su Xiao's eyes widen in shock. If anyone should touch it, it should be me first. I'm older than you, and I knew him before you did. Su Xiao froze, then snapped back, her face puffing up with indignation. Why should I? Everything should follow the order of precedence. I asked first. Asking doesn't mean you get to. You're being unreasonable. This is the rule. Watching the triple award-winning actress of the Chinese film industry and the popular sweet-voiced pop princess about to bicker over who gets to touch a half-naked man first, Chen Mo finally couldn't bear to watch any longer. Sighing helplessly, he casually draped the towel he'd been using to dry his hair over his shoulder. Let's not discuss this issue right now. You two, showing up in your pajamas in the middle of the night, what exactly is this about? The moment Chen Mo spoke, the two women froze as if paused. Only then did they realize how absurd their current situation was, their cheeks flushing even redder. Business. Su Xiao snapped out of it and quickly handed over the tablet she was holding. Brother Chen Mo, look. Weibo in China is blowing up. Lin Wanqiu also gathered her wits, handed over her tablet, and opened another page. Director Su from Star C Video, along with all the capitalists who boycotted you before, have publicly apologized. Chen Mo took the tablet and scanned the screen. There, Director Su's tearful apology letter stretched across the screen. The words were humbled to the dust, the posture lower than anyone else's. Scrolling further down revealed several other entertainment company bosses who had previously been jumping up and down. Their posts were uniformly aligned, each tagged at Chen Mo, followed by heartfelt statements of repentance. The entire Weibo platform resembled a grand public execution. And the ones being punished were those once arrogant capital tycoons. Chen Mo's expression remained unchanged. He watched calmly, his fingers gliding slowly across the screen. This Su fellow, he's got some skill in handling this matter. He suddenly remarked, his tone unruffled. Oh? He's already bowing his head like that. What skill could he possibly have left? Chen Mo chuckled and handed the tablet back to them. He managed to turn a losing situation into a viable one. See? By doing this, he transformed himself from the villain suppressing Chen Mo into a hero pleading for the nation. He skillfully shifted all the public pressure onto me. Now the whole nation is watching me. If I win, it'll be thanks to his noble sacrifice in persuading me to return. If I lose, I alone will bear all the blame. Killing two birds with one stone, gaining both fame and profit. I refuse to believe this was done without guidance from a mastermind behind the scenes. After hearing Chen Mo's analysis, Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiao finally understood, a chill running down their spines. So this seemingly absurd collective kneeling concealed such a sinister scheme. Su Xiao's face flushed crimson with anger. These people are utterly despicable. Chen Mo shrugged indifferently and turned toward the bedroom. Let's go back to bed. Schemes and plots mean nothing in the face of absolute power. Let them wait and see. With that, the bedroom door closed softly, leaving the two stunning beauties standing dumbfounded in the living room. Day after day passed. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. The official screening day of the Global Young Directors Exchange competition finally arrived. The venue was set at the Premier Arts Center in Little Days Country. The vast screening hall was packed to capacity. Young filmmakers from around the world, judges, media journalists, and invited celebrities from various fields gathered together. The air carried restrained pleasantries, along with an unmistakable air of arrogance and scrutiny. When the host announced the first film in fluent English, a polite round of applause filled the hall. Next, we present the first film of this year's competition, from the Huaxia delegation, directed by Chen Mo. The host paused, seemingly confirming the somewhat peculiar title. Raise your hands. Chapter 136, Laugh? Is it funny? The words fell. A brief silence fell over the venue before giving way to a wave of suppressed murmurs. A French director seated not far from the judges' table curled his lip elegantly and whispered to the German director beside him. Raise your hands? What kind of title is that? Sounds like a slapstick comedy for kids. Perhaps it's Chinese-style dark humor? But I'm not optimistic. In this setting, the title speaks volumes. In the back rows of the audience, two Japanese directors sat pale-faced, their eyes fixed on the stage with venomous glances. Several Japanese directors beside them wore expressions of undisguised contempt. I thought all that hype meant he'd deliver some epic war masterpiece. And then it's called Raise Your Hands? Ridiculous. Chinese people, truly unfit for the stage. The jeers echoed relentlessly. Wang Pangzi took a deep breath, stepped onto the projection platform under pressure, and inserted the prepared hard drive into the player. The host continued with the program. Before the main feature begins, let's first enjoy the trailer for this film. The lights dimmed. All eyes focused on the massive silver screen. Wang Pangzi's voice boomed through the microphone, filling the entire venue. Promo clip 30 seconds long. Boom! An even louder murmur erupted from the audience. What? 30 seconds? Did I hear that right? The contest rules say the promo can be up to 3 minutes long. He only used 30 seconds? Is he lacking confidence, or did he simply have nothing to edit? Looks like this farce can end early. The French director even laughed aloud, spreading his hands in a gesture of helpless resignation. A cruel, cold smile curled the corners of Ryotaro Futagotaro's mouth. 30 seconds? You can't even finish the opening of a story. Chen Mo, you're finished. Amidst this deluge of mockery and contempt, the screen lit up. On the screen, there were no grand battle scenes, no heroic epics of tragedy. Only a simple, earthy Chinese village. In the center of the frame, a close-up face appeared. It was Fat Wang. He wore an ill-fitting Japanese military uniform and a crooked combat cap. His face wore an exaggeratedly fawning smile, his two small mustaches quivering with the tremors of his cheeks. This comical appearance instantly silenced the mocking whispers from some in the audience. Suddenly, a cheerful yet distinctly rustic Swana melody erupted, filling the entire screening hall. The scene shifted. Fat Wang, playing a Japanese soldier, was riding a grunting black pig. Wielding a whip in one hand, he bellowed forward in broken Japanese as he chased a frantically fleeing speckled chicken down the village path. Put! In the judges section, director Lin Wanqiu, who had been frowning moments before, couldn't hold back and spit out a mouthful of water. Beside him, director Digwei was already laughing so hard his shoulders shook. On screen, Fat Wang took a sharp turn while riding the pig, lost his grip, and tumbled headfirst off its back. He clumsily scrambled back up, ready to resume the chase. His foot caught on something unseen, sending him crashing face first into the dirt with a thud. His steel helmet flew off, tracing a graceful arc through the air. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The helmet landed squarely on the head of the speckled chicken that had just stopped in its tracks. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the screen, watching the bewildered chicken wearing the helmet, its head tilted to one side. Fat Wang lifted his mud-covered face from the ground, his gaze unfocused as he stared at the chicken. Man and chicken locked eyes for a full 3 seconds. Then, Fat Wang made a move that sent the entire crowd into fits of laughter. Struggling to his feet, he snapped his legs together, straightened his back, and saluted the helmeted chicken with military precision. Boom! The suppressed laughter in the screening room erupted instantly. Ha 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 ha! My God, that chicken! That chicken is wearing a steel helmet. This is comedy. Pure, unadulterated comedy. So brilliant! Over on the Western judges' side, they were doubled over laughing, all traces of their previous reserve and arrogance gone. Meanwhile, in the Little Japan delegation section, a deathly silence hung heavy. The directors and crew members surrounding Nikairo were all stone-faced, their fists clenched so tightly they creaked. This was a blatant humiliation. Their imperial soldiers had been portrayed as fools chasing chickens, wrestling with them, and even saluting the chickens. A young staff member, overcome with boiling blood, could no longer contain himself. Bastards! This is an insult to our great empire. He leapt to his feet, roaring with fury, ready to charge toward the projection booth and shut down that damned scene. Just as he rose, a cold hand seized his arm. It was Ryoji Niwa. Director? The young man turned back in confusion. Ryuichiro's face was paler than a ghost's, his voice hushed. Sit down. Do you want to die? But he. Shut up. Not daring to utter another word, he obediently sat back down, head bowed, trembling all over. Ryoichi Ryo released his grip, smoothed his suit, and sat up straight once more. His back was soaked through with cold sweat. No one knew better than him how terrifying a demon the Chinese man sitting in the back row expressionless from start to finish truly was. At that moment, the 30-second promotional video came to an end. The final shot showed Fat Wang scrambling clumsily over a low wall, only to have his pants snagged on nails protruding from the top. He hung there, grimacing and unable to move. The image froze. Slowly, 3 bold Chinese characters appeared in the center of the screen. Raise your hands. The lights come up. The entire venue erupted in sustained applause and laughter. The host, smiling broadly, stepped onto the stage. Thank you, Director Chen Mo, for bringing us this wonderful promotional film. Next, please welcome the representative from Little Days Country, Director Ryuichiro Nawada's work The Last Cherry Blossom. Ryuichiro Yuan took a deep breath, forcing down the humiliation and fear in his heart, and stepped onto the stage. The lights dimmed once more. Unlike the rustic Swana music earlier, this time a solemn, grand symphony filled the air. The opening scene showed cherry blossoms dancing through the sky, breathtakingly beautiful. A handsome man clad in samurai armor stood beneath a cherry tree, sword in hand, his gaze unwavering. The promotional video's plot was simple. This warrior used his sword to slay vicious bandits and protect the vulnerable villagers. He even removes his armor and uses his own stipend to establish a school for the village children. The entire trailer radiates a tragic beauty of heroism and self-sacrifice, completely transforming the image of an invader into that of a guardian saint. More importantly, the texture of the visuals, the fluid special effects, the grand scale of the scenes. Forget 5,000. Even 500,000 wouldn't be enough to pull this off. Chapter 137, this isn't a competition anymore. It's war. The promotional video concluded. A polite round of applause rippled through the venue, though many faces wore peculiar expressions. Just then, a booming voice erupted from the audience. I have a question. Everyone turned to look. There stood Kim Jong-tae, director of the Korean delegation, abruptly rising to his feet. Adjusting his glasses, he fixed his gaze on Nikaido Futagawa on stage. May I ask Director Ri Yuan and also the competition organizing committee? To ensure fairness, this competition explicitly stipulates that the production cost of all short films must not exceed 5,000. I just did a rough estimate. The special effects shot of the cherry blossoms falling in your promotional film alone must have cost more than 5,000, right? The room erupted in an uproar. This was a direct public rebuke. All eyes instantly turned to Ryoakairo Ryujin. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Ryoakairo's forehead. His worst fear had come true. Instinctively, he stole a glance toward the back row, where Chen Mo sat. Chen Mo sat with his arms crossed over his chest, eyes closed, as if meditating. Seeing this reaction, Ryochinian felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him. As long as this master didn't speak up, what did the others matter? A surge of anger welled up from the depths of his heart. Straightening his back, he shot a cold smile at Jean Zhengtai. Director Jean, art is priceless. You only see the money, but you fail to see the spirit of sacrifice our team has made for art. Let me tell you, every actor in this film worked for zero pay. All the special effects were created pro bono by students from our domestic film academy, driven by their admiration for the warrior spirit of our great nation. What we use is passion, is spirit. Unlike certain countries where all they think about is money when they make something. That's just twisting the truth. Nijiru, emboldened, raised his voice even louder. I'd like to ask Director Kim this, in your country's history, aside from stealing other nations' cultures, is there anything truly worth filming? Anything that could match the beauty and spiritual depth of our film? You're talking nonsense. It seemed the directors from both countries were about to come to blows right there in the venue. The chairman of the competition organizing committee, a white-haired elderly man from Fa Gua, finally stepped onto the stage and interrupted their quarrel. Now, directors, please calm down. The budget issue will be verified by the organizing committee later. Now, please continue watching the trailer for the next film. The commotion subsided for the moment. The subsequent trailers, though each with its own merits, paled in comparison to the exceptional one that preceded them, appearing rather ordinary. After all the trailers concluded, the chairman stepped back onto the stage, cleared his throat, and announced a development that took everyone by surprise. Directors and distinguished guests. Given the passionate discussions sparked by today's promotional film segment, which has revealed the immense potential and topical relevance within your works, following an emergency meeting of the organizing committee, we have decided to make a minor adjustment to the competition format for this year's event. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the entire hall. Starting tomorrow, all participating teams will be granted 1 week of free promotional time. During this week, you may utilize any methods you deem effective, such as online platforms and media outlets, to build momentum for your projects. After 1 week, all competing films will be released simultaneously across 10 partner cinemas in Zayarizi Kingdom. The final judging results will be determined by 3 components: 40% based on box office performance at the cinemas, 30% based on audience ratings online, and 30% based on the jury's evaluation. Good luck to all of you. As the words fell, the entire screening hall erupted in an instant. All the directors were stunned. This was no minor adjustment. This was turning an artistic exchange into a cutthroat commercial battle. Box office? Marketing? How are independent filmmakers without connections or resources supposed to compete? A maniacal grin spread across Niwa Ichiro's face. Promotion? Theater resources? In Little Day's country, who did he fear? Chen Mo, you're finished. He looked triumphantly at Chen Mo, only to find not a trace of panic on his face. Wang Fat hurried over to Chen Mo, his face etched with anxiety. Bro, we're screwed. We're strangers here with no money or resources. How are we supposed to compete with their marketing? Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes. Who said we need publicity? What do you mean, we don't need publicity? Wang Fat tried to say something, but found himself unable to utter a single word. Chen Mo offered no further explanation. He stood up, adjusted his collar, and walked toward the exit of the screening hall. Behind him, Yuan Itzai's suppressed smirk and the schadenfreude-filled stares of directors from various countries lingered. Wang Fat stomped his foot, his face dark with frustration as he trailed after him. Stepping outside the screening room, a cool night breeze blew in, slightly calming the group's agitated moods. Under the entrance lights, two striking figures paced anxiously back and forth. It was Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro. Spotting Chen Mo and the others emerge, Su Xiaoro was the first to rush over, lifting her skirt as she ran.
Chen Mo. How did it go?
Lin Wanqiu hurried over as well, her gaze immediately landing on Wang Fatso's face, which looked as if he were about to burst into tears.
Her heart sank. What happened?
Wang Fatso, as if finding an outlet for his frustration, slapped his thigh and blurted out everything about the competition committee's last-minute rule change.
Sis Wanqiu, Xiaoro, you guys have no idea. Those bastards are scum.
They saw my film getting great reactions and realized Little Day Country's film was doomed, so they changed the rules at the last minute.
It's blatant bullying.
Su Xiaoro's smile froze instantly. Lin Wanqiu's brows furrowed deeply. As the youngest triple award-winning actress in the Chinese film industry, she understood better than anyone the immense networks of influence and resources behind the terms promotion and theatrical distribution.
This isn't a competition anymore. This is war.
A full-scale war of capital and resources.
On the home turf of Zhou Kingdom, we hold no advantage whatsoever.
Su Xiaoro grew frantic, immediately thinking of her fans.
I can rally my fans on Weibo and Douyin. Get everyone to help spread the word.
Lin Wanqiu shook her head, dismissing the idea.
It won't work, Xiaoro. Our core audience is back home, our influence doesn't reach over here.
Besides, it'll only fuel backlash from their local viewers. Wang Fatso refused to give up, counting on his fingers.
I checked, there are over 5,000 Chinese students studying in Little Day's country.
Mobilize them all to watch it 10 times each. Lin Wanqiu sighed, her eyes filled with resignation. Fatty, even if all 5,000 showed up, it'd be a drop in the bucket compared to the total box office of 10 cinema chains.
Chapter 138, the time is right. Besides, do you really think Lian Yuanci would just stand by and let us promote freely?
The media, critics, theater schedules, they control it all. They have countless ways to make our voices disappear completely.
Wang Fatso deflated completely.
Su Xiaoro bit her lip, her eyes reddening. This wasn't about whether the film was good or bad. It was about the crushing weight of the rules of the game.
You didn't even get a seat at the table, what's the point of talking about winning or losing?
Three people, three faces clouded with worry, all turned their gaze toward Chen Mo, who had remained silent throughout. He was staring at his phone, fingers flying across the screen.
Brother! Why don't we just concede? We don't need this. Chen Mo looked up.
He turned off his phone and tucked it back into his pocket. His calm gaze swept over the anxious faces of the three men.
Who said we're giving up? Don't worry. We'll win for sure. We will win? Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro looked utterly stunned. They looked at Chen Mo.
The man before them showed no trace of bravado, no hint of bluff. His gaze was serene. It was a pure confidence born of absolute strength. This confidence instantly infected the three people present.
Wang Fatso's heart, which had been pounding wildly in his throat, settled back into place. Lin Wanqiu's furrowed brow slowly smoothed out. She couldn't fathom Chen Mo's true capabilities.
But she chose to trust him.
Wonderful.
Su Xiaoro was the first to react, her tense little face instantly breaking into a radiant smile. She threw her arms around Lin Wanqiu's waist, shaking her excitedly.
I knew Chen Mo was the best.
Sis Wanqiu, once we win the championship, we're celebrating big time.
Let's go for hot pot. That place you mentioned last time, the tripe, is super crispy.
The girl's crisp voice completely dispelled the gloom hanging over the group.
At the mention of eating, Fat Wang perked right up. Hot pot sounds great. Let's crack open a couple bottles of Mao Tai too.
Damn it, once we win, just wait and see how those bastards from Zhou country keep smiling. Lin Wanqiu chuckled at their banter, nodding with a mix of exasperation and affection.
All right, your way it is.
The three chattered away, discussing the menu for their victory celebration. The night passed without incident.
The next day,
no promotional activities were conducted for Raise Your Hands.
Chen Mo, Wang Fatso, Lin Wanqiu, and Su Xiaoro leisurely sipped afternoon tea at the hotel's outdoor cafe. Meanwhile, the promotional blitz for Lian Yuan Yisai Lang's The Last Cherry Blossom had already become an all-encompassing phenomenon. From the largest cinema screens to advertisements plastered on every street corner, and the flood of glowing reviews across the internet, it was everywhere. The entire public discourse in Zhou Nation was hyping this national epic. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sunlight was perfect. Ryo Akairo and Yuan, dressed in an impeccable suit and accompanied by 2 assistants, entered the cafe. They walked straight to Chen Mo's table. Good afternoon, Mr. Chen. Fat Wang shot up from his seat.
A single glance from Chen Mo sent him slumping back down, snorting indignantly through his nostrils.
Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. What's up? The two men pulled out chairs and sat down without waiting for an invitation. Mr. Chen, I've reviewed today's box office pre-sale figures. Your film Raise Your Hands has barely sold 100 advance tickets. Meanwhile, my film The Last Cherry Blossom has already surpassed 50,000. He crossed his legs, adopting a look of solemn concern. I know you Chinese value face. Losing like this would be too embarrassing. I'm a kind person, you know. I can leverage my connections to promote your film and ensure your box office won't be dead last. Su Xiaoro couldn't hold back any longer and coldly retorted. You'd be that kind? Liang Yuan Yizilong chuckled, shifting his gaze to Chen Mo. Of course, there are conditions. The video from last time. And all related evidence, backups, everything must be deleted in front of me, leaving not a trace. Chen Mo picked up his coffee and took a small sip. Setting the cup down, he smiled. That smile sent an inexplicable chill down Liang Yuan's spine. Director Lia Yuan. I seem to recall the last time you came to me so confidently to negotiate terms. Chen Mo leaned forward slightly, locking eyes with him as he spoke each word deliberately. It was when you were preparing to send someone to quietly return the antiques stolen from our huaxia? Boom! That was the greatest humiliation of his life. It was a scandal he'd barely managed to suppress by leveraging his family connections. Ruichiro slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet. You, don't be so ungrateful. Just you wait. I'll make sure Huaxia Films loses so badly at this competition, they'll be left with nothing. With that, he stormed out in a hurry, his assistant trailing behind. Wang the Fatso watched his retreating figure and burst into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha. Brother, you're something else. Look at that bastard, running scared. Yet after the laughter subsided, fresh worries began to creep into his mind. Day 3. Day 4. Chen Mo still hadn't made a move. He genuinely seemed to be on vacation, taking the three of them either to museums or to sample various delicacies every day. Wang Fatso grew impatient. Lin Wanqiu was also getting impatient. Su Xiaoro was equally impatient. Even the over 5,000 Chinese students scattered across the country couldn't sit still any longer. In a chat group named Tokyo Guardians, Director Chen supporters, emotions were running high. This can't go on. We can't wait any longer. Director Chen and his team must be silenced by capital interests. We can't let Raise Your Hands lose like this. This is the pride of Chinese cinema. Let's pool our money. We'll buy tickets ourselves and promote it ourselves. I'll put up 50,000 yen. I'll put up 100,000. That's my entire month's living expenses I'll do without. Let's go. To the theater. Grab our classmates and friends, everyone must see it. A surge of passion ignited instantly. The international students sprang into action. Armed with their own homemade posters, they roamed the campus and streets, recommending Raise Your Hands to every passerby. They dug into their own pockets to buy hundreds of movie tickets, determined to give them to their classmates and friends. However, reality delivered a resounding slap in the face. The influence of Liang Yuan Yuchiro runs deep in this nation. Mainstream media was flooded with negative reviews of Raise Your Hands, labeling it vulgar and distorting history. The movie tickets they handed out were politely declined. Their enthusiastic promotion met only with cold stares and skepticism. On the fourth night, Li Hao, the hoarse-voiced group leader of the fan club, called Wang Fat to report the day's results. In total, they sold fewer than 300 tickets. And over 200 of those were bought by their own people. After hanging up, the hotel suite fell into a deathly silence. Wang Fat slumped dejectedly on the sofa. Su Xiaoro bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, stubbornly refusing to let them fall. Lin Wanqiu stood by the window, gazing at Tokyo's dazzling nightscape, her figure appearing utterly lonely. Chen Mo picked up his phone and glanced at the time. He rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping over the three faces etched with despair. The time is ripe. Chapter 139, looks like we've gone too far. The three men snapped their heads up, staring at him in disbelief. Chen Mo calmly opened his laptop and tapped a few keys. Then, he turned the screen toward them. On the screen was the interface of Douyin, China's largest short video platform. A newly released video appeared before their eyes. The cover image featured a scene from the promotional video for Raise Your Hands, showing Wang Fat riding a pig with a dazzling smile. The video's title, in bright red, read, Urgent. Chinese director Chen Mo under attack in Tokyo. Japan suddenly changes rules to kick him out. Our film needs your support. Posted 1 minute ago. Views 17. Likes 3. Comments 1. The numbers were still pitifully flickering. Wang Fatso, Lin Wanqiu, and Su Xiaoro's pupils suddenly contracted. Fat Wang opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but not a single word came out. Was this Chen Mo's trump card? A video with only 17 views? Yet, the very next second, Chen Mo moved his mouse and refreshed the page. The number on the screen changed. Views 170,000. Likes 80,000. Comments 30,000. Holy! Wang Fatso's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Thinking he was seeing things, he rubbed them hard. 10, 100,000, 10,000. I must be seeing things. Lin Wanqiu covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Chen Mo said nothing, merely clicking the refresh button again. Swish. Views 1.98 million. Likes 1.21 million. Comments 560,000. The numbers continued to surge at a speed too fast for the naked eye to track. This isn't growth, it's an explosion.
It's a gusher. Holy crap. Wang Fatso collapsed onto the carpet, muttering to himself. Chen Mo remained composed as he switched back to the Weibo interface. The trending topics list looked like it had been bloodied. Top story, breaking. Emergency support. Director Chen Mo under siege in Tokyo. Number 2, breaking. Douyin crashed. Number 3, breaking. Raise your hands versus The Last Cherry Blossom, which should Chinese audiences choose? Number 4, outrage. Scandal at the Little Days Youth Director Exchange Competition. 10th, Dai Nyang Yuan Itsai. The entire top 10 no, the top 20 of the trending list was completely dominated by the keywords Chen Mo and raise your hands. Each topic is followed by a bright red explosive tag. Countless celebrities, big V influencers, and internet stars were frantically reposting Chen Mo's videos. The venomous old demon, I've never begged anyone in my life. Today, I beg you all for one thing. If you still consider yourself Chinese, go watch Raise Your Hands. Go to Douyin and give Chen Mo a thumbs up. Let those bastards in Little Japan see that our people aren't ones they can bully. Academy Award-winning actor Zhou Yuan, tickets booked. See you in Tokyo. At Chen Mo, we're coming. Best actress Sun Feifei, support director Chen, support Chinese cinema. Wait for me. Top star Zhao Zihan, enough talk. Fans, assemble on Douyin. Assemble on Weibo. Charge for director Chen. Douyin CEO Lu Mingyu went even further, using his highest level privileges to pin Chen Mo's video to the homepage of every Douyin user. The title featured just 8 bold characters. Those who dare to offend Huaxia shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. At that moment, the entire Huaxia internet exploded. That video was no longer just a simple promotional clip. The first half showed those adorable international students holding crude posters, awkwardly pitching the film to passers-by only to be repeatedly met with cold rejection. It showed their lonely figures, having bought tickets out of their own pockets only to be unable to give them away, silently entering the empty theater halls. The latter half featured an arrogant interview with Lin Wanqiu, who stood before the media, full of bravado, disparaging Chinese cinema and boasting that he would make Raise Your Hands lose utterly and completely. The two scenes formed the starkest contrast. Humiliation, rage, and refusal to accept defeat. Every Chinese person who saw the video felt a blazing fire ignite within their chest. Brothers! If you're real men, follow me. Buy tickets. To Tokyo. Damn it! I'm forfeiting this month's bonus. Let's kick their asses. Why should our people suffer this injustice abroad? Support director Chen. Support Raise Your Hands. Let them see what Chinese power is all about. I quit my job. My boss won't approve leave? Screw this job anyway. Tokyo, here I come. Inside the hotel suite. Wang Fatty trembled with excitement as he watched the comments scroll frantically across his phone. Bro, you're a ING genius. We won. Su Shiro hugged Lin Wanqiu, tears and laughter mingling. Sister Wanqiu. We won. I knew it. I knew Chen Mo was the best. Lin Wanqiu's eyes reddened as she looked at Chen Mo. This man wasn't scheming over promotional periods or box office numbers. What he was calculating for was the hearts of the people. The national pride of all 400 million compatriots across China. Just then, Wang Pangzi's phone rang. It was a friend of his who worked as an executive at an airline. The moment he answered, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the other end. Fatso Wang. What the hell have you done? You won't believe this. Just now. Within the last hour. Every single flight from across the country to Tokyo sold out completely. Even first-class tickets vanished in seconds. Calls are still pouring in non-stop. Every major airport is completely packed. It's even crazier than the Spring Festival travel rush. I've never seen anything like this in my life. They're all going crazy. Completely insane. Wang Fatso hung up the phone in a daze and looked at Chen Mo. Bro, looks like we might have gone a bit too far. Meanwhile, Little Life Kingdom, Prime Minister's residence. Late at night, the lights were still on. Prime Minister Sato, a man in his 60s with graying hair, stared at the urgent report in his hands, his face ashen. A senior aide stood beside him, drenched in cold sweat. Prime Minister. According to the latest intelligence, millions of people across China are flooding international airports, boarding flights bound for our country. Their destination is singular, Tokyo. Our intelligence analysis indicates this mass movement far exceeds any previous travel peak. The speed and scale of this mobilization is comparable to wartime muster. Clang! The teacup in Sato's hand fell to the floor, shattering into pieces. He leapt to his feet, his eyes filled with terror. Damn it! A wartime mobilization. Have the Chinese gone mad? Are they coming to avenge a century's worth of grievances? Where's our self-defense force? Where's our air defense system? The staff looked utterly despondent. Prime Minister, it's too late. They're all traveling as civilians on commercial flights. We have no way to intercept them.
And the Chinese side just sent a diplomatic note demanding we guarantee the absolute safety of every Chinese citizen in Japan, or else we'll bear the consequences. Sato felt the world spinning, nearly fainting. It's over. Completely over. What could they possibly resist with? Resist with my head? Transmit my orders. All self-defense forces and police units fall back to defensive positions. Do not engage in conflict with any Chinese civilians. Anyone who dares to neglect their duties or provoke them will be immediately relieved of their post and sent to a military tribunal. Chapter 140, Go buy a ticket. Additionally, investigate this. Now. Immediately. Find out exactly what's going on. Why is this happening? You have 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, I want to know the reason. 10 minutes later. The aide scrambled into the room, face twisted with fury. I found it, Your Excellency. It's because of an event called the Young Directors Exchange Competition. A director named Liang Yuanizai exploited the rules and public opinion during the competition to suppress Chen Mo, the director representing China. Then that Chen Mo posted a plea for help on China's social media. And that's how things escalated to this point. Sato was completely dumbfounded upon hearing this. All because of such a trivial matter? Because of some idiot director? Triggered a terrifying wave capable of upending the entire nation? He felt his blood pressure skyrocket. Li Yuan. Ichiro. Sato ground the name out between clenched teeth. Call the head of the Li Yuan family. Now. Immediately. The call connected quickly. Prime Minister Sato, calling at this hour, what might I do for you? Sato wasted no words. Chief of the Ryuan clan, your esteemed son, Ryuan Ichiro, has pushed the entire nation to the brink of war. Now, I give you a choice. Abandon him. Immediately. Right now. Publicly declare his expulsion from the clan. Sever all ties with him. Silence hung heavy on the line. Moments later, the clan chief's voice carried a hint of pleading. Your Excellency the Prime Minister, this is too severe. He is my own flesh and blood. My own son? Sato let out a cold laugh. Li Yuan. Let me make this clear. If you don't abandon your son today, tomorrow I will abandon your entire Liang Yuan clan. On the other end of the line, a full 30 seconds passed before the Liang Yuan clan chief cautiously spoke. Prime Minister. What? What did you say? Son? I've lived my entire life alone, never married. Who is Ryujin Ichiro? I don't know him. Meanwhile, Tokyo, in the banquet hall of the Jinjian Hotel. Ryuichi Niwa stood at the center of a crowd of young directors from around the world, surrounded like a star. Holding a glass of expensive red wine, he wore a beaming smile, basking in the adulation and flattery of everyone present. Director Ryujin, you are truly the pride of Asian cinema. Indeed. That film, The Last Cherry Blossom, was magnificent. I watched it 3 times and cried 3 times. Ryuichiro Niyuan waved his hand modestly, though his face betrayed unmistakable pride. You flatter me, everyone. I merely captured a bit of our national spirit. His tone shifted abruptly as he gave a dismissive chuckle. Unlike films from certain countries that only churn out vulgar comedies to pander to the masses, that so-called director Chen Mo from China is nothing but a clown. His films aren't even worthy of tying my shoelaces. I'll bet my bottom dollar he'll finish dead last in this competition. He'll be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. The crowd erupted in a chorus of mocking laughter. Just then, bang! The banquet hall doors were violently kicked open. One of Genikairo's assistants scrambled in, stumbling and crawling. No good. Director. Ryuichiro Ryugen frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face. What a disgraceful display of panic. Has the sky fallen? Director, the sky really has fallen. Your video, the director from China, the entire nation of China, has arrived. The Prime Minister's office just sent word, your father. The assistant's voice trembled with tears. He's disowned you. He says he doesn't know you. Clang. The stemmed glass in Liang Yuan Iliong's hand slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor. Crimson wine splashed across the floor. His entire body fell backward, stiff as a board. Director. Li Yuan Jun. The banquet hall instantly descended into chaos. The directors, who had been fawning moments before, now scrambled to distance themselves as far as possible, terrified of catching any bad luck. As Ryuichiro was carried away on a stretcher, his eyes remained tightly shut, completely unconscious. He couldn't fathom it. He had merely intended to crush an ant from China. How had that summoned an entire dragon legion? Chen Mo's suite. The doorbell hadn't stopped ringing for half an hour since Liang Yuanzi Lang collapsed. Fat Wang opened the door to find a blonde-haired, blue-eyed American director standing there. The director forced a smile that looked worse than crying when he saw Wang Fatso. Excuse me. Is Director Chen Mo here? I'm Sam. At the cocktail party earlier. I was a bit disrespectful to Director Chen. Before Wang Fat could respond, Chen Mo's voice echoed from the living room. Let him in.
Sam entered the room, bowing and scraping. Seeing Director Chen sitting calmly on the sofa, his legs buckled and he nearly fell to his knees. Director Chen. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I shouldn't have mocked your film. I shouldn't have listened to that bastard Liang Yuan's nonsense. I apologize to you. I apologize to Huaxia Films. Chen Mo lifted his teacup and blew gently on it. No need for apologies. Sam froze, thinking there might be a chance for redemption, his face lighting up with wild joy. Chen Mo set down the cup, looked him straight in the eye, and said slowly, enunciating each word. Tomorrow, the premiere of Raise Your Hands. Go buy a ticket. Then get lost. Sam's expression froze on his face. Buy a ticket? What kind of punishment is this? Looking into Chen Mo's eyes, Sam shuddered involuntarily. This wasn't punishment at all. It was humiliation. It was making him pay with real money for his own foolishness and arrogance. Yes. I'll buy them. No. I'll buy 100. I'll get all my friends to buy them. Sam finished speaking and fled the room as if escaping. Wang Fatty closed the door, looking thoroughly satisfied. Bro, that was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Making him pay for his own lesson hurts him worse than a beating. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. This time it was the director from Korea, Kim Jong-suk. Ding dong. Then came the director from India, Rajesh. One after another, directors from various countries, those who had mocked Chen Mo at the cocktail party and fawned over Ryuichi Sato, lined up to visit overnight. Each one's words were remarkably similar. Apologies, remorse, solemn vows. But Chen Mo's response remained the same throughout. Go buy a ticket. All night long, Fat Wang was tasked with opening and closing the door, his mouth practically splitting from the grin. These arrogant bastards now bowed before him like the most submissive of servants. This is the power of China. This is the power of Chen Mo. However, the impact of Chen Mo's earth-shattering move extended far beyond this. The next day, the U.S. Embassy in Japan suddenly lodged a protest with the Little Japan government. Chapter 141, that's right. We're not leaving. The reason, Tokyo's major airports were overcrowded, severely restricting the normal travel freedom of American citizens. Shortly thereafter, a special aircraft carrying the U.S. Human Rights Observation Delegation forcibly landed at Haneda Airport under the pretext of assessing East Asian tourism conditions. Then, European nations began to speak out. We express grave concern for the safety of European citizens in Japan. We urge Japan to exercise restraint, evacuate the crowds promptly, and restore normal order to this international metropolis. In an instant, the eyes of the entire world turned to this small island nation. Everyone understood. The Chinese had pried open the tightly locked gates of Little Japan in a way no one could have imagined. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In no time, organizations flying the banners of human rights, freedom, and environmental protection followed suit, flooding Tokyo with chartered flights. Little Japan was thrown into complete chaos. Prime Minister's office. Prime Minister Sato stared at the mountain of diplomatic protest documents piled on his desk, trembling with rage. Damn it! Damn it all to hell! This is outrageous! Absolutely outrageous! One Chen Mo and one Ryuichi are going to destroy our entire nation? Someone! A trembling aide rushed into the room. Connect me to the head of the Ryujin clan. The call connected, and Sato roared without a moment's hesitation. Liang Yuan! The mess your family has created, you clean it up yourselves. Tokyo's land is running out. I order you to surrender half your family's assets. Use your money to reclaim land for me. Expand the airport for me. Build new hotels for me. This won't end until these international friends are satisfied. On the other end of the line, the head of the Liuyuan clan nearly collapsed on the spot. Half their assets? That was the accumulation of their clan over 100 years. This was tantamount to taking their lives. Your Excellency the Prime Minister, this. No this. No that. Sato slammed the phone down, slumped back in his chair, and gasped for breath. At the same time, in the intensive care unit of the University of Tokyo Hospital. Just as Niwa Genichiro regained consciousness, before he could even feel the pain in his body, the ward door burst open with a loud bang. A dozen burly men in suits stormed in, led by none other than his own uncle. Get this bastard off the bed. Before Ryuichi could react, two burly men roughly dragged him off the bed. Uncle! What are you doing? I'm a patient. A slap across his face sent stars dancing before his eyes. Patient? Because of you, you fool. Half the family fortune is gone. And you still have the nerve to call yourself a patient? Beat him. Beat him to death. When you're done, toss him onto the construction site. Let him fill the sea himself. The ward was suddenly filled with the agonized screams of Liang Yuanitsong. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The final judging day of the Young Directors Exchange competition arrived. Outside the premiere theater that day, a sea of people gathered, red flags fluttering everywhere. As far as the eye could see, the crowd was filled with the faces of fellow Chinese compatriots.
They wore red t-shirts emblazoned with the word Huaxia, waving miniature national flags as they packed the area around the theater so tightly that not a single person could squeeze through. At the theater entrance, a unique sight captured everyone's attention. Dozens of elderly Chinese women, averaging over 60 years of age, linked arms to form an unbreakable human wall. They were alert and energetic, their voices loud and clear. A young man from the Little Days country, hoping to sneak in to see another movie, was stopped at the entrance by one of the grandmothers. "Young man, where are you headed?" Startled by the imposing display, the young man stammered, I'm here to see a movie." The woman scrutinized him from head to toe, then held out her hand. "Where's your ticket?" "Let me see it." The young man produced a ticket for The Last Cherry Blossom. The woman's face immediately fell. "Watching this? No way. Today, we're only showing director Chen's film, Raise Your Hands." "No tickets for director Chen's film? No entry." Another auntie chimed in. "Exactly. Want to see a movie? Fine, go over there and line up to buy tickets for Raise Your Hands. Once you buy a ticket, you're one of us. We welcome you. Think you can just barge in without buying a ticket? Not a chance." They were leveraging their most unique strengths, using the simplest yet most effective methods to protect the fruits of their victory. Not far away, inside a minivan, Chen Mo, Wang Pangzi, Lin Wanqiu, and Su Shiro watched the scene unfold, all feeling a mix of laughter and tears. Wang Pangzi's face was etched with shock. "Bro, this level of combat power is just insane." Su Shiro covered her mouth, laughing so hard she could barely stand. "These ladies are so adorable. These are our fellow countrywomen. They may not understand movies or art, but they know who stands with them, who fights for the nation's glory." Chen Mo gazed out at the sea of red beyond the window, a wave of warmth washing over him. This time, he wasn't fighting alone. The outcome was no surprise. When the chairperson of the organizing committee announced in a trembling voice the winner of this year's Young Directors Exchange competition, Director Chen Mo from China, and his work, Raise Your Hands. Boom! The entire cinema, inside and out, erupted in a thunderous roar of applause. "Director Chen is amazing. We won. China rocks." As soon as the match ended and Chen Mo's group stepped out of the theater, they were immediately surrounded by layers upon layers of fellow Chinese compatriots who had been waiting outside. Countless excited faces and burning eyes all focused on Chen Mo. A man who seemed to be leading the group pushed his way to the front and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Director Chen! Don't go back!" His shouts silenced the crowd, who all turned to stare at Chen Mo. "We've already bought our tickets. We won't refund them. Just tell us, where's the next competition? America? England? France? You point and we'll play there." "That's right. Point the way. We'll fight there." The crowd erupted in a unified roar. The sheer intensity of it made the Japanese police officers maintaining order nearby tremble in their boots. These weren't just movie fans. They were clearly a well-trained army. Chen Mo looked at these adorable compatriots before him, feeling both warmed and helpless. Clearing his throat, he spoke loudly. "Thank you all. Thank you for your support. But I don't know the next competition location yet. Everyone, please go home for now, okay? As soon as I have news, I'll notify you all immediately on Weibo and Douyin." Yet, no one moved. Not a single soul. The big guy shouted again. "Director Chen! We're not leaving. We'll wait right here for your update." "Right. We're not leaving." Chapter 142, I want to donate this hand. "We'll be your bodyguards." Chen Mo was at his wit's end. If millions of people were to block Tokyo and refuse to leave, it would truly become an international incident. A sudden idea struck him. He raised his hand. "Like this. Everyone line up. I'll sign autographs for you all. Once you get your autograph, go buy your plane tickets home." Sound good? The crowd fell silent at first, then erupted into cheers even louder than before. "I want an autograph. I want Director Chen's autograph." That night, Chinese compatriots across Tokyo formed a line stretching several kilometers long. Chen Mo sat behind the table, scribbling away. Wang Pangzi and Lin Wanqiu stood nearby, helping maintain order, handing out pens and paper. From dusk until the early hours of the next morning. When the last compatriot departed, satisfied with their autograph, the sky was already turning the color of fish belly. Chen Mo slumped in his chair, his right hand feeling like it belonged to someone else. Shaking his aching wrist, he looked at Wang Pangzi and said earnestly, "Fat brother, once we're back in the country, hook me up with a hospital appointment." Wang Pangzi froze. "What's up, bro? Tired? I want to donate this hand." Fat Wang froze in place, taking a full 3 seconds to process. "My dear brother. Don't scare me like that. If I donate this hand, who's gonna take me to shoot movies, let me show off, and take me flying?" Lin Wanqiu burst out laughing. She walked over to Chen Mo and gently took his right hand, which felt almost stiff. "You must be exhausted. Let me massage it for you." The warm touch sent a wave of comfort from his wrist throughout his body, washing away much of his exhaustion. Only Sister Chiu cares about me. Su Xiao also drew near, her large eyes brimming with admiration. Brother Chen Mo, you look so handsome today. You're practically my idol. Just then, Chen Mo's phone rang. It was an official email from the Competition Organizing Committee. Notice from the Youth Director Exchange Competition Organizing Committee. Chen Mo opened the email and read it aloud, word for word. Thank you to all participating directors. The Tokyo leg of this competition has concluded successfully. Next stop, the United States. Wang Fatso's eyes lit up. Great. Let's take it to their backyard next. Let those arrogant Americans taste our might. The email continued downward. The list of participating countries is as follows: China, the United States, the United Kingdom, France, Italy, South Korea. Wang Fatso listened intently for a while before asking in confusion. Why is one missing? What about Japan? Aren't they participating?
Lin Wanqiu covered her mouth and giggled softly. They'd love to participate. But right now, their country's in complete chaos.
Who's got time to compete in the States? Besides, that idiot Liang Yuan is probably still working on that land reclamation project at the construction site. At this, everyone shared a knowing laugh. This was the consequence of crossing China. The news spread back home, instantly setting the internet ablaze. Next stop, the States. Let's go. Guys, get your visas ready. We're heading to Hollywood to cheer on director Chen. If we can take Tokyo, we can take Hollywood too.
Let the stars and stripes feel the terror of being swallowed by a sea of red. Compatriots who had tasted success in Tokyo were itching to go, their enthusiasm reaching unprecedented heights.
Flights to the States on major airlines' websites sold out almost instantly. Yet, in the end, they never made it.
Just as netizens across China were fervently discussing the takeover Hollywood plan,
the U.S. Embassy suddenly issued an urgent announcement.
Notice, due to recent instability in international travel, to ensure the safety of our citizens and maintain normal social order, effective immediately, we will temporarily tighten the approval process for certain non-essential travel visas.
The announcement was vague, naming no specific countries. But everyone understood. This was aimed squarely at China.
It was aimed at Chen Mo's fan army. The Americans are scared.
Damn it! They're backing down, huh? How despicable. Using dirty tricks like this. Scared? They're actually scared. Ha 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 ha.
Though the fans were filled with righteous indignation, what they felt most was pride. To have a world superpower go to such lengths to guard against them.
Across all of China, who else besides Chen Mo could command such respect? On the plane, Chen Mo and his two companions had already embarked on their journey to the United States. Wang Fatty scrolled through news on his phone, fuming with indignation. These Americans are hypocrites.
They preach freedom day in and day out, yet now they won't even let us step foot in their country. A look of gravity settled on Lin Wanqiu's face. The more they act like this, the more it shows how much they care about this competition.
This competition is likely to be far from straightforward.
The organizing committee announced the rules for the American leg of the competition.
There was only one rule. Produce a science fiction film.
There are no restrictions on production budget or team size.
The winner will be determined by the global box office total. The announcement sent shockwaves across the globe. Across China's internet, cries of despair echoed everywhere. We're done for. What's the point of even competing? Science fiction? No budget cap? This is practically handing victory to Hollywood on a silver platter. Our sci-fi industry is just getting started. How can we compete with their decades-old industrial infrastructure? This isn't a competition anymore, it's outright bullying. Director Chen, don't lose heart. It's the participation that counts. We lost fairly.
Netizens who had been fired up moments ago began consoling Chen Mo. In their eyes, the contest had been over the moment the rules were announced. This wasn't a contest of talent, but a clash of national strength and industrial technology.
China had no chance of winning.
Chen Mo stared at the pessimistic comments online, saying nothing.
He picked up his phone and logged into his Weibo account. Edit. Send. Just one simple sentence. Do you really think China's sci-fi must always fall short of America's? This Weibo post exploded like a bomb in the already despondent public discourse. Everyone froze. What does Director Chen mean by this? He still hasn't given up? He actually still wants to win?
Before anyone could react, Chen Mo had already shut off his phone and turned to Wang Fat and Lin Wanqiu. Fat brother, sister Wanqiu, there's been a change of plans. Wang Fat and Lin Wanqiu both turned to look at him.
Fatso, Xiaoro, you two stay in the States. Help me handle things here and act as a decoy. Sister Wanqiu, you come with me. We're heading back to China tonight. Wang Pangzi froze. Back to China? Little brother, why go back at this critical moment?
The rules say there's no limit on team size.
They want to play the industrial system game? Then we'll play it with them.
I'm heading back to assemble our own special effects army for China.
Shanghai. Inside a private club not open to the public. Lin Wanqiu sat across from Chen Mo, her expression somewhat bewildered.
Chapter 143, Disband. We must disband today.
The tablet in front of Lin Wanqiu displayed a list of China's top visual effects companies.
Magic Visual Effects, China's first company to win an Oscar for Best Visual Effects.
Tiangong Itsai has contributed to blockbusters like The Monkey King, Hero is Back.
Base FX, their special effects have graced numerous Hollywood blockbusters.
Lin Wanqiu's fingers glided across the screen.
Each company displayed was a household name in the industry. She looked up at Chen Mo. These are the top teams in the country. Which one do you want to choose?
Chen Mo leaned back on the sofa and shook his head.
None of them.
What? Lin Wanqiu thought she'd misheard.
None of them?
Why? Chen Mo, I know you have your own ideas, but this isn't like shooting a comedy like Raise Your Hands.
This is sci-fi.
It's a head-to-head battle of special effects. Without a top-tier technical team, we don't stand a chance.
She was getting impatient.
She couldn't understand why Chen Mo would turn down these top-tier resources that were practically handed to him.
Chen Mo watched her anxious expression without offering an explanation. Because some things simply couldn't be explained.
The very moment he decided to return to China, the long-dormant system finally sounded again in his mind.
Ding!
Host detected facing civilization-level competition challenge.
National Style Entertainment System activating final module. Ding! Activation successful. Triggering ultimate mission, laying the foundation of civilization.
The succession of system alerts sent a jolt through Chen Mo's mind.
Ultimate mission?
Mission objective, produce the film The Three-Body Problem to establish Chinese science fiction as the global standard. Prerequisite, recruit the Cocoa Bean animation team and establish them as the film's core visual effects unit. Mission reward, God-tier visual effects passive truth replication. Passive effect, any scientific fantasy imagery conceived in the host's mind will be perfected by the effects team, overcoming all existing technological barriers with 100% accuracy.
It will also be grounded in the most solid scientific theoretical foundation.
Chen Mo's heart pounded wildly.
The three-body problem. It was the three-body problem.
And this passive ability called truth manifestation.
This was practically a god-tier skill tailor-made for filming the three-body problem.
With it, the water drop, the two-dimensional foil, the dark forest, none of these concepts would remain mere imagination. Instead, they can be brought to life as breathtaking visuals on the big screen. Chen Mo looked at Lin Wanqiu, who was staring at him with a puzzled expression, and slowly uttered a name. The team we need to find is called Cocoa Bean Animation.
Lin Wanqiu was utterly dumbfounded. Cocoa Bean Animation?
She furrowed her delicate brows, straining to recall the name in her mind.
Nothing came to mind.
She had never heard of it before. Lin Wanqiu pulled out her phone and quickly searched for it. The search results were sparse. Only one registration record appeared.
The address was in a remote tech industrial park in Rongqing.
The company profile stated, undertakes various animated shorts and advertising special effects production.
Judging by the establishment date, it hadn't even been 3 years. This is clearly just an obscure, small-time workshop operation. Lin Wanqiu looked up at Chen Mo. Chen Mo, are you sure about this? We passed up every top-tier team in the country just to go with this little workshop that doesn't even have a proper website?
Chen Mo stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the dazzling night view of Shanghai.
Yes. I'm certain.
The future of Chinese science fiction lies with them.
Rongqing.
A city in the heartland of southwest China, renowned for its leisurely pace and culinary delights.
But at this moment, Chen Mo and Lin Wanqiu had no heart to savor its tranquility.
A jet-black private aircraft touched down silently at the VIP terminal of Rongqing Shuangliu Airport. To avoid drawing any attention, they had chosen the most discreet mode of transportation. A black business van, already waiting, swiftly carried the pair away from the airport, merging into Chengdu's endless stream of traffic. Set the navigation for Future Dream Factory Technology Industrial Park in the western part of the city. Lin Wanqiu glanced at the address on her phone.
That name certainly sounds impressive. Future Dream Factory.
Lin Wanqiu murmured softly, hoping it wouldn't just be a dream. The business van navigated through the city for over an hour. The skyscrapers outside the window gradually thinned out, and the road grew increasingly bumpy. Lin Wanqiu watched the desolate scenery recede outside the window, her unease growing stronger by the moment. She turned her head to look at Chen Mo beside her. He was leaning back in his seat, eyes closed in quiet repose. His composure calmed Lin Wanqiu's agitated heart just a little.
Another half hour passed.
The van finally came to a halt before a rust-stained gate. Above the gate, several large red characters had faded and peeled away, yet they remained barely legible. Future Dream Factory Technology Industrial Park. Beside the gate, half the window glass in the security booth was shattered, patched with a sheet of newspaper. An elderly man reclined in a chair, listening to Sichuan opera on the radio, idly swinging his legs. The driver turned around, asking uncertainly,
"Mr. Chen, Miss Lin, this is the place."
Lin Wanqiu pushed open the car door and stepped out.
Her high heels struck the cracked concrete ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. She looked around. It resembled an abandoned industrial park more than a high-tech industrial zone. Several old office buildings, 3 or 4 stories tall, stood forlornly, their walls peeling in large patches, revealing the gray brickwork beneath. In the green belts below, weeds grew taller than people. This environment couldn't hold a candle to the top-tier CBD office buildings housing special effects companies. Even Wang Fatso's ramshackle studio looked more impressive than this place. Lin Wanqiu's expression darkened completely. She even began to wonder if Chen Mo had tricked her. Chen Mo also got out of the car. Seeing the scene before him, his brow furrowed slightly. The system had only provided an address. But he never imagined it would be such a dilapidated place. The environment was simply hard to stomach. "Let's go, Sister Chiu." Chen Mo took a deep breath and led the way into the compound. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Lin Wanqiu bit her lip, then followed after all. Following the sole registered address on their phones, the two wound their way through the complex, finally coming to a halt before a small building tucked away in the farthest corner. A crooked wooden sign hung at the entrance. 3 words were painted in black on it. Cocoa beans. Beside the sign, a crude smiley face was drawn in chalk. Was this the place that held the future of Chinese science fiction? Lin Wanqiu felt the world spinning. This was no joke. This was an international joke. Even Chen Mo's lips twitched involuntarily. He raised his hand, about to knock on the iron door that looked like it would fall apart at the slightest touch. Suddenly, a heated argument erupted from within. "Dissolve it. We must dissolve it today. Cao Fei. Stop feeding us empty promises. 3 years. 3 whole years. Have we landed a single decent job?" Chapter 144, Others won't hire you, but I, Chen Mo, will. How much is left in the account? We can't even cover next month's rent and utilities. What bull dreams are you talking about? A voice immediately retorted. Wang Hao. Keep your voice down, damn it. Our technology is the best in the country. Have you forgotten? That water draw project, that city fold. Aren't they both better than anything Hollywood's done? If we just hold on a little longer, someone who appreciates our work will come knocking. Recognize our worth? Who's going to recognize it? The young man named Wang Hao let out a bitter laugh, his voice thick with despair. Those big directors, those big companies, aren't they all blind? They'd rather spend tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, chasing after those second-rate foreign teams than give us a single glance. Cao Fei. Wake up. In this industry, without capital or connections, your skills are worthless. Enough. The voice belonging to Gao Fei finally erupted. Anyone who wants to leave, get the hell out now. Gao Fei would rather starve to death than bow down to those capitalists. Outside the door, Lin Wanqiu listened to the argument inside and froze completely. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming, and she struggled to process it all at once. But she keenly picked up on several key phrases. Cutting-edge technology. Rivaling Hollywood. Blacklisted by capital. Her gaze instinctively turned to Chen Mo. Chen Mo's face showed no surprise. Without hesitation, he reached out and pushed open the slightly ajar iron gate. Creak. A shrill scraping sound echoed. The quarrel inside abruptly ceased. All eyes instantly turned toward the doorway. The room wasn't large, barely over 100 square meters. Everywhere was piled high with computer towers and various unidentifiable devices, cables tangled like spider webs across the floor. 7 or 8 young men in plaid shirts, hair disheveled and eyes sunken, stared blankly at the doorway. Standing among them was a tall, thin young man, likely the one they referred to as Gao Fei. His brow furrowed at the sight of Chen Mo. Who are you? Before he could finish his question, the one beside him, Wang Hao, who had been roaring moments ago, pointed at Chen Mo and stammered. You. Aren't you the one who directed The Hidden Corner and Raise Your Hands? Chen Mo. Everyone froze in shock. Then they saw Lin Wanqiu standing behind Chen Mo. 3 Golden Horse Awards winner. Lin Wanqiu. What is this? Did they come all the way here to film a movie? After a brief, dead silence, the young man named Gao Fei suddenly lit up with an expression of utter disbelief. He practically leapt over 3 steps at once to reach Chen Mo, his lips trembling so violently he could barely form coherent words. Director Chen. How did you end up here? Chen Mo looked at him and smiled faintly. I came to find you all. To make a movie. Gao Fei's body jerked violently. The young people behind him stared wide-eyed, their breathing growing ragged. Director Chen, you're not joking, are you? Chen Mo didn't respond. His gaze swept around the studio, which resembled a junkyard. Finally, his gaze settled on the largest monitor. This is your work? Gao Fei snapped to attention as if suddenly awakened, whirling around abruptly. Yes. Director Chen. Ms. Lin. Look. He dashed to the computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard with such practiced speed it was dizzying. None of these works have been released. We haven't shown them to anyone. But I guarantee they're absolutely world-class. The next second, the massive display screen lit up. A demo began playing. The screen showed a single drop of water. A single, crystal-clear droplet suspended in midair. The camera zoomed in infinitely at hyper-slow motion. The surface of the droplet clearly reflected every detail of its surroundings. Then it begins to transform, its surface taking on a metallic sheen, ultimately morphing into a perfect, mirror-like spindle-shaped metallic object. The entire process flows with seamless fluidity, radiating an indescribable blend of sci-fi beauty and physical realism. Lin Wanqiu's pupils instantly contracted. She had seen countless special effects in Hollywood blockbusters. But this droplet before her eyes, in its level of detail and texture, surpassed anything she had ever seen on film. More real, more breathtaking. This couldn't be possible. The scene shifted. A bustling modern metropolis. Skyscrapers towered overhead, streets teeming with traffic. Suddenly, the entire city began folding in half from the center. The ground curled upward like a sheet of paper, the rooftops of skyscrapers nearly touching the clouds in the sky. The sheer scale and eeriness of this spatial distortion delivered such a visual shock that Lin Wanqiu instinctively took half a step back, covering her mouth. Her understanding was being rewritten over and over. The scene continued to unfold. A massive alien warship emerged from the wormhole, its intricate mechanical structures clearly visible across the hall. Warriors clad in power armor darted through the asteroid belt at high speed, particle cannon beams tearing through the darkness. The division and evolution of a single cell unfolded through microscopic effects, weaving a magnificent epic of life. Every frame brims with boundless imagination. Every detail was crafted with breathtaking precision. Lin Wanqiu was utterly dumbfounded. Only one thought occupied her mind. Why? Why hasn't such an incredible team and such an amazing work ever appeared on the market? This is absurd. The demo finished playing. Gao Fei turned around, panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot and filled with anticipation as he looked at Chen Mo and Lin Wanqiu. Director Chen. Ms. Lin. What do you think of our technology? Lin Wanqiu took a deep breath, but before she could speak, Chen Mo spoke slowly. Because years ago, your work already showed signs of promise. But then, capital set its sights on you. Some wanted to buy out your technology at rock-bottom prices, even expecting your entire team to work for them for free for the rest of your lives. The words fell. The color drained from Gao Fei, Wang Hao, and the others' faces. How did he know? This matter was an eternal pain in their hearts. Chen Mo watched them and continued. Back then, you were all passionate young men, full of ambition. How could you bear such humiliation? You refused on the spot. And then you ended up blacklisted by the entire industry. Not a single company dared to hire you, not a single director dared to approach you. Am I right? Gao Fei's fists clenched tightly. Wang Hao's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth gritted. It was humiliation, it was resentment, it was the rage of a hero with nowhere to channel his strength. So he knew everything all along. So why had he come today, to pity them? Or to mock them? Everyone's heart sank to the bottom. Chen Mo observed the expressions on the young people's faces. He slowly stepped forward. His gaze swept over each of their faces one by one. Finally, his gaze settled on Gao Fei's eyes. Others won't dare to use you. I, Chen Mo, dare. Chapter 145. Background? I rely on myself. The words fell. The entire studio fell into a deathly silence. Gao Fei, Wang Hao, and the 7 or 8 young VFX artists all froze in place. Their eyes fixed intently on Chen Mo. In their eyes, despair gave way to an overwhelming surge of disbelief and wild elation. Dare? He dared? In this industry, where capital and personal connections form an impenetrable web, he dared to say he'd use them. Gao Fei's body began to shake violently. Not from fear, but from sheer excitement. 3 years. 3 whole years of waiting and suffering in utter darkness. Wasn't this the very word they'd been waiting for? A single dare? Thud. Gao Fei's legs gave way, and he knelt down on the spot. Behind him, Wang Hao and the others followed suit, eyes reddened, kneeling down in unison. Director Chen. As long as you're willing to use us. My life, Gao Fei's life, is yours. Our lives are yours. Behind them, the young people let out a cry long suppressed, filled with blood and tears. Lin Wanqiu stood to the side, watching the scene unfold before her, profoundly shaken. She had never encountered such a group before. Nor had she ever witnessed a director whose word carried such weight, a man whose sheer charisma could make a group of desperate technical geniuses bow their heads in submission. Chen Mo did not reach out to help them up. He knew they needed to vent the grievances of these past 3 years completely. Only when their sobs gradually subsided. Only then did Chen Mo speak slowly. Rise. A man's knees are made of gold. From now on, you only need to kneel before skill and before your work. You need not kneel before anyone else. Gao Fei and the others wiped away their tears, supporting each other as they staggered to their feet. The look in their eyes as they gazed at Chen Mo was no longer mere admiration. It was faith. Chen Mo wasted no words, issuing his command directly. Gao Fei. Present. Gao Fei instinctively straightened his posture. You have half a day to pack up all core equipment and data. Meet me first thing tomorrow morning. Gao Fei froze. Leave? Director Chen, where are we going? Chen Mo uttered 3 words. To the United States. The United States? Gao Fei, Wang Hao, and the others exchanged bewildered glances. They had assumed Chen Mo was planning to find them new office space in Shanghai or Beijing. They never imagined he'd blurt out going abroad. Seeing the shock on their faces, Chen Mo offered an explanation. The movie I'm making is an international competition. Our opponent is Hollywood. So our battlefield is in the United States. Taking on Hollywood head-on. This was something Gao Fei and the others had never even dared to dream of before. Yes. Gao Fei roared the word with every ounce of strength in his body. We'll get the job done. All right. We'll get right on it. Wang Hao's face flushed crimson with excitement as he turned to unplug the computer cables. The entire team seemed electrified, their eyes gleaming as they scrambled to get organized. Gao Fei, overcome with excitement, turned to pull out chairs for Chen Mo and Lin Wanqiu. Director Chen, Ms. Lin, please sit down, please sit down. He casually pulled over the office chair he had been sitting on. Just as he was about to stand up to make room. Snap. A sharp crack echoed. One of the legs on that weathered chair snapped clean off. Gao Fei stumbled, nearly falling to the floor. His face flushed red as he awkwardly scratched his messy hair. Sorry about that. This chair, it's just old and worn out. The entire team paused in their movements before erupting into laughter. The earlier tension and despair vanished in that instant. Chen Mo smiled too, waving his hand dismissively. Alright, no need to fuss over it. We'll head back to the hotel first. You guys make the most of your time. No need to see us out. With that, he turned to leave with Lin Wanqiu. At the doorway, Chen Mo paused but didn't look back. He left one final sentence hanging. Wait until we return from this competition. I'll make sure the name Cocoa Bean echoes throughout all of China. With that, he strode out with Lin Wanqiu. Inside the room, a group of young people clenched their fists. On the way back to the hotel. Inside the black business van, silence reigned. Lin Wanqiu turned her head, her gaze complex as she looked at the man beside her. He was leaning back in his seat. How could he possibly know the inside story of Cocoa Bean's ban? Where did he get the audacity to take on Hollywood head-on with a team of nobodies? Who exactly was he? How many more secrets did he harbor? Lin Wanqiu realized that the more she interacted with Chen Mo, the less she understood him. The car soon returned to their lodging hotel. The two went to their respective rooms. Lin Wanqiu slipped off her high heels, stepped into the bathroom, and turned on the showerhead. Warm water cascaded down from above. But the confusion in her heart remained unchanged. After her shower, she slipped into a silk nightgown and lay down on the plush bed. In her mind, she replayed everything that had happened today in that dilapidated little building over and over again. Every word Chen Mo had spoken, every glance he had given her, was etched clearly in her mind. Others may hesitate to use you, but I, Chen Mo, dare. Where did that sheer confidence and swagger come from? Was it merely his own talent? Lin Wanqiu refused to believe it. Having navigated the entertainment industry's cutthroat world for so many years, she knew all too well how treacherous these waters ran. Without connections or backing, talent was the least valuable asset. Behind Chen Mo, there must be a force she didn't know about, one powerful enough to defy the industry's rules. But who could it be? Qin Zhenchuan? Su Wan? No, that can't be right. Even old Qin and old Su couldn't possibly know so much about the long-forgotten affairs of a special effects team. The more Lin Wanqiu pondered it, the more her curiosity itched like a cat's claws scratching at her heart, unbearably irritating. This won't do. She had to get to the bottom of this. Once that thought took root, she couldn't hold back any longer. She leapt from the bed, not even bothering to slip on her slippers, and rushed barefoot to the door. Her hand rested on the doorknob, hesitating for a moment. Would going now be too abrupt? But the mere thought of Chen Mo stirred his restlessness. In the end, curiosity overpowered reason. He pulled open the door and hurried to Chen Mo's door. He took a deep breath. She raised her hand. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on Chen Mo's door. A few seconds later, the door slid open from the inside. Chen Mo appeared at the doorway, seemingly fresh from his own shower. He wore a white hotel bathrobe, his hair still damp. Seeing Lin Wanqiu outside, he paused in surprise. Sister Chiu? So late at night, is something wrong? Lin Wanqiu looked at him, cutting straight to the point without beating around the bush. Chen Mo. Who exactly are you? What exactly is your background? Chen Mo smiled helplessly at her words. He'd thought it was something else. Looking into Lin Wanqiu's eyes, filled with curiosity and confusion, he replied calmly. My background? Just me. Chapter 146, Sister Chiu's asleep? With that, she turned sideways, preparing to return to her room. The laptop on the desk remained lit, its screen filled with densely packed text. It was the detailed screenplay for the three-body problem, which he had just begun drafting. Time was tight, there was no room for discussing personal backgrounds here. Lin Wanqiu felt a surge of frustration upon hearing this response. Not again. Another dismissive answer that left her utterly unconvinced. Seeing Chen Mo about to turn and walk away. In her panic, Lin Wanqiu couldn't hold back any longer. Without a second thought, she instinctively stepped forward, reaching out to grab his arm. Don't go. Explain yourself clearly. Her movement was too abrupt. The loose silk nightgown she wore was suddenly yanked by her forward lunge. A soft pop echoed. The crucial button at the front of her nightgown snapped off under the force. The silky fabric instantly parted to the sides. A breathtaking expanse of snow-white skin was suddenly exposed to the air without warning. Lin Wanqiu froze completely. She could distinctly feel a chill spreading across her chest. Her mind went blank. The next second, a scream she couldn't suppress burst from her throat. Ah! Chen Mo was about to close the door when he heard the shriek and thought something had happened. He whipped his head around. What's wrong? Then, his gaze collided head-on with that glimpse of springtime beauty. Under the lamplight, that curve, that snow-white skin, that. Chen Mo's breath caught in his throat. His eyes widened instinctively. Only one thought remained in Chen Mo's mind. It must be said. This triple award-winning actress truly had something special. Lin Wanqiu's mind went blank. She could distinctly feel the coolness of the air touching the exposed skin on her chest. Ah! A sharp, instinctive scream escaped her lips as her hands frantically covered her chest. Her entire body froze in place as if struck by paralysis. Her cheeks flushed crimson, spreading visibly down to her neck. After a brief moment of daze, Chen Mo snapped back to reality. He immediately turned his back to Lin Wanqiu, his gaze fixed intently on the corridor wall. Don't look at what you shouldn't see, don't look at what you shouldn't see. He silently chanted a mantra to clear his mind. Yet the startling image from moments ago refused to fade from his mind. Sister Chiu, you. First, fix your clothes. Behind her, the rustling sound of fabric rubbing against itself echoed. Lin Wanqiu frantically pulled her nightgown together, clutching the fabric near the popped button tightly. Her body still trembled slightly. Never in her life had she felt so humiliated. Who was she? The youngest triple award-winning actress in the Chinese film industry. The goddess in countless hearts. And now, in front of a man, she'd suffered this utterly mortifying accident. And this man is none other than Chen Mo. The air thickened with an awkward silence. Neither of them spoke. One turned away, the other kept his head bowed. Time seemed to stand still. Lin Wanqiu finally found her voice, her words as faint as a mosquito's buzz. All right. Only then did Chen Mo slowly, tentatively turn around. His gaze instinctively avoided Lin Wanqiu's chest, settling only on her face. That face, once captivating enough to turn heads, was now flushed crimson. The earlier fierce, intimidating aura had vanished without a trace. Chen Mo cleared his throat lightly, attempting to break the awkward silence. That accident. It was purely accidental. Lin Wanqiu bit her lower lip and nodded. She wanted nothing more than to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Why ask about background? What secrets to uncover? All she wanted now was to vanish from Chen Mo's sight immediately, right this instant. She clenched the hem of her shirt and turned to flee back to her room. Wait! Chen Mo called out to her. Lin Wanqiu halted in her tracks, not turning back. Chen Mo's voice came from behind her. Sister Chiu, I know you have many questions. You asked me earlier about my background. His voice was calm and earnest. Lin Wanqiu's heart leapt once more. She slowly turned around and looked at Chen Mo once more. Chen Mo's gaze was utterly sincere. If I say I rely on myself, you might not believe me. But that's the truth. If you insist on knowing about any background. Chen Mo paused, his gaze drifting toward the distant night sky. Then my backing is this nation standing behind me. I'm not doing this for myself. It's to let Chinese cinema, Chinese culture, truly step onto the world stage and be seen by the entire world. So does it really matter whether there's some so-called background or not? Lin Wanqiu froze. She stared at the man before her. She stared into his eyes, which shone with astonishing intensity under the lights. Within them, there was not a trace of evasion or pretense. Only openness, and something she had never seen before, a quality called conviction. In that moment, she suddenly understood. Yes. What difference did it make to dwell on who stood behind him? Whether it was Qin Zhenchuan, Zhou Yuan, or even some mysterious big shot she didn't know. None of that mattered most. What truly mattered was that this man named Chen Mo was pursuing something that would make the entire Chinese film industry proud. And she was a part of it. That was enough. The lingering doubts in her heart were swept away by his words. Lin Wanqiu unconsciously loosened her tight grip on her collar. She looked at Chen Mo and nodded solemnly. I understand. Get some rest. Chen Mo exhaled softly, offering her a reassuring smile. Good night. Good night. Lin Wanqiu turned and walked back to her room without hesitation this time. Bang. The door closed. Leaning against the door, she exhaled a long breath. Her hand touched her burning cheeks and the spot where her heart was pounding wildly. In her mind, the humiliating scene from moments ago clashed with Chen Mo's words, "My background is this country." It left her restless all night. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the United States, the morning sun was just beginning to filter through the hotel curtains, spilling into the room. Sushiro's long lashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. She didn't linger in bed, becoming fully alert almost instantly. For some reason, ever since waking up, I've felt this hollow emptiness inside. It felt like something important had slipped beyond my grasp. I picked up my phone, instinctively wanting to send Lin Wanqiu a good morning message. But then I changed my mind and opened the video call instead. I wanted to see Sister Chiu, and also, take a peek at that handsome director. But the video request went out, ringing for a long time. No answer. Sushiro frowned. It should be past midnight in China now. Could Sister Chiu be asleep? That shouldn't be the case. Sister Chiu was a light sleeper and never left her phone behind. Feeling uneasy, she dialed again. The result was the same. Chapter 147, What kind of person is Chen Mo? Just as she was about to send a text message. Knock knock knock. The door to the room was knocked on. Immediately after, Wang Fatso's signature booming voice echoed from outside. Xiao Ro. Are you awake yet? Hurry up and call Sister Lin. Tell her to get Director Chen on the phone. I tried calling that kid Chen Mo, but he won't even pick up. Sushiro's unease instantly intensified. She leapt out of bed, rushed to the door, and yanked it open. Wang Fatso, standing at the doorway with his hand raised to knock again, was startled by her sudden appearance. Whoa! Xiao Ro, you, huh? Wang Fatso had intended to cover his eyes and say, "Don't look at that." But his gaze was instantly drawn to the light emanating from Sushiro's phone screen. It displayed clearly. The number you dialed, Sister Chiu, is not answering. The number you dialed is not answering. Please try again later. Fat Wang froze. Sushiro froze too. The two of them locked eyes. The air, in that instant, fell completely silent. A thought simultaneously and uncontrollably surfaced in both their minds. It was now midnight in China. Chen Mo wasn't answering his phone. Lin Wanqiu isn't answering her phone either. A man, a woman. A man and a woman. Sharing a room? Wang Fatso felt his heart skip a beat as he saw Sushiro's eyes turn instantly cold. Oh no. Xiao Ro, listen to me. Maybe their phones were on silent. But before he could finish, dark clouds gathered over Sushiro's sweet, lovely face. She said nothing. She just shot Wang Fatso a fierce glare. Then, boom! A loud bang. The hotel door slammed shut with all her might. The impact made Fat Wang's head buzz in the hallway. Wang Fatso rubbed his nose, staring at the closed door with a bitter expression. It was over. There was no way out of this mess now. Bro, it's not that I won't help you. But in this situation, even a god couldn't save you. Shaking his head and sighing, he turned and walked away. Inside the room, Sushiro leaned against the door, her body slowly sliding down until she sat on the cold floor. She clutched her phone tightly. Her mind was filled with Fat Wang's words from earlier and those two missed calls. The next morning, Shanghai. Chen Mo and Lin Wanqiu met in the hotel lobby. Neither mentioned last night's awkwardness. Lin Wanqiu had changed into a sharp business suit, her aura as a triple award-winning actress fully restored. Chen Mo, having stayed up all night, had refined the detailed screenplay for the first volume of The Three Body Problem considerably. Soon, a large bus pulled up at the hotel entrance. Gao Fei and Wang Hao, accompanied by the entire Cocoa Bean animation team, stepped off with renewed vigor. Everyone had changed into fresh outfits, nothing designer, but clean and tidy. Each carried a large backpack, their eyes brimming with unmistakable excitement. They were like completely different people from yesterday's dejected and hopeless selves. Director Chen. Leading actress Lin. Gao Fei hurried forward, his voice brimming with excitement. All core equipment and data are packed and ready. We can depart any time. Chen Mo nodded. You've worked hard. Let's go to the airport. The group embarked on their journey to the United States in full force. The plane sliced through the sky, watching the city shrink below and the clouds rise higher and higher. The young people of Cocoa Bean clenched their fists. Their battlefield lay in America. Their opponent, Hollywood. And the man leading them to create miracles was Chen Mo. United States. Night fell. After dealing with the competition organizers all day, Sushiro returned to the hotel, utterly exhausted. Upon entering her room, she immediately collapsed onto the plush bed. She tossed and turned. She couldn't fall asleep no matter what. She picked up her phone, unlocked it, and opened the chat interface with Lin Wanqiu. Empty. Not a single reply. Not even a missed call notification. It should be daytime in China now, right? Even if she fell asleep last night, she should be awake by now, right? Why haven't you called me back yet? Why haven't you replied to my message yet? Could it be? Did they really? The more Su Xiaoro thought about it, the more her heart ached and her eyes began to redden. A terrifying thought began to circle in her mind. They? Could it be? Not planning to come back? Or were they heading somewhere she didn't know, to do something she couldn't be a part of? In the dark room, only the cold glow of her phone screen illuminated the space. My heart sank, bit by bit. No. She couldn't let her mind wander like this anymore. Su Xiaoro jolted upright in bed, flung back the covers, and stepped barefoot onto the cold carpet. Her body ached from a day's worth of exhaustion, but right now, the panic in her heart overwhelmed everything. She needed to talk to someone. She needed someone to tell her thoughts were wrong. The first person who sprang to mind was Fat Wang. Though the fat guy was a chatterbox with zero emotional intelligence, he was Chen Mo's brother. He must know Chen Mo better than I do. Su Xiaoro grabbed a coat at random, threw it over her shoulders, and shuffled out of the room in her slippers. The hotel corridor in the dead of night was so quiet she could hear her own heartbeat. Su Xiaoro reached Fat Wang's door, but her raised hand hesitated. It was so late, knocking on a man's door. But the thought that Chen Mo and Lin Wanqiu might truly be gone forever instantly drowned that hesitation in panic. Gritting her teeth, she pounded on the door. Thump! Thump thump! After a long while, rustling sounds came from inside, along with Wang Fatso's muffled grumbling. Who is it, in the middle of the night? The door creaked open a crack. Wang Fatso poked his head out, his hair a messy bird's nest, eyes half closed with sleep. The moment he recognized Su Xiaoro standing outside, he snapped wide awake. Xiao Ro? You coming to see me at this hour? Wang Fat's gaze instinctively scanned behind Su Xiaoro. No one was there. Then he looked at her thin nightgown and jacket. 180 bizarre scenarios flashed through his mind. Could this little lady have been traumatized and now wanted to? Ignoring the shock on his face, Su Xiaoro squeezed past him and walked straight in. A pungent odor of instant noodles, takeout, and sweat hit him like a wave. Wang Fatty's room was even rougher than he was. Dirty clothes were strewn everywhere, and half-eaten takeout boxes littered the table. Su Xiaoro paid no mind. She pulled over a chair and sat down right beside the pile of dirty clothes. Then, without a word, she lifted her head and fixed Wang Pangzi with her large, watery eyes. Wang Pangzi felt uneasy under her gaze. He hurriedly shut the door, nervously rubbing his hands together. Xiaoro, what's wrong with you? Did the competition organizers give you a hard time again? Tell me, and I'll go give them hell. Su Xiaoro shook her head. Fat brother. What do you think? What kind of person is Chen Mo? Chapter 148, Why Can't I Come Back? Ha? Wang Fat was completely baffled. He assumed Su Xiaoro was here to complain, to vent, and had even braced himself for her to burst into tears. But he never imagined she'd ask such a philosophical question. What kind of person was Chen Mo? How was he supposed to answer that? Looking into Su Xiaoro's eyes, filled with disappointment and unease, Wang Fatty knew this question demanded a serious answer. He scratched his messy hair, shedding his usual goofy grin. He pulled up a chair and sat down across from Su Xiaoro. Chen Mo. Fat Wang drifted into recollection. The first time I met him, he came to me with a script. I didn't believe in him back then, but now I'm so glad I did. Back then, he was just a recent graduate, broke as a joke. But that kid had the guts to challenge the director of Star C Video. You know Director Su, right? That bastard from Star C Video who tried to buy out our film for 5 million. Su Xiaoro nodded. Wang Fatso continued, his tone tinged with admiration. Back then, that Su guy was so full of himself, throwing money at us and saying if we didn't sell, he'd make sure our film rotted on the shelf. I was about to cave. 5 million is 5 million, better than nothing. But guess what happened? That kid Chen Mo, holding a cup of tea, strolled over to Su like he owned the place and said just one word. Get lost. Wang Fatso's eyes lit up. You should have seen Su's face green as an eggplant. From that moment on, I knew this kid wasn't our kind of person. He's stubborn as hell. Once he sets his mind on something, not even 9 oxen could pull him back. He's got his own moral compass. He knows better than anyone what's right and what's wrong. He seems cold and doesn't say much, but inside he's warmer than anyone. When it comes to his brothers, he's as good as gold. No matter what happened, he always took it on himself. What kind of man do you think he is? Fat Wang looked at Su Xiaoro, speaking each word with utmost solemnity. He's just a little cutie. A stubborn little cutie who'd risk his life for that tiny bit of conviction in his heart. But he's also the brother Wang he, admire most in this lifetime. After he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Su Xiaoro listened quietly. In her mind, Chen Mo's face, always serene, floated before her. She recalled his commanding presence on set. She recalled his dignified composure when facing Qin Zhenchuan. She recalled how he had argued his case with the Japanese in Tokyo over a single shot. Wang Fatso's words dispelled most of the gloom in her heart. Yes. That's the kind of man he was. He was a man of conviction. He wouldn't abandon everyone and irresponsibly vanish just because of a minor setback. Su Xiaoro's heart settled.
She looked at Wang Fatso, her eyes stinging with tears. Well, they'll come back, right? Fat Wang finally snapped out of it. So all this time, this little lady was worried about that. It made sense. Both Chen Mo and Lin Wanqiu were unreachable by phone, and it was the middle of the night in China. Who wouldn't be worried? He slapped his thigh, about to give a firm assurance. Then it must be. Before I could finish. Squeak. The sound of elevator doors opening echoed from the hallway. Immediately after, the chatter of a group of young people drifted in clearly. Wow! Is this the hotel the competition organizers arranged? Look, look! This hotel is huge! Quiet down, keep it down. Director Chen and leading actress Lin are still here. Those voices brimmed with youthful energy and excitement. Most importantly, among them were two voices Su Xiaoro recognized instantly. One was Lin Wanqiu's cool, composed voice. Everyone, please proceed to the front desk to check in. Your room keys are ready. The other was Chen Mo's matter-of-fact tone. Once you're settled, get some rest early. Starting tomorrow, we've got a tough battle ahead. It was them. They're back. Su Xiaoro's eyes lit up instantly. She sprang up from her chair where was even a trace of disappointment or unease left on her face. They're back. She exclaimed cheerfully to Wang Fatso. Then, before Wang Fatty could react, she skipped and jumped out of the room. Wang Fatso watched her carefree retreating figure, then listened to the footsteps growing louder outside. He rubbed his bald head and chuckled. See? I told you so. In the hallway, Chen Mo was leading the staff of Cocoa Bean Animation toward the front desk. Weary from the long journey, a hint of fatigue lingered on his face. Yet his spirit was unusually high. The special effects team was already in position. Next, it was time to show Hollywood what Chinese sci-fi was all about. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a door nearby burst open. A familiar figure burst out from within. It was Su Xiaoro. Chen Mo froze. Then, his gaze fell on the door behind Su Xiaoro. He remembered the room number clearly. It belonged to Wang Fatso. He glanced again at Wang Pangzi, who stood peering cautiously around the doorway, a silly grin plastered across his face. A mischievous grin immediately spread across Chen Mo's lips. Nice one, Fatso. Pretty quick, huh? How long had it even been since they parted ways before he'd already? However, the mischievous grin on his face lasted less than a second. The next second, it froze completely. Because the sweet songstress who burst out of Fat Wang's room didn't stop. She charged straight toward him. Chen Mo was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Before he could process it, a wave of sweet fragrance swept over him. A soft, warm body crashed hard into his arms. Su Xiaoro stretched out her arms and wrapped them tightly around him with every ounce of strength she had. The force was so intense it nearly choked the breath out of Chen Mo. The entire hallway fell deathly silent. The Cocoa Bean crew, still buzzing from their recent flight, froze solid. Eyes wide, they stared at the scene unfolding before them, one straight out of a romantic drama. This. The legendary pop sensation, Su Xiaoro? She was embracing director Chen? Lin Wanqiu's footsteps halted as well. Watching the two clinging tightly to each other, a complex, indecipherable light flickered in her eyes. Wang Fatso, standing by the doorway, grinned foolishly. He knew this was bound to be the outcome. As for Chen Mo, the center of the storm, only one thought occupied his mind at that moment. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Then, he felt a wave of warm, damp heat wash over his chest. By my ear, Su Xiaoro's choked sobs, thick with tears, echoed. Wha? I thought you weren't coming back. Chen Mo? He froze, arms raised stiffly, utterly clueless, his entire expression screaming innocence. Why wouldn't I come back? I just went back to handle some business in the mainland. Chapter 149. Tell me, are you a time traveler? The group of young people from Cocoa Bean Animation who had just stepped off the plane all had their mouths gaping wide enough to fit an egg inside. They looked at Su Xiaoro, clinging tightly to Chen Mo, her tears streaming down her face like rain. Then look at Chen Mo, wearing an utterly innocent expression. In their minds, an emotional drama of the year instantly unfolded. Director Chen, impressive. Not only can he write god-tier scripts, but he can also win over the hottest young diva. This trip to the States was worth every penny. Meanwhile, Wang Fatso standing by the door had long since dropped his goofy grin. He was now vigorously winking and nodding at Chen Mo. His eyes clearly said, "Brother, you've got it. I never doubted you." Only Lin Wanqiu's cool eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. Seeing Su Xiaoro's expression, how could anyone not understand? This girl wasn't jealous, she was terrified. Afraid they'd just walk away like that, leaving her all alone in this foreign land. Sighing, Lin Wanqiu stepped forward. Her slender hand gently rested on Su Xiaoro's trembling shoulder. Her voice was as gentle as ever. "Xiaoro, it's okay now. We're back." Su Xiaoro's body stiffened. She slowly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes fixed on Lin Wanqiu. "Sister Wanqiu,
Lin Wanqiu pulled out a tissue and gently wiped away the tears from her face. Look at you, all tears stained like a little kitten. Her gaze swept over the curious eyes around them. There. Stop crying. I'll sleep with you tonight. Su Xiaoro sniffled, meeting Lin Wanqiu's eyes filled with concern, and nodded firmly. Okay. Lin Wanqiu gently guided her out of Chen Mo's embrace. Chen Mo exhaled a long sigh of relief. Lin Wanqiu turned back and addressed Gao Fei, the head of Cocoa Bean Animation. Mr. Gao, you've all worked hard today. Please take everyone to settle in first. We'll discuss tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Gao Fei nodded promptly. Ah, yes, Ms. Lin. Guys, stop staring. Let's go. Back to your rooms and get some sleep. The group of young people, glancing back every few steps with faces that screamed we're not done yet, were practically shoved toward the elevator by Gao Fei. The corridor finally fell silent. Lin Wanqiu supported Su Xiaoro, who was still sniffling, and whispered. Let's go back to our room. Chen Mo watched their retreating figures, then glanced at the mischievous grin on Wang Fatso's face beside him, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation. In Su Xiaoro's room, Lin Wanqiu poured her a cup of warm water. Watching her take small sips, her emotions finally began to settle. Feeling better? Su Xiaoro set down the cup, lifted her red-rimmed eyes to meet Lin Wanqiu's, and asked cautiously. Sister Wanqiu, why didn't you and Chen Mo answer my calls? I called so many times, but couldn't get through. Lin Wanqiu's heart skipped a beat. The awkward scene at the Rongqing Hotel flashed through her mind. Chen Mo in his bathrobe, buttons flying open, revealing his solid chest. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily. She couldn't very well tell the girl that things had gotten so chaotic back then. She'd dropped her phone on the floor and forgotten to pick it up, could she? Clearing her throat, Lin Wanqiu nonchalantly made up an excuse. Oh, that. When we got off the plane, my phone was almost dead, and the charger ports here are different from the ones back home. We spent ages searching the airport before finally finding an adapter for sale. It took us quite a while to sort it out. This excuse, half-truth and half-lie, was plausible enough. Sure enough, Su Xiaoro didn't question it further, though she pouted slightly, looking a bit aggrieved. You should have told me, though. I thought. Thought what? Lin Wanqiu looked at her, deliberately putting on a stern face. Thought we sold you out? No. Su Xiaoro's voice trailed off. Alright, stop overthinking things. Lin Wanqiu sat beside her and ruffled her hair. We're a team. Chen Mo isn't the kind of person to be irresponsible. He wouldn't abandon anyone. Go to sleep. We've got a tough battle ahead tomorrow. Su Xiaoro nodded firmly, the weight on her heart finally lifting. Meanwhile, Chen Mo's room. Fat Wan plopped down onto the sofa, which groaned under the weight. He crossed his legs, grinning lecherously at Chen Mo. Not bad, Chen Mo. Our little diva's got some serious feelings for you, huh? That hug she gave you, wow, I could feel it for you. Was she soft? Chen Mo had just finished changing when he heard this, his face darkening instantly. He lunged forward in a single stride and kicked out. Get lost. If you dare utter another word, I swear I'll toss you out this window. Fat Wang dodged nimbly, bursting into laughter. He's lashing out in anger. Fine, I won't say another word. Let's get down to business. Chen Mo ignored him, pulling a thick stack of A4 papers neatly clipped together from his suitcase and tossing them onto the coffee table before him. Cut the crap. Look at this. What the hell is this? Wang Fat grumbled as he picked it up. 3 bold characters dominated the cover. The 3-body problem. Below them, a line of smaller text read, Screenplay by Chen Mo. A screenplay? Fat Wang froze, then shook his head like a rattle. Bro, I told you I don't want to act anymore. After playing that Japanese soldier in Raise Your Hands, I started walking with bowed legs like him. I got too deep into character, it took me ages to break out of it after filming. I'm perfectly happy just being a director for the rest of my life. Acting really isn't my thing. Chen Mo shot him a withering look. Who told you to act? When I asked you to read the script, I meant for you to direct it. Let's talk after I read it. Wang Fatso opened the first page, half convinced. At first, he still had that carefree, laid-back look. But as he read on, his expression changed. The playful grin slowly faded from his face. His brow furrowed deeper and deeper. The pages turned faster and faster. The room was filled only with the rustling sound of pages turning. Chen Mo didn't disturb him, instead going to make himself a cup of coffee. After an unknown amount of time. Smack! Fat Wang slammed the script shut and slammed it hard on the table. He looked up, his eyes locked on Chen Mo, filled with shock, confusion, and even a hint of terror. Bro! You've got some nerve. This is something a human being could even conceive? 3 days in the sky. Human-computer interface. Smart particles. Water drops. With each word Wang Fatso uttered, his heartbeat quickened. And the details, the scientific logic, it's as if you've experienced it firsthand. He sprang to his feet, stormed over to Chen Mo, grabbed his shoulders, and shook him violently. Speak! Tell me the truth. Are you a time traveler? Or are you some kind of alien spy sent to infiltrate our blue star? Chen Mo was dizzy from the rapid questioning. I think you're the alien cutie sent here. He shoved him away, snapping back irritably. If I were an alien, I'd be the first to snatch you, you fat pig, and slice you up for research. Chapter 150, damn it. What the hell are you doing? Ha. Wang Fatty knew he'd overreacted.
Scratching his head, he plopped back onto the sofa, though the shock in his eyes lingered long after.
He picked up the script and ran his fingers lightly over it. After the commotion, Wang Fat's expression grew unusually grave. He looked at Chen Mo and asked in a low voice. Chen Mo, let's get serious.
This script, the scale of the special effects is 10 times, no, 100 times bigger than everything we've ever filmed combined.
His gaze drifted toward the doorway. You don't seriously expect those young kids you brought back from China to handle all these effects, do you? Wang Fatty's tone dripped with skepticism. I'm not just bragging here.
Over the years, I've traveled far and wide, rubbed shoulders with all sorts of people. What kind of talent or extraordinary feat haven't I seen?
When it comes to judging character, I'd say I've got a decent eye for it. He declared with unwavering certainty. Those kids couldn't pull this off.
It's not that they aren't trying hard, it's that this project is beyond their capabilities, beyond the reach of any special effects team in the country.
It's simply an impossible task.
This was the most pressing issue.
A divine script, yet an impossible dream to realize.
The room fell silent.
Chen Mo lifted his coffee and took a gentle sip.
Looking at Wang Fat's face, etched with worry, he spoke slowly.
You're right. Wang Pangzi froze. Chen Mo continued.
Relying solely on them, it truly can't be accomplished.
Wang Fatso's heart sank. Just as he feared.
But Chen Mo's next words froze him solid.
But there's me. Wang Pangzi stared blankly at Chen Mo. You?
He extended his chubby finger, pointing it at Chen Mo's nose.
You too? Bro, have you lost your mind on set? This stuff is special effects. It's money burning. It's technology. What can you possibly do alone? Can you model? Can you code? You alone can't hold a candle to industrial light magic, can you? Chen Mo looked at Wang Fat calmly. I have my own plans.
With that, he patted Wang Fatso on the shoulder.
Alright, stop standing around here. Get your ass back to bed.
Tomorrow, the real show is just getting started. Wang Fatso wanted to ask more, but when he met Chen Mo's eyes, the words somehow caught in his throat. There was something about this guy, an aura that was impossible to fathom, yet somehow commanded an inexplicable respect. Scratching his messy hair, he could only let out a long sigh.
You're a lunatic. You're a lunatic through and through. Early the next morning.
The atmosphere in the temporary office of the International Sci-Fi Film Festival Organizing Committee felt strangely tense. Representatives from all participating countries had gathered. The head of the organizing committee, an American named Smith, was smiling as he announced the proceedings. Directors, according to the competition rules, each team must submit their final film titles today. These titles will be the first promotional materials released globally. To give global audiences an initial understanding of your work, titles are limited to 12 Chinese characters or 28 English letters. No sooner had he finished speaking. The director of the American team, a burly man named James sporting a full beard, stepped forward first, his face bearing unabashed arrogance. Our American team's film is titled Stargate Expedition, Humanity's Last Arkansas. 12 characters, not one more. Ambition and vision were laid bare. Smith nodded with satisfaction. Excellent, Director James. A truly imaginative title. Next, the representative of the British team rose, a gentlemanly man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Our film is titled Time Paradox, Kill the Future in Yesterday. Another 12 words. It carried an air of suspense and philosophical contemplation. Subsequently, the teams from China, India, and South Korea announced their film titles in succession. Quantum Ghost, The Paris Folding Project. God's Awakening, The Ganges Fleet's Counterattack. Deep Space Tears, The Chable's Ultimate Conspiracy. Without exception, every title filled the 12-character quota, as if they feared others wouldn't grasp the epic scope of their narratives. For a moment, the office echoed with a cacophony of grandiose terminology. Stargates, expeditions, paradoxes, quantum physics, fleets. The sci-fi atmosphere instantly reached its peak. All eyes eventually converged on the corner. The representative of the Huaxia team, Chen Mo. Smith looked at Chen Mo, wearing a professional smile, but deep in his eyes lay a barely perceptible trace of disdain. Director Chen, it's your turn. Chen Mo stood up, scanning the room filled with directors whose faces practically screamed, "Come praise me." He uttered 2 words. The 3-body problem. The words fell. Everyone froze. Smith's smile froze on his face. What? He rubbed his ears, doubting he'd heard correctly. Director Chen, did you just say, what's the name of your film? Chen Mo looked at him and repeated each word clearly. The 3-body problem. Silence lasted only 3 seconds. The next moment, uproarious laughter erupted. Ha 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 ha. American director James doubled over laughing, nearly falling off his chair. The three-body problem? That's it? What kind of weird name is that? 3 bodies? Chen, do all you Chinese people name things this straightforward? I thought you'd come up with something like the Great Wall Guardians, Final Battle at the Forbidden City Summit. Director F.A., twirling his fingers like a flower branch, laughed until he shook like a trembling willow. Oh my god, I thought I misheard. That sounds like the title of a third-rate erotic film? The Korean director pushed his glasses up and analyzed with an expert tone. I'd say the Huaxia team has completely given up. They know full well that in the sci-fi realm, they're not even on the same level as us. So they've just thrown in the towel, slapped on some random title to get by. What a wise choice. Mockery and derision echoed in waves. To them, the name Chen Mo was a signal of surrender. The ultimate manifestation of their lack of confidence in their own nation's film industry. Wang Fats sat behind Chen Mo, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. If Chen Mo hadn't been holding him back, he would have already charged forward to fight those bastards. Chen Mo lifted his eyes, his gaze drifting indifferently over the arrogant faces, as if observing a troupe of clowns cavorting about. News from the competition venue. Within half an hour, reports from on-site journalists reached the homeland. When highbrow titles like the Stargate Expedition and the Time Paradox were juxtaposed with Chen Mo as succinct the three-body problem. When the foreign director's unabashed mockery was translated verbatim. The entire Chinese internet exploded. Holy! The three-body problem? Just 2 words? What the hell is Chen Mo playing at? Chapter 151, Who said we needed current engines? Hey, this isn't the time to nitpick the title. Didn't you see how those foreigners dissed us? They said we're useless. They said we gave up. Damn it! I'm so furious I can't even eat dinner. Humiliating us like this in front of the whole world? This is outrageous. Do they really think China can't make sci-fi films? Exactly. Not enough money? I'll donate. It's just special effects will pay them to make it happen. Right. Donate money. Count me in. Even though I only make 3,000 a month, I'll give 100. Not for anything else, but to save our pride. Netizens' emotions were instantly ignited. A wave of anger and resentment spread like wildfire across the internet. Soon, resourceful netizens pieced together clues and uncovered the visual effects team behind Chen Mo's project. Cocoa Bean Animation. A little-known company with such a rudimentary official website it looked like a relic from the last century. Upon seeing the company's information, netizens felt even more heartbroken. This tiny workshop? No wonder they look down on us. Chen Mo has it rough. Their address is in Chengdu's future dream factory? Anyone here in Chengdu? Go check it out and show some support. Don't go. They're all in the US now. Listen up, I found the personal payment QR code of their legal representative, Gao Fei. He used it for private projects before. It still works. This comment instantly set the internet ablaze. The next second. Far away in the US, Gao Fei was studying equipment lists in his hotel room when his phone suddenly started vibrating wildly. Ding! Your bank card has received a deposit of 100 yuan. Ding! Your bank card has received a deposit of 52 yuan. Ding! Your bank card has received a deposit of 2 yuan. Ding! Your bank card has received a deposit of 10,000 yuan. Ding! Your bank card has received a deposit of 500,000 yuan. Gao Fei was completely dumbfounded. Staring at the constant stream of payment notifications flashing across his phone screen, he thought he was hallucinating. From a few yuan to hundreds, then tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Within mere minutes, the balance on his bank card, never restricted for convenience, began skyrocketing at a terrifying pace. 1 million. 5 million. 10 million. 20 million. Until a text message popped up, XX Bank, dear customer, your account has reached its daily deposit limit. Transaction failed. Gao Fei's hand trembled as he gripped his phone. He sprang from his chair, scrambled out of the room, and pounded on Chen Mo's door like a madman. Director Chen! Director Chen! The door swung open. Chen Mo looked at Gao Fei, who was gasping for breath. What's wrong? Gao Fei shoved his phone in Chen Mo's face. Money! Money! My account has over 20 million more. All from netizens. They said it's to give us a boost. Chen Mo stared at the dense list of transfer records, at the strangers from all corners of the country, at the transactions, some large, some small, and fell silent. Behind every single transaction lay a burning hope. After a long while, taking a deep breath, he grabbed Gao Fei's phone and posted a status update directly from his social media account. The message was simple, just one sentence. Thank you to every compatriot for your trust. From this moment on, you are not donors, you are producers of the three-body problem. Upon the film's release, we will repay you tenfold based on your transaction records. The moment this update went live, the entire internet erupted once more. Holy! 10 times the return? Has Chen Mo lost his mind? This isn't just making a movie anymore, it's taking the entire nation and betting against the whole world.
Producers. Damn it, I get to be a movie producer in my lifetime. Brothers, let's go. Chen Mo is awesome. For that line alone, I'll be your fan for life. Chinese cinema has never been this electrifying.
The trending topics list was once again completely dominated by Chen Mo, the three-body problem, and tenfold return.
The online frenzy didn't reach the American production crew. Armed with ample ammunition, Chen Mo immediately convened a meeting with Gao Fei and the core members of Coco Bean Animation.
In the conference room at the filming base,
Chen Mo slid the thick script toward Gao Fei. Take a look. Suppressing his excitement, Gao Fei solemnly accepted the script. He flipped to the first page. Like Wang Fatso, his expression was one of curiosity at first. But soon, curiosity turned to shock.
His breath caught when he saw human computer.
When he read Operation Guzheng, his pupils suddenly contracted.
When he saw Sapan deployment, his hands began to tremble slightly. And finally, when the ultimate weapon of that blue planet, the water drop, appeared on the paper in a line of cold text,
Gao Fei's breath nearly stopped.
He slammed the script shut, his chest heaving violently.
Director Chen. This script, it's a masterpiece. But,
just as Wang Fatty had feared, Director Chen, if I may be blunt, with our team's current technical capabilities, it's incredibly difficult to perfectly realize these elements. Take this water droplet for example.
The script describes it as having an absolutely smooth surface capable of reflecting the entire universe.
Achieving that level of material quality and reflectivity, our current fluid simulation engine and renderer simply can't handle it. And this two-dimensional unfolding of the sperm involves high-dimensional physics.
This isn't just special effects anymore, it's science fiction. We can't do it. Gao Fei voiced the harshest reality.
In the conference room, the young team at Coco Bean also wore expressions of deep unease. They too were deeply shaken by the script, but as frontline technicians, they understood all too well the immense technological chasm lying beyond. This wasn't a problem that could be solved by sheer determination or overtime work.
It was a generational gap in both hardware and software capabilities. Before Gao Fei could continue, Chen Mo spoke up. Who said we have to use the existing engine? Gao Fei froze.
Chen Mo stood up, walked to the whiteboard, and picked up a marker.
He looked at Gao Fei.
Waterdrop's absolute smoothness can't be achieved with traditional rasterization rendering, but we can write our own micro-renderer based on a reverse ray tracing algorithm. We'll abandon complex diffuse reflection models and directly define the material's specular reflectance parameter as infinite in the underlying code. This way, any light hitting its surface will be perfectly reflected without loss, creating the illusion of absolute smoothness. As Chen Mo spoke, he swiftly scribbled a series of code snippets and formulas on the whiteboard.
To Gao Fei and his team, those intricate symbols resembled hieroglyphics, familiar yet utterly foreign. Chen Mo didn't pause. As for the two-dimensional unfolding of the wisdom child, don't think about high-dimensional physics, that's for scientists. We're filmmakers.
All we need to do is create a visual illusion.
Chapter 152, Chen, take care of yourself. Don't overwork. We can use iterative functions from fractal geometry to generate an infinitely complex two-dimensional plane. Visually, it appears infinite. Then, through a 3D to 2D projection matrix transformation, we map the proton net point onto this surface. Wouldn't that create a visual impact?
Scribble, scribble, scribble.
The whiteboard quickly filled with densely packed mathematical models and algorithmic logic.
Gao Fei, along with the group of top-tier visual effects artists behind him. At that moment, they all stared speechless at the young man speaking eloquently before the whiteboard.
They looked at Chen Mo as if he were
a monster.
No, a god.
The technical challenges that had plagued them for so long, problems they deemed impossible to solve. From this man's mouth, they suddenly seemed so simple, so utterly self-evident. Every word he spoke, every technical term, they understood. Yet woven together, they constructed an entirely new world of special effects, one they had never imagined.
Gao Fei's lips trembled. Chen Mo himself was the greatest cheat code in China's visual effects industry. Thud.
Gao Fei, this man in his 30s, crushed by capital and worn down by reality, lost his footing and fell straight to his knees.
Director Chen. No. Chen God. From this day forward, our lives at Coco Bean belong to you. If you tell us to go east, we won't go west. If you ask us to be a water droplet, we'll reflect the entire universe for you. Behind him, the young VFX artists knelt without hesitation. Thud. Thud.
The sound of knees hitting the floor echoed.
God Chen. Please accept our kneeling. They weren't kneeling before Chen Mo as a person.
They knelt before that elusive technological barrier one Chen Mo had effortlessly shattered. It was that sci-fi dream they had burned their entire youth pursuing, yet never touched. Chen Mo turned around, looking at the crowd before him, showing not a hint of surprise. He stepped forward and personally helped Gao Fei to his feet.
I don't want your lives. I want your skills, your talents, and above all, an indomitable spirit. Why should Chinese sci-fi be trampled underfoot by others? Get up.
Chen Mo's voice suddenly rose sharply.
Everyone get up. Don't waste any more time.
Gao Fei, you lead the team building the overall rendering framework. As for that micro-renderer I wrote, I want to see a prototype within 3 days. Wang Hao. Your quick-witted focus your team on modeling and algorithm implementation for the wisdom seeds two-dimensional visual deception. Shaoli, you're in charge of the physical fracture simulation for Operation Guzhen. I want nanoscale cutting, not ordinary explosions. And you, Xiao Shang. Chen Mo's gaze swept over each person, pinpointing their technical strengths and assigning the most suitable tasks. Not a single word wasted. Yes, Director Chen. Mission accomplished. The thunderous response echoed through the vast studio. Time flew by in this relentless, sleep-deprived work. This temporary studio in the suburbs became a sanctuary cut off from the outside world. Wang Fatso had fully transformed into a construction foreman, his voice booming louder than anyone else's as he directed the locally hired crew. They worked day and night building the filming sets, sweat soaking through every t-shirt, yet the smile on his face grew brighter each day. In a separate sound booth, Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro were also immersed in their work. True to her reputation as a triple award-winning actress, Lin Wanqiu demonstrated profound mastery of her lines. Whether delivering cold, rational narration or desperate, anguished shouts, she captured every nuance with precision. Su Xiaoro, meanwhile, leveraged her sweet-voiced pop princess qualities, humming ethereal melodies for scenes requiring a dreamlike quality. Her heavenly voice captivated the entire crew. Everything was progressing toward the best possible outcome. Until a discordant voice shattered the tranquility. Oh, Shan. My dear friend. The studio doors were violently pushed open from the outside. Blinding sunlight poured in, outlining several towering figures. Leading the way was none other than James, the American director with the bushy beard. Clutching an exquisitely wrapped fruit basket, he strode in with an exaggeratedly insincere smile plastered across his face. I heard your Chinese team was working here, so I brought my crew to show our support. Wang Fatso's brow instantly knitted into a knot at the sight of him. A weasel paying respects to a chicken. Behind James followed several core members of his team, their faces similarly plastered with smiles while their eyes greedily scanned every corner of the studio. Wow, Chen, your efficiency is impressive, already setting up the scene so quickly? James said, effortlessly steering Chen Mo aside as he enthusiastically struck up a conversation in his broken Chinese. Meanwhile, his team members dispersed without a word. A blond man feigned interest in the steel framework Wang Fat had erected, circling behind a pillar. His fingers flicked swiftly beneath a power outlet, and a black object smaller than a grain of rice adhered to it. Another technician, wearing glasses, looked up in admiration at the studio's height. Seizing an unguarded moment, he flicked a miniature device from his pocket, which landed precisely in the hidden compartment of a ceiling vent. Someone else accidentally bumped into a rack holding equipment. As they bent down to apologize, they stuck a camera in an unnoticed corner. Their movements were stealthy, swift, and professional. They believed their plan was flawless. Yet, the very instant James appeared, a system alert sounded in Chen Mo's mind. System alert, hostile target detected approaching. Target, James Carter, U.S. Director. Intent analysis, commercial espionage activities. Currently deploying eavesdropping and surveillance equipment. The next second. In Chen Mo's field of vision, the entire studio scene instantly transformed into digital data. Bright red markers materialized out of thin air. Device 1, high directional miniature listening device. Location, Studio 2, beneath power outlet A3. Device 2, wide-angle pinhole camera. Location, control room, inside ceiling vent at 3 o'clock position. Device 3, vibration-activated audio pickup. Location, center conference table, back of corner leg. 6 devices in total. Their locations, models, and functions were clearly labeled by the system, leaving nothing hidden. Chen Mo's expression remained unchanged. He even offered James a polite smile in return. Thank you for your concern, Director James. Everything is proceeding smoothly. After exchanging a few insincere pleasantries, James, satisfied, prepared to leave with his team. Before departing, he patted Chen Mo on the shoulder. Chen, take care of yourself. Don't overwork yourself. Chapter 153, huh? What's going on? We're still looking forward to seeing your amazing work from China at the final judging. With that, he left behind a meaningful smile and turned to depart. Watching their retreating figures, Fat Wang spat on the ground. Damn it! Bunch of scheming bastards. Mosey, they're definitely up to no good. Should I take some men to search their place? Chen Mo waved his hand. No need. Let them watch. Let them see clearly how we make movies. With that, he turned and clapped his hands toward Gao Fei and the others who were busy at work. Everyone, hold it there. Gather around for a quick meeting. Gao Fei and the others immediately gathered around, all eyes fixed on Chen Mo. Chen Mo chose the conference table at the center of the studio, the one fitted with listening devices, as the meeting location. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a serious tone. I have a new idea regarding the special effects production. Given our current constraints on both funding and time, I believe certain aspects could be simplified. Gao Fei and the others looked puzzled. Simplify?
Didn't director Chen insist on perfection before? Chen Mo continued.
Take the scene where the spaceship passes through the Stargate in the script.
The special effects are too complex.
I suggest using the simplest particle light effects, just overlay a glowing texture. There's no need for spatial distortion.
A texture? Gao Fei nearly popped his eyes out of his head. What era is this, still using textures for such a big scene? That's the level of a browser game ad.
He was about to protest.
Director Chen, this effect is way too.
Before he could finish, he noticed Chen Mo's fingers tapping lightly and rhythmically on the corner of the conference table. That exact spot was where the system had marked the hidden listening device.
Gao Fei's pupils contracted sharply. Instantly, he understood.
He swallowed the rest of his words, his face immediately shifting into a look of sudden realization.
Oh. Right. Director Chen is absolutely right. Director Chen really has foresight. Stickers are great. Stickers save resources.
What we lack most right now is resources.
Let's do it. I completely agree.
Wang Hao from Cocoa Bean beside him also caught on and quickly chimed in.
Exactly.
That human-computer thing, no need for such a complicated numerical array. Just get a few hundred extras, dress them uniformly, have them wave white and black flags, then add some lighting effects in post.
That'll do the trick. Right. And that Operation Guzheng, why bother cutting up a steamship? That's such a hassle. Just shoot footage of a steamship explosion. It'll do the trick.
One by one, they chimed in, turning a sci-fi epic masterpiece into a cheaply made web series with 5-cent special effects. Wang the Fatso stood by, gaping in disbelief, his mouth agape for what felt like an eternity.
These people, have they lost their minds? Meanwhile,
back at his team's base, James was comfortably reclining on the sofa, headphones on. What came through his headphones was the brilliant meeting content from Chen Mo and his team.
Ha 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 ha. James laughed until tears streamed down his face. Textures. They're actually using textures for the Stargate. Good lord. Are they trying to make a sci-fi movie from the last century?
The team members huddled around, listening to the recording, laughing so hard they were doubled over.
Using extras holding flags to simulate a computer? What kind of genius came up with this? The Chinese are so incredibly creative. I bet their finished product looks like a joke.
Just then, an assistant hurried over carrying a laptop.
Director, the video feed is live.
James immediately sat up straight and snatched the laptop. The screen displayed a fixed-angle shot transmitted directly from the pinhole camera they had installed. In the frame, Chen Mo stood with his special effects team, gathered around a computer. On the computer screen sat a remarkably crude cube model, lacking even basic lighting effects. Chen Mo was pointing at the cube, gesturing wildly as he instructed them on something.
Seeing this scene,
James turned the computer toward the group.
Gentlemen, take a look. This is our competition. This is the Chinese sci-fi aiming to challenge Hollywood. He shook his head and let out a scoffing laugh. The three-body problem?
In my opinion, this competition is already over before it even begins. Inside the studio, the visual effects team, still reeling from Chen Mo's 5-cent special effects remarks, huddled around the conference table, exchanging bewildered glances. Chen Mo suddenly gave Wang Fat a subtle nod. Then, he raised his hand and made an extremely discreet gesture. It was the pre-arranged signal.
A gesture signifying cut. Su Xiaoro understood immediately, nodded, and quietly slipped away from the group.
Chen Mo, meanwhile, continued his earnest nonsense to Gao Fei and the others.
So, the focus of our next phase is simplification. Cut costs wherever possible. Speed up wherever possible. Our goal isn't to win awards, it's to get the job done. Just then, a startled cry of ouch echoed from the corner. Somehow, Su Xiaoro had tripped over a cable. Her body swayed, and she was about to fall. She instinctively reached out to steady herself against the nearby wall. Her hand landed squarely on the main power switch for the entire studio. Click! A crisp sound echoed through the air. The entire studio, all lights, all equipment went dark. At precisely 0.01 seconds after darkness fell, a system voice echoed in Chen Mo's mind. Detected host command, eliminate threat. Generating disposable micro EMP. Generation complete. Pulse range, locked. Targets, 6. 3, 2, 1, release. Silence. No sound. An invisible energy swept through the entire studio in an instant, radiating outward from Chen Mo. It pierced through walls, steel frames, and tabletops with pinpoint accuracy. It completely incinerated the 6 precision electronic components hidden in the dark corners, reducing them to scrap metal. Meanwhile, at James's base, he sat with his legs crossed, enjoying another recording his men were playing for him. Director, the signal's strongest here, clearest reception. Through his headphones came the voices of Gao Fei and the others, their aha moments echoing in unison. James's smile grew increasingly smug. Just then, the live feed from the pinhole camera on his laptop screen suddenly went black. Crackle. The audio in the headphones transformed into a cacophony of static. James frowned and removed his headphones. What's going on? The subordinate monitoring the feed tapped the equipment. Director, the signal's gone. All signals are down. Cut? James waved it off dismissively. Probably just a power outage. Those makeshift tents, their electrical systems are bound to be unstable. Chapter 154, a bunch of good-for-nothings. Chinese people are always so sloppy. A blonde technician immediately opened his laptop and checked. Director, something's wrong. I checked the municipal grid in Los Angeles. Power supply in their area is normal. James's expression darkened. You mean?
The technician grimaced as he adjusted the receiver in his hands.
I can't re-establish the connection either. All the equipment has gone offline. It's like everything went down at once. Fuck.
James kicked over the coffee table in front of him.
I knew it.
This junk bought from the Eastern European black market is completely unreliable. That damn seller even guaranteed it was military grade. Bunch of useless pieces of.
Can't even handle this small task. His men fell silent, too afraid to speak. An assistant cautiously asked. Director, should we send more people? Send? Send them for what?
James huffed, plopping back onto the sofa, his face reverting to that haughty disdain.
No need. I already know everything I need to know.
A bunch of idiots who come up with ideas like stickers and extras waving flags aren't worth wasting any more of our energy on.
Let them play their little games. The game is over. Inside the studio. The darkness lasted less than 10 seconds.
Su Xiaoro quickly fumbled her way to flip the circuit breaker back up.
The lights came back on.
The others were still adjusting. Chen Mo's expression, however, had already returned to its usual composure.
He glanced at Wang Fatso. Fatso. Go clean up the trash. Wang Fatso froze. Trash? Where's the trash?
Chen Mo said nothing more, merely extending his finger to point in several directions.
Shed 2, third pillar on the left, under the power outlet. Control room, ceiling vent about 30 centimeters in, on the right.
The table where we just had our meeting, my spot, behind the corner of the desk.
And Chen Mo rattled off 6 locations in one breath, each one precise and accurate. Wang Fatso's eyes widened with each word, his chubby cheeks trembling. He's no sweetheart. It hit him instantly. Wang Fat roared, rolling up his sleeves and charging forward.
He reached the first pillar, dropped to his hands and knees, and felt around. Sure enough, he found a black, hard object smaller than a grain of rice. He flipped over the massive conference table and pried off a sticker from the underside of its corner. When the 6 pieces of junk were violently slammed onto the floor by Fat Wang,
every member of the Cocoa Bean team turned pale. Anger. Dread. Those bastard Americans. Playing dirty tricks on us. How shameless. This is a competition, not a spy game. Director Chen. We must report them to the organizing committee. Get them disqualified. Gao Fei trembled with rage. This wasn't just an insult to them, it was a desecration of technology. No need.
Chen Mo stopped Wang Fatso, who was about to confront the organizer.
What good would reporting them do?
They'll apologize, make excuses, and at worst get a meaningless warning.
And then what?
Then they'll know we've seen through their tricks. They'll become wary and start treating us like real opponents.
Tell me, is it better for your enemy to see you as a threat, or to see you as a joke?
The room fell silent instantly. Chen Mo bent down, picked up a shattered piece of the eavesdropping device from the ground, and gently rolled it between his fingertips. Let them think we're just a bunch of cute little kids who only know how to use stickers.
Let them think Chinese sci-fi isn't fit for the stage. What we must do is not argue with them. Chen Mo raised his head, his eyes burning with intensity.
But to use the very thing they pride themselves on most, to utterly crush them beneath our feet.
Back to work. Yes. In that moment, all the anger transformed into boundless motivation.
The entire team plunged back into work, forgetting sleep and meals.
Day after day passed.
With the support of the micro-renderer and visual algorithms provided by Chen Mo, the Cocoa Bean team's technical capabilities were iterating at an astonishing pace. Under Gao Fei's leadership, the 2-dimensional unfolded visual deception model of the intelligence seed had taken shape.
The nanoscale cutting physics simulation for Operation Guzheng also achieved breakthrough progress.
Everything was proceeding smoothly.
Until a new problem emerged. No. It still won't work.
Wang Fat threw his safety helmet to the ground in frustration. He pointed at the meticulously constructed scene before him, a labor of immense effort. It was a set designed to mimic the control room inside the Red Shore base.
Mosey, look.
The metallic texture of these walls just looks like a layer of gray paint on camera. And these instruments, the props team did the finest work possible, but when filmed, they just feel fake.
The weighty, era-defining authenticity and that futuristic tech vibe we're after just aren't coming through.
Art director Lao Fong approached with a similarly troubled expression.
Director Chen, it's not that we aren't trying, it's the limitations of materials and craftsmanship.
On those Hollywood blockbusters, props for a single scene might be carved piece by piece using CNC machines. Our temporary set builds, well, the texture just doesn't measure up.
This was the harsh reality. Technology can be hacked through systems, but physical materials in the real world can't be conjured out of thin air. The soundstage fell silent once more. Chen Mo stared at the scene before him, his brow furrowed. After a moment, he spoke. Forget about that for now. Shoot what we can first. Attention all departments. Prepare for the first scene. First scene? Which scene? Chen Mo's gaze shifted toward the green screen area of the virtual studio. Operation Guzheng. First shot. 1 day later. As night fell, the entire crew regardless of rank crowded into the main control room. Every pair of eyes was fixed intently on the massive monitor screen at the center. Gao Fei sat at the control console, his hands trembling slightly. Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro stood at the back of the crowd, holding their breath. After a full day of filming, adjustments, and rendering, the first shot of the three-body problem was complete. Director Chen, we're ready. Chen Mo nodded. Roll. Gao Fei took a deep breath and pressed play. The screen instantly went black. Pure, unadulterated darkness devoid of any light pollution. The next second, a line drifted silently into view from the left edge of the screen. It wasn't a thread. It was a nanofiber 10,000 times finer than a strand of hair, magnified countless times under a virtual lens. No special effects halo. No exaggerated trails. Just a single thread. Chapter 155, Foreman Chen, officially online. A cold thread, gleaming with an unnatural luster, radiating an aura of absolute depth. Beneath it lay a 1 meter thick alloy steel plate model, serving as the test subject. The thread descended slowly. Gently, it touched the surface of the steel plate. No sound. No sparks. No violent physical reaction occurred. The incredibly hard alloy steel plate was silently split in two by that single thread. The cut was smooth as a mirror. One could even clearly see the fleeting shift in metallic luster as the severed atoms rearranged themselves at the cut surface. The entire process was so quiet it felt suffocating. So real it sent shivers down your spine. The scene froze. Playback ended. In the control room, everyone's eyes widened and their mouths fell open. This is special effects? This ING special effect? If you hadn't seen it being created with your own eyes, and if someone released this footage claiming it was leaked test footage of a secret weapon from some country's military lab, 100 million people would believe it. This isn't a sci-fi movie. This is a documentary. A damn documentary recording future technology. Gulp. Fat Wang swallowed hard, rubbed his eyes, and pinched his thigh hard. The sharp pain confirmed it. It wasn't a dream. After holding his breath for ages, only 2 words came out. My God. What kind of monster have we created? This isn't science fiction. As a triple Golden Horse Award-winning actress, Lin Wanqiu understood the weight of this scene better than anyone. This is myth. Suddenly, Fat Wang slammed his thigh, letting out a thunderous roar. First place? Screw first place. For this shot alone. For this. We didn't come here to win first place. He pumped his fist in excitement. We came to break records. To smash every sci-fi movie box office record in the world. Gao Fei and the entire Cocoa Bean team stared intently at the frozen screen, their eyes reflecting a complex mix of awe, ecstasy, and disbelief. This shot, they had created it with their own hands. Yet it felt like something not of this era. Everyone, calm down. A calm voice spoke up. It was Chen Mo. Standing at the center of the crowd, his face showed no trace of excitement. The frenzied crowd instantly quieted, all eyes fixated on him. Wang Fatso shouted in confusion. Mo. Calm? How the hell can anyone stay calm? We're winning for sure. You're right, Director Chen. With a shot like this, what does that James guy have to compare with us? He's not even fit to tie our shoelaces. Chen Mo didn't respond to them. Because just moments ago, in the instant everyone went wild over that shot, a system notification sounded in his mind. No reward. Only a cold, blood-red warning appeared. Warning, detected S-class powerful competitor. Project, Stargate Expedition, humanity's last arc. Threat assessment, the opponent possesses top-tier proficiency in both physical scene construction and grand world building. System recommendation, know your enemy and yourself. Conduct a comprehensive assessment and adjust your strategy. Chen Mo's gaze swept slowly across every person present. He saw the pride in their eyes. This is good. But it was also extremely dangerous. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it gives its all. And this time, their opponent wasn't a rabbit at all, it was a prehistoric beast of equal ferocity, rising from the pinnacle of the Hollywood industrial system. We haven't won yet. In fact, we haven't even truly begun. He looked at Wang Fatso. Fatso. Ha? I've got a task for you. Name it. Mosey, I'd climb mountains of knives and cross seas of fire. Fat Wang pounded his chest. No need to climb mountains of blades or plunge into seas of fire. I want you to put on a show. A play? Yes. Go to James's film crew. Use the script we discussed earlier.
Tell them our special effects have hit a wall, we're stuck. We're here to learn, to pay homage. Play the victim. Cry. Act like a nobody. Chen Mo paused, his tone growing more serious. Do whatever it takes to see with your own eyes what exactly they're filming. Wang Fatso froze. Spying on the competition set? That was a major no-no on any production crew, let alone at an international competition like this. But upon reflection, he instantly grasped Chen Mo's intent. James and his crew had just been thoroughly fooled by his 5-cent special effects theory. They were probably still convinced they were dealing with a bunch of hicks from China. That contempt was their best cover. I get it. Wang Pangzi's eyes lit up. Don't worry, Mo. When it comes to shamelessness, no one's ever outdone me, Wang He. I'm off. I won't come back until I see the color of their underwear. The next day. With a solemn resolve reminiscent of the wind howls coldly over the Ishui River, Wang Pangzi set off on his mission to spy on the enemy's military intelligence. Meanwhile, back in the studio, another arduous task commenced. Building the interior set for the Red Shore base. No! This paint color is wrong. Chen Mo personally held up a color swatch, frowned at the freshly painted wall, and said, I'm not talking about the color code, it's the texture that's wrong. I don't want a simple coat of gray paint. I want the texture of the 1970s, a top-secret national project where cement, rebar, and special radiation-proof coatings blend together. I want that cold, gritty texture, layered with the dust of history. Director Chen, we're already using the best matte paint available. Texture like that is incredibly difficult to create from scratch. Then go mix it. Chen Mo brooked no argument. Mix quartz sand into the paint, add ultra-fine iron powder, control the ratio precisely, and apply layer after layer, sanding each one meticulously. He walked over to the props team and picked up a freshly made control panel that looked sufficiently refined on the surface. The wear marks on this button are wrong. Chen Mo pointed to one of the red buttons. The wear shouldn't be right in the center, it should be on the left edge. Director Chen, does it really matter? It matters. This is an emergency stop button. In real panic and chaos, the operator won't press it precisely with their fingertip. They'll slam it down with their palm or fist, hitting it hard from the side. This is detail. This is what makes it feel real. Every crew member present froze in place. They stared at Chen Mo before them as if he were a monster. This man was not merely a director. He was an engineer, a physicist, a historian, and even a damn psychologist. It was as if he had seen the Red Shore base with his own eyes. From that moment on, Engineer Chen officially took charge. Chapter 156, Hold the shoot for now. He led everyone like a team of the most meticulous craftsmen, polishing every corner of this scene. The walls were painted 9 times over. The instrument panels were all replaced with vintage glass panels sourced from flea markets. The worn marks on the floor were created by several crew members wearing work boots, stomping on it for over a dozen hours straight. As night fell once more, Wang Fat trudged back to the studio with heavy steps. Today, he had witnessed the terrifying might of Hollywood's top-tier industrial capabilities, leaving him in the worst possible mood. He was about to report this bad news to Chen Mo. But the moment he pushed open the studio doors, he froze in place. Before him lay not the familiar studio. It felt like he had traveled through time and space. He had stepped into a real, top-secret base deep within the northern mountains of China, a place bearing the fate of an entire nation. Cold, solemn, and majestic. A massive parabolic antenna model gleamed with a metallic chill under the lights. Rows of control consoles, simple in design yet radiating power, stood silently, their instrument panels glowing with a faint green light. Wang Fatso's jaw dropped. He instinctively stepped inside, reaching out to gently touch the cold concrete walls. The rough, grainy texture felt so real it sent a chill down his spine. He approached the console that Chen Mo had instructed him on, staring at the red button with its distinct wear along the edges. An indescribable shock instantly struck his heart. Earlier today on James's set, he'd seen the Ark cockpit, a futuristic marvel built with real gold and silver. He had once felt despair at its extreme precision and realism. But now, he stared at this Red Shore base before him, crafted from the most ordinary materials, yet imbued with soul and history. Fat Wang suddenly felt utterly ridiculous. I went and played the fool for a whole day. He muttered to himself. Only to come back and realize, the truly remarkable things have always been right here in our own backyard. I'm no good for nothing. Wang Fatso let out a bitter laugh. I'm just an ordinary person who witnessed a miracle. Back already? Chen Mo's voice came from behind the console. He was crouched on the floor, personally debugging a cable connection. Cut the small talk. Spill what you know. Wang Fatso's expression grew incredibly somber. He approached Chen Mo and lowered his voice. Mo, the situation isn't looking good. Their special effects, I caught a glimpse of the leaked test footage. Compared to our Guzheng, it's laughable. But Wang Fatso's tone shifted abruptly. Their set, Mo, their physical construction is flawless. I saw their main set, the bridge of that last arc of humanity.
That wasn't a prop, it was an actual bridge. Every screen, every button, every single screw, it was all ing real. That industrial-grade precision and sheer scale, we can't even compete. As he spoke, a hint of despondency crept into Wang Pangzi's voice.
Yet, as his gaze swept once more over the red shore base where he stood, the gloom in his eyes gradually gave way to a brighter light.
He smiled.
A radiant smile spread across his face.
Why should I give a?
Wang Fat slapped his thigh, his voice booming once more.
They're building a cold, iron shell. And you, Mosey. Fat Wang pointed at everything around them and roared. You revived an entire era.
I, Wang He, stand by my words.
You're here to shatter the pinnacle of sci-fi history. Time flew by.
The international sci-fi film competition had already passed its halfway point. Under Chen Mo's direction, the filming of the three-body problem progressed at breakneck speed.
Most scenes and establishing shots had already been completed. The team's collaboration had reached its peak.
Yet a new, and most crucial, challenge has emerged.
Lin Wanqiu, portraying Yi Wenjie, has hit a wall. Cut. Chen Mo looked up from behind the monitor, his brow furrowed.
On the monitor, Lin Wanqiu stood before a massive red button, clad in faded, washed-out military fatigues. Her face bore textbook-level despair and numbness. Any director would applaud such a performance.
But Chen Mo shook his head. Not right.
Lin Wanqiu approached, her face bearing a trace of exhaustion and confusion.
Chen Mo, what exactly are you after? This was already the 18th take today. The feeling I want, you can't deliver.
Chen Mo stared straight into her eyes. You're playing a woman whose heart has died, a woman consumed by despair.
But what I need is Yi Wenjie. She isn't heartbroken.
She has completed the ultimate judgment on human civilization. That isn't despair, it's a serenity that transcends all emotion, bordering on the divine.
Lin Wanqiu bit her lip. I've read the script at least 20 times. I understand every one of her motivations. I could even recite every line she speaks. What am I missing? What you lack isn't understanding.
Chen Mo rose and walked step by step toward her. Everyone knew that the triple award-winning actress had hit the biggest bottleneck of her career.
And only Chen Mo could solve this problem. You're a genius actress, late autumn. Chen Mo's voice was soft.
You can portray 100 kinds of despair, 1,000 kinds of pain.
But you can't portray something you don't truly believe in. Lin Wanqiu's body trembled slightly. Believe? Yes, belief.
You understand Yi Wenjie, but you don't believe in her.
Deep down, you don't believe human civilization is truly beyond redemption.
You don't believe this universe truly harbors a more powerful three-body civilization, one that's already watching us with hungry eyes.
So your performance always felt distant. That's technique, empathy, but it's not genuine. Chen Mo reached out and pointed at the red button that would decide humanity's fate. To truly embody Yi Wenjie, what you must do first is not to imitate her, but to become her. Forget you're a triple Golden Horse Award winner. Forget this is a movie shoot.
You must make yourself believe it from the bottom of your heart.
Believe the three-body problem truly exists.
Believe that pressing this button sends a coordinate to the universe. Believe that this action of yours will bring an extraterrestrial savior to that Earth that has utterly disappointed you.
Or rather, a destroyer.
Lin Wanqiu's body visibly trembled upon hearing this.
A deathly silence fell over the set. Everyone held their breath, watching the two people facing off. One was the youngest triple award-winning actress in Chinese cinema.
The other, a mysterious director who had created countless miracles.
A long moment passed. Lin Wanqiu spoke in a hoarse voice. Let's pause filming for now. Chapter 157, don't you worry at all?
Chen Mo nodded without another word, then turned to the script supervisor.
Clear the set. Everyone, take a break.
The crew silently retreated from the center of this low-pressure zone. Wang Fatso shot a worried glance at Lin Wanqiu, then at Chen Mo, before finally being dragged out by Su Xiaoro, who had grabbed his arm. The vast red shore base was left with only Lin Wanqiu. She stood there, motionless. Then she began to move. Step by step, moving with deliberate slowness. Her fingertips traced the cold metal casing of the control console, feeling the simulated scratches of time etched upon it. She looked up at the enormous parabolic antenna model pointing toward the sky. Her lips began to move silently.
Those were Yi Wenjie's lines. Over and over. Brainwashing myself.
Forcing herself to believe that insane story.
Humanity was beyond redemption. The dark forest of the universe. A more advanced civilization is the only antidote. But it still wasn't enough.
Her rationality, the worldview she'd built over the past 30 years, was desperately resisting this belief.
This is just a movie. It's just a script. This is merely a fictional character.
Come here, and I will help you claim this world. Unconsciously, she murmured the most crucial line aloud. My civilization is powerless to solve its own problems.
It needs your power to intervene.
A hint of hesitation she hadn't even noticed herself lingered in her voice.
At that moment,
A calm, masculine voice sounded from behind her, picking up where she left off. Are you sure? Lin Wanqiu whipped around. It was Chen Mo. He had returned unnoticed, standing not far away, silently watching her. He wasn't watching the monitor, nor was he holding the script. Who are you talking to? Lin Wanqiu froze. My lines. I'm asking you, who is Zhi Wenjie talking to? The Trisolarans. No. She's speaking to an unknown, godlike master capable of judging human civilization. She betrayed not a nation nor a race. She betrayed the entire human race. Chen Mo took a step forward. Late autumn, look at me. Lin Wanqiu met his gaze. Right now, I am not Director Chen Mo. I am the master who received your signal. Now, answer me. You, a carbon-based monkey from a tiny planet, what makes you think your civilization needs saving? Lin Wanqiu's breathing instantly grew ragged. This was no longer acting. This was a heart-wrenching confrontation. Because of humanity's inherent flaws. Selfishness, greed, short-sightedness, and endless internal strife. All civilizations have flaws. Chen Mo's tone remained utterly unruffled. That's not the reason you invited me here. Lin. Let me tell you. Chen Mo stared directly into her eyes, enunciating each word. Because you, Yi Wenjie, have seen the evil of your civilization, it's ingrained in your bones, beyond redemption. What you call salvation isn't help, it's formatting. You're not seeking help. You're using others as your weapon. You hate them. You hate this world that shattered your family, subjected you to humiliation, and plunged you into utter despair. That's why you pressed that button. What you're waiting for isn't a savior at all. What you were waiting for was the destroyer who could help you press the delete key. Now. Chen Mo pointed at the red button. Tell me, have you made up your mind? If you have, then press it. Prove your resolve to me with your actions. Lin Wanqiu's pupils contracted sharply. She looked at Chen Mo, then slowly turned her head to gaze at the red button that would decide humanity's fate. At that moment, it was no longer Lin Wanqiu. She was Yi Wenjie. All the struggle, hesitation, and disbelief in her eyes faded away in that instant. In their place emerged a divine calm that transcended all emotion. She turned her head and spoke softly to the empty control center. We can begin anew. Action. Chen Mo's voice rang out once more. Under the camera's gaze, Lin Wanqiu Yi Wenjie slowly approached the massive red button. Her face bore no trace of pain, despair, or struggle. Only utter stillness. As if she were not approaching a button, but a predestined fate belonging to all of humanity. She reached out her hand. Her fingertips gently touched the button. Then, she pressed down with all her strength. Cut. Chen Mo's voice was crisp and decisive. Behind the monitor, he slowly rose to his feet, his eyes filled with unmistakable admiration. One take. Perfect. The set fell silent for 3 seconds. The next moment. Holy. That was incredible. Fat Wang was the first to jump up, his face flushed with excitement. Immediately, thunderous applause and cheers erupted, instantly filling the entire studio. Brilliant, Director Lin. This shot is absolutely cinematic history material. Su Xiaoro hugged the young prop girl beside her, jumping up and down with tears welling in her eyes. Everyone was utterly captivated by that scene, by that single glance. The final shoot wrapped up at an unprecedented pace. Most of the plot for the three-body problem had been filmed. Now, only the final and most crucial step remained. Special effects. This is the soul of a sci-fi film. The ultimate test that determines whether a sci-fi film becomes an epic masterpiece or a laughingstock. At this moment, Gao Fei, founder of Cocoa Bean Animation, stands with his team gathered around a computer. On the screen lay the freshly shot, unprocessed raw footage. Gao Fei's brow furrowed into a knot. Both our Operation Guzheng and Intelligent Seed deployment were completed using the core algorithms and renderer provided by Director Chen. One of his key technical staff spoke up, looking deeply concerned. But now, we're talking about compositing and refining hundreds of shots. The workload, it's terrifying. The most critical issue is that only Director Chen possesses the core technology. Can he really handle it all alone in such a short time? The entire Cocoa Bean team fell silent. They trusted Chen Mo. But this task before them had transcended the realm of trust and entered the realm of theology. However, just as gloom hung heavy over their side, in another corner of the studio, Wang Pangzi, Lin Wanqiu, and Su Xiaoro were gathered around a phone, chattering excitedly. I still think we should get a whole roasted lamb. Let's celebrate. With so many of us, barbecue just won't cut it. I still want sour fish soup. Su Xiaoro murmured in protest. Lin Wanqiu wore a relaxed smile. Let's go with Fatso's idea. With this many people, roasted lamb is more lively. Gao Fei watched them, utterly baffled. Finally unable to resist, he walked over. Director Wang, Teacher Lin, Miss Su. Gao Fei's expression was a complex mix of confusion and anxiety. You guys, aren't you worried at all? Chapter 158, who do you think you are? Fat Wang looked up, utterly baffled. Worried?
Worried about what? Worried about director Chen. He's locked himself in a room, claiming he'll finish all the post-production effects alone. This is work that would take a top-tier Hollywood team a year or more to complete. And the competition deadline is just days away. Hearing this, Wang Fatso laughed.
Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro exchanged a knowing smile. Wang Fatty stood up, walked over to Gao Fei, and gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder.
Hey, Gao. You clearly haven't hung out with our mosey long enough. When has he ever let anyone down? Gao Fei froze. Fat Wang pointed at himself, then at Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro.
The three of us watched him rise step by step from being a plagiarist vilified across the entire internet to where he is today.
You think he got here by luck? No. Wang Fatso's tone brimmed with immense pride and conviction.
He relied on nothing but himself.
He alone is an army.
He alone is a complete, top-tier, era-defying Hollywood production system.
Wang Pangzi grinned, revealing a dazzling smile.
So what we need to do now isn't worry.
It's to quickly lock down the location for the victory celebration and wait to claim the championship. Gao Fei and the Cocoa Bean team members behind him were all dumbfounded.
They stared at Wang Fatso's face, which radiated absolute confidence. Unbeknownst to them, their anxiety and worry had been replaced by an even more fervent conviction.
That's right. That man was Chen Mo.
The man who could casually produce groundbreaking algorithms.
The man who could revive an entire era. Good. Gao Fei nodded emphatically. Then, let's go eat roast whole lamb today. It's on me. To Director Chen. Let's celebrate early.
Alright. Time passed day by day. The final judging day of the International Sci-Fi Film Competition drew ever closer.
3 days to go.
Chen Mo's door remained tightly shut.
Outside, not a sound could be heard. The day before last.
Chen Mo's door remained tightly shut.
The ease had vanished from the faces of Wang Fatso, Lin Wanqiu, and Su Xiaoro. The three paced back and forth in the hallway. No, nothing bad has happened, has it? Fatso, don't jinx it.
Su Xiaoro nervously clutched the hem of her shirt.
The day before the final countdown. Early morning.
Only 24 hours remained until the final submission deadline. That door still hadn't opened.
Dead silence. Enough. I can't take it anymore. Fat Wang abruptly halted his steps and rolled up his sleeves. That bastard must be passed out cold.
I'll tear this door down if I have to, just to see what the hell he's doing. Clenching his fist like a sandbag, he was about to smash it down.
Just then,
a polite voice, speaking English with a standard American accent, came from behind them.
Excuse me, is Director Chen Mo here?
The three men spun around abruptly. At the end of the corridor, a tall white man with a full beard approached them, wearing a professional smile. It was James.
Why would he show up at this moment?
The director of Stargate Expedition, humanity's last arc. The man who had secretly installed 6 listening devices in the Chinese team's studio.
On this most critical morning, the very last day.
Wang Fatso and the other two felt their hearts sink. James' gaze swept across the empty, desolate red shore base. Finally, it settled on the faces of Wang Fat and his two companions. He saw Wang Fatso's face etched with anxiety, almost ready to erupt in flames. He saw Su Xiaoro's fingers, clenched so tightly around her shirt hem they had turned white with tension. He saw the lingering worry deep in Lin Wanqiu's eyes, despite her desperate attempts to maintain composure. The smile on James's lips grew even broader. It matched exactly what he'd deduced from the residual signals picked up by the listening device. This Huaxia team was on the brink of collapse. Their director, the enigmatic Chen Mo, had locked himself in his room for 3 days and nights. This was no sign of confident post-production. This was the final struggle before desertion. In fact, he might have already fled, leaving these few people behind to put on a show. Good morning, Director Wang. James spoke in his fluent English, deliberately and unhurriedly. Seems I've arrived at an inconvenient time? I was simply curious to pay a visit to our strongest competitor. After all, Director Chen's the 3-body problem must have something extraordinary about it to make so many countries choose to withdraw from the competition. These words sounded like flattery. But paired with his amused expression, every word stabbed into the hearts of everyone present. Gao Fei and his Cocoa Bean team emerged from the corner, positioning themselves behind Wang Fatso. They watched the uninvited guest with wary eyes. Before Wang Fatty could speak, James smiled again. But, it seems Director Chen is quite busy? Or perhaps, has he already returned to China? After all, facing a project like Stargate Expedition, the pressure is immense. It's understandable. Leaving early to preserve one's dignity is a very wise choice. What the hell are you talking about? A young technician behind Gao Fei couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out the curse in Chinese. Gao Fei grabbed him by the arm, stepping forward himself. His face flushed crimson as he retorted in English. Oh? Is that so? James shrugged, spread his hands, and wore an unmistakable sneer. Work? Fine, then. Call him out here. Have him come out and have a word with me? Or is it that the great director doesn't even have the guts to face me anymore? You.
Gao Fei was so stunned he couldn't speak. Call him? How could he shout? They were practically tearing the door down themselves. He instinctively turned to look at Wang the Fat, his eyes pleading for help. But, at that moment, Wang the Fat was unusually silent. His usually confident and arrogant chubby face now wore a look of utter defeat. He was powerless. Because deep down, he was panicking too. Every word James spoke hit precisely the point he feared most. What if something really happened to Mosey? To James, Wang Pangzi's silence was the clearest proof. Just as the atmosphere reached its most oppressive point, two voices, cold and tinged with anger, rang out one after the other. Mr. James. It was Lin Wanqiu. She stepped forward, positioning herself between Wang Pangzi and Gao Fei. This is our work area. I don't believe we invited you to observe. If you have no other official business, you may leave now. No sooner had she finished speaking. Su Xiaoro stepped forward too, shedding her usual sweet demeanor. Exactly. Who do you think you are? Coming into someone else's place and bossing people around. Chapter 159. This is called strategic investment. Is your movie so great? Have you even finished the special effects? Got nothing better to do than buzz around here like a fly, annoying everyone. One was the triple award-winning actress radiating pure charisma. The other, a sharp-tongued pop diva. The two women, flanking him left and right, instantly erected an impenetrable defensive line. For the first time, James' smile froze on his face. Clearly, he hadn't expected the two women in this team to be so fierce. They could easily exploit the vulnerability of Wang Fatso and Gao Fei at this moment. But faced with Lin Wanqiu's icy glare and Su Xiaoro's relentless retorts, he found himself momentarily at a disadvantage. I was just trying to be helpful, showing concern for my opponent. James defended himself awkwardly. We don't need your concern. Su Xiaoro wouldn't budge an inch. Instead of wasting time here, why don't you go back and double-check your own scans? Don't let some rookie mistake make you the laughingstock of the world. You. James' face turned pale with anger. But he quickly regained his composure, seizing upon the sole, most crucial point. He gave a cold laugh. Well said. What good does it do to talk so eloquently? The fact is, your director, that man named Chen Mo, he doesn't have the guts to show his face. He's nothing but a coward. The words had barely left his mouth. Who's the coward? A calm voice came from behind the tightly shut door. Creak. The door to the post-production room slowly swung open. All eyes instantly focused on it. A figure emerged from within. It was Chen Mo. He looked absolutely terrible. His eyes were sunken, ringed by heavy dark circles. His t-shirt was wrinkled and stained with several unidentifiable marks. He had lost a significant amount of weight. The moment Wang Fatty saw Chen Mo emerge, all his worries instantly melted into immense surprise and heartache. Oh, look who's come out. James plastered on that infuriatingly smug grin, sizing Chen Mo up from head to toe. The great director Chen, finally crawling out of your cave? I thought you'd already bought your ticket back to China. So, did you finish that little movie of yours? In James' eyes, Chen Mo and his team had already lost. They had lost completely. However, Chen Mo didn't look at him. He didn't even acknowledge his taunts. He simply walked calmly past James, his gaze settling on Wang Fatso and Lin Wanqiu. Only then did he slowly turn his head to face James. I hope so. Chen Mo spoke slowly. Your fate shouldn't mirror the 2-bit hack. James froze. You. James' face instantly turned the color of liver. Good. Very good. Furious, he burst into laughter and pointed at Chen Mo. I wish you luck. May you win first place in this competition. He deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word first, the venomous curse implicit in his words. With that, he flung his hand away, turned on his heel, and strode off without looking back. James' figure vanished at the end of the corridor. Mosey, Chen Mo, Wang Fatso, Lin Wanqiu, and Su Xiaoro could no longer hold back, instantly surrounding him. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Fat Wang grabbed Chen Mo's arm, his forehead beaded with sweat from sheer panic. You didn't come out for 3 days and nights, you scared us to death. Gao Fei and the rest of the Kikido team also gathered anxiously around him, all eyes fixed intently on Chen Mo's face. Director Chen, how's the film? Gao Fei asked cautiously. This was the question on everyone's mind. Chen Mo looked at the faces before him, each filled with concern. A warm smile flickered in his deep eyes. He was utterly exhausted. Too exhausted to even utter a complete sentence. He simply raised his hand, mustering his last ounce of strength, and gave everyone an okay sign. Then, the world before his eyes began to spin wildly. His body went limp and slumped forward. Chen Mo. Lin Wanqiu cried out in alarm, reacting the quickest. She lunged forward in a single stride, disregarding notions of propriety between men and women or the dignity expected of a leading actress. Extending both arms, she caught Chen Mo just as he was about to hit the ground, pulling him securely into her embrace. His skin was scorching hot. He's burning up. Lin Wanqiu's voice trembled slightly. Quick! Quickly help him back to his room. Su Xiao hurried over too, joining Lin Wanqiu on either side to support Chen Mo's arms, bearing most of his weight on her petite frame. The two girls worked together to support the unconscious Chen Mo, hurrying toward his room. Fat Wang followed anxiously behind, muttering incessantly. Call a doctor. No. American doctors aren't reliable. Go find a Chinese medicine practitioner in Chinatown. As the group was about to leave, Gao Fei and the Cocoa Bean team members behind him exchanged glances. Their gazes, as if by unspoken agreement, turned toward the still open door of the post-production room. The final answer must be on the computer inside. The final cut that would determine the fate of them all. Director Wang. Gao Fei couldn't help but speak up, rubbing his hands together, his face a complex mix of excitement and apprehension. Can we go in and take a look? Yeah. Director Wang. Let us see it. What on earth did Director Chen create? The members of Cocoa Bean craned their necks one after another, their eyes brimming with eager anticipation. However, Fat Wang abruptly turned around, spread his arms wide, and stood firmly in the doorway. Looking at the group of tech geeks before him, his expression was more serious than ever. No. Why not? Gao Fei grew impatient. Wang Fatso grinned, revealing a dazzling smile brimming with unwavering trust. He pointed toward the room where Chen Mo had been carried inside. He gave the OK sign. That's enough. Wang Fat slapped Gao Fei's shoulder hard, enunciating each word. I trust him. Just as I believe the sun will rise in the east tomorrow. Now, everyone get moving. Back to your tasks. Wang Fatso waved his massive hand, his usual swagger returning. Old Gao. Stop standing around. Quick, get your phone out. Go book the top-notch roast lamb place right now. Reserve the biggest private room. We're going to celebrate our championship early. Fat Wang had secured the largest private room at the finest whole roasted lamb restaurant, Golden Dome Tent, for an entire month. The deposit? Gao Fei gritted his teeth and used the company's contingency fund. As Wang Fat put it, this was a strategic investment. Yet for the next 2 days, that largest private room remained completely empty. The aroma of roasted lamb existed only in Wang Fatso's boasts. After being helped into the room by Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiao, Chen Mo fell into a deep coma. His fever refused to break. Chapter 160, How could such good fortune pass me by? Wang Pangzi was so anxious his mouth was covered in blisters. In the end, he summoned an old Chinese medicine practitioner from Chinatown, one whose ancestors for 3 generations had served as imperial physicians. The old doctor twirled his goat beard, took his pulse for a long while, and finally uttered just 8 words. Heart energy depleted, oil lamp burning out. He prescribed a mountain of tonic herbs, all merely life-sustaining formulas. The implication was clear: whether the patient regained consciousness depended entirely on fate and his own will to live. Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiao kept vigil by his bedside, scarcely leaving his side. One was responsible for physical cooling, repeatedly wiping him down with lukewarm water. The other administered medicine and water, moistening his parched lips with cotton swabs dipped in water. Fat Wang stood guard outside the door. Anyone attempting to approach was met with his murderous glare. This included Gao Fei and Cocoa Bean's group of tech geeks, who were itching to get their hands on it. Their curiosity about the computer containing the final edited footage had reached its peak. But Wang Fatso had only one rule. Mosey isn't awake yet. No one touches that computer. Not even the King of Heaven himself. Time dragged on in this agonizing wait until the final day for submitting entries to the competition. Early morning. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtain slits, illuminating Chen Mo's pale face. His eyelashes fluttered slightly. Water. Lin Wanqiu, who had been keeping vigil by the bedside, jolted awake. Chen Mo? You're awake? Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiao gathered around the bed, then at Wang Fatso, who had rushed in upon hearing the commotion. He didn't ask about his own condition. With all his strength, he uttered his second sentence. The footage. Encrypt it. Prepare for submission. Wang Fatso's eyes reddened and he roughly wiped his face with the back of his hand. Got it. Mosey. You're finally awake, you bastard. I'll get right on it. Chen Mo was awake. This news instantly jolted the entire lethargic team awake. Everyone came alive. Young Directors Exchange Competition, Submission Hall. Top film teams from around the world gathered here for final confirmation and submission. When Chen Mo's team appeared, the hall fell silent for a moment. All eyes were drawn to them involuntarily. Chen Mo walked in the center. His physical weakness was visibly apparent. He needed Wang Fat to walk beside him, half supporting him with an arm, just to steady his steps. Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiao flanked him on either side, protecting him in the center. Gao Fei followed behind, clutching a triple encrypted hard drive case. James and his team had already taken positions on the opposite side of the hall. Seeing Chen Mo looking as if he might collapse again at any moment, he had intended to step forward and offer a few more kind words. But for some reason, when his gaze met Chen Mo's eyes, that cursed Zhou Yuan, one time, one nat echoed in his ears once more. An inexplicable chill rose from the soles of his feet. In the end, he didn't dare to approach. Instead, he turned his head and addressed the directors from several countries beside him in a voice neither loud nor soft. Look at that, that's the director from the Chinese team. I hear he locked himself away for 3 days and nights. Looks to me like he's already dug himself halfway into a grave. In that state, what could he possibly produce? Beside him, a director from the Korean peninsula, Kim Jong-suk, immediately picked up the thread with a knowing look. Kim's face wore that uniquely Korean blend of arrogance and obsequiousness. Director James, you're far too kind. With your masterpiece Stargate Expedition setting such a high bar, it's remarkable these Chinese even had the courage to stand here. His eyes darted around as he suddenly raised his voice. Everyone. Since we're just waiting around anyway, why not liven things up with a little game? Let's open a betting pool. Bet on whether the Chinese team's The Three Body Problem will be the global box office flop of this competition. This proposal instantly ignited the atmosphere in the room. The directors around him, who had already looked down on the Huaxia team, immediately responded enthusiastically. Ha! That's hilarious. I'm in. I'm betting 10,000 meters of gold that they'll be dead last. This is practically giving away money. Count me in. I'll put up 50 grand. Count me in. They're definitely dead last. A noisy crowd gathered around Kim Jong-suk, pulling out their wallets. The commotion quickly caught Lin Wanqiu's attention. She halted her steps, turned her head, and scanned the reveling crowd. Su Xiaoro, beside her, was so furious her face turned crimson. Those jerks. They're going too far. Lin Wanqiu said nothing. Instead, she silently pulled out her phone and dialed a number. The phone rang just once before being answered. Do me a favor. Transfer 100 million from my private account to my US account. Yes, US dollars. Now. Immediately. Right this instant. Less than 10 seconds after hanging up. Ding. A crisp text notification sounded. Lin Wanqiu tucked her phone away and strode purposefully toward the group of directors at the launch event. Her high heels clicked sharply against the marble floor. The originally bustling crowd automatically parted to make way for her as she approached. All eyes were on the triple award-winning actress radiating pure charisma. Jin Zhongshua's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Wanqiu, and he flashed what he considered a charming smile. Oh? Isn't this the lovely Miss Lin Wanqiu? What brings you here? Fancy joining the fun? Lin Wanqiu stopped, her gaze sweeping past him to James at the center of the crowd. I'm in on this bet. James crossed his arms, wearing an expression that clearly said he was ready for the show. Oh? And how much does our goddess plan to wager? A few thousand to bet on us winning? Lin Wanqiu's red lips parted slightly. I'm betting on Team Huaxia. Not the last place. The wager, 100 million. US dollars. The entire hall fell silent. 100 million? Million? Has he lost his mind? The smile on James' face froze completely. After a full 3 seconds of stunned silence, he finally found his voice, letting out a dry laugh. Miss Lin, you really have a sense of humor. But since the goddess is being so generous, I'll just go ahead and collect this money, on everyone's behalf. Lin Wanqiu stared at him, her eyes brimming with contempt. Just make sure you can actually afford to pay up when the time comes. No sooner had the words left her lips. Wang Fatso, Gao Fei, and the rest of the Cocoa Bean team strode over. They had just finished submitting their work and happened to witness this scene. Wang Fat approached Lin Wanqiu, bursting into laughter. How could I miss out on such a golden opportunity? I'm betting too. Betting we won't come in dead last. I brought the deed to my apartment in Shanghai. I'm putting it all on the line. Gao Fei stepped forward, his face flushed. And me. Cocoa Bean Animation. We're betting the company's future. We're betting we won't be dead last. Chapter 161, Return to the Rightful Owner. Right. We're all in. The technicians behind them, filled with righteous indignation, declared one after another that they'd wager their salaries for the next 10 years. Now, James's expression truly changed. He began to panic. If it had been just Lin Wanqiu alone, he could have dismissed it as a diva's impulsive whim. But now, the entire Huaxia team was throwing everything they had into the wager. The stakes had reached a level that made even him feel his heart skip a beat. If he lost, he and the directors behind him who had joined the frenzy would likely be bankrupted. No! He couldn't gamble like this. James' eyes darted frantically as he immediately changed his tune. Hold on. This bet isn't fair. With so many teams competing, you could easily pick a few dead last ones. Of course you won't be the very last. This bet is invalid. Desperately trying to save face, he proposed a new condition that he believed was absolutely impossible to lose. If you want to bet, let's wager whether your Huaxia team can take first place. He finished, glaring defiantly at Lin Wanqiu and the others. What's the matter? Got something to say? Too scared to respond? I knew it. You only dared to bet on not finishing last. First place? You wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Lin Wanqiu and Wang Fat exchanged a glance. They didn't respond immediately.
because they, too, had no idea what exactly Chen Mo had created. Seeing this, James' smug expression grew even broader. However, Lin Wanqiu spoke again. Fine. We'll bet on first place. But since we're betting this big, we need to add a side wager. If we win, we take the money. Additionally, that painting from our Chinese heritage, the admonitions of the court ladies, currently held by your British museum, it must be returned. And that gilded bronze Buddha from the Northern Wei dynasty in your Metropolitan Museum of Art. They must be returned to their rightful owners. Stolen goods must be returned. Do you dare take the bet? You're making baseless accusations. James instantly flew into a rage. Several directors behind him began shouting as well. Those are legally acquired artworks. Not stolen. This is slander. Defamation. Lin Wanqiu sneered coldly. I don't care what you call it. To me, it's stolen. Director James, just tell me, do you take this bet or not? The immense pressure weighed heavily on James. In front of the global media and industry peers, if he backed down, Stargate Expedition, and the entire American film industry behind him would be utterly disgraced. Being intimidated into backing down by a Chinese actress? That would be worse than death. Consumed by rage and absolute confidence, James gritted his teeth. Fine. 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 Pointing at Lin Wanqiu, rage twisted his lips into a bitter laugh. I'll take your bet. I'll see how you dare make these unreasonable demands after you've lost everything. It's a bet. Just as tensions reached a boiling point and this earth-shattering wager was sealed. On the main stage of the hall, an official from the tournament organizing committee stepped up to the microphone. Silence. The resonant voice silenced all the commotion. Attention, all contestants. The technical review of all submitted entries has been completed. The official's gaze swept across the entire venue. It has been confirmed that all entries in this competition comply with the rules and regulations, with no instances of violation or cheating. After a brief pause, he raised his voice, meeting the tense expressions below the stage. I hereby announce. The 2023 International Science Fiction Film Competition is officially open for global screening. Officially begins. The ultimate champion will be determined by the global box office total over the next 30 days. Good luck to all. As the organizing committee official's voice faded, the hall erupted in a cacophony of murmurs. That earth-shattering wager, along with the official commencement of the competition, swept across the globe within mere minutes through countless media lenses and online platforms. James, his face ashen, led his team out of the hall without a backward glance. Lin Wanqiu approached Chen Mo, observing his still pale complexion. Are you okay? Should we go back and rest first? Chen Mo shook his head, his gaze calmly fixed on the hall screens where posters for the 20 competing films began scrolling. His gaze settled on the three-body problem and Stargate Expedition. I'm fine. The show has only just begun. Shanghai, China. Late at night. In a chat group called Dragon Soul Guardians, hundreds of core fans were absolutely buzzing. These were the very same die-hard supporters who had spontaneously organized themselves and traveled all the way to Little Day's country to rally behind Chen Mo. The group admin, Dragon Soul, immediately shared a voice recording of a phone call he'd just finished with a friend in the United States, his voice trembling with excitement. Brothers. It's confirmed. God pushed himself to the brink, exhausting himself to finish the three-body problem, and collapsed on the spot. That American guy named James and that Korean director are leading the betting pools, mocking us Chinese as dead last. Late Autumn Goddess is furious. She just bet $100 million that we won't be dead last. Fat Wang staked his Shanghai apartment. Gao Fei bet the entire future of Cocoa Bean Company. In the end, that bastard James reneged, forcing Late Autumn Goddess to change her bet to first place. He even put the British Museum's admonitions to the court ladies painting on the line. Brothers, Emotion and Late Autumn Goddess, along with the entire team, have staked their lives and fortunes. They're betting the dignity of Chinese cinema. Now it's our turn. The group fell silent for 3 seconds. The next second, messages flooded the screen so fast it made phones lag. Let's do this. Damn it. They've gone too far. I'm buying tickets right now. 10 of them. 10 tickets, my ass. I'm spending my entire month's salary to buy out the theater. Treating my whole company to a screening. Location, Beijing. Any brothers in? Let's fill every single screening of the three-body problem across all theaters. Location, Demon City. Already on it. In an instant, a silent war erupted across the land of China. Countless young people scrolling through their phones late into the night saw that viral video circulating at the competition venue. They saw Lin Wanqiu's declaration, the stakes, 100 million yuan. They witnessed Wang Fatso's bold gesture of pulling out his property deed. They saw Chen Mo needing support, yet his gaze unwaveringly resolute. They saw the provocative title that struck a nerve with every Chinese person, Admonitions of the Court Ladies. National sentiment ignited in an instant. For nothing else, but for those 4 words, returned to its rightful owner, I must buy this movie ticket. Before, we were powerless, forced to watch our ancestors' treasures wander abroad. Now, emotion has given us a chance.
This isn't just a movie anymore, it's a war for all of us. Chapter 162, absolutely a pile of. Brothers. Charge. Let those snobbish bastards see what true Chinese power looks like. A spark ignites a prairie fire. In just 1 hour. Cinema managers across major Chinese cities were jolted awake from their sleep by calls from on-duty staff. Manager. Trouble. Something terrible has happened. Our theater's server crashed. What? The three-body problem. Everyone's here to buy tickets for the three-body problem. The midnight show sold out instantly. It's 3 a.m. now, and the line outside our theater is longer than during Chinese New Year. Every single showing for the next 3 days. All gone. Quick. Quick. Request headquarters. Run 24-hour non-stop screenings. Switch every theater to showing the three-body problem. The same scene played out simultaneously in thousands of theaters across the nation. The next morning, Lin Wanqiu and Zhou Yuan sprang into action. As a triple award-winning actress in the Chinese film industry, Lin Wanqiu's connections spanned the entire entertainment circle. She didn't post a lengthy essay. She simply reposted the official news of the competition's opening on her Weibo, adding a single line. I'm betting everything I have on the future of Chinese sci-fi. Hashtag the three-body problem. Below it was a screenshot of her transferring 100 million yuan. Instantly, the entire entertainment world was shaken. Countless directors and actors who had collaborated with Lin Wanqiu shared the post. Best actor, no need for words. See you at the theater. Hashtag the three-body problem. Best actress Sun, cheering for sister Lin, applauding director Chen, and rooting for Chinese cinema. Hashtag the three-body problem. This old man indulges in youthful fervor today, I'll be a die-hard fan too. Hashtag the three bodies. Zhou Yuan unleashed her formidable influence among young fans. On Douyin, she posted a bare-faced video. Her eyes were red and teary. I witnessed a director who poured every ounce of his soul into his work until he was utterly drained. I saw a team willing to stake everything, even their livelihoods, for the sake of dignity. I'm not good with words, so I won't preach grand principles. I only hope everyone will step into the theater and witness the three-body problem, a film they crafted with their very lives. Please. At the end of the video, he bowed deeply. Within an hour, this video garnered over 10 million likes. Major influencers in China's film criticism circles, after watching the movie, unusually refrained from publishing lengthy reviews. Instead, they posted just 7 words. Watched it on my knees. I'm bowled over. The response was overwhelming. Hashtag the greatest sci-fi film ever. Hashtag the three-body problem, regret it for life if you miss it. Hashtag help emotion win back the book of admonitions to wives. Hashtag one trending topic after another dominated every social media platform in China. United States, Golden Dome Hotel. Wang Pangzi, Gao Fei, and Coco Bean's team of tech geeks huddled around a massive display screen, grinning ear to ear as they watched the soaring numbers. It's exploded. It's exploded. Mosey, look. Domestic box office has already surpassed 3 billion. Holy crap. And it hasn't even been 3 days yet. The Southeast Asian market is exploding too. That Kim Jong-suk from Korea must be green with envy. His country's audiences are lining up for three-body tickets and trashing his own movie as crap. Ha ha ha. That's so satisfying. Absolutely satisfying. The entire team was immersed in a frenzy of joy. Everyone felt certain they'd won. They had won that earth-shattering gamble. Only Chen Mo sat quietly on the sofa. His body, restored to near full health through potent Chinese herbal treatments and the devoted care of Lin Wanqiu and Zhou Yuan. A hint of color had returned to his face. Yet he did not smile. He merely stared calmly at the screen, where the glaring red representing the China and East Asia markets stood out starkly. On the other side of the map, the blue representing the European and American markets remained vast enough to make one's heart race. Day after day passed. The frenzied viewing craze finally began to level off on the 10th day. Yet the heat surrounding the three-body problem remained alarmingly high. This day marked the first time the competition organizing committee released the global box office rankings. Wang Pangzi rubbed his hands together, his face flushed with excitement as he sat glued to his computer, constantly refreshing the official website. It's here! It's here! It's updated! He bellowed at the top of his lungs. Everyone crowded around, craning their necks to stare at the screen. The next second, the smile on Wang Pangzi's face froze. The room's cheers abruptly fell silent. On the screen, the ranking list was crystal clear. First place, Stargate, The Last Ark of Humanity, global box office, 280 million miles gold. Second place, The Three-Body Problem, global box office, 279 million miles gold. 1 million. A mere 1 million gold difference. But first place is first place. Second place is second place. Wang Pangzi's eyes were glued to that ranking. He couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. This absolutely can't be. Fixing. This is rigged. He slammed his fist down on the table, sending a thunderous clang echoing through the room.
Our domestic and Southeast Asian box office figures have all been converted to US dollars. How could ours possibly be lower than theirs? Are those Americans and Europeans blind? I'm going to confront the organizing committee. These numbers are flawed. Absolutely flawed. Gao Fei and the rest of the Cocoa Bean crew were equally furious and baffled. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. In their eyes, how could the legendary three-body problem lose to a Hollywood assembly line popcorn flick? Quiet, everyone. Chen Mo stood up and walked to the screen. Wang Fatty watched him, sweating profusely with anxiety. Mo. How can we be quiet? They're cheating. Chen Mo's gaze swept over the 2 rows of glaring data before him, and he shook his head. They're not cheating. I've seen Stargate Expedition. It's a commercial sci-fi film of the highest caliber. The special effects, plot, and pacing are all flawless, perfectly aligned with Western audiences' tastes. It earned its box office success both domestically and in the European market. Chen Mo extended a finger and drew a clear boundary across the map on the screen. One side was marked in red for Asia. The other side was blue for Europe and America. A stark contrast. Just as their films struggle to break into our market, the three-body problem hasn't truly penetrated their market either. Cultural barriers, aesthetic differences, and their deep-rooted arrogance all are walls. Right now, we're merely using the box office of one regional market to compete against their global foundation. Getting this result is nothing short of a miracle. But a miracle isn't enough. We must tear open a crack. As long as we can tear open even a pinprick-sized hole in their territory for the three-body problem, giving ordinary viewers a chance to see our work, then the ultimate victor will undoubtedly be us. After hearing Chen Mo's analysis, Wang Pangzi calmed down. But what followed was deeper worry and sorrow. He slumped onto the sofa, clutching his head in his hands and groaning in agony. Opening a crack, easier said than done. Those bastards control the media and the theaters. They're itching for us to fail. Why would they give us a chance? He lifted his head, his face etched with despair as he looked at Chen Mo. Mo, what are we gonna do? That's 100 million yuan. It's my house, Gao Fei's company, and the wages for the next 10 years for the brothers. And the admonitions of the court ladies. Wang Fat grew angrier as he spoke, suddenly leaping to his feet. No way. I can't swallow this humiliation. I watched that American movie. It's entertaining, sure, but compared to the three-body problem, it's just a pile of. Chapter 163, One day is enough, one day is more than enough. Wang Fatso's eyes blazed crimson, the words a pile of nearly spilling from his lips before a hand gently pressed down on his shoulder. Fatso. Wang Fatso turned to see Chen Mo's calm gaze. Who said we're out of options? Every pair of eyes in the room, every member of the Cocoa Bean team instantly focused on Chen Mo. Wang Fatty grabbed Chen Mo's arm, his voice trembling. Mo. What's your plan? Spit it out. I'm going crazy here. That's 100 million meters of gold. My house. The admonitions of the court ladies scroll. A mechanical voice echoed in Chen Mo's mind. Detected host in distress. Triggering side quest, technological dimensional strike. Mission requirements, post-visual algorithm analysis videos of the core effects from the three-body problem phase 2D deployment and Operation Goujing on Western professional sci-fi forums and tech communities. Use absolute technological superiority to ignite the core circles. Reward, the first crack in the cultural barrier between East and West. Chen Mo's gaze swept across the group as his voice remained steady. They have their methods, we have ours. They rely on media hegemony and theater monopolies to push content top-down. Then we'll flip it, go grassroots, fight a war from the bottom up. He turned to Wang Fatso. Fatso, go handle something right now. Name it. I'd walk through fire and water for you if I, Wang He, so much as flinch. I'm no brother to you. It's not that serious. Go find Gao Fei. Have him gather our top tech geeks and extract the core visual algorithms and rendering logic we used for Wisdom Seed 2D deployment and Goujing operation. Cut me a pure technical breakdown video. Remember, it has to be pure tech, the harder the better. Ideally, something only professionals could understand. Wang Fatso froze. Ha? Mosey, you got that wrong, right? Why make something like that? Who's it for? Regular viewers won't understand all that code and modeling, it's like playing music to a cow. Gao Fei approached with a puzzled look. Yeah, Mr. Chen, this kind of video is too niche. It won't have any promotional effect. Chen Mo shook his head. The average person wouldn't understand. But those who truly understand the field will get it. Hollywood visual effects artists, Pixar animators, game company modelers, and those professors and students researching computer graphics at universities. What I want is for this elite group at the pinnacle of the industry to go wild first. When they all go wild over our technology, what do you think they'll do? Wang Fatso and Gao Fei exchanged glances, as if a bolt of lightning had struck their minds, instantly enlightening them. They'll discuss it. They'll share it like crazy within their circles. Gao Fei exclaimed excitedly. Wang Fat slapped his thigh. I get it. This is encircling the cities from the countryside. No.
This is experts igniting public discourse. First, get the insiders to acknowledge our prowess, then use them to influence the uninitiated masses. Brilliant. Mosey, this move is truly masterful. It's like removing the fuel from under the pot. I'll get right on it. I promise to deliver a top-tier video that no one in the world except us and the gods will understand. Wang Fatso stormed toward the tech team's room, dragging Gao Fei along. His retreating figure radiated a fiercely reignited fighting spirit. The entire team's morale was instantly reignited. Meanwhile, in the penthouse office of a top-tier film studio, James sat with his legs crossed, holding a glass of expensive whiskey, yet his face bore a shadow of gloom unbecoming of a victor. Though Stargate Expedition currently led the box office charts, he wasn't a pushover. He could clearly see the terrifying, wildfire-like spread of red across the Asian market for the three-body problem. His own film, however, was virtually non-existent in that market. $1 million lead could crumble at any moment. This won't do. He couldn't afford to be this passive. He picked up the phone and dialed a number he'd saved long ago but had never dared to use. Once the call connected, he adopted a tone of humble flattery. "Good evening, Mr. Liu. This is James." On the other end was the Asia Distribution Director, a powerhouse with deep connections throughout East Asia's distribution industry. "Oh, Director James, what brings you here?" "Mr. Liu, as you've seen, my film Stargate Expedition is performing exceptionally well right now. I was wondering, could we get some opportunities in the Asian market too? I know the three-body problem is a hit, but audiences need a change of pace, don't they?" Mr. Liu fell silent for a moment on the other end. Leaning back in his executive chair, he glanced at the three-body problem poster hanging on his office wall, his lips twitching involuntarily. As an industry insider, he'd already paid to see the three-body problem 10 times. Each time, he was left with goosebumps from the sheer grandeur of its cosmic vision and profound philosophical musings. Now, James's Stargate Expedition, the special effects were top-notch, but at its core, it was just another Hollywood popcorn flick rehashing the same old heroism tropes. Seriously, they expect Asian audiences to switch gears and watch this? Wasn't that ridiculous? But he doesn't want to offend the capital backing James either. "Director James, this is difficult. All the screens in theaters are almost entirely booked by the three-body problem. There simply aren't any extra screens available." James grew impatient, knowing this was just an excuse. "Mr. Liu, money isn't the issue. I just need one chance. One is all I ask." Mr. Liu paused thoughtfully. "All right then. For the sake of our friendship, I'll pull some strings personally and make an exception for you. I can coordinate 100 theaters across key markets like China, South Korea, and Japan for a one-day special screening, but remember, just one day." James was overjoyed at the news, his confidence soaring instantly. "That's enough. One day is more than enough. Mr. Liu, just watch. Within 24 hours, I'll show Asian audiences what a true top-tier sci-fi blockbuster looks like. They'll go wild for my movie." Listening to James's emphatic voice over the phone, Director Liu nearly burst out laughing. "Crazy? I reckon she'd scold you to death." But he didn't spell it out, merely saying it in an extremely amused tone. "All right, then I wish you luck, Director James." After hanging up, Director Liu couldn't hold back any longer and muttered under his breath, "Idiot." 5 days later. The atmosphere in the suite at the Golden Peak Hotel was thick with tension. The large screen on the wall still displayed that glaring 1 million meter gold deficit. Fat Wang paced the room like a caged animal, muttering incessantly. "Why no response yet? Did we send out that technical video? Why isn't there any buzz at all?" Chapter 164, something's off this time. Damn it, are the organizers out of their minds? Why limit each person to a maximum of 10 cumulative viewings? If it weren't for this stupid rule, I could have filled that million-yuan hole all by myself. Just then, the suite door burst open. Gao Fei scrambled in, face etched with panic and disarray. "Bad news. Bad news. Chen Mo. Director Wang. Check the official website." Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they turned their gaze toward the screen in unison. After the page refreshed, the data displayed an astonishing change. Number 1, Stargate, The Last Ark of Humanity, global box office, 288 million miles gold. Second place, The Three-Body Problem, global box office, 280 million US. The gap, which had been just 1 million, had suddenly widened to 8 million. Boom! 8 million. What the hell is going on? How did 7 million suddenly appear out of nowhere? They're rigging the votes. This is definitely vote rigging. It's a scam. I'm going to report them. He turned to storm out. "Fatso, come back." Chen Mo's voice rang out again. "At a time like this, you can still sit still?" Wang Fatso turned back, his eyes red with fury. Ignoring his agitation, Chen Mo stood up, walked to the screen, and pointed at the section of the map representing the Asian market. Amidst the blinding red, faint blue dots suddenly appeared. "This isn't vote stuffing. This is James. He's just torn open a small crack in our Asian market." Chen Mo's tone was as if he were stating a trivial matter. Wang Fatty followed his finger and froze for a moment before realizing what was happening. A wave of panic washed over him. He's encroaching on our territory? What do we do now? We still need time to break into the European and American markets. We're finished. We're completely finished. He collapsed onto the sofa, all color draining from his face. Chen Mo watched his despairing expression, not panicking at all, but instead smiling. Why panic? That opening he's made won't last long. Just watch. Not only will their extra 7 million in box office revenue not grow any further. In fact, it might even cause their movie ratings to plummet. Wang Fatty couldn't comprehend it at all. Why? Chen Mo turned around and spoke slowly, enunciating each word. Because without comparison, there's no harm. He's basically offering his face for us to punch. Sure enough. Less than half a day later, the online sentiment shifted abruptly. At first, it was just scattered complaints. Curiosity got the better of me, so I watched Stargate Infinite. Is this it? Overloaded with special effects, a plot for the mentally challenged, aliens acting like morons, getting completely outmaneuvered by some muscle-bound hunk. I felt embarrassed for them just watching. Thanks, Director James. You've only strengthened my belief that The Three-Body Problem is the world's greatest sci-fi film. Without your contrast, I'd never grasp the true meaning of a dimension-lowering attack. Soon, these complaints spread like wildfire across China's major social media platforms. Countless moviegoers who entered theaters eager to see just how awesome Hollywood blockbusters are emerged with only one expression. Subway, elderly man, bone.jpg. I used to think parts of The Three-Body Problem were confusing, but now I realize I was wrong. I should reflect on my own ignorance. Compared to the spoon-fed plot of Interstellar, The Three-Body Problem is a feast for the mind. One explores cosmic sociology and the dark forest law. The other is about us Americans saving the world yet again. The difference is stark, need I say more? Others dug up video clips of James confidently mocking Chinese cinema and boasting in a phone interview that he could conquer Asian audiences in a single day. This ignited everyone's emotions completely. Hashtag James invites you to the movies. Hashtag the greatest contest of lousiness. Hashtag thanks to the Stargate expedition for solidifying the Three-Body fanbase. Hashtag. One sarcastic hashtag after another surged to the top of trending searches. The Stargate expedition, humanity's last ark, saw its ratings plummet across major Asian film review sites. From an initial 8.5, it plummeted relentlessly. 8.0. 7.5. 7.2. The comment sections are now flooded with furious and mocking viewers. This piece of junk dares to challenge the Three-Body Problem? Crawl back to your Hollywood assembly line. Those extra 7 million in box office? That's the spit of us Asian viewers. One mouthful each and we'll drown you, arrogant fool. Inside the Golden Dome Hotel suite, a tech geek from Cocoa Bean leapt from his computer, bellowing at the top of his lungs. Mo. Director Wang. Look. The ratings for Stargate Expedition have collapsed. The Asian region's score has plummeted to 6.9. The comments section is flooded with our viewers cursing. Their 7 million box office has become a colossal joke. The room erupted in thunderous cheers and laughter. Wang Fat stared blankly at the screen showing the rating curve plummeting like a cliff, then turned to look at Chen Mo, who remained as calm as ever. His mouth opened, and after a long moment, he managed to squeeze out a few words. Mo, you're a monster. Chen Mo watched Wang Fatso's utterly bewildered expression before shifting his gaze back to the laptop in front of him. The screen displayed not box office figures, but pages from Hollywood's most active social forums and tech communities. The backlash from the Asian market had already begun sending ripples across the ocean. Holy, what's going on with the ratings over in Asia? The Gates score dropped from 8.5 to 6.9? What happened? I saw Chinese fans saying the Stargate expedition looks like a pile of compared to a movie called The Three-Body Problem? The Three-Body Problem? That box office runner-up? What's it about that gives it such power? Has anyone seen it? Drop a link, I want to check it out. Once planted, the seeds of curiosity began to sprout wildly in the minds of Western audiences. For the first time, they felt such intense curiosity about a sci-fi film not produced by Hollywood. A tech geek in Galfei's team, codenamed Keyboard, stared intently at the scrolling comments, reporting back at breakneck speed. Mo, searches for Three-Body on Twitter have skyrocketed by 300% in the last hour. On Reddit's movie sub, the thread discussing the reversal in reception between Three-Body and Stargate has already piled up over 3,000 replies. People are begging for resources. They want to watch The Three-Body Problem. Fat Wan leaned in, his face beaming with delight. Ha! See that? The public's eyes are sharp. They want to see who's the real deal and who's just a fraud. Those jerks have those resource sites, right? Let them download it. Let them watch it. Once they see it, they'll know just how crappy that James thing is. However, Keyboard frowned. This is strange. Director Wang, something feels off this time. Chapter 165, no matter how much you guard against it, you still can't stop it. What's wrong?
Logically, with this much buzz, Pirate Bay and BT sites should have leaked HD resources by now. But right now, the entire foreign web is as clean as if a professional team scrubbed it. Forget HD versions, we can't even find a rough cut. Every single related share link gets deleted within minutes. Lin Wanqiu, sharp as ice, instantly grasped the crux of the matter. It's James. He's scared. He dares not let Western audiences see the real three-body problem. His only advantage now is the information barrier. Once that wall comes down, his box office myth will shatter instantly. Wang Fatty jumped up in fury upon hearing this. Damn it! That scheming bastard. Can't take a loss, can he? Playing dirty tricks in Asia, and now imposing an information blockade in his own backyard. Mosey, what are we to do? If they don't see it, they'll never know how good we are. This is all for nothing. Just then, another technician monitoring the professional forums abruptly stood up, his voice cracking with excitement. Mo, look! That technical video we posted, it's gone viral. It's completely blown up. Everyone perked up and crowded around. On VFX Rant, a forum gathering Hollywood's top visual effects artists, the purely technical video Chen Mo had them edit had been pinned by the admin. Its title now blazed in bright red, A Miracle from the East, a visual algorithm revolution for the history books. Below the post, replies had already surged past 10,000. My god! The algorithmic logic behind this GZ2D unfolding is pure genius. It doesn't rely on stacking polygons, it uses mathematical formulas to generate an entire dimension in real time. This is art. ID, senior animator at Pixar. The nano-cutting simulation in Operation Goujing is terrifying. Watch at 3:15, their physical feedback simulation of tearing through ship hull metal is precise down to the molecular level. What kind of monstrous computing power does that require? No. This isn't about computing power, it's a dimensional strike on the algorithmic model. ID, senior VFX artist at Industrial Light Magic. I forwarded the video to my MIT graphics professor. He didn't reply for 10 minutes, I thought he'd fallen asleep. Then he called and said, quick! Get me in touch with this team. I need them to lecture at MIT. ID, MIT PhD candidate. Behind each of these comments and IDs stand figures who are household names in Hollywood and the global tech community. Every word they utter carries undeniable authority. The storm was already gathering at the very apex of the pyramid. Chen Mo stared at the screen filled with passionate expert commentary, then glanced at another screen showing ordinary viewers' desperate pleas for tickets. He knew all the fuel was ready, all it needed was one final spark. He rose slowly, his gaze calmly meeting Wang Fatso's anxious expression. Fatso. The time is ripe. Wang Fatty froze, then a surge of euphoria shot from his feet straight to the top of his head. There was no need to ask what Chen Mo's plan was. Those 5 words spoke volumes. I get it. Audience curiosity is dry kindling, expert endorsement is the blazing fire. That fool James thought he'd dammed the downstream river, but he didn't realize we'd simply unleashed the flood from the heavens. Chen Mo chuckled, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. We can begin. Distribute our prepared high-definition source material to every independent cinema chain in Europe and America we've previously contacted. The next day, the world seemed to explode. When countless Western audiences driven by curiosity or lured by professional recommendations entered theaters to witness the three-body problem in its entirety for the first time, they finally grasped the anger and scorn felt by Asian viewers. The profound shock that rose from the depths of their souls was something the fast-food heroism of the Stargate expedition could never deliver. Grand, cold, profound, despairing yet tinged with a glimmer of civilization's unyielding hope. Holy! This is sci-fi. This is the real universe. After watching the three-body problem, I felt like my brain had been rewired. Going back to Stargate feels like making a college student redo elementary school math problems utterly dull. The Saphan. Operation Goujing. The three-body fleet. The Dark Forest. I can't describe how I feel, I just want to rewatch it immediately. Twice. 3 times. Word of mouth exploded. Box office receipts skyrocketed like a rocket, surging upward with unstoppable momentum. One day. In just one day. The three-body problem's box office in Europe and America has already surpassed $200 million. 3 days later, that figure had doubled to $500 million. Inside a suite at the Golden Dome Hotel. The global box office rankings on the large screen flashed wildly. Number 1, The Three-Body Problem, global gross, $780 million. Second place, Stargate, The Last Ark of Humanity, global gross, $288 million. The gap, once trailing by 8 million, had now become a commanding lead, nearly 500 million. Ha 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 ha. Fat Wang roared with laughter, tears streaming from his eyes. He grabbed Chen Mo by the neck and shook him vigorously. 500 million. Mo. A full $500 million. We won. We've crushed Hollywood under our feet. Releasing Chen Mo, he swept his arm dramatically, his spirit soaring. Come on, brothers. Let's not linger here. Time to celebrate. Let's get back to our roast lamb feast. The entire Cocoa Bean team erupted in deafening cheers, swarming around Chen Mo and Fat Wang as they surged triumphantly out of the suite. Meanwhile, in James's suite, the atmosphere was deathly quiet. Every team member kept their heads bowed, not daring to make a sound for fear of igniting the director's fury. James' face was deathly pale as he paced restlessly back and forth in the room, muttering incessantly. Impossible, absolutely impossible, how could their box office numbers surge so rapidly? The bet. That damn bet. Money he could find a way. The capital backing him would cover it. But those national treasures. The admonitions of the court ladies. They were meant to be returned to China. If these treasures were lost because of him, he would become a criminal to the entire United States. That responsibility he couldn't bear it. Absolutely couldn't bear it. Suddenly, the last words Chen Mo had spoken to him at the pre-match press conference flashed through his mind. I hope director James doesn't end up like Ryotaro. Ryuichi Soma. The director who lost to Chen Mo in the previous competition and was ultimately forced to return a Japanese national treasure. So, he had warned me all along. Chapter 166, Can't compete with film? Fists are coming? This is no joke. This is serious. A bone-chilling coldness shot up James' spine from his tailbone straight to the back of his head. He was utterly panicked. He had to think fast. He had to fight back. He abruptly halted and turned to his deputy. Now, how big is the gap now? The latest data. His deputy trembled as he picked up the tablet, glanced at it, and turned paler than a corpse. Director! Speak! James roared. The box office for The Three Body Problem has surpassed our 800 million yuan budget. Boom! It felt like something exploded inside James's head. 800 million. It's over. Completely over. All his struggles had become a joke. He swayed, barely managing to steady himself against the wall to keep from collapsing. He took a deep breath, forcing a smile uglier than crying, and waved at the room full of despairing subordinates. Don't panic. I still have a way out. Trust me, I still have one last card up my sleeve. With that, he turned and walked into his bedroom, slamming the door shut behind him. Night gradually descended. On the other side of Shanghai, at a Mongolian-style restaurant, Chen Mo's team was feasting heartily. The aroma of roasted whole lamb filled the air. Wang Fatso, his face flushed crimson from drinking, was enthusiastically recounting every detail of this stunning reversal. Meanwhile, in the penthouse suite of the Golden Dome Hotel, James had packed an inconspicuous suitcase. Cash, a fake passport, a few changes of clothes. He slipped into plain athletic wear, pulled on a cap and sunglasses, and cast one last glance at the room where he'd once been full of ambition. Just then, a backup phone in his pocket vibrated softly. An encrypted text message. Director James, everything is arranged. Northern Myanmar needs a great director like you to helm our new film. Annual salary, 100 million shots. James stared at the string of numbers, the despair and fear on his face vanishing instantly. He'd lost the match, lost his reputation, utterly defeated. But 100 million shots a year. And he was still the director. James was still the highly sought-after director. He wasn't running away, he was heading to a place that needed him more, to create new glory. Thinking this, he instantly felt a surge of joy. Pulling open the bedroom door, he bypassed the main exit and deftly unlocked the rear door leading to the fire escape, vanishing into the hotel's dimly lit stairwell. Inside the suite at the Golden Dome Hotel, empty bottles lay scattered haphazardly on the floor, while the table still bore the remains of a roasted lamb carcass. Fat Wang sprawled on the sofa, a silly grin still plastered on his face, clearly still counting those staggering box office numbers in his dreams. Chen Mo had long since awakened, standing before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the city stirring to life in the dawnlight. His phone screen scrolled through headlines from major global media outlets. The Roar of the Eastern Dragon. The Three Body Problem rewrites sci-fi cinema history. The New York Times. A masterful fusion of technology and artistry, a film that left Hollywood speechless. The Times. We were wrong, terribly wrong. Apologies to the Three Body Problem. Column by renowned American film critic The Movie King. Online, the internet had long since erupted into a sea of fervor. From North America to Europe, from South America to Australia, every corner of Blue Star is buzzing about the same film. The Three Body Problem has undeniably become the hottest term on the global internet over the past few days. With just 5 days left until the final results of the International Sci-Fi Film Awards are announced. But everyone knows the outcome is already a foregone conclusion. The Three Body Problem's global box office was sweeping through the market with devastating force. 10 billion credits. 15 billion. 2 billion credits. When the box office figures breached the 20 billion mark, the entire world fell silent. Once hailed as a mythical achievement, the Stargate expedition now seemed laughably insignificant in comparison, its box office haul of less than 300 million credits dwarfed by the Three Body Problem. This was no longer a victory. It was a one-sided, utterly predictable rout. Ugh. Wang Fatso groaned painfully from the sofa, rubbing his splitting hangover-ridden head as he struggled to sit up.
What time is it? Mosey? 9 in the morning. Chen Mo turned around and handed him a cup of warm water. Wang Fat chugged a large gulp, exhaled deeply, and his eyes finally regained some clarity. He picked up his phone and habitually opened the box office app.
When he saw that blinding 2.08 billion figure, he sprang up from the sofa, his hangover headache instantly swept away by overwhelming elation.
Holy! It's gone up again. It's ing gone up again. 2 billion. MO. We're ing 2 billion yuan directors now. And it's a box office hit. Wang Pangzi's roar jolted Su Xiao, Lin Wanqiu, Gao Fei, and others in the other rooms of the suite awake.
Bleary-eyed, they emerged to stare at the astronomical figure on the screen, their faces lighting up with shared pride. For days now, they'd been waking up to surprises like this. From the initial excitement to the current, almost numb pride. Yet, as the architect of it all, Chen Mo's expression remained largely unchanged. Time slipped away amidst this global celebration and the team's relaxed anticipation, 3 more days passing. Only 2 days remained until the final results were announced. That afternoon, a clatter of footsteps suddenly echoed outside Chen Mo's suite.
Then came a knock on the door. Thump! Thump! Thump!
The knocking was urgent and heavy. Wang Fatso sat with his legs crossed, grinning from ear to ear as he scrolled through Douyin videos praising the 3-body problem. The sudden knocking interrupted him, instantly setting him off.
Who the hell is it? Trying to get reincarnated?
He stormed over, cursing under his breath, and without a second thought, yanked the door open. Outside the door stood not a hotel attendant.
Instead, a large group of people stood there.
Suit-clad, tall and imposing, every face was familiar from the pages of Hollywood Finance magazine. Leading the pack were the very Hollywood producers and investors who had been the loudest cheerleaders alongside James at the gambling table.
Now, their faces bore not a trace of their former arrogance and smugness. Instead, deep anxiety had taken their place. Fat Wang froze for a moment.
Then, his simple mind instantly reached a conclusion.
Box office numbers weren't enough. This was going to come down to fists. Damn it! Wang Fatty flew into a rage, his adrenaline surging instantly. What's this? Can't take a loss? Think you can fight?
He took a sharp step back, snatched up a small solid wood stool by the door just for decoration and swung it around in his hands, looking every bit the part of a guard ready to fight to the death.
Wake the hell up, all of you! Get to work! Chapter 167, The Champion is the 3-body problem from China.
Fat Wang bellowed at the top of his lungs through the suite. Those bastards are at the door.
Grab your weapons.
Lin Wanqiu, Su Xiao, Gao Fei, and the others in the inner room heard the desperate shout and felt their hearts clench.
What's going on? Did the fat guy get into a fight with someone? Oh no! Chen Mo was still in the living room. Everyone's faces turned pale. Without a second thought, they rushed out. They feared Chen Mo might get hurt or beaten up. But when they rushed breathlessly into the living room and saw the scene before them, everyone froze in place. Even Wang the Fat, who had been brimming with aggression moments ago, ready for a fight. Everyone was dumbfounded. The tense standoff and fists flying they'd anticipated never materialized. Instead, there sat a young man on the sofa, not even lifting an eyelid, facing a dozen industry heavyweights whose every move could send shockwaves through the entertainment world. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present. Thud! 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 One after another, they knelt down in unison. Mr. Chen! We were wrong. Mr. Chen, please forgive our previous disrespect. We failed to recognize a mountain when we saw it. We were deceived by that scoundrel James. Please show mercy and spare us. Wails and pleas for mercy rose and fell in waves. These capital tycoons, usually so high and mighty, now lay low as dust. The chair leg in Fat Wang's hand clattered to the floor. His jaw dropped as he stared at the kneeling crowd, his mind completely frozen. What was going on? Why are they kneeling? Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiao exchanged bewildered glances, their beautiful eyes brimming with shock. The lead producer, a white-haired man, took 2 tearful steps forward on his knees, his voice choked with sobs. Mr. Chen, James. James has run away. He's taken all our gambling money. We can't get in touch with him. Please, you're so influential, you must have a way to find him, right? Please help us. Otherwise, we're all ruined. So that's what happened. The crowd finally understood. Chen Mo finally set down his teacup, lifted his gaze, and scanned the faces of these despairing losers before him. He smiled. No need to panic. On the day the competition ends, you will see James. The kneeling crowd froze in shock before their faces erupted in wild joy. But after the joy faded, a deeper fear surged back. They were afraid. They feared that once Chen Mo found James, he would settle accounts with them too. Mr. Chen. We were all deceived by him. He claimed the 3-body problem was worthless. He called you nothing but a fraud from the East. We're willing to compensate. We'll pay any price, just forgive our foolishness. Chen Mo's gaze suddenly turned icy. Fixing his gaze on the producer who spoke, he said slowly, enunciating each word. I will only take what is rightfully mine. But if you intend to break the rules, go ahead and try. The Hollywood executives flinched, all traces of hope instantly extinguished. They understood. In the face of absolute power and established rules, any petty trickery was nothing but courting death. We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare. We will strictly abide by the rules. Absolutely. We take our leave. We won't disturb Mr. Chen any longer. The group scrambled to their feet, stumbling and crawling as they fled, not daring utter another word. They exited the room in chaotic disarray. The suite door slammed shut once more. Only then did Fat Wang snap out of his daze. He lunged toward Chen Mo, his chubby cheeks trembling with excitement. Mo. What the hell just happened? Why did they act like they'd seen a ghost? Chen Mo picked up his teacup again, gently blew on the floating tea leaves, and uttered a few words in a calm tone. James must have run off. Escaped? Fat Wang first wore an expression of realization. No wonder that little bastard hadn't been seen causing trouble for so many days. But then it hit him. No. The color drained from Fat Wang's face in an instant. He grabbed Chen Mo's arm. He ran? That bastard ran? What about our money? That 100 million in gold. And those national treasures. The admonitions of the court ladies. That's our national treasure, damn it. Wang Fatso's heart instantly plummeted to the depths. Those priceless national treasures. If James had simply absconded with them, Wang He, would be a traitor to the nation. Seeing Wang Pangzi on the verge of tears from panic, Chen Mo smiled. He patted Wang Pangzi's hand, which was clutching his arm, and reassured him. Don't worry. Not a single one will be missing. Wang Fatso froze. Not a single one? But they've all run off. Where are we supposed to find them? Fatso, who do you think we're betting against? James. No. We're not just betting against James. It's the tangled web of that self-proclaimed noble capitalist family behind him. Fatso Wang's mind raced for a moment before he suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes lighting up. I get it. James can run, but the family behind him can't. They can't afford the embarrassment. And they certainly can't bear the international scandal of reneging on a Chinese national treasure. Not too dumb after all. Chen Mo nodded approvingly. Wang Fatty relaxed completely, his whole body slumping back. He chuckled and leaned in curiously. So, where the hell did that bastard James run off to? Chen Mo set down his teacup, pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly in an uncertain tone. He should be getting his ass kicked. Silence. Dead silence. A few seconds later. Put. Fat Wang couldn't hold it in any longer and spit out the water he'd just swallowed. Ha 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 ha. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Mosey, you're a ing genius. Fat Wang doubled over laughing, his bulging belly jiggling violently as tears streamed down his face. Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiao couldn't hold back either. The two stunning beauties shook with laughter, the earlier tension completely dissipated. Gao Fei and the members of the Cocoa Bean team were laughing so hard they were practically falling over. Mr. Chen sure has a sharp tongue. But I love it. That's exactly how you should handle those jerks. The entire suite was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. All the earlier worries and tension vanished like smoke with Chen Mo's half-serious, half-joking remark. The last lingering doubts in everyone's minds were completely dispelled. Yeah. With Chen Mo around, what was there to fear? Time flew by. Before they knew it, the day of the International Sci-Fi Film Festival's grand awards ceremony had arrived. The glittering awards hall was packed with celebrities and stars. Hollywood superstars, global financial titans, and media cameras packed the venue to capacity. Everyone was dressed impeccably, moving with grace and maintaining the decorum of high society. Except for one person. Chen Mo. He wore only a simple white t-shirt, a pair of jeans, and a pair of domestically produced sneakers. In this sea of haute couture gowns and handcrafted leather shoes, he stood out like a sore thumb. Yet, he was the sole focal point of the entire room. And now, I announce the winner of this year's International Science Fiction Film Competition. The award presenter on stage, a white-haired Oscar Lifetime Achievement Award winner, deliberately drew out the announcement. The entire room held its breath. Though everyone knew the answer. But when that name was spoken aloud, it still sent shockwaves rippling through the room. The three-body problem. A miracle from China. Congratulations to director Chen Mo. Chapter 168, Emotion, today belongs to your fans. Boom. Applause instantly flooded the entire hall. Spotlight shot out with a flash, precisely landing on Chen Mo. Chen Mo rose to his feet, calmly adjusting the collar of his t-shirt before stepping onto the stage under the spotlight, the eyes of the crowd fixed upon him. No excitement. No tears welling up. He accepted the heavy, solid gold trophy, the highest honor in the sci-fi film industry, from the elder's hands. Raising the trophy, he addressed the audience below with two simple words. Thank you. Then he turned to leave the stage. Clean and decisive, not a single word wasted. The entire audience froze. That's it? What about the acceptance speech? The thanks to CCTV? The thanks to MTV? Just then, A voice booming like a bell from the audience shattered the eerie silence. Cash in on the bet. It was Fat Wang.
His face flushed crimson as he leapt from his seat, bellowing at the top of his lungs.
And what about our national treasure? The admonitions of the court ladies. When will it be returned? Members of Gaofei and Kikido joined in the clamor. Right. Pay up. Loser pays up. No backing out.
The roar from Team Huaxia instantly ignited the entire venue. All eyes turned in unison toward the corner where the Stargate expedition team was seated.
There, it was empty. Jane's seat was empty. Countless cameras trained on that corner, ready to capture this historic moment. This is going to be good.
That was the shared thought of every media reporter present. Under immense pressure, a neatly dressed American man who appeared to be a producer's assistant steeled himself and stood up.
He walked down the aisle, bowed deeply to the entire audience. Then, in a voice heavy with sorrow, he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize.
Director James has been rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment due to a sudden illness and is unable to attend.
He asked me to convey his deepest apologies to Director Chen Mo and to our friends in China." Serious illness?
This excuse was so flimsy it was laughable. A chorus of boos, neither loud nor soft, filled the room.
Fat Wang was so furious he was about to curse again. But just then, Chen Mo on stage suddenly spoke up. Holding the trophy, he looked at his assistant, drenched in sweat, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A chronic illness?
He should be off directing big movies now.
The others couldn't understand this remark. But the American assistant understood. His face instantly drained of color, turning deathly pale. His pupils betrayed an unmistakable, overwhelming terror. How could he know? What kind of devil was this man from the East? The assistant dared not think further, much less ask questions. Every hair on his body stood on end.
He bowed deeply to Chen Mo once more, nearly at a 90-degree angle.
Mr. Chen is absolutely right. We will fulfill our promise immediately.
With that, he fled back as if escaping. Soon, several men in security uniforms carried several massive, sealed ally boxes onto the stage. Before the eyes of the entire world, the cases were opened. A scroll of ancient painting lay quietly within a specially designed temperature-controlled chamber.
It was none other than the admonitions of the court ladies. On the other side, the bank representative stepped onto the stage and respectfully handed Chen Mo a gold embossed check.
The staggering number of zeros on the check dazzled everyone present.
100 billion yuan. Whoosh! The entire venue erupted.
Wang Fatso, Gao Fei, and the others embraced each other excitedly, jumping up and down. Especially the members of the Cocoa Bean animation team. Gazing at Chen Mo on stage and the priceless national treasure, their eyes welled up with tears. Just months ago, they were a group on the brink of disbanding, struggling even to pay their rent.
But now,
they were the production team behind the global box office champion, The Three Body Problem.
The Eastern visual effects powerhouse that had Hollywood trembling. All of this was because of the man on stage. Chen Mo, who gave them hope in their darkest hour. It was Chen Mo who led them step by step from the abyss to the pinnacle of the world. This debt of gratitude weighs heavier than Mount Tai.
This scene, transmitted through the live broadcast signal, instantly reached the distant lands of China.
The internet exploded. The entire Chinese internet plunged into a sea of celebration at that very moment. We won. We won. The Three Body Problem clinched the top gold prize. Holy crap. The 100 million yuan bet. And the admonitions of the court ladies. We really got it back. Chen Mo is amazing. Screaming. After the Olympics, this is the most exhilarating day I've ever witnessed.
I have no regrets about being Chinese. 49 of the top 50 trending topics on Weibo were related to Chen Mo and the Three Body Problem.
The sole exception?
Weibo servers crashed.
In an ancient courtyard house in the capital. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Absolutely brilliant.
Qin Zhenchuan watched the live broadcast on the TV screen, slamming his palm onto the rosewood table before him so hard that the teacups jumped.
His face flushed crimson with laughter, a far cry from his usual dignified composure. Old Qin. Congratulations. Congratulations. This isn't just finding a treasure, you found a true dragon. This Chen Mo is no ordinary talent, he's a true rising star who can bring glory to our nation.
The old comrades seated across from him, all pillars of China's literary and artistic circles, chipped in one after another, their voices brimming with envy and admiration. Qin Zhenchuan grinned from ear to ear, lifting his teacup and downing it in one gulp.
You bet. Just look at who's discerning I found him. Just then, the TV broadcast the organizer's announcement for the next competition. Location, South Korea. The date, 1 month later.
After completing all handover procedures, Chen Mo's team boarded their flight back to China.
Shanghai International Airport.
Before the plane had even touched down, Chen Mo and his group were stunned by the sight outside the window.
Dense crowds. People everywhere.
From the tarmac to the terminal, from the airport expressway to the city's main thoroughfares. A sea of people, packed like sardines. Countless banners and illuminated signs were held aloft.
Welcome home, National Hero Director Chen Mo. Long live the three-body problem. China rocks. God Mo. I want to bury your children. On this day, Shanghai's entire transportation system came to a complete standstill.
Countless fans from across the country poured in by plane and high-speed rail, all to catch a glimpse of their hero. This city transformed into a fanatic fan capital because of one man's return. This is just too crazy. Wang Fatso pressed his face against the window, staring down at the endless sea of people below, his words stumbling out.
Chen Mo frowned as well.
He hadn't expected it to cause such a commotion. Finally, after urgent coordination between the airport and city government, Chen Mo addressed the fans outside through the airport PA system.
Thank you all for your enthusiasm. I truly appreciate it.
But now, please go home first, stay safe, and avoid disrupting public order.
Shanghai belongs to all of us, not just me.
Yet, a young fan shouted back through a megaphone over the PA system.
Oh God.
Today, Shanghai belongs to no one else.
It's all your fans. Chapter 169, Operation Commence. Chen Mo was both amused and exasperated.
This unprecedented traffic jam lasted a full 24 hours. It wasn't until the following afternoon, after countless staff members worked tirelessly to clear the way, that Chen Mo finally collapsed, utterly exhausted, into his long-missed bed. He flopped onto the soft bedding and let out a long sigh of relief. Nothing compared to the comfort of his own bed.
Just as he was about to drift off into a deep sleep. Buzz. His phone vibrated.
Chen Mo, eyes still closed, fumbled for his phone. On the screen was a text message from old man Qin Zhenchuan. The content was simple, just one sentence. Kid, come to the capital tomorrow.
We need to talk. Beijing. Qin Zhenchuan. A meeting.
Those few words struck Chen Mo's nerves like a hammer, shattering the relaxation he'd just regained. He rolled over and sat up in bed, all traces of fatigue and drowsiness instantly vanishing.
Irritation. An indescribable agitation surged through him. He couldn't refuse old Qin's request. This trip to the capital was non-negotiable. But the question was, how? Chen Mo walked to the window, carefully peeling back a corner of the heavy curtain to peer down below. Night had fallen.
Yet outside the villa compound, the streets remained brightly lit and teeming with people.
Though the terrifying daytime crowds had thinned somewhat, those who remained were the most dedicated, the most fervent fans.
They had pitched tents, laid out sleeping bags, and stacked boxes of instant noodles and bottled water. Judging by the setup, they were prepared for a long haul. Some had even unfurled new banners.
Until emotion comes out, we won't retreat. Chen Mo's temples throbbed. What the hell was this? Was he being held captive by his own fans?
If this kept up, forget about going to the capital tomorrow. He might not even be able to leave this door the day after tomorrow. He drew the curtains and paced back and forth in the room.
This won't do. I have to figure something out. He pulled out his phone and sent a message in the group chat. Emergency meeting. Come to my room. Urgent. 3 minutes later.
Wang Fatso, Lin Wanqiu, and Su Shiro appeared in Chen Mo's room, each wearing a different expression.
Mo, what's up? What happened? Fat Wang blurted out the moment he entered. Lin Wanqiu and Su Shiro also looked at him with concern. Without further ado, Chen Mo handed over his phone.
The screen displayed Qin Zhenchuan's text message. After reading it, all three grew solemn. An invitation from old Qin himself. We have to give him that face.
Lin Wanqiu spoke first, cutting straight to the point.
Qin Zhenchuan's stature in China's literary and artistic circles was nothing short of legendary.
No one dared refuse his invitation. But, with so many people outside, how are we supposed to get out?
Su Shiro furrowed her delicate brows, glancing anxiously out the window. Wang Fat slapped his thigh, his face clouded with worry.
Yeah.
These fans are crazy enthusiastic, like they've lost their minds.
I just peeked out the back door. Holy cow, it's completely blocked too. We're trapped like fish in a barrel. A brief silence fell over the room. The situation was tricky. Force our way out? Absolutely not. If a stampede broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Then a good deed would turn into a disaster, and he, Chen Mo, would become the scapegoat everyone pointed fingers at.
I have an idea.
Lin Wanqiu, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up.
All eyes turned to her. Xiao Rou and I will exit through the main gate. There are quite a few of our fans outside. By leaving, we can draw some of the attention away. Su Shiro nodded immediately, without a moment's hesitation. Right. Sister Wanqiu is absolutely right.
We're such high-profile targets, just our appearance alone will definitely draw a huge crowd away.
Chen Mo frowned deeply. No. He refused outright. It's too dangerous.
If you two go out and get surrounded by those crazed fans. He couldn't bear to let two girls risk themselves for him.
Chen Mo.
Lin Wanqiu looked at him, a hint of reproach in her eyes.
We're a team.
And we know our limits. Trust our professional skills and trust our security team.
Just then, Wang Fatso, who'd been scratching his head, suddenly lit up. I've got an idea too.
He excitedly pounded his chest, his flesh jiggling wildly. Once Late Autumn and Xiao Rou exit through the front door and draw most of the crowd away. I'll slip out the back door wearing your clothes, hat, and mask. Wang Fatso grew more and more excited as he spoke, gesturing wildly. With my build, I'll look just like you from behind. Then I'll make some noise on purpose. The remaining fans will think it's you and chase after me instead. One in front, one behind, a double diversion tactic. Then, mosey, you. Fat Wang chuckled, revealing a mouthful of pearly whites, and pointed to a spare security uniform in the corner. You slip into the security uniform, blend in with the crowd control guards, and stand at the front entrance. Once both fan groups are diverted and the front entrance is least crowded, you'll slip out with the security shift change. No one will even notice. How about that? Pretty clever, huh? Fat Wang beamed with pride. Chen Mo froze. Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro were also stunned. The three of them stared at the spittle-flecked Wang Fatso, their eyes brimming with astonishment. It actually seemed like a brilliant idea. Fatso, I never would have guessed. Chen Mo stepped forward and gave Wang Fatso a hearty pat on the shoulder. Your brain really works in a pinch. Wang Pangzi puffed out his chest, his expression saying, of course. You bet. Don't you know who I am? And so the plan was set. The four exchanged glances, each seeing determination and trust in the other's eyes. Chen Mo looked at his three dear friends before him, a wave of warmth surging through his heart. Having them by his side felt truly wonderful. Night deepened. The clamor outside the villa grew quieter. But peering through the curtain slits, the sea of glowing phone screens remained so dense it made his scalp tingle. Chen Mo took a deep breath. It was time. Inside the room, Wang Fatso had already slipped into Chen Mo's signature black hoodie, donning the matching baseball cap and black mask that left only his small eyes exposed. He studied his reflection in the mirror, twisting his hips. How's that? Does it look like him? You know what? It's actually got that 7 or 8 out of 10 vibe. Su Xiaoro and Lin Wanqiu burst into laughter at his appearance, easing the tense atmosphere considerably. Chen Mo had also changed into the crisp security guard uniform, donning the cap and a pair of oversized black-rimmed glasses that obscured most of his face. Paired with his deliberately stern expression, he looked every inch the upright security guard. The four formed a circle, extending their palms to clasp hands. No words were needed. Operation successful. The four shouted in unison, their voices ringing out with force. Operation, commence. Chapter 170, Who are you? Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro adjusted their appearance, took a deep breath, and headed toward the main entrance. Chen Mo, his hat brim pulled low, trailed several meters behind them, blending into a squad of genuine security guards. At the back entrance, Fat Wang was already in position, waiting only for the signal. Squeak! The villa's front door creaked open slowly. The moment Lin Wanqiu's breathtakingly beautiful face and Su Xiaoro's sweet, charming features appeared under the lights. At the doorway. Dead silence for a second. The next second. Boom! The crowd erupted. Aha! It's Lin Wanqiu. The Oscar-winning actress. Xiao Rou. It's Su Xiaoro. She's alive. The goddess. Look this way. Look this way. Flashbulbs instantly lit up the sky, bright as day. Fans surged forward like crazed animals, sending the once stable security cordon reeling. Everyone, don't push. Stay safe. Step back. Please step back. Security guards shouted hoarsely, forming a human wall to struggle against the surging crowd. Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro smiled serenely, calmly waving to their fans. Escorted by security personnel, they slowly made their way toward a van parked nearby. The short distance of just a few dozen meters proved exceptionally difficult to traverse. Countless fans followed their every move. Sure enough. As planned, at least 1/3, if not nearly half, of the crowd was successfully led away by them. The pressure at the main entrance suddenly eased. At that moment, Chen Mo stood at the very edge of the crowd, serving as part of the human wall. Head bowed, hands clasped behind his back, he tried his best to look like a professional security guard. Fans roared and screamed around him, yet not a single one spared a glance at this little security guard. The most dangerous place is the safest place. At that very moment. Thud. A muffled thud suddenly echoed from the rear of the villa. It sounded like something heavy had fallen onto a trash can. Immediately afterward, a man clad in a black hoodie, bearing a striking resemblance to Chen Mo, staggered out of the back door's path. Look! It's Mo God! An eagle-eyed fan screamed at the top of their lungs, their voice piercing the night. Swish! In an instant. All eyes still fixed on the main entrance instantly turned toward the back door. When they recognized the clothes that figure was wearing, everyone went wild. It's Chen Mo. It really is him. He's trying to escape through the back door. Quick, chase him. Don't let him get away. Mo God. Don't go. The remaining majority of fans, driven mad, turned on their heels and sprinted toward the back door. The scene resembled a spectacular animal migration. The main entrance instantly emptied, leaving only a handful of security guards staring at each other in bewilderment at this sudden turn of events. Opportunity. Quick!
Follow me. Head to the back door for backup. The security captain reacted swiftly, waving his arm. Chen Mo blended in among the dozens of security guards, joining the main force as they charged out in the opposite direction of the commotion. No one noticed that an extra person had slipped into the ranks. Nor did anyone notice that after bursting through the crowd, this individual immediately veered into a dark alleyway. Not until he was completely out of earshot of the commotion. Only after confirming no one followed him did Chen Mo finally yanked off his hat and glasses, leaning against the cold wall and gasping for breath. The evening breeze blew by, carrying a hint of coolness. In the distance, the fans' shouts and Wang Fatso's booming ouch still faintly echoed. Listening to those sounds, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. Bro, you've worked hard. The moment his nerves finally relaxed, a wave of intense exhaustion washed over him. All he wanted now was to find a place to sleep soundly. Then tomorrow morning, he'd board the high-speed train bound for the capital. However, just as he was about to step out of the alleyway, a timid voice echoed softly by his ear. Excuse me, are you emotion? The voice was very close. Within inches. Chen Mo's hair stood on end in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, his body reacted faster than his mind could process. He spun around, his right arm muscles tensing instantly. A fierce hook, cutting through the air with a whistling sound, slammed viciously toward the source of the voice. This was muscle memory honed over years of responding to sudden threats. The punch carried a fierce wind. Yet, just 1 centimeter before the fist made contact with its target, Chen Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. He halted it abruptly. The fist hovered mid-air, the immense counterforce from the abrupt halt causing his entire right arm to tremble slightly. Before him stood a girl. A girl who looked no older than 18 or 19, with a high ponytail and wearing a faded denim jacket. Her face was exquisitely delicate, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Large, expressive eyes. In terms of beauty, she was every bit as stunning as Su Xiaoro. But at this moment, those clear, large eyes were brimming with tears. The color had drained from her face, and her lips trembled. She was clearly terrified. She stood frozen, staring at the fist hovering inches from her nose, too stunned to even cry. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Chen Mo's forehead. Awkward. Unparalleled awkwardness. Slowly retracting his fist, he watched the girl's expression, as if she might shatter at any moment, and felt a wave of unease wash over him. Ahem. To mask his own awkwardness, he stiffened his face and retorted in a stern, accusatory tone. What are you doing out wandering around this late at night, young lady? He shouldn't have said that. His words proved to be the final straw that broke the camel's back. The tears welling up in the girl's big eyes finally spilled over. Wah! A loud cry erupted in the quiet alley, echoing through the night. And the crying showed no sign of stopping. Instead, it grew louder and more heartbroken. Wah! I didn't. Wah! Chen Mo's scalp tingled. Oh no! If this commotion drew the fans who hadn't caught up with Wang Fatty earlier, all the suffering that fat guy endured tonight would be for nothing. In his panic, he didn't have time to think. He lunged forward in a single stride, reaching out to cover the girl's mouth with his hand. Stop crying. Please, I'm begging you, stop crying, okay? Her sobs were muffled into muffled whimpers. Her tear-filled eyes widened as her body shook violently, struggling desperately to break free. Chen Mo dared not let go, gripping her shoulders with his other hand and pinning her firmly against the wall. I'm not a bad person. If you keep crying, you'll attract attention. Neither of us will get away. He explained rapidly, his eyes darting warily toward the alley entrance. The girl seemed to grasp something, her struggles weakening slightly. Yet the tears flowed freely, streaming through the gaps between Chen Mo's fingers. Hot and wet. Chen Mo felt his palms nearly drowning in her tears. Seeing she seemed to have no intention of crying out loudly again, Chen Mo tentatively loosened his grip. Who are you? Why are you following me? Chapter 171, I'll take you away? But where? After releasing her, Chen Mo immediately took 2 steps back, maintaining a safe distance, and asked again. The girl leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, her chest heaving violently. Her eyes met Chen Mo's, filled with hurt and fear. She opened her mouth, stammering and stuttering, unable to form a complete sentence for a long while. My name is. I saw you, over there. Chen Mo frowned. This wasn't the place to talk. The light at the alley entrance could reveal their shadows at any moment. He glanced at the girl, then at the deeper darkness of the alley. Follow me. Without another word, he turned and strode deep into the alley. The girl hesitated, glancing at the bustling area beyond the alley before turning her gaze back to Chen Mo's tall silhouette. Finally, she clenched her jaw and broke into a light jog to follow. Chen Mo led her through a series of twists and turns until they reached a dead-end corner piled high with discarded junk. This spot was even more secluded and shrouded in darkness. All right, we're safe here. Now you can talk, right? Who are you? What do you want with me? Chen Mo turned around and questioned her once more. However, the girl did not answer his question. She glanced around. Darkness. The air thick with the rancid stench of garbage.
And there was another man, the one who had nearly punched her in the face moments ago, then dragged her here while covering her mouth. Instinctively, she pulled her denim jacket tighter around herself. Tears that had just stopped welling up began to gather in her eyes once more. His gaze was like that of a kidnapper about to commit a crime. Her urge to cry grew stronger. Chen Mo saw her gesture, her expression, and his heart sank. It's over. The misunderstanding had only deepened. He pressed his hands to his temples, feeling the throbbing start anew. What the hell is going on here? Stop. Hold it. Don't cry yet. Chen Mo quickly interjected. Listen, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not some bad guy. I really am Chen Mo. I brought you here because it's unsafe outside not to do anything to you. I just want to get this straight. What exactly are you after by following me? After blurting it all out in one breath, Chen Mo felt more exhausted than if he'd just filmed a movie. After his lengthy explanation, which could be called an exculpatory statement, the fear in the girl's eyes finally began to fade. Sniffling, she spoke softly in a voice thick with nasal resonance. My name is Liu Yao. I'm a junior at Shanghai Film Academy. Her voice was lovely, soft and sweet with a hint of innocence. Today, I received an interview invitation from Qinghe Pictures. Qinghe Film? Chen Mo's eyebrows arched slightly. Isn't that Wanqiu's company? Liu Yao continued. They said, the company is currently preparing a new production, your project, Emotion. They also said, if I pass the audition, I might get the chance to work with you on set. When she uttered the words God Mo, a gleam of admiration the kind only a fan could possess flashed in Liu Yao's eyes. But that light quickly dimmed. Then what? Then I went. Liu Yao's voice grew fainter and fainter, her head bowing lower and lower. But they... As she spoke, her uncontrollable tears began to fall once more. They said my looks were great, that I had a real shot. But, to actually get the role, I'd need to give up something. They wanted to exploit me. I cursed them out and ran away. I'm too scared to go back to school or home. I don't know where to go. Then I was wandering the streets when I saw all those people near the villa. And then I saw you running out from the security team. Liu Yao's sobs turned into heart-wrenching wails once more. Chen Mo listened quietly, his expression growing increasingly somber. Qinghe Film and Television? Lin Wanqiu's company? Unwritten rules? And they're using my name? How could this be possible? Lin Wanqiu? He knew her better than anyone. He despised this kind of dirty business within the industry the most. Besides, when did he even have a new project? How come he didn't know about it? There's definitely something fishy going on here. Instead of comforting Liu Yao right away, he pulled out his phone, stepped aside, and dialed Lin Wanqiu directly. The call was answered almost instantly. Chen Mo? You got away? How are the others? Lin Wanqiu's voice came through, cool yet tinged with concern. I'm fine. They're all fine. The plan went smoothly. Chen Mo lowered his voice, keeping it brief. Hey, about something, is your company hiring new people lately? Interviewing a film school student named Liu Yao? Lin Wanqiu paused on the other end of the line. Hiring? No. The company has no recruitment plans whatsoever. Liu Yao? Never heard of her. Chen Mo's heart sank. Are you sure? They're using Qinghe Pictures and my name to scam people out there, even. Chen Mo briefly repeated Liu Yao's account. A brief silence fell on the other end of the line. A few seconds later, Lin Wanqiu's voice came back. I understand. This isn't our company. They've likely stolen our credentials. This has happened before. Our legal department has handled several cases. I didn't expect them to be so brazen this time, even dragging you into it. Rest assured, I'll handle this immediately. I'll give you a full account before dawn. All right. Chen Mo hung up the phone. He turned to look at Liu Yao, still silently crying in the corner, his expression complex. It was the kind of look you give a little cutie. You've been deceived. Liu Yao snapped her head up, her tear-filled eyes fixed on him. What? I said, you've been deceived. Chen Mo repeated himself. That company is fake. They're scammers impersonating Qinghe Pictures. Liu Yao froze. Fake? Then Liu Yao felt all her strength drain away at once. Slumping against the wall, she slowly sank to the floor. Scammers? The person she'd encountered was actually a fraud. Then what was everything she'd experienced tonight? A joke? Chen Mo watched her dazed and disoriented state inside. Though sympathetic, he really didn't have time to linger here now. Alright, since it's a scam, don't dwell on it. Call the police immediately and then go home. I've got urgent business to attend to. I've got to go. With that, he turned to leave. But as soon as he took a step, the hem of his coat was grabbed. It was Liu Yao. She had gotten up at some point and was clutching the hem of Chen Mo's security uniform tightly, refusing to let go. Emotion, don't go. I have nowhere to go. I'm scared. Take me with you. Please. Chen Mo's footsteps halted. Looking down at this tear-streaked girl clinging to him like a lifeline, he felt utterly overwhelmed. Take you with me? Where would I take you? I'm heading to the capital. Chapter 172, to the park fewer people. I'm going to the capital too. Lu Yao blurted out without a second thought. I'm going with you. I'll go anywhere, I just can't bear to be alone. She threw a tantrum. She clung to Chen Mo, refusing to budge. Chen Mo felt his blood pressure rising again. Trying to reason with her? Given her current state, she probably wouldn't listen anyway. Just leave her behind? She was a young woman who'd just been through something like this. Her mental state was clearly unstable. What if something else happened? Chen Mo massaged his throbbing temples, torn between conflicting thoughts. A few seconds later. Forget it. Consider it my good deed for the day. He pulled out his phone and opened the railway ticketing app right in front of Lu Yao. His fingers flew across the screen. Shanghai Beijing. Passengers, Chen Mo, Lu Yao. Train, G128, departs 23:15. Seats, car 15, seats 11A and 11B. Class, hard seat. Thankfully, tickets were still available. It's hard seats, but 3 hours we can endure it. Payment successful. Ticket issued. Chen Mo tucked away his phone and glanced at Lu Yao, who was still clutching the hem of his shirt. He said impatiently. Let go. Tickets are bought. We're heading to Beijing. Now, follow me. Don't talk. Don't cause trouble. Hearing Chen Mo's words, hope instantly reignited in Lu Yao's eyes. She nodded frantically, ignoring whatever else Chen Mo said, repeating only. I won't talk. I won't cause trouble. Watching her like this, the last trace of impatience vanished from Chen Mo's heart, leaving only profound resignation. He led the way out of the alley, its air thick with a sour stench. Lu Yao clung tightly to his heels, terrified that if she let her guard down for even a moment, this lifeline might slip away. Late at night, Shanghai's high-speed rail station remained brightly lit. Chen Mo hurried along with Lu Yao in tow. His ill-fitting security guard uniform and Lu Yao's tear-streaked face drew the attention of many late-night travelers. Chen Mo couldn't spare a thought for such things. All he wanted now was to leave Shanghai, this place of trouble, as quickly as possible. They smoothly passed through security and found the waiting hall. A sparse line had formed at the ticket gate for train G128. Chen Mo found a corner seat and sat down. Lu Yao immediately pulled up beside him, her hands clutching his arm tightly. Chen Mo glanced down at his sleeve, wrinkled from her grip, tugged at the corner of his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Never mind. She's still a student. She's been through a lot tonight. Let her hold on. The announcement for boarding began over the PA system. Let's go. Chen Mo stood up. The two followed the crowd onto the high-speed train bound for the capital. Hard seat carriage. Late at night, most passengers had already tilted their heads and drifted off to sleep. The carriage was quiet, broken only by the rhythmic clanging of the train wheels on the tracks. Chen Mo found his seat, 11A, by the window. Lu Yao was in 11B, right next to him. After sitting down, Chen Mo closed his eyes, ready to doze off. Returning from the United States, the series of unexpected events had kept him on edge, and now he was truly exhausted. Lu Yao beside him, however, seemed like a startled bird, unable to sit still. She kept glancing out the window at the rapidly receding night scenery, then nervously scanning the other passengers in the carriage. Chen Mo didn't open his eyes, merely murmuring softly. Sleep. Lu Yao turned her head, gazing at his closed eyes and tense profile. Her body finally relaxed a little. Perhaps she had cried herself out, her strength drained. Or perhaps Chen Mo's words had truly taken effect. Before long, Chen Mo felt a weight settle on his shoulder. He opened his eyes. He saw that Lu Yao's head had, at some point, come to rest against his shoulder. Her breathing was steady, and a tear still clung to the corner of her eye. She was clearly fast asleep. Chen Mo frowned. He wanted to push her away. But seeing her sleeping face etched with fear and exhaustion, his outstretched hand froze mid-air. Never mind. He sighed and let her be. The train continued its journey through the darkness. He lost track of time. Chen Mo felt a warm, damp sensation on his arm. He looked down. His mouth twitched violently. Lu Yao slept soundly, a string of glistening drool hanging from her lips. Dripping down her chin, it fell onto the sleeve of his security uniform. It had already soaked through a small patch. And it wasn't over yet. The girl was still having nightmares in her sleep. Her lips moved, uttering a few indistinct murmurs. Chen Mo. Don't come near me, you bastard. As she spoke, the hand clutching his arm tightened unconsciously. Chen Mo. I felt my temples start throbbing again. I saved her out of kindness, yet in my dream, I'm portrayed as the villain? Truly, no good deed goes unpunished. He reached out with his other hand, pinched Lu Yao's chin, and pushed her head away from his shoulder with a look of disgust, straightening it. Then he fished a tissue from his pocket and wiped the drool from his sleeve. After doing all this, he gazed out at the pitch-black night beyond the window and fell deep in thought. What was he even trying to achieve? Fresh off a triumphant return from the States, he hadn't even had time to savor his victory before landing himself in this colossal mess. If Lin Wanqiu and the others found out he'd picked up a female college student in the dead of night and was now riding a hard sea train to Beijing with her, Chen Mo shuddered and forced himself to stop thinking about it. The 3-hour journey felt neither long nor short. Amidst Chen Mo's racing thoughts, the train's announcement sounded, signaling their imminent arrival at Beijing South Station. Wake up! Chen Mo nudged Lu Yao, who was still fast asleep beside him. We're here. Lu Yao opened her eyes groggily, looking utterly bewildered. Ha? Where are we? Beijing. 3 in the morning. The exit of Beijing South Station. A chilly night wind, characteristic of the northern lands, blew straight at them. Chen Mo and the bleary-eyed Lu Yao stood on the vast exit plaza, appearing small and lost. In this vast capital city, it felt as though there was nowhere for them to go. Where to go? Chen Mo pulled out his phone, instinctively reaching for Qin Zhenchuan's number. But as he scrolled through the contacts, his finger paused. It was 3 in the morning. What was old Qin's status? A titan of the Chinese film industry. Calling him at this hour wasn't a courtesy call, it was harassment. The ultimate lack of respect. Chen Mo shook his head with a wry smile and put his phone away. He glanced at Lu Yao beside him. This deadweight was still half asleep, clearly useless. He couldn't possibly take her to a hotel, could he? Dressed like this, checking into a hotel at 3 in the morning with an obviously underage girl. The front desk would probably call the cops on the spot. After much deliberation, Chen Mo's gaze drifted toward a patch of dark, dense trees not far away. It was a city park. Let's go. Where to, Mo? Lu Yao yawned, rubbing her eyes as she asked. To the park. We'll spend the night there. Chapter 173, Chen Mo. Qin Zhenchuan. Alive. Lu Yao paused for a moment, but obediently followed along. It must be said, the parks in the capital were spotless. At 3 in the morning, the park was deserted, with only a few streetlights casting a dim, yellow glow. Chen Mo found a relatively dry bench and sat down. Exhausted from the long journey, Chen Mo leaned back against the bench and closed his eyes. Lu Yao hesitated before sitting at the other end of the bench, curling up and wrapping herself tighter in her denim jacket. The night was still. And bitterly cold. The sky gradually shifted from deep ink blue to the faintest hint of dawn. 5 in the morning. The rustling sound of sweeping grew louder, drawing nearer. Hey, young man, wake up! An aged voice rang out beside Chen Mo. You're not allowed to sleep in the park. Chen Mo's eyes snapped open, instantly alert. Before him stood an elderly sanitation worker clad in an orange vest. The man held a large broom in his hand, looking at him with an exasperated expression. Chen Mo cracked his stiff neck and noticed that, unbeknownst to him, Lu Yao had shifted from the other end of the bench. Her head rested on his thigh, fast asleep. Her body was curled up. Chen Mo. This scene felt utterly wrong no matter how he looked at it. Old man, Chen Mo opened his mouth to explain. But the janitor waved him off, his face wearing a look that said, I get it. He reached down from his tricycle, pulled out an unopened bottle of mineral water, and handed it over. Have a drink. Then his gaze fell on Lu Yao, who was sitting on Chen Mo's lap, and his tone turned earnest. Young man, had a fight with your girlfriend? Whatever the case, you shouldn't make a girl suffer like this out here with you. Treat her well. Girls this pretty and innocent are hard to come by these days. Chen Mo took the bottle of water, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. I didn't, don't make things up. But there was no way to explain it. In the end, he could only force a smile that looked worse than crying. Thanks, sir. I understand. The janitor nodded, pushed his tricycle forward, and continued sweeping the fallen leaves with a rustling sound as he walked away. Chen Mo watched the old man's retreating figure, then looked down at Lu Yao on his lap. His life had never felt so absurd. He tentatively nudged Lu Yao. Lu Yao, wake up. It's morning. Don't bother me. Lu Yao murmured in her sleep, rolled over, wrapped her arms around his leg, and drifted back to sleep. He couldn't wake her. Chen Mo gave up completely. Sighing, he pulled out his phone again. It was almost 6 o'clock now. Calling old Qin shouldn't be too rude. He found the number and dialed. Beep, beep, beep. The phone emitted the familiar waiting for connection tone. However, at that very moment, a familiar ringtone seemed to sound from nearby. And that ringtone was growing louder and clearer, drawing nearer with each note. Chen Mo abruptly lifted his head, gazing toward the source of the sound. On the park path, an agile elderly man dressed in athletic wear jogged steadily while pulling his phone from his pocket. When he recognized the face, Chen Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. Qin Zhenchuan. At that moment, Qin Zhenchuan also answered his phone and stopped in his tracks. His gaze happened to fall upon the bench. Their eyes met. The air froze in that moment. A flicker of confusion crossed Qin Zhenchuan's face. He looked at the young man in the security uniform, his hair disheveled and his face worn with exhaustion. And the young woman nestled against his legs, sleeping soundly. This pairing. No matter how you looked at it, they resembled nothing more than a runaway or a petty criminal who'd gotten into trouble. Qin Zhenchuan's brow furrowed deeply. Who is this guy? What kind of sight is this in the park first thing in the morning? Chen Mo watched Qin Zhenchuan's expression of utter disbelief, feeling 1,000 curses race through his mind. What could he do? He was desperate too. He could only grit his teeth, force a stiff smile, and break the awkward silence with a hoarse voice. Good morning, Mr. Qin. The moment he heard that familiar voice, Qin Zhenchuan's hand holding the phone froze stiffly. Unbelievable. It was him? Really him? Qin Zhenchuan hurried over, leaning in close to scrutinize Chen Mo meticulously, determined to confirm whether this disheveled figure before him was an imposter. Confirmed. It really was Chen Mo. Chen Mo? Qin Zhenchuan's voice rose an octave, filled with shock. You? What are you doing here? And dressed like this? And who is this girl? Chen Mo gave a wry smile, gesturing toward his security guard uniform before pointing to Lu Yao, who lay unconscious at his feet. Mr. Qin, it's a long story. Long story short, I got ambushed by fans on my way back. It was an accident. Qin Zhenchuan froze. He looked at Chen Mo, then at Lu Yao on his lap, and recalled yesterday's news coverage of the traffic chaos at Shenzhen Airport. His mind instantly conjured a harrowing scene of a fan chase, followed by the disheveled aftermath before him. After a long pause, the titan of China's film industry finally snapped out of his shock. He took a deep breath. Staring at Chen Mo, he struggled for words before finally uttering a single sentence. Fans these days. They're truly insane. Lu Yao seemed to hear something, her eyelids fluttering before slowly opening. Her vision was still a bit blurry. The first thing that came into view was a face etched with the marks of time. This face. So familiar. She seemed to have seen it at film award ceremonies and in various historical documentaries about cinema. Lu Yao's mind began to slowly process. She strained to focus. The moment she recognized that face, her mind exploded with a thunderous crash. Qin Zhenchuan. It was Qin Zhenchuan. The towering figure of China's film industry. The pillar of the academy. Alive. He was standing right before her. Lu Yao's breath caught in her throat. She sat up abruptly, stiffly craning her neck to look at the thing she'd been resting her head on. It wasn't the cold bench. It was a human leg. Following the leg upward, she saw an ill-fitting security guard uniform. Above that, a face worn with exhaustion, hair disheveled like a bird's nest, and a blue stubble sprouting from his chin. Chen Mo. The bad guy who had rescued him from the scam company and then forced him to endure an overnight hard sea train ride. Qin Zhenchuan. Chen Mo. A single thought cleaved through Lu Yao's chaotic mind. Before, she'd been consumed by fear and escape, her mind filled only with mercy, save me. She hadn't connected the Chen Mo before her with the Chen Mo who'd shaken the world. She'd assumed he was just a kind stranger sharing the same name. But now, Qin Zhenchuan's appearance. Chapter 174, Doctor, quickly call a doctor. The person Qin Zhenchuan would personally come to see. Who else could it be but Chen Mo, the man who had just returned from the United States with honors, single-handedly propelling Chinese science fiction to the pinnacle of the global stage. Lu Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. She stared fixedly at Chen Mo, her lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. She recalled her heroic deeds along the way. Clinging to his leg, crying and begging. Drooling all over his sleeve on the bullet train. Even cursing him as a bad guy in her dreams. Now, she'd even used his leg as a pillow to sleep on all night. One by one, each incident flashed through her mind. Good heavens! What on earth have I done? The overwhelming flood of information and the indescribable social embarrassment instantly shattered her already fragile nerves. Lu Yao's gaze began to drift. She stared straight at Chen Mian for a full dozen seconds. Then, her eyes rolled back. Her entire body fell backward, stiff as a board. Oh dear! This child! Qin Zhenchuan reacted swiftly, reaching out to catch Lu Yao just as she was about to make intimate contact with the ground. Fortunately, his years of daily morning exercises had kept him in peak physical condition. Otherwise, he would have been dragged down by the young girl's weight. Lu Yao lay unconscious in Qin Zhenchuan's arms, yet her lips still murmured unconsciously. Chen Mo. Old Qin. Bastard, it's true. Chen Mo. Qin Zhenchuan. The two exchanged a glance, each seeing a deep sense of helplessness in the other's eyes. What kind of mess is this? Qin Zhenchuan stared at the hot potato in his arms, then glanced at Chen Mo beside him, his image completely ruined. He let out a heavy sigh. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Xiaoshang, come pick me up at the east gate of the park. Right away. Hanging up, he turned his gaze to Chen Mo. Let's go. We should get out of here first. My place is a bit more comfortable than this park bench. Soon, a black Hongqi sedan pulled up silently at the park entrance. Driver Xiao Zhang got out and nearly fell over when he saw old Qin holding a little girl in his arms, with a homeless man in security guard uniform standing beside them. But he asked no questions, immediately pulling open the rear door. Chen Mo lent a hand, and together with Qin Zhenchuan, they struggled to lift the unconscious Lu Yao into the car.
Then, the three of them plus the unconscious girl crammed into the back seat. The car smoothly pulled away from the park. The early morning traffic in the capital was gradually thickening. Inside the car, the atmosphere grew heavy. Qin Zhenchuan glanced at Liu Yao, still unconscious, and lowered his voice to ask Chen Mo, "What's going on with this girl?" Chen Mo rubbed his throbbing temples and briefly recounted how Liu Yao had been defrauded by a scam company impersonating him. Qin Zhenchuan's frown deepened upon hearing this. This is outrageous. These companies nowadays have no scruples whatsoever when it comes to money. We can't just let this slide. Chen Mo nodded. Once I finish handling the matters at hand, I'll have her file a police report. The car wound through several quaint alleys before finally stopping at the entrance of an unassuming courtyard house. The vermilion gate was flanked by two stone lions crouching at its entrance. This was Qin Zhenchuan's residence in the capital. The driver opened the door. An auntie in her 50s, dressed in a front-opening blouse, was already waiting at the entrance. "Mr. Qin." Qin Zhenchuan gestured toward Liu Yao in the car. "Auntie Wang, please settle this young lady in the guest room in the west wing. Have a doctor come take a look to ensure there are no lingering issues." "Yes, Mr. Qin." Mrs. Wang was efficient. She summoned two young men who carefully carried Liu Yao out and into the courtyard. Chen Mo followed Qin Zhenchuan into the courtyard compound. The courtyard floor was paved with blue bricks, surrounded by lush greenery. A subtle, soothing fragrance of sandalwood lingered in the air. Instead of leading Chen Mo to the living room, Qin Zhenchuan walked straight through the courtyard toward a study on the east side. He motioned for Chen Mo to enter first, then followed behind. "Mrs. Wang, no one is to approach the study area." "Understood, old Master Qin." As Wang Xiao responded, Qin Zhenchuan personally closed the heavy, carved wooden door. Creak. The door closed. The light inside the study dimmed slightly. Qin Zhenchuan didn't turn on the light. He simply turned to face Chen Mo. "Chen Mo. I invited you here today not only to see how disheveled you look as a hero fresh off the plane. There's another matter. Someone wants to see you. He's been waiting for you for a very long time." Chen Mo felt a chill run through him. Who could it be that made Qin Zhenchuan speak in such a tone? The words had barely left his lips. From the inner recesses of the study, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows behind the antique display cabinet. Chen Mo whipped his head around. It was an old man. His silver-white hair was combed with meticulous care. He wore a faded white linen tunic with a front-opening collar and a pair of thick soled cloth shoes. His entire demeanor radiated an otherworldly, sage-like aura. But what was most unsettling was his aura. That vitality and vigor bore no resemblance to a man of his age. Qin Zhenchuan stood beside him, introducing him with profound respect. "Chen Mo, this is Huangren, Master Huang. The foremost master of traditional Chinese medicine in our time, whose golden needle technique is nothing short of divine." Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. Master of traditional Chinese medicine? He instinctively opened his mouth to greet him. But Qin Zhenchuan immediately dropped an even heavier bombshell. "Master Huang, it has been 10 years since he sealed his needles. Today, he is willing to make an exception for you. This may be the last needle he ever administers in his lifetime." "You're one lucky bastard." Chen Mo was utterly stunned. "Acupuncture? For me?" He instinctively scanned his own body. He wasn't sick or injured, why would he need acupuncture? He instinctively distrusted these esoteric practices. In his view, it was no different from fortune-telling or palm reading. But seeing Qin Zhenchuan's utterly earnest expression, the words of refusal formed on his lips only to be swallowed back. He couldn't refuse old Master Qin's request. Chen Mo took a deep breath and bowed slightly toward the old man. "Master Huang, how could I possibly?" But before he could finish his sentence, the moment Elder Huang across from him caught sight of Chen Mo, his body suddenly began to shake violently. His eyes locked onto Chen Mo, as if Columbus had discovered a new continent. That gaze held shock, wild joy. You. Old Huang pointed at Chen Mo, his lips trembling, too overcome with emotion to speak. His breathing grew increasingly ragged. Ha. He looked as if he were having an asthma attack, about to pass out at any moment. "Old Huang." Qin Zhenchuan paled with alarm, dashing forward in a single stride as he cried out frantically. "Quick! A doctor! Call a doctor!" Chapter 175, Divine Talent, Will It Be Recognized? But then it suddenly dawned on him the man before him was China's foremost physician. At this critical moment, old Master Huang's trembling hand reached into the pocket of his double-breasted robe, pulling out a leather case the size of a palm. He snapped it open to reveal a row of silver needles of varying lengths. Without looking, old Master Huang instinctively plucked 2 needles from the bundle. He thrust them into his own arm. The motion was so swift it left only a blur. A miraculous scene unfolded. 2 needles in. Huang Lao's labored breathing instantly calmed. The purplish-blue discoloration on her face faded at a visible pace, gradually restoring her complexion to a healthy glow. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds.
Old Huang slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, casually pulled the silver needles from his arm, and then lunged forward in a single stride to stand before Chen Mo. His speed was astonishing for an elderly man. He thrust out both hands, grabbing Chen Mo's shoulders firmly. Those hands, covered in calluses, exerted a force that was astonishingly powerful. Chen Mo could even feel a dull ache in his bones. "Young man, come learn traditional Chinese medicine from me. You are the once-in-a-century Chinese medicine saint body. The divine constitution of traditional Chinese medicine?" The moment the term surfaced, Chen Mo's mind buzzed. His first reaction wasn't delight, but utter absurdity. How could someone like him, a coder and filmmaker, be linked to such mystical nonsense? Was this some kind of sign telling me to ditch entertainment and pursue immortality instead? Chen Mo tugged at the corners of his mouth, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace than anything else. "Master Huang, you must be joking. I'm just an ordinary person. I know my own physical limits, pull a few all-nighters and I'm done for. What kind of divine physique is that?" Huang Ren paid no heed to his protest. The renowned master of traditional Chinese medicine fixed his gaze firmly on Chen Mo, scanning him from head to toe, inch by inch. "Joke?" Huang Ren's voice suddenly rose sharply. "In my 60 years of practice, I, Huang Ren, have never made a false claim. Your bones are uniquely clear, your meridians unobstructed, and your qi and blood are so robust it's the most extraordinary case I've ever seen. Especially this body of yours, though it appears weary, within lies an inexhaustible wellspring of vitality. For ordinary people, staying up late depletes their reserves. For you, it's like polishing raw jade. The more depleted you become, the more fiercely that foundation rebounds. If this isn't the physique of a Chinese medicine saint, what else could it be?" Qin Zhenchuan, standing nearby, spoke up at the perfect moment, his expression grave. "Chen Mo, heed Elder Huang. If Master Huang says it, then it is so. His eyes are sharper than any instrument." Chen Mo. All right. These two old men, whose combined age neared 200, played the good cop and the bad cop. There was simply no arguing with them. Before Chen Mo could say another word, Huang Ren couldn't wait any longer. He lunged forward in a single stride, grabbing Chen Mo's arm. "Take off your clothes. Quick! Lie down on that bed over there." Chen Mo froze. "Take off my clothes?" He instinctively glanced at the simple wooden bed in the corner of the study. "Master Huang, this." Huang Ren's eyes widened. "What's this and that? When I tell you to take it off, you take it off. Hurry up. Time waits for no one." Chen Mo hesitated, glancing at Qin Zhenchuan with a pleading look in his eyes. Qin Zhenchuan merely gave him a firm nod. "All right." Chen Mo resigned himself to it. He began unbuttoning the ill-fitting security guard uniform. Huang Ren shook his head in frustration, finding him too slow, and simply took matters into his own hands. "Rip!" A sharp sound rang out. Huang Ren tore Chen Mo's clothes apart with a force that belied his age. "Take it all off. Not a single thread left." Huang Ren's command brooked no argument. Chen Mo was completely numb. What else could he do? In the presence of two venerable elders, he had no choice but to comply. Soon, Chen Mo lay naked and stiff on the slightly cool hardwood bed, urged on by Huang Ren. Huang Ren's gaze fell upon Chen Mo's smooth back, the perfectly proportioned muscles, the flawless curve of his spine, and the fervor in his eyes intensified. Good. Excellent. Truly a treasure sent from heaven. Taking a deep breath, he turned and drew a full row of silver needles from the leather case he carried. Without a moment's hesitation, he pinched a 3-inch long silver needle, aiming precisely at an acupoint on Chen Mo's lower back. With a flick of his wrist, whoosh! The needle sliced through the air, piercing precisely into the flesh 3/10 of an inch deep, leaving only the tail end trembling faintly. Chen Mo felt a sudden numbness in his back, followed by an icy, stinging pain. He instinctively tensed his muscles. "Don't move!" Master Huang's low command reverberated, jolting Chen Mo's mind into a daze. In the next instant, Master Huang's hands blurred into two afterimages. Whoosh! 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 The whistling sounds pierced the air incessantly. One silver needle after another, with near superhuman precision, pierced Chen Mo's back, neck, lower back, and the backs of his knees. His movements were swift, precise, and ruthless. Each needle landed precisely on its corresponding acupoint, the depth and force executed with consummate skill. From the initial sting, Chen Mo gradually felt waves of warmth surge from each needlepoint, spreading throughout his limbs and bones. These currents traveled through his body, sweeping away the accumulated fatigue and weariness of recent days wherever they passed. As more and more silver needles covered Chen Mo's body, densely packed, Huang Ren's forehead began to bead with fine sweat. His breathing grew heavier and heavier. His complexion visibly paled at a rate visible to the naked eye. Qin Zhenchuan stood nearby, watching his old friend's condition. His fists clenched unconsciously, his eyes filled with worry. He knew this wasn't merely acupuncture. He was using the essence of his spirit, sealed away for 10 years, to open the gates of enlightenment for Chen Mo. This was a method to defy heaven and alter destiny. Finally,
As the final silver needle was picked up by Huang Ren's trembling fingers and thrust into the Baihui acupoint atop Chen Mo's head. Chen Mo instantly lost all consciousness. He plunged into an endless darkness. Huff. Huang Ren exhaled a long, heavy breath, the mist of exhale vapor white as frost. His entire body felt drained of all strength. He swayed and fell backward, stiff as a board. Qin Zhenchuan reacted with lightning speed, dashing forward to catch him. Old Huang. Huang Ren leaned against Qin Zhenchuan, weakly waving his hand, a look of profound relief on his face. Slumped in the chair Qin Zhenchuan had brought over, he gazed at Chen Mo on the bed, his eyes brimming with pride. Old Qin. His voice was hoarse and faint. You found us a treasure of immense value for Chinese medicine. With this young man here, our lineage of traditional Chinese medicine will have no worries about the future. Who knows? Perhaps in my lifetime, I might actually witness someone reach that legendary, divine talent. But at that moment, Chen Mo had already fallen into a deep sleep. No. That was not sleep. His consciousness drifted through a warm and wondrous space. He could see a golden stream of energy coursing through his body, swiftly traversing pathways he had never sensed before. This energy pulsed with vibrant vitality. Every time it flowed through a part of him, Chen Mo felt his body grow lighter by a fraction, while his mind grew clearer by another. It was repairing. Restoring the physical and mental exhaustion he had pushed beyond limits for the 3 body special effects and the core algorithm. Chapter 176, Innocence? What the hell does that matter to the celestial beings? Each time that golden stream of energy completed a full cycle, it would be completely depleted. Yet the very next second, a fresh, purer stream would well up anew from the depths of his dantian. Endlessly repeating. Endlessly. His body grew lighter and lighter, yet his mind was clearer and more tranquil than ever before. In the study. Qin Zhenchuan looked at Huang Ren's pallid face, his heart twisting with pity. Old Huang, let me help you rest first. I'll stay here and keep watch. Huang Ren shook his head, struggling to rise. No, help me out too. This kid is at a critical moment right now. No one must disturb him. Not even the slightest sound. Qin Zhenchuan stiffened at the words, saying no more. He immediately helped Huang run up with utmost care. The two tiptoed toward the study door. Qin Zhenchuan gently pulled open the heavy, carved wooden door. However, the door had barely opened a crack. A head suddenly poked through from outside. It was Lu Yao. She had woken up at some point and was pacing anxiously outside. Hearing the door open, she barged in without a second thought. Then, she saw him. Chen Mo, lying naked on the bed, his back covered in silver needles. Lu Yao's eyes widened instantly. Her mind went blank. The next second, a shrill scream pierced the air, echoing throughout the entire courtyard. Oh no! Qin Zhenchuan's expression changed drastically. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his hand backward, delivering a precise strike to Lu Yao's nape. Lu Yao's shriek abruptly ceased. Her eyes rolled back and she collapsed limply. Qin Zhenchuan caught her in one swift motion. But Huang Ren's face turned deathly pale the instant he heard that scream. He shoved Qin Zhenchuan aside violently and rushed back to the bedside like a madman, reaching out to feel Chen Mo's pulse. It's over. It's over. Huang Ren's lips trembled, his heart aching unbearably. Thankfully. The pulse beneath his fingertips, though momentarily irregular, soon steadied into a long, steady rhythm. That vital energy hadn't dissipated. Huang Ren exhaled a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, the foundation was solid and hadn't been shaken to its core by this shock. He slowly turned around, his eyes blazing with overwhelming fury, fixed on Lu Yao, who was still in Qin Zhenchuan's embrace. That reckless young woman. She nearly ruined an opportunity of immense importance. He was about to unleash a torrent of scolding. But when his gaze truly landed on Lu Yao's tear-streaked face, still frozen in terror, Huang Ren froze in his tracks. The anger on his face vanished instantly, replaced instead by an expression even more shocked and incredulous than when he had seen Chen Mo earlier. He stared intently at Lu Yao's face, from her eyebrows and eyes to the bridge of her nose and down to the contours of her lips. Those eyes. This aura. Yin and yang in harmony, heaven and man in communion. He began muttering to himself, uttering esoteric phrases Qin Zhenchuan couldn't comprehend. Suddenly, Huang Ren slapped his thigh and burst into uproarious laughter, his laughter brimming with indescribable ecstasy and exhilaration. Ha 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 ha. Divine will. Truly divine will. How fortunate I, Huang Ren, am in this life. To actually witness a living celestial being with my own eyes. Qin Zhenchuan was utterly baffled by his outburst. Old Huang, what are you talking about? What celestial being? Huang Ren laughed until tears nearly streamed from his eyes. He pointed at Chen Mo on the bed, then at the unconscious Lu Yao, his voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Old Qin, do you believe in fate? I told you before that kid Chen Mo has the potential to touch the realm of celestial beings. That was merely a possibility. Huang Ren took a deep breath and declared with unwavering certainty. But now, because of this girl. Chen Mo was 100% certain to step into the realm of the celestial being. 100%? Reach the heavenly man realm? Qin Zhenchuan was utterly dumbfounded, feeling his brain couldn't process it all. He glanced at Chen Mo, unconscious on the bed, his back prickly like a hedgehog. Then he looked at Lu Yao in his arms, still unconscious after being struck by his palm. That's it? Huang Ren paid no heed to Qin Zhenchuan's shock. His eyes were fixed solely on these two treasures. His face flushed with excitement as he shoved Lu Yao toward Qin Zhenchuan. Hold her steady. With that, he darted to Lu Yao's side. His hands, still trembling slightly from the divine technique he'd just unleashed, reached straight for the collar of her clothing. Old Huang! What are you doing? Qin Zhenchuan was utterly shocked, instinctively taking a step back and nearly dropping Lu Yao to the ground. In all his years, he'd never seen his old friend lose his composure like this. Huang Ren's movements abruptly halted. He stared at his outstretched hand, then glanced at Lu Yao's youthful, innocent face. His weathered cheeks flushed a rare crimson. Ahem. Huang Ren cleared his throat awkwardly and withdrew his hand. Got too excited, lost my composure. He turned to Qin Zhenchuan. Old Qin, hurry. Get a girl over here. Strip this girl naked too. Then put her on that kid Chen Mo's bed. Qin Zhenchuan's eyes instantly widened like copper bells. What? He doubted he'd heard correctly. Strip her naked? Put it on Chen Mo's bed? Old Huang. You haven't lost your mind, have you? In broad daylight, a man and a woman alone. No, both unconscious, and you want them lying naked together? If word gets out, what about Chen Mo's reputation? What about that girl's virtue? And what's more? Qin Zhenchuan lowered his voice, his expression growing grim. Do you know who else is with Chen Mo? Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiao. Those two girls? Neither of them is easy to deal with. If they find out about this, they'll tear the roof off. Huang Ren wasn't in the mood to listen to any of this now. His eyes narrowed, his beard bristling with fury. Women's nonsense. Reputation? Purity? Compared to the realm of heaven and earth, they're nothing. This is a divine blessing. It's the union of yin and yang, the resonance between heaven and humanity. What do you know? Seeing Qin Zhenchuan still hesitating, Huang Ren grew impatient. You won't go, huh? Fine. This old man will do it himself. With that, he actually prepared to step forward and act himself. No. Qin Zhenchuan was utterly helpless. Knowing his old friend's stubborn streak, once he set his mind on something, not even 9 oxen could pull him back. Making an old man strip a young maiden would be adding insult to injury. Fine. I'll do it. Gritting his teeth and looking utterly exasperated, Qin Zhenchuan scooped up Lu Yao and strode out of the study. Moments later, Qin Zhenchuan led a cleaning lady into the room, both looking utterly bewildered. The cleaning lady stared at the bizarre scene in the study: a naked man with needles stuck all over his back, another man cradling an unconscious girl, and was so terrified she dared not breathe. Mr. Qin. Qin Zhenchuan pointed at Lu Yao and managed to speak. Put her on the bed. Then, get her clothes. Before he could finish. Wait. Chapter 177, Old Master Qin. What about Chen Mo? Has he arrived yet? Huang Ren suddenly spoke up, halting the cleaning lady. All eyes turned to him. Huang Ren walked over to Lu Yao, ignoring Qin Zhenchuan's murderous glare. He extended 2 fingers and gently placed them on Lu Yao's pale wrist. He closed his eyes. He concentrated. Seconds passed. Huang Ren snapped his eyes open, his face radiating ecstasy tenfold brighter than before. Ha. Good. Excellent. His primordial yin remains unspilled, his body as pure as white jade. Truly a body untouched. Heaven favors me. His words left Qin Zhenchuan and the cleaning lady utterly bewildered. He couldn't be bothered to explain. Facing the cleaning lady, who stood frozen in place, he commanded with unwavering resolve. Go! Remember, not a single thread on her. The cleaning lady shuddered, dared not ask any more questions, and hurriedly took Lu Yao from Qin Zhenchuan's arms, carefully making her way toward the simple wooden bed. Watching this scene, Qin Zhenchuan felt a chill run down his spine. He pulled Huang Ren, who was still laughing hysterically, out of the study and quietly closed the door behind them. Old Huang, what the hell is wrong with you today? You better give me a reasonable explanation. Huang Ren finally calmed down, grinning at Qin Zhenchuan. Explanation? Does this opportunity even need one? Suddenly remembering something, his eyes lit up. Oh, right, old Qin, you mentioned earlier that there were 2 girls with that kid Chen Mo? Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiao, right? Do you know their birth dates and times? Qin Zhenchuan froze. Their birth dates and times? How the hell would I know that? Why do you need to know that? Huang Ren rubbed his hands together, his face brimming with anticipation. Hurry up. Bring those 2 girls over here too. I need to see them for myself. Maybe they have some kind of special constitution too. That kid Chen Mo is a real treasure trove. He attracts nothing but extraordinary beings. Qin Zhenchuan's eye twitched at the words. One wasn't enough, he wanted to see two more? He took a deep breath and forcibly steered the conversation back on track. Forget about those two for now. First tell me, what exactly were you trying to accomplish by having Lu Yao strip naked and lie beside Chen Mo?
Don't give me any of that yin-yang harmony or heavenly resonance nonsense, speak plainly.
Huang Ren's smile vanished abruptly.
A mysterious expression crossed his face as he lowered his voice.
Old Qin, you've read martial arts novels, right? Qin Zhenchuan frowned.
I have.
Why? Huang Ren's face darkened. This is the legendary, demonic cultivation technique of energy harvesting. Qin Zhenchuan.
He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Qin Zhenchuan's face dark as a pot bottom, Huang Ren finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter.
Just kidding. Look how scared you got.
He composed himself, his expression turning serious once more.
To put it in terms you'll understand, Chen Mo is a sacred body like a newly ignited nuclear reactor. It possesses immense energy, but it's extremely unstable. Earlier, I used the golden needle technique to forcibly ignite it.
But how to make him burn steadily instead of exploding is a major problem.
Huang Ren pointed toward the study door.
And that girl possesses the heavenly being physique. Her body acts like the finest coolant and stabilizer. Place her beside Chen Mo, and her constitution will naturally resonate with the vital energy of his sacred body.
Her yin can neutralize Chen Mo's yang. Her stillness can soothe Chen Mo's movement.
Through this process, the violent life essence within Chen Mo will mellow and deepen, fully assimilated into his being. His foundation will solidify, propelling him toward the realm of heavenly being. Meanwhile, she herself will be nourished by the vital energy radiating from Chen Mo, undergoing a profound transformation that cleanses her very marrow and rebirths her essence.
Huang Ren concluded.
Simply put, this is a perfect complementary process where 1 + 1 equals more than 10.
It brings immense benefits to both of them.
Qin Zhenchuan listened with only partial understanding, but he finally grasped that though the idea seemed absurd, it might actually benefit Chen Mo.
Yet Huang Ren's next words sent his heart racing.
So, old Qin, you'd better hurry up and call those two girls over.
I need to assess their physical constitutions. What if one of them is even more suitable than Lu Yao?
In matters like this, we must choose the best of the best.
Bring them? Qin Zhenchuan's face turned green. Where am I supposed to find them?
If Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiao showed up, opened the door, and saw Chen Mo lying in bed with another naked girl,
he couldn't even bear to imagine that scene. Forget Chen Mo being finished, his own lifelong reputation would be utterly destroyed. He could already picture the headlines. Shocking. Film legend Qin Zhenchuan lures younger colleague into sex trap at his mansion. No. Absolutely not.
Old Huang, don't you dare mention this again.
Qin Zhenchuan refused flatly. The matter with Chen Mo ends here.
You won't see either of those girls. Seeing his resolute stance, Huang Ren pursed his lips, his face etched with regret.
Stubborn. Old-fashioned. To turn down such a golden opportunity, truly.
Before he could finish his sentence.
Knock. Knock. Knock.
Outside the courtyard gate, a clear knocking sound suddenly echoed.
Immediately afterward,
the voice of old Zhang, the steward, respectfully drifted in from outside the door, ringing clearly in the ears of the two elders.
Mr. Qin.
Miss Lin Wanqiu, Miss Su Xiao, and Mr. Wang He have come to visit.
Why have they come? And at this very moment, Qin Zhenchuan's complexion instantly darkened from the color of a burnt pot bottom to a deathly gray.
He stiffly turned his head to look at Huang Ren, his eyes filled with utter despair.
It's over. This is all over. In the study, a naked man and a naked woman lay on a bed.
If Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiao stumbled upon this,
Qin Zhenchuan dared not think further. He felt like his heart was about to give out. Huang Ren, however, seemed oblivious to Qin Zhenchuan's murderous glare. Perfect timing. Just what I needed.
He rubbed his hands together, pacing excitedly in place.
Heaven is truly on my side. Old Qin, hurry. Hurry and bring them in. Invite them in? Invite him in for a tour?
Qin Zhenchuan glared at him, grinding out the words through clenched teeth.
Have you lost your mind? Thump. Thump. Thump.
The knocking at the door sounded again, this time with a hint of urgency.
Old Qin? Are you there? It was Wang Pangzi's voice. Qin Zhenchuan jolted awake, snapping back to reality. He couldn't delay any longer.
He took a deep breath, forcing himself to steady his nerves.
He absolutely couldn't let them into the study. Absolutely not. Old Huang, you stay right here. Don't go anywhere.
Qin Zhenchuan warned him fiercely, then turned and strode purposefully toward the courtyard gate. As he walked, his mind raced, desperately searching for a solution.
How could he explain this? Say Chen Mo was resting and couldn't see visitors? No. Given Lin Wanqiu's temperament, she wouldn't give up without hearing Chen Mo's voice. Say Chen Mo had gone out?
Even worse, they'd just returned from the airport.
The whole city knew.
Qin Zhenchuan had lived over 80 years, yet this was the first time he felt so utterly overwhelmed. The courtyard gate swung open.
Outside, 3 familiar, anxious faces came into view. Old Qin. Fat Wang was the first to rush forward. Where's Chen Mo? We've been trying to call him, but he's not picking up. Did he come to see you? Chapter 178. In broad daylight, under the clear sky. Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro also approached, bowing slightly to Qin Zhenchuan. Master Qin, we were worried about Chen Mo and came to check on him. Lin Wanqiu's voice was cool and detached, yet the concern within it was unmistakable to all. Qin Zhenchuan forced a smile that looked more like a grimace than anything else. Ahem, Chen Mo, he's resting after his long journey. Rest assured, he's fine. It's getting late. You should head back and get some rest. As he spoke, he subtly positioned himself between the group and the gate leading to the inner courtyard, eager to send these 3 unwelcome guests on their way. Lin Wanqiu was no ordinary person. She instantly sensed something amiss with Qin Zhenchuan. Mr. Qin, may we go in to see him? Just a glance, and we'll leave immediately. Yes, old Master Qin. Su Xiaoro chimed in. We just want to see if he's sleeping well. Well, that might not be appropriate. He's just fallen asleep. What's inconvenient about it? A booming voice suddenly erupted from behind Qin Zhenchuan. Qin Zhenchuan's body stiffened abruptly. Huang Ren had slipped out unnoticed and now stood grinning broadly at the 3 by the doorway. A guest is a guest, how could we possibly turn one away at the door? Huang Ren chuckled as he stepped forward, brushing Qin Zhenchuan aside with a single push. Please come in. Please come in. Qin Zhenchuan was utterly helpless, watching helplessly as Huang Ren ushered the 3 guests into the living room. His heart was bleeding. It's over. The sky is falling. In the living room, the 3 had just sat down when, before Lin Wanqiu could ask another question. Huang Ren's figure flickered, appearing instantly before Lin Wanqiu. Before anyone could react, his withered, bony hand seized Lin Wanqiu's pale wrist. What are you doing? Lin Wanqiu's face paled as she tensed her wrist, struggling to break free. Stop. Qin Zhenchuan, terrified out of his wits, bellowed, pinning down the bodyguard who was about to act. Simultaneously, he urgently explained to Lin Wanqiu. Wanqiu. Don't move. This is Master Huang Ren. He's our nation's foremost master of traditional Chinese medicine. He means no harm. Master of traditional Chinese medicine? Huang Ren? Lin Wanqiu's movements halted and her struggling grew weaker. That name, where had she heard it before? It was a legendary figure known only to the innermost circle of the highest echelons. She fell silent, allowing Huang Ren's fingers to rest upon her pulse. Yet those cold, clear eyes remained filled with vigilance and scrutiny. All eyes were fixed on Huang Ren's face. With his eyes closed, his brow furrowed tightly, as if discerning something. A few seconds passed. His frown suddenly smoothed out. His expression transformed from confusion to shock, then to wild elation. His grip on Lin Wanqiu's wrist tightened, trembling slightly as his whole body began to shake. Good, good, good. He murmured to himself, his smile growing brighter and brighter, his excitement mounting. Lin Wanqiu felt thoroughly uncomfortable under his gaze. Just then, Huang Ren suddenly let go. But he didn't stop. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, he turned and grabbed Su Xiaoro's wrist beside him in exactly the same way. Su Xiaoro let out a startled cry, her face instantly turning pale. If not for Qin Zhenchuan's earlier explanation of Huang Ren's identity, his current actions would have made him look like nothing more than a lecherous old man using medical treatment as an excuse to grope women. Even Fat Wang was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Why was he groping them one by one? Huang Ren completely ignored the stares of everyone present. His fingers rested on Su Xiaoro's pulse as his eyes closed once more. This time, the ecstasy on his face was 10 times more intense than when he'd examined Lin Wanqiu. Ha 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 ha. He snapped his eyes open and burst into a loud, skyward laugh, filled with inexpressible delight and triumph. Another one. Yet another one. Heaven hasn't forsaken me. Heaven hasn't forsaken me. He released Su Xiaoro and paced excitedly back and forth in the living room. He abruptly halted, glancing up at the wall clock. Then, he turned and issued an order to Qin Zhenchuan. Hurry! Those 2 girls. Strip them naked too and send them to that kid Chen Mo. The words were out. The entire living room fell into a deathly silence. Qin Zhenchuan was utterly speechless. Just moments ago, he'd been racking his brain with 1,000 ways to explain to these 2 girls why Chen Mo and Lu Yao were lying in bed together. Now, well, no explanation needed. It was all over. This must be what the end of the world feels like. Wang Fatty glanced at Huang Ren, then at Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro, his brain completely shutting down. After taking the pulse, they just stripped her naked and tossed her to Chen Mo? Is there such a thing as a free lunch? As if possessed, he stood up, walked to Huang Ren, and extended his plump arm with a fawning expression. Master Huang. Might I ask, could you take my pulse too? I want to sleep with Chen Mo too. Huang Ren glared at him and shoved him aside impatiently. Get lost. You greasy, fat man, reeking of impure energy, what do you think you're doing? Don't you dare contaminate this old man's treasure. Wang the Fat got a cold shoulder and sulkily sat back down. Before they could start bickering again. A cold voice slowly echoed. Old Master Qin.
Lin Wanqiu stood up, staring expressionlessly at Qin Zhenchuan.
Chen Mo. Where is he? Qin Zhenchuan felt a chill run down his spine, utterly embarrassed.
He opened his mouth, preparing to explain despite his unease.
Before the words could leave his mouth, a dark shadow flashed before his eyes. Everything went blurry before his eyes. Before anyone could react,
he raised his hand, transforming his palm into a blade, and with a light slash, aimed for Lin Wanqiu's snow-white nape.
Thud. A dull thud echoed.
Lin Wanqiu's cold, clear eyes instantly lost their sparkle. Her body went limp, and she fell straight forward.
Sister Wanqiu! Su Xiao screamed.
Qin Zhenchuan caught the unconscious Lin Wanqiu with steady hands.
What unfolded before their eyes defied everyone's comprehension. You all.
Su Xiao turned pale with fright, stumbling backward until she hid behind Wang Pangzi, only her terrified eyes visible.
Wang Pangzi's face was equally tense and horrified.
He stared fixedly at Qin Zhenchuan.
No mistake about it.
That face, that bearing, it was none other than Qin Zhenchuan himself, the titan of China's film industry. There was no way he could be an imposter.
But what on earth was going on? In broad daylight, under the clear sky.
In the residence of the venerable Master Qin, the renowned master of traditional Chinese medicine knocked out the triple Golden Horse Award-winning actress.
Who would believe such a thing if it were told?
Wang the Fat, summoning his courage, pointed at Huangren and shouted at Qin Zhenchuan.
Master Qin. Who is this man? What have you done to Chen Mo? I'm warning you. This is a society governed by law. Don't you dare cause trouble.
Qin Zhenchuan clutched Lin Wanqiu in his arms, watching the scene before him spiral completely out of control. His head felt like it was about to explode. This was bad. After Huang Ren's single karate chop, nothing could be explained away.
Even jumping into the yellow river wouldn't wash away the stain.
He gave up struggling, turned his head, and looked at Huang Ren, the instigator of it all, with a gaze that seemed to say he'd lost all will to live.
Old Huang. You made this mess. You clean it up. Huang Ren wore an expression of utter nonchalance, even flashing Qin Zhenchuan a reassuring look that said, "Don't worry, I've got this." Chapter 179, Great, I'm naked too. Like hell you are. Qin Zhenchuan roared inwardly, his face numb.
Wang Fatso stared at the bizarre scene unfolding before him, his mental strings snapping completely.
He might lack emotional intelligence, but he wasn't stupid. Master Qin, the legendary master of traditional Chinese medicine, the triple award-winning actress.
These titles combined should never have led to this scene.
Who the hell are you people?
Wang Fatso bellowed, his voice trembling with fear, shielding the shivering Su Xiao behind him.
Where did you take Chen Mo? Let me tell you, this is a society governed by law. I'm recording this on my phone. Huang Ren finally tore his gaze away from Qin Zhenchuan and fixed it on Wang Fatso's face, which was plastered with righteous indignation.
He sized up Wang Fat from head to toe.
Noisy.
Before he finished speaking, a set of silver needles appeared in Huang Ren's hand. He pinched a needle as fine as a cow hair between his fingers and flicked it lightly. Buzz. The needle emitted an almost inaudible hum. Holding the needle, Huang Ren gestured toward Wang Fat, searching for the right spot to insert it. His gaze was like that of a butcher appraising a fat pig awaiting slaughter.
Fat Wang's hair instantly stood on end.
Back in the village as a child, Butcher Wang had exactly that same look in his eyes when slaughtering pigs.
What are you doing?
Wang Fat swallowed nervously, his legs weak, yet he forced himself to shout.
I warn you, don't mess with me. I've trained.
He struck what he thought was a dashing boxing stance.
Oh? Trained? The next second, Huang Ren moved.
No, he didn't seem to move. Only a slight flick of his wrist. A flash of silver light suddenly flickered under the lamp.
Blindingly fast.
Fat Wang felt only a faint chill at his throat before he could even make out Huang Ren's movement.
He started to speak.
Then, there was no then.
Fat Wang's expression froze in that horrified yet grotesquely comical instant.
His body went limp and his 200+ pounds crashed to the floor with a thud, collapsing straight onto the ground. The entire living room was left with only Su Xiao standing. She had witnessed Lin Wanqiu being knocked unconscious with a single palm strike, and now she saw Fat Wang taken down by a single needle. The brain of this popular sweet-voiced pop sensation had completely shut down.
Fear engulfed her completely. Wah! Su Xiao could no longer hold herself up.
She collapsed onto the floor, tears streaming down her face.
Don't hit me. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. Please, I beg you, let me go.
Her incoherent pleas were filled with utter despair.
Huang Ren stepped before her, towering over her.
A faint, gentle smile appeared on his weathered face.
Young lady, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad man. This is a tremendous opportunity for you.
As he spoke, the silver needle in his hand flashed with a faint gleam once more. Su Xiao's sobs abruptly ceased. She collapsed to the floor, completely unconscious.
All three lay neatly arranged on the living room floor. Huang Ren clapped his hands, a satisfied expression spreading across his face.
Turning to Qin Zhenchuan, who had frozen in place, he issued his command matter-of-factly. Alright, they're all taken care of. Strip those 2 girls naked and send them to that kid Chen Mo's room. And that fat guy. Huang Ren glanced at Wang Fatso lying on the floor and frowned. Too greasy. Toss him in the guest room. Don't let his foul stench contaminate my treasure. Qin Zhenchuan stared at the bodies strewn across the floor, listening to Huang Ren's utterly preposterous orders. Finally, he snapped out of his numb stupor. He frantically pulled out his phone and tremblingly dialed the butler's number. Old Zhang. Immediately. Right now. Book me a flight to Shanghai. The sooner the better. No. Anywhere. Just get me out of Beijing. This capital city was absolutely unbearable now. Qin Zhenchuan had lived over 80 years. What storms hadn't he weathered? But today's events were simply unbearable. When Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaoro wake up tomorrow, he dared not think about it. Fleeing to Shanghai, the girl Lin Wanqiu wouldn't chase him all the way there, would she? She probably wouldn't think of it, right? Huang Ren watched Qin Zhenchuan's frantic, escape-ready demeanor and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Old Qin, look at you, such a coward. He walked over and slapped Qin Zhenchuan on the shoulder. What's the rush? I guarantee you, by tomorrow afternoon when the sun is high in the sky and those 4 wake up, they'll be thanking me. This is a colossal stroke of luck. A blessing they couldn't have earned in 1,000 lifetimes. With that, Huang Ren dismissed Qin Zhenchuan and turned his attention to directing the startled cleaning ladies to begin cleaning up the scene. Qin Zhenchuan hung up the phone, watching Huang Ren's confident retreating figure with utter disbelief. Thank me? I'll be lucky if I don't call the cops to arrest you, you old scoundrel. The next day. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, illuminating the study. Chen Mo slowly awoke. He felt an unprecedented sense of clarity and lightness throughout his entire body. It felt as though the dust of over 20 years had been washed away, every pore breathing freely. The golden energy within him seemed to have grown significantly stronger, flowing gently through every limb and bone. He stretched comfortably. Ha! Something seemed to brush against my hand. Warm, smooth, and unbelievably delicate. Chen Mo instinctively gave it a squeeze. Feels really nice. He rolled over, intending to stretch again. His other hand encountered something else. Equally warm and smooth, but it seemed larger, fuller, and more elastic. Something was wrong. Something was very, very wrong. Chen Mo's drowsiness vanished in an instant. He snapped his eyes open. The next second, his breath caught in his throat. The scene before him made him doubt whether he was still dreaming. To his left lay a young woman. Her long lashes fluttered slightly, her sleeping face serene. It was Lu Yao. To his right lay a woman, her sleeping posture elegant, the profile of her face as flawless as a work of art. Lin Wanqiu. And nestled beside Lin Wanqiu was a petite figure, curled up and fast asleep, none other than Su Xiaoro. 3 people. 3 women he knew intimately, yet who absolutely should not have been in his bed. Most crucially, peering through the gap where the quilt had slipped, they seemed to be completely naked. Chen Mo's mind went blank with a buzzing sensation. What kind of dream was this? After effects of the 3-body problem? Or too much pressure from the anime competition? No way. Even in my wildest wet dreams, I'd never dream up such an absurd scenario of sharing a bed with someone. This isn't a dream. With a jolt, Chen Mo snapped, fully awake. Whatever this was, getting out of here was the priority. Carefully, inch by inch, he tried to wriggle free from the 3 women's embrace. He lifted a corner of the quilt. He looked down. Great. He was naked too. Chen Mo. Chapter 180, what kind of divine trick is this? His worldview felt like it was collapsing and rebuilding itself. But the bed was only so big. With 4 people sleeping on it, it was already cramped beyond belief. The moment he shifted, it triggered a chain reaction. 3 pairs of beautiful eyes slowly opened, almost simultaneously. Confusion. Confusion. Then, they recognized Chen Mo beside them. They saw each other beside them. She saw the utterly absurd scene before her. 3 shrieks, each with a distinct tone yet equally deafening in volume, erupted suddenly. The entire Qin residence trembled. In the guest room next door, Fat Wang jolted awake, springing from the bed. Rubbing his still aching neck, he listened to the ear-splitting screams coming from next door, his face showing lingering fear. The next second, he flopped back down, buried his head under the covers, and launched into a rhythmic snore. Are you kidding me? Getting involved in a battle between immortals like this? A mere mortal like him would be crushed to dust. Faking sleep was his only way out. Inside the study, chaos reigned. Facing 3 women who had just woken up, frantically grabbing blankets to cover themselves while glaring at him with murderous eyes, Chen Mo felt his scalp tingle. Especially in this cramped space, where glimpses of skin were tantalizingly visible, leaving him utterly flustered and unsure where to look. Chen Mo raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. Calm down, everyone. Put your clothes on first.
With that, he seized a moment's opening, scrambled off the bed, grabbed his clothes scattered on the floor, and bolted out the room without looking back. All he wanted now was to escape this hellish scene. Bang! The door swung open abruptly. Chen Mo had rushed out so hastily that he nearly collided head-on with someone standing outside the door. He slammed on the brakes and looked up. There stood Huang Ren, hands behind his back, standing leisurely in the doorway. His weathered face wore an inscrutable smile. Seeing Huang Ren's face, the vague words he'd heard before losing consciousness flashed through Chen Mo's mind. Holy body. Celestial being. Yin-yang harmony. Then he connected them to the absurd scene unfolding before him. In an instant, everything clicked into place. This old man was behind it all. A surge of anger shot straight to the top of his head. But seeing Huang Ren's wrinkled, smiling face and Qin Zhenchuan's respectful demeanor, Chen Mo forced himself to suppress that rage. He couldn't strike him, couldn't curse him. He owed the man a debt of gratitude. Chen Mo could only force out a few words through gritted teeth. Old Huang, you really have quite the knack for this. Bang! Before he could finish, the door behind him burst open from the inside. 3 figures appeared in the doorway. Lin Wanqiu, Su Shiro, Lu Yao. They had dressed as quickly as possible, but their disheveled hair and flushed cheeks betrayed the chaos that had just unfolded. 3 pairs of eyes, filled with fury and humiliation, locked onto Chen Mo. And Huang Ren standing before him. Chen Mo. What the hell is going on here? Though Su Shiro and Lu Yao remained silent, their gazes clearly demanded an explanation. Before Chen Mo could speak, Huang Ren stepped forward with a cheerful smile, blocking everyone's view. No explanation. No reassurance. He merely swept his gaze over the 3 peerlessly beautiful women, each uniquely striking. Then, he slowly uttered a single sentence. What's the rush? Go look in the mirror first and see your own faces. Look in the mirror? What the hell is this old man talking about? Lin Wanqiu was about to explode. Look in the mirror? Su Shiro blinked her big, watery eyes. Though both embarrassed and annoyed, her curiosity as a girl won out in that moment. She instinctively touched her own face. It seemed a bit smoother. The Qin residence was decorated in a simple, elegant style. Hanging on the living room wall was a large, carved yellow Huali-wood full-length mirror. Su Shiro hesitated for a moment but couldn't resist. She was the first to dash over. Lin Wanqiu and Lu Yao's gazes instinctively followed. The next second. Ah! Another shriek. But this time, the scream was filled with disbelief and wild joy. Oh my god! Su Shiro pressed her entire body against the mirror, her small hands fumbling over her own face as if she didn't recognize the person staring back. Is that me? The girl in the mirror still had her familiar eyes and brows, yet she seemed like a completely different person. Her skin was as white as snow, so smooth you couldn't see a single pore. Her almond-shaped eyes now shone brighter and more captivating than even her most high-end colored contacts could achieve. Every contour of her face had undergone the most precise micro-adjustments. Add a fraction and it would be too full, subtract a fraction and it would be too thin. It was flawlessly perfect. It was a beauty that transcended all cosmetics and skincare, a radiance that emanated from her very bones. Lin Wanqiu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Having grown accustomed to the glitz and glamour of the entertainment industry, she instinctively doubted Su Shiro's reaction. But the genuine delight in that shriek felt undeniably real. Suppressing her doubts, she too stepped before the mirror. One glance was all it took. Even she, a triple award-winning actress who had weathered countless storms, her temperament honed to the calmness of an ancient well, felt her breath catch abruptly. The reflection staring back was so breathtakingly beautiful it felt like a stranger. As the undisputed beauty icon of the Chinese film industry, Lin Wanqiu possessed absolute confidence in her appearance. Yet the woman reflected before her now elevated that very beauty to an unimaginable new height. If her previous self was a perfect 10, an unparalleled beauty in this world, then now, she was a celestial being descended to earth 100 points. 1,000 points. This wasn't merely a change in appearance, it was a leap in the very essence of life. The aura. It was her aura that had changed. Every smile and frown radiated an aristocratic grace so overwhelming it made one avert their gaze. Lin Wanqiu even felt a sense of absurdity. Her current appearance was precisely how she was meant to be. The past 30 years had been shrouded in dust, only to be thoroughly cleansed today, revealing her true radiance. She instinctively pinched her waist. Slender, firm, and astonishingly supple. A sudden realization dawned on her. From now on, she would likely never need to diet to maintain her figure again. This body had reached perfection, not a single ounce of excess fat remaining. Seeing their reactions, Lu Yao plucked up her courage, moved to the mirror, and cautiously peered inside. Yikes! She covered her mouth to stifle another gasp. All 3 women were utterly stunned by their reflections in the mirror. What kind of divine magic was this? As the 3 women stared blankly at the mirror, Huang Ren had already approached Chen Mo, a satisfied smile on his face. He extended his withered fingers and placed them on Chen Mo's wrist without a word. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing the energy. Moments later, he opened his eyes and nodded approvingly. It's 3 parts better than I imagined. Chapter 181, This is Divine Destiny.
Your sacred body, young man, is truly a treasure one in 10,000. Chen Mo was utterly bewildered by the praise, but observing the reactions of the 3 women and feeling the unprecedented sense of ease coursing through his body, he understood that something extraordinary had occurred within him. He opened his mouth, about to ask a question. Huang Ren had already released his hand and turned to face the 3 women, who remained in a state of shock. Now, the most crucial step remains. This step requires your willing cooperation. It requires you to make a sacrifice. Sacrifice? Hearing those 2 words, Lin Wanqiu, whose emotions had just begun to settle, grew wary once more. But before she could speak,
Su Xiaorou's eyes were already sparkling with excitement. She gazed at Huang Ren with admiration and blurted out, Master Huang, does that mean, if we succeed, Brother Mo can become an immortal? You know, the kind where he can just whoosh fly through the heavens, traverse the earth, and gain eternal life. The sweet songstress's imagination had clearly soared to the heavens. Chen Mo's eye twitched at the thought. Immortality? Why not just say ascending to heaven in broad daylight? Huang Ren chuckled at her question and shook his head. It's not that mystical. It just makes his body healthier and longer lived than 99% of people in the world. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 3 women. As for you 3, you should already be feeling the effects. If this final step can be completed, the benefits you've gained so far will become even more stable and even more pronounced. More pronounced? We're already this beautiful now. If it gets any more obvious, how are we supposed to live? Su Xiaorou's eyes shone like 2 little suns. All traces of reserve and shyness vanished into thin air. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The kind of plot you only find in novels. I'm in. Without a moment's hesitation, the fiery woman raised both hands high, her face practically screaming, Pick me. Pick me. As she spoke, she actually made a move to unbutton the clothes she'd just put on. Xiao Rou. Lin Wanqiu acted swiftly, grabbing her arm. Are you out of your mind? Lin Wanqiu blared at her, then turned her gaze to Huang Ren. Mr. Huang, we're truly grateful for your help in improving our appearance. But haven't you forgotten that this is a new era? We live by science and the law now. 3 women and 1 man sharing a room. Do you think it would be appropriate if word got out? She emphasized the words 3 women and 1 man. After speaking, she ignored Huang Ren and turned her gaze to Lu Yao, who had been hiding behind him since earlier, looking flustered and at a loss. And you? Who are you? Why are you here? In the entertainment industry, this melting pot of temptation, I've seen plenty of girls trying to climb the ladder using their bodies. What is Chen Mo's status now? China's hottest up-and-coming director. Countless young, beautiful actresses are bending over backwards to get into his bed. The girl before her looked innocent enough, but who could tell if it was an act? Lu Yao felt a pang of unease under her gaze and instinctively shrank behind Chen Mo, whispering, I'm Lu Yao, a student at Shanghai Film Academy. Yesterday at. She briefly recounted the events of the previous night. After listening, Lin Wanqiu's skeptical frown didn't ease one bit. A film academy student who'd been deceived? That excuse sounded plausible enough. But Lin Wanqiu's gaze lingered on Lu Yao's flawless face. Film academy student? Lin Wanqiu gave a cold laugh. Somehow, you don't look the part to me. Things were chaotic earlier, so I didn't get a good look. But now I'm curious, how could a penniless student, swindled out of every penny and homeless, maintain such flawless skin? Don't tell me it's thanks to Mr. Huang. Before entering this room, your skin was probably better than ours, even though we use top-tier skincare products daily, right? Not a single callus on your hands. Your bearing, your posture all indicate you received exceptional upbringing from childhood. Spill it. Who are you? And what's your purpose in getting close to Chen Mo? The barrage of questions made Lu Yao's face flush crimson instantly. She stammered, unable to utter a word for a long while. I didn't. I'm really just a student. Chen Mo was also taken aback, not expecting Lin Wanqiu to suddenly turn on her. Sis Wanqiu, she. Shut up. Lin Wanqiu blared at Chen Mo. Men only ever look at a woman's face. You have no right to speak here. Chen Mo. Su Xiaorou also looked at Lu Yao with curiosity. She too felt that this girl's aura didn't quite fit that of an ordinary student. Under Lin Wanqiu's piercing stare, Lu Yao's mental defenses finally crumbled. Biting her lip, her eyes reddening, her voice tinged with hurt. I didn't mean to deceive you. I am Lu Yao. She lifted her head and met Lin Wanqiu's gaze directly. Lu Yao of the Lu family from Xinjiang. The Lu family? Which Lu family? Lin Wanqiu and Su Xiaorou both froze in surprise. Shanghai had no shortage of wealthy Lu families, but the only one that could command such a tone from a young woman was likely just one. The one controlling the lifeline of Shanghai's, indeed, all of East Asia's shipping industry, with assets worth hundreds of billions, yet operating with extraordinary discretion, never flaunting its power. The maritime titan, the Lu family.
Lin Wanqiu stared at the girl before her, dressed in an old-school uniform and appearing utterly harmless, her heart churning with shock. The third young miss of the Liu family? The legendary Liu Yao, cherished like the apple of the patriarch's eye, shielded from the world, never seen in public. How could she possibly be here? And in such an absurd manner? Gazing at Liu Yao, Lin Wanqiu finally understood why this girl possessed an innate air of nobility, why her skin was flawless to such an extent. That wasn't something skincare products could achieve. It was nurtured from childhood with mountains of gold and silver, using the most premium resources. You? Lin Wanqiu opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Xiaorou's eyes widened as she pointed at Liu Yao, then at herself. You're the Liu family's heiress? And you claim you were scammed out of money? Who would dare swindle you? Don't they fear being dumped into the Huanpu River to feed the fish? Liu Yao flushed even redder under the questioning gaze, lowering her head. I snuck out. I didn't want to follow my family's arranged engagement, so I ran away. They even cut off my cards. I really have no money. This explanation made everything make sense. Lin Wanqiu took a deep breath, forcing down the turmoil in her heart. She glanced at Chen Mo, then at Liu Yao, her expression growing complex. What kind of luck does this kid have? He just got rid of Zhou Yuan, and now he's landed the Liu family's heiress? And judging by the look on this Liu family heiress's face, she was clearly smitten with Chen Mo. Thoughts raced through Lin Wanqiu's mind. She no longer cared about Liu Yao's identity, that was irrelevant. What mattered was that a colossal opportunity now lay before them all. Old Master Huang Ren's methods had transcended the realm of science. This was a divine opportunity. Chapter 182, Give Up? Lin Wanqiu's gaze hardened once more as she turned to Liu Yao. Liu Yao. I don't care if you're the Liu family's daughter or a runaway student. Now, I'm asking you as a sister. Chen Mo is our friend, our brother. He needs help now, help that might involve danger. Are you willing? Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Yao lifted her head abruptly. I'm willing. To help brother Chen Mo? I couldn't ask for more. Su Xiaorou looked at her joyful expression, then at herself. Feeling she'd found a kindred spirit, she nodded vigorously. I'm in too. Lin Wanqiu watched the two girls, now completely swept up in the moment, and shook her head helplessly. Oh well. How often does one encounter such extraordinary opportunities in life? Turning to Huang Ren, who had been watching them with a gentle smile, she bowed slightly. Mr. Huang. Begin. Huang Ren's smile broadened, and he nodded with satisfaction. Very well. You know when to act and when to hold back. You possess decisiveness. Little girl, your future achievements will be boundless. With that, he said no more, his withered fingers tapping the air a few times. You three, follow my commands. Lin Wanqiu, you belong to the metal element and reside in the west. The DUI position. Su Xiaorou, you belong to water, positioned in the north. The can position. Liu Yao, you belong to wood, positioned in the east. The Jin position. Chen Mo, your sacred body is the center. Hold the central palace. Remove your outer garments, sit cross-legged, palms and soles facing heaven, and focus your spirit inward. At these words, all three women flushed crimson. But now that things had come to this, there was no turning back. They exchanged glances, each seeing unwavering resolve in the other's eyes. Soon, following Huang Ren's instructions, the three of them took their seats in the center of the living room, with Chen Mo at the center, positioned at 3 different angles. Huang Ren walked to the incense burner in the corner of the living room and took out 3 silver needles. With a flick of his finger. The 3 silver needles hovered in midair, emitting a faint vibration. This is the 3 talents gathering chi formation. Using the 3 of you as the foundation, it channels the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine the sacred body. During the process, you will feel connected to each other's minds. Remember, guard your true selves and harbor no distracting thoughts. Otherwise, the spiritual energy will backfire. At best, it will disfigure you, at worst, it will destroy both your body and soul. Huang Ren's voice grew utterly solemn. The 3 women felt a chill in their hearts, immediately calming their minds and closing their eyes. Huang Ren snapped his fingers. Go! 3 silver needles pierced silently into the Baihui acupoint atop each woman's head. The tails remained outside, trembling faintly. In an instant, Lin Wanqiu, Su Xiaorou, and Liu Yao simultaneously felt a mysterious force surge from their crowns, coursing through every limb and bone. They entered a wondrous world. They could see each other, and they could see Chen Mo at the center. They could even perceive invisible golden streams of energy seeping from their bodies, slowly flowing toward Chen Mo. Chen Mo's body absorbed every last bit of this golden energy. Meanwhile, in another guest room of the Qin residence, Fat Wang paced restlessly, scratching his head in ears. Old Master Qin, what do you think? It's been a whole day now, why hasn't Mo come out yet? Is that old master even legit? Hope he's not some quack charlatan. Qin Zhenchuan sat upright in a traditional armchair, holding a bound book in his hands, his gaze fixed forward. Master Huang's abilities are beyond your comprehension. Just wait patiently. Fat Wang couldn't possibly stay calm. He craned his neck toward Chen Mo's room, muttering incessantly. Oh my, old Qin, you have no idea. What kind of relationship do I have with Mo? We're brothers who grew up wearing the same pants. Now that he's got something good going, how could I, as his older brother, not get a piece of the action? Could you ask that Mr. Huang to give me a few needles too? My body's been acting up lately, aches in my back, pains in my legs, cramps. He pestered Qin Zhenchuan relentlessly all day long. Qin Zhenchuan was driven to the brink of a headache by the pestering. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and slammed his book down on the table. Shut up! Outside the door, Huang Ren happened to pass by and heard the commotion inside. He pushed open the door and walked in. What's all this commotion? Wang Fatso's eyes lit up the moment he saw Huang Ren. Master Huang. Divine healer. You finally arrived. Look at me, I'm Chen Mo's older brother. His real older brother. Would you be so kind as to give me a checkup too? Huang Ren glanced at him, his gaze settling on the bloated, puffy body ravaged by years of filming through sleepless nights. His brow furrowed. You? Greasy, chaotic, and filled with stagnant energy. A rotten log is beyond carving. Wang Fatso's face instantly fell. But he had thick skin. No, Master Huang. This wood may be rotten, but it could be golden thread nanmu. With some carving, it might still be usable. Just give me a quick jab, just one. Huang Ren grew thoroughly impatient with his pestering. Very well. He pulled a black bone needle from his robe, ordinary in appearance. This needle will purge the impurities from your body. Bear with it. Before he could finish speaking, the bone needle had already pierced a pressure point on Wang Fatso's abdomen. Wang Fatty felt a sudden chill on his stomach. Before he could react, Gah! An indescribable agony exploded from his abdomen, instantly engulfing his entire body. Ouch! Within 10 seconds, Wang Fatso's face turned from white to crimson. Clutching his stomach, veins bulged on his forehead. Ouch, ouch, ouch. My stomach hurts. The next second, he felt like his intestines were twisted into a knot. Bathroom, bathroom. Wang Pangzi clamped his legs together, mustered every ounce of strength to shout those two words, and bolted out of the room. From that moment until nightfall, Wang Fatso never left the bathroom. When he finally emerged, legs trembling and face deathly pale, leaning heavily on the wall, he looked like he'd shrunk a whole size. The bathroom of the Qin residence was filled with an indescribable, terrifying aura. Qin Zhenchuan's face darkened as he bellowed outside. Wang He! Unclog that toilet! Fat Wang's face flushed crimson with shame. Yet inside, a tidal wave of emotion surged through him. So satisfying. So damn satisfying. This wasn't just using the toilet, it was purging toxins. It felt like all the gutter oil he'd eaten, the industrial alcohol he'd drunk, and the smog he'd inhaled over the past decades were being flushed clean away with that torrent. An unprecedented lightness and clarity flooded his body. No way. Tomorrow I absolutely must ask Mr. Huang for another acupuncture session. The next day, the official organizers of the Global Young Directors Exchange competition sent out the formal notification. The notice required all participating teams to submit the titles of their first round competition entries by midnight tonight. Additionally, the theme for this round was specified. Love. Wang Fatty stared at the email on his phone, feeling utterly overwhelmed. A romance film? This was Mosey's weak point. What's more, Chen Mo was still holed up in that room. Who knows when he'll emerge? What on earth was he supposed to do? Wang Fatso paced anxiously around the courtyard. Give up? Chapter 183, Mosey, you're being unfair. This was a global competition. Withdrawing from the first round was practically the same as dropping out entirely. But if he didn't give up, what name should he submit? He couldn't just make one up, could he? Time ticked by second. The sky gradually darkened. Only 1 hour remained until the deadline for submitting the work title. Chen Mo's room remained utterly silent. Wang Fat slumped in his chair and sighed deeply. Forget it. If it comes to it, we'll just withdraw from this round. We can't go in and disturb Mosey. He had already made up his mind to withdraw. Just then, his phone rang again. It was the tournament organizing committee calling. Wang Fatso answered the call with a sigh. Hello? A robotic voice came through the line. Hello, is this Director Wang He from the Huaxia Division? Just a reminder, the submission channel for your entry name will close in less than an hour. Just as Wang Fatso was about to say they were giving up, suddenly, a cocky male voice with a thick accent cut in over the phone. Assistant Park, why waste words with them? That's how Huaxia people are, all talk and no action. Looks like they're scared and don't dare compete anymore. What kind of decent romance film could a nation that only steals our Korean creative ideas possibly produce? That voice. Wang Fatso's pupils contracted sharply. It was that genius director from the Korean peninsula, Park Chang-joon. That bastard won an award last year with a remake, then bragged everywhere it was their original creation. A surge of rage shot straight up from Fat Wang's soles to the top of his head. What did you say? Wang Fatso bellowed into the phone. Who's afraid? Who plagiarized?
You thieving countryman, you have the nerve to accuse others?
Park Chang-jun on the other end of the line let out a derisive snort.
What? Hit a nerve? Now you're getting angry?
If you've got the guts, name one of your works to compare. I'm waiting to see you make fools of yourselves. Let me tell you, our piece this time is called Eternal Love. It's about a love that spans 1,000 years.
What do you have to compete with us? Wang Fatso trembled with rage, his mind going blank. What should he submit? What on earth should he submit?
Just as his reason was about to be consumed by rage,
suddenly,
a calm voice sounded deep within his mind.
Just report. Farewell, my concubine. Wang Pangzi's body stiffened abruptly. That voice, was it Mozi? He instinctively turned his head, gazing at the tightly shut door. But the voice was clearly coming from inside his own head. Was he hearing things? And, farewell, my concubine? What kind of bizarre name is that? Xiang Yu and Yu Ji?
That's a historical tale, the downfall of heroes.
What the hell does that have to do with love?
On the other end of the line, Park Chang-jun's mockery continued.
Why aren't you talking? Can't think of a name? Want me to come up with one for you? How about I love kimchi? Ha ha ha. Wang Fatso's eyes were bloodshot. Time was running out, just a few minutes left. Screw it. What Mozi said must be right.
Wang Fatso steeled himself, then shouted into the phone with every ounce of strength, enunciating each word.
Listen up. The name of our Huaxia entry is the Overlord, the King, the Unrivaled, the Unmatched.
With that, Wang Fat slammed the phone down with a loud snap, his chest heaving violently. He stood with his hands on his hips, panting heavily.
That felt good.
But the exhilaration quickly gave way to a wave of guilt.
The king and the concubine? That name. Is it really okay? What if Mozi shows up and blames me for messing around?
Just as his heart was racing with anxiety, a hand gently tapped his shoulder.
Fatso.
A familiar voice sounded from behind him.
Wang Fatso's hair stood on end.
He jumped in fright, nearly leaping out of his skin.
Ghost.
He spun around abruptly, only to see the person approaching. His eyes widened instantly, staring wide as saucers.
M.O. Mozi?
Chen Mo stood behind him, clad in simple white robes, his gaze clear.
He seemed like a completely different person.
If the previous Chen Mo had been a piece of raw jade, beautiful within but dusty without, then the current him was a peerless jade, meticulously carved by divine hands. Its radiance was understated yet impossible to ignore.
Wang Fatty's jaw dropped. He pointed at Chen Mo, then at his own head. Jay, just now, was that you? Chen Mo looked at him and smiled faintly. It really was Mozi.
That voice had truly traveled from Mozi straight into his mind.
Telepathy? Psychic communication? Fat Wang's gaze toward Chen Mo had completely changed. He wasn't looking at a brother, he was looking at a god. The next second, he made a move that even Chen Mo hadn't anticipated. Fat Wang turned and ran. Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang. Wait for me.
Wang Fatso swung his thick legs into motion, charging toward the direction Huang Ren had departed at a speed he'd never before achieved.
Master Huang. I've realized it. I've truly grasped it. My wood isn't rotten, it's agar wood. It's wood that can become immortal. Just one more needle. I beg you. Just one. At the same time.
In the master bedroom on the second floor of the villa.
Before the mirror stood three women whose beauty defied mortal limits. Lin Wanqiu, Su Shiro, Lu Yao.
They were already dressed, yet at that moment, all three pairs of eyes were glued to their reflections in the mirror, unable to look away.
Oh my god.
Su Shiro reached out, gently touching her own cheek.
Is that really me? Unbelievable.
This works 10,000 times better than using the most premium skincare products or getting the most expensive medical aesthetics treatments. Lu Yao beside her also widened her big, sparkling eyes. Having been raised with the finest resources since childhood, her skin had always been in top-tier condition. Yet now, she felt her skin had ascended to an utterly unimaginable new level. If before it had been like the finest white jade, now it felt like divine jade imbued with spirit. She could even feel an unprecedented vitality surging through her entire body. The three exchanged glances, each seeing utter astonishment in the other's eyes. The slight shyness from earlier when she had undressed and sat cross-legged had long since vanished into thin air.
Shyness? What a joke!
Paying this small price for such a transformative change and that profound, mysterious divine connection. Forget undressing, they'd gladly perform a pole dance right then and there. Suddenly struck by a thought, Sushiro leaned close to Lin Wanqiu and whispered excitedly.
Sis Wanqiu, do you think this counts as cultivating immortality?
Lin Wanqiu took a deep breath, forcing down the wild excitement surging within her. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror.
I don't know if this counts as cultivating immortality.
But I know our path has grown wider. With that, she turned, her gaze unwavering.
Let's go. We'll go down and see Chen Mo. In the courtyard. Fat Wang returned, head hanging low.
Old Master Huangren hadn't acknowledged him at all, merely drifting over with a single sentence, "Your impure energy has been purged. Further acupuncture is useless." Then he strode off. He could only return to Chen Mo's side, his face etched with resentment. "Mo, you're not being fair." Chapter 184, still not quite used to it. "With such divine techniques, why didn't you mention it sooner? And that telepathic transmission, didn't you know you scared the hell out of me?" Chen Mo was utterly baffled. "What telepathic transmission? I just woke up and saw you making a call in the courtyard, so I came out. I was wondering how you knew the name, farewell my concubine, but..." Fat Wang's expression froze. "Huh? You didn't send it to me telepathically?" Chen Mo shrugged his shoulders, looking utterly innocent. "Of course not." Fat Wang was completely dumbfounded. He stood frozen in place, staring blankly at Chen Mo, then at his own hand. It wasn't Mosey. Then where did that voice come from? Could it be? A preposterous thought began to take shape in Wang Fatso's mind. Could it be that I, Wang He, am actually a prodigiously gifted genius? Could today's acupuncture treatment by Master Huang have unblocked my Ren and Du meridians, awakening some extraordinary ability? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Closing his eyes and focusing his mind, he silently called out to Chen Mo in his thoughts. "Mosey, can you hear me? Answer if you can." Chen Mo watched his squinting and winking expressions, growing even more confused. "Fatso, what are you doing?" Wang Fatso opened his eyes, looking utterly disappointed. "You didn't hear me? Hear what?" "Ah." Wang Fatso let out a long sigh. Looks like he'd overthought it. He decided to stop dwelling on this mystical conundrum and focus on the matter at hand. "Forget it, I'm not thinking about it anymore. Mosey, let's get serious. Farewell my concubine? How can that be considered a romance film? Xiang Yu and Yu Ji? That's the downfall of heroes, a historical tragedy. What does it have to do with love? Could those foreign judges even understand it?" Chen Mo smiled at his words. He looked at Wang Fatso, who was speaking with deliberate emphasis. "Who says it isn't a love story? Fatso, remember this, other love stories are at best masterpieces, classics. But farewell my concubine? That's divine. It tells the story of blurred lines between reality and performance, of androgyny, of the most extreme, purest, and most despairing love." Wang Fatso's heart trembled at Chen Mo's words. Though he couldn't fully grasp it yet, he could feel the overwhelming power in Chen Mo's words. Just then, ding dong! Wang Pangzi's phone chimed again. It was a new email from the competition organizing committee. Wang Pangzi opened it and his expression instantly changed. Damn it! He couldn't help but curse under his breath, then handed the phone to Chen Mo. "Mo, look! Those bastards are up to their old tricks again." Chen Mo took the phone. The email was simple, a supplementary note on the scoring rules for the first round of competition. Supplemental note: for this love-themed film competition, there are no restrictions on filming techniques, story backgrounds, or presentation formats. The final score will consist of 2 parts, 1 professional jury evaluation, accounting for 70%. The jury will be composed of 1 representative from each participating country. 2 global box office performance, accounting for 30%. This is cheating. Who doesn't know that most of the 20-plus countries participating this time are traitors from the US, and a few are in cahoots with the Koreans? China's allies? You could count them on one hand. A jury vote? What's the point of even competing? It's blatantly giving 70% of the points to their own people. This is definitely that bastard Park Chang-jun's doing. He knows he can't beat you on creativity, so he resorts to dirty tricks. Wang Fatso's rage echoed through the courtyard. Chen Mo handed the phone back to Wang Pangzi with a faint smile. "Fatso, calm down. Since we entered this competition, tell me, has the rules ever been fair?" Wang Pangzi froze. "And what about the results?" Chen Mo pressed on. Fatso Wang fell silent. The result was that every single time, they took first place. With undeniable skill, they shattered every underhanded scheme. If they want to play games, let's play along. They think controlling the rules means controlling the outcome? I'll make them understand that in the face of absolute strength, all rules are nothing but a joke. Just then, Lin Wanqiu, Su Xiao, and Lu Yao emerged together from the house. The moment they appeared in the courtyard, the entire space seemed to brighten. Wang Fatso stared at them, his eyes going wide. Holy crap! Did you all get plastic surgery together or something?" Lin Wanqiu ignored him and walked straight up to Chen Mo. "Chen Mo. Before, I wouldn't have dared say that star power could elevate a film to a whole new level. But now, I can guarantee it." She extended her delicate hand, pointing first at herself, then at Su Xiao and Lu Yao. "The 3 of us, plus you, are a guaranteed box office hit. We won't lose a single cent of that 30% box office share. All I can say is, Mr. Huang, you're amazing." Su Xiao and Lu Yao nodded vigorously beside her, their faces radiating unwavering confidence. They were now walking box office bombshells. Chen Mo smiled as he looked at the 3 women before him, radiant and commanding presence. "All right.
With that settled, let's get to work. Scripts, casting, storyboards, soundtracks. Countless ideas collided and intertwined in his mind. But just as he was ready to dive in headfirst, a notification chime sounded in his mind. Ding! Detecting host about to launch epic scale project. Main quest now activated. Mission name, Comedy Throne. Mission requirements: the film Farewell My Concubine, produced by the host, must spark a global phenomenon-level discussion and profoundly define the Eastern aesthetic of comedy. The film must win at least 3 top awards at international A-class film festivals, with global box office earnings not falling below $5 billion. Rewards: Divine Skill Card acting as one with the character. 5 million points in system store credits. Unlock the new system module Hall of Chinese Style. Failure penalty: all memories related to Farewell My Concubine shall be erased from the host, and the film skill category shall be permanently revoked. The system alert in his mind sent a chill down Chen Mo's spine. Comedy God Throne? Eastern comedy aesthetics? Defined by Farewell My Concubine? Chen Mo's lips twitched uncontrollably. $50 billion in box office revenue. This wasn't just asking for the moon, it was a dragon opening its gaping maw. The punishment for mission failure was utterly vicious. Memory erasure, skill stripping. That would reduce Chen Mo to nothing, worse than nothing. Chen Mo sprang to his feet. His force was too great. The 4 legs of the expensive rosewood chair beneath him snapped with a loud crack, shattering into splinters scattered across the floor. The courtyard fell instantly silent. Wang Fatso, Lin Wanqiu, Su Shiro, and Lu Yao, 4 pairs of eyes stared fixedly at Chen Mo and the pile of wood shards on the ground. Chen Mo glanced down at his hands, then at the pile of remains, a look of embarrassment spreading across his face. Sorry. I just got this power and haven't quite gotten used to it yet. Chapter 185, Tenfold. He tried to explain. But to Wang Fatso, this explanation sounded like pure, unadulterated bragging. Holy! Wang Fatso leaped 3 feet in the air, pointing at Chen Mo's nose and yelling. And you say you don't have any special abilities? You said you couldn't transmit sound over 1,000 miles. Mo, you've changed. You've gone bad. Now you're even lying to your own brother. Chen Mo smiled but didn't respond to Wang Fatso. Some things simply couldn't be explained. And they didn't need explaining. Just then, a steady, authoritative voice echoed from the villa entrance. What's all the commotion about? Everyone turned around. There stood Qin Zhenchuan, the titan of China's film industry, clad in a martial arts uniform, striding out with the grace of a dragon and the power of a tiger. His gaze swept across the courtyard, finally settling on Chen Mo. The instant he recognized Chen Mo, even Qin Zhenchuan, a man who had weathered countless storms, felt his pupils suddenly contract. What he sensed was not a change in appearance. It was a certain presence. A master's aura, profound and towering, masterfully refined yet effortlessly natural. This kid has undergone a complete transformation. Qin Zhenchuan was shaken to his core, yet his expression remained impassive as he merely nodded. It seems Master Huan's methods truly border on the divine. Without further inquiry, he cut straight to the point. I've heard about the competition. I've seen that supplementary rule too, it's clearly aimed at us. But it doesn't matter. Qin Zhenchuan waved his hand grandly, radiating boundless confidence. Chen Mo, go for it. From this moment on, every top-tier resource in China's film industry is at your disposal. Need people? You'll have them. Need money? You'll have it. I've already arranged everything for you. The nation's most elite production team, cinematography, lighting, art direction, sound recording, every single one is an award-winning master. They're ready to join the crew anytime. They will help you turn Farewell My Concubine into a timeless masterpiece. Qin Zhenchuan's words rang out with unwavering conviction. Wang Fatso's eyes lit up at the news. Holy cow! The national team of China's film industry. With this lineup, the finished product would win awards hands down. He's the assistant director. Getting to direct such a team of legends? That resume alone would make anyone's eyes pop out. This is fantastic. Old Qin is a legend. Wang Fat rubbed his hands together excitedly. But Chen Mo shook his head. Mr. Qin, thank you for your kindness. Resources, I need them. But this film crew, I don't need them. Fat Wang's smile froze on his face. Qin Zhenchuan also frowned. Why? Mosey, have you lost your mind? You're turning down a national team that's practically offering itself to you? Chen Mo looked at Wang Fatso, his gaze calm. Because I have more suitable personnel. Wang Fatso froze. More suitable? More suitable than the national team? A flash of insight struck him, recalling the Cocoa Bean animation team he'd previously collaborated with smoothly. Oh, I get it. Wang Fatty leaned in excitedly. Mosey, did you unearth another hidden gem? Which under the radar dream team is it this time? Chen Mo looked at him and smiled mysteriously. You've seen them before. Fat Wang was dumbfounded. I've seen him? Not only have you seen him, but you know him quite well. Chen Mo continued. Late Autumn, Xiao Rou, they've all seen it too. Fat Wang was completely baffled. He ran through every team member he knew in his head, but couldn't figure out who it was. Lin Wanqiu watched Wang Fat's flustered, scratching his head expression and burst out laughing. Fatso, you're so dense. Who else? Our veteran members. Veteran crew members? Lighting technician Old Lu, script supervisor Little Li, prop master Little Wang. Wang Fatso's mouth slowly formed an O shape. Just them? Not that they're bad, they're industry elites. But compared to the national team Old Qin mentioned? That's like pitting a village drum troupe against a royal symphony orchestra. Chen Mo saw the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces and knew it was time to drop a bombshell. Taking a deep breath, he swept his gaze across the entire room. This time, I won't just be directing. I'll also take the stage myself as the lead actor. Playing the lead role Chang Di. One sentence. Fat Wang was dumbfounded. Su Xiao and Lu Yao covered their mouths. Even Qin Zhenchuan, the steadfast pillar of the film industry, wore a rare look of astonishment. Acting while filming? And for a role as impossibly difficult as Chang Di? This is sheer madness. Only Lin Wanqiu, after her initial shock, saw a fire ignite in her eyes. Yes. That's it. This is the Chen Mo she knew. Always capable of making the most astonishing yet most correct decisions. She understood Chen Mo's capabilities better than anyone. During filming, no matter how tricky the acting challenge, Chen Mo would solve it effortlessly with just a few words and a demonstration. That insight into characters, that terrifying talent for instantly inhabiting a role. Perhaps, in this world, only Chen Mo could truly embody the Chang Di who wouldn't live unless he went mad. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Shanghai, in a slightly cluttered film equipment warehouse, lighting technician Old Lu, cigarette dangling from his lips, was playing cards with script supervisor Xiao Li and prop master Xiao Wang. Royal flush. Ha ha ha. Pay up, pay up. Old Lu slammed 2 cards on the table, grinning triumphantly. Just then, his phone rang. An unfamiliar yet vaguely familiar Beijing number. Old Lu answered impatiently. Hello? Who is this? Renting equipment? Just so you know, the price isn't. On the other end, only one sentence was spoken. The impatience vanished from Old Lu's face in an instant. Clack! The cards in his hands scattered across the floor. What did you say? Director Chen. Director Chen's film. Farewell My Concubine. The lead is played by Director Chen himself? Xiao Li and Xiao Wang froze in their tracks, both turning to stare at Lao Lu. Old Lu hung up the phone, his hands trembling. Looking at his 2 old buddies, his voice cracked. Guys, stop playing cards. A huge job has come our way. Director Chen. It's Director Chen's new project. Get the entire team to fly to Beijing now. Immediately. Xiao Li and Xiao Wang jumped to their feet. Holy crap. Is this for real? Director Chen finally remembered us. Xiao Yan, the young woman in charge of props, heard the commotion and rushed out from the back room. Brother Lu, what's going on? Director Chen is starting a new production. He specifically requested our entire original team. And this time Director Chen is going to star in the lead role himself. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up instantly, shining like light bulbs. Oh my gosh. Director Chen's acting? We absolutely have to watch that. Script supervisor Xiao Li rubbed his hands together, his face beaming with greed. Guys, remember when we shot Dying to Survive last time? Director Chen was generous and gave us a tiny slice of the internal investment. How many times did it multiply in the end? Old Lu held up one finger. 10 times. Chapter 186, I believe you. I invested 100,000 and got 1 million in returns. Paid off my mortgage in one go. Xiao Li exclaimed excitedly. This is the global young directors competition. The production scale is much bigger. If I could get another share, the returns? I can't even imagine. Stop daydreaming. Old Lu slapped his thigh. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and pack your things. Director Chen's projects? We'd work for free. This is a huge honor. Xiao Yan, go. Pack up every single one of our best, most prized pieces of equipment. Xiao Li, book the fastest flight to Beijing right now. No, book the bullet train. We'll drive our own vehicles to haul the gear over. Hurry. 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 The entire warehouse erupted into chaos in an instant. Beijing. The filming base arranged by Qin Zhenchuan was an antique-style film studio located in the suburbs. Pavilions, towers, and ornate beams and painted rafters it seemed tailor-made for Farewell My Concubine. By the time Old Lu, Little Li, Little Wang, Little Yan, and the others arrived, dusty and weary from driving the equipment truck, it was already the afternoon of the second day. Standing at the entrance, the sight before them left each of them feeling somewhat stiff. This place was too high-end. Just then, a group emerged from deep within the base. At the head of the group was none other than Chen Mo, the man they had been longing to see day and night. Old Lu and the others' eyes lit up, and they were about to step forward to greet him with a Director Chen. But the moment they recognized Chen Mo and his entourage, every word froze in their throats. What did they see? Chen Mo, leading the way in his white robes, seemed to glow with an otherworldly radiance. It wasn't just handsome, it was an otherworldly aura bordering on divine. Beside him stood Lin Wanqiu, the triple award-winning actress, already a star among stars yet now. Her beauty was so radiant it was almost blinding. Then there was Su Xiaoro, the sweet-voiced pop princess, radiating an almost unbearable sweetness. Old Lu rubbed his eyes. Xiao Li pinched his thigh. Prop guy Xiao Wang's jaw dropped so wide his wrench fell from his hand. My goodness gracious. Is that Director Chen? Is that Sister Wanqiu and Sister Xiaoro? Are they here to shoot a movie, or did the heavens bestow divine blessings upon them? This is way too much of a change. The team members whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with shock. Suddenly, their gazes swept past the glowing figures and landed at the rear of the group. A familiar figure. Wearing an oversized t-shirt and baggy shorts, drenched in sweat, panting heavily. The same build, the same face, the same earnest expression. Fat Wang. Not a bit changed. Lighting technician Old Lu glanced at Fat Wang, then at Chen Mo, and couldn't help whispering to Little Li beside him. You know. I wonder if this train to immortality is overloaded. And Director Wang got left behind? Wang Fatso's face instantly flushed crimson. He thrust his belly forward and bellowed back with full force. Who said that? Who got left behind? Old Lu, you don't know. Wang Pangzi strode to the front of the crowd, hands on his hips, trying to strike an air of profound mystery. You bunch of Philistines only see the surface. My transformation is about depth. It's about aura. It's about returning to simplicity. Got it? He pointed to the oversized t-shirt emblazoned with a cartoon bear. This is called great skill lies in simplicity. He stamped his feet in his flip-flops. This is the essence of simplicity. Unlike certain people. He shot Chen Mo a sidelong glance. Acting like a light bulb, afraid everyone won't notice he's glowing. Tacky. So tacky. Old Lu and the rest of the team looked from the ethereal Chen Mo to the spittle-flying, self-righteous Wang Fatso before them. Everyone stifled their laughter, the air thick with awkwardness. Enough. Just then, Chen Mo spoke up. Since everyone's here, let's get down to business. His gaze swept across the group, and each person met by his eyes instinctively straightened their posture. Old Lu. Present. Lighting technician Old Lu responded immediately. For this lighting, I don't want cinematic flair, I want the feel of time itself. I want you to recreate the candlelight of the old opera stages and the winter sunlight of Beiping on film. Every single light spot must tell a story. Old Lu's breath caught, his eyes instantly brightening. This request struck a chord deep within him. This was art. Understood. Rest assured, Director Chen. Xiao Li. Present. Your script supervisor won't just log shots, you'll capture every emotion. Every glance from Chang Die, every breath from Douyin Xiaolu, I want it all recorded. I need a script that reads like a play. Xiao Li's face flushed with excitement. I'll get it done. Xiao Yan. Director Chen. Xiao Yan, the young prop manager, hurried over. You got the props list. Remember, I don't want anything new. I want everything old. I want that pipe to carry the lingering tar smell of its era. I want those costumes to bear the sweat-soaked stains of decades. Every single piece must look like it was dug up from a tomb of that time. Xiao Yan's scalp tingled with dread, yet her whole body trembled with excitement. Yes, Director Chen. Chen Mo methodically assigned each task. Each demand was impossibly demanding, yet together they painted a grand artistic vision. The entire veteran crew felt their blood ignite. This was the director they wanted to follow. This was the kind of film they wanted to make. Everyone received their assignments except for Wang Fatso, who was left standing alone. Watching the others bustling with enthusiasm, he couldn't help but wonder. What about mine? Where's my assignment? Clearing his throat, he strode purposefully over to Chen Mo, striking what he thought was a dashing pose, one hand on his hip, the other pointing skyward. Ahem. Director Chen. My role. Speak up. Is it the Overlord Douyin Xiaolu or that Yuan Fourth Master? With my physique and presence, playing a tyrant should be a piece of cake. He gazed expectantly at Chen Mo, waiting for that coveted role to land squarely on his shoulders. Chen Mo watched his over-the-top, adolescent-like antics, laughter nearly spilling from his eyes. He shook his head. Fatso, you won't be acting this time. Wang Fatso's movements froze. Ha? Why? Am I, Wang He, not worthy of starring in this masterpiece? Chen Mo's smile turned meaningful. Because you have a task more important than anyone else's. You'll be the director. Boom. Wang Fatty was completely dumbfounded. Me? The director-in-chief? Direct farewell my concubine? His voice shot up in pitch. Mosey, don't joke around. This is the global young directors competition. We're going head-to-head with geniuses from all over the world. I can't do it. I'll definitely screw it up for you. The confident aura he radiated moments ago vanished completely. Ever since joining Chen Mo, he'd grown accustomed to being the right-hand man charging into battle, waving the flag, rallying the troops. But now, asked to steer such a massive ship himself? He panicked. He was completely and utterly panicked.
Chen Mo reached out and placed a firm hand on his shoulder.
Fatso, I'm not joking. I believe you. Chapter 187, this Fatso was a demon. Wang Fatso lifted his head and met Chen Mo's gaze. What kind of eyes were those? As if to say, I say you can do it, so you can.
That single glance instantly calmed the panic in Fat Wang's heart.
A flash of inspiration struck his mind. Oh. I get it. This is a diversion. Mozi must be controlling me from behind using his divine consciousness. I'm his alter ego walking among humans. Wang Pangzi's face lit up with sudden understanding. He gave Chen Mo a knowing wink, his expression saying, Bro, relax, I get it. Got it. No problem. Director Wang He, mission accomplished. After old Lu and the others, brimming with enthusiasm, scattered to make preparations, Wang Pangzi immediately crept up to Chen Mo, rubbing his hands together with a fawning expression. Mo, my good brother. Come on, don't keep it under wraps. What special ability are you planning to pass on to me? Is it director's eye, the ability to instantly see an actor's potential? Or golden editor, the skill to cut masterpieces with your eyes closed? Chen Mo chuckled at his teasing. What's the rush? I've already passed it on to you.
Wang Fatso froze, closed his eyes, and sensed the energy within him. He bounced up and down, jumped a few times, then pumped his fist.
Nothing. I don't feel anything. No warm current inside me, and nothing extra popped into my head. Chen Mo gave a mysterious smile. That's because it hasn't been activated yet.
Saying this, he pulled out a pearwood needle case gifted by old Master Huangrun from his pocket. Opening it, he revealed silver needles inside.
Sit down. Don't move.
Wang Fatso, seeing the solemn setup, immediately sat up straight with deep respect, his face radiating reverence. Chen Mo pinched a silver needle and gently inserted it into an acupoint at the back of Wang Fat's neck. This was merely the most common acupoint used to refresh the mind and sharpen the senses.
Ow! Fat Wang let out a yelp. Chen Mo remained impassive. Stop yelling. This is the meridian of divine power, I'm clearing it now. He pinched another needle and inserted it into another acupoint. Holy crap! Fat Wang shuddered again. Chen Mo's tone remained flat. Stay still. This is the director's inspiration being channeled into you.
After repeating this process, inserting 7 or 8 needles into Wang Fatso without causing any significant pain or discomfort, Chen Mo put away his needle case.
All done.
The Director Master's special abilities have now fused with you.
Go ahead. Feel your power.
Wang Fat stood up, half believing, half doubting. He took a deep breath and snapped his eyes open. His gaze fell upon a crooked-necked tree in the corner of the courtyard.
No! He roared.
The composition of this tree disrupts the golden ratio of the entire courtyard.
Someone! Move it 3 meters to the left. No! 3.5 meters.
He looked up again and saw a sparrow flying overhead.
Stop! He pointed his finger.
This bird's flight path is too straightforward, it lacks dramatic tension.
It should ascend first, then descend, followed by a loop. That's how you create cinematic flair.
He turned his head, eyes gleaming as he fixed them on Chen Mo.
I feel it. Mo. I feel it. Power. Endless power surging through my body. I am the god of directors.
With that, he strode out with a swagger, his departing figure radiating an air of supreme authority.
Chen Mo watched his whirlwind retreat and finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Silly Fatso. You've never lacked talent.
What you've been missing is a stage where you can stand alone, and the confidence to reclaim your dream of directing. The core of Farewell My Concubine lies in the performance where the actor and the role become indistinguishable.
Well then, I'll give you the director's chair. Let it help you find yourself again.
Word of Wang Fatso's promotion quickly spread throughout the entire crew. The preparation site transformed into a vast stage steeped in magical realism. The newly crowned chief director could be seen darting about the set, megaphone in hand.
Old Lu. Lighting. I don't want brightness, I want light. The kind that pierces the soul. It needs to carry the temperature of despair. Do you even know what the temperature of despair means?
Lighting technician Old Lu looked utterly bewildered, but meeting Wang Pangzi's unwavering gaze, he nodded vigorously.
Got it. I'll do my best. Wang Fatso then stormed over to the props department. Xiao Yan. This big pipe. No good. It looks too new. It doesn't have the feel of a fallen star. I want it to smell like decay and sorrow. Go. Get me some century-old dust to plaster on it.
Xiao Yan, the props team leader, gaped at him, his mouth hanging open for what felt like an eternity.
This request was downright theological. But strangely enough, with Qin Zhenchuan's unstinting resource support and Wang Fatso's relentless divine directing demands, the entire crew's preparation efficiency was terrifyingly high. Street scenes of the capital city, steeped in weighty history, rose from the ground. Backstage areas of opera houses, brimming with the charm of traditional Chinese theater, were perfectly recreated. Everything was being completed flawlessly at an astonishing pace.
And Wang Fatso, every day, would tell anyone who would listen. Mark my words, I'm about to achieve the union of man and director ascend to heaven in broad daylight. When that happens, you'll all be witnesses to my ascension. The crew listened in utter bewilderment, yet witnessing the miraculous pace of the set construction, they couldn't help but feel he had a point. Perhaps director Wang truly was no ordinary man? Half a month later, at a film studio on the outskirts of the capital. When Qin Zhenchuan stepped into the perfectly recreated street scene of 1930s Beiping, even this veteran of the Chinese film industry, who had seen it all, couldn't help but gasp in awe. Blue-glazed bricks, gray tiles, wooden stands selling candied hawthorn on a stick, and an old tin bucket selling water at the street corner. In the distance, the upturned eaves of the opera house under the artificial winter sunlight carried a distinct air of desolation. The air itself seemed thick with that era's distinctive blend of coal dust and grit. This is what you've accomplished in just half a month. Qin Zhenchuan's voice trembled with disbelief. Following behind him were several national-level art and set design masters, each of them staring wide-eyed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A gray-haired veteran art director rushed to a wall and began scraping at the plaster with his fingers. This weathered texture, this moss in the corners, it takes at least 10 years to achieve this level of authenticity. Wang Fatso emerged from the theater, hands behind his back, striding with a deliberate, square gait. His chin lifted slightly, his face bearing a look of you mere mortal's loneliness. Master Qin, you're here. Basic procedure. No need to panic. Under the guidance of my theological directing method, anything is possible. Qin Zhenchuan stared at the chubby man before him, then surveyed the set so realistic it could pass for the real thing and felt his heart churn violently. He had assumed that Chen Mo appointing Wang He as chief director was merely a joke to placate his brother. Now it seemed he'd been blind. This chubby guy was a prodigy. Chapter 188, Director Chen. Master Chen. And Chen Mo himself was an even more unfathomable prodigy. Qin Zhenchuan took a deep breath. Excellent. Wonderful. A film like this must be seen by the entire world. The decision was made on the spot. Hold the kickoff ceremony in 3 days. I'll invite every big shot in the Chinese film industry. I want everyone to know what kind of film we're making in China. 3 days later, the production launch ceremony for Farewell My Concubine unfolded with unprecedented grandeur. The ceremony was simultaneously broadcast worldwide by the 2 major platforms, Spark Video and Feitian Video. On site, the red carpet stretched from the studio gates all the way to the stage of the traditional opera house. Luxury cars bearing special license plates pulled up one after another, disgorging industry heavyweights whose mere footsteps could send shockwaves through China's entertainment world. Director Su from Star C Video arrived, his face plastered with a humble smile, a far cry from his former arrogance. Zhao Jinfu of Huading Entertainment arrived, now without Zhou Yuan by his side. Looking visibly haggard, he bowed and scraped from a distance upon spotting Chen Mo. Lin Wanqiu of Qinghao Pictures, representing her company's boss, naturally arrived in full formal attire. Li Xiao from Tianyu Entertainment arrived early with pop sensation Su Xiaoro. Also present were Qian Mingli from Feitian Video, the CEO of Qinghua Video, Zheng Haitao from Whale Molding Platform, Zheng Fei from Luyu Video, Chen Jin from Orange Light Vision. Nearly every major film studio and video platform in the country was represented. Dressed in suits and holding champagne glasses, they all carefully gathered around Qin Zhenchuan and Chen Mo, wearing flattering smiles. Mr. Qin. Rest assured. Feitian Video will handle all promotional efforts for this film. Director Chen. For any post-production needs, Whale Mapping Platform is at your beck and call. Director Chen, here's my card. For any future projects, just give us the nod. Orange Light Vision will be the first investor. This spectacle left the viewers lurking in the livestream room utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap! What's going on? What day is it today? Is this the Chinese entertainment industry's Spring Festival Gala? Am I seeing things? Wasn't that Zhao Jinfu from Huading just now? Why is he acting like a total suck-up? Shanghai's director Su is here too. Didn't he blacklist Chen Mo before? His face changes faster than the wind. No kidding. Look who's standing beside Chen Mo. Qin Zhenchuan. Old Master Qin. That's someone who can reach the highest echelons of power. This lineup is insane. What on earth are they filming with Farewell My Concubine? The ceremony officially began. Qin Zhenchuan stepped onto the stage without a script, yet his voice carried throughout the venue. Today, we stand here not for any one person, nor for any one film. We stand here to use the magic of cinema to show the world what our culture is, what our spirit is. Farewell My Concubine will be a dagger thrust at Western cultural hegemony. It will be a banner showcasing our Eastern aesthetic. I, Qin Zhenchuan, make this declaration today. Whoever dares to obstruct this endeavor will be my enemy and the enemy of the entire Chinese film industry. His words rang out with thunderous conviction. Every major figure in the audience stood in solemn respect, erupting in thunderous applause. The live stream chat exploded with comments. This is epic. Qin Lao is amazing. This is the true spirit of Chinese filmmakers. A spearhead. A banner. Spot on. I've got goosebumps. Go for it. For that line alone, I'll watch it 3 times when it hits theaters. When Chen Mo brought Lin Wanqiu, Su Xiaoro, and Lu Yao onto the stage together, the livestream atmosphere reached another peak. Their skin, under the high-definition cameras, showed not a single flaw. They seemed to have a built-in soft focus filter, radiating a luminous glow. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! What kind of god-tier beauty is this? How did Oscar-winning actress Lin and pop diva Su get even more stunning? Is that skin condition even real? Who's that short-haired girl beside them? So fierce. Love it. With these 3 standing together, my screen feels like it's glowing. A bold female reporter snatched the microphone during the Q&A session and asked excitedly, "Ladies, what magical skincare products are you using? Could you share with our online audience? We'd crowdfund for it." This question instantly ignited the curiosity of all female netizens. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Wanqiu, Su Xiaoro, and Lu Yao exchanged glances. Then, in perfect unison, they all turned their gaze toward Chen Mo, who stood in the center. Their eyes held laughter and a hint of indescribable reliance. The cameraman, clearly an expert, immediately zoomed in for a close-up, capturing Chen Mo's face now even more strikingly handsome and otherworldly than before. The entire internet fell silent for a second. Then, the comments exploded. Got it. Got it. So Chen Mo not only writes songs, directs movies, and practices medicine, now he moonlights as a beautician? Chen Mo, that's right, yours truly. Give us the link. Brother. Check us out. We'll buy it even if it costs us everything. Meanwhile, other teams competing in the Global Young Directors Competition were also watching this livestream through various channels. United States, Hollywood film set. A new director stroked his bushy beard, his brow furrowed as he watched the fleeting glimpse of Beiping street scenes on the livestream. This set, it feels too real. The Chinese are serious this time. Meanwhile, in South Korea, genius director Park Chang-joon and his team stared intently at the screen. When he saw the almost indistinguishable from the real thing opera house, his face instantly turned ashen. It's fake. Damn it. This is definitely fake. It's CGI. He slammed his fist on the table, leaped to his feet, and hurled curses at the screen. Impossible. How could they possibly build such a realistic set in such a short time? It's not scientific. It's definitely the Chinese doing CG previews for face. Trying to scare us. Bunch of frauds. Ridiculous pride. The team members beside him exchanged nervous glances, too afraid to speak as they watched their director fly into a rage. Yet a sense of foreboding rose within each of them. What if it was real? Then wouldn't their so-called modern urban romance film depicting eternal love look like a joke compared to such an epic production? The kickoff ceremony concluded. Qin Zhenchuan hosted a banquet at the capital's most prestigious Qin Zhenchuan hotel. When Chen Mo and his group arrived, the entire hotel lobby fell silent. Especially the appearance of the 3 women Lin Wanqiu, Su Xiaoro, and Lu Yao. Countless stunned and envious gazes focused on them. But even more attention was drawn to the man walking between them, his expression calm and composed Chen Mo. The banquet proceeded with clinking glasses and flowing wine. A tycoon dressed in a bespoke suit, the same one who had publicly humiliated Chen Mo at the Star C video celebration banquet, pushed his way to Chen Mo's side, clutching a glass brimming with Mao Tai. His face was plastered with a smile. Director Chen. Master Chen. Chapter 189, Director Chen. I'll drink 3 cups as penance. I was blind not to recognize your greatness before. Forgive my past offenses. You're a magnanimous man, don't stoop to quarreling with a nobody like me. Without waiting for Chen Mo's response, he tilted his head back and downed the entire glass of liquor in one gulp. Burp. His face flushed crimson as he slammed the glass down on the table. I'm done. You go ahead. With the first one down, the second and third followed. Director Chen. I'll drink 3 cups as punishment. To make amends. Director Chen. I toast you. May Farewell My Concubine be a box office smash and win the top prize. Director Chen. From now on, you're like my own brother. In an instant, the entire opulent, elegantly styled banquet hall became the scene of an utterly comical spectacle. A group of executives, men who usually carried themselves with airs and pretensions, each worth billions, now scrambled to rush before Chen Mo, vying to be the first to down shots of baijiu. Their urgency suggested that anyone hesitating might lose their chance to apologize. Wang the fatso sat nearby, legs crossed, munching on a chicken drumstick while watching the spectacle with relish. Oomph, a bunch of fence-sitters. Where were you guys earlier? Now you realize how formidable I am. Too late. Chen Mo watched the chaotic scene unfold before him, a faint smile never leaving his face. He neither refused nor deliberately made things difficult. Only after the noisy crowd finished paying their respects did he slowly rise, lifting the teacup before him. His gaze swept across the room, instantly drawing the attention of every single person present. The entire banquet hall fell silent. I appreciate your kindness, everyone. Let bygones be bygones. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the faces of those who had once oppressed him, now filled with nervous tension. What I hope for is not for anyone to apologize to anyone.
What I hope for is that our Chinese cinema will only get better and better. That we unite as one, no longer fighting amongst ourselves, but instead pointing our guns outward together to seize the glory and market share that rightfully belong to us. I raise my tea in place of wine to all of you and to Chinese cinema." With that, he drained the cup of clear tea in one gulp. The room fell silent for several seconds. Then, thunderous applause erupted. "Well said." Qin Zhenchuan was the first to rise, clapping vigorously with admiration in his eyes. "What a masterstroke uniting against external threats. Chen Mo, your vision far exceeds my expectations." The other capital tycoons rose one after another, clapping vigorously. Their faces bore a mix of shame and genuine admiration. In that moment, they finally understood. The young man before them had reached this point not merely through talent and luck. It was this world-encompassing vision. The banquet at the Jinchuan Grand Hotel lasted well into the night. That night, the entire film and television industry in the capital lay awake, haunted by Chen Mo's words, "Unite our guns against external threats." The next day, as dawn broke, the production crew of Farewell My Concubine officially commenced filming. The atmosphere was starkly different from yesterday's grand ceremony. Prop master Zhou Yuan directed his crew as they hauled a massive copper water vat into the center of the theater courtyard. Lighting technician Old Lu, accompanied by his apprentice, repeatedly adjusted the lighting. But director Wang, the big guy, was unusually quiet and not shouting orders on set. He sat huddled in a corner of the director's booth, clutching a thick script. His rotund body trembled slightly, seemingly beyond his control. The stage manager and assistants nearby wanted to approach him, but he silenced them with a single glance. Finally, Wang Fat closed the last page of the script. He snapped his head up, and 2 hot tears streamed down from his eyes, now reduced to slits by the fleshy folds around them. "Woo! Mosey! You bastard!" He sobbed, cursing in broken, choked-off bursts. "You bastard, you want me to cry myself to death on set?" In the script, those 2 theater fanatics, Duan Xiaolu and Cheng Die, were entangled for a lifetime, blurring the lines between reality and performance, consumed by love, hatred, and madness. It was no simple love story. It was an era that crushed 2 of the most vibrant souls. A bone-deep, quintessentially Eastern tragedy of fate. After receiving the complete script, the surrounding crew fell into a collective silence. Each face bore a dazed expression, stunned by its impact. Lu Yao, who played the delicate girl Su Wei, was already weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. They finally understood why Qin Zhenchuan had called it a dagger thrust at the heart of Western cultural hegemony. Because this kind of aesthetic, this kind of story, could only be brought to life by China. All departments, attention. Scene 1, take 1. Ready. As Wang Pangzi's voice echoed, everyone instantly focused their minds and entered battle mode. With Chen Mo personally overseeing operations and Qin Lao's stern warning hanging over them, the entire crew operated at an almost terrifying level of efficiency. No one dared to act like a diva. No one dared slack off. No one dared to play dirty tricks. All resources, all manpower, were tightly bound together, focused on a single goal. Before the camera, Chen Mo had already changed into his costume. He was portraying the young Cheng Die. As he knelt on the ground, his palms mercilessly struck by the master's ruler, forced to recite over and over, "I was born a delicate maiden, not a man." His eyes shifted from defiance to bewilderment, and finally settled into a numb resignation. The progression unfolded layer by layer, without a trace of unnecessary acting. Cut. Cut. Wang Fat watched the replay on the monitor and slapped his thigh in excitement. "Perfect. Mosey, your Cheng Die reincarnated." The first day of filming went exceptionally smoothly. Progress was twice as fast as originally planned. After wrapping up for the night, several lead actors and key crew members wanted to treat Chen Mo to dinner to celebrate. "Mosey, come on, let's grab a bite." "Director Chen, there's an authentic roast lamb place nearby." Chen Mo smiled and shook his head. "You guys go ahead. I've got some things to take care of." Declining everyone's invitations, he returned alone to his hotel room. Instead of resting, he immediately opened his laptop and imported today's footage into the editing software. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, his gaze fixed and focused. 1 hour later, a mere 15-second video clip was edited out by him. The video contained no dialogue. Only one shot. Chen Mo, adorned in UG makeup, sat quietly before the mirror. She did not look at the camera, but gazed dreamily at her reflection. Her exquisite face bore an expression that seemed to blend sorrow and joy. Then, without warning, a single tear slips from the corner of her eye. It traces a sorrowful path down her exquisitely made-up face. The video ends. Black screen. 4 characters appeared. Farewell My Concubine. Chen Mo uploaded this video directly to his Douyin and Weibo accounts without adding any promotional text. Chapter 190, Director Chen, you're my hero. Then he shut down his computer, went to wash up and rest. He knew. Tonight was destined to be extraordinary. The next day, when the production crew's bus arrived once more at the filming location on the outskirts of Beijing, everyone was stunned speechless by the scene before them. The narrow road leading to the base entrance was now packed with luxury cars and chauffeur-driven vehicles of every kind. Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, Maybachs, stretching as far as the eye could see. Beside the vehicles stood agents in sharp suits and assistants dressed to the nines. Meanwhile, the owners of these vehicles, the top-tier stars and rising young actresses who usually towered above everyone else with tens of millions of fans, now stood by the roadside as obediently as elementary school students. The moment the production crew's vehicles appeared, their eyes lit up instantly. Director Wang! Director Wang is here! Quick, quick! Hand Director Wang some water! Fat Wang! Over here! Look at me, look at me! The moment Wang Fatso stepped out of the car, he was instantly swallowed up by the crowd. Director Wang! I'm Zhao Ziheng. I don't want any pay. I just want to play a random passerby knocked over by the lead in your movie. Please. A top domestic heartthrob squeezed his way to Wang Fatso, his face etched with earnestness. Director Wang! Do you remember me? I'm Sun Feifei. I can play any role. A maid, a corpse, anything. Sun Feifei, the award-winning actress, had shed all her airs, practically ready to kneel before Wang. Wang Fat was completely flustered by the scene. What's going on? What's going on? Line up properly. He yelled at the top of his lungs. Not long ago, he'd begging and pleading for investments, enduring others' cold stares. And now, the cream of China's entertainment industry was begging him just for a walk-on role with no lines. The audition was hastily arranged on the open ground of the film set. Fat Wang sat in a traditional armchair, legs crossed. You, the one over there, yes, you. What part do you want to play? Director Wang, I want to play the tree that gets chopped down. No way. You look too cheerful, no tragic vibe. Next. Director Wang, I want to play the mirror Chang Die smashed. Show me how you'd portray a broken heart. After the auditions, Wang the Fat discovered a terrifying truth. This production of Farewell My Concubine wasn't just an all-star cast anymore. This ING thing had a god-tier cast. Forget the leads, even a random rock by the roadside in the film could be a cameo by some Academy Award-winning actor. Meanwhile, the internet had already exploded. Chen Mo's 15-second clip had racked up over 1 billion views overnight. Over 100 million likes. The comments section was completely overwhelmed. Holy! What kind of god-tier looks is this? This is Chen Mo? I must be blind. 1 tier, and he's a legend. I hereby declare this year's Oscar for Best Actor goes to Chen Mo. That makeup, those eyes, that aura. I've got goosebumps all over. This is the true beauty of the East. Yesterday's filming kickoff looked like a beauty ad. Today I'm eating my words. I bow an apology. Director Chen is a legend. Amidst the frenzy, countless patriotic netizens flooded foreign platforms. They pinpointed the social media account of that genius director from Korea, Park Chang-joon. Then they began tagging him relentlessly. At Park Chang-joon, Director Nim, look. This is our new Chinese film. Aren't you always claiming everything originated from your country? Here, take a look at this, see if you can copy it? Just this one gaze, does your industrial saccharine depicting eternal love even deserve to tie your shoelaces? Forget romance flicks, make a Farewell My Concubine, the origin of Korea, instead. We don't mind, ha ha ha. South Korea, a certain film production company. Crash. Park Chang-joon slammed the tablet in his hand onto the floor. The screen shattered instantly. This is outrageous. Those damn Chinese bastards. He trembled with rage. Yesterday, he had stubbornly insisted it was all CGI effects, that they were frauds. Today, seeing half of China's entertainment industry scrambling for a single extra role, he knew he'd lost. That cultural depth and aesthetic confidence radiating from their very bones was something he could never capture, no matter how many soft focus filters or slow motion shots he threw at it. Park Chang-joon grabbed his hair and roared in frustration, utterly helpless. Chen Mo paid little attention to the domestic frenzy or the international buzz. All his energy was poured into filming. That day, his secretary rushed in to find him. Director Chen, several small countries' ministries of culture have sent us formal letters of intent for cooperation through their embassies. The secretary handed him a stack of documents. They wish to form an Asian cultural film alliance with China, sharing resources to jointly counter Hollywood's cultural invasion. Wang Fatso, who happened to be nearby, heard this and his eyes lit up. Holy Mosey! This is great news. An alliance. This means we're the big shots now. They're all coming to kiss our ass. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. Quick, look. Which countries are involved? Won't we get to film on location in their countries for free from now on? Chen Mo didn't even take the stack of documents. He merely lifted his eyes and gave the secretary a faint glance. Reject them all. 2 words, delivered with casual indifference. Wang Fatso froze. Ha? Rejected? Why? Mosey, have you lost your mind? Turning down such a golden opportunity? Chen Mo rose from his chair and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the replicated cityscape of Beiping from a bygone era. Fatso, your perspective is still too narrow. An alliance? They deserve to stand alongside us? Wang Fatso was utterly dumbfounded, staring blankly at Chen Mo.
Only Chen Mo's voice continued to echo through the empty room. They are fit only to be our vassals. To learn, to pay homage, to offer tribute. Not to stand as equals with us. Wang Fatso gaped, staring at Chen Mo's retreating figure. Subordinates? Pay homage? Pay tribute? This ing. Even more outrageous than cursing out those bigwigs at the Star C video banquet. Even more domineering. The secretary stood frozen in place, the documents in his hands feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds. I've seen arrogant people before, but never this arrogant. This wasn't mere confidence, it was arrogance carved into his very bones. Yet coming from Chen Mo's mouth, it somehow felt entirely justified. What are you standing there for? Chen Mo turned around, his brow slightly furrowed. Reply to them as I instructed. Yes, yes. Director Chen. The secretary snapped to attention, daring no further questions, and hurried off with the documents. Wang the Fatso edged closer, his chubby face beaming with admiration. Mo, your ing, my god. Chapter 191, no. You're my real dad. From now on, you're my real brother. No, you're my real dad. Time passed, day after day. Chen Mo's remarks about vassal states, relayed verbatim through his secretary's response, spread far and wide. The small nations that had hoped to curry favor with him were instantly thrown into an uproar. How arrogant! We just wanted an alliance, and he expects us to become vassals? Who does he think he is? The king of the world? This is outrageous. It's an insult to our sovereignty. We must boycott Farewell My Concubine. However, this uproar didn't last long. Because the buzz around Farewell My Concubine had already exploded beyond Asia. That 15-second clip swept across major social media platforms in Europe and America. On YouTube, major film and TV content creators dissected every frame of Chen Mo's gaze in that single tear. The Times dedicated an entire page to this Eastern miracle. The headline read, 15 seconds, a cultural declaration of war from the ancient East. In the article, the veteran film critic wrote, "We've grown accustomed to Hollywood heroes saving the world with special effects and brawn. But now, a Chinese man has shattered our cherished aesthetic system with a single tear. He showed us that beauty can be fractured, heartrending, and imbued with a bone-deep sense of destiny. I must admit, I am conquered." Suburban Beijing, filming location. A black sedan bearing diplomatic license plates pulled up slowly at the production crew's entrance. The door opened, and a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes stepped out, radiating elegance. He was the cultural attaché of Italy, a middle power nation, to China. Unlike the smaller nations before, who had merely sent embassy staff to deliver letters. Instead, he had come in person. His demeanor was humble to the extreme. "May I ask if Director Chen Mo is available? I am here on behalf of the Italian Ministry of Culture to pay a visit." Wang the Fat rushed over upon hearing the news. Seeing this grand display, his heart surged with excitement once more. "Please, come in. Mo is inside." In the reception room, Chen Mo maintained his usual composed demeanor. "Mr. Chen." The counselor bowed slightly, adopting an extremely humble posture. "Regarding the Asian Cultural Film Alliance you mentioned earlier, we in Italy would greatly appreciate your assistance." He chose his words carefully, replacing forming an alliance with seeking assistance. Just as Chen Mo had predicted. Wang Fatty listened nearby, his heart racing. Damn it, Mo really is a prophet. Chen Mo lifted his teacup, blew gently on it, and remained silent. Seeing this, the counselor felt uneasy and hurriedly continued. "We are willing to abide by your rules. We wish to become your vassals." When the word vassals rolled off the tongue of a proud Italian, Wang Fatty nearly burst out laughing. Awesome. Chen Mo finally lifted his eyelids. "There is only one condition. Hand over one artifact from your National Museum's collection that pertains to our Chinese civilization." "What?" The counselor froze, his face frozen in utter shock. He had imagined countless possibilities. Chen Mo might demand money, resources, or technology sharing. But he never imagined he would ask for an artifact. Fat Wan was dumbfounded too. "Mo, what do you need an artifact for? Can that thing put food on the table?" Chen Mo ignored him, his gaze fixed quietly on the counselor. The counselor's expression shifted like a stormy sky. After a few seconds, as if he'd suddenly grasped something, the bewilderment on his face transformed into wild excitement. "No problem. Absolutely no problem," he exclaimed excitedly. "Mr. Chen, rest assured. Our museum does indeed house some Chinese porcelain and calligraphy. While they may not be the most prized national treasures, they absolutely represent our sincerity." Why the wild joy? Because this condition was far too simple for them. Ask them to produce a Leonardo da Vinci painting? A Michelangelo sculpture? Impossible. But returning a cultural relic that rightfully belongs to China? This was like manna from heaven. They could curry favor with China while earning praise for respecting history and returning artifacts to their rightful owners. This deal is a steal.
The news quickly spread across the globe. Italy's Ministry of Culture announces, to promote cultural exchange, it will donate a Qing Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase from its collection to China's National Museum free of charge. Immediately after, French Ministry of Culture announces, it will return a lost Ming Dynasty painting to China. Spain. Germany. The smaller nations that had been clamoring for resistance were utterly dumbfounded. While they hesitated over whether to bow their heads, Europe's established powers were already scrambling to kneel and pay tribute. In an instant, a global wave of returning cultural relics to China swept across the world. On the official website of the Global Young Directors Competition, the real-time global influence ranking chart underwent dramatic shifts. The US region, which had been ranked first, was rapidly losing ground in the ratings. Meanwhile, the red progress bar representing the China region surged forward after absorbing the affiliated influence of dozens of countries. 30%, 35%, 40%, securing the top spot with unwavering confidence. The entire Huaxia network erupted in celebration. The entire production crew erupted in celebration. We won. We're number one. Director Chen is amazing. We're number one before filming is even finished. Lighting technician Old Lu's face flushed crimson with excitement. Xiaoyan, the young prop supervisor, hugged her colleague, laughing and crying at the same time. Fat Wang waved his hand generously. Tonight's on me. The whole crew, let's hit the best place in town, Longhua restaurant. We're not leaving until we're drunk. Oh. The crowd cheered. But Chen Mo stepped forward. Everyone, get your heads back in the game. Shooting isn't over yet. The competition has only just begun. It's too early to celebrate. The crowd instantly quieted, their ecstatic expressions fading into solemnity. They gazed at Chen Mo's unflappable expression, filled with nothing but admiration. Unfazed even if a mountain collapsed before him. This is the mark of a man destined for greatness. Filming continued. Everyone's enthusiasm surged even higher than before. Efficiency soared. Finally, on the day the Global Young Directors Competition officially commenced, the filming of Farewell My Concubine reached its final scene. Farewell My Concubine, Yuji takes her own life. Everyone held their breath. Before the camera, Chen Mo, playing Cheng Die, wore the most splendid costume and the heaviest makeup. He gazed at the hero before him, the man he had loved and resented for a lifetime. In his eyes lay endless resentment, endless love. Ultimately, it all dissolved into a faint smile of release. He drew the sword he had given to the hero. I was born a delicate maiden, not a man. A piercing wail echoed across the set. Then, she drew the sword and slit her own throat. Blood stained her costume crimson. And reddened the eyes of everyone present. Cut. Chapter 192, Director Chen, I was wrong. Behind the monitor, Fat Wang was already weeping uncontrollably. He wasn't alone. Lin Wanqiu, Su Shiro, and Lu Yao, the three women, wept uncontrollably. Even the toughest guys on set, the cameramen lugging their equipment, were quietly wiping away tears. As the final note faded, both the man and the play were gone. I declare, farewell my concubine. Wang Fatso leapt to his feet, roaring with every ounce of strength. Rap. After a brief silence, thunderous applause and cheers erupted. Emotions held back for far too long erupted completely in that moment. People laughed, danced, and embraced each other, celebrating the birth of this masterpiece. And at that very moment, Li, the script supervisor, was bent over his phone, eager to share the good news on his social feed. Suddenly, his face went deathly pale. No, this can't be. This can't be real, right? Trembling, he handed his phone to Wang, the chubby guy beside him. Director Wang. Look. Fat Wang took the phone. On the screen was a blindingly red, latest announcement from the official account of the competition organizing committee. The headline contained only one sentence. Notice, the entry Farewell My Concubine from the Huaxia region has been disqualified for severely violating competition regulations by conducting unauthorized, oversized filming in advance. Disqualified from the competition? Buzz. Wang Pangzi's head felt like it had been struck by a heavy hammer. The phone in his hand clattered to the floor with a sharp crack, its screen shattering. The festive atmosphere abruptly froze. All eyes fixated on the shattered screen. The next second. Fat Wang kicked a nearby chair, flying with one foot. Why the hell? Why the hell did this happen? Did we break any rules? Ha! I refuse to accept this. The entire crew erupted in fury. This is rigged. Absolutely rigged. Those Western bastards can't handle it anymore. They're scared. Screw this bull competition. We're out. The crowd was boiling with rage. Meanwhile, on foreign websites, opponents who had previously been crushed by Chen Mo began speaking out. South Korean director Park Chang-joon was the first to post. Oh, so it was cheating after all? I knew it. How could they possibly produce something like that? Those Chinese, always cutting corners. The rising American director, the one slated to succeed James, also tweeted. Rules are rules. My condolences, my Chinese friend. You're out early. Every word dripped with schadenfreude and scorn.
They sought to nail Chen Mo and farewell my concubine to the pillar of shame.
Amidst this chaos and fury, Chen Mo remained unusually calm.
Slowly, he picked up the phone from the ground and glanced at the announcement. Then he lifted his head, surveying the faces of his team angry and unwilling to accept defeat.
They will regret this.
It seems they haven't learned the lesson of Jiro Niwa's fate.
Chen Mo was truly enraged.
At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind.
Ding! Host detected suffering immense injustice. Mass resentment is boiling over and the power of faith is rapidly gathering.
Temporary side quest triggered, divine judgment.
Gain temporary skill, Eye of Heaven basic. Skill description, consumes faith points to forcibly inspect and publicly expose designated hostile targets pre-competition violations.
Expose all conspiracies under the light of day. Current faith points, 9,872,451 rapidly increasing in real time.
Note, each target judged consumes 1 million faith points. Want to play, huh? Fine. I'll join you, let's play big.
Before Chen Mo's eyes, the pale blue system panel displayed a string of numbers representing faith points, now pulsing wildly.
9,872,451. 9,913,622. 9,985,109.
Across the Huaxia network, every furious netizen, every frustrated fist pounding on a desk, every roar against injustice, all transformed into the purest form of power, surging into Chen Mo's body.
Ding! Faith points have surpassed 10 million. Divine Judgment national level permission unlocked.
Host may designate one national competition zone for mandatory, comprehensive pre-competition conduct review.
Consumes 10 million faith points. The review results will be presented to the host as irrefutable evidence. National level judgment? Very well.
Chen Mo opened the incessantly noisy internal chat group for the Global Young Directors competition.
Inside, South Korean director Park Chang-jun was jumping up and down, shouting the loudest. At China, Chen Mo, come out.
If you dare to cheat, you should have the guts to admit it.
What kind of man hides like this? Rules are rules. Don't you Huaxia people understand even that much?
Wang Pangzi stood nearby, trembling with rage, his flab quivering. Chen Mo's gaze swept past the clownish figure and settled on another profile picture.
James from the States. The new director who'd just taken James's spot.
To catch the thief, first catch the king.
Strike the snake at its 7-inch mark. No matter how fiercely the lapdog barks, it remains just a dog. Kill the master, and the dog will naturally stop barking. And besides,
a sharp gleam flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. In American museums, many artifacts belonging to our ancestors still lie dormant. It's time for them to spit it all back out, principle and interest included.
System.
Chen Mo silently commanded in his mind.
Target, United States region. Initiate national level judgment. Ding. Command confirmed. Consuming 10 million faith points. National level divine judgment activated.
Conducting comprehensive pre-competition behavior review of the U.S. division.
Review complete.
Complete surveillance footage intercepted of the U.S. division's Romeo and Juliet production team conducting live-action explosive filming at a Nevada desert base during preparation period.
Video stored in system space, accessible anytime. With a thought from Chen Mo, the footage appeared on his phone.
The footage showed a massive mushroom cloud erupting skyward, actors clad in costumes rolling amidst flames, with the special effects and filming crews clearly visible. The timestamp clearly showed it was recorded after the competition rules were announced.
Irrefutable proof. Chen Mo closed the video and reopened the director group chat.
He didn't immediately share the footage. He located James's profile picture and typed a line.
At US Zanmas. All conversations paused momentarily at Chen Mo's appearance.
Zhang Musi replied swiftly, his words dripping with condescending arrogance.
What's up?
If you're here to apologize, I can accept it on behalf of the organizing committee.
Chen Mo smiled. I just wanted to ask, James, what's your relationship with him?
The moment those words were spoken, the group chat erupted.
James erupted in fury. Chen Mo.
How dare you mention my brother? You despicable cheater. You better figure out a way to get my brother out of there immediately, or I'll make sure you can't survive in Hollywood.
Directors from other countries chimed in. Exactly.
Mr. James, we stand with you. The Chinese must pay for their actions. Chen Mo stared at the comments, his expression unreadable as he typed his second message.
Check your private messages first.
After sending this, he privately messaged James the surveillance footage. In the group chat, people were still frantically tagging at Chen Mo, hurling all sorts of vulgar insults at him.
Zhang Mu's profile picture suddenly went dark. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. The most vocal instigator vanished without a trace. Just as everyone was puzzled, James's avatar lit up once more. Then, everyone witnessed a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. At Huaxia Chen Mo, Director Chen, I was wrong. Chapter 193, A Smile That Warms the Ages. I'm sorry. I offer my most sincere apologies for my earlier remarks. I take back every word. You are the most magnanimous. You are our role model. Whatever you wish, just say the word. These words exploded through the director's group chat of hundreds, leaving everyone reeling. A deathly silence fell over the group. Had they not witnessed it themselves, no one would have believed that a proud American, a rising star in Hollywood, would humble himself to such an extent to apologize to a Chinese person. And a public apology at that. What was going on? Was he under a spell? Or was his account hacked? After a brief, dead silence, a flood of question marks erupted. What the FK? Mr. James, are you okay? Was it that Chinese guy threatening you? Don't worry, we're all here. Park Chang-jun from Korea was also completely dumbfounded. He immediately sent James a private message. Mr. James, what's going on? Don't let him intimidate you. We pushed for these new rules together, he can't touch us. I guarantee your absolute safety. On the other end of the phone, far away in the United States, James nearly smashed his phone upon seeing Park Chang-jun's message. Guarantee? Guarantee my ass. Cold sweat drenched his back as he watched the video Chen Mo had sent. In the video, it wasn't just him. Behind him stood representatives of capital, and even a high-ranking official from the tournament organizing committee. If this were to leak out, forget about competing, the entire US division would become a global laughingstock. He'd end up just like his foolish older brother, completely disgraced. How could he dare to be arrogant anymore? His hands trembling, he replied to Park Chang-jun. Don't bother me. You idiot. If you want to die, go die yourself. After sending it, he immediately blocked Park Chang-jun. Then, in the group chat, he continued to apologize frantically to Chen Mo in the most humble manner. Director Chen, I truly know I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and let me off like a fart. This scene left Fat Wang speechless. He leaned close to Chen Mo and whispered. Mo, what the hell is going on? What did you send him? It scared him half to death. Chen Mo tucked away his phone and took a calm sip of tea. Nothing much. Just gathered all the anger from Huashan netizens and let him see it. Wang Fatty was completely baffled, but looking at Chen Mo's inscrutable expression, he couldn't help but feel that his brother was becoming more and more like a god. Just then, the system alert sounded again. Ding! Faith points detected surging again. Current faith points, 5 million. 5 million faith points remain until the next divine judgment target level. Chen Mo's gaze shifted back to the director's group. The American delegation fell silent. James kept apologizing like a lapdog. But there were always fools who couldn't read the situation. Park Chang-jun of the Korean peninsula, after being berated by James, not only refused to back down but grew even more enraged. He believed Chen Mo had resorted to underhanded tactics to intimidate James. He vowed to pursue justice to the very end. The Americans may be scared, but we aren't. Rules are rules. At Huasha Chen Mo, I don't care what methods you use, breaking the rules is breaking the rules. I formally propose to the organizing committee permanently ban Farewell My Concubine from all international competitions. They continued to pressure Chen Mo using so-called rules. Fat Wang was so furious he was about to curse again. Chen Mo waved his hand, signaling him to calm down. Watching the clownish figure on the screen, Chen Mo's eyes held only a trace of pity. Wasting a precious trial opportunity over a buzzing fly? What a waste. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? There were far more sophisticated ways to silence him or even force him to kneel and apologize. Chen Mo's gaze slowly swept across the list of directors. America dared not move. Italy and France were already his vassals. Then, who else was Korea's biggest ally besides the US? Who was culturally closest to them? Who has provided the most covert support behind the scenes? Chen Mo's lips curled upward once more. He would make Park Chang-jun make the entire country of Korea see what true despair truly looks like. It is when your greatest pillar of support, your most trusted ally, kneels before you first. And worse, you force them to do it with your own hands. Chen Mo watched Park Chang-jun's frantic, flailing figure and sneered inwardly. Scream. Keep screaming. The louder you scream now, the more pitifully you'll weep later. I'll make you personally retract that ridiculous proposal. Then, you'll cry and beg for forgiveness from us, the Chinese people. Mosey, is that it? Fat Wang leaned in, his chubby cheeks brimming with disbelief. That American guy just backed down like that? Chen Mo sipped his tea. He didn't back down, he was scared. Afraid of what? He's afraid I'll nail him, his backers, and certain people on the organizing committee to the pillar of shame. Fat Wang sucked in a sharp breath. He didn't grasp all the twists and turns, but he knew Chen Mo had played his hand far too high. Then, what about that Korean guy? Park Chang-jun is still ranting in there. Fat Wang pointed at the phone screen. The avatar labeled Korean Park Chang-jun was still spamming the group chat, demanding to know why James had betrayed them and ranting about upholding the rules. Let him scream. The louder he screams, the harder he'll fall later.
Chen Mo ignored the group's commotion, turning to the lighting technician Old Lu and the script supervisor Xiao Li beside him.
Export today's footage. I need the editing room.
Old Lu and Xiao Li nodded immediately, their eyes brimming with admiration. They had witnessed that scene 2. This young director's skills were nothing short of divine.
Half an hour later, in the editing room at the Beijing Film Studio, Chen Mo sat before the screen, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard.
The raw footage of Farewell My Concubine flashed before him, frame by frame. He didn't select the grand scenes, nor did he choose the moments when Chang Die shone brilliantly on stage. His gaze locked onto a close-up shot. It was the scene where Duan Xiaolu married, and Chang Die applied makeup backstage.
The person in the mirror was already Yu Ji.
Yet the heart beyond the mirror shattered into 1,000 pieces.
Eyeliner drawn, wrist steady as a mountain.
A single tear, without warning, slid down from the heavily painted corner of her eye. It streaked through the thick layers of makeup, leaving a clear trail of tears on his cheek.
Madness, heart dead.
One shot, a lifetime told.
Chen Mo precisely captured the 15 seconds from the tears fall to its trail drying. No soundtrack, no unnecessary cuts.
Only utter stillness, and that single, scalding tear.
He titled the video, "A Smile Brings Eternal Spring, a Cry Brings Eternal Sorrow." Chapter 194, What Divine Acting. Then, he opened the Douyin backend and clicked upload.
After completing all this, he didn't even glance back once. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and rested.
Yet in the online world, those 15 seconds unleashed a tidal wave of chaos. The video hadn't been up for a minute. Likes hit 1 million. Comments surpassed 100,000. Holy crap. What kind of god-tier acting is this? My heart's breaking right through the screen. That gaze? I'm dead. This is what a real actor looks like. As a peaking opera student, this makeup and posture are absolutely masterful. Just how much more talent is Chen Mo hiding? Dude, don't ask. The answer is he's a god of all trades. Park Chang-jun was bragging, wasn't he? Let him see what real art is. What a devastating blow.
The buzz was exploding. In the director's group chat, Park Chang-jun's curses grew sharper and more piercing as the buzz around Farewell My Concubine intensified.
He poured all his fury onto Chen Mo.
At Huaxia Chen Mo, instead of wasting time on petty tricks, better figure out how to face the committee's punishment.
You're unworthy of being a director. Pander to the masses. True art must be protected by rules.
A system notification flashed rapidly through Chen Mo's mind.
Ding!
Detecting a sharp increase in faith points.
Current faith points, 9,987,114. Current faith points, 9,995,432. Ding! Faith points have surpassed 10 million. Divine Judgment National Level Permission unlocked. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes. Fish, you're hooked.
His gaze fell upon the member list of the directors group. His finger swiped past the United States, past the European nations that had already returned the artifacts.
Finally, they came to rest on a single name. Sakura Country, Sato-ken.
Japan's greatest cultural ally.
And one of the most vocal accomplices in this campaign against China. System. Chen Mo silently commanded. Target, Sakura Nation's competition zone. Ding. Command confirmed.
Faith points consumed, 10 million. Complete evidence chain intercepted. The Samurai Soul production crew in the Cherry Blossom Nation district conducted unauthorized filming within the Mount Fuji restricted zone after the rules were announced. Evidence stored in system space.
Chen Mo opened his private chat and found Sato Takeru's profile picture. Director Sato, available for a chat? The message was sent.
The reply came swiftly, dripping with condescending arrogance.
Mr. Chen? What do you want? If you're asking me to intercede with Park Cohen, forget it. Rules are everything. Chen Mo smiled. He didn't reply with any words.
He simply packaged and sent over the evidence he'd just obtained. The file wasn't large, only a few dozen megabytes.
But within it lay irrefutable proof enough to send the entire Sakura Nation division into eternal ruin.
The other side fell silent.
A full 3 minutes of silence. 3 minutes later, Sato-ken's avatar flashed back to life. Chen. Director Chen. What do you mean by this?
Every word dripped with fear, not a trace of arrogance left. Chen Mo leaned back in his chair and typed slowly.
Nothing much. Just wanted to ask Director Sato for a small favor. Sato Takeru replied almost instantly. Name it. If it's within my power, I'll do it even if it costs me my life. I want you to betray Park Chang-jun. Now. Immediately. Right this instant.
In the director's group chat, Park Chang-jun's monologue had reached its climax.
He issued his final ultimatum. At Huaxia Chen Mo, this is your final chance. Today is the deadline for the organizing committee to provide an explanation. Either withdraw voluntarily and submit a compliant film. Or else prepare for Farewell My Concubine to be ranked dead last and become a global laughingstock.
After typing this message, he felt a surge of satisfaction.
Just then, Chen Mo's profile picture lit up.
He replied with just one simple sentence. Hope you won't be begging me later. Beg you? Park Chang-jun felt as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world and was about to launch into a tirade of scorn. Suddenly, another profile picture popped up. Sakura Country Takuro Sato. A video clip played. The video showed Japan's Mount Fuji adorned with blossoming cherry blossoms. An actor dressed in samurai attire practiced swordplay amidst the snow. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful. But everyone noticed the timestamp in the bottom right corner of the video. That timestamp clearly showed it was after the competition rules were announced. Moreover, that specific area around Mount Fuji was explicitly prohibited for commercial filming. The group chat exploded. Before anyone could react, Sato Takuru posted another message. At South Korea Park Chang-jun, Park Hoen, I think your interpretation of the rules is too narrow. True art shouldn't be confined by rigid rules. To pursue the ultimate visual, sometimes we need a little flexibility. I believe Director Chen and I share this perspective. Therefore, I hereby declare, Team Sakura supports China. Support Director Chen. As for your ridiculous proposal, I advise you to withdraw it immediately and stop making a fool of yourself. These words landed like a sharp slap across Park Chang-jun's face. The entire directors group fell into a deathly silence. Seconds later, Park Chang-jun snapped out of it, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar of fury. Sato! You traitor! How dare you betray me? How much did those Chinese pay you? I'll kill you. He'd completely lost it in front of everyone. In front of hundreds of the world's top directors, he raved like a madman, cursing his once closest ally. But he didn't think of Chen Mo. He only thought Sato Takuru had betrayed him, shifting allegiances with the wind. At that very moment, the system's voice echoed in Chen Mo's mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on triggering the Hidden Quest serial backstabbing. Reward, 1 free use of the Eye of Heaven. This privilege consumes no faith points and can be used immediately. Free? Well, I won't say no. Chen Mo silently thought to himself. Use the Eye of Heaven. Target, another ally of the stick nation, the Siamese division. Ding! Permission granted. Reviewing. Evidence seized. The entire crew of Siam's Tears of the Ancient Buddha production team smuggled national treasure-level artifacts for filming during their preparatory period. Evidence secured. Chen Mo didn't even bother exchanging pleasantries with the other party. He directly sent the evidence via private message to the Siamese director, Songpa. He included only one sentence. Do you want to go to jail or do you want to choose sides? 1 minute later. In the directors group chat, the profile picture of Siamese director Songpa lit up. Director Park, keep an open mind, that's the true spirit of an artist. Director Sato was right, we should support genuine artistry, not get bogged down by formalities. The Siam region also stands with Director Chen. Second 1. Another ally publicly switched sides. Chapter 195, Total Chaos. The group chat descended into utter chaos. The moment Park Chang-jun saw Songpa's post, the frenzied shouting abruptly fell silent. If Sato Ken's betrayal was an accident, then Songpa's defection was no coincidence. In a flash, Chen Mo's nonchalant words echoed in his mind. I hope you won't be begging me later. A terrifying thought rose in his mind, sending a chill through his body and making his hair stand on end. It was him. Everything had been orchestrated by Chen Mo behind the scenes. Park Chang-jun's gaze locked onto Chen Mo's profile, his eyes filled with terror. That devil. How on earth did he manage it? With things having come to this, there was no turning back. Admit he was wrong? Then he would become the scapegoat for the entire nation. He could only grit his teeth and cling to those so-called rules for one last desperate struggle. The rules? The rules are everything. Park Chang-jun's hands trembled, yet the words he typed remained unyielding. Even if I stand alone, I will uphold the fairness of this tournament. You have all violated the rules. You should all be disqualified. Watching the screen display that statement, all bark and no bite. Chen Mo shook his head. Utterly unrepentant. He glanced at his faith points, which had refilled once more due to the collective outrage and shock across the entire network. 10 million. Enough. He pulled up the evidence of violations concerning the Korean film Eternal Love, which he had just exchanged for with his faith points. It was a complete surveillance video recording showing Park Chang-jun had already completed the main filming of the movie before the rules were enacted. Chen Mo didn't say another word. He simply dropped the footage into the director group chat with hundreds of members. The video began playing. On screen, Park Chang-jun sat before the monitor, full of vigor, directing the male and female leads through the film's climactic scene of heart-wrenching separation. The timestamp in the upper right corner clearly read, 1 week before the rules for the Global Young Directors Competition were announced. He'd just shot himself in the foot. Everyone saw it. They saw the so-called champion of justice, who constantly preached about upholding the rules, turn out to be the very first and most egregious rule-breaker. Park Chang-jun's profile picture instantly dimmed. He went offline. Tail between his legs, he fled. Dead silence fell.
A golden profile picture bearing an official verification badge lit up in the group chat. It belonged to the official account of the competition organizing committee.
Official announcement: following an emergency committee meeting, the excessive specifications clause has been deemed ambiguous. To encourage directors to fully dedicate themselves to artistic creation, it is hereby decided that this clause will not be used as a judging criterion.
China region entry Farewell My Concubine retains its eligibility. The announcement was released.
Cheers erupted throughout the entire Huaxia team's base.
We won! We won!
Wang Fatso leapt up in excitement, grabbing Chen Mo in a hug and nearly crushing him under his 200+ pounds.
We won! We won!
Wang Fatso leapt up in excitement, throwing his arms around Chen Mo and nearly crushing him under his 100+ pounds.
Chen Mo was nearly choked speechless, yet a smile spread across his face. Fatso, calm down, calm down. Calm my ass.
Wang Fatso released him, his bloodshot eyes brimming with tears.
Mo, do you have any idea?
My heart nearly jumped out of my chest just now.
It's okay now. Chen Mo patted his shoulder, his gaze sweeping across the entire base, now buzzing with excitement.
Lighting technician Old Lu, script supervisor Xiao Li, and props crew member Xiao Wang, everyone was hugging each other, crying and laughing at the same time. Lin Wanqiu, Su Shiro, and Lu Yao, the three girls, also approached. Lin Wanqiu's eyes were red-rimmed. The triple award-winning actress had shed all traces of her usual aloofness, replaced only by heartfelt pride. Su Shiro threw herself into his arms, giving Chen Mo a huge hug.
Brother Chen Mo, you're amazing.
Lu Yao stood nearby, gazing at Chen Mo with bright eyes filled with nothing but admiration. This man had, once again, created a miracle.
At the same time, the long-dormant global young directors group erupted once more. This time, it wasn't filled with skepticism and ridicule. Instead, it was an overwhelming wave of flattery and sycophancy. Italy Marco, Director Chen. You are the true master.
Italy is honored to become the first affiliate region of the China division.
France Pierre, Director Chen's divine power.
France pledges eternal allegiance to China's path.
Grant us a subsidiary spot. Spain Fernando, everyone above, get lost.
Spain has prepared 10 national treasures, ready to ship to China immediately.
Director Chen, look at us.
Germany Hans, we may not have national treasures to offer, but we have technology. We can provide the world's best post-production special effects support.
Just one affiliate spot, please. The group chat descended into complete chaos.
Those nations that had previously clamored for sanctions against Chen Mo and upheld the rules were now scrambling to curry favor, their antics utterly disgraceful. The reason was clear. Everyone could see that the emergence of Farewell My Concubine had already sealed the championship of this competition. There could only be one champion, but there could be many satellite divisions. By becoming an affiliate of China and teaming up with them, no matter how terrible their own work was, they could absolutely guarantee they wouldn't finish dead last. Preserving their ranking, preserving their dignity, that was their sole concern.
Wang Fatty stared at his phone screen, grinning from ear to ear. Mosey, look at this. These bastards have no shame left. They're all scrambling to be our lackeys. Chen Mo merely gave them a dismissive glance, utterly unimpressed. These fickle opportunists weren't even worth replying to. Let them scramble. He lifted a cup of tea, ready to moisten his throat. But just then,
Wang Fatty suddenly let out a ha, and his expression turned peculiar.
Mosey, something's off. What's wrong?
Look, those European countries that were scrambling to become satellite states just now, they've all gone quiet.
Fat Wang handed over his phone.
Sure enough, the directors who had been flooding the chat moments ago had all gone quiet.
The group chat descended into an eerie silence once more. Chen Mo frowned slightly. Something was definitely off. Before he could figure it out, Wang Pangzi's Douyin suddenly emitted a series of urgent notification sounds.
He glanced down, his pupils suddenly contracting.
Something's wrong.
He swiftly tapped open a video and turned the phone screen toward Chen Mo.
Mo, check this out.
It was a video that had just surged to the top of the global trending charts.
The uploader was an unremarkable account. Gala Kingdom official tournament. Gala Kingdom? What kind of place is that? Chen Mo couldn't recall the name of this country in his memory.
The video was a mere 30 seconds long, with grainy footage so shaky you could see the camera trembling slightly. It showed a dusty courtyard. A middle-aged man with dark skin and a sturdy build held a pair of rusty shears in his hand.
Chapter 196, Could there be a second traveler through time?
Before him stood two girls around 10 years old, their eyes filled with fear and reluctance.
The man's face was expressionless, yet his gaze was unwaveringly resolute. He grabbed his eldest daughter's long hair without hesitation and snipped it off with a sharp snip. Her jet-black locks drifted to the floor.
The girl's tears instantly broke through the dam.
The man didn't stop. He walked over to his younger daughter. Another snip.
Both girls were now left with short hair.
They touched their hair, weeping with heart-wrenching grief.
The man merely turned silently, tossing the scissors to the ground. The scene froze on his broad, lonely silhouette.
The video ended. A line of text floated into the center of the screen. Do you want to be a champion, or do you want to be yourself? The Kingdom of Gara is recruiting allies worldwide. We renounce supremacy.
This video contained no flashy special effects, no elaborate compositions. Yet its raw, powerful emotion smashed through the screen and slammed into everyone's heart.
In an instant, the global internet exploded. Holy crap! What an epic trailer! I'm a grown man and I cried. That look! That father's gaze! So full of story. Where is the Kingdom of Gara? Never heard of it. How did they pull this off? Sacrificing dominance to recruit allies? What kind of god-tier move is that? Are they crazy? The news broke.
Countries that had been scrambling to become vassals of China suddenly hesitated. On one side stood the legendary Farewell My Concubine, aligning with it guaranteed a secure position, yet doomed them to perpetual supporting roles. On the other side stood the enigmatic Kingdom of Gara, revealing astonishing potential. Aligning with it might carry risks, but it also held infinite possibilities. Wang Fatty stared at Chen Mo, his expression grave.
Mo, it seems, these people are targeting us. Chen Mo remained silent.
His eyes were fixed intently on the phone screen. Over and over, he replayed the 30-second video clip.
Wang Fatty assumed he was analyzing their opponents.
But he didn't know that within Chen Mo, a raging storm had already erupted.
This wasn't some original short film. It was Dangal,
the Indian blockbuster that had exploded at the box office and earned critical acclaim on Earth before his journey through time. That father who cut his daughter's long hair with scissors, that was Mahavir. Those two crying girls were Gita and Babita. This plot, this shot, this core of the story.
How could it appear in this world? And filmed by some obscure little country? A terrifying thought began to take root in Chen Mo's mind. Could it be? Could it be that in this world, besides him? Another traveler through time?
The thought instantly drenched Chen Mo's back in cold sweat.
No! He had to go see for himself.
He had to see for himself whether this was mere coincidence or someone else.
Fatso. Prepare the car. Book the tickets. We're heading to the Kingdom of Gara. Wang Fatso froze. Right now? Yes, right now. All right. Wang Fatso didn't ask why. I'm coming with you. He patted his chest, his face radiating unwavering resolve. The two men sprang into action, immediately gathering their belongings.
Lin Wanqiu and the other two girls overheard their conversation and hurried over, their faces etched with concern.
Chen Mo, where are you going?
Lin Wanqiu asked softly.
Somewhere, quite interesting. We'll be back soon. But it's too dangerous. That Kingdom of Gara? I've never even heard of it. Who knows what kind of place it is? Yes, Chen Mo. Lu Yao joined in the plea. Everyone's watching you right now. We can't let you go out alone.
Chen Mo felt a wave of warmth wash over him as he met their concerned gazes.
Don't worry, Fatso's with me. He patted Wang Pangzi's shoulder.
Just then, a hoarse voice came from behind them. If you're going out with Chen Mo, you mustn't disgrace the reputation of the Huang family's heir. The group turned to see Huang Ren, the old master. He had appeared behind them unnoticed, holding an antique acupuncture kit in his hand.
Huang Lao walked up to Wang Fatso and gave him a thorough once-over.
All that fat is just dead weight.
Let me give you a few acupuncture needles to unblock your meridians. I'll make you light as a sparrow. Wang Fat's eyes lit up at the words. He had witnessed Huang Lao's miraculous medical skills firsthand. Really? Master Huang. Wonderful. Thank you, Master Huang.
Wang Fat rubbed his hands together excitedly, already starting to take off his shirt.
Go ahead. Just stick the needles wherever you need to.
But Master Huang reached out and stopped him. A mysterious smile spread across the old man's face. You don't have a partner, so there's no need to undress. At this remark, Wang Fatso froze. Lin Wanqiu, Su Xiao, and Lu Yao didn't react at first, but then something dawned on them.
Their pretty faces flushed, and they couldn't help but burst into laughter.
They recalled the scene when Chen Mo had been treated with acupuncture needles, completely exposed before them. Old Huang's words were clearly teasing Fat Wang about his single status.
Wang Fatso flushed bright red, standing awkwardly in place, unsure whether to undress or not.
Old Huang paid him no mind, opening his needle case and plucking out a slender silver needle.
Stand still. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his wrist flickered. The silver needle pierced precisely into an acupoint at the back of Wang Fatso's neck.
Wang Fatty felt a sudden numbness in his neck, unable even to utter a groan. His eyes rolled back and his 200-plus-pound frame fell straight backward. Fortunately, several staff members reacted swiftly, scrambling to catch him and lift him onto a nearby bed. Master Huang sheathed the silver needles and addressed Chen Mo, who stood frozen in shock.
Let him sleep for a while. Go prepare yourself. He'll wake up naturally when it's time for you to depart. Thank you, Elder Huang. Chen Mo bowed respectfully to Elder Huang. Master Huang was helping him and Wang Fatty prepare their bodies for the unknown journey in his own way.
Chen Mo wasted no time, swiftly packing his passport, emergency funds, and a few changes of clothes into his backpack.
Everything was ready. He walked to the bedside and looked at Wang Fat, who was still in a deep sleep. Just then, Wang Fat's eyelids fluttered. He shot his eyes open and sprang upright from the bed. What happened to me? Wang Pangzi shook his head, feeling more alert than ever before. He flexed his limbs and was astonished to discover that his body, which had once felt incredibly heavy, was now astonishingly light. Mosey. I feel like I could jump and hit the ceiling. Wang Fat excitedly bounced twice in place, landing silently, hardly like a man weighing over 200 pounds. Chen Mo watched him and smiled. Awake? Awake. Then let's go. Chapter 197, That Sound, Rising and Falling. Chen Mo picked up his backpack and turned toward the base exit. Fat Wang followed closely behind, his steps light and brisk, each stride carrying a fresh sense of excitement. Lin Wanqiu and the other two women trailed behind, wanting to offer a few more words of caution. Just as the two were about to step through the gate, a figure flashed past. It was old Huang. Wait. The old man's voice was soft, yet it caused Chen Mo and Wang Fat to halt simultaneously. Before they could turn around, they felt two barely perceptible pricks at the back of their necks, followed by a wave of coolness. Like being bitten by two mosquitoes. Old Huang had already withdrawn his hand, his fingers holding two silver needles as fine as cow hair, their tips glowing with a faint, eerie black light. He carefully placed the needles back into their case. Adding a safeguard for you. It'll save you a lot of trouble on the road. Protection? Fat Wang rubbed the back of his neck, looking utterly bewildered. Chen Mo turned around, about to offer his thanks. But when he turned back, he saw three faces frozen in utter shock. Lin Wanqiu, Su Shiro, Lu Yao. The three girls, as if they'd seen a ghost in broad daylight, simultaneously covered their mouths with their hands, frozen in place as they stared at him and Wang Fatso's faces. Their expressions held neither admiration nor awe, only utter, unadulterated disbelief. You too. Su Shiro pointed at them, her voice trembling. Wang Pangzi felt uneasy under their stares. What's wrong with us? Did I grow flowers on my face? He instinctively touched his face. The moment he touched it, Wang Fatty froze solid in place. The texture beneath his fingers felt completely wrong. A high, straight nose bridge, deep-set eye sockets, a sharply defined jawline. This wasn't his face. M.O. Mosey. Fat Wan's voice trembled with tears. I think I've been disfigured. Chen Mo frowned as well, sensing something was terribly wrong. Master Huang, what is this? The words left his mouth before he could stop them. That voice. Deep, raspy, and tinged with an unmistakably pure West Coast American accent? What the hell is going on? The fluent American slang slipped out. Chen Mo startled himself. He glanced at the terrified expression on Wang Fatso's face beside him. That familiar, round, chubby face was gone. In its place stood a burly white man with a full beard, sapphire blue eyes, and slightly curly hair. He looked exactly like a down-on-his-luck truck driver straight out of a Hollywood movie. And as for himself, Chen Mo knew without needing a mirror that his own transformation was probably even more dramatic than Wang Fatso's. Huang Lao watched the two utterly bewildered men and let out a deeply enigmatic smile. Just a little trick to alter appearance and voice. Go ahead with confidence. This new skin will serve you better than your passports. With that, old Huang strolled back into the depths of the base, hands behind his back, leaving a room full of people frozen in place. 3 hours later. Shanghai International Airport. On the flight to New Delhi, the capital of the Kingdom of Gara. This red-eye flight was eerily quiet. In the vast economy cabin, besides Chen Mo and Wang Fatso, only 3 other passengers were scattered about, as if they were chartering the entire flight. A tall flight attendant in a professional skirt suit walked down the aisle, her face bearing a standard yet distant smile. Wang Fat, now resembling an unkempt, burly white man, received only a fleeting glance from the attendant before she walked straight past him. Wang Fat felt a bit annoyed. When had Director Wang ever been treated with such cold indifference? Clearing his throat, he called out to the flight attendants retreating back in his brand new, authentic American accent. Hey, beautiful. The flight attendant's footsteps halted. She turned around, a hint of confusion on her face. Fat Wang flashed what he thought was a dashing smile at her, raising an eyebrow. Since there are so few people on the flight, could you upgrade me for free? Like, first class? The question was incredibly flippant, perfectly matching his current American thug persona. Originally, Wang Fatso had only intended to make a flippant remark to salvage some dignity. He expected to be refused, or even warned. But unexpectedly, the flight attendant's eyes lit up the moment she heard his authentic accent and saw his exotic features. The professional smile on her face melted away instantly, replaced instead by a gentle warmth tinged with flattery. Of course, sir. She glided back with an elegant catwalk. This time, she walked directly to Wang Fatso's seat, leaning forward slightly. A strong scent of perfume wafted straight into Wang Fatso's nose. Whispering into his ear with breath as sweet as orchids, she murmured. First class now has only one distinguished guest. I can personally attend to your every need. This blatant innuendo stirred even the seasoned playboy Wang Pangzi's heart. Was this American identity so useful? His heart fluttered with desire, and he instinctively glanced at Chen Mo beside him. After all, the boss was right there. Chen Mo kept his eyes closed. Noticing Wang Fatso's gaze, he didn't even open his eyes, merely giving an imperceptibly slight nod. Agreed? Wang Pangzi froze. Mosey actually agreed to let him go fool around? That wasn't like him at all. He glanced at Chen Mo again, only to find the boy's expression utterly calm, genuinely unconcerned. Fat Wang's heart was bursting with joy. Seems Mosey knows I've been bottling it up for too long. Well, I'll leave it to you then. Wang Fatso stood up, gave Chen Mo a knowing wink, then followed the flight attendant toward first class with his mind already wandering. Watching Wang Fatso's imposing, 200-plus-pound frame stride off with a swagger, a faint smile touched Chen Mo's lips. The moment Wang Fatso had started flirting with the flight attendant, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Side quest triggered, unexpected intelligence. System notice, let things unfold naturally, and unexpected rewards may follow. So that's how it is. Chen Mo opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through the cabin wall to land on the flight attendant. The Eye of Heaven activated silently. Name, Yamamoto Keiko. Affiliation, Outer Ring member of Japan's Sakura Intelligence Organization. Mission, investigate all suspicious individuals traveling to the Kingdom of Gara. Note, exhibits particular fondness for Western Caucasian males, resulting in lower vigilance. An intelligence operative from Japan? Things are getting interesting. Seems he's not the only one eyeing this mysterious Kingdom of Gara. Perhaps sending the fat man to scout the situation is actually a good choice. Chen Mo closed his eyes, pushing aside further thoughts. His consciousness sank into his mind as he began reviewing every detail of Farewell My Concubine, preparing for the upcoming post-production phase. Time ticked by second. The aircraft entered the stratosphere, the cabin quiet save for the rumble of the engines. After an unknown period of time, a faint, suppressed sound began to drift intermittently from the direction of first class. The sound carried a peculiar rhythm, rising high at times, then falling softly. Chapter 198. This fatso really knows how to have fun. The other 3 passengers on the flight had long since donned eye masks and headphones, fast asleep. But this sound did not escape Chen Mo's ears. Master Huang's divine needles had not only altered his appearance but also heightened his senses to superhuman levels. He could clearly hear the smug panting of Fat Wang in first class and the coquettish laughter of the flight attendant named Yamamoto Keiko. A helpless smile flickered across Chen Mo's face. That fatso. He sure knows how to have fun. He had barely finished muttering to himself. Chen Mo's smile froze on his face. Because the sound coming from first class had changed. The woman's laughter abruptly ceased. Click. A faint click. Like the sound of some kind of latch closing. Immediately after, Fat Wang's smug panting turned into a choked gasp of terror. The sound was brief, as if someone had covered his mouth. Then came a series of suppressed, agonized struggles. Chen Mo could even hear the desperate cries for help echoing from Fat Wang's throat. Help, help! It was the word life, but it never made it out. The struggle lasted only a few seconds. All sound from Wang Fat suddenly vanished. Dead silence. The first-class cabin fell into utter, complete silence. Chen Mo's eyes snapped open. A cold, murderous intent erupted from his body like an explosion. Without a moment's hesitation, his body tensed instantly as he leapt to his feet. Thud! The sturdy airline seatbelt groaned under the immense strain, nearly snapping from the force. The loud noise startled a passenger sitting nearby. An attendant assigned to economy class, as if she'd been waiting nearby, immediately hurried over. She extended her hand and gently placed it on Chen Mo's shoulder. Sir, the aircraft is now in a stable flight. Please take your seat and fasten your seatbelt. Chen Mo's body remained rigidly tense, and the bone-chilling aura of lethal intent radiating from him made the flight attendant who approached him shiver involuntarily. Yet he yielded to her touch and slowly slid back into his seat. Only his eyes remained fixed, staring intently toward the direction of the first-class cabin. The flight attendant sighed in relief when he sat down. Yet she did not immediately walk away. Instead, she leaned her weight forward, practically pressing half her body against Chen Mo. A faint fragrance lingered at Chen Mo's nose. Sir, are you traveling alone? Chen Mo didn't answer. He slowly turned his head to look at the new flight attendant. Their eyes met. In that instant, all the prepared lines, all the professional facade, caught in her throat. What kind of face did she see? That face held the carefree spirit of West Coast sunshine and the deep, cold intensity of a Wall Street elite. 2 utterly contrasting qualities were seamlessly blended together. A deadly attraction. The flight attendant's breathing grew rapid. Her hand, which had been resting on Chen Mo's shoulder, began to gently caress him without her realizing it. Her face was already flushed with infatuation. Almost her entire body pressed against him, her breath fragrant. Sir, economy class is simply too cramped for someone like you. We have plenty of empty seats in first class. I could upgrade you for free. The words were laden with implication.
She saw herself as the hunter, eyeing tonight's most perfect prey.
Chen Mo looked at her, his deep blue eyes holding not a trace of desire. They locked eyes. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The flight attendant's gaze began to grow hazy and unfocused. She was lost. Completely lost beneath this flawless skin, crafted by the divine hands of the yellow old master. She even forgot her original purpose, forgot her companion's plan. Only one thought remained in her mind. To have him. Possess him. Chen Mo rose slowly to his feet. As if guided by an invisible thread, the flight attendant rose as well, following Chen Mo step by step, leading the way. He lifted the curtain to the first-class cabin. Inside, it was completely empty. Yamamoto Keiko and Fat Wang had vanished without a trace. Only a faint trace of perfume lingered in the air, mingled with a barely perceptible whiff of blood. Chen Mo's gaze grew even colder. Where are my friends? Behind him, the flight attendant, now completely under his spell, eagerly wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, pressing her body against his. Forget about him, handsome. Her voice was seductively sweet, tinged with an impatient tremor. He's got his fun, and we have ours. As she spoke, she rose onto her tiptoes, leaning in to kiss Chen Mo's cheek. Chen Mo didn't dodge. He reached out, gently cupping her chin to make her meet his eyes. Tell me. Where's Fat Wang? Under his gaze, the flight attendant's eyes grew even more hazy. All her defenses and rationality crumbled completely in that moment. She spilled everything. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Oh, him? Wheezy took him to the game room. Game room? Chen Mo furrowed his brow slightly. Yes. You think this is some kind of red-eye flight? This entire plane is Xiao Dongyang's young master Zhao's private toy. Our whole crew is just friends he invited along for some thrills. As for you passengers. He licked his lips, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. You lot? You're our toys. Chen Mo was utterly speechless. He'd imagined countless possibilities. Japanese spies, international conspiracies, corporate assassinations. But he never imagined the truth would be so absurd. A bunch of spoiled, spiritually empty rich kids had concocted an aerial hunting game. Was this what the system meant by an unexpected surprise? The flight attendant, seemingly unsatisfied with the shock value of this revelation, leaned closer to Chen Mo's ear and dropped an even more astonishing bombshell. Once we arrive at our destination, the Kingdom of Gala, Prince Aman has requested we select the most handsome toy to present to him as a gift. As she spoke, her finger traced a light path across Chen Mo's chest, her eyes brimming with possessiveness. Originally, this spot was reserved for you. But now. You're so handsome, I just can't bear to give you to him anymore. You belong to me. Chen Mo finally understood. He understood completely. The Kingdom of Gara, Prince Aman, and that mysterious Dan Gal. All the clues, in this moment, came together. So that's how it was. This was what the system referred to as an unexpected windfall. Once he dealt with this so-called prince, the biggest wildcard in the global young directors competition would naturally be resolved. Chen Mo gazed at the woman before him, now utterly consumed by madness and obsession. A flicker of pity crossed his eyes. Slowly, he raised his hand. Click. A soft click. Chapter 199, Your Highness, the person has been delivered. A precise karate chop struck the flight attendant's pale nape. Her body went limp, her eyes rolled back, and all traces of obsession and desire vanished. She collapsed softly into Chen Mo's arms. Chen Mo gently laid her upon the luxurious carpet of the first-class cabin. At that very moment, a series of slightly frivolous footsteps echoed from the direction of the cockpit. Chen Mo's eyes darted. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately lay down beside the flight attendant, adjusting his posture to make it look like they had been playing so intensely that they had both passed out together. Simultaneously, he held his breath and slowed his heartbeat to an almost inaudible rhythm. The footsteps halted at the entrance to first class. A young man dressed in a flight attendant uniform but sporting a thick gold chain around his neck and limited edition sneakers on his feet peered cautiously inside. Spotting the two figures sprawled on the floor, he froze for a moment before letting out a derisive snort. Ugh, I knew it. He spoke in perfectly articulated Mandarin. Anna, that girl. She can't resist a hottie when she sees one. Guess she went too far. He nudged the unconscious flight attendant with his toe. Seeing no response, a look of contempt flashed across his face. Useless piece of trash. Then his gaze fell on Chen Mo, and his eyes lit up. Wow, this one's top tier. Even hotter than the photos. Young Master Xiao really went all out this time. Present him to Prince Aman, and this deal is as good as done. After muttering a few more words, he ignored Anna on the floor and bent down to grab Chen Mo's arm. Let's go. A powerful tug pulled him. Chen Mo went with the flow, dragged along by this young flight attendant as they left the first-class cabin. They were pulled through a narrow passageway. At the passageway's end stood a heavy metal door that jarred with the cabin's decor. The flight attendant swiped a black card over the door. Beep. The metal door emitted a soft sound and slowly swung open. The pungent smell of disinfectant hit them like a wave. Without a second glance, the flight attendant tossed Chen Mo inside. Thud. The metal door slammed shut, plunging the room into complete darkness.
Chen Mo lay motionless on the cold floor for a moment, listening intently.
Footsteps outside gradually faded into the distance. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Just then. Click. Above his head, a dim light bulb flickered twice before suddenly coming to life. Blinding white light instantly filled the cramped, metal-walled room. A figure stood before him. Immediately, a familiar, chubby face came into view. It was Fat Wang. He stood there unscathed, looking down at Chen Mo. Wang Fat grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and extended a hand toward Chen Mo on the floor. Yo! Mosey! You finally showed up. He leaned in close, winking and lowering his voice, though his excitement was impossible to hide. That flight attendant sure packed a punch. Hot stuff.
Chen Mo shot him a blank stare, his eyes seeming to regard him like a little cutie.
Anything new? No time for small talk, straight to the point. Wang Pangzi's grin froze.
He leaned cautiously close to Chen Mo's ear.
Listen up, Mo, this is huge.
I had to pull teeth to get it out of that Japanese chick named Wheezy.
This plane? It's not Xiao Xiao's at all. The owner of this plane is Prince Aman of the Kingdom of Gara. I know that part. What else? Holy? Fat Wang instantly lost his composure, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. You know? How did you find out?
He looked utterly stunned, pointing at himself. I had to sacrifice my dignity, hanging out with those rich kids for several rounds of stupid games just to pry it out of them.
And you just knew?
Seeing he couldn't squeeze any more useful information out of him, Chen Mo simply ignored him. He began to carefully examine the all-metal room. The walls were smooth, without a single crack. A solitary light bulb hung overhead, and an inconspicuous drain sat in the corner. It was less a room than a sterilized cage. Fat Wan was still droning on beside him, complaining about the immense effort and sacrifice he'd endured to extract the intel.
Chen Mo paid him no mind. Time ticked by second. The plane's engines began to change pitch, and a slight tilt came over the fuselage it was descending.
From start to finish, the door to this metal prison cell never opened again.
No third toy was brought in.
It seemed these spoiled rich kids truly had exceptionally high standards. With a slight jolt, the plane touched down smoothly.
Almost simultaneously. Outside the door, a distinct set of footsteps could be heard approaching.
Chen Mo's eyes narrowed sharply as he instantly turned to Wang Fatso.
Lie down. Play dead.
The Wang Fat was filled with confusion, his trust in Chen Mo ran deep. Without a word, he flopped onto the floor and closed his eyes. Chen Mo followed suit, lying back down and regulating his breathing to maintain the appearance of unconsciousness.
Click. The door lock turned. The heavy metal door slid open from the outside. Two tall locals dressed in black suits and sunglasses entered.
Without even glancing at the two figures on the floor, they each grabbed one by the ankles, Chen Mo and Wang Fatty, and dragged them out. Their bodies scraped across the cold floor. Soon, they were shoved into the trunk of a car.
Thud. The trunk door slammed shut, plunging the world back into darkness.
The car started up and began bumping along the road. In the darkness, Wang Fat quietly shifted closer to Chen Mo and whispered.
Mo, what's going on? Where are they taking us? Don't talk.
Chen Mo strained his ears, carefully discerning every sound from outside. The sound of wheels crunching over gravel, the faint murmur of a distant fountain, and the unique scent in the air, a blend of floral fragrance and sea breeze. After about 10 minutes, the vehicle came to a slow halt. A respectful voice spoke in the local language from outside, immediately followed by someone repeating it in broken Chinese. Your Highness, the person has been delivered. The word person was spoken as if referring to a piece of cargo.
The door was pulled open from the outside.
Blinding sunlight flooded in instantly.
Chen Mo instinctively squinted.
As his eyes adjusted to the light and he took in the scene before him, a man stood before the car, looking down at them from above. He was an exceptionally handsome man. He wore a perfectly tailored white linen suit, his skin a healthy wheat-colored tan, and he wore a hint of lazy amusement on his face.
He was Prince Aman of the Kingdom of Gara. Chapter 200, What on earth is going on here? Aman's gaze swept over Chen Mo and Wang Pangzi's faces before settling on Chen Mo's.
His eyes revealed unmistakable satisfaction.
Not bad. Very good.
He nodded and said to the delivery man beside him. Tell Xiao Dongyang the goods delivered this time are excellent.
Send all future shipments like this to me. Yes, Your Highness.
The delivery man bowed respectfully before departing swiftly. Now, only Aman, Chen Mo, Wang Fatso, and several guards remained.
A manbo waved his hand, signaling the guards to help them out of the carriage.
He strolled over to Chen Mo, a warm smile on his face. Extending a hand, he gently pinched Chen Mo's chin with 2 fingers, forcing him to lift his head. This face, truly a work of art. After a moment of scrutiny, he released his grip and gazed amusedly at Chen Mo and the utterly bewildered Wang Fatso.
Your numbers are 1001 and 1002. Go. Clean them up. Aman ordered the guards behind him. His gaze then returned to Chen Mo, now brimming with aggression.
Tonight, I shall take my pleasure with you both. He turned to leave, but paused after 2 steps, adding without looking back. Oh, right. Don't even think about running. It's useless in this palace. With that, he strode leisurely away, disappearing into the depths of the opulent palace. Chen Mo and Wang Fatso stood frozen in place, exchanging a glance. Wang Fat's face had gone completely white. His lips trembling, he leaned close to Chen Mo's ear. Damn it, Mo. We've been sold out. 2 expressionless guards approached, gesturing for them to follow as they escorted them into a side hall. The opulence inside surpassed their wildest imaginations. The floor gleamed with polished marble, walls hung with incomprehensible yet undeniably expensive oil paintings, and the air carried a faint scent of incense. They were led into a room. It resembled a 5-star hotel suite more than a prison cell. Soft carpets, a wide bed, and a huge floor-to-ceiling window overlooking a meticulously manicured tropical garden. The most eye-catching feature was the top-of-the-line home theater system dominating the center of the room. The moment Fat Wang entered, he paced like a caged animal. We're done for. Completely finished. What the hell is this place? Mosey, we gotta find a way out of here. I don't want to. He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Ignoring Wang Fatso's agitation, Chen Mo walked straight to the home theater system. Beside the player sat a shelf neatly stacked with over 100 DVDs. He picked one up at random. The moment his eyes fell upon the cover, Chen Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. It was a movie poster he knew all too well. Crazy Stone. His hand began to tremble slightly, beyond his control. He set that one down and swiftly picked up another. Let the bullets fly. The third one. Catch the doll. The fourth, fifth, sixth. The Wandering Earth 2, Wolf Warrior 2, Hi, Mom, Infernal Affairs. One after another, all films from his world before the time jump, that blue planet, each one familiar, even legendary. These things shouldn't exist in this world at all. Seeing Chen Mo hadn't moved for ages, Fat Wang came over too. Mo, what are you staring at? It's just a pile of old discs. Hurry up and figure something out. He picked up the Let the Bullets Fly disc Chen Mo had just been watching, flipping it over and over. What the hell is this? The cover looks pretty intimidating. Jiang Wu? Guizhou? Who are these guys? Never heard of them. Chen Mo didn't answer. His mind was a roaring whirlwind. He finally understood. He finally grasped what the system meant by that unexpected delight. Defeating Prince Amon and winning the match was merely the first layer. The real surprise, the true treasure, was right here. This room. This entire shelf, filled with the dazzling treasures of human cinematic civilization from Earth. Chen Mo took a deep breath, forcing down the wild excitement and shock surging within him. His gaze instantly sharpened. He spun around and grabbed Wang Fatso, who was still studying the DVD cover. The force of his grip made Wang Fat cry out, ouch. Mo, what are you doing? You scared the hell out of me. Chen Mo stared intently into his eyes, his expression utterly serious. Fatso, stop looking. Get ready. Tonight, we're taking down that Amon guy. Wang Fatso froze, then his chubby cheeks twitched as his expression instantly turned grim and heroic. He thrust out his non-existent waist, slapping his chest with his fan-like hands with a loud smack. Brother Mo, you can count on me. Even if I'm left battered and bruised tonight. I swear I'll get the job done. You won't suffer a single injustice. His look of heroic self-sacrifice made it seem like he was about to storm a bunker. Chen Mo's mouth twitched. This Fatso's thought process was truly out of the ordinary. He gave Wang Fatso a sharp pat on the head. What are you thinking about? It's not that dramatic. All you need to remember is this, from now on, you follow my orders. Do exactly what I tell you to do, not a single word of question, got it? Wang Fat rubbed his head, looking both aggrieved and bewildered. Oh, got it. But what exactly are we doing? Chen Mo couldn't be bothered to explain further, merely giving him a look that said, you'll find out soon enough. His gaze returned to the rack of DVDs. His eyes burned with an intensity he'd never felt before. These were all his. He lost track of time. Perhaps an hour, perhaps 2. The tightly shut door finally clicked open from the outside. It was still those 2 expressionless black-clad guards. They entered and addressed Chen Mo and Wang Fat. Gentlemen, please follow us. His Highness wishes to see you. Wang Fat's body visibly trembled. He instinctively glanced at Chen Mo, his eyes pleading for help. Chen Mo, however, remained unusually calm and nodded. Lead the way. With that, he stepped out first. Fat Wang had no choice but to grit his teeth and follow Chen Mo in short, hurried steps. The corridor proved longer and more opulent than they had imagined. Thick Persian carpets muffled every footstep beneath their feet. Huge oil paintings hung on the walls, their subjects seeming to scrutinize every passerby. Overhead, dazzling crystal chandeliers illuminated the entire palace as brightly as daylight. The peculiar incense scent in the air grew even stronger. Wang Fatso was so nervous his palms were sweating. He followed Chen Mo step by step, his voice hushed. Mosey, what on earth is going on here? Chapter 201, Not a Drop.
Are we really going to attend to the emperor tonight?
Chen Mo kept his eyes fixed straight ahead, his lips barely moving as he murmured in a voice so low it was almost inaudible.
Shut up and follow. After traversing a long corridor, the guards halted before a massive wooden door adorned with intricate carvings.
They pushed the door open and gestured for them to enter. Beyond the door lay an even more extravagant chamber.
Or rather, a bathroom. A bathroom larger than the living room of an ordinary household.
The entire space was filled with damp, warm steam. At the center stood a massive circular bathtub, crafted from white marble and filled to the brim with clear water. A thick layer of bright red rose petals floated on the surface. A guard pointed at the tub and issued an order without emotion.
Strip naked and get in.
Wash yourself thoroughly. His Highness prefers cleanliness.
Wang Pangzi's face went pale in an instant.
Staring at the enormous bathtub filled with floating roses, then glancing at the two burly guards standing nearby. He froze, stammering speechless.
This isn't quite right, is it?
Grown men bathing together, especially in something like this.
He couldn't quite find the words to describe it.
But Chen Mo's actions spoke louder than his words. While Wang the Fatso was still hesitating, Chen Mo had already stripped down completely in no time. His physique was well proportioned, with smooth, flowing muscle lines and not an ounce of excess fat. Shrouded in the misty steam, his already strikingly handsome face gained an indescribable, enigmatic charm. Without so much as a glance at Wang Fatso, he strode forward with long strides and stepped into the enormous bathtub. Splash! The sound of water filled the air as rose petals rippled across the surface. Chen Mo settled into a comfortable spot, closed his eyes, and truly began to savor the moment.
Fat Wang was mesmerized.
The two guards were equally stunned.
Fat Wang hadn't expected Chen Mo to be so decisive, so uninhibited.
As for the two guards, a hint of astonishment flickered in their eyes. They had seen countless specimens brought before His Highness, but none had ever maintained such composure and calm in this situation as the man before them.
You! What are you still standing there for?
One guard snapped out of it and barked at the still-dazed Wang Fatso.
Hurry up! Wang Pangzi jolted awake.
Seeing Chen Mo already submerged, he steeled himself, closed his eyes, and thought.
Damn it, if I die, I die.
He frantically stripped off his clothes and plunged into the bathtub like a dumpling being tossed in boiling water, splashing down with a loud plop. The splash sent water flying 3 times higher than when Chen Mo had entered. Once Wang Fatso settled into the water, the two guards exchanged a glance, their lips curling into smirks.
One of them walked to the wall and pressed an inconspicuous switch. Buzz! A faint mechanical hum filled the air.
Before Wang Fatty could react, he felt the water beneath him begin to surge. The entire bottom of the bathtub slowly began to rotate.
Like a carousel at an amusement park. No, much faster than that. Holy crap! What the hell is this? Fat Wang let out a startled cry as his body spun uncontrollably with the current.
The two guards stood by the tub, arms crossed, their faces wearing undisguised mockery.
Gentlemen, enjoy yourselves. This is something His Highness specially prepared for you.
As the tub spun faster and faster, a powerful centrifugal force took hold. Chen Mo and Wang Fatso's bodies were involuntarily flung toward the center of the tub.
At that very moment. Puff!
A thick, sweet-smelling red mist suddenly spewed forth from the artificial rock formation at the tub's center.
The mist rapidly spread across the water's surface.
In an instant, the entire bathroom filled with an overwhelmingly sweet scent. The two guards immediately pulled masks from their robes and covered their mouths and noses the moment the smoke erupted.
Chen Mo's eyes snapped open.
Seeing the guards cover their noses and smelling the sickeningly sweet scent in the air, he instantly understood. It was a sedative. And a potent one at that, the kind designed to awaken the most primal desires. Fatso. A barely audible voice pierced the mind of Wang Fatso, who was still reeling in the water.
M.O. M.O.? Dazed and confused, Wang Fat's mind was suddenly filled with Chen Mo's clear voice. Don't panic. It's an aphrodisiac. Those two bastards are laughing at us. Listen to me. Starting now, act like you've been affected. Act. Give it your all. The more convincing, the better. The more suggestive, the better.
Though Wang Fatso couldn't make heads or tails of the situation, his trust in Chen Mo was absolute. He immediately began his performance.
Ugh, so hot.
Fat Wang began writhing in the water, his face flushed crimson, eyes glazed over, gasping for breath in ragged heaves. Chen Mo played along, his brow furrowed as his own breathing quickened. His gaze drifted uncontrollably toward Wang Fatso. The two guards watched with relish. Seeing Chen Mo and Fat Wang react so quickly, their grins grew even more lewd.
Ha, look at them. They're like two dogs in heat. Your Highness's potion is truly potent. Having received Chen Mo's instructions, Fat Wang acted with even greater fervor.
He even began moving closer toward Chen Mo, emitting indistinct moans from his mouth.
It feels so unbearable.
Chen Mo also struggled, being pushed toward Wang Fatso by the swirling currents. Their bodies, concealed beneath rose petals, were about to press together. The smiles on the two guards' faces froze instantly.
Put. That's disgusting.
Let's go, let's go. Don't look at that, it's burning my eyes. They seemed satisfied with their handiwork, yet found the sight before them unbearable. One of them cursed under his breath as he stumbled to the door and yanked it open. The two covered their noses and fled as if escaping. Bang! The front door slammed shut, followed by the sound of the lock clicking into place. The entire bathroom fell silent once more. Only the bathtub continued its tireless rotation, while crimson mist still swirled within. The moment the door slammed shut, the dazed and pained expression on Fat Wang's face vanished without a trace. He sat bolt upright, his face a mix of excitement and lingering fear. Brother Mo, how did we pull that off? We totally fooled those jerks. Just as he was about to ask what to do next, something felt off. His eyes widened as he looked down at his own body and Chen Mo's. Holy, Brother Mo. You. Fat Wang pointed at Chen Mo, so flustered he could barely get his words out. You can actually pass through water. It turned out that within this relentlessly swirling, splash-filled bathtub, an invisible membrane surrounded both his and Chen Mo's bodies. The churning currents and floating rose petals were all kept at bay by an invisible force. Not a single drop touched their skin. They sat upright in a wildly spinning bathtub. Yet strangely, not a single drop touched them. Chapter 202, What kind of demonic magic is this? Chen Mo looked at Wang Fatso, whose jaw was practically hanging in the tub from sheer shock. Shut up, don't make such a fuss. Wang Fat suddenly clamped his hand over his mouth, his small eyes widening in disbelief as he nodded frantically. He wanted to ask, but dared not. This waterproof skill, what kind of divine technique was this? How many secrets did Brother Mo still keep hidden from him? Chen Mo paid no heed to the storm raging within Wang Fatso's mind, merely pricking up his ears to listen to the sounds outside. Don't ask. It's about time. That so-called prince should be arriving any minute now. The words had barely left his mouth. Squeak! The heavy carved wooden door creaked open once more from the outside. From outside came a man's voice, lazy yet tinged with lecherousness. How's it going? Have the little cuties inside started feeling the effects yet? It must be Prince Aman. The guard at the door immediately bowed and reported in a fawning tone. Your Highness, everything is proceeding smoothly. The potion's potent. They're all ready, unable to control themselves. Ha. Amanba let out a sickening laugh, shoving aside the guards as he strode in with purposeful steps, dressed in an opulent nightgown embroidered with gold thread. His collar opened to reveal a patch of pale skin on his chest, his hair still damp, clearly fresh from bathing. The moment he entered, his gaze locked onto the two figures in the bathtub. The enormous circular tub rippled with water, rose petals drifting to and fro. Amidst the thick crimson mist, two figures were entwined, their gasps rising and falling in rhythm, the scene reaching the height of sensuality. It was Chen Mo and Wang Fat giving an all-out performance. Aman's eyes lit up instantly, his Adam's apple bobbed once, and his face broke into an expression of utter satisfaction. He waved his hand and addressed the two guards behind him. Excellent, absolutely excellent. You can leave now. No need for your services here. Remember, no one is to enter and disturb me without my orders. Yes, Your Highness. The two guards promptly bowed and withdrew, thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Inside the room, only Amanba remained, along with Chen Mo and Wang Fatso, lost in passion within the bathtub. Amanba approached the bathtub, surveying the scene before him with a condescending gaze. He drew a deep breath of the crimson haze filling the air, a sickly flush spreading across his face. This specially concocted aphrodisiac had a potent effect on him as well. What he relished was the thrill of conquering his prey under the drug's influence. TSK. Amanba extended his tongue, licking his dry lips, his eyes brimming with desire. A truly perfect work of art. Subject 1001. You're even more delicious than I imagined. His gaze greedily swept over Chen Mo's face, rendered even more handsome by the mist, and the fluid lines of his muscles. He couldn't wait any longer. He didn't even bother to shed the cumbersome robe. Little darlings, here I come. With an excited shriek, Amanba flung his arms wide and plunged headfirst into the center of the bathtub. Splash! A thunderous splash. Water splashed skyward. Amanba crashed into the water. A lecherous grin plastered across his face. However, the moment he plunged from the bathtub, the smile froze on his face. Something's wrong. Something was very, very wrong. The warm, slippery sensation he'd imagined didn't come. The spot where he landed was precisely between Chen Mo and Wang Fatso, yet he could clearly sense that neither of them flinched. Not even their breathing patterns had changed in the slightest. Aman suddenly snapped his head up, his gaze locked with two pairs of eyes. One pair held Wang Fatso's gaze, tinged with a hint of mockery and pity. The other pair were Chen Mo's eyes. What eyes they were! Cold, dead still. Where was even a trace of the hazy desire induced by Chinese medicine?
The clarity and murderous intent in that gaze instantly pierced through every illusion and desire within Amanda. You all. Amanda's blood froze in his veins at that very moment. The sedative had no effect on them. They were faking it. A bone-chilling coldness shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. We've been had. A wave of terror instantly gripped his heart. The primal urge to survive made his mouth open wide, ready to unleash a blood-curdling scream. Come. The word barely escaped his lips. Swish. A dark shadow flashed through the water. Amanda felt an excruciatingly cold, piercing pain surge through his lower body. He looked down and nearly lost his mind in terror. A hand had reached into the water unnoticed, clutching his most vulnerable spot with deadly force. And the owner of that hand was none other than Chen Mo. At the same time, Chen Mo's emotionless voice rang clearly in his ear. Be quiet, or else, I'll crush it for you, and make you the first prince in the history of the Gara kingdom to become a eunuch. The word man on Aman's lips was forcibly swallowed back. His entire body stiffened, unable to move an inch. Beads of cold sweat the size of beans instantly formed on his forehead, mingling with the bathwater and trickling down his cheeks. The terrifying threat emanating from his lower body, the sense that it could be crushed at any moment, stopped his breath entirely. He had no doubt the other person would actually do it. The murderous intent in those eyes was no joke. The room fell instantly silent. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling with fear as he cautiously asked, What do you want? Money? Women? Or power? Just let me go, and I'll give you anything. I can satisfy all your demands. Chen Mo's lips twisted into a cold sneer, his grip not loosening an inch. He glanced at Wang Fatso, who was still standing there in a daze. Get up, Fatso. Time to get down to business. Wang Fat quickly responded with a couple of O's and stood up from the water. Then, a scene unfolded that nearly made Aman's eyes pop out of his head. Chen Mo and Fatso Wang stepped out of the splashing bathtub, one step at a time. When their feet touched the bathroom's polished floor, their bodies were completely dry. Not only dry, but the casual clothes they'd worn on the plane were now neatly put on. Not a single trace of moisture marred the fabric. It was as if they hadn't been soaking in the tub at all. Aman was utterly dumbfounded. His mind went blank, utterly unable to comprehend the scene before him. What kind of magic is this? A magic trick? No, this is beyond the capabilities of any mortal. Who are they? Immortal cultivators? Or demons from hell? Fear completely overwhelmed Amanda's heart. He finally realized he'd stumbled upon something far beyond his wildest imagination. Chapter 203, These are Immortals. Chen Mo walked up to Amanda, who was trembling uncontrollably, and looked down at him from above. He extended his hand toward Wang Fatty beside him. Hand it over. Though Wang Fatso was also stunned by Chen Mo's tactics, he snapped out of it first. He fumbled frantically over his clothes. The next second, a black, foul-smelling pill appeared in his palm. It was the system's creation, the leg-stretching, eye-glaring pill. Chen Mo took the pill and grabbed Amanda's chin. Open your mouth. Amanda shook his head frantically, clamping his mouth shut. Snap. Chen Mo applied slight pressure, and with a sharp crack, Amanda's jaw joint instantly dislocated. Ah! The excruciating pain made Amanda let out a short, agonized scream, his mouth involuntarily opening. Without hesitation, Chen Mo flicked his finger. The black pill flew straight into Amanda's throat, sliding down his esophagus. Chen Mo released his grip and casually reset Amanda's dislocated jaw. Amanda clutched his throat, desperately trying to cough up the pill, but it was futile. Chen Mo crouched down, patting his wet face with a terrifyingly calm tone. Now, let's discuss the terms. First, give us a normal identity that won't arouse suspicion from anyone. Second, explain where that shelf full of movie discs in your side hall came from. Chen Mo stood up, casting one final glance at Amanda, slumped lifelessly in the bathtub, his face ashen. My patience is limited. Don't try any tricks. Otherwise, I doubt you'd want to experience the consequences of that pill firsthand. Chen Mo's words instantly froze Amanda's thoughts. The pill slowly sliding down his esophagus could end his life at any moment. Amanda slumped in the bathtub, utterly drained of strength. I'll talk. Amanda's voice trembled uncontrollably, choked with tears, stripped of any trace of princely dignity. I'll tell you everything. Please, don't kill me. I'll do whatever you want. He scrambled out of the enormous white marble bathtub, hands and feet scrambling together. His soaked nightgown clung tightly to his body, the luxurious gold-threaded embroidery now looking pitiful and ridiculous. Barefoot, dripping wet, he stood trembling before Chen Mo and Wang Fatty. The two men stood dry and immaculate, forming a stark contrast to his state. Aman didn't even dare to look Chen Mo in the eye, keeping his head bowed. Lead the way. Yes. Amanda hurriedly bowed and scraped. Gentlemen. No, your excellencies. This way please. He turned and staggered forward, leading the way as water stains trailed behind him in a long, wet streak across the floor. They passed through the bathroom and returned to the lavishly appointed bedroom. Amanda dared not pause for a moment, pushing open a hidden door leading to the side chamber. The entire wall of the side chamber was occupied by a massive shelf crafted from rosewood. The shelves were densely packed with thousands of discs. The sight of these discs caused a sudden flush to rise on Amanda's face, which had been deathly pale with fear. Forgetting his perilous situation, forgetting the deadly pill within him, he rushed to the shelves, his eyes burning with fervor. Miracles! These are all miracles. You two have no idea. I've watched every single movie in the palace since I was a kid. I'm sick of them. Nothing but clichés. He grabbed a copy of The Godfather, waving it at Chen Mo with spittle flying. But these are different. I've never seen these films before. Every story, every shot, is brimming with genius-level creativity. The weight of The Godfather, the hope of The Shawshank Redemption, the heartfelt emotion of Forrest Gump. This is absolutely not something our world could produce. It's a gift bestowed upon me by the gods. He grew more and more excited, completely immersed in his own world. Oh, right. I have this pet at my palace who's been insisting on attending some film festival lately. I just picked the absolute worst one from here and gave it to him. Amanda's face twisted with disdain. That movie? The plot was cliché and utterly boring. But who would have thought that such trash would actually cause quite a stir at that crappy competition? Absolutely ridiculous. He rambled on, completely oblivious to the icy silence that had settled behind him. Chen Mo stared silently at Amanbar's back. Amanda was in the middle of his rant when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. That familiar chill, one that made his very soul tremble, enveloped him once more. He shuddered violently, his excited expression freezing instantly on his face. He slowly turned around, meeting Chen Mo's emotionless eyes. Thud! Aman's legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. Only then did he realize what he'd just blurted out in his overconfidence. My lord! I was wrong. I deserve to die. He frantically slapped his own cheeks, the sharp smacks echoing through the side hall. I shouldn't have spouted nonsense. These things. Sweat poured down his face as panic seized him, yet he had no idea how to explain. These things. They just appeared out of nowhere. It's true. About a month ago, they suddenly appeared in this room. I don't know why. I swear. I'm telling the truth. Wang the fatso beside him couldn't stand it anymore. Bull asterisk. He lunged forward in a single stride and kicked Amanda squarely in the shoulder. Just appeared out of thin air? Do you take us for 3-year-olds? Spill it. Where the hell did you get this stuff? Fat Wang's kick was brutal. Amanda rolled across the floor, grimacing in pain but not daring to cry out. He clutched his shoulder, his face twisted in a wretched grimace. Sir, every word I've said is the truth. I swear I didn't get them. If I had access to such sources, there was some truth to that. Chen Mo stopped Wang Fatso before he could strike again. He crouched down, looking at Aman, who was kneeling on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. Are you telling the truth? It's true. Truer than gold. Aman swore to heaven. If I'm lying, may that pill. Chen Mo waved his hand, cutting him off. He believed him. Or rather, Chen Mo had already formed a bolder, more bizarre theory in his mind. Wrap up all these discs for me. Chen Mo stood up. And take us to meet the person you mentioned, the one who releases the movies. Aman paused for a moment, then nodded frantically. Yes, I'll handle it immediately. He scrambled to his feet, clapping his hands. Several guards immediately emerged from the shadows, waiting respectfully for orders. Take all these discs, pack them in the finest boxes, deliver them to these two gentlemen shortly. Hurry! Chapter 204, Your Excellencies, this way. Yes, Your Highness. The guards sprang into action immediately. Aman Baz turned to Chen Mo and Wang Fatso, flashing another obsequious grin. Gentlemen, this way please. My good-for-nothing son resides in the courtyard behind the side hall. Led by Amanda, the two walked down a long corridor. Finally, they stopped before a small courtyard that appeared rather elegant. Inside, a short man wearing a kimono and sporting a goatee looking somewhat sleazy was gesticulating wildly in front of a camera. He shouted in a peculiar accent. Cut! That shot's no good. The heroine's emotion. It needs to be sad, but not too sad. Got it? A look of disgust flashed across Amanda's face. He stepped forward and kicked the man squarely in the rear. Ichiro, what the hell are you doing here? The man named Ichiro was sent sprawling face-first into the dirt. Spotting Amanda, he didn't get angry. Instead, he scrambled to his feet instantly, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Your Highness, what brings you here? I'm directing actors, preparing for my next masterpiece. His gaze fell on Chen Mo and Wang Fat behind Amanda, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. And these two are. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Amanda snapped. Turning to Chen Mo, he bowed even lower. Sir, it's him. Chen Mo stepped forward, looking down at Kizilang. Did you attend the film festival? Ichiro bowed and scraped. Yes, sir. Thanks to His Highness. I used the script he bestowed upon me to make a film, which is now competing at our hometown's Cherry Blossom Film Festival. Withdraw it. Chen Mo uttered only 2 words. Ha! Ichiro froze in shock. I said, withdraw your film from the competition immediately. Ichiro's expression changed instantly. But, sir, my film is getting great reviews right now. It has a real shot at winning an award. Smack! Before Chen Mo could speak, Wang Fatty delivered a resounding slap across his face. When I tell you to withdraw it, you withdraw it. Stop spouting nonsense. Ichiro saw stars as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Covering his face, he looked at Chen Mo in terror, then glanced at Amon, who stood nearby with a dark expression. He understood immediately. The man before him was someone even His Royal Highness the Prince dared not offend. I'm leaving. I'm leaving right now. Without a moment's hesitation, he fumbled for his phone and dialed a number with trembling fingers. He bowed and scraped over the phone, explaining at length in his hometown dialect. After hanging up, he looked ashen-faced as he addressed Chen Mo. Sir, it's been withdrawn. Chen Mo nodded, not sparing him another glance. Turning to Amanda beside him, he said, from now on, anyone named Jiro or whatever, do whatever you want with them, no need to ask me again. With that, he turned and walked toward the side hall. Wang the Fat followed behind, shooting Jiro one last vicious glare before leaving. Left behind were the trembling Jiro and Amanda, whose expression shifted restlessly. Amanda stared at Jiro, his gaze growing increasingly sinister. Chen Mo and Wang Fatty returned to the side hall. The guards had already efficiently packed all the discs into a dozen large flight cases. Wang Fatty stared at the boxes, then glanced at Chen Mo's calm expression, finally unable to contain himself. Brother Mo. What exactly is going on here? Chen Mo didn't answer. He walked to the window, gazing out at the unfamiliar, exotic night view of the palace grounds. Fat Wang's question echoed his own. Yet within his heart, a vague outline had begun to take shape. This world was flawed. A world with distinct civilizations and divergent technological paths. Yet one where Earth's movie discs had mysteriously appeared. Amanda claimed these discs had materialized out of thin air. Chen Mo believed it, because behind this lay a far greater secret. Before his journey through time, he'd devoured countless sci-fi novels, space folding, dimensional rifts, parallel universes. All manner of wild speculations surged through his mind. What if this wasn't just another alternate world, but a place connected to Earth by some special portal? Could these discs have been transmitted through that unknown passageway from Earth's future? The moment this thought emerged, it began to grow wildly in Chen Mo's mind. He turned to face Wang Fatso, who was looking anxious. Fatso, this place might not be as straightforward as we thought. Wang Fat opened his mouth, glancing at the stacks of discs, but ultimately swallowed his questions. He knew Chen Mo had his reasons for acting this way. Brother Mo, what should we do now? Before Wang Fatso could finish his question, Amanda had already scurried back, his face plastered with an obsequious grin. He was followed by a squad of guards carrying 2 elaborately carved rosewood beds that looked incredibly valuable. Your Excellency, seeing that you and this distinguished guest prefer firmer beds, I specially ordered our kingdom's finest hardwood beds. Amanda bowed low, like a top-tier hotel manager. The sheets and bedding are all freshly changed top-grade TNC tribute quality. Rest assured, they are absolutely clean. The guards worked swiftly, soon assembling both beds within the opulent side chamber. The vast side hall featured the mysterious rosewood disc wall on one side and 2 antique Chinese-style beds on the other. The combination looked eerie no matter how one looked at it. Wang Fatty plopped down onto the bed, its sturdy frame creaking under his weight, gazing up at the dazzling crystal chandelier, inhaling the faint incense in the air, and then looking at Prince Amon bowing and scraping beside him. An overwhelming sense of unreality washed over him. He turned to look at Chen Mo standing by the window, gazing outside. Brother Mo. Wang Fatso's voice was faint and distant. Be honest with me, you don't want to leave, do you? Chen Mo didn't turn around. Wang Pangzi continued. Think about it, here. You've got princes waiting on you hand and foot, eating and drinking to your heart's content. It's way more comfortable than going back to make movies. If you want to stay here and be a little emperor, I, Wang Pangzi, won't hesitate to make you a founding general. Wang Fatso grew more animated with every word. Chen Mo finally turned around, looked at Wang Fatso's eager expression, and smiled. Fatso, so your dream is to be a great general? Wang Fatso froze, scratching his head. What else? Is your dream to make movies and win awards? Chen Mo shook his head and walked over to sit on the bed. He patted Wang Fatso's shoulder. but his gaze drifted toward the wall of DVDs. This tiny place? It could never hold me back. Chapter 205, what the hell is going on here? Go to sleep. Wang Pangzi stared at Chen Mo's profile, his heart suddenly jolting. He understood. Chen Mo's ambition far exceeded his imagination. This tiny kingdom of Gara was utterly beneath his notice. Fat Wang asked no more questions. He lay down, his mind churning like a stormy sea. The night deepened. Wang Pangzi's thunderous snores echoed rhythmically through the side hall. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes. Silently, he rose and walked to the massive rosewood cabinet. He didn't turn on the lights. Moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the CD covers in a silvery glow. His hand gently traced the edges of the rows of discs. The cool touch of plastic cases met his fingertips. Other than that, nothing else was amiss. The system gave no indication. These discs seemed like nothing more than ordinary products. Chen Mo did not give up. He stood there, his eyes glowing eerily in the darkness, scrutinizing every inch of space, sensing the slightest disturbance in the air. The night passed without incident. Only when the first rays of dawn filtered into the side hall did Chen Mo return to bed. The next day, it was the same. On the third day, there was still no change. This wall, this room, it was eerily quiet. Even Wang the Fat was getting restless. Brother Mo, how much longer are we going to wait? If we don't leave soon, the film festival will be over. Chen Mo remained calm. We're waiting for a call. Just then, the phone in his pocket abruptly rang. The ringtone sounded particularly jarring in the quiet side hall. Chen Mo pulled out his phone and glanced at the caller ID. Lin Wanqiu. He answered the call. Chen Mo, where are you? Had a little mishap. I'm abroad. Chen Mo's reply was concise and to the point. The film festival in Korea starts the day after tomorrow. Media and judges are already arriving. We need to leave by tomorrow at the latest. Lin Wanqiu's tone was serious. Can you handle things on your end? Yes. Good. I'll wait for you in Shanghai. We'll depart together tomorrow morning. Lin Wanqiu hung up the phone decisively after finishing her sentence. Chen Mo tucked his phone away and stood up. Fatso, time to go. Wang Fatso sprang up from the bed like a fish leaping out of water. Awesome. Finally heading back. Chen Mo called out toward the door. Aman, come in. Before the words had even faded, Amanda burst through the doorway, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Sir, you called for me? For the past 3 days, he had practically camped outside the door, afraid to leave in case Chen Mo needed anything. Chen Mo pulled a small porcelain bottle from his pocket and tossed it over. This contains the antidote. Amanda fumbled to catch it, nearly overcome with emotion. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Don't thank me just yet. Chen Mo's gaze turned cold. This is only a month's supply. 1 pill per week will keep you alive. Amanda's smile froze on his face. A week? That's right. Chen Mo stepped in front of him. From now on, around this time each month, I'll have someone deliver the antidote. Of course, that's assuming you play nice. I'll obey. I'll definitely obey. What I need you to do is simple. Chen Mo pointed at the wall of DVDs. Keep a close watch on this room. After we leave, record every single anomaly that occurs here, even if it's just a fly buzzing in, and notify me immediately. Can you do it? I can. I can. Amanda pounded his chest in assurance. Rest assured. Sir, I'll guard this place personally. No, I'll move the bed over here and sleep right here. I guarantee it'll be foolproof. Chen Mo pulled another small pill from his pocket and handed it to him. The pill was jet black and gave off a peculiar odor. What is this? Amanda asked cautiously. Cow dung. Chen Mo remained expressionless. Ha? Amanda was dumbfounded. This is the trigger for that leg stretching, eye-glaring pill you took earlier. It's the weekly antidote. You must take one of these with it for it to work. Chen Mo explained calmly. Remember, it has to be fresh. Amanda's face instantly turned the color of liver. Staring at the cow dung egg in his hand, his stomach churned violently. But meeting Chen Mo's emotionless gaze, he dared not utter even a single no. Yes, sir. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. Arrange a plane to take us back to China. Yes, immediately. I'll make arrangements right away. Aman Bar rushed out as if granted a pardon, scrambling away. 1 hour later, Chen Mo and Wang Fatso boarded the royal jet bound for China, carrying over a dozen boxes of DVDs. The plane soared into the clouds. Wang Pangzi watched the palace grow smaller and smaller outside the window, letting out a long sigh of relief. Brother Mo, we're finally back. These past few days felt like a dream. Chen Mo said nothing, leaning back in his seat and closing his eyes. Yet his mind raced at breakneck speed. The kingdom of Gara, the disc wall, the unknown passageway. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in China, and throughout the entire East Asian film industry, a single piece of news sent shockwaves through the industry. Extra! Extra! The tournament's top favorite, Dan Gal,
abruptly withdrew just 1 hour before the entry deadline. Reason for withdrawal remains a mystery. Director Ichiro's phone is switched off, and he is completely unreachable. Insiders reveal the withdrawal may be linked to a mysterious Chinese investor. The news sent shockwaves across the entire internet. Xinhua Pictures. Secretary Qin knocked and entered Lin Wanqiu's office. Chairman Lin. Word from the Kingdom of Gala, that film, Dan Gal, has withdrawn from the competition. Lin Wanqiu, who had been reading a script, looked up, a hint of surprise flashing across her stunning face. Withdrawn? Yes. The reason is unclear. Lin Wanqiu fell silent for a moment before breaking into a smile. Interesting. Seems Chen Mo has succeeded once again. Meanwhile, countless film critics and media outlets at the epicenter of the storm were in complete uproar. The comments section under Old Ghost's Weibo had been completely overrun. Old Ghost, come out and analyze this. What the hell just happened? Did we just let the victory slip through our fingers? Who stands to gain the most from Dangle's withdrawal? Need I say more? This scandal is too big for me to handle alone. If Chen Mo isn't behind this, I'll eat my keyboard right here. Who else but Mo the god has the clout to make a surefire champion bow out at the last minute? Li Ku, the sharp-tongued old devil's top disciple, watched as private messages flooded his back end. His hands trembling, he dialed his master's number. Master. What? What the hell is going on? Chapter 206, hold on to your seats. On the other end, the venomous tongue's voice carried a hint of uncontrollable excitement. What else could it be? That man, he struck again. But, how did he manage it? That was in the kingdom of Gara. How should I know? The sharp-tongued old ghost sighed. All I know is, the sky might truly be changing for Chinese cinema. Li Ku, remember this, from now on, whenever you write reviews about anything related to Chen Mo, just praise him to the skies. This storm swept across more than just China. France, a film salon. Several blonde-haired, blue-eyed directors and producers, wine glasses in hand, stared at the news on their tablets, exchanging bewildered glances. Good lord, what kind of background does that Chinese guy have? How did he manage to make a big shot like Lang Submit? I've always said China's market and capital are what we must pursue. Now it seems what we must pursue is that young man named Chen Mo. Contact the Chinese embassy immediately. Express our desire for deep cooperation with China's film industry, especially Mr. Chen Mo's company. In an instant, the international investors who had been wavering and observing the Chinese film industry made up their minds. They weren't fools. This tactic, making a director and his entire body of work vanish without a trace, transcended mere commercial competition. It was a demonstration of absolute power. They had to realign their allegiances. And the mastermind behind it all, Chen Mo, had just stepped off his private jet onto the soil of Shanghai. The blinding sunlight made him squint slightly. Wang Fat followed behind, watching as over a dozen boxes of DVDs were carefully unloaded from the plane, feeling as if he were still in a dream. Brother Mo, where should we put these treasures? Transport them to Xinhua Pictures warehouse first, Chen Mo said indifferently. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a black SUV pulled up smoothly in front of them. The door opened, and Lin Wanqiu stepped out. Today she wore a sharp white suit, her long hair pulled back, and sunglasses perched on her nose. But when she spotted Chen Mo, the beautiful eyes beneath her sunglasses visibly crinkled into a smile. You're back? Chen Mo nodded. Lin Wanqiu removed her sunglasses, her gaze settling on him as she took him in from head to toe. Just glad you didn't lose any limbs. At that moment, two more people stepped out of the car. One was Su Xiao, sweet and charming in a pink dress. The other was Lu Yao, her ponytail bouncing with youthful energy. Brother Chen Mo. Su Xiao spotted Chen Mo and immediately ran over. Wang the Fat was taken aback. Why are you all here? Lin Wanqiu explained. The film festival in Korea starts tomorrow. We're going together as the Chinese delegation. Let's go. It's getting late. Chen Mo said no more and got into the car. The group set off in a grand procession toward Pudong International Airport, Seoul, Korea. Inside a luxurious penthouse apartment. Crash. An expensive porcelain vase smashed violently onto the floor, shattering into pieces. Park Chang-jun's chest heaved violently, his handsome face contorted with rage. Useless. That good-for-nothing Ichiro. He roared into the phone. He actually withdrew? What gives him the nerve to quit? The voice on the other end sounded cautious. Director Park, I heard. It was due to force majeure. Force majeure? Park Chang-jun sneered coldly. Find out everything about Chen Mo. I want him dead. Hanging up the phone, Park Chang-jun's eyes flashed with a mad gleam. He, the genius director of Korea, found his greatest pleasure in personally crushing those so-called master directors at film festivals. Rang's Dan Gal was the only rival he had ever acknowledged. He had prepared everything meticulously, ready to trample his rival underfoot with his own masterpiece, Eternal Love, during the final judging. But now, His rival had actually run away. It felt like punching cotton. What infuriated him even more was that everyone believed Chen Mo's farewell my concubine had gotten lucky. He couldn't tolerate it. Park Changjun picked up another phone and dialed a number. Hello, it's me. Do me a favor. There's a flight coming in from Shanghai. Flight number. I want it. Make sure there's a little accident during landing. Before he could finish, the study door burst open. A middle-aged man in a suit stormed in, snatched the phone from his hand, and slammed it shut. Smack! A resounding slap landed on Park Changjun's face. You're out of your mind. The middle-aged man roared. Dad? Park Changjun clutched his face, staring at his father, one of Samsung Group's top executives, in disbelief. I warned you. You can pursue your film career, but don't bring catastrophic disaster upon the family. Did you find out who was on that plane? China's top actress, the hottest pop diva, and that mysterious figure Chen Mo. Do you think our Park family can handle the consequences if something happens to that plane? His father's roar jolted Park Changjun back to reality, but the madness in his eyes remained undiminished. Fine, I won't touch the plane. He looked at his father and said, one word at a time. Then I'll solve this problem my own way. The plane touched down smoothly at Incheon International Airport in Seoul. Chen Mo and his group boarded a business van bound for their hotel, escorted by a representative sent by the film festival organizers. The vehicle traversed a winding coastal highway. On one side lay the Azure Sea. On the other, steep cliffs, a picturesque scene. The driver, a local, enthusiastically provided commentary while navigating the route. Distinguished guests, this is Seoul's most scenic route, though it does have quite a few sharp turns. Please hold on tight. Wang Pangzi gazed out the window, marveling at the scenery. This place would be perfect for filming a high-speed chase scene. Su Xiao and Lu Yao, the two girls, excitedly pulled out their phones to take pictures. Only Chen Mo leaned back in his seat, eyes closed. Lin Wanqiu sat beside him, gazing at his profile, lost in her own thoughts. Just as the vehicle approached a sharp corner, buzz! A blindingly bright high beam suddenly shot across from the opposite direction without warning. Ah! The driver let out a startled cry. His vision instantly flooded with white light. He instinctively jerked the steering wheel hard. Squeal! The tires screeched against the pavement, emitting a piercing shriek. The van spun out of control, its front end narrowly missing the guardrail at the cliff's edge. Crash! Before anyone could react, a brick wrapped in cloth slammed hard against the windshield. Crash! Cracks instantly spread across the entire glass. Chapter 207. The driver's face drained of color. He slammed on the brakes, his entire body trembling. What? What just happened? Only when the blinding glare faded did they grasp their situation. Three black sedans formed a triangle, trapping their minivan at the cliffside bend. The doors swung open. A dozen burly men in black suits, wielding steel pipes and baseball bats, emerged from the vehicles. Leading them was a bald man with a face full of fleshy bulges and a tattooed neck. He approached the van and tapped the driver's side window lightly with his steel pipe. Thump, thump, thump. The driver nearly lost his mind with fright. What do you want? Robbery? The money. It's all on me. The bald man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. His smile was filled with cruelty. We don't want money. He pointed toward the cliff beside them. Drive the car off. What? The driver thought he'd misheard. The bald man's smile vanished, his eyes turning fierce. I said, drive the car off the cliff, or I'll smash your skull right now and toss every last one of you out. The atmosphere inside the car instantly turned icy cold. Fat Wan's face grew grim as he clenched his fists tightly. The driver was on the verge of collapse, his hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly they shook like sieves. Please, spare me. I have a wife and kids at home. Just then, a calm voice came from the back seat. Don't be afraid. Chen Mo had opened his eyes at some point, patting the driver's seat in front of him reassuringly. Then he rolled down the window, his gaze steady as he looked at the bald man outside. How much did Park Changjun pay you? The bald man's expression visibly stiffened. His eyes darted away for a moment before hardening once more. I don't know any Park Changjun. Cut the crap. I'm counting to 3. If you don't open it, you're going to meet the Grim Reaper. 1. The bald man raised the steel pipe in his hand. 2. The driver inside the car had already closed his eyes, his face etched with despair. Chen Mo was about to push open the car door. A soft hand pressed against his shoulder. It was Lin Wanqiu. Don't move. Chen Mo turned his head, looking at her with some surprise. Instead of fear, her face bore an eager excitement, and it wasn't just her. Su Xiao and Lu Yao beside her, though still a bit tense, stood up straight. Su Xiao flashed Chen Mo a sweet smile. Brother Chen Mo, leave this little situation to us. Wang the Fat was utterly dumbfounded. Wait, I mean, ladies, there are over a dozen gangsters out there armed to the teeth. You guys. Lin Wanqiu ignored him,
her gaze fixed on Chen Mo as she spoke softly. Before we left, old man Qin asked us to stop by his place. Old Huang was there too. He flexed his wrist, producing a crisp cracking sound. Master Huang mentioned he'd recently developed several new acupuncture techniques and wanted to test them on us. He said the results should be quite promising. Wang Fatso's brain froze. He looked at Lin Wanqiu, then glanced at Su Xiao and Lu Yao. 3 women, an Academy Award-winning actress, a Grammy-winning singer, and a super-rich heiress. Each one a stunning beauty. Outside? Over a dozen, no. It seemed a few more had just gotten out of the car, nearly 30 thugs wielding steel pipes and baseball bats. What does that even mean? It's like an egg hitting a stone. Yet these 3 ladies looked as relaxed as if they were heading out to shop for handbags. Especially Lin Wanqiu, her casual remark, "The effect should be pretty good," sounded as light as a feather. Fat Wang suddenly remembered something. Master Huang. This new needle technique. Could it be the I Jin Jing from the martial arts manuals? Fat Wang swallowed hard. His mouth suddenly parched. Envy made his eyes red. What a bloody stroke of luck this was. The car door slowly opened. The bald man outside froze when he saw not Chen Mo stepping out, but 3 women. Then, he and his gang of thugs all broke into lecherous grins. "Oh, so you know you're about to die and sent your beauties out to beg for mercy? These 3 chicks are hot as hell. Especially the one in the suit, those legs are killer. Boss, don't kill them. Let's take them back for the boys to have some fun with after we're done." The filthy, unbearable language filled the air. Fat Wan's face turned green with rage inside the car. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Chen Mo's gaze turned icy. Yet Lin Wanqiu's face remained expressionless. She merely tilted her head, as if confirming something. Then, she bent down. Amidst the lewd whistles of the thugs, she calmly and deliberately removed the expensive custom-made high heels from her feet. She held both shoes in her hands. "Are you done?" she asked softly. The bald man hadn't processed it yet. "What? Sweetheart, come entertain this old man." His words trailed off abruptly. A white figure moved. Fast. Extremely fast. To Wang Fatso and the driver. Lin Wanqiu's figure left only an afterimage in its place. The next second, he appeared before the 2 loudest thugs. Bang! Thud! 2 dull thuds. The sound of bones shattering. The 2 stiletto heels she wielded as weapons struck the thugs' temples with pinpoint accuracy, using their sharpest points. No screams. Their eyes rolled back, and their bodies slumped limply to the ground. Instantly unconscious. 1 strike. Instant kill. The entire venue fell deathly silent. The grins on the thugs' faces froze. The fleshy jowls on the bald man's face twitched. Damn it! This woman's got something special. All of you, attack! Take her down! At the command, the remaining 20-plus burly men charged forward, swinging steel pipes and baseball bats, roaring with fury. "Sister Late Autumn, you're so badass." Su Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Well, I can't let her outdo me." The pink figure charged headlong into the crowd. Her movements didn't resemble fighting, they were more like an elegant dance. Every spin, every raised hand, perfectly dodged the swinging steel pipes. Her fingertips always managed to land at an impossible angle, tapping against the neck of some thug. "Ah, my head, ugh." Those struck instantly went limp, weapons clattering from their hands as they collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Lu Yao moved. This vibrant young girl now executed sweeping, powerful moves brimming with force. A vicious sidekick sent a burly man over 6 feet tall flying through the air, steel pipe and all, crashing into 3 or 4 people behind him. The scene spiraled completely out of control. Chapter 208, this was a blatant warning. No, it was more like a one-sided rout. Inside the car, Fat Wan's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. The local driver clutched his head with both hands, muttering incessantly, "God, Holy Mother Mary, oh my God." Never had he witnessed such an absurd spectacle. 3 seemingly helpless women, facing over 20 gang members armed with weapons, managed to pull off a Hollywood-style action movie sequence. No, Hollywood wouldn't dare film something like this. This wasn't a fight. It was like a tiger among sheep. In less than 3 minutes, the cries of pain ceased. The highway was littered with bodies strewn haphazardly. Lin Wanqiu stood in the center of the crowd, slipping her high heels back on and adjusting the collar of her suit jacket. Su Xiao and Lu Yao returned to her side. The 3 girls were immaculately dressed, their hairstyles barely disheveled. Only the minivan's windshield remained covered in terrifying cracks. Lin Wanqiu walked to the driver's side and tapped on the window. The driver jolted awake, his soul nearly scared back into his body. He stared at Lin Wanqiu as if she were a goddess. Lady Knight. No, fairy. What are your orders? Lin Wanqiu asked. How much further is it to the hotel from here? The driver glanced at the navigation system, trembling. It's still over 30 kilometers. 30-odd kilometers.
Lin Wanqiu glanced at the glass, now covered in cracks. This car is not drivable anymore. She turned to look at Su Xiaoro and Lu Yao, both equally excited, a mischievous grin curling her lips. Master Huang said the new acupuncture technique focuses on unlocking the body's potential, and it needs movement to solidify the effects. How about we run there? Race to see who gets there first. Wang Fatso in the car nearly choked on his breath at the suggestion. 30+ kilometers. Run there? And race? He immediately pushed open the door, waving his hands frantically. I'm not going. No way am I going. He patted his bulging belly. With this body of mine, running 300 meters would cost me half my life. 30 kilometers? That'd be the death of me. Wang Pangzi declared with unwavering resolve. I'll stay behind to help this poor driver handle the scene and call the police. Brother Mo. You guys go ahead. I'll catch a cab over later. He wasn't about to go and humiliate himself. Lin Wanqiu smiled and didn't press him. Her gaze shifted to Chen Mo, who sat calmly inside the car. What about you? Chen Mo pushed open the car door and stepped out. He stretched his limbs, observing the three girls before him, brimming with fighting spirit. Fine. Then let's see you run. At the command, three slender figures shot forward in an instant. That speed. So fast they left only streaks of motion under the streetlights. The three women raced neck and neck, instantly leaving the starting point hundreds of meters behind. However, Chen Mo, trailed behind at a leisurely pace. His strides were neither large nor rapid. Yet no matter how much the three women ahead accelerated, no matter how close they pushed their speed to the limits of human capability, he remained steadily about 100 meters behind them. Not too far, not too close. At first, Lu Yao turned back and called out to him. Chen Mo, hurry up, we're going to leave you behind. After running 5 kilometers, Lu Yao stopped shouting. She realized that no matter how hard she pushed herself, the man strolling behind her never fell behind by even an inch. Another 10 kilometers later, Su Xiaoro also sensed something was off. She exchanged a glance with Lin Wanqiu, and both saw shock in each other's eyes. Their current pace far exceeded the sprint speed of world-class sprinters, and they were maintaining this velocity over a long-distance run. This completely defied the laws of physics. But Chen Mo, his breathing hadn't even faltered. Lin Wanqiu gritted her teeth and accelerated once more. The other two women immediately followed suit. The three figures streaked along the coastal highway like three straight lines, moving so fast that the roadside surveillance cameras could only capture a blurred shadow. But when they instinctively glanced back, that leisurely strolling figure remained exactly where it had been. At the same distance. Not far. Not near. A bottomless sense of helplessness rose from the depths of the three women's hearts. At that moment, Chen Mo's voice, tinged with a faint smile, drifted leisurely from behind, ringing clearly in each of their ears. Seems like old Huang still prefers me after all. The three women. The words carried little lethal force, yet were intensely insulting. Half an hour later, Seoul, outside the Hilton Hotel, four figures halted almost simultaneously. Lin Wanqiu, Su Xiaoro, and Lu Yao, though they had just completed a 30-kilometer run, showed no signs of fatigue beyond slightly uneven breathing. Thanks to the enhancement of Master Huang's acupuncture technique, a red carpet stretched across the hotel entrance. A group of men in suits surrounded a handsome man whose eyes held a hint of menace. It was none other than South Korea's prodigious director, Park Chang-jun. He was chatting and laughing with the film festival officials, but his peripheral vision kept darting toward the highway entrance. He was waiting for news. News of a car crash and fatalities. Judging by the time, it should be coming soon. Once that call came through, he could pop open the champagne tonight. A Chinese man dared to cause trouble on his turf? He was simply courting death, but what he awaited wasn't a phone call. Instead, four familiar figures appeared. When he saw Chen Mo, Lin Wanqiu, and their group of four striding steadily and calmly toward the hotel entrance, Park Chang-jun's smile froze instantly. The shock in his eyes was even more intense than when his father had slapped him in the apartment earlier that day. How could this be? How could they be here? What about those 30-plus professional enforcers? What about that car that careened off the cliff? The script wasn't written this way. The officials beside him spotted Chen Mo and his group and immediately rushed over warmly. Oh, Director Chen Mo. Miss Lin. Miss Su. You finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for ages. Park Chang-jun's mind went blank, but he was no stranger to high-stakes situations. After a momentary lapse, he forced a smile that looked worse than crying and steeled himself to follow. Director Chen. Welcome to Seoul. He extended his hand, feigning warm hospitality. You must be exhausted from the journey. Chen Mo looked at him but did not take the offered hand. He merely replied in a detached tone. Not at all. Though the scenery along the way was nice, the wind on the coastal highway was a bit strong. It nearly blew the car off the cliff. Director Park, are all you Koreans this enthusiastic with your hospitality?
Muscles twitched violently across Park Chan-jun's face. Warmth? Strong winds? Blown off the cliff? This wasn't a greeting. This was a blatant warning. Chapter 209, I'm sorry. Truly sorry. Park Chan-jun knew. This man named Chen Mo knew everything. Forcibly suppressing the storm raging within, he forced a smile uglier than crying. Director Chen, you really have a sense of humor. The scenery along our coastal highway in Seoul is renowned throughout Asia. Maybe. The wind was just a bit too strong. As he spoke, he awkwardly withdrew the hand that had been suspended mid-air. The surrounding film festival officials weren't pushovers. One was a homegrown genius director from Korea. The other was a rising star from across the river. The palpable tension between them was thick enough for a blind man to sense something was off. Chen Mo, however, couldn't be bothered to spare him a single glance. He walked right past Park Chan-jun, his gaze settling on a Middle Eastern man in the crowd elegantly dressed, with a distinctive aura. Prince of Oman. It's been a while. That man was none other than Prince Amanbar of the Kingdom of Gara. Upon seeing Chen Mo, Aman's eyes instantly filled with reverence and fervor. He hurried forward, bowing slightly with an extremely humble posture. Mr. Chen, it is my honor to meet you here. The matters you entrusted to me have all been taken care of. Those treasures have been dispatched via special aircraft to Shanghai, exactly as you instructed. Chen Mo nodded. You've been thoughtful. Should you require anything while in China, feel free to contact me directly. Aman was overjoyed. This promise was more precious to him than his father giving him 10 oil fields. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I must take my leave now, as matters await me with His Majesty. Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead. The entire scene left everyone around them utterly stunned. Just who was this Chinese director? Park Chan-jun's expression had shifted from grim to ashen. He had been ignored. In front of every single executive and guest at the entire Seoul International Film Festival, he had been utterly ignored. The humiliation cut deeper than a physical beating. Just then, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who appeared to be the festival's top official, quickly stepped onto the stage and cleared his throat. His name was Kim Jong-tae, chairman of the organizing committee for this year's Seoul International Film Festival. He was also a close friend of Park Chan-jun's father. Seeing Park Chan-jun's predicament, he knew he had to step forward and restore the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and directors, Kim Jong-tae picked up a microphone, his voice echoing across the hotel entrance plaza. Welcome to beautiful Seoul. To make this film festival more challenging and entertaining, and to more vividly showcase the global market appeal of your films, after careful deliberation, the organizing committee has made a last-minute decision. Kim Jong-tae paused, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. A new rule has been added. Starting now, you have 1 day to secure screenings. Within 1 day, each director must contact global cinema chains to secure screenings for their competition entries. Global simultaneous release at 8 p.m. tomorrow night. After speaking, Kim Jong-tae shot a meaningful glance at Park Chan-jun beside him. His eyes brimmed with encouragement and subtle hints. This was helping him, using the rules to crush that arrogant Chinese guy who doesn't know his place. Boom! The room erupted in an uproar at his words. What? Only 1 day to contact the cinema chains? That's impossible. Negotiating a partnership with an international cinema chain takes months. This is unfair. It's blatant favoritism. Director Park Chan-jun's Eternal Love already has exclusive screening agreements with several major chains in our country. How can we compete with that? Directors from around the world erupted in an instant. Everyone understood this last-minute rule change was tailor-made for Park Chan-jun. The path had been paved long ago. For the others to try and overturn those already finalized commercial deals within a mere 24 hours was nothing short of a pipe dream. This move was forcing everyone except Park Chan-jun into a corner. Protests erupted in waves. Yet amidst the clamor and fury, Chen Mo's face remained utterly unruffled. In fact, he even let out a faint smile. Turning to Lin Wanqiu and Su Shiro, who wore equally furious expressions, he spoke softly. Let's go back to the room. Lu Yao grew anxious. Brother Chen Mo, they're clearly picking on us. Are we just going to let this slide? Chen Mo didn't pause his stride, walking back into the hotel without looking back. A faint voice drifted into everyone's ears. 1 day? That's plenty. 1 phone call will take care of it. Hilton Hotel, Presidential Suite. Fat Wang, who had just arrived, was gulping down a bottle of ice water, panting as he reported the situation. Brother Mo, it's all taken care of. Those bastards were all taken away by the police. The driver gave his statement too, insisting it was Park Chan-jun who sent people to do it. He's in big trouble now. Chen Mo waved his hand, signaling him to calm down. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The call was answered almost instantly. Chairman Chen. The voice on the other end belonged to Director Su, the video director of Shanghai. Speaking with utmost respect. Chen Mo cut straight to the point. Farewell my concubine. I want it displayed on every screen in every major cinema chain worldwide within 24 hours. All of them. On the other end of the line, Director Su showed not a hint of hesitation. Yes, Chairman Chen. Globally, there are 300 first-tier theaters with strategic partnerships with our Star Ocean. For non-partner theaters, I'll have our PR team contact them all within an hour. Rest assured, by sunrise, you'll see a satisfactory outcome. Chen Mo hummed in acknowledgement and hung up. The entire process took less than 30 seconds. He tossed his phone onto the sofa and gazed out the window at Seoul's nightscape. Wang Fatty stared in stunned silence. Brother Mo. That's it? Chen Mo smiled. Just wait and see. Meanwhile, Park Chang-jun sat in his suite, triumphantly popping open a bottle of champagne. Chairman Kim Young-tae sat directly across from him. Chang-jun, this is as far as I can go to help you this time. That Chinese man may be a bit unorthodox, but when it comes to absolute business principles, he stands no chance. Park Chang-jun raised his glass, his face radiating unmistakable smugness. Uncle Kim, rest assured, the world's largest cinema chains have already been secured by my father. They've all signed exclusive agreements. That Chen Mo? Give him a month, let alone a day, and he won't get a single screen. He's doomed to lose. Ring ring. No sooner had he finished speaking than Park Chang-jun's private phone rang. It was the president of CGV, South Korea's largest cinema chain. Park Chang-jun answered with a smile. President Lee, calling this late, bringing me good news? But on the other end came a voice filled with panic and apology. Director Park, I'm so sorry. I'm truly sorry. Chapter 210, 1. 23 billion. We have to pull the screenings of Eternal Love. Park Chang-jun's smile froze on his face. What did you say? President Lee, have you been drinking? We signed a contract. The penalty is triple. We'll pay the penalty. President Lee's voice trembled with emotion. Director Park, please don't make this difficult for me. Just moments ago, if we don't switch every primetime theater to Fei Fei and I, CGV will be permanently blacklisted from the entire Chinese market. We can't afford to cross them. Click. The call was abruptly ended. Park Chang-jun clutched the phone, his hand trembling, before he could process it. Ring ring. Another call came in. It was the CEO of AMC Theaters. Park, my friend, I'm sorry to inform you that our partnership is coming to an end. Why? Park Chang-jun roared. There is no why. Shanghai, Huading Entertainment, Tsinghua Pictures. They're offering far too much. I couldn't refuse. Ring ring. France, Gaumont Films. Director Park, I'm sorry. Ring ring. Germany, UFA Studios. I'm sorry. One call after another slammed into Park Chang-jun's chest. In just 10 short minutes, the once proud Global Cinema Alliance crumbled to dust. Partners who had sworn brotherhood moments before now deserted him en masse, even paying astronomical penalty fees. They had only one goal, to release Farewell My Concubine. Park Chang-jun finally snapped, violently sweeping everything off the table onto the floor. Chen Mo, I'll kill you. Meanwhile, in distant China, the nation was already a boiling sea. When news broke that Farewell My Concubine would face off against a Korean film at the Seoul International Film Festival and receive a global simultaneous release, the entire internet exploded in an instant. Douyin, Weibo, and every major platform's trending charts were dominated by a single name. Hashtag Farewell My Concubine global release hashtag trending. Hashtag Chen Mo vs Park Chang-jun. China-Korea director showdown hashtag trending. Hashtag global theater rollout in one day. Hashtag hot. Hashtag Seoul Film Festival scandal hashtag hot. Hashtag heartbroken for Park Chang-jun hashtag new. Countless netizens howled with excitement late into the night. Holy crap. Mo is a legend. He's taken the fight right to their backyard. Ha ha ha. Saw that news about them changing the rules last minute? How pathetic is that? And what happened? Merlin made one phone call, and global theaters switched sides. Hilarious. Now that's what you call international clout. I've already booked my tickets. Tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Sold out. We gotta show emotion some proper respect. It's not just us fans this time. My parents, my grandparents, they heard Chen Mo directed Farewell My Concubine and are begging me to get them tickets. No kidding. Just look at the cast list. Qin Zhenchuan, Su Wen, Lin Wanqiu, Zhou Yuan, Sun Fei Fei. This is the Avengers of China's film industry. The account The Venomous Old Demon also posted an update. What should have been an artistic exchange has turned into a contest of capital and national strength. But I like it. Tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Let us witness together what true cultural confidence looks like. The post instantly garnered over 1 million likes. Countless celebrities, directors, and artists shared it. At this moment, Chen Mo's name had long transcended the realm of a mere director. He had become an unavoidable towering figure in China's entertainment industry. In the distant kingdom of Gara, the palace was ablaze with light. Prince Aman was pacing restlessly back and forth in the grand hall. He had just learned of everything that had transpired in Seoul. That bastard director from Korea dared to use such despicable tactics against Mr. Chen. He was practically asking for death. Your Highness! Your Highness! Breaking news! A court attendant scrambled into the chamber, his face aglow with unrestrained excitement. Speak! Aman grabbed him by the collar. Mr. Chen! Mr. Chen has. The attendant stammered, overcome with emotion. One phone call. Just one phone call. Every cinema chain in the world has switched sides. Tomorrow night at 8. Farewell My Concubine will premiere simultaneously in over 7,000 theaters worldwide. Amanda froze. Then, a surge of overwhelming joy erupted from his chest. Good, good, good. He swung his arm forcefully. Transmit my command. All cinemas in the Kingdom of Gara, starting tomorrow, will screen only one film non-stop, 24 hours a day. Farewell My Concubine. All promotional channels replace everything with posters of Mr. Chen. I will ensure every soul in this kingdom witnesses Mr. Chen's masterpiece. The entire gala palace plunged into a sea of frenzy at the mere mention of Chen Mo's name. This night was destined to be sleepless. The next day, main venue of the Hanchang Film Festival. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Directors and producers from around the world sat in their seats, each wearing a different expression. Park Chang-joon and Chairman Kim Jong-tae sat in the front row, their faces dark enough to drip water. The various capital investors and theater chain representatives who had surrounded them yesterday were now keeping their distance. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. Such is reality. On the massive screen at the center of the venue, two film titles appeared side by side. Farewell My Concubine, Eternal Love. Below them, two numbers kept flashing. Global real-time box office figures. Time ticked away, second by second. Exactly 8 p.m. Global simultaneous release officially begins. The numbers on the screen begin to jump wildly. The box office for Eternal Love steadily climbed. 10 million, 50 million, 100 million baht, 200 million. For a romantic film, this achievement was nothing short of a miracle. A faint flush finally returned to Park Chan-joon's face. Kim Jong-tae also breathed a silent sigh of relief. It seemed his father's savings still held value, but before they could celebrate, the numbers on the other side began to shift. From the very start, the box office figures for Farewell My Concubine weren't just rising. It exploded. 100 million, 500 million, 1 billion. In just 1 hour, the box office figures have already surpassed the 10 billion yuan mark, and they were still climbing at a terrifying, breathless pace. The venue fell deathly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, fixated on that staggering figure. The color drained instantly from Park Chang-joon's face, leaving only a deathly pallor. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. Finally, as the sun rose the next day, the final figure was set in stone. Eternal Love, global box office total, 230 million US dollars. Farewell My Concubine, global opening day box office, 23 billion yuan.